Upon graduation, the National Archaeology team offered you a high salary of 10 million, just to recruit you, not only providing a car and a house but also promising to introduce you to a beautiful wife. Yet you coldly spat out 2 words, get lost. You graduated with the highest total score in archaeology at your university. But because your father was a farmer, lacking both connections and money to bribe the corrupt members of the archaeology team, they eliminated you under the pretext that your ancestors had a criminal record. Deep down, you knew the spot had been taken by someone else. Filled with grief and indignation, you retaliated by looting the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, even live streaming it online. The novel content quickly attracted hundreds of viewers. Unfazed, you descended through the tunnel you'd dug. The audience grew curious about which tomb you were in. After a brief thought, you outright revealed it was the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, hoping to boost the livestream's popularity. Sure enough, the viewership surged after all. The Qin Shi Huang mausoleum is one of archaeology's greatest unsolved mysteries, with even the national professional team having excavated less than 2% of it. A single trap inside could be deadly. Watching your stream, viewers mocked it as fake. However, one security guard of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum in the livestream panicked. As the footage continued, he grew increasingly uneasy until he confirmed it was indeed the mausoleum. He immediately alerted all the guards. Stunned by the news, they couldn't believe how brazen tomb raiders had become, streaming their looting of an imperial tomb live. Within 10 minutes, all officers arrived at the entrance of your tunnel. Seeing such a perfectly dug passage, everyone was dumbfounded. After repeatedly verifying the situation, the officer in charge, Old Wu, wasted no time reporting it to the director before leading his team into the tunnel in pursuit. Meanwhile, you received a system notification, mission complete, granting you ancient martial arts passed down for millennia. Images of these techniques flashed through your mind, and you successfully mastered them. At the same time, news of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum's looting somehow spread, pushing your livestream viewership past 1 million. When netizens saw the livestream footage clearly, they all exclaimed, "Incredible!" But then gunshots rang out, and several blood-covered security guards fled in disarray from the tunnel, shocking the viewers. While both the guards and security personnel were injured entering through the same tunnel, you remained unharmed. Netizens demanded an explanation, and you responded to the barrage of comments by sharing your knowledge. The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is surrounded by the reclining dragon mountain formations, suppressing the soaring dragon energy at its center. In reality, these dragons have long lost their effectiveness to some extent. The tunnel I dug merely exploited a relatively safe route. While the southern path appears to lead directly to the main entrance of the mausoleum, it actually conceals a 9 palaces arrangement. Taking that route leads to a dead end. Conversely, the northern path seems to move away from the mausoleum, but through the transformations of the 9 palaces, it actually brings you closer. After saying this, you fell silent and continued searching for your way forward. Netizens watching the live stream buzzed with discussion. "I don't quite understand, is this some kind of legendary metaphysics?" No wonder the streamer dares to rob the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor if they know this stuff. Police Chief Zhao Guangji was equally stunned upon learning of this. After collecting himself, he realized the severity of the situation. Previously, the archaeological team had consulted metaphysics masters for help, but they were all frauds who wasted 3 months of the team's time, leading Zhao to dismiss esoteric theories as nonsense. Yet now, witnessing metaphysics manifesting through you, he was utterly shocked and found the situation. Not only were you tomb raiding, but you were also openly explaining these concepts on stream to him. This was outright provocation. Humiliation and fury burned within him. "Everyone, gear up and enter from the north," Zhao ordered. Officers quickly equipped themselves with button cameras, night vision goggles, firearms, and other advanced gear before swiftly advancing into the mausoleum from the northern side. As live footage continued to circulate, authorities launched a parallel broadcast from Chief Zhao's perspective, with both streams airing simultaneously. Your channel's popularity exploded. Viewership surpassed 10 million in just over 10 minutes. Netizens flooded the comments. "Someone actually dares to livestream tomb raiding? This is a blatant challenge to the mausoleum's security. This streamer's move is next level." The excitement and awe among viewers were palpable. Unfazed by the livestream frenzy, you arrived at a burial chamber. Suddenly, you sensed an unusual presence. After passing the pit area filled with terracotta warriors, a passage paved with cyan bricks appeared ahead. You paused, carefully observing your surroundings, and faintly detected the sound of breathing. Scanning the area, you found only smooth floors and walls, nothing else. With a grave expression, you looked up and realized the breathing came from above the tomb. Through divination, you deduced this was a giant infant land, and whatever loomed overhead seemed alive. Hesitation flickered within you, but after a brief contemplation, you stepped forward into the depths. Along the way, you carefully analyzed the surrounding layout while avoiding anything that might trigger potential dangers. Your actions leave the online audience puzzled, with one viewer commenting, "Dude, I don't see anything. Why are you suddenly so tense? And this place looks nothing like the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum documentaries I've watched. After confirming temporary safety, you calmly explain, we didn't enter through the main gate, so we'll encounter more dangers. The path I chose just makes it easier to go deeper into the mausoleum. There were breathing sounds where I just passed. Jiang Ming knew that the crisis he was facing at the moment was not small, and coupled with his own personality, he would speak little when he was serious, which made, at the moment, Jiang Ming look unavoidably cold. However, as his words came out, they made many netizens hesitant. Breathing sounds? That's a little off the wall. Why didn't I hear that? Anchor shouldn't be fooling us, right? Many netizens followed with hesitation. Obviously, most people only believed in what they saw and heard, and were still somewhat unconvinced by Jiang Ming's said words. But just at that moment, the guards who were on the move had also arrived at the place where Jiang Ming had previously sensed something strange. Chapter 6. Damn it, the old face is going to be disgraced. You guys be careful, the grave robbers said there's danger here. In the headset, the director's voice came droning out, and the crowd was on alert in all directions without a change of color, but with a strong flashlight to look for a long time. This place has not found anything. Report, no danger. Damn, the grave robbers are fooling us. Chief, he must be trying to stall. The team members opened their mouths one after another. Obviously, they felt that the grave robber must have felt that it was hard to escape the law at this moment, and began to find ways to stall for time. Damn, Zhao Guangji outside the tomb was even more chrysanthemum tight, his old face red with anger. I had thought that this grave robber, arrogant as he was still a solid person, but who would have thought that a man with thick eyebrows could be so bad? I can't believe I deliberately lied to mislead myself. Took full advantage of the fact that he was worried about the safety of his crew. Abominable. He knew that some suspects would be incredibly cunning, but he never expected that this grave robber would have such a high level of psychological quality. Continue the hunt, and remember to be careful. You guys, Zhao Guangji gave the order, and the team members all rushed to continue the pursuit through the reports coming from the staff in their headsets. Many netizens have been a little confused when they see this. So, little brother is shaking down the crew. Ha, a mouse playing with a cat. Heck, masked little brother is too bold. Ha ha. Netizens were saddened and surprised that Jiang Ming had such a high level of psychological quality. Even inside, the excitement grew. This is getting more and more interesting. But suddenly, wow, the sound of dirt and rocks rolling down suddenly came, and the team members who were ready to chase after them stopped under the captain's raised hand. What man? A team member chided out, and the remaining few team members were on guard in all directions. But just then, knockout. Bang! Wow! Along with a muffled sound coming out, the sound of rocks falling to the ground rang out, and along with the sound of dirt and rocks rolling down echoing, above the crowd, a humanoid figure whose entire body was stained with pitch black blood and was incredibly bizarre suddenly lunged towards the team member in the center of the room. Roar! The monster roared lowly. Its two eyes were clearly empty, but it seemed to possess powerful senses, and its sharp nails stabbed directly towards the team members. Bang! Bang bang bang! For a moment, gunshots rang out, and a large number of bullets poured out, directly penetrating that blood shadow's body. It seemed that because the gun was too powerful at close range, the figure's head, moreover, instantly exploded. The change in this scene immediately caused everyone to suck in cold air. Captain, it's a long-decayed corpse. This dress, Captain, it is the professor who disappeared when our archaeological team explored the Imperial tomb before. The nameplate matches. That's the professor. The players' voices rang out, and for a moment, the live netizens exploded. Asterisk 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 little brother isn't shaking them down. Little brother is telling the truth? A breathing sound that the crew didn't even notice, and little brother actually heard it? What the hell is wrong with little brother's hearing? It's so outrageous? Damn, this graveyard is too evil. It's only been a few months since that professor disappeared, and he's turned into a monster. Netizens were shocked. You have to know that the ones defending the Imperial tomb are some of the best soldiers among the best soldiers. Those guys are absolutely awesome in every aspect of their physicality, their scouting ability, but the sound of breathing, which none of them had noticed, was so easily detected by little brother. Zhao Guangji outside the tomb was also shocked. This grave robber, once again, exceeded Zhao Guangji's expectations. He never thought that the grave robber would really have such a powerful skill. It's amazing that there is real danger here. If it wasn't for the fact that his team members were all strong soldiers, I'm afraid that they would have been killed long ago at this moment. This caused Zhao Guangji's face to be gloomy while the feeling of suffocation in his heart grew stronger. Hoping that a crisis that so many of us in the security department have not been able to detect can be mapped out by you alone? Is it really true that you, a grave robber, are better than our entire security department? No way. Absolutely no way. Zhao Guangji was inwardly unwilling, but at this moment, he only felt his cheeks rolling, and that feeling of being slapped in the face made him unusually uncomfortable. He has done all the good things in his life. How did he get into the hands of such a small thief? It's so arrogant. Damn it! The old face is going to be disgraced. Zhao Guangji was briefly silent, and under gritting his teeth, he ordered again, "Leave the body alone for now. I'll send someone to get it later. You guys continue the pursuit. Make sure not to let him get away." Yes. The team continued to move forward and soon came to the front of the passageway that Jiang Ming had walked through, and the captain led the way with a single step. But just then, click, click here, the sound of mechanical gears turning suddenly rang out, accompanied by a rumbling muffled sound, and almost instantly, the ceiling behind the crowd shattered, and at the same time, 5 or 6 strangely dressed corpses unexpectedly fell down and rushed towards the crowd. The crowd rushed to shoot and block, quickly killing all the monsters. But when the people picked up their strong flashlights and aimed them upwards, they realized that there was a huge compartment, and in the compartment, an iron coffin was being fished with quite a few chains. Knock, knock, wow! The iron pipe shook, and the sound of the chain following the collision came, and it seemed that because of its age, the chain even snapped violently in the next second, and that iron coffin also crashed to the ground again because of the imbalance. Boom! Roar! With a loud boom, the lid of the coffin suddenly flew up, terrible oozing low roar, and thick breathing sound came, a hideous face, the whole body seems to have been skinned, scarlet figure, slowly climbed out from the coffin. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's the sound of real breathing, that's what little brother calls a murderous creature. I said why little brother is so gloomy. It turns out that the previous few corpses were not the rightful owners. Little brother saw through this place with a single glance. Invincible, okay? The team's guns seem to be useless. The bullets don't penetrate the bodies at all. Countless people in the livestream were shocked. They had thought that the masked little brother was a formidable grave robber, but they never expected that what he said was even more formidable than what they and the others had imagined. There's a real breathing sound, and there's a real menace, and it was by no means an ordinary monster either. Not even bullets could penetrate this monster's body. No wonder even little brother felt scorn and had to be careful. Turns out he saw through everything a long time ago. We're on the 2nd floor, the crew is on the 3rd floor, and little brother is on the 5th floor. It's a blast. It's really a blast. The viewers became more and more fond of Tomb Raider Jr. in their hearts, and their gazes became hotter and hotter. This man is so strong and invincible. Chapter 7, Flip-Flop Mechanical Path. Danger Perception. Captain, what to do? Damn, I really let this grave robber get it right. This place is too damn evil. Bullets can't even penetrate this. The team was sweating profusely at the moment and very nervous. They originally thought, like Zhao Guangji, that this was just a cunning grave robber, but I never thought that this grave robber would actually have something. No, more than a little something. There's too much stuff. A glance through here. Could this be a simple character? Now this monster. Even they felt tricky. No wonder the grave robbers were so cautious before. That monster slapped 2 team members straight away. The team shot and only managed to block it briefly. There was no chance of killing him. Damn, what the hell are we going to do about this monster? Tomb Raider Jr., do you have a solution for this thing? Some nervous netizens also ran to Jiang Ming's live broadcast room and sent out pop-ups, trying to ask Jiang Ming how to solve the monster. Jiang Ming's voice was flat as he pondered briefly after realizing the situation in the rear. I'm not here to rob graves. I just want to see what the 98% looks like, and after that I'll leave and not take anything. As for the blood corpse in the back, it's just a more powerful monster. Find the black donkey's blood and splash it to exterminate it. It's probably too late to find it now, so you guys tell the people in the back to gather fire to pierce the monster's heart and blow its head off to solve it. Let them go back after that. There's a crisis back there that can really kill you. Jiang Ming responded indifferently and continued to grope his way towards the front, and at the same time, Old Wu, who had been watching Jiang Ming's live broadcast from the beginning to the end, also brought these words to Zhao Guangji. Zhao Guangji was silent. It was just that the sizzling sensation on his face was getting hotter and hotter. It was as if there were slapping sounds beside his ears that kept ringing, making Zhao Guangji's brain buzz and his heart struggle to accept it. I've really lost my old face this time. Gathering the strength of the entire security department, and it's not even as good as a single grave robber? Do you even need a handout from the grave robbers to keep the crew alive? He's the head of the police station himself, the voice of justice. Is it really necessary to bow down to a grave robber? Zhao Guangji took a deep breath and suppressed that depression within his heart, and after instructing his team members on how to solve the monster, his entire body was also reddened with red eyes. Get rid of the evil. It was a vow he had made when he first joined the business. For more than 20 years, one has always done the same thing. But now, they can't even catch a small grave robber. This is more than a strange shame. It's like rubbing your old face in the ground. This made Zhao Guangji, who had been cynical all his life, feel incredibly uncomfortable. Boom! And at that moment, along with the operation of the team members, the grenade exploded, and the monster finally still shattered into several pieces, no longer able to pose a threat. Boss, we've run out of ammo. Do we have to keep chasing next? Follow first, supplies will follow. Zhao Guangji took a deep breath, and a low voice came out as blood filaments emerged from his eyes. The players are also clearly battle-hardened and unafraid of danger. Upon receiving the order, he immediately continued onward to follow it, and Zhao Guangji, likewise, at the first opportunity, sent people to send guns, ammunition, and other supplies. In the meantime, Jiang Ming also came to a place in front of an obviously differently colored tile road after moving forward for some time. The passages here are wide and the floor tiles are all relatively much larger than those encountered previously. Even if a person arrives who can do the splits, they can't manage to step on two floor tiles at the same time. Flap traps? Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Ming muttered. Thoughts flashed in his eyes as he picked up a scattered piece of dirt from the side and casually threw it over. As the dirt hits the ground, the tile flipped violently and the dirt crashed to the ground with it. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Ming used a strong flashlight to reflect the past, and deep in that place, it was surprisingly full of sharp knives. Even after 1,000 years, the light is still cold. In no time at all, the floor tiles turned back into place once again. It looked as if there was still an unbelievably smooth road in front of them, with no flaws to be found. This is actually exactly the same as the flap trap that the archaeological team had encountered before. The floor tiles in here flip back and forth, left and right are extremely possible. If you can't try them one by one, there is absolutely no way to know which direction the tiles are flipped. It's over. Little brother mustn't just beam this wave? Ah, I haven't had a good time yet. So little brother is giving an explanation? Many netizens hesitated to get up. Apparently, had encountered such traps before when the archaeological team was targeting the development of the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. It was almost similar to what little brother is experiencing today. Both cannot judge how long the front in the end, and even, this type of trap is weird and dangerous. At that time, there is a special team member who is not afraid of death to go forward to explore the road. If not for the rest of the team members of the Quick Eye, I'm afraid that almost died on the spot. Even laying planks of wood on top of it doesn't work, because there are other mechanisms here besides such traps. If you accidentally touch it, the sharp knife underneath will instantly pop out and take someone's life, and there may not be no organs on the four walls. At that time, the archaeological team simply abandoned the path and chose to dig in another direction. It looks like little brother's wave is also barbecue. There's no way to try to pass through this place unless a lot of manpower and resources are used. The ancient people's organ techniques were very powerful, and now that they've basically been lost, no one can crack this organ path at all. Ugh, poor me. I've only been in the live stream for less than half an hour, and little brother's been arrested this time? God help me. God help me. Zhao Guangji outside the tomb was even more excited. The flap trap was an existence that even the entire archaeological team felt was incredibly tricky. You're a little grave robber. Can't you crack this? Zhao Guangji laughed out loud. Obviously, he felt that as long as this flap trap was there, catching the grave robbers would only be a matter of time. What had been a tricky one? I didn't expect it to be solved all at once. How could this not surprise Zhao Guangji? The team will be here soon. This time this grave robber absolutely can't escape. The netizens were even more sorry, but that's when it happened. Ding! Popularity value of 5,000 detected. Congratulations on obtaining Danger Sense, Talent. Danger Sense, Talent allows you to predict impending danger in advance. Note, talent type skills are not phased and cannot be upgraded. A mechanized voice came from his mind, causing Jiang Ming's eyes to light up. Pacing 2 times back and forth, after a brief trial and error, Jiang Ming unexpectedly stepped out with a single step towards the floor tiles in front of him. Chapter 8, The Difficult Zhao Guangji. This instantly confused everyone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little brother wouldn't prefer to die, would he? Don't be impulsive, little brother. The audience exploded. But when Jiang Ming landed firmly on his feet and the floor tiles didn't see any flip, many netizens stared in disbelief. The little brother threw it before, but it was in front. How did he know that the floor tile wouldn't flip over? Why is it that when I watched the archaeological team before they came across floor tiles, every single one of them flipped over? Could it be that the floor tile traps that little brother encountered were relatively much simpler? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even Zhao Guangji couldn't help but let out a gasp. Back then, there were quite a few powerful defenders who almost died inside this organ path. If they hadn't cooperated so well, they would have buried several members of the team. But this kid, he actually had the guts to break into the organ path alone? Moreover, what makes Xiao Guangji even more shocked is that this kid even took a step and actually managed to land steadily? This is outrageous. It's hard to believe that this kid really had luck against the odds. Many netizens have speculated. However, when they saw the scene where Jiang Ming took several steps one after another on top of that flap trap, all as steady as an old dog, it was everyone who was nonplussed. The mechanism is malfunctioning? Malfunctioning so promptly? What the hell is going on here? The crowd looked at Jiang Ming, who was walking on top of the flipper trap as if it were a flat surface, and felt unspeakably shocked. Even when Jiang Ming walked onto the floor tile that he had just thrown the dirt block at, the floor tile was still as steady as an old dog, with no sign of flipping in sight. This instantly made everyone's eyes widen and they could no longer calm down. Asterisk. This. How did little brother do that? This is outrageous. Little brother bull. Countless netizens were shaken to their core and called out. This is just too ridiculous for them. The entire archaeological community, before, had no way to get through it, and little brother was able to make sure that he didn't touch any of the organs, and just breezed through on top of it? It's just not possible, okay? No one at all. But the scene in front of the little brother as if he were walking on a flat surface just appeared in front of everyone in a dignified manner, so there was no room for disbelief. How is this possible? Even Zhao Guangji suddenly trembled all over his body. His eyes flickered with unspeakable shock, and his whole body was like a lightning strike. Is it hard to believe that the mechanism is really out of order? Is this kid really that lucky? This is outrageous. You guys, look. Little brother actually stepped in the middle of the floor tiles with each step, as if he was crossing a balance beam, and when he was balanced, the floor tiles wouldn't flip over at all. Little brother couldn't be a martial arts practitioner, could he? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying balance? The netizens were hot-eyed and looked very excited. Zhao Guangji, who had been observing carefully for a long time, then at this moment, his face became very ugly, and he felt a wave of frustration within his heart. He sees it. It's not just that almost terrifying balance. The key lies in the fact that he seems to know this place like the back of his hand, even knowing clearly where the organs will be triggered and where it is safe. Damn, what the hell is he? Why are you so arrogant to come and steal the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang? Zhao Guangji's face was gloomy. It was really hard for him to imagine. Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral degeneration that makes such a powerful little thief not hesitate to live broadcast grave robbing? Other than that balance alone was enough to prove that this kid was skilled. Coupled with the fact that he knew the organ road like the back of his hand, this person must have extremely strong attainments in organ technique. Available at such a great guy. Why didn't he apply to join the archaeology team? It's hard to believe that he thinks it's hard to join an archaeological team with his abilities. Or is it that his family has been robbing graves for generations and committing quite a lot of crimes, and he is pressured into joining the archaeology team? But even so, the archaeological team after examining you personally, although there is some trouble, but the pressure will not seize your family past not let go ah? It's hard to believe that an archaeology team would turn down such a cowboy. The 5 companies of quality and the 5 questions of the soul carried Zhao Guangji's inner hesitation and hatred for several hours. If you're so powerful, if you really don't want to rob tombs, just say you're joining the archaeology team. Who would stop you? It must be a unanimous vote for you to bring an archaeological team to explore the imperial tomb. But why did you choose to rob tombs? It's not even enough to rob tombs, but to start a live broadcast. You're not looking down on us. Zhao Guangji's heart was incredibly tangled and complicated at the moment, and he really found it hard to guess what the main motive of this little thief was for coming to rob the tomb. For artifacts or something else? Or is it simply to show off? Or did this kid have no intention of joining the archaeology team? Zhao Guangji had a hard time. After more than 20 years in the industry, he had seen countless arrogant and outrageous fugitives, but it was really the first time he had seen such an arrogant grave robber. And this fugitive is so tricky. It was thought to be a minor incident, but who would have thought that things would start to get more and more out of hand? No one knew the strength of his team members better than he did, and in the entire police station, there was simply no one who possessed such a terrifying balance. Add to that the unfathomable organs in that passageway, and there was no way for one's people, at all, to get through. But, just watch this grave robber slip away? Zhao Guangji was unwilling, thinking back and forth, recalling the words of the tomb robbers before saying, "I'm not here to rob tombs." Zhao Guangji finally red eyes, gritted his teeth and called the phone of a professor of archaeology team. Old Zhang, the flap mechanism in the imperial tomb has been broken. Oh, ha! In the meantime, Professor Zhang, who was gradually getting sleepy and preparing to have a good night's rest and start a new life tomorrow, answered in a daze when he heard his old friend's voice on the phone, but as he gradually came back to his senses, Professor Zhang jumped up from the bed with a prancing movement. "What did you say? The flip-flop organ path of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum has been broken?" An incredulous voice came out. Professor Zhang instantly lost his sleepiness, and his entire body was even more wide-eyed. He was precisely one of the many professors who had followed along to participate in the exploration of the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin, and no one knew better than he the complexity of the organs inside, as well as the flat-boarded organ path that he himself had almost died from. Even back then, after 3 long months of trial and deliberation, the archaeological team eventually had to abandon that road, choose to find another way. "I thought that kind of organ, when the world and then no one can crack, but never thought. Today I actually learned that someone cracked the news of the organ road. How could this not surprise and delight Professor Zhang?" Chapter 9: The pull of the archaeological team and the opportunity to join the establishment. "Where is that man? Quick, wait for me. Don't you move. Don't let him get away. I'm on my way. Where are you? I'll be right there." For a while, Professor Zhang was also a bit excited and incoherent. The fact that the flap organ path was cracked indicated that this person had extremely high organ attainments. "If we can pull it into the archaeology team, it will be absolutely unbeatable." Such a powerful character. As long as he succeeded in pulling him together, his own archaeological team in the future, no matter what kind of tomb they went down, would definitely be like a fish out of water. "It's a breeze." Professor Zhang was incomparably excited, and his entire body felt even more joyful, hyperactive. After hanging up the phone, he got dressed without saying a word and grabbed the door without even saying hello. He must pull this powerful man into his hands before the other professors realize it. And after hanging up the phone, Zhao Guangji was relieved. This was, after all, a major event that had taken place in his own district, and if there was no way to resolve it, I was afraid that he would be in no small amount of trouble. After all, this man had said before that he wasn't here to rob graves, he just wanted to visit 98% of the place. There is Professor Zhang. Crazy promised this person to join the archaeological team. Perhaps, this person will obediently ambush may also be said. Zhao Guangji pondered inwardly, and after repeated pontifications, he determined that this plan was feasible. At that time, as long as they could fool this kid, their own people would surely be able to capture him easily. Things will work out perfectly. Of course, as to whether or not Professor Zhang would strongly request that this person be spared was not within Zhao Guangji's consideration. Can it be bigger than the law? Zhao Guangji revealed a heartfelt smile, no longer holding back his feelings inwardly. Instead, his gaze towards the youth in the live broadcast gradually became filled with amusement. "You can't beat that, can you? Behave yourself, you. As long as you dare to turn back, as long as you meet our men, can we still let you run away? That's a solid wave." Zhao Guangji took a deep breath, his mood unprecedentedly pleasant. As long as he could capture this person, he would surely be a great success. "You should know that this person is a live-streaming grave robber and is beyond rampant. What a terrible impact. And what about yourself? As the voice of justice, the hero of the people, who caught the criminals? A proper first credit. Not ashamed of me." Seemingly thinking of the scene where Jiang Ming was successfully ambushed, Zhao Guangji couldn't help but be a little red-faced as well. "That's not +1 merit? No. Merit plus 10,086. Zhao Guangji's plan went smoothly, and in less than 10 minutes, Professor Zhang rushed to the foot of Mount Li in his car. Fiery appeared beyond the robber's cave. "Is this the guy you were talking about?" Looking at the live broadcast from Old Wu's phone and the robber's hole in front of him, Professor Zhang's eyes widened. "Tomb raiding, and you dare to open a live stream to steal? So arrogant?" Professor Zhang felt his brain buzzing, and when he learned that Xiao Xiao had said, he just wanted to take a look at the 98% rather than come to rob the tomb. Professor Zhang was clearly dismayed, but soon, surprise also appeared in his eyes. As long as they are not here to rob tombs, they can totally find a way to bail them out after they have made some connections and operated. What's wrong with having a record? Just don't steal or rob. Moreover, when Professor Zhang saw that, in the picture, the flap mechanism was as if it was nothing at the feet of that masked little brother. His mind couldn't care about anything else. Intense excitement flashed in his eyes and his voice trembled. This person's organ art must be incomparably superior. Or even, this person is armed with great skills, and is most likely a genius that comes along once in 1,000 years. As a senior archaeology professor, Prof. Zhang has dedicated his life to archaeology. But today, the crisis of the many tombs in the country is all over the place, and the archaeological community is unable to solve it for the reason that they do not know enough about the ancient art of organism. There are also those strange corpses in bizarre, extinct mountains and broken rivers, blocking the archaeological team's progress. Professor Zhang had thought that he might not be able to see the secrets in those tombs with his own eyes in this life, but the appearance of the masked little brother had raised Professor Zhang's hopes. As long as he is not really here to rob the tomb, Then, say anything to bail him out. That's the kind of genius you need in archaeology. And so, at Professor Zhang's command, someone soon found a loudspeaker. Professor Zhang took a megaphone and shouted at the robber's hole. Young man, the sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore. I'm Professor Zhang Jianguo of the Lixin Archaeology Team. Young man, our archaeology team needs talents like you. Your organ art attainments are very high. Join the archaeological team. A monthly salary of $20,000, with food and housing, and 5 insurance policies. Think about it. Young man, don't worry. As long as you don't take a single needle or thread from the tomb, the security team won't be able to do anything to you. I, Zhang Jianguo, can vouch for you. Young man, you must be a hot-blooded young man who loves archaeology and has ideals and ambitions. Our archaeology team needs talents like you. Young people. Professor Zhang lay on his back at the entrance of the robber's hole and shouted persuasively towards the inside. I don't know if the loudspeaker was too powerful, or if there was really an echo in the tomb passage, which made it so that Jiang Ming, who was walking on the flap organ path, actually did hear it. Kawa, little brother, the professor of the archaeological team have personally come out to ask you to join the archaeological team. Straight from grave robbers into the establishment. What are you hesitating for? Little brother, this is still not a promise? Countless netizens felt excited. They never thought that Xiao Xiao's power was all the way to the point of making the professor of the archaeology team come out to pull the strings. This undoubtedly shows that the mysterious and powerful aspects of Xiao Xiao are more thoroughly seen by the archaeological team than them are. It also reflects that there is definitely something else deeply hidden in little brother. For a while, countless people in the comments section bragged and called out 666, urging little brother to go out and join the archaeological team. After all, as long as little brother joins the archaeology team, he will be able to watch such an interesting live broadcast all the time in the future. And you don't have to worry about banning. Strong and invincible, okay? But what everyone didn't expect was that Jiang Ming's face was calm from start to finish, without any faltering, and he spat out 2 words flatly and lightly. No go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Many netizens have been shocked. Big brother, give you a layer of identity where you can rob tombs openly and honestly, and you don't even go? $20,000 a month with food and lodging. The professor of the archaeological team personally to invite. You do not even go? I've heard that the archaeological team is full of beautiful women, all quality goddesses. You actually really don't go? Many netizens were shocked. Who the hell can resist such a quality offer anymore? To you it's just 2 words, not going? Even Professor Zhang, who was outside the tomb, froze his entire body in place when he heard the cold voice coming out of old Wu's cell phone. This is already the treatment of the vice captain of the archaeological team. Okay, is that all you have to say? You're not going? Chapter 10 Young people, please be sensible. Live streaming can't be turned off? Aha, Prof. Zhang felt foolish. Doesn't this kid realize how much trouble he's going to cause if he keeps going? Wasn't he aware that he was giving him a leg up? It's hard to believe that he really thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he knows a little bit of organ magic. Professor Chang's brain buzzed. Anytime you steal the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, it's a big crime, okay? I'm here to save you. You're not going? Aha, young man, you reconsider. Wow. The sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turning back is the shore. The end of the universe is the preparation. Young people. Professor Zhang was unwilling to give up and continued to hold the megaphone to dissuade him. But ever since Jiang Ming said the word no go, he no longer paid any attention to any of the words. This made Prof. Zhang feel humanly stupid. Stubborn ass. Stubborn ass. Professor Zhang was painfully aware that he really loved talent and really wanted to lead the archaeological cause into a new stage. But the reaction of the youth in front of him was something that made it incredibly difficult for Professor Zhang. How can one be so shafted? Is it hard to believe that you really want to wait for me to bail you out after you fall off the grid? There's a world of difference between coming out on your own and being carried out, okay? Young man, please be sensible. Don't be negative. Professor Zhang was incomparably pained and persuaded bitterly, but no matter how much he tried to dissuade himself, that masked little brother just didn't react. This made Prof. Zhang feel unspeakably stifled. He is a party of professors. Archaeological heavyweights. Direct love? Don't I want to lose face? What Professor Zhang didn't know was that at this moment, it wasn't that Jiang Ming didn't want to go out. Rather, what he has now, apart from some ancient martial arts, is a bloodline, plus that talent of danger perception. Apart from these, what he has learned and mastered is nothing more than the basic knowledge of grave robbing. These things, although in some specific places will play a certain role, but based on the content of knowledge alone, the little bit of grave robbing knowledge that one would have, placed in the entire archaeological community, can be really is not enough weight. However, Jiang Ming couldn't give Professor Zhang a thorough understanding, and he was afraid of making a mistake, which made Jiang Ming face Professor Zhang's good guidance. While being excited inwardly, he had to make a look of being unmoved. Just wait a little longer. When you are a little more popular and get a little more rewards, or crack a few more mysteries within the Imperial Tomb, and then, as soon as he or she got out, he or she would directly honor the ancestors. Jiang Ming's thoughts were unknown to others, and at this moment, outside the tomb, Professor Zhang had fallen into a complex state of anxiety and self-denial. Is this kid really going to come and take a look and leave? Or does the boy think the treatment is not worthy of him? At this moment, even Prof. Zhang was a little shocked. He didn't even go when he offered such quality conditions. This already indicates something. Zhao Guangji was already full of black lines at this moment, not expecting the first step of his plan to be directly aborted. Boss, the flipper organ path. We can't get through. At this time, the helpless voices of the team members came from the earbuds, and Zhao Guangji was silent for a long time. You guys stay put. I'll think of something. Instructing his team members, Zhao Guangji looked at Professor Zhang. Old Zhang, entering through the main gate of the Imperial Tomb. Is there any chance of intercepting this kid? Professor Zhang was a bit hesitant, thinking for a long time in his head, and slowly shook his head. I don't know how this kid deduced the location of this robber's hole. Relatively speaking, this path that this kid has found is indeed much more convenient than entering through the main entrance. You won't be able to catch up at all if you don't have a way to get through the flap organ path. Prof. Zhang truthfully opened his mouth. The layout map of the interior of the Imperial Tomb. He did have a copy in his hand, but the many organs inside, all of which left the archaeological team helpless, and it was difficult to solve at all, not to mention these players. Moreover, without solving those organs, it was simply impossible to appear in front of that kid by cutting in line. Seeing this, Zhao Guangji couldn't help but fall silent. Obviously, the wave was scrapped again. I'm just afraid that, if things continue to go badly, I'll be sacked myself. Instruct a certain voice to ban that kid's live room first, and let's shut down ours as well. Zhao Guangji instructed the staff member beside him, and that person immediately claimed to go and do it. But soon, the man ran over in a panic. It's no good, director. A message came in from a certain voice that the Tomb Raiders live broadcast couldn't be blocked. It seems that a powerful hacker interfered with their system. What? Zhao Guangji but clearly know the security audit strength of a certain sound platform, as one of the largest short video platforms in China. Surprisingly, even they are unable to block this kid's live room? More than, and this Tomb Raiders live room, but also at the same time in a certain tooth, a fox. Several major live platforms opened at the same time. We can't even speculate on how he did it. What did you say? If the previous news made Zhao Guangji feel shocked inside, then at this moment, Zhao Guangji could no longer calm down. It's even if it's posted on a big platform at the same time. But this person has opened a live broadcast on many platforms at the same time? Even couldn't find out how he did it at all? This made Zhao Guangji instantly realize the seriousness of the situation. Behind this brat is most likely a powerful team. Things are no longer beyond our reach. Zhao Guangji's voice was low, and he quickly made a decision on the spot, took out his cell phone and called above himself. Boss, something's wrong. The scene of Prof. Zhang's painstaking efforts to dissuade him, as well as the live broadcast of the masked little brother's tomb raiding, was quickly shared by the crowd. Even though it was only for a short period of 10 minutes, it instantly sparked the attention of countless people. Live streaming grave robbing. This kid is a real criminal. Good guy. The professor of the archaeology team personally pulls the strings and doesn't even give face. This little brother is so arrogant. That's awesome. The first ever. Countless netizens bragged and were shocked. And as the internet exploded, the heat of Jiang Ming's livestream began to skyrocket like crazy. Even though it was late at night at this moment and many people had already rested, its heat level still quickly exceeded 10,000. Ding! Detected the host's popularity exceeding 10,000. Stage reward issued. Congratulations on acquiring Basic Compulsion. Basic Compulsion allows you to master basic compulsion techniques and become proficient in basic compulsion knowledge. A system voice came from his mind, and Jiang Ming quickly grasped the many knowledge and techniques that had been rewarded this time, his heart growing hotter and hotter. Directly exchanging a royal compass piccolo in the system mall, he temporarily deposited it into the system space, and in the meantime, a low voice also came from the end of Zhao Guangji's phone. Tell your men to pull back. The sharpshooter squad has departed. Chapter 11, Point Blade Squad. Creepy mural. Tell your men to pull back. The sharpshooter squad is on its way. Yes. A low voice came from the other end of the phone, and Zhao Guangji respectfully said yes and hung up. Until this moment, Zhao Guangji's heart was completely relieved and no longer had any worries. Sharpshooter Squad. As a little-known squad within the city of Yoshin, among the city guards, no one knew their weight better than Zhao Guangji. It made countless bandits scared. Each of them has mastered great fighting abilities, whether it be balance, detection, or training in ancient martial arts. They have dabbled in one or two. With them in addition to their own previously recorded video of getting through the flipping organs, they can definitely catch up with this grave robber. Zhao Guangji was somewhat relieved. This is something that is finally going to be resolved. Unsurprisingly, almost in less than a few minutes, several SUVs quickly appeared at the foot of Mount Li, beyond the robber's cave. "Sir, please cooperate with our operation." The man in charge saluted towards Zhao Guangji, and after quickly understanding the situation, he immediately ordered half of his men to directly chase after him, and for the rest, start preparing some special weapons. Needless to say, the team's mobility was pulled straight through, and in less than 10 minutes of back and forth, it was fully prepared and fully mobilized. At that captain's command, the official livestream opened again. Their purpose was also simple. Since the grave robbers were so arrogant, they must be taken down in the same way. Only in this way can the curfew be deterred. At the same time, it was a strong confidence that the sharpshooter squad had in themselves. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the sharp dagger squad quickly came to the front of that flap organ path. According to the video recorded by Zhao Guangji in Jiang Ming's live broadcast, the members of the sharp knife squad, likewise, with the help of their own nearly terrifying balance, began to pass through the organs as steadily as an old dog. This batch seems to be very powerful. Their pace is no better than the masked little brothers. Really steady. Can't it be that the big man from the special forces has appeared? I'm afraid this wave of masked little brother is going to be cold. Many netizens became more and more alarmed the more they watched. Obviously, this batch of people was significantly too much stronger than the previous batch of people who were chasing Xiao, and as if well trained, the cooperation is even more tacit. At first glance, it was by no means an unusual warrior. At this moment, it was already conceivable that when the masked little brother was really found by this group of bigwigs, what a cruel test he would face. I feel like I might get my bladder removed. I'll bet a pack of chili fries that little brother has a second-degree disability at the very least. I beg to differ. I think the choker should still be dipped in motor oil to get at it, as the length of the screw affects its torque. Holy, what the hell are you doing upstairs? Place your bets, brothers. Masked little brother versus Big Brother group, 1 to 100 odds. A lot of netizens in the live stream started betting, and many of them were not in favor of the masked little brother. After all, judging from the strength that the masked little brother was displaying at the moment, he was merely proficient in the art of organism and possessed terrifying balance. Even beyond that, there doesn't seem to be anything else overly special about it. Good hearing? Hearing doesn't do much good in the face of absolute strength in numbers. Some people had already begun to persuade the masked little man to bind his hands and obediently join the archaeological team, lest they suffer flesh and blood when the time comes. After all, they want to continue to watch Toon Raider Jr. live streaming Toon Raiding. People this interesting are really becoming rare. Jiang Ming in the ancient Toon was unmoved. Although the live broadcast will be that group of people blowing up, if they really meet, although they may not be able to win, but this is the tomb after all. And, still, the crisis-ridden tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Inside the 9-palace arrangement trend, organs and poisonous insects of the dangerous, simply very human ability to enemy. Therefore, Jiang Ming was not the least bit flustered. Moreover, not far ahead is the place where the trapped trigrams are born, Upper 2A and Lower Can, the Zephyr in the water. The bloody corpse in the rear is just a trivial piece of small means. Along the way, Jiang Ming had long since read the layout of this place. In addition to that blood corpse, this place contains endless crisis variables. Once triggered, it will lead to a chain reaction, and the front, where the core of the trapped trigram is located, will cut off all life. Let there be no escape. Jiang Ming continued on his way, and within a moment, he appeared within an extremely large and flat open space. This place looked more like a huge and incomparable independent chamber, and Jiang Ming came to the end of the chamber to find a magnificent scroll carved on the flat and incomparable wall in front of him. Something? Last time, the archaeological team spent so much money without finding any useful information. Little brother here. To find mural carvings? Many netizens immediately became interested and watched carefully with wide eyes. Jiang Ming surveyed the mural in front of him with the help of a strong flashlight, and could see that the mural could be roughly divided into 2 parts. On it, one side is engraved with many birds and beasts, residing in the mountains, with different demeanor, and on the other side, endless dead bones were carved, as if it was a purgatory. In the center of the place was a towering mountain peak. On top of the mountain peak, a figure wearing a white robe looked back, eye to eye. It was as if the figure in the painting was staring at the arriving little brother. This scene immediately shocked many people. The person in that painting couldn't be the first emperor, could it? What the hell does this painting mean? What does it mean? Can it be that the first emperor had anticipated that someone would arrive at this very moment? Many netizens feel gloomy. In addition to the terracotta warriors and horses, as well as a number of paperwork scrolls and blades, at the moment in front of the carvings, definitely counted as a huge discovery within the imperial tombs. But the painting is just as puzzling. Alert! Jiang Ming muttered. For some reason, When he saw this painting, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of strangeness within him. The man in that painting seemed to be discouraging himself from going deeper. The feeling came at a really strange time. It made Jiang Ming feel a little apprehensive inside. After living for so many years, Jiang Ming thought to himself that his greatest strength was listening to advice, never one way or the other. At this moment, facing this painting in front of him, Jiang Ming had some premonition that perhaps, if he continued to go deeper, there would be no way back. But just then, come on, the kid's right up ahead, don't let him get away. Chapter 12, Which Bloodtown Bugs? What's little brother doing? Together, don't let him get away. In the tomb passage at the back, several people soon rushed out one after another, which caused Jiang Ming's heart to sink as he hurriedly drank low. There's a trap here, don't move. But at this moment, the crowd that had already chased after Jiang Ming, where would they listen? In a moment, 7 or 8 people rushed straight towards Jiang Ming, but just the next second, wow! As one of them stepped on a certain floor tile and dented it, this side of space immediately followed, trembling extremely abruptly. The clatter of earth and stone rolling down, the clicking and clacking of machinery in motion came. Boom! Several stone blocks on one of the walls came off violently. Dozens of huge holes, large and small, were revealed. Wow! Wow! At the same time, accompanied by sparse eerie sounds, many netizens suddenly changed their faces drastically. Not good. The mechanism has been triggered. Remember the last time the organ was triggered? So many bugs appeared that 2 professors died then. Damn! Not again this time. Some of the audience felt their scalps tingle, and inwardly they were more than worried, until the next second, when those holes really appeared with dense black shadows of small insects, quickly surrounding towards the crowd. Everyone couldn't sit still. Numb, it's really those weird bugs. Those creepy bugs are man-eaters. It takes less than half a minute to gnaw a person down to the bones. It's over. Isn't this wave barbecue? The netizens were anxious, and Zhao Guangji outside the tomb was also sweating anxiously at the moment. If you can't, you retreat. Don't risk your lives. As Zhao Guangji held the walkie-talkie and the voices echoed in the earplugs of the team members, that captain also had a hard look on his face and let out a low gulp. Use the flamethrower. Yes. Several team members rushed to take out their equipment from their backpacks and began to fight off the incoming monstrous bugs. For a time, the Sharp Dagger Squad in the bug tide had become tit for tat, and no one could go any further. Meanwhile, some attentive netizens were, all of a sudden, seeing a scene that shocked them beyond belief. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why isn't this bug near little brother at all? Is the scene where those bugs deliberately detoured to avoid little brother serious? Who the hell is little brother? It could be seen that in the midst of the tide of insects, there were surprisingly no insects approaching within 1 foot of the masked little brother's circumference. Even some bugs passed by as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and they deliberately circled around. But any bugs that came close were even more like seeing some terrifying and incomparable existence. It began to twist and struggle wildly on the ground. In no time at all, he was foaming at the mouth and could no longer move the slightest bit. For a moment, within a 10-foot radius of Jiang Ming, a bug-free vacuum was formed. This scene caused everyone's face to change drastically. How is this possible? Who the hell is little brother? The netizens were completely blown away, and the people of the Sharp Dagger Squad, all of them, had their eyes wide open. This. Damn it, what kind of demonic magic did this kid use? How? Outside the tomb, Zhao Guangji and Professor Zhang, who had watched all of this from the beginning to the end, were even more astonished and uncertain, and the whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. It can't be. How did this happen? The archaeological team had tried these bugs then, in a variety of ways, and they wouldn't be afraid of anything at all. How can you be so scared because of just one person in the district? No, it's not fear. It's more like suppression from the bloodline. It makes them as if they are facing the might of heaven. What the hell is going on here? Everyone could not understand, or even simply could not imagine, what kind of god the masked little brother was. What about this method of keeping the strange bugs at bay? The scene left everyone in disbelief, especially Prof. Zhang and Zhao Guangji. They were all present when the archaeological community studied the attack on the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. No one understands the horror of the crisis in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang better than they do. The bugs, in particular, were no match for human power. Even with a flamethrower, you can only fend it off for a short time. Those bugs had no fear of life and death and had a natural thirst for blood and flesh. There was simply nothing that could make them afraid. But at this moment, the fact is happening in front of all of them, so there is no room for them to disbelieve. How the hell did he do that? Professor Zhang had been completely numb, and inwardly, he was overwhelmed with shock at such a metaphysical scene. Zhao Guangji was also incredibly hesitant. He couldn't understand why these bugs, on the other hand, would be so afraid of that masked grave robber. Look guys, what's little brother doing? Suddenly, one of the netizens seemed to have sensed something, and along with the pop-ups sent out, many netizens gazed at it, only to see that masked little brother, even two fingers together hanging in front of him, slightly nodding, mouth reciting words, do not know what to do. Little brother shouldn't really be mastering any demonic techniques, right? What the hell is this little brother doing? Does he have some other way to get rid of these bugs? You have a mushy brain. These people are chasing after us. How can little brother help them to solve the bugs? It's hard not to follow them back to the archaeological team after solving it. It's not impossible. Except that, absolutely impossible. Little brother must be thinking of a way to escape right now. But, there is no way out in all directions. How can little brother escape? Netizens began a heated discussion, and even many of them could not imagine by what means the little brother would escape. All around are walls. According to the specifications of ancient tombs, imperial tombs like this, the thickness of the walls is by no means humanly possible. Can little brother really escape? That sounds outrageous. Old Zhao, do you think that this kid can really escape again? Professor Zhang was also a bit puzzled. Apparently, just waiting for a moment to finish solving these bugs, this little brother was absolutely unable to escape with his wings. No one knew the thickness of the walls in the mausoleum better than Professor Zhang. Even if a professional worker arrives here and punches through a wall, it will take half a day at the very least. What could little brother do in this moment of haste? Absolutely impossible. Just wait for a moment to finish solving the bugs. This kid will definitely be taken down by the Sharp Dagger Squad. Zhao Guangji's voice was low and his face was firm. In his opinion, the Sharp Knife Squad acted and never missed a beat, not to mention taking down a little grave robber. Next, there is absolutely no room for error, unless this kid really has a stroke of luck. But now that the crowd is like a turtle in a jar, and their luck is bursting, what's the point? Zhao Guangji was only worried about the safety of the members of the Sharp Dagger Squad at this moment. But just then, buzz, a strange trembling sound suddenly came from the mausoleum. Under everyone's gaze, the wall carved with frescoes inexplicably began to tremble. Chapter 13, The Art of Compulsion. Little brother is actually an enchanting frontier compassionist. What's going on here? There shouldn't be any more monsters coming. Should there? Why is there more crises in this place than the main entrance to enter? Didn't little brother say it was relatively safe? Many netizens were inexplicably disturbed inside as they watched the walls vibrate with the carved frescoes. And at this moment, Jiang Ming was still calmly chanting, seemingly unperturbed by the scene before him. This has many netizens worried and praying. Let's hope no more crises arise. They liked to watch the funk eat their way through it, but they never expected the players to get hurt or anything. Even, these few hours of live broadcasting had made many people have a good feeling about masked little brother, and likewise did not want masked little brother to really come to rob the tomb and end up meeting a crisis and falling. The best outcome was nothing more than the masked little brother joining the archaeological team and continuing to watch him live in the future. Some of the audience's thoughts were not sent out, and at this time, the live broadcast was filled with a variety of worried and terrified comments. Zhao Guangji and Prof. Zhang, who were outside the ancient tomb, were even more anxious and sweating, fearing that the team would encounter another tricky crisis. But just then, click, click, it came with a sound of something breaking. Under everyone's gaze, a crack suddenly appeared in the wall carved with murals in front of Jiang Ming. Asterisk. This. It's a cultural relic. Why is it suddenly broken? This scene immediately caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Zhao Guangji and Professor Zhang outside the tomb were even more as if they had seen a ghost when they saw the scene, and their eyes widened. Click, click, the eerie sound continued to come, and with it, the cracks on the mural in front of Jiang Ming grew larger and larger. Jiang Ming remained colorless, still chanting. This immediately caused many people's hearts and minds to tremble. Crazy, just crazy. It can't be that little brother broke it, can it? What the hell kind of tactic is this? What the hell is little brother doing? It can't be that he's casting some kind of spell, right? The netizens were breathing faster and their hearts were shaking. Zhao Guangji was even more red-eyed, feeling unspeakably stifled. Is it hard to believe that it is really God's favor? Is it true that the kid is going to be allowed to escape again? Professor Zhang is full of pain looking at the broken mural, as if the death of the first love in general. 2 eyes in the old tears, 10,000 intolerance. Click here. Wow. Rumble. The sound of clicking and shattering continued, and the cracks in the mural in front of the crowd grew, until a few moments later, accompanied by the sound of earth and stone rolling down came, large and small stones, one after another from the wall off, crashing to the ground. The fresco wall, but also seems to have lost all the support in general, collapsed. Immediately afterward, along with a bizarre odor that seemed to be moldy, a huge and incomparable ghostly eerie passageway appeared in everyone's line of sight, and at the same time, Jiang Ming stopped his hand movements. Collect. A word lightly spat out. Jiang Ming took out a gourd from somewhere, and dozens of small black dots, as if wrapped in some kind of strange power, fiercely flew towards the mouth of that gourd. When the black dots entered the gourd one after another only, Jiang Ming put the gourd away and hung it on his waist, ignoring the crowd behind him who were still going toe-to-toe with the bugs, and walked towards the depths on his own. And the appearance of this scene immediately caused the live broadcast to explode. I wipe Lu, this vibration. Really, little brother out. Such a thick wall. A professional worker would have to fight for half a day to penetrate it. For little brother, it only takes less than 2 minutes? What are those little black bugs? What kind of spell was little brother casting just now? It can't be the legendary art of sentinel insects, can it? It seems like a royal compulsion? Many netizens were incredulous, and it was hard for them to imagine what kind of bugs could chisel through a 2 to 3 meter wide wall in less than 2 minutes. That damn 10 impact drills have to fight half a day. It's outrageous. Imperial compass. This is definitely the legendary Imperial compass. The worms in little brother's gourd are definitely parasites not often seen in the enchanting frontier. Is it hard to believe that little brother is really a borderland enchanting compassionist? Many netizens had already gotten excited after seeing the royal compass. Obviously, the discovery was too much of a surprise for them. They had thought that little brother no longer had any too much talent, but never thought that little brother not only mastered the means to make the bugs fear not to mention, but even would also be imperial compulsion. It's strong and invincible. Damn it, what kind of demonic magic is this? Zhao Guangji's eyes were already red at this moment, with intense flashes of unwillingness in his eyes, and the whole person was even more difficult to understand. Imperial compulsion. Zhao Guangji is not without thought, but this thing is also too outrageous, okay? What kind of bugs can easily chew up these rocks? There are no such bugs, okay? The entire insect world, according to scientists, has absolutely no such being, but the scene in front of him was so real that it happened in front of Zhao Guangji's eyes, making Zhao Guangji inwardly unable to help but fall into a deep sense of unwillingness and shock. As for Professor Zhang, who was on the side, when he saw the scene of the mural crumbling to the ground, the whole person stayed in place and instantly shriveled up, as if he was completely devoid of vitality. Not a moment later, a pale howl comparable to that of a killer pig came out. Artifacts? That's a precious artifact. Damn it, why is this kid so unaware of his position? Damn it! Professor Zhang hated inwardly, and felt immense hatred for Jiang Ming for being so uncaring of cultural relics. But when Professor Zhang looked at the passageway, which he and the others had not found through the microsonic scanning in the first place, he was also somewhat relieved inwardly. Only, the heart for the destruction of cultural relics deplored, and maybe more cultural relics will be found joy. Two strands of weird feelings at the same time, also let Professor Zhang into an inexplicable strange state. Damn it, Lao Zhao, you must catch him. Professor Zhang grabbed Zhao Guangji's clothes, his voice pained. I'll make sure he finds us more artifacts to compensate. Definitely can't let this kid off easily. Guangji Zhao, looking at his old friend in front of him who still pulled in his heart, Zhao Guangji was a bit helpless and eventually shook his head bitterly. Just wait, the bugs are almost done with. And this kid can't keep running away like this, can he? This son's tactics, or need to pay some attention. Zhao Guangji revealed his thoughts, and Professor Zhang followed suit and fell silent. Obviously, such a means was simply unheard of and never seen before by the entire archaeological community. Little brother, what the hell are those little black bugs of yours? You don't really know compulsion, do you? That's too much of a hang-up. The wall that took the impact drill most of the day to penetrate, you actually managed to do it in 2 minutes. And. Why are those bugs so afraid of you? The live stream continues, and netizens are popping up with excitement, constantly asking questions at the root of the problem. Jiang Ming looked at the live broadcast with some headaches, so he calmly explained a word. I'm a composter, and the compulsion just now is a kind of compulsion unique to the enchanting frontier, called the drill heart compulsion. This parasite is so hard that it can open mountains and break rocks as if they were nothing. As for those bugs being afraid of me, it's probably because I have a stronger compulsion aura on me. Jiang Ming didn't reveal the matter of the blood. He felt that it would be too dangerous. Whether he joined the archaeological team later or went solo, he felt that the fewer people knew about this kind of thing, the better. In the event that they were discovered and captured to study the blood, I was afraid that I would follow in their footsteps. I told you the masked little brother was a compounder. Is this a moral degradation or a distortion of human nature, that a hallowed border enchanting compassionate master would come to rob tombs? 2-6. The netizens became more and more excited, and it was obvious that they were really too curious about the identity of the mysterious compounder. Again, too much of a surprise. Chapter 14, Your blood begins to absorb. Folk rumors have long said that, enchanting frontier compulsion masters, the royal insect drive compulsion, walking in the absolute mountain broken river. As if nothing, rumor has it that the compulsion masters are mysterious, powerful, they walk in the absolute mountains and rivers, the major dangerous forbidden areas, as if into no man's land. It seems that for normal people, the Jedi is a rare paradise on Earth for the borderland enchanting compassionist. They had thought that the rumors were too exaggerated, but they had never expected that the legendary compass master would actually exist. And a small black bug alone has so much power. It was already unimaginable that there were thousands of strange bugs in the world, so many kinds of bugs, in the hands of the borderland enchanting compassionist, just how powerful the energy would be exerted. And the masked little brother turned out to be the legendary compounder. How could this not surprise and delight the crowd? Invincible, straight up invincible. As for whether the masked little brother was from the enchanting frontier or not, the crowd did not ask. After all, the enchanting frontier, as a place that had been filled with mystery since ancient times, was the only kind of place where a compassionist would appear. Anywhere else, not at all. Jiang Ming didn't deny the speculations of the audience in the live broadcast. His own third maternal uncle was from the enchanting frontier, and his ancestors were all from the enchanting frontier. I don't know where Pops found all kinds of strange and weird bugs for himself to play with since he was a kid, but maybe those bugs are also things that are tied to compulsion. Before this, Jiang Ming never believed that the world exists in the compulsion of these. Therefore, beforeing Jiang Ming also only as those bugs are old dad's hobby. Old dad should like to study biology. But it wasn't until the system rewarded the knowledge of the compassionate master that Jiang Ming realized it after the fact. Pops is most likely a compounder. And perhaps the deliberate attempt to get caught stealing corpses in the pre-graduation period of his own life was an attempt to get him to follow him and learn compulsion after he graduated? Jiang Ming wasn't sure, and Jiang Ming couldn't guess Pop's motives, but archaeology has always been something you love. So then, you have to do your best to fight for it. As for Pop's intentions, wait until it's time to join the archaeology team, and ask about it yourself. And now it seems, the archaeological team will surely hold themselves accountable for destroying that mural wall by themselves. For now, it's still necessary to make certain feats to prove yourself. The papers still needed to be written, and Jiang Ming already had some ideas. The warning meaning brought by that mural made Jiang Ming mentally decide that there must be some hidden secrets in this Qin Shi Huang's tomb that were not recorded in the wild history. Qin Dynasty, the great unified empire of China. What really happened in those times? What is Emperor Shi Huang, the first emperor of all time, hiding? Is history, as it was recorded in the past, really all about the struggle of the lords and the change of kingship? All the answers? Just wait for yourself to find the real hiding place of Qin Shi Huang. Perhaps, then all can be unlocked. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming didn't delay and continued to move forward towards the depths. But just then, ding, mercury toxicity detected. Host poison +1. Mercury toxicity detected. Host poison +1. Detected at. The prompt from the system in his mind came, causing Jiang Ming to be a bit surprised. Based on his speculation, this place was at the very least an extremely long distance away from the water Milky Way. But I did not expect. Actually, this place also has mercury poison. Just as Jiang Ming wanted to exchange the protective clothing in the system mall, it was the system that once again sent a prompt. Ding! Your blood runs on its own and begins to resist the mercury poison. Resistance failed. Mercury toxicity +1. Failure to resist. Mercury toxicity +1. Resisting the loss of. Your blood begins to try to absorb. Absorption successful. Absorb mercury toxicity. Mercury poison resistance +1. Successful absorption. Mercury poison resistance +1. The system's prompts in his mind caused Jiang Ming's breathing to quicken, and his entire body was more than a little surprised. He had thought that the Jiao Li witch's blood was just a conceptual 100 poisons, but he didn't realize that it was actually a realistic thing. All poisons are invulnerable and all insects are feared. Why is that? Absorbing all the poisons in the world, naturally one can easily be invulnerable to all poisons. It's a blast. All right? Jiang Ming's heart sizzled with incomparable excitement. The bloodline of the ancient sorcerer god. I didn't expect that at the first stage. It could be so special and powerful. Ancient witch god. Could it really be a legendary god? Jiang Ming's heart was somewhat surging. This bloodline was truly invincible. Absorption successful. Mercury resistance +1. Absorption success. Absorption saturated. Base mercury toxicity immunized. In less than a moment, when the mechanized voice in Jiang Ming's mind stopped, his own had unexpectedly become completely immune to this level of mercury poison. And in Jiang Ming's own perception, his own blood was merely heavier than usual. There was nothing else out of the ordinary. This made Jiang Ming quite satisfied inside, but considering that he would have to join the archaeological team in the future, and the people chasing behind him, it was better not to jeopardize their lives as much as possible. Jiang Ming simply exchanged an ordinary dagger from the system mall and carved a few large words into the ground. Mercury is highly toxic. Dangerous, do not enter. Falling, Jiang Ming put away the dagger and walked towards the depths on his own. Little brother Cow Wow. This time it is not really shaking point the team members, right? It feels like it to me. After all, No one would dare to just walk in there despite the dangers of mercury poisoning, and little brother is just a regular guy, a mouse playing with a cat. The more I see of it, the funnier it gets. Many netizens felt saddened, and not long after Jiang Ming left, a few slightly distressed members of the Sharp Dagger squad behind him quickly chased after him. Damn, this kid is evil. Look, you guys, there's writing. The team members quickly discovered the hints left behind by Jiang Ming, and one of them had a gloomy and uncertain expression. Is it hard to believe that there really is mercury poisoning here? You can't get too much of that stuff. Once you get too much of it, the gods can't save you. Xiao Shou, what's the situation with the grave robbers? The team members were hesitant, and the captain pressed his headset and asked Zhao Guangji. Zhao Guangji didn't hesitate and directly stated what he saw. That grave robber was supposed to be shaking you guys down. I saw him go right in without any protective equipment. It's still the same now. He's most likely at his wit's end and is trying to stall for time. Zhao Guangji spoke truthfully, and that captain made an immediate decision. This grave robber walked in without any protection. Everyone don't panic. Leave a few people to break the back and receive at any time. The rest of you follow me and chase after them. Yes, behind them, there were still a dozen or so members of the team who arrived one after another, leaving a few behind to break the back, and the rest of them chased towards the depths of the catacombs. But after chasing for less than 10 minutes, one of the team members suddenly felt some oppression of breathing. A faint and incomparable feeling in the mind surfaced when another team member behind them even fainted directly on the ground. The captain at the front did the same, but when he turned around he realized that one of the team members who was following closely behind him had turned incomparably pale. Chapter 15: Hard Against Mercury Poison? Different Protective Clothing. This scene caused the captain of the Sharp Dagger squad's face to change drastically. No good. It's mercury poison. Mercury poisoning, also known as mercury poisoning, heavy metal poisoning. Mercury poisoning is categorized into acute mercury poisoning and chronic mercury poisoning, in which the body is exposed to a large amount of mercury-containing substances in a short period of time, resulting in damage to the respiratory system, nervous system, digestive system, and urinary system. In the military academy, the team members had learned this knowledge, and naturally knew what kind of reaction the human body would have after mercury poisoning. I thought that the grave robber was just shaking them to stall for time, but I never thought that what that guy said would be true. There really is mercury poisoning here, and the players are in a state that simply cannot be faked. Exactly the reaction to mercury poisoning. If it continues, the players are bound to suffer great physical damage. This damage is irreversible. Breathe steadily, reduce inhalation, and retreat quickly. The captain gave the order at once, and the members of the team assisted each other and retreated quickly toward the road from which they had come. And at the same time, the few people who were originally worried that Li Ping had left behind to break the back for fear that the grave robbers would deliberately lead the crowd to a place with a mechanism again, also learned of the news that the team members had been poisoned by mercury. They held their breath and quickly rushed forward to meet them. This scene immediately shocked many netizens in the live broadcast room. The faces were even more incomparably grave. Holy, a collective reunion of the Big Brotherhood? Little brother, this is outrageous, isn't it? The mercury here has no effect on him at all? Could it be that little brother's physique is really special? The problem is, the Big Brother Corps are all army sharpshooters. How outrageous does little brother's physique have to be to survive these people? Netizens have been incredulous. After all, this is the legendary mercury poison. Can you even just take it on without a little protection? Is this something people can do? Outside the tomb, Zhao Guangji's face had become very gloomy when he saw the scene of the team's mercury poisoning. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Zhao Guangji could hardly imagine what kind of tactics that grave robber had. Could it be that his body was really stronger than these members of the Sharp Dagger squad? Or does this grave robber possess some kind of sorcery? Why is it that at the same distance, the team members' bodies couldn't carry the mercury toxicity, while the grave robber seemed to be unaffected? Zhao Guangji was having a hard time, and it was hard for him to imagine why a small grave robber would be so tricky. You guys, go ahead and take over immediately with protective suits and oxygen supplies. Zhao Guangji ordered his team members to quickly head to the delivery with their equipment supplies. Professor Zhang, who was on the side, looked at Jiang Ming's still peripatetic demeanor, and then at the scene of the Pointed Blade squad members being poisoned, and was completely lost in thought. This guy can't be a monster, can he? About 10 minutes before and after, all the members of the squad were seen withdrawing one after another. In a short while, the supplies that Zhao Guangji had ordered were also sent to the front of the flap organ path, and after each of the team members took their equipment and brought it across the organ path, they began to give first aid to each other. The more deeply poisoned members of the team have been in remission, but there is still a risk of falling into hiding if they are not taken to the hospital in time. Luckily, it didn't take long for the crew to mostly get back into action. Zhao Guangji team members, with the cooperation, began to try to rescue the deeper poisoning of the team members through the rope and planks, while the original outside standby waiting for the team members is at the command of the captain. Handed over to the deputy, Captain Li Ping led the team. Lead the remaining 6 men, put on protective suits, and continue the chase. This back and forth, even in a tight hurry, experienced nearly an hour. Really numb. This is mercury poison. Little brother really doesn't take it seriously at all? It's so awesome, this too. It's outrageous. It's unheard of. Someone can actually resist mercury poison? At this point, the audience was still immersed in the information that Xiao could ignore the mercury poison and felt overwhelmed. After all these years, scientists have long since discovered, after research, mercury poisoning, a mild person will have a headache, fever and dizziness, feel unwell, while long-term inhalation of serious people will be all aspects of the body organ damage, kidney function serious failure. What's more, it can even damage nerves in the brain and impair intelligence. But the little brother at this moment, that in the mercury poison, without any discomfort not to mention, and even faithfully idle, looks quite leisurely. Plus compare it to the state of the sharpshooter squad members. That's outrageous, isn't it? It's not even possible for a normal person to do that. What exactly does little brother have up his sleeve? Many netizens feel hesitant inside. This is just too unbelievable. And at the same time, as he went deeper and deeper, Jiang Ming entered a bizarre state. Increase in mercury content, poisoning level plus 18, poisoning level plus 26, neurological health of the brain 16, kidney health level 22, IQ 52. The blood runs on its own and begins to absorb. Absorption successful. Mercury resistance plus 22, mercury resistance plus 11, brain nerve health plus 17, kidney health plus 24, IQ plus 37. The deeper he went, the higher the mercury content that permeated the air, and Jiang Ming could clearly feel that his thinking ability, in the process of being suppressed and repaired, kept jumping sideways repeatedly. This caused Jiang Ming's gaze to become blank and deep at times. Even vaguely there were surprising signs of gradual focusing, and the eyes flickered with intelligence from time to time. This made Jiang Ming feel vaguely bad. Hurriedly exchanging a set of protective clothing from the system mall, the eerie feeling faded away only after he put it on. This scene immediately made many netizens sigh. That's right, I thought little brother really wasn't afraid of the mercury poison. So, he's not panicking because he's equipped. In any case, little brother must have something strange about himself. I can't believe you're only wearing protective clothing now. Did little brother think all that mercury poison was a piece of cake before? It's not possible that little brother is just now realizing that he can't carry it off a bit, is it? Wait. You guys, it looks like little brother's protective suit is a little different. Many netizens felt a little surprised when they watched the scene where Jiang Ming changed out a set of protective clothing from his backpack, and at the same time, they felt that this was more reasonable. However, when they saw that Jiang Ming's protective suit was obviously as thin as a cicada's wing, and even fit extremely well, whether it was the workmanship or the texture, it was very much equipped with a sense of technology. Many of them also felt confused. This kind of texture is only the top of the archaeological team's technology right now, isn't it? The protective suit even wears 3 small oxygen tanks? This can't be specifically for Aqua Galaxy? Good man, is little brother so well prepared? Looking at Jiang Ming's sassy protective gear, many netizens breathed faster, sizzling hot inside. Obviously, unusual grave robbers would never deliberately prepare such exquisite, so targeted equipment. The only team that is so prepared is the one that has some financial resources and some R&D capabilities. Xiao was so well equipped, so purposeful, it was as if he had been specially prepared to fight against the water galaxy, and so on. Against the water galaxy? Netizens who realized the crux of the matter suddenly sucked in cold air and froze in place. The live stream pop-up instantly disappeared. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Chapter 16, Grave Robber's Actual Hammer. You call this a graduation project? The netizens are wide-eyed, looking at such elaborate protective suits in front of them. They all felt their brains buzzing. I'm not here to rob graves. Jiang Ming's previous sounding words seemed to still ring in his ears. The netizens looked at Jiang Ming's fine equipment, and then looked at the equipment of the Sharp Knife Squad members who obviously pulled a lot of crotch. It's just an afterthought. There have been outcries of outrageousness. So well equipped, and you still dare to say you're not here to rob tombs? Outrageous. Your equipment is more powerful than even the Sharp Dagger Squad, and you still dare to say you're not specialized in grave robbing? Hateful. Anchor, in vain I trusted you so much, and you lied to me? Solid brothers, the grave robbers are solid. Still talking about joining the archaeological team. In the final analysis, it's clearly swindling us. The netizens felt hatred, and Zhao Guangji outside the tomb was even more red-eyed and pained. I've long said he's here to rob tombs. Old Zhang. Now you see his ugly face. This is a grave robber, not worth pulling in at all. Old Zhang. Let's just talk again about promising something else and tricking him out. Professor Zhang's brain buzzed in the face of Zhao Guangji's voice of pain. He had completely trusted Jiang Ming, but the appearance of this handful of fine protective suits instantly caused Professor Zhang to begin to feel a bit alarmed. Could an ordinary person make such a fine protective suit? That's just not possible, is it? It's hard not to believe that what this kid said before, just coming to take a look at 98%, is all a lie. Prof. Zhang's inner grief. He did not expect that he would have to experience social swindling at his age. Damn it! Who would have thought that a young man with such thick eyebrows could be so badass? One person has 800 hearts and minds, and he even cheated an old man like me. Hateful. Really hateful. At this time, Jiang Ming also noticed the shift in the pop-up screen in the live broadcast and gave a flat explanation. It's my graduation project to submit to the archaeology team. After saying that, Jiang Ming said no more. Of course, the graduation project, it's all a front. Green and Blue Archaeological University. Press no graduation design, so to speak, as a direct line of archaeological team to select talents of the university. Inside each student's professional quality are over the top. But even so, mastering the complexity of the vast amount of archaeological knowledge has been extremely difficult, and therefore, in the graduation project above, as early as some years ago, was cancelled and handed over to other schools to deal with. Therefore, even if the officials went along with the graduation design, they could not find out anything at all. Netizens, on the other hand, were shocked to hear this. A suit of this level of protection looks impressive. Okay, is this really your graduation design? Little brother, what other functions do you have in this protective suit? Tell us about it. Right, little brother. How much unconvincing is it for you not to introduce the introduction? Many netizens were still hesitant. Obviously, this pushy-looking protective suit, no matter what, it didn't look like something a student could design, right? Seeing this, Jiang Ming was also a bit helpless inside, and with a silent thought inside, he opened the system's merchandise introduction for the protective clothing and opened his mouth flatly. This suit, which is designed with nanofiber tubes, not only can it isolate the toxic air outside, but because of the built-in waterproof material sandwich, it is possible to do long-term diving. Together with the 8 specialized compressed oxygen tanks that come with it, it will support the user in the water as long as oxygen is always present. This is something I created on a whim after reading the introduction of the Imperial Toon Water Milky Way in the first place, and it can't be said to be all that impressive. As for the materials I used, in addition to the nanofiber tubes, there are. Jiang Ming gave the crowd a detailed introduction to the material of the Mercury protective suit he had bought, as well as its use, manufacturing principle, and so on. At first, the crowd did not believe it in their hearts, but when Jiang Ming really said everything clearly, many netizens' breaths gradually quickened. Even Professor Zhang, who was outside the tomb, followed suit and stared in disbelief. Isn't this the same idea that my teacher came up with some years ago? Because of some technical difficulties, the archaeological team's research and development department, so far, has not been able to work out how to make this dress. I didn't realize that a student from an archaeological university had designed this thing completely. Professor Zhang's horrified voice came out, and his entire body was even trembling with excitement. It is important to realize that one of the key reasons why the archaeological team was not able to penetrate deeper into the tomb of the first Qin emperor lies in the highly toxic mercury emanating from the Milky Way, which is simply not humanly possible to stop. Even conventional protective clothing is simply too difficult to withstand for long enough to support the archaeologists through the Milky Way of water. The key to the fact that the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor could never be mined all these years lies in the fact that the conceptual protective suit proposed by his own teacher was never successfully developed. But at this moment, surprisingly, under such a scene, Professor Zhang saw the complete nanoprotective suit. How did that not shock him? Many netizens who knew what they were doing and were watching the live broadcast, and even the insiders of the archaeological team, also felt an inner tremor when they heard Jiang Ming's words. This technical problem that has plagued the archaeological team for years, all the damn thing let you overcome it alone? This is nano-level technology. How the hell did you do it? Old man, you call this a graduation project? Will the archaeology team not blow up after this? Netizens have been thrilled. Apparently, the words of the little brother said frankly clear his status as a student of the University of Archaeology, but also need to submit their graduation design. It's almost like you've minimized yourself infinitely, okay? Such an honest move was already enough to prove that little brother really wanted to join the archaeological team. And, coupled with this protective suit that breaks through technical barriers, it's enough to prove that little brother really loves archaeology. Mysterious, powerful and rich in knowledge. The netizens can no longer imagine how to describe Xiao Xiao, who brings surprises over and over again, is just too big. It could be said that after Jiang Ming had exposed all the information about the protective suit, at this moment, aside from Zhao Guangji and the members of the Sharp Dagger Squad, almost everyone was incredibly energized. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled, and countless people swiped 666 and kept rewarding them. In just a few minutes or less, The amount of bounty in Jiang Ming's live broadcast had already exceeded $100,000, and at the same time, Zhao Guangji's face became more and more unsightly, glancing at the excited Professor Zhang on the side, and commanding in a low voice towards the team members behind him, "Immediately go and check all the archaeology schools that need to submit their graduation designs, and the exact identity of the grave robbers must be determined in the shortest possible time." Chapter 17, Su Zhizhong's Sentiments, Layout of Qin Shi Huang's Tomb. At Zhao Guangji's command, the dedicated network was quickly accessed as the team members applied. 17 of the countless universities were quickly identified by the staff under constant sifting. After contacting the top to report the incident, the local defense personnel turned out in force. Start sifting through 17 universities like crazy. It was already 2 o'clock in the night. In the state of countless students, tutors, full of sleepy exhaustion, they were dragged out alive. A case-by-case review. However, when they knew that someone had actually run to the tomb of Qin Shi Huang tomb to rob the matter, they also all instantly had a jolt of excitement and raised their spirits to cooperate one after another. This is a big deal, but no matter how much officials searched, they were never able to find anyone who matched the grave robbers' identifying information. Aside from the hundreds of students who disappeared and were not in school and were recaptured from internet cafes, and some male and female couples who were forced to be recaptured in hotels for vetting purposes, there were surprisingly no more slip-ups. It was as if the grave robber wasn't even a student or teacher at these 17 universities. This made Zhao Guangji more and more gloomy. Obviously, he had already put this grave robber to an extremely high degree in his heart. This person, definitely not simple. Keep checking, not a moment too soon. As long as he's really an archaeology university student, he'll never get away with it. The order was given, and a new round of censorship was opened again, which was a bitter experience for the students and teachers of the archaeological universities. And in the meantime, inside the faculty dormitory building of Green and Blue University, which is a direct school of the official archaeology department, Jiang Ming's mentor, Su Zhizhong, was looking at the news flash on his cell phone and the live stream of the Tomb Raider's royal tomb that was turned on his computer, smacking his lips. What a tragedy. I don't know which big bully got stuck with this kind of student and had to be pulled out for scrutiny in the middle of the night. This student is also really powerful. How dare he risk the world to steal the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang? Proper to send his tutor to the rhythm of the small black room for 20 years. It's really a sparrow pecking at a cow's ass. Bird food is awesome. Su Zhizhong constantly lamented that he had really lived long enough to see everything. This is going to be interesting if it's really a student from the University of Archaeology. I also don't know which big injustice seed stalled this kind of student. Is too awesome. After making such a big deal, this person's instructor will definitely be severely investigated, and may have to be suspended for several years, and in serious cases, it is estimated that there may not be any way to continue teaching in this life. Isn't this pure waste? Su Zhizhong hemmed and hawed. It was a good thing that his students were quite obedient and didn't lick their mess, but this little brother is really powerful. Let the archaeological team troubled for so many years of difficult problems, but all solved? Su Zhizhong looked at the little brother with the mask in the picture and inwardly marveled. Smoothly rewarded with flowers x100. For encouragement. Keep it up, lad. Come on, I've got my eye on you. Su Zhizhong is a yearly income of more than $200,000, senior tutor of the University of Archaeology. Life is unbelievably happy, with children and parents and a healthy family. In his spare time, Su Zhizhong likes to watch those strange people on the internet, especially love to eat melon. All those big melons and small melons on the internet are exciting to Su Zhizhong. Seeing other people's embarrassing stories being exposed is a source of intense satisfaction for Su Zhizhong. Even the thought of those people's groundless demeanor later on made Su Zhizhong feel quite amused, and when he accidentally saw the news of someone live streaming grave robbing during this afternoon, Su Zhizhong had a premonition that this was definitely a heavenly melon. As a result, Su Qicheng has been paying attention, and it did turn out as he expected. This little brother is really arrogant. Opened a live broadcast of grave robbing and had the audacity to admit that he was a student of the University of Archaeology. And I wonder what that big, angry teacher's face will look like when he finds out. It's great that your own students are live streaming grave robbing. You can just leave your job and die where you are. Su Zhizhong was very excited to think about this. Even inwardly, he was quite looking forward to the exposure of little brother's identity. What kind of reaction would that teacher of the wrong species make? Will this not become the joke of the nation's after-dinner tea conversation? When you're a teacher like this, there's no one else you can turn to when you meet this kind of student. Su Zhizhong hemmed and hawed and continued to watch the live broadcast. And at this moment, Jiang Ming also appeared at a fork in the road after traveling forward for a short while. Ding! Popularity value exceeded 10,000. Congratulations on obtaining the layout of the Qin Shi Huang tomb. Ding! Achievement of a certain level of popularity. Congratulations on reaching the achievement stage. Little fame. Achievement reward, Ancient Martial Arts Expansion Pack. Ancient Martial Arts Expansion Pack. contains various ancient martial arts techniques. The system voice in his mind came, and Jiang Ming quickly realized that this ancient martial expansion pack, surprisingly, contained a wide variety of ancient martial arts. Jiquan, Tai Jiquan, Hongchuan. There are even swords, forks, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and spears, and other moves to use. It can be said to have rewarded all the ancient martial arts stance techniques from ancient times to the present day. This really made Jiang Ming's heart on fire, but when he opened the system mall to look for it, there was no way to find the achievement panel. It seemed that this thing could only be reached by fumbling around with random triggers. Seeing this, Jiang Ming didn't delay any longer, pulling out the Imperial Tomb layout map rewarded by the system from his arms, and after briefly scanning it, he looked at the fork in the road in front of him. Without any delay, it went straight towards the left. According to the map of the Imperial Tomb, on the right is the path to the shallow level, which is the path to the exit. That area, close to the main gate, has been developed by the archaeological team. The map in this kid's hand. It's a bit strange. Zhao Guangji looked at Jiang Ming's actions and frowned, while Professor Zhang on the side looked hesitant. The right road, if I'm not wrong, in all probability it is the exit to the developed area, and on that kid's map, it seems that the developed area only occupies a little bit of place. It's hard not to believe that this is the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum's deep map, but how did this kid get this thing? Professor Zhang's heart was hard to understand, and as his words came out, Zhao Guangji, who was beside him, was shocked. Deep map? The current generation doesn't even have a full picture of the layout of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. How could this kid have a deep map of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum? This was too much for Zhao Guangji to comprehend. When the archaeological team examined the mausoleum of the first Qin Shi Huang, but at the expense of tens of millions of dollars, or even break the high price of hundreds of millions of dollars, to buy everything related to the mausoleum of the first Qin Shi Huang, but collected so much stuff. What can be used is only a few. At one point, the archaeological team even thought that the builders of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum had perhaps been secretly killed in the first place, and that nothing at all had been circulated to appear. But this kid, he actually has a deep map of the Imperial Tomb? If you think the book is okay, give it a 5-star review. The rating is so low that the young author has no motivation to code. Chapter 18. Is little brother treating the Imperial Tomb as his own home? Impossible, old Zhang. This is absolutely fake. How could this kid have the map of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum after how much effort we wasted before? This is definitely not true. It's highly likely that the grave robber is misleading us. It might just be a coincidence that he has traveled the path leading to the depths. Zhao Guangji didn't believe it and took a negative view of it. After all, in Zhao Guangji's opinion, this grave robber was arrogant and had a deep heart, so he might be holding back something bad. Professor Zhang, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant when he saw this, and it was obvious that he was also a bit unsure. And at this time, in the ancient tomb, Jiang Ming exchanged a thick carbon pen from the system mall and looked at the map while walking around, occasionally drawing a triangle on the wall or a circle. The scene looked quite bizarre and many netizens felt hesitant. What is this doing? Little brother? What is that thing in little brother's hand? It can't be a map of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, can it? Is it hard to believe that little brother is marking the organ to tell the people behind him to be careful? The live broadcast pop-ups rolled, although Jiang Ming walked and stopped, but his movements were extremely fast, and in no time, he also traveled forward for nearly a few miles. This tomb passage was built very strangely, with quite a few forks. Jiang Ming's movements made more and more people puzzled, and the confusion in the pop-up area increased. Well, all of these organs are more dangerous, and it's kind of a wake-up call for the people in the back. Jiang Ming appeared much calmer, having come with the purpose of solving the mystery itself. Crack some more, show some more of your ability, and when the time comes, once you get out, join the archaeological team directly and save more trouble. Doesn't that smell good? Is it better to hide it? Jiang Ming was a very real person, and the benefits that could be seen were the real benefits. What's the point of hiding it when you've got the benefit yourself? If you don't show it, can't you really wait until you're in a dark room to confess? Little brother, are you serious? A warning to the people in the back? Are you afraid that the men of the Sharp Dagger Squad won't be able to catch you? Little brother? Little brother, you've robbed tombs to this extent. There's really no one else. Why do I feel like Qin Shi Huang's tomb is your home? Many netizens feel sigh. Obviously, for the masked little brother, this wave of operation, they think it is too sick. Rusty grave robbers sneak in, take it and leave, and make a fortune without saying a word. Mature grave robbers open a live broadcast, robbing tombs in the name of archaeology, treating the tombs as if they were their own homes, marking out all the organs, fearing that others don't know that they are robbing tombs. There's one way to put it. I've never seen a masked little brother so arrogant. Masked little brother is really not taking the Sharp Dagger Squad seriously, directly ignoring their existence, even fearing that they won't be able to catch up. Too strong. Do you guys think it could be that the masked little brother is deliberately misleading the crew behind him? Netizens have felt excited. For the little brother, this wave of operation, the genus is straight 666. At the same time, there are some netizens who speculate that perhaps the masked boy is playing a staged game. Zhao Guangji outside the ancient tomb had jumped in anger when he saw this scene. Damn, arrogant. This kid is too damn outrageous. What a way to treat our security team as human beings. A grave robber who dares to label everything so honorably? Damn it. This is definitely his cunning plan. Zhao Guangji was furious like never before. He had never been humiliated like this before. It's just a strange shame. Zhao Guangji pulled out his cell phone and called his superior with a pained look on his face. Boss, this grave robber even marked out the locations where all the organs existed in front of the Sharp Dagger Squad. This is clearly looking down on you, not treating you as a human being. Boss, I'm furious. I didn't realize that a little grave robber would dare to defy you so much. How dare you punch the boss in the face? Damn it, boss, don't worry. I will definitely bring this grave robber to justice. Okay, I'm watching the news from your end, and I already know what's going on. The caller seemed to have a bit of a headache and sighed helplessly. It just so happens that Coyote is back as well, so I'll have him go over and take a look later. Coyote? Hearing this code name, Zhao Guangji was instantly a bit excited, and immediately excitedly said yes and hung up the phone. Coyote, born in a special unit, he has carried out hundreds of life and death missions. Its own strength is incomparably strong. Not to mention, even had a single person singled out the entire Sharp Knife Squad. Directly complete victory. A knife skill that can be described as out of this world. This person was so strong that he could definitely be called terrifying. I didn't realize that the Green Wolf had returned to Mount Li as well. This made Zhao Guangji excited inside. Worthy of being the boss. Wow. Can the grave robbers have a run for their money this time? Although Qin Wolf had long been discharged from the army and joined the city guard, King Wolf's terrifying strength was real. Zhao Guangji was inwardly exhilarated, as if he had already seen the scene of the masked man falling into the net. As for why you're calling your own boss, that's easy too, because being furious was furious. Zhao Guangji wasn't stupid enough to fight with the grave robbers. Besides, the people he had in his hands really didn't come in handy anymore. Zhao Guangji is still very pushy. How much ability to serve how big a plate? Cannot eat when you have to hold the thigh. At this moment, the Sharp Knife Squad was still in the middle of a rapid pursuit, although inwardly they were very annoyed with the grave robbers. But the grave robbers labeled something. They didn't move presumptuously. One is loping ahead, and a group of men are in quick pursuit behind them. The two soon showed signs of meeting. It's a dead end. Wonderful. Zhao Guangji was instantly excited. The individual ability of the grave robber may not be stronger than the members of the Sharp Knife Squad. The tricky part of the grave robber was being with his understanding of the tomb, and the utilization of the organs. Even though he had some oddities, it was his knowledge of the catacombs that made it difficult for the team to keep up. At this moment, the grave robbers have brought themselves to a dead end. Pointy Dagger Squad members will be there soon. There's no way forward, and this guy's going to let him get away? The more Zhao Guangji looked at the wall in front of him, the better he looked, and likewise the more relaxed he felt. You can't get away this time, can you? Zhao Guangji laughed out loud, and within a moment, the members of the Sharp Dagger Squad had already appeared in the passage behind Jiang Ming. There can't be any more organs this time, can there? Vice Captain Li Ping let out a sardonic laugh. It is really not easy. After chasing his grandmother for a few hours, he finally caught up. Oh, at this moment, Jiang Ming, who was surveying this place, also slightly turned sideways to look at the person coming behind him. You really did guess right. Jiang Ming gave a calm response. This immediately made Li Ping inwardly alert, and carefully looked around, as if judging where there might be an organ. But the next second, fooled you. Chapter 19 Tai Chi Fist, 8 Extremes Fist. This kid's where to steal learned martial arts skills? This line of lying to you, Genus gives me the whole won't. Little brother show wow. So many team members are catching up and you're not panicking at all? Each member of the team can be the existence of 1 against 10. Little brother, you do not pretend. Quickly beg for mercy. Little brother, don't be negative. We still want to keep watching you live. The netizens were instantly laughed at by Jiang Ming's serious face until they broke their defenses. That glib lied to you. Coming from a little brother who looked incredibly high-strung, rather gave off a sense of cold humor. While making the audience laugh, the Vice Captain Li Ping was annoyed. Kid, I don't know if your fists are as hard as your mouth. How dare you tease us? Looking for death. Brothers together. The players gave a low shout, and the moment they took a step, they relayed on the ground, and their strong explosive power caused them to rush out like arrows off the string. Almost instantly, it was already approaching. It was slow to say the least, but it happened in the blink of an eye. It could be seen that 3 players were attacking Jiang Ming's lower 3 paths while the other 3 players, on the other hand, were charging straight to the upper 3 paths. Vice Captain Li Ping drew his dagger, again ready to fill the empty space. It could be said that under such tacit cooperation, unusual people simply had no room to fight back. Even a single shot could be nullified. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Collectively, and when they do it for sure. 7 against 1. As serious as that? Little brother cool early let you surrender you do not listen. Now cannot avoid flesh and blood pain it. Ooh, don't beat little brother too badly. We want to keep watching him live. Netizens were worried and felt a bit disturbed. It was as if he had already seen a scene of little brother being abused by 7 men. But in the next second, Jiang Ming moved, only to see Jiang Ming raised his right foot, slowly moved right to the ground, curved crouch. When the situation a dodge to avoid the 3 people attacked, backhand uplift directly dry to the face of one of them. Without any hesitation, along with the yin and yang transformations in Taijiquan, Jiang Ming utilized his strength to fight, and a knee lift directly toppled the man who had grabbed him, and at the same time, it is lifting the leg to avoid a person sweeping the leg when, ruthless foot directly stepped down. Click! The sound of bones breaking came from the last person who was about to land on Jiang Ming's body, but in the very next second, Jiang Ming unexpectedly took a very bizarre stance, directly sticking close to the front. One hand gripped the person's wrist, winding the unloading of force, but also a few consecutive palms launched, making the person's center of gravity unsteady. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, a step forward, waist in horse unity, an elbow straight to the chest. Bang! This before and after was said to be slow, but it only happened in a split second. But it was what Jiang Ming displayed in that split second that caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Taiji. It's Taiji. To be able to use Tai Chi to such an extent, little brother is invincible, okay? 3 directly wasted in one shot. Strong and invincible. I go. A foot stepped on a player's leg and an elbow directly toppled the player, showing the Tai Chi's softness to conquer hardness and hardness to conquur softness. Many netizens, watching this scene, stood up in excitement. Watching the scene in the live broadcast screen where Jiang Ming relied on Taiji to maneuver around the remaining 4, everyone felt unspeakably shocked. They had thought that little brother was just a better Tomb Raider, and even a bit of a fun lover, but they never thought that this guy actually had a real bottom, and was not afraid in the slightest. He wasn't deliberately humiliating, but he was genuinely worried about his team members dying in the organ. Moreover, moving forward slowly and leisurely was even less of a provocation, but rather, the little brother had an unrivaled round of confidence in his own strength. Meanwhile, Du Yuelen, the headmaster of the mixed metaphysics Taiji sect in the live broadcast, was looking at Jiang Ming's nearly horrifying real-world combat ability and felt an unprecedented trembling of his heart and mind. The changes in Taiji's reality and emptiness have actually been completely eaten up by this person. It also utilized the Taiji's wrapping and straddling knee argument steps to the extreme, and it even directly broke through the 3 people's combined attack. The unloading technique is simply exquisite. Is it possible that this person has been studying Tai Chi from a high level since childhood? Du Yuelen shook inwardly. He really couldn't imagine that as the head of the mixed Yuan Taiji sect himself, he had grown up practicing Taiji fist technique, but he hadn't even reached such a level. At this moment, the Taijiquan that a grave robber whose main job was grave robbing was proficient in was even tougher than his own? This is outrageous. Du Yuelen usually also leisure is also like to watch live broadcasts, brush beauty and so on, but just last night, after seeing the news of live grave robbing himself, he clicked into the live broadcast only to realize that this person is really fierce. I thought that this person was just a powerful grave robber, but I never thought that this person would be powerful to such an extent. No, his last move wasn't Taiji, it was the top center elbow of Baji Quan. Du Yuelen watched the live recordings over and over again and quickly discovered the key points. Surprisingly able to Taiji and 8 extremes fist, so fused together. This person's ancient martial arts attainments has already reached the peak. Du Yuelen was once again shocked inwardly, not daring to have any delays. He directly posted this news to the group of ancient martial arts sects. When the various sect masters saw the scene, they all trembled furiously inwardly. Many people even rushed directly to the live broadcast room, and when they saw the scene of Jiang Ming wrestling with the few remaining team members, Palm Sect was already stunned and speechless. How is it possible? This kid's 8 extreme fist is even more rigid and domineering than mine. That hand of Hong Quan, how do I feel that it comes from the same family as my family's Hong Quan? What exactly is this kid's identity? Damn it, why is it that the ancient martial arts of my family, this person also knows? Where the hell did he steal that? This scene caused quite a few sect masters to feel grave. It even feels feels incredibly outrageous. Each of their family's ancient martial arts could be a secret that had not been passed down for generations. But at this moment, it is surprising that all of them have gathered on the same person, and this person is surprisingly smooth. It was as if he had thoroughly integrated all the martial arts. How does this not shock them? I'll go 1 to 7, less than a minute, directly ending the battle. Directly invincible. Little brother is also too awesome. Where did you learn all these martial arts skills? Almost all of them have been ed over in a single glance. All of them are no match for each other. At this moment, Jiang Ming had already stopped his hand movements in the ancient tomb, and there were only 7 team members left in front of him who were lying on the ground and struggling to get up. Live netizens have excited comments. Pop-ups scrolling down, making Zhao Guangji outside the tomb suddenly subconsciously gulped, felt inexplicably heart-stopping. Chapter 20, Basic Medical Techniques. The Green Wolf appears. Ding, the host's popularity value has exceeded 30,000. Congratulations on acquiring Basic Healing Arts, Basic Medical Skills. Basic medical skills that include acupuncture, pulse taking, bone setting, and many other pharmacological knowledge. As the live stream gets longer, the popularity value grows faster and faster. A system voice came from his head, and Jiang Ming exchanged some paper and a pen from the system mall, and began to walk over to each team member, taking their pulse and writing something. This has left many netizens confused. What's little brother doing? Not showing the players their injuries, are you? Good guy. Little brother. Also no medicine? This is too bullish. Ancient martial arts is so powerful even if it's not. It will also be compulsion. Now tell me little brother will also be medical? I feel like little brother should be recording his own battle. Many netizens initially do not believe. After all, a person's energy is ultimately limited. He if proficient in ancient martial arts and tomb raiding is also even so. This can also show that the person the first half of his life is almost all in the study of this. Adding a compulsion is already outrageous. But now tell everyone he can also heal? No way. Absolutely no way. This is outrageous. But when the crowd saw that the masked boy picked up the team member with the broken leg, and after fiddling with his leg a few times, took out 2 steel plates from his backpack to help fix it, many netizens couldn't sit still. Little brother is really healing them? Those notes. Little brother, that's a prescription for them. A person a single. Show a little brother. Hit a person. By the way, I'll give a good list. Anyone with a broken leg can have his leg fixed. What exactly did little brother go through in the first half of his life? How come you're proficient in so many things? Really live a long time to see our brothers. The little brother is too real. Although I do not know for what to run to the tomb of the first emperor of Qin to rob the tomb, but hit a person to be responsible. This point I'd blow him for life. Love it, love it. Suddenly I think little brother is so cute. Ha. Interesting. Little brother is too interesting. People come to beat you up. They get beat up by you, and in the end you have to write a prescription. It feels like little brother is so helpless. Ha. Netizens are feeling excited. They have never loved someone so passionately as they do today. There was even a lot of respect and eagerness born within. 2-6. After watching this for so long, I thought at first that little brother was an arrogant grave robber, but it turns out that little brother is actually a top student at an archaeology university. On top of that, little brother had this mysterious identity of a border enchanting compassionist, not to mention that he was even proficient in the art of healing. Moreover, the scene of beating up the person who came to beat up on you, and making sure to take responsibility for it, was really quite a delightful sight for the crowd. In school, some netizens cannot be less fight with others, and after the fight are all enemies. But the little brother is surprisingly unconcerned. They were even seen on the spot and prescribed medicines along the way. For a while, netizens didn't know if the little brother was really kind-hearted and silly and cute, or if he was intentionally trying to disgust others. Regardless, this move by little brother is just too strong. Lao Zhao, what do you say about this wave? At this moment, outside the tomb, Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Ming, who was on the live broadcast screen, who was connecting the bones of the team member with a broken leg, and his gaze was bright and uncertain. Obviously, this person is by no means that poor and vicious people. On the contrary, it may really be a heart of the heart. Just want to go in 98% of the archaeological enthusiasts to take a look. If this person had an ounce of ill will, he would never heal the team members to pick up their bones. But at this moment, such a dramatic scene happened in the eyes of the two, so that they also had to measure 1 or 2. How else can he look? He sits and watches, but just at this moment, a rough and bold voice came from behind the two of them, and it could be seen that a figure with a face touched with camouflage paint, dressed in rags and a scruffy beard, was holding a bottle of Nulanchen and wobbling over. Coyote? When Zhao Guangji saw the visitor, he immediately revealed surprise. Coyote? Professor Zhang was a bit confused. Zhao Guangji didn't explain. He just straightened up. I'm sure you already know how powerful this person is. Next, it's up to you. All of us here will serve you unconditionally. Okay, what a nag. The big man waved his hand, showing a bored look, then seemed to think of something and pointed at Professor Zhang. Oh, old danger, go and prepare me a few bottles of Nubantian. What did you call me? Professor Zhang was dumbfounded, his glaring copper bell eyes full of bewilderment and confusion. The big man took a look at him, looked up and down, and after realizing that this person was motionless, he looked at Zhao Guangji again. Little danger, I'm on my way. Zhao Guangji and the Green Wolf is known, naturally also know this big man is not afraid of the nature of the earth, and hastily went to prepare a few bottles of Nulantian, incidentally the whole backpack of firearms and ammunition to hand. Alright, it doesn't matter if you take these things with you or not, the grave robber didn't have them anyway. Wouldn't it be unfair to him to take a gun? The big man kicked the backpack filled with grenades and ammunition, but it immediately startled Zhao Guangji. If the Green Wolf really let the grenade explode with a kick, everyone here would have to GG. Look at you all scared. Wait for my news. The Green Wolf laughed, and under Zhao Guangji's strong request, he wore some live equipment, put on a protective suit, and drank Oxbridge, and then jumped directly into the robber's hole. Someone powerful has arrived, and at this moment, an uneasiness suddenly arose within Jiang Ming as well. This was the talent of danger perception being unleashed, causing Jiang Ming's heart to follow suit. Little brother, you can guess this? There's a bull out there. Single-handedly, he came after me with a knife. Little brother, this guy doesn't look like he can be messed with. Run, I'll mentally block you for a moment or two. Many sand sculpture netizens appeared one after another, and Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb, feeling the gradually thickening uneasiness at the bottom of his heart, did not dare to delay the slightest bit more. A few knuckle seals pinched out, mumbling incantations, opening the mouth of the gourd at his waist, dozens of small black bugs inside, under Jiang Ming's strength and a fling, flew directly to the corner of the cul-de-sac, drilling in droves. As Jiang Ming kept chanting incantations under his breath, that dead end soon followed and trembled. It's no good, little brother. That ruthless man appeared at the place where the blood corpse monster died. What? Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Jiang Ming's heart was shocked. That's at least 10 minutes to half an hour's walk for a regular person. Making that person walk in less than 2 minutes? Jiang Ming's heart grew more and more grave, not daring to be careless, doing his best to drive the compulsion to quickly break through the obstacles in front of him. At this moment, that uneasiness in Jiang Ming's heart was still climbing rapidly. Chapter 21. But I can let my old man catch up. Barbie QD up. This one's obviously hanging too much. 9 times out of 10, little brother will have his thighs removed in this wave. It's over. Little brother is still chanting the spell now. If he can't think of any other way, he'll really be ruined. Many netizens in the live broadcast room felt hesitant as Jiang Ming, in the ancient tomb, was still manipulating the parasites to keep destroying the wall in front of him. But not for a moment. Little brother, that bull is starting to get through the flipper organ path. It's fast. I guess I can catch up with it in 10 minutes at most. You quickly think of a way. Little brother, if we can't, let's just admit defeat. Everyone quite likes you. No one thinks it would be embarrassing for you to admit defeat. Netizens began to persuade little brother to surrender. After all, if it is true that after a while little brother is missing arms and legs, how much less fun it will be to watch his live broadcast in the future. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, and as that uneasiness in the bottom of his heart grew more and more intense, Jiang Ming continued to break through the wall blocks with the help of the parasites according to the layout of the imperial tomb in his mind. Soon, click, wow. Along with the cracks in the wall in front of them revealing themselves, the sound of earth and rocks rolling down came, and an eerie and incomparable passageway appeared. A scene that made everyone unexpected appeared. Countless strange and incomparable black snakes suddenly surged out of the shattered passageway. Asterisk. It's a snake's nest. All black cobras, species extremely rare. Each contains a horrible snake venom. Little brother, this wave directly stabbed into the snake nest. Unlucky. Okay, it's over. It's not directly ruined. As the uncountable black cobras appeared, many netizens who had studied animals sent out horrified pop-ups. This black cobra is an extremely rare species. According to scientific research, this type of snake has a violent temperament and possesses a very fierce venom, and the venom also contains strong corrosive properties. Once bitten by the snake, the body will swell up and die within half an hour. Heavy organs and bowels fester and die. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels. As one of the most important organs of the human body, this important organ's in the body. A little bit in the snake venom corrosion into blood encounters, absolutely more torturous than a variety of ancient torture. That's simply not humanly possible. Moreover, the land boundary here was filled with mercury poison, and those black snakes could surprisingly survive in this mercury poison so far. It's hard to imagine just how terrifying these black cobras can become after they've survived the mercury's intense poison. Little brother, run. This snake should never be approached. Come on, little brother. What are you waiting for? None of us want anything to happen to you. Go, little brother. Don't delay. There's no shame in surrendering. Just go. Many netizens in the live broadcast room began to discourage it. Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb swept his eyes at the pop-up screen without paying any attention to it. Looking at the dense black snakes that appeared one after another from the snake nest in front of him, Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. Those black snakes, on the other hand, drilled out of their nests one after another, spitting out their pitch-black snake letters and staring straight at Jiang Ming like that. One person and many snakes looked at each other, and many netizens had begun to worry about Jiang Ming's life at this moment. Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb looked at the countless black snakes that appeared one after another in front of him, without moving the slightest bit. This little brother couldn't have been scared silly, could he? Don't you ever freeze, little brother. Run, little brother. Little brother, wake up. Don't freeze. Countless netizens feel heartbreaking. Many people have been very worried about Jiang Ming in their hearts after knowing the danger of the black cobra. Naturally, he didn't want to see Jiang Ming fall because of being bitten by a snake, so they urged, but Jiang Ming never moved the slightest bit, which made the netizens more and more anxious as well. But just then, get out of the way. A flat voice suddenly came out, echoing in the live broadcast, causing many netizens to freeze. What do you mean? Little brother is talking to a black snake? Little brother wouldn't still be able to control beasts, would he? Impossible. These black cobras have a violent temperament. It is absolutely impossible for them to be harnessed. Besides, little brother is seeing them for the first time. You should know that imperial beasts at the very least need to cultivate a relationship with the beasts. Snakes are cold-blooded animals. What the hell is little brother doing? If we don't run, we won't be able to escape. The netizens felt incredibly hesitant. It's just that the little brother looked so impulsive this time. This is a cobra, not a flesh and blood human being, and talk to you about benevolence and morality. It's a wonder they don't bite you when you yell like that. The netizens are getting worried. But what everyone didn't expect was that the next second after Jiang Ming's plaintive voice came out, those black snakes unexpectedly caused a commotion when they heard those two words, as if they felt great fear. In no time, under the leadership of one of the obviously huge black cobras, countless black snakes were actually extremely well-behaved and orderly, making way. Even the dozens of obviously much larger black snakes coiled in those snake nests actually scurried out of them very quickly, making room for Jiang Ming to enter. The scene left many netizens wide-eyed. Even Zhao Guanji and Professor Zhang outside the ancient tomb felt their brains buzzing. How can it be? How could these black cobras, which are violent in nature and bite almost anyone they see, listen to this man so well? Damn, what the is going on? Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming nearly spat out two words flatly and lightly, surprisingly causing the uncountable number of terrifying cobras to get out of the way. This scene happened so bizarrely, while making everyone's hearts tremble. The live broadcast room was completely blown up. Asterisk 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 asterisk, my god. Straight up told the feisty cobra to go away and they ing did it? Little brother, what the hell is your identity? Awesome. So awesome. How the hell did you do that, little brother? Netizens incredibly. That black cobra poisonous incomparable. Do not know how many humans have been killed, but the little brother just two words, but directly let all the cobras, all give way? This scene is quite outrageous to say the least, but it's really happening right in front of everyone's eyes. There was no room for disbelief. Moreover, those black cobras, surprisingly, had arranged themselves on both sides of the road, as if they were ancient subjects welcoming the arrival of the king, and countless black snakes just bowed their heads, arching over Jiang Ming, who was standing in the center of the road. The appearance of this scene even made everyone completely nonplussed. Are these black snakes so psychic? What the hell is going on here? Is little brother a descendant of the first emperor Yingzhen? This is outrageous. The black snake in the tomb of the imperial tomb is so respectful to little brother. The pop-ups rolled and everyone was overwhelmed with unimaginable shock. But at that moment, a rough and low sardonic laugh suddenly came. But I can finally let me catch up. Chapter 22, The Angry Green Wolf. A rough, low, sardonic laugh came from behind him. Under everyone's gaze, a tall figure wearing a protective suit, carrying a 3L plastic bucket of Oxfordshire, sticking a straw in his mouth and drinking wine, was carrying a wide-bladed long knife and appeared in everyone's line of sight. Green Wolf. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's the mean guy. Good lord, it's less than 10 ing minutes and this guy is chasing after us? Fighting and chasing murderers and bringing 3L barrels. This guy is awesome. Isn't this wave of little brother wasted? Many netizens stared in disbelief. It was obvious that this person's hands were absolutely outstanding. At this moment, if he catches up, can little brother's ancient martial arts cope? Stop him. But what everyone didn't expect was that Jiang Ming didn't even turn his head back, and just gave an indifferent command before taking a step towards the depths. From start to finish, he didn't even look at the big man. Damn, you still want to run? This kind of naked contempt made the Green Wolf angry inside. and without any nonsense, he took one step out, and the whole person was like an arrow off the string, instantly bursting out, going straight after Jiang Ming. But the green wolf never expected that when he was infinitely close to that Jiang Ming, dozens of black cobras suddenly rushed out from within the passageway. As Green Wolf turned to dodge, he slashed down with a backhanded slash. Enjoin! The sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly resounded throughout the tomb passage. This scene caused Green Wolf's pupils to shrink. Countless netizens in the live broadcast room, but also have a big change in color. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The skin of this snake is even comparable to metal. How come these black snakes staying at the Qin Shi Huang tomb are so powerful? Is this a group of mutated black snakes? Little brother can even command this creature. It's strong and invincible. Okay? How in the world did little brother do that? This is too much, okay? Countless netizens were shocked that the black snake's defense was so amazing. And more people were shocked still that Xiao could command the black snake. It made all of them feel numb like never before. You know, this is definitely the first time little brother has seen a black snake, but he actually knew how to roil beasts? This is outrageous. Hiss, roar. This delay by the green wolf caused the black snakes in the four directions to emit hissing roars and pounce straight at the green wolf. And the green wolf, as a strong internal life and death crisis surfaced between, violently burst back, and that group of black snake war together. Little brother, what on earth are you? What the hell is going on with that group of black snakes? The sword can't even cut through the black snake's skin. That group of black snakes is too hanged. Little brother, what the hell is going on here? Many netizens kept asking questions. Jiang Ming, who kept moving forward in the tomb passage, flatly explained a sentence. The black snake has the aura of a compulsion on it. I am a compounder, so they should naturally listen to me. After saying that, Jiang Ming continued on his way, no longer paying any attention to any of the questions being asked on the live broadcast. When he encountered the black snake, Jiang Ming developed a very strange feeling. It was like he could read the emotions of those black snakes, just as he had seen them for the first time. They were equally shocked and dumbfounded when they saw him. Plus, Jiang Ming sensed a hint of compulsion, if any, from the bodies of those black snakes, as well as the scene of the black snakes spitting out their letters and pandering, and the sensation of blood suddenly flowing faster in your own body. This series of changes all caused Jiang Ming to speculate a lot more within himself. Instead of saying that this group of black snakes is like a compulsion into the body, it is better to say that they are the compulsion, but it's incomplete. It can only be called a half compulsion for the time being. Under the erosion of mercury poison for years and years, coupled with the influence of feng shui patterns, it made them long ago transformed into possessing the characteristics of parasites, but because there is no compulsion master to help refine the reason, so that they can never be metamorphosed into a compulsion. Even with this huge tomb of Qin Shi Huang as a container for the refining of parasites, it was difficult to take the final step. Plus, since ancient times, witchcraft has not been separated. The Jiuli witch blood allows one to manipulate the parasites more easily and with greater ease, and vice versa. The parasites, likewise, long to maneuver with a master who possessed the blood of the Jiuli witch, willing to die in its service. Not to mention that the group of black snakes are all not yet at the level of compulsion, half compulsion, even though their perception of the Jiuli bloodline was still a bit off. The rich witch power coming out of their own bloodline was something that no parasite could resist, not to mention the district's half compulsion. I also don't know how the black snake will change when it completely metamorphoses into a parasite. When Jiang Ming passed through the passageway, he grabbed a few black snakes and put them into the system space, and when he had time, he would refine them to help them become parasites. Jiang Ming had never really refined a compulsion before. Practicing with a half compulsion might also be more likely to succeed. Companions are rare and even extremely expensive. It was the drill compulsion that he had used before, but it was also in the system mall, spending 10,000 points to exchange a few dozen of them. It's still a compulsion that doesn't possess any properties, it's just hard, it bites rocks, and it's pervasive. The more powerful ones would even require thousands, tens of thousands of points, to redeem one. It's about 1.3% of the way there now. Just a little while longer and we'll reach the watery Milky Way. Based on the complex layout map of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Jiang Ming surmised his progress, and in Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, a number of crises had been discovered in the areas that had already been developed. The remaining 98%, behind that watery Milky Way, within an area that no one has ever set foot in, is bound to be even more unimaginably dangerous. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a little eager. Didn't you come here yourself to see what was in those unexplored areas? Now the goal is getting closer. Jiang Ming suppressed the sizzling heat within his heart, constantly surveying the layout in all directions and deducing introducing the crises that were highly likely to occur. Move forward carefully. Those organs encountered so far, as well as those places that he had marked out, had actually been released in the form of a documentary during the previous official exploitation of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, mostly some similar organs. One example is the flipper organ path, the crossbow organ, and the bugs, black snakes, etc., that are hidden in places that make you not expect them. These crises were no longer a problem for today's Jiang Ming, but that's not the case anymore for onlookers. For example, at this moment, the green wolf who was still fighting hard against the black snake. Bro, you've been fighting for 3 hours now and you've only hacked up 3. Aren't you giving up yet? You're a bit obsessive, bro. Little brother is a crowd pleaser. Go back. This brother is also really an operation as fierce as a tiger. Look at the record 0 to 5. Stop chattering. This brother is really quite powerful. If we were to go over there, we probably wouldn't be able to carry him for even a minute. Die laughing. 1 minute? I fell to my death right at the entrance to the robber's cave. Right through the door. Cow. Many sand sculpture netizens in the live broadcast room stood in a row, while Green Wolf, who had been wrestling with Black Snake for a long time, was getting more and more angry and suffocated inside. Angry face reddened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm done. After repelling the 2 black snakes once again, the Green Wolf cursed angrily and turned around to run in anger. He's going back for the hot weapons. He'll take the grenade. He'll take the RPG. Damn it, if I had known that this grave robber was so outrageous, I wouldn't have taken the trouble to bring only a knife. Regarding the use of RPGs in the mausoleum won't collapse yet, which will be explained later when the mausoleum is almost finished being explored. In the setting, the Imperial Tomb itself is special. This is the main tomb rating aura recovery text, related to the ancient gods. Chapter 23, No Martial Virtue. Jiang Ming injured. Coyote walked away in exasperation. Not for a while. He came back angry. Boom. Ta-da-da-da. Boom. Ha 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 ha. Yes, his grandmother. A bunch of rotten snakes are so arrogant. Green Wolf carried the RPG and laughed, occasionally lifting the machine gun to shoot a barrage, occasionally throwing a grenade, or lifting the RPG to fire a shot. The fire is pulled straight to full. About half an hour later, the Green Wolf looked at the broken meat all over the ground and laughed. The heart is unbelievably happy. Coyote felt enlightened. What's the fun in fighting someone with a knife? Doesn't direct fire coverage smell good? The Green Wolf felt his mind metamorphose once again. This is what it feels like to be stronger. Green Wolf was self-conscious that his strength could be said to be getting stronger with each change in his heart. Now, one has abandoned the glory of the so-called blade god, fully embraced the support of hot weapons. So, will your own self after this mission cut out the astral wind with a single sword? The Green Wolf was thrilled. Chopping out the Big Dipper, as his lifelong dream and pursuit, was the motivation for Qin Wolf to live for so many years. And over the years, he had long been truthfully certain that getting stronger definitely had something to do with his heart, because he really had unconsciously chopped out the astral wind in one action. Now, after he noticed the subtle change in his heart, it seemed to be somewhat strengthened, and he became more and more hot for the pursuit of grave robbers. Kid, Grandpa's here. The Green Wolf laughed 3 times and quickly chased towards the route provided by Zhao Guangji. A little numb. How to feel this, uncle? A little too arma. Suddenly there is a vestigial feeling of a brown man carrying a sword and dreaming of pursuing the end of martial arts. Could it be our illusion? I just seem to feel that some airflow fluctuations really appeared around this guy. Many netizens looked at the changes in the Green Wolf before and after, and it was obvious that there was something strange about it, but it was impossible to say, and it felt outrageous. And at this time, Jiang Ming also finally came to the end of that so-called 2% after getting through many organs. Mercury River. I have long heard rumors that in the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin, the first emperor purposely built the sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers in order to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 states. This so-called river is the Milky Way of water. Looking at the silver-colored river with a slightly sticky texture in the tomb passage in front of him, Jiang Ming paced back and forth. Obviously, regardless of which direction one went, that inner crisis of life and death remained. It seems that there is something else living in the watery Milky Way. This caused Jiang Ming to frown. After a short period of thought, Jiang Ming went from the system space, spending thousands of points to exchange for a light blue compulsion, and threw it directly into the river. While the trick seal was pinched, Jiang Ming also cast his compulsion technique and began to use the compulsion's perception to search for the creatures hidden in the watery Milky Way. But no matter how he searched, this place was always empty, making Jiang Ming somewhat surprised. Weird. Jiang Ming felt puzzled. Reasonably speaking, with his own outfit, even if he jumped in from here, he shouldn't have such a strong crisis of life and death. Even this life and death crisis is intensifying? Jiang Ming was inwardly surprised, but soon, he seemed to think of something and suddenly raised his head, a grave light flickering in his eyes. Could it be him? Jiang Ming thought of that big man, green wolf. But in the end, the archaeological team's protective clothing design today is simply not enough to support the green wolf to this place. With a sense of crisis, exactly, as Jiang Ming meditated, he never expected it. Kid, give it to Master Sinai. A rough laugh came out of nowhere. That uneasiness within Jiang Ming exploded, only to hear a cracking sound coming from the air. Jiang Ming didn't even have time to dodge before an RPG grazed his head. It exploded in the galaxy of water before it. Fortunately, the shrapnel did not cut through the protective clothing, but at this moment, Jiang Ming's face followed suit and became gloomy. Faced with the approaching green wolf, Jiang Ming revealed his scorn and put one hand behind his back as he continuously pinched. I advise you that you'd better not make any small moves. Green Wolf slowly narrowed his eyes, and after sensing that Jiang Ming was not listening to advice, he no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger again. Boom! Knock! This RPG was directly dodged by Jiang Ming and blew into the wall. There was a lot of dust. The entire ancient tomb followed suit and trembled. This caused many netizens to turn pale. Damn it, you're playing hard to get. You're not human. His grandma, what's the point of playing with hot weapons when you have the ability to fight with my little brother with a sword? Damn it, this grifter doesn't speak of martial virtues. Damn. 5 layers of protective clothing inside and out to chase after little brother. You're not human. The pop-up area was filled with sad comments from netizens. The green wolf in the ancient tomb, however, hemmed and hawed. Kid, be a good boy and go back with your master. Only, when the dense dust dispersed, the banks of the Mercury River in front of him were actually empty. This caused Green Wolf's face to gradually darken. Prepare the ship. Outside the tomb, Zhao Guangji immediately ordered people to go and prepare the river crossing paraphernalia, as well as various weapons. And at this time in the tomb, but after Jiang Ming disappeared, inexplicably and wonderfully appeared a slight tremor. Buzz. Rumble. Rumble. This trembling sound, accompanied by a strange roaring sound, came so abruptly that the Green Wolf, who had experienced hundreds of life and death crises, couldn't help but stare. Just as the Green Wolf became more and more alert inside, suddenly, squeak, hiss, hoo, all sorts of bizarre and horrible cries came from the tomb passage, and under everyone's gaze, countless snakes, insects, rats and ants inexplicably sprang up in the tomb passage where the Green Wolf came from. It's the black snake from before. Is little brother zooming in? Red-eyed white rats, black cobras, and blood-colored ants. There are so many strange creatures inside this ancient tomb. This was definitely summoned by little brother. Many netizens felt their hearts and minds quake and sizzle inside. They had thought that little brother's ability to make the black cobra obedient was already powerful enough, but they never expected that the masked little brother could summon so many strange creatures. This has the internet overwhelmed. The Green Wolf, on the other hand, looked at the approaching snakes, insects, rats and ants, and his face became more and more gloomy. Raise the RPG and it's a shot. Rumble. At the same time, at the bottom of the Mercury River, Jiang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. This spell can summon snakes, insects, rats and ants within a 10-mile radius to come to their aid, but at a great cost. Even with the presence of the Jiuli sorcerer's blood, Jiang Ming's internal organs couldn't help but suffer a backlash. Today I am still too weak. Blood filaments emerged in Jiang Ming's eyes, and some information about the compassionate master's strength enhancement quickly surfaced in his mind. In the ancient times, there were quite a number of compulsion masters in the land of enchanting frontier who proposed the method of refining compulsion into the body as the basis of cultivation. If the compulsion is strong, the compounder is strong. Raise a parasite with 100 parasites to nurture the parasite of this life. One life, one turn of the day. The 9 revolutions of the parasites. The 9 parasites are united, and they can enter the door of the extreme. As for the legendary realm, Jiang Ming didn't have much of a thirst for it. Now he was only clear that his battle power was actually similar to that big man, but after all, the big man had experienced life and death training for many years, and under actual combat, he was definitely not his opponent. In addition, this person also acted without any care and did as he pleased, clearly running to kill himself. Even, he has hot weapons. If it is a hard encounter, he is definitely not an opponent. Chapter 24, Legendary Compulsion Mission. Archaeology World Shakes Up. For today's solution, it is to find the native compulsion to promote the first turn of the compulsion master, or, with the help of the Jedi in the tomb of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang, to be trapped in the tomb. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming looked to the system mall. A few tens of thousands of points worth of parasites was actually enough to serve as his own life's compulsion. But Jiang Ming always felt that it was somewhat insufficient. Those parasites, too, had only just met the minimum requirements of the compassion of the essence. It's hard to get into the big picture at all, unless those hundreds, tens of millions of dollars worth of. But such points are simply not available to you today. Ding! Detected the host going deep into the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. System mission triggered. Mission objective: find Qin Shi Huang's hideout, the Emperor's palindrome, and the elixir of immortality. Quest reward: legendary compulsion, random. This sudden system quest caused Jiang Ming to be a bit surprised. Legendary compulsion. According to one's own knowledge of the enchanting frontier's imperial parasites worth millions, or even tens of millions of dollars in the system's space were already rare in the world. Definitely called a legendary compulsion. Is that what the system is saying? The parasites arranged in the mall are only rare in this world, not the parasites of legends. The system seemed to notice Jiang Ming's inner doubts and immediately explained. This caused Jiang Ming to feel a bit shocked inside. A compulsion that is more powerful than those incredibly rare compotes from the mall? Can it be that it is one of the top 10 divine parasites from the ancient times? Jiang Ming could hardly imagine that none of those divine compasses from the ancient times possessed earth-shattering greatness, life and death, flesh and bones, even near omnipotence. It was said that one of the divine compulsions had a strange compulsion called the longevity compulsion. If this parasite is used as the parasite of the life, it can make the person who has the parasite, in the true sense of the word, live forever. Jiang Ming was sizzling inside. Legendary compulsion. This really possessed too much attraction for him. God compulsion. The power of a single compulsion can seal a god. Jiang Ming suppressed the sizzling heat and excitement within his heart. At this moment, it wasn't a time to be happy. The system draws a pie that one has not yet eaten in one's mouth. Then one can lose it at any time. The first and foremost priority now was still to get rid of the Green Wolf's pursuit. Jiang Ming slowly stood up and revealed his head after diving in the watery Milky Way for some time. It was pitch black here, even though there were some crystals on the walls emitting a faint light that refracted with the silver river, making the place a little brighter. But it still seems much dimmer relative to the outside world. Jiang Ming turned on the strong flashlight and surveyed the unfamiliar everything underneath, and his expression gradually became grave. The archaeological team had never been in here before, and the intense toxicity of the watery Milky Way prevented them from moving an inch further. It was also the first time Jiang Ming had seen such a sight in the tomb. Is this the view of the water after the Milky Way? Outside, Professor Zhang had already been thoroughly attracted by Jiang Ming's live broadcast, and looking at the sight of the water galaxy flowing underneath that huge chamber, with strange shimmering lights flickering in all directions, Professor Zhang was touched inwardly. After how many people back then, they didn't go even one step deeper into the watery Milky Way. However, at this moment, there were really people who could disregard life and death and step into the realm enveloped by the water Milky Way. Teacher, your wish, it came true. Professor Zhang was so excited that he burst into tears and immediately called his mentor. When the mentor learned everything before and after, he was shaken inwardly and his body trembled. What did you say? You said, water Milky Way. Someone stepped into the land after water Milky Way? He's a grave robber? He's still on live? This caused the nearly 80-year-old professor's body to tremble. His eyes widened, and he even rolled his eyes in anger. Under the old professor's exasperation, he immediately contacted the archaeological teams of several nearby provinces, making a lot of archaeological professors, archaeological enthusiasts, as well as staff members, rushing towards the city of Yosan at this moment. Some of them had an attitude of intense excitement, while others were of a different demeanor, harboring a condemnation of grave robbers. It was just a half hour before and after. Many of them had pulled Prof. Zhang into the group chat and kept the video on while on the road. After understanding the situation in detail with Prof. Zhang, the archaeology professors who were originally hesitant also revealed a strong shock after learning the real situation. This young man performed such an act just to look at 98%, a body of organ attainments at the peak, but also compulsion art medical skills, and even designed a diving suit, and even ready to submit to the archaeological team? This son has a good heart and even treats members of the sharpshooter squad? That's the kind of young man an archaeology team needs. Most professors feel very enthusiastic about this. They didn't care about the identity of the grave robbers, because for them, who were already old, their lifelong wish was to solve the mysteries that had plagued them for most of their lives. The mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin, as a mysterious place in the archaeological world that could not be more mysterious, could one day be conquered by a young man. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event for the archaeological community. The professors were very excited and most of them wanted to bring this young man into their archaeological teams. It has even been decided that the young man must be bailed out so that he can dedicate his life to his passion for archaeology. Most of them thought that any professor, any person devoted to archaeology, would be absolutely delighted to be confronted with such a capable talent. But one of the foreign archaeology professors who studied in the great land of China, Smith, was very puzzled by the thoughts and practices of this group of professors. Smith feels that a grave robber is a grave robber and should be punished for doing wrong. Moreover, Smith stayed in the archaeological team in the Chinese land for so many years. In addition to the sumptuous treatment, Smith is actually always have a feeling of superiority. He felt that this group of Orientals were treating him, an outsider, with far too much warmth and respect. Even the treatment is much more generous than that of an unusual professor. It also makes Smith think that this group of Orientals is actually completely because they can't get away from themselves, trying to pass himself and learn the techniques of his country's archaeological team. Is it a state of etiquette? Smith never thought so. And the so-called etiquette was nothing more than a technique of conceding defeat used as a last resort. Smith has always been a refined interest. What he had experienced, and what he had seen, had led him to believe for a time that the East was a hodgepodge of confusion. He even looked at this group of professors all day bragging about what Qin Huang Hanwu still have a lot of historical evidence can be certified. The Han dynasty is really powerful, but Qin Huang, in Chinese history, has always been a mysterious figure. Even though there are books with the same text, cars with the same track, unified currency, weights and measures, and other achievements. But Smith argues that this must all be boasting in the wilds of history, with no empirical evidence whatsoever, not to mention the Xia, Shang and Zhou of ancient times, and the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. Chapter 25 of Archaeology Professors Surrounded in the Front Row. Sneer from Smith. The 5,000 years of human history in China is bound to be watered down. This is what makes Smith the most disdainful, if not for the salary of $100,000 per month, as well as the ease of making a new girlfriend every month. Smith is self-conscious. He would have run away long ago, even though half of the $100,000 salary was due to the various subsidized treatment of his own foreign professors, nominally to show the great nation's style and good treatment of foreign visitors. Smith felt that he deserved it all. As a result, it has never taken Chinese archaeology seriously, and has even always scoffed at it. Seeing this group of professors bragging so much about a grave robber was more than enough to make Smith inwardly disdainful. They, the Orientals, are just that. If we were in our eagle country, such a person would definitely be shot, no matter how talented he is. Smith thought so. Because of the reason for the urgency of the situation, the professors came extremely fast, and hundreds of people from several nearby provinces, before and after, finally converged outside the robber's cave of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor after about half an hour. At this time, Professor Zhang had already set up a projection device, and hundreds of professors were sitting in the field, looking at Jiang Ming's live broadcast on the screen not far away and marveling at it. Young hero, having this person in the archaeological world is simply delightful to us, although this person destroyed the murals, but also in order to be able to enter the depths of the imperial tomb. The murals will be spliced later. The opportunity to step into the depths of the imperial tomb, but 1,000 years rare. This is the first time I've seen such a sight in the water Milky Way. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Each of the professors had a look of excitement on their faces, and were even discussing what promises they should make to pull in when this young man appeared. And this incident was met with unspeakable shock by netizens watching from afar. Awesome. Hundreds of archaeology professors actually gathered together because of little brother alone? I can't believe it's not a capture, but a draw? I'm going to go. Bunker busting okay? They directly posted the matter to Jiang Ming's live broadcast, causing quite a stir. The archaeological community is shaking. Hundreds of professors are gathered in the front row, and they're even all discussing how to pull you in? This is hardly a good deal even for the best of the best, okay? Simply unbeatable. But if I had 1% of little brother's ability, why would I still be moving bricks now? I'm envious. Little brother, it's so strong. We'll all be able to keep watching you live from now on. Love it, love it. Little brother is really so hung. The netizens have been excited and boasted, and Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb was a little puzzled. Obviously, he did not anticipate that his actions would shake the archaeological team, drawing the attention of so many professors, even pulling the strings. It surprised him a bit, too. Therefore the look was even more intense. This time he must perform well. The current self, like an artist pushed to the foreground. The greater the value shown, the more you can bring an archaeological team surprise words. Then, after you go out from here, the less you have to worry about the impact of the grave robbing incident to bring, as to whether precious information or historical evidence can be found in the tomb of the first emperor. Jiang Ming was incomparably certain inwardly. Absolutely, the previous mural alone says it all. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangji, who was outside the ancient tomb, was worriedly looking at the group of gleeful old professors, feeling a little tricky. If the Green Wolf slaughtered this kid in front of this group of professors, wouldn't these professors skin themselves? No one in the room cared what Zhao Guangji thought except for himself, and the professors eagerly discussed the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers within the legendary imperial tomb. They felt that, as the first great unified emperor of the Chinese land, the things contained in his tomb would definitely not disappoint them. But just then, sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers? A strange foreign accent came from the crowd, and Smith frowned tightly, his voice disdainful. I admit that there are many strange people in your Chinese land, but it's simply impossible that someone would hide the so-called sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers inside an ancient tomb. Professors, I just can't watch anymore. Your so-called metaphysics is simply fake. And what with all that dragon energy? It's outrageous. The imperial tomb is only the size of a few mountains, and you guys are still gleefully discussing that ridiculous sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers in such a fart-sized place? The whole of Mount Li could never hold that much, let alone just one mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Smith pointed at the professors, sounding very disdainful. I would have thought that I would care nothing about the rot in your archaeological world, but your antics are just tiresome. What are the sun, moon and stars? What are the mountains and rivers? Even the whole of Mount Li is just a part of it. In ancient times, especially one so backward, how could the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers be incorporated into ancient tombs? You are simply fooling yourselves, Smith continued, growing more and more disdainful inside, and his voice completely letting up. I am really disappointed in all of you. I am even more ridiculous about the Eastern lands. You people have shown me the corruption of the Eastern lands, and even, your beautifully named lifelong quest seems so absurd to me. Oh my god, Professor Li, Professor Wang, why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to hurt a foreign friend? Noticing the angry gazes of several of his professorial colleagues, Smith instantly feigned surprise and opened his mouth disdainfully, provocatively. This made the professors, their faces become more and more ugly, while Smith became more and more pleased. It seems that everything is as one would expect. These Orientals are soft, they revere the foreign world to the bone and do not dare to take liberties with their honored selves. Smith spoke eloquently. Other than that, as far as your Chinese land is concerned, those broken and unbearable inheritances prove nothing at all. Even Chinese medicine is now better than yours in other countries, and you're still here worrying about Qin Shi Huang? Qin Shi Huang is simply fake. The book with the same text car with the same track is also fake, and even your discussion of the sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers, as well as the Chinese dragon gas are suppressed by the imperial tomb, are also all fake. What a bunch of ignorant professors who don't know the heights of heaven, and presuming to pursue the so-called metaphysics. You're hopeless. It's just that I'm kind-hearted. If it were anyone else, there's no way I'd tell you the truth like this. You ancients also said that listening to both is wise, and listening to one side is dark, and this foolish and ignorant look of yours now really makes me feel like laughing. The people of the Eastern lands are all such ridiculous streams. Chapter 26. Then you, watch. No wonder you're closed-minded. You're all like that. You deserve the beating you're getting. Smith looked at the crowd with disdain. A look of I'm doing this for your own good that instantly made hundreds of professors in the room feel their brains buzzing. Even the netizens on the periphery who had originally come with the mindset of eating melons had only one thought left in their heads when they heard these words. Who's this asshole? At this moment, Smith was labeled, in everyone's mind, as arrogant and cocky. Chinese culture has been inherited for 5,000 years, although many books disappeared in the river of history. But, a single I Ching will be enough to prove that the wisdom of the ancients of the brilliant. How dare this SB say outright that the archaeology team are all incorrigibles in front of hundreds of senior professors, because of the reason that many netizens were on live streaming. Smith's words quickly fermented online. A number of hot-blooded young men arrived in a rage, and looked at Smith's ugly, conceited face. Does he even think he's good? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Piss me off, brothers. For this SB to survive Netstorm, all must be incompetence on the part of everyone here. Is there a hacker big shot checking the cell phone number of the scripter? For a time, not only is the live broadcast of Smith cursing the group of netizens live audience skyrocketed, and even Jiang Ming's heat, also followed at this time, began to rapidly soar. Netizens from all corners of the world have been seething with anger, and countless of them have lambasted Smith for his arrogance. The essence of our ancestors is so lowly spoken of by you in a few words. Damn it! And at the same time, Jiang Ming was also in the live broadcast room, learning about this matter through the audience's discussion. This immediately caused a wave of anger to rise within Jiang Ming. The Qin Emperor swept the six harmonies and merged the world. And how many great achievements have been sung in the past generations? In this world, even more wild history has even recorded this matter. This foreign barbarians, how dare to humiliate and degrade so? Even the professors of the archaeological team, each one of them had devoted almost their entire life to the cause of archaeology. What is history and culture? It is the soul of my Chinese heritage, the root of many nations. Without those brilliant cultures, how could we have the present prosperity of China? It can be said that the history of these archaeological professors who have devoted their efforts to digging up the history are all to cast the unyielding soul of my Chinese sons and daughters. How dare you humiliate this group of meritorious men like this? You foreign countries talk about nobility, but we have 100 Chinese surnames, counted a dozen generations ago, who is not in a high position or famous in the world. For many years, the Chinese land dynasties change, countless strange and extraordinary people, here to make great achievements. How much history and humanity has been sung by the world for a long time? How many barbarians had tried to get their hands on the land of China, but they were all slaughtered as pigs and dogs? My Chinese nation, for thousands of years, has always stood at the top of the world. However, it is just a small rotten Qing dynasty, temporarily falling into the trough. But nowadays, even dare to have foreign barbarians in the land of China to speak out? How hateful! How can a foreign barbarian speak of the history of China? How can they speak of the achievements of the first emperor? Jiang Ming turned sideways and looked up, his icy gaze returning. Go back to your barren land. As these icy words came out, coupled with a close-up of the system's live broadcast, it also makes, in the eyes of everyone on the scene, after Smith's big speech, Jiang Ming in the huge screen, as if he really heard the general, directly sideways back to the head, passing out cold and piercing voice. Even Smith's entire body was startled by the appearance of Jiang Ming's icy voice in that stereo. Then when he met Jiang Ming's mask, the pair of icy eyes, Smith was even more shocked at the bottom of his heart. Well said, Prof. Zhang Jianguo immediately stood up in anger, raising his fist and shouting. The rest of the professors even rose to their feet. Yes, the latter is extremely well said. Foreign barbarians, how can you talk about the 5,000 years of history of Manhwa, and how can you talk about the achievements of the first emperor of Manhwa? Ha ha, he's not worthy. When I, the first emperor of China, swept the 6 harmonies, the books were written in the same language, and the carts were on the same track. Your Alexander of the West was still fighting with a few villages, and you have the face to laugh at us. You foreign barbarians are really ridiculous. Professors have echoed. Cannot help but for Jiang Ming inner good feeling soared. The netizens are also straight to the cool. Ha ha, that gringo's face is green, and you think you're a good guy. Laugh it up, that's the way to do it. Otherwise this gringo won't go to heaven? Netizens are in awe of this. For his part, Smith's face grew harder and his voice became much more somber. In any case, it is absolutely impossible for there to be sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers in this so-called mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. How ludicrous it would be if a little Mercury were to be taken for a great river of streams. You are all just fooling yourselves after all. Smith shouted angrily, coldly looking at Jiang Ming in the live streaming screen and sweeping over the many professors in the 4 corners of the room, his heart churning with anger. How dare these lowly Orientals insult themselves? Damn, it's so stupid, it's hopeless. Smith, if you don't want to be here, go back to your country. Professor Zhang let out a low gulp. Filled with anger, Smith sneered, casting a disdainful glance, his voice icy. I'd like to see how your so-called sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers are hidden in this mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. You, Professor Zhang is also all angry inside at the moment, among the many professors speculating that the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers are nothing more than a metaphor. One of them, the Milky Way, would most likely be the great river shown by Emperor Qin. This foreign barbarian looked like he was looking down on Water Galaxy, which really annoyed Professor Zhang. But just then you'll, well, watch. On the live broadcast screen, Jiang Ming's indifferent voice came out, and under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming strolled through the watery Milky Way, slowly moving forward towards the front. Many professors, on the other hand, have been a little hesitant to worry at this moment. Is this little brother onto something? The mountains and rivers laid out by the first emperor, besides the water Milky Way, are there other rivers? The professors were surprised. In their speculation, the imperial tomb in addition to the mercury content explosion, as well as organs and poisonous insects all over the place. It seems that there is no more strange things. But why did little brother say what he said before? It's hard to believe that he had sensed something long ago, just as many professors were puzzled. Jiang Ming's voice was once again heard on the screen. This place secretly coincides with the heavenly stem and earthly branches, all relative to the outside world. The salty wind stands, and the 5 elements hide, the so-called sun and moon, which are located here. After Jiang Ming's voice fell, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming arrived in front of a closed door. As Jiang Ming slowly pushed the door open, a dazzling light appeared in everyone's line of sight. Chapter 27, The Sun and the Moon Turn and Everything Changes. With the appearance of that dazzling light, the live broadcast screen couldn't help but be filled with that light. After a brief moment of blinding, as Jiang Ming's gaze recovered, an immense and incomparable passageway appeared in front of the crowd. The passage was covered in moss, as well as many various silver crystals. The crystal gave off a strong glow, and with the refraction of the galaxy of water that shallowly failed to pass through the passage, it also made the place look unobstructed. And at the end of the passage was a flight of steps leading straight upwards. Jumper. Smith wanted to laugh a little. He had thought there was something there, but never expected this. Smith decided that the masked man was definitely faking it. Cursing darkly, he was ignored. Everyone looked at Jiang Ming in the picture. As Jiang Ming moved forward and stepped onto the steps, continuously moving upwards, the crowd followed suit with vague apprehension within their hearts. Apparently, they have always believed that the Milky Way of water is the great river in the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. At this moment, what Jiang Ming said wasn't also caused them to worry inwardly. After all, if he really couldn't come up with something more powerful than the water Milky Way, wouldn't he make this foreign barbarian look at him as a joke? The crowd's line of sight followed Jiang Ming's movement, and walked straight for nearly half an hour before the crowd saw the faint light at the end of the steps. It makes everyone hesitant, especially Smith. Are you guys putting on a show? The lateral distance of these steps, after walking for half an hour, has raised the height of almost 400 meters at the very least. This person should definitely have already walked out of the Qin Shi Huang tomb. But this man is even still in the royal tomb? Smith was so perplexed that he even suspected the professors were fooling themselves. It makes even professors feel a little hesitant. Many netizens are puzzled. But just then, the secret elements of the Xin sect of Manhwa land are beyond the comprehension of a foreign vassal slave like you. The cold and disdainful flat voice came from the screen, causing many netizens to be thrilled inwardly while Smith was left with a hard look on his face. So it's a metaphysical layout. Little brother Nyo wow. To have seen through this place with a single glance. This gringo is a pain in the ass. ING pussy rascal. Many netizens began to get excited, while the professors in the outside world followed inwardly in anticipation. Perhaps, it is really as this little brother said, in the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang, another contains Qian Kuan? That must be so. What a magnificent and wonderful life the first emperor had. And his tomb, how could it be simply repaired? This place, there will be wonders. The professors spoke up, more excited inside. You know, really according to science, 400 meters high, has long left the tomb of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang, but the little brother at this moment is still in the mausoleum. That means that there is definitely something strange about this place. Everyone was looking forward to it internally. Only Smith sneered, ready to see the group laugh. It's ridiculous that a bunch of people don't pursue science, but are here for superstition instead. They Orientals are nothing more than that. Just as Smith's mind was pondering how to taunt this group of old things in a moment, Jiang Ming, too, arrived at the end of the steps. Ahead was a short passageway, at the end of which was an endless bridge. The crowd's line of sight kept changing as Jiang Ming moved forward. When Jiang Ming completely stepped out of that passageway and appeared in front of the bridge, a mind-blowing image also appeared in everyone's sight. Countless professors stared in disbelief. Even Smith showed horror. No, how is this possible? How could there be such a vast and sprawling layout in the imperial tomb? Absolutely impossible. This is definitely some kind of demonic spell this person has cast. Smith hissed hoarsely, his eyes red with disbelief. The impact of that image was truly appalling to Smith. That's not scientific at all. Fix your eyes. In front of Jiang Ming, below the endless bridge that led to nowhere, were dozens of astonishing mountain peaks. The area is so vast that it is impossible to speculate. And the whole picture, it was more like divided by this straight endless bridge, with a blazing sun in the sky on the left side, between the clouds and the mist. In the mountains and rivers below, a large silver-colored river kept crashing and flowing. And to the right, a full moon hangs high. As the countless stars competed with each other in the sky, the mountains below were filled with exotic flowers and plants, emitting a faint glow. And as Jiang Ming lingered, the crowd even saw it. The sun on the left, surprisingly, began to move slowly toward the right. The moon on the right side, moreover, began to appear on the left side after moving towards the right side and gradually disappearing. Stars twinkle in the sky, sometimes annihilating, sometimes giving birth to new ones. As the cycle of the sun and the moon changed, the stars were born and died, and the world below, there were changes in the clouds and fog, and the growth and withering of all things. It could be said that in this boundless space, it was as if a small thousand world really existed. existed, in the tomb of the emperor's tomb, interpreted the cycle of the sun, moon and stars, mountains, rivers, grass and trees of the life and death of the world. I rub. This, the imperial tomb, how could it be so magnificent? This is not scientific. What the hell is going on here? It really is the sun, moon and stars, the mountains and rivers. Moreover, it's not dead in the conventional sense. Everything here seems to be full of endless vitality. How in the world did this happen? Does the beginning emperor really have the power to warp the heavens and the earth? Countless spectators felt an unspeakable tremor in their hearts and souls, and even hundreds of professors, their breathing quickened and their eyes reddened at this moment. This is the real sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers. This kind of ingenious and grandiose masterpiece, in that era, how in the world did it? It's hard to believe that era possessed technology that was beyond modern times. What the hell is going on here? The professors had been rendered speechless by the shock of the scene. Smith was even staring at everything in the picture, his eyes red as if he were a wild animal. No way. This is absolutely fake. It's absolutely false. This is not scientific at all. This is definitely a synthesized image. Little brother, you've directly stimulated that gringo outside to go crazy with this wave. Little brother is really too strong. I had thought that it might just be the water Milky Way and all that, but I never thought that it would actually exist. Damn, that gringo even said it was a synthesized image. Damn it, little brother, what's going on here? Tell us about it? Many netizens excitedly bragged that Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb had a calm face and did not speak, only pulling out an extremely long rope from his backpack and tying it on top of several guardrails of the bridge, begins to carefully slide toward the bottom. Chapter 28. These, do you understand? This is definitely a composite image. I didn't realize that you Orientals, in order to satisfy that pitiful vanity within you, would go so far as to falsify your archaeological endeavors. It's absolutely false. Smith hissed at the top of his lungs. He could never accept that the eastern lands were going to be far stronger than his own kingdom. However, everyone on the scene was directly ignoring it, not even looking at it. All eyes looked at Jiang Ming in the picture. They know, whether this is true or false, Jiang Ming will inevitably prove it further. Unsurprisingly, the first moment Jiang Ming landed smoothly on the ground, he searched for the flowers and plants that existed in the darkness of the night and emitted a faint glow, as he had seen from above. Do you have the burial dragon flower, 7-star leaf, and Nian Luo fruit? In the picture, Jiang Ming found some flowers and grasses, playing with them in his hands. His face did not change the slightest bit, and his bland voice came out, making the outside world Smith's face suddenly pale down. Those strange flowers and fruits were the very same shimmering lights in the mountain range they had been looking at before. Do you have the blood snake vine, the shadow microworm, and the 5-flower wood? Jiang Ming traveled forward, all the way with the help of his compulsion, summoning all the clouds and mist he was originally looking at. Those clouds, surprisingly, were all formed by countless faint and incomparable flying insects. This scene made the Smith outside the tomb more suffocated inwardly while, as if the beliefs of a lifetime, were all completely shattered at this moment. It made his body stagger and his face grow paler and paler. Until a long time, Smith only forced a mouthful of breath inside, trembling open mouth. Sun, moon and stars, how do you explain? But what everyone didn't expect was that as Smith's words came out, a disdainful sneer came from the live screen. Do you understand? Jiang Ming did not turn around from the beginning to the end, and the disdain shown in his demeanor and mannerisms made Smith feel as if he had been hit by 100 million points of violence inside. The blood rushed up and he was almost dizzy with anger, but still the mouth was stiff. Since it can't be explained, it's simply fake, and there are definitely images here that you've synthesized. Qin Shi Huang, that's all thousands of years old. That era, it's absolutely impossible for such skillful craftsmen to exist. Meh. Smith's words came out, and a light laugh came from the live feed. Say lines should be lines. Say lines should be songs. 6 relatives, 6 beasts, 6 gods. Do you understand? Jiang Ming's voice was flat, and his words were full of contempt for the ignorant. 8 pure palaces, 64 hexagrams, 12 earthly branches, criminal offense and harm. Do you understand? Earth's branch triad, Earth's branch 6th harmony. Into the grave, into the reservoir, out of the grave, out of the reservoir. Lent, Vulcan, flying god, moving trigram, quiet trigram, main trigram, changing trigram, the 12 Changs, the Star Fury, the Kyungzi biography, and the secret of the cave forest, fire pearl forest, golden curse, broken Tianji, divination full book. These, do you understand? Jiang Ming's voice was flat, and the contempt that he hadn't put Smith in his heart from the beginning to the end made Smith feel as if he had been struck by lightning. But if you know a little bit about it, you would never dare to say that metaphysics doesn't exist in such ridiculous remarks. Before entering its door, first denied its existence, like you and other foreign vassal slaves, also worthy of saying my Chinese essence? Jiang Ming let out a light laugh. It's just an incompetent rant that your ignorance has caused you to make. Get back to your barren land before it's too late. The 9 palaces and 4 ambushes in the imperial tomb. The earth's branches change, and even all kinds of collision and harm. Even if I say it all to you, with the wisdom of your barbarians in the foreign countries, you can understand a few words. Leave, don't make a fool of yourself. After saying that, Jiang Ming walked towards the depths on his own. Smith outside the tomb had completely messed up his mind when he heard Jiang Ming's last paragraph, and eventually a mouthful of blood sprayed out, under the accumulation of countless depressed gas inside, making Smith, offering blood mixed with a little white foam, directly lost his soul and collapsed on the ground. Eventually, in a fit of pique, he fainted. This scene makes countless archaeology professors feel excited, but the netizens are completely fried. Little brother is invincible, okay? I've never even heard of those I.E.S. feng shui, but little brother understands all of them, strong and invincible. The netizens are getting more and more excited, more and more worshipful for Jiang Ming, and many archaeology professors are even more excited to see this and stand up. Metaphysics. This son must possess powerful knowledge of metaphysics. With this son here, why worry that the mystery of the imperial tomb won't be solved? And why worry that the riddle of the ancient tomb won't be solved? This son is the treasure of my archaeological world. The high recognition of the professors has made countless netizens more and more reverent, and it wasn't until this moment that the system's prompting voice came from Jiang Ming's mind. Ding! The host's popularity rating has exceeded 50,000. Congratulations on obtaining Basic Metaphysical Secrets General Outline. Basic Metaphysics Secret Outline includes all the basic metaphysical knowledge such as Shiyu Shudlines, Shiyu Song, 6 relatives, 6 beasts, and so on. After the mechanized voice fell, countless metaphysical knowledge in Jiang Ming's mind assaulted him like the waves of the sea overturning, causing Jiang Ming to also feel dizzy for a while. It wasn't until a long time later, after digesting all the knowledge in his mind, that Jiang Ming was able to completely understand the layout of this place in the true sense of the word. This place is actually the use of endless collision and harm, as well as the number of hexagrams, gathering in for the sun, gathering in for the moon, in matching the 12 earthly branches of the time running, and ultimately formed the so-called sun, moon, stars and the cycle of the changing scene. While Jiang Ming was explaining to the crowd, Smith was carried away on the spot. The netizens became more and more excited, and the more they recognized Jiang Ming, and at that moment, the green wolf also appeared above the endless bridge after passing through the water Milky Way. Looking at the rope left behind by Jiang Ming on the side, Green Wolf let out a fierce laugh. Kid, is this because you're afraid I won't catch you? Without any delay, the Green Wolf directly slid down the rope towards the bottom, but when he was halfway down the slide, he suddenly saw that in the abyss below, a fire was rubbing its way up. This caused the Green Wolf's face to change drastically, and his heart was even more shocked and furious as he was scared out of his head and sweating profusely. Dog! I can't believe you burned the rope, and pedal to the metal and burn when I'm halfway down the slide. The Green Wolf cursed twice in anger, and in his anger, he hurriedly grabbed the rope and climbed upwards. Wolfie man is stupid. Ha ha, or little brother halfway to the road suddenly ran wildly back to burn the rope. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Wolf is stupid in this wave. Little brother's operation is too good. Why didn't you burn it earlier or later? But circled back and waited for Wolf to fall halfway to the ground before you burned it. While the netizens laughed, Jiang Ming turned around after burning the rope and ran wildly in the presumed direction. The Green Wolf was strong and could not be defeated head-on by himself. The many parasites in this place could not stand up to his hot weapons. As for killing the Green Wolf, Jiang Ming was on live stream right now, so he couldn't do that at all. Therefore, there is no alternative but to look for another place. But what Jiang Ming never expected was that just after the Green Wolf went up, several bulging-looking figures wearing multi-layered protective suits appeared one after another behind him. Looking at a few of the visitors, Green Wolf froze for a moment. Captain? Chapter 29, it's over. Little brother is in the net. Captain? Captain Wolf is here? It's over. This wave of Little Brother barbecue. Many netizens looked at the few people who appeared in the Green Wolf's live broadcast and immediately felt that something big was wrong. And Jiang Ming likewise knew about Captain Green Wolf's arrival through the live broadcast pop-ups. This immediately caused a strong uneasiness to arise in Jiang Ming's heart. This person, the Green Wolf, was already difficult enough to deal with, and this time, there were even 5 more existences that were at the same level as the Green Wolf, or even tougher than the Green Wolf. How could this make Jiang Ming not stare? When Jiang Ming learned of the rear pursuers, and even all of them were wearing a variety of hot weapons, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a life and death crisis inside. It's not even feasible to turn off the livestream at this point. The crisis behind the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum water galaxy is simply unpredictable, and one needs to spend points to exchange for a breakthrough at any time. Once there were not enough points, one could fall at any time. However, If the live broadcast is on, the rear pursuers may at any time through their own trajectory of action, avoiding almost all the dangers, straight to where they are. For a time, Jiang Ming was also caught in a dilemma, and in the meantime, outside. What? Your people are after this lad? Damn it, you guys are simply burying the future of my archaeological world. Zhao Guangji, you really have a lot of guts. Hundreds of archaeology professors were furious and angry at Zhao Guangji. Zhao Guangji, who was surrounded in the center, was also sweating profusely at the moment, but his inner insistence on punishing evil and promoting goodness still caused Zhao Guangji to grimace and speak in a low voice. This man has risked the world to rob the tomb. We must bring him to justice, even if you no longer agree. This matter, there is absolutely no negotiation. Damn it, do you know how many years the crisis of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum has plagued our archaeological community? Damn it, Zhao Guangji, you're so stubborn. The professor's bodies trembled with anger, while Zhao Guangji looked at a professor who was clearly on the verge of gagging and hurriedly shut his mouth. If it was really because of his anger that he had killed a few living archaeologists, there was really no way to explain this matter. The professors, on the other hand, had gathered in an exasperated huddle, discussing what they could do to save the lad. But until a long time later, the people were unable to come up with an effective solution. When it comes down to it, the law doesn't apply. If someone steals an artifact, then it is definitely a capital offense. This is equally intolerable to professors. The young man, however, hadn't taken a single needle or thread from the tomb at all, which was exactly why the professors desperately wanted to preserve Jiang Ming. As long as you don't steal or rob, and you still have the ability to break the organs, this thing can't be characterized as grave robbing. That's what they think. However, no one was able to come up with a feasible solution today, which made many people were also a little anxious as they looked at Jiang Ming, who was trying to escape in the picture. It's over. Their team is moving so fast that there's nothing to stop them. They also have hot weapons. Little brother, this wave properly fell off. I really hope little brother can get a few years less. I want to keep watching him live. How can this be grave robbing if little brother has no arms or legs? Woo woo, the netizens were grieving the pop-ups, and Jiang Ming, who was fleeing for his life, looked at the pop-ups that had already decided that he would inevitably not be able to run away, and the entire person was also a bit speechless. Can't you wish for something better for yourself? Jiang Ming was helpless, but the situation he was facing at the moment was so critical, it left Jiang Ming at a loss for what to do for a moment. Suddenly, bang! In the middle of this tranquil tomb, along with a gunshot, Jiang Ming, under the emergence of a strong life and death crisis within his heart, violently turned around and lunged towards the left side. Boom! As Jiang Ming's movements turned, almost at the same time, a bullet slammed down in front of where Jiang Ming had originally been traveling. It caused the earth to explode and debris to fly. This immediately caused everyone's face to change. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's a sniper. This even has snipers out to catch little brother. Good man. If little brother hadn't dodged just now, his brain would have directly exploded in the next second. It's over. The chasers behind this wave are starting to play for real. The audience were worried. Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb was also looking at the crater left by the bullets, sweating profusely. The strong life and death crisis inside was still climbing. Jiang Ming hurriedly got up, began to snake skin position, madly toward the distant mountains and forests, wildly ran away. Bang! 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 Along the way, the sniper in the back was always anticipating Jiang Ming's position, wanting to stop him completely. Fortunately, the danger sense talent existed, which made it possible for Jiang Ming to narrowly avoid the bullets in the end, even though he was nearly hit by them every time. The escapes and chases along the way were also watched with trepidation by many people. The archaeology professors outside the tomb were even more red-eyed, looking at Jiang Ming, who was fleeing in a state of distress. Their hearts all seemed to be dripping blood. Even many professors carried a strong grudge when they looked at Zhao Guangji. On those professors seemed to want to peel their own skin eyes. Zhao Guangji also some inexplicable weakness. The bottom of the heart between the apprehension. The voice is also a little under the breath. It's not up to me to decide this either. Shut up! Hundreds of professors whispered in unison. This immediately caused Zhao Guangji to have a jolt and hurriedly shut his mouth. And at that moment, inside the tomb, Jiang Ming finally escaped into a mountainous land after a 3-hour long run. This was one of those dozens of peaks. Before Jiang Ming had a chance to catch his breath, he heard an air-breaking sound from behind him. Damn! No martial virtues, you guys. Jiang Ming cursed angrily, got up and rushed towards the distance to hide. Bang! Boom! Wow! Not long after leaving, a shell landed on the spot where Jiang Ming had originally stood, accompanied by the sound of roaring explosions. Earth and rocks splattered, and mountains and rocks exploded. Numerous trees are as if they were destroyed, and they have been shattered and rolled back. And Jiang Ming was even under the aftermath of this wave. His entire body was scraped away and ruthlessly crashed into a huge rock. Hiss! The sharp pain coming from his body caused Jiang Ming to suck in cold air. Hey! kid, let's see you run this time. In the distance, the open laughter of the green wolf came from the distance, and behind the green wolf, there were a few team members with equally burly figures. Further away, Jiang Ming clearly perceived that the sniper, at this moment, had already deadlocked himself, and if he moved, he would be killed in the next second. It's over. Little brother is in the net. Brothers, I'll never see my little brother live again. Woo-hoo-hoo. Alas, it's already impressive for little brother to have escaped all the way here. Little brother, you must confess to leniency. Good rehabilitation. The grief of the netizens was overflowing, and the openness of the green wolf's face was not hidden in the slightest. But just then, knock. Chapter 30 Dark Clouds and Darkness. Earth is coming. Knock. A dull sound came from nowhere, causing this heaven and earth to tremble with it. Knock. The voice came strangely, and likewise, appeared very suddenly, between making everyone's faces change drastically. Green Wolf's face suddenly became a bit ugly. Not quite right. Everyone be careful. Second, you go take care of fourth. Yes, a low voice came from a burly man behind him, and one of them then ran straight to where the sniper was. As for the remaining three, other than Green Wolf, who was still staring at Jiang Ming in death, the other two were on guard in all directions. Knock. But that weird voice was still coming, making a few people's faces stare while many netizens followed with worry. What the hell is going on here? There shouldn't be any monsters showing up. Little brother, can it be true that this time there's no way out to die in the tomb? Not to mention dying in the tomb. Now little brother can't escape at all. The netizens were incredibly hesitant in their hearts, but at this moment, the crowd simply didn't know what was happening, which made many netizens, at this time, fall into a state of incomparable anxiety in their hearts. It feels like it's going to be a big deal. Guys, this wave of little brothers shouldn't really be wasted, right? That voice sounds just too weird to know where it's coming from. Captain, there's no way to even speculate on what's going on here. We can't find the source of the sound. The netizens were very anxious, and several of the players on the scene were overwhelmed. Outside the tomb, the professors were even more frowning and looked nervous. Don't let anything happen. Tell those team members that they must protect this young man to come out safely. Zhao Guangji, what are you still waiting for? Quickly contact the team to protect the lad. If anything goes wrong with the lad, Zhao Guangji, we'll make you look bad. The professors had reddened their eyes and rebuked angrily, listening to Zhao Guangji sweating profusely, and his heart was even more astonished. The appearance of the Green Wolf captain and team members. He himself did not get a bit of news from the beginning to the end, which showed that his superior, who had already completely taken over this matter, would not consider his own thoughts at all. Even at this moment, one could not mobilize the Green Wolf and his companions for a single point. This is something that's completely out of your hands already. What are you yelling at me for? Zhao Guangji was so aggrieved that he even wanted to cry a little. Looking at the group of professors' angry look, Zhao Guangji's brain buzzed, and the whole person was even more anxious to cry. This really has nothing to do with me. I'm just an errand boy. Aren't you bullying the honest people? Zhao Guangji's voice was sad and angry, and he turned around and fled the scene, watching from afar. A group of professors, on the other hand, were getting more and more gloomy at this moment. In the ancient tomb, as that strange thud sound continued to echo, everyone's faces became more and more ugly. Only Jiang Ming, at this moment, after obtaining many metaphysical foundation enhancements, could see the changes in this place. Captain, the grave robbers seem to know what's coming. In the earbuds, the sniper responsible for keeping an eye on Jiang Ming, sensing Jiang Ming's expression, transmitted a grave voice. Green Wolf's eyes narrowed as he took a few steps forward and deadlocked Jiang Ming's neck, his voice low and terrifying. Honestly, what the hell is going on here? Meh. Along the way, under the pursuit of the Green Wolf, Jiang Ming had long since developed a cavity of anger, and at this moment, being picked up by the Green Wolf with such a humiliating stranglehold, Jiang Ming couldn't help but develop a murderous intent within his heart as well. However, that killing intent was fleeting, and was quickly concealed in Jiang Ming's heart. Just rather mockingly, he looked at the irascible Green Wolf in front of him and revealed a cold smile. Despite the sharp pain and the feeling of suffocation coming from his neck, both of which made Jiang Ming quite miserable, Jiang Ming didn't have an ounce of fear in his heart when facing the Green Wolf. Chang Wolf threw Jiang Ming to the ground as he was furious. Ahem. But Jiang Ming was coughing a few times before his pale face slowly lifted. Looking at the four wild winds that rolled back, even the sun, moon and stars of this place were somewhat dimmed by the imperial tomb. His gaze also became somewhat bright and uncertain. It was just that the bizarre curve at the corner of his mouth that made the few team members on the scene, inwardly, grow more and more grave. Captain, this kid definitely knows something. The Green Wolf was getting more and more angry inside. The remaining few were silent. Jiang Ming swept over the crowd in front of him who were looking more and more unsightly, ignoring them. Only when his eyes saw the changes in this side of the heavens and earth, a flash of crazy flames danced in the depths of his eyes. Hexagrams reversed, 9 palaces misplaced. Jiang Ming's voice was hoarse, and as he slowly got up, his eyes swept across the 4 corners of the world, and finally, his icy gaze landed on the sniper's position in the distance, not daring to move. After a short silence, Jiang Ming's hoarse voice came again. The sun and the moon are hidden. The stars are hidden. The winds roll in. The birds and the beasts are scattered. The dark clouds cover the sun and dim the light. Speaking here, Jiang Ming paused without making a move. Green Wolf raised his eyebrows, inwardly displeased, and bellowed, "Go on." Bang! Snipers in the distance, even fired warning shots. Meh. Jiang Ming let out a cold smile as he watched the changes in this side of heaven and earth, and while inwardly speculating on the feng shui pattern, the crazy flames in his eyes gradually revealed themselves. What do you want? That captain of the Green Wolf. A sense of ill will immediately arose in the bottom of his heart, and as the voice of reprimand came out, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth sketched out a bizarre smile, and his hoarse voice slowly echoed out. The ground shaking is coming. Ah, there are earthquakes in the ancient tombs? Little brother isn't being driven crazy by, is he? Oh, mom's brown man. You give me back my little brother. Many netizens feel ridiculous and have called it outrageous. Even the outside archaeology professors were wide-eyed, their brains buzzing. This is simply impossible. The ancient tomb of the Qin dynasty is stable and made of thick materials. It's simply impossible for the ground to move. What exactly is little brother's plan here? Can it be that you want to swindle these few people? There's no indication from the Weather Bureau that there's been an earth tremor lately. So is it possible that it's an earth tremor that only exists inside the imperial tomb? That's not realistic at all. The professors couldn't imagine what kind of excitement could make Jiang Ming say such ridiculous things. The earth moved? Even the captain of the Green Wolf suddenly froze when he heard this. He had thought that the grave robber would certainly have some special means, or that this crisis was caused by the grave robber, but never expect it. That's it? Ground shaking. Is that what you call it? The captain rubbed his temples rather helplessly, feeling a little like laughing. You guys see to it. The captain had completely lost interest in this grave robber, and the remaining few members of the team were all heartily relieved. Green Wolf, don't bull ***** with this kid. The report from the Weather Bureau. I just looked at it 2 days ago, and there's nothing out of the ordinary here at all. Chapter 31, This arm insults me. Waste it today. This kid is probably at his wit's end and is swindling us. I thought this kid had a lot of ability, but in the end, it's nothing more than that. Ha ha. I thought boss asked us to deal with how much trouble, but it turns out to be a stupid kid. Green Wolf, grab him and prepare to retreat. The helpless voices of the players feeling bored came out. In a certain office, Zhao Guangji's boss, drinking tea and watching the live broadcast, even more so, passed out a rather helpless light laugh. It's still true. Kill the chicken with a butcher's knife. That supervisor sounded a bit helpless, sipping his tea, suddenly feeling a bit tasteless. Apparently, he also thought that the grave robber was at his wit's end and had nothing else to do. Meh. Green Wolf smiled disdainfully and without delay. He was about to go forward and carry Jiang Ming to capture him back, but the next second, boom! A booming explosion suddenly came from this heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble! Almost the instant that popping sound came, this side of the earth trembled violently. Mountains and rivers shook and great rivers of mercury churned and collapsed. Countless birds and beasts scattered in all directions, and the microscopic insects that formed the clouds rolled backwards and fluttered in all directions, and the mountains and rocks crumbled and the trees collapsed. All pandemonium comes in an instant. This instantly caused everyone's face to change drastically. This, actually really let the little brother say it. The ground moves. Actually really is the ground moving. Originally thought that little brother this is swindling them, but I did not expect. Little brother is his grandmother's true sincerity. Countless netizens' hearts and minds turned over to, how is this possible? The captain of the Green Wolf's eyes were even wider, and a sense of absurdity arose within him. Several members of the team showed their horror. Impossible. How is this possible? This is an ancient tomb. How many years of earth tremors cannot affect the ancient tomb? Why even in the ancient tomb there will be earth tremors? This isn't scientific at all. Why would the ground move inside an ancient tomb? Could it be that the Weather Bureau made a mistake? The crowd's hearts and minds turned over, feeling unspeakably shocked, but with the sound of the Weather Bureau in their earbuds, the team members were more than just a roar in their heads at the moment. Reports are coming in from the Weather Bureau that there are no signs of earth tremors outside. If I have to say, this earth tremor is one that only exists in the Imperial Tomb. Damn, what the hell is going on? The team was completely numb. According to common sense, it was absolutely impossible for there to be a situation where only the ancient tomb was moving on the ground but there was no reaction from the outside world. Usually it's definitely the collapse of an ancient tomb caused by outside vibrations, but at this moment, such a scene just happened in front of all of them. so they could not afford to disbelieve. Damn it, how on earth did this kid know that this place is going to quake? Damn it, is God helping him? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How the hell did he do that? This is simply a spectacle that has never been seen before in 1,000 years. The ground of the ancient tomb of the imperial tomb moves without any effect from the outside world. This is simply a wondrous sight that can go down in history. Such a rare sight has been encountered by the lad. It's like God is helping him. No, it is clearly the young man who predicted this scene. This young man is definitely a rare contemporary wunderkind. The professors outside the tomb were thrilled. The scene was too rare for them. Today, surprisingly, all of it was said by a young man. How could they not be surprised and delighted by this? Don't let the kid get away. The faces of the players on the scene had become incredibly ugly, and as the captain opened his mouth, the crowd looked towards Jiang Ming, ready to strike together. This instantly made the professors blush. Not good. These chowderheads are going to get rough. Damn it, this is the treasure of our archaeological world, and you guys are so unappreciative of it. Damn it, if this lad makes a half-hearted mistake, I won't live. The professors were red-eyed and overwhelmed, but just then, squeaky, Kirby, wow, accompanied by a strange sound, the countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants in this heaven and earth formed an overwhelming black tide that roared towards the team members in pursuit. Even the moment those snakes and insects appeared, several black snakes even appeared beside the sniper, causing his face to change greatly. Nice guy. This. Is little brother striking again? Countless spectators called out outrageously, and the green wolf in the tomb had an ugly look on his face, just about ready to make a move to take Jiang Ming down. But in the next second, he met Jiang Ming's gaze that was filled with ice coldness. This made the green wolf's heart startled, and he was just about to beware of something, but a sharp pain suddenly came from his right arm. Looking down, at some point his arm had been crawling with weird bugs. This caused the green wolf's face to suddenly darken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This arm has insulted me. Today it will be abolished. Jiang Ming's icy voice came from beside his ears. The green wolf was furious and was about to take a step towards Jiang Ming after enduring the severe pain. But in the next second, he saw that Jiang Ming unexpectedly fell straight towards the ground below. The moment he landed, it was as if he had fallen into the water, directly under the earth. It disappeared without a trace. This made the green wolf inwardly incomparably depressed, and the annoyance in his eyes was not hidden in the slightest. Captain, the grave robber, ran away. Green Wolf sent out a voice in his headset, and in the distance, the sniper who had just finished solving the black snakes around him also had an unsightly face at the moment. The professors in the outside world, on the other hand, revealed fervor and excitement when they saw this scene. Awesome, the lad deserves it. This hand of compulsion is truly exceptional. It's simply rare on Earth. With this little guy around, why worry about the ancient tomb crisis not breaking? Perhaps this young man will be able to show us all the crises in the imperial tomb today. Surprisingly, he escaped with the help of a parasite. Little brother, this is a brilliant move, isn't it? Little is simply strong and invincible. Many of the spectators were overwhelmed as they watched the scene where Jiang Ming suddenly disappeared. Many people even had wild eyes. They had never expected that Jiang Ming would actually be able to disappear in place from under the siege of so many bigwigs. It's literally disappearing in place. Too fierce. The lad's means of not entering the ground that last time is definitely the legendary Royal Compass transportation. Thanks to me. I was worried for a long time, thinking that it would be difficult for this lad to escape this time, but I didn't realize that he already had a strategy in mind. If the archaeological team can bring this person on board, why worry about the tomb organs being unbreakable in the future? The professors even showed their excitement and laughed heartily. In their opinion, this hand of Xianmen speculation, coupled with the in-place disappearance under the cooperation of the compulsion technique, was really too strong. If the archaeological team really pulls in such a strange person, the benefits are simply incalculable. Chapter 32. At this moment, viewers on the internet, as well as archaeology professors in the outside world, are cheering. Comparatively speaking, the members of the team in the ancient tomb had a hard look on their faces. Zhao Guangji immediately arranged for someone to come to the rescue. Looking at the green wolf in front of him, whose one arm was glowing with a greenish-black color, and who had already fainted from the pain, the captain's face was unsightly. A few members of the team were even more gloomy, not knowing what they were thinking. Zhao Guangji hurriedly arranged for people to go to his aid. In the meantime, within a certain building, Zhao Guangji's superior, who was also Green Wolf's superior, looked at the pop-ups that were scrolling in celebration in the live broadcast room, his face gloomy and uncertain. Kinda got this kid right. Are the people of the Xianmen? Speaking of which, Xiao Wu is also from the Xianmen sect. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and as he mumbled, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. You don't have to be involved in the action over in the south border. Now, take a trip to the imperial tomb first. At the same time, Jiang Ming also sprayed out several mouthfuls of blood after shaking off those few team members. It looked very messy. This summoning of the plurality of half-companions within 10 miles was too great a burden for Jiang Ming. It was a good thing that after a short rest, the qi and blood stirring within Jiang Ming's body gradually calmed down. A few moments later, Jiang Ming began to keep moving forward underground with the help of the parasites. Little brother is spitting blood. Hell, these chowderheads are chasing too hard too. Definitely. Zoom in. Little brother is not CD-less. I remember that last time little brother summoned snakes, insects, rats and ants to stop the green wolf. He also used this move, only it didn't have the same range as this time. And little brother likewise vomited blood. I guess this spell, it's more hurtful. Many netizens were concerned, but some still followed up in the comments section. Little brother, how did you know there would be an earth tremor? Little brother, why is there an earth tremor in the imperial tomb but not in the outside world? Little brother, it can't be that you're the one who made this ground shaking, too, can it? The netizens exploded with curiosity, and some of them still had inner hesitations after the clues were deduced. This earth tremor, it's just too timely. Hardly. Jiang Ming, who was traveling forward in the ground, gave a calm explanation. The imperial mausoleum here is isolated from the outside world. Self-contained space, self-contained 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches, with a variety of 9 palaces arranged. Therefore, what will happen in the outside world? In the imperial mausoleum, the same thing can happen, except that it will not be with the outside world to collide. As for the ground shifting, it is also true that it was caused by a slight alteration of the pattern while I was dodging sniper hits. Such trivial tricks are not worth mentioning. It's really you, Cow Wow. I can't believe it's really little brother who made this happen. I said why he runs into the mountains and jumps into the river from time to time. So that's how it is. Really powerful. I originally thought that when little brother was dodging snipers, the route he ran and his movements looked a bit strange. I didn't realize that little brother was really that time altering the pattern of the imperial tomb. This could not have been done to such an extent no matter who else went. Some of the spectators, after learning that Jiang Ming had admitted it himself, became excited. Those spectators who did not notice the difference, on the other hand, sucked in cold air when they learned about it. Even with the hundreds of professors in the outside world, their eyes were wide and full of horror. Such an anticlimactic means. You say, it's not worth mentioning? I said how this earth tremor came in such a timely manner, so it's all because this son was laying out his plans along the way. This son's knowledge of the Xian sect must have reached the point of pure perfection, pulling the pattern to trigger the earth to move. This son's methods are simply unheard of. Good man. I can't believe this young man got loaded. Damn it, when he comes out, I'll definitely have a good discussion with him. The professors were inwardly shocked. Such tactics were appalling. Many professors, on the other hand, were full of smiles as they looked at the calm-faced youth in the live streaming screen, and were full of admiration for it. Apparently, the professors of the archaeological team are still very enlightened. Not afraid of your loneliness, not afraid of your madness, but afraid of your lack of ability. Besides, this young man is already low-key and humble, okay? But from the beginning to the end, they never said how they were doing. Instead, there was never just one sentence. Take a look at the 98% of the place, and that's exactly what people did. Never took a stitch. As a result, many archaeology professors were very fond of Jiang Ming at heart. Everyone, why don't we jointly petition and send a message to the archaeological team's headquarters, so that they can find a way to bail out this young man? At this point, Professor Zhang also came in a thoughtful voice. The professors nodded in agreement, each taking out their cell phones and calling the archaeological team's headquarters, and at the same time, Professor Zhang had also sent all those sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers in the imperial tomb, as well as the video of Jiang Ming's outburst and escape, to the mailbox at the headquarters of the Great Summer Archaeological Team. It was already 4 o'clock in the evening, and it was thought that, in a short time, when the people at the archaeological headquarters went to work and learned of the matter, they would inevitably call in shock. At that time, with the help of that relationship from above, it might be possible to bail the young man out. The crowd pondered inwardly, and at this moment, after Zhao Guangji's people picked up Qingwu back, Qingwu's captain, Du Ming, led the remaining 3, and continued the pursuit. However, it always kept its distance and did not strike. Seems to be waiting for something. It always seems like these guys aren't holding their farts. An RPG almost sent the little brother straight away earlier. Not to mention the RPG, that sniper is not one to be messed with. If it wasn't for little brother's compulsion to take him by surprise, I'm afraid that sniper would have taken little brother's life the first time the ground moved. I really hope little brother will be safe in the end. The netizens' pop-ups rolled, constantly reporting back to Jiang Ming about the movements in the rear. Jiang Ming's face was calm as he looked at the still soaring popularity value and didn't say anything. Not for a while. Ding, the popularity rating has exceeded 70,000. Congratulations on obtaining Phantom Pupil, Stage 1. Phantom Pupil, Stage 1. The eyes of the ghosts and gods, which can peek into the mysteries of the immortals and gods. The first stage of Phantom Pupil allows you to have the ability to peek into some of the mysterious mysteries of the weird ways. The system voice in his mind came, and Jiang Ming only felt a cool power sweeping through his eyes, his entire vision skyrocketing several times at this moment. This world, even in Jiang Ming's eyes, had become somewhat unusual. Some places were filled with a dark, evil aura, while in others, it remained business as usual. Tricky Dao Xuanji, Tricky Dao, is it not the legendary Dao of the most evil? Jiang Ming's gaze was deep, revealing some speculation, and after a short silence, he walked towards one of the places that emitted a pitch-black aura. There seems to be something different. Chapter 33, well, no need to run. It feels like the place where little brother is walking is a bit evil. Obviously the layout is also similar to the previous one, but always feel that there is something wrong somewhere. It can't be our illusion. Many netizens followed Jiang Ming's screen, constantly discussing. Some archaeology professors have also been a little worried. For some reason, after passing through the water Milky Way, the tomb of the first Qin emperor has always given me a feeling of uneasiness. This young man must be careful. It feels evil here, and I don't know whether it is one of the guarding organs of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. The crowd was almost all full of worry as they looked at Jiang Ming in the picture, while Du Ming and his group of 4 people, carrying hot weapons, were full of caution as they followed Jiang Ming's rear. And for some reason, a wave of uneasiness always existed in the bottom of the hearts of several people. Even that feeling is slowly climbing. Something's not quite right, Captain. What exactly is this grave robber selling this time? The orders from above, let us follow to the death, also did not say that we are not allowed to make a move, instead of waiting for a more difficult mechanism to encounter later, resulting in us being in danger. It would be better for us to go after him now and take him down. Indeed, this grave robber is incredibly cunning, and may still be hiding some backhanded tricks. Even if we fail, it will still be able to trip the mind for the comrades who follow behind us. It's not a loss either way. I think so too, Captain. Several members of the team looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Even though the order from above was to wait for the arrival of the mysterious man before striking, it didn't outright say that they wouldn't be allowed to do it now. In their speculation, a single green wolf had come close to taking the man down, driving the man to near desperation. Not to mention, at the moment, the 4 of them were acting jointly. Also, there were hot weapons on the men themselves and others. When the time comes, a single RPG shot will send this to grave robber straight away in place, and it'll be a good way to deliver. With that in mind, a few people said they would do it. Old 4 cover. You too, come with me and get the men. Yes. Thus, with the walking route of Jiang Ming provided by the staff, several people quickly chased towards him, and at the same time, some of the 2/5 viewers quickly informed Jiang Ming of this news. Jiang Ming pondered slightly, looking at the white strips floating on both sides of the tomb passage in front of him, as well as the bizarre characters on the white strips. Jiang Ming's face was calm. They can't come after us, you can rest assured. Why is little brother suddenly so calm? Could it be that little brother really has a backhand? Was it all pretend before? Many netizens were puzzled. Jiang Ming didn't explain, just swept a glance at the bizarre characters on the white strip and walked towards the depths of the tomb passage on his own. The professors outside were also buzzing with brains. What the hell is going on here? Does the lad really have an afterthought? I noticed that he just subconsciously swept the weird character on the white strip. Can it be that little brother's backhandedness is related to that character? This isn't supposed to be some kind of trap, is it? The professors discussed it with each other, but most of them still shook their heads no. Obviously, what trap could be set on top of a white cloth? Besides, those white cloths, to put it bluntly, are similar to those hanging on the walls of the tomb passage, used to decorate the things to pay homage to. It is hard not to be able to have any mystery. Take a step back, even if this white strip really has a mystery, hiding what organs and dark arrows can. Just this can also stop these strong soldiers? Obviously, it's crushingly impossible. Du Ming's several people, including the Green Wolf, which is not a party of strong soldiers, hundreds of life and death mission of refining, has long made their spirit incomparably tough. Reaction is also incredibly fast. It's simply not something that can be influenced by tricks. For a while, many professors were also a bit perplexed, and at that moment, Du Ming and the others ended up in front of that passageway not long after the chase. Be careful. The grave robbers are very confident about this place. Maybe there really is something here that can't be defended. Du Ming's grave voice came out, and he directly took the lead and stepped towards the front, and the 3 people behind him were on guard and followed closely. The speed, obviously, was much faster than Jiang Ming's forward speed. I think it won't be long before it catches up again. For a while, many netizens followed the anxiety. Run, little brother, they'll be catching up soon. Those white stripes didn't affect them at all. they caught up fast. Anchor, although I don't know what the hell you're selling. If you don't run, you'll be finished if they catch up with you. Some of the new netizens who had come in, after realizing Jiang Ming's amazing deeds over the past few hours, had also discouraged them. Apparently, they also wanted to see more of the anchor live after a short while. You just came in and fell in? How uninteresting. As a result, a number of people in the pop-up section discouraged it. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was always calm, sweeping the pop-up area with a flat voice. No running. Ha, it's catching up to you right away and you're still not running? More than 70,000 people in the live broadcast room. In the middle of the night, at least 30,000 people online to advise you to run away. You do not run? Nyoa anchor, you're so criminal. The netizens were dumbfounded. Well, there's no need to run. Jiang Ming thought seriously. The demeanor that after much deliberation, he just wouldn't run even if he died, instantly made many netizens break their defenses. His grandmother. In the middle of the night I let my roommate from the top bunk excitedly kick to the bottom bunk, just to see you live to persuade you to run. You do not run? I called my parents up in the middle of the night so they could talk you into running away with me. And you didn't? Asterisk 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 asterisk. My son yelled me and my wife up and told me to talk you into coming and running. And you just ing froze? Some sand sculpture netizens blew up one after another, and the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room rolled like crazy. Jiang Ming did not open his mouth again. For a while, many newcomers to the network were also in a state of anxiety. Obviously, they had clearly understood after learning about what had happened earlier that the anchor had not even been able to manage a single kill against the weakest person in the team behind him, not to mention a dozen or four, and that's with both opponents armed with hot weapons. And you've been running all the way, and now that they're closing in, you're just going to give up the fight and stop running? I don't think little brother has figured it out and is ready to go to jail. Little brother, sentenced to give us a message. We go to visit you. Little brother, I'm with you. You need to reform and make a new life. Old fans were in tears and new fans were upset. Looking at Jiang Ming, his teeth ached a little, but also shook his head slightly without explanation. But just then, a pop-up screen in the livestream suddenly caught everyone's attention. Something's not right, guys. Why are these guys fighting each other? Chapter 34, because I've seen it before. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These guys are a little off the wall. Using an RPG as a stick? Good guy. That big guy even deducted the eyeballs of the guy next to him. That's a really vicious move. Didn't you see the tall skinny guy gesticulating with the wall half the time? I don't even know what he's doing. Here, why are these guys suddenly crazy? Many netizens saw the scene in those people's live broadcast, and immediately felt very surprised and even unable to understand. This is outrageous. A few tall men who were originally normal and unimaginable suddenly struck out at each other towards each other. The fight has come and gone, not to mention, and even, really ing red eyes, as if seeing what enemies. This strikes many people as unspeakably absurd, but the facts are so right in front of us that there is no room for disbelief. When many old professors saw the scene, they even exclaimed that their decades of worldview were at this moment shocked. What the hell is going on here? It's just some white strips of cloth. How could it have such a serious impact? What on earth has this lad done in secret again? Can't it be that he's really moved to kill these players? This is a big deal. We must not let him hurt the lives of these team members. Otherwise, even if it's the archaeological headquarters up there, it'll be difficult to bail him out. Older professors are obviously much more knowledgeable, both in terms of what they've seen and what they know. At this moment, the voices that came out from under their worries were also discovered by the netizens who were broadcasting live outside, and all of them were posted on top of Jiang Ming's pop-up screen. And at this point, most of the internet is catching up. Little brother, how the hell did you do that? Why is it okay for you to walk through that white-striped passageway, but they walk through it like they're crazy? This is very unreasonable, okay? What kind of layout did you make? Little brother? Many netizens racked their brains and had trouble figuring out how this was done. Relatively speaking, Jiang Ming's face was much calmer. The bizarre characters on the cloth are actually a very rare anti-theft pattern, and those notes will be seen as one visualizes them, thus affecting a certain subconscious. As the characters on the cloth continue to change, it's really the equivalent of a hypnotist constantly hypnotizing their subconscious mind and making them hallucinate. That's exactly the same principle with the cloth in that passageway. As Jiang Ming's words spread out, many netizens came to a realization, but many more questioned it. Anchor, they are all battle-hardened and strong-willed. How can they be afraid of this? What you say is too metaphysical. Isn't it hard to believe that this thing is a person who will be struck? Wouldn't that mean that the only way to walk across is blindfolded? It's kind of impossible to justify. Viewers online questioned it, and professors beyond the grave frowned. Obviously, they weren't satisfied with Jiang Ming's statement, even if those white strips really did have hypnotic effects. But, at the end of the day, they were all powerful warriors, which is not a will that has been honed and hardened by thousands. But today, it's really hit? and I don't think it's a good idea to take a shot toward your teammates even if you get hit, right? It's hard to believe that they're even having trouble distinguishing between teammates and enemies at this moment. That doesn't make a lot of sense a bit. The old professors frowned. Apparently, even though what Jiang Ming said was indeed fine for the average person, but didn't you walk through it safe and sound? Why not warriors? Is it because you and the warriors have different physiques? The professors were very puzzled. The pop-up section was also filled with a lot of skepticism. Jiang Ming pondered slightly. If a few ghosts and monsters are added to the hypnosis to disturb the mind, then, even if the spirit is strong, it will easily collapse. Explain it this way, do you understand? I really thought so. Listening to a anchor, do you believe this explanation? Yourself. Also, you can't really be here to rob tombs, can you? Why were you so truthful in the beginning? And now you're starting to find reasons to swindle us. Is it hard to believe that there are really ghosts and monsters here? Who believes it? If there really are ghosts and monsters, then Emperor Qin Shi Huang should be a very powerful creepy thing at that age. Some old and new viewers were puzzled, and it was clear that in this day and age, a lot of people mostly don't believe in all this ghostly talk. We are all staunch materialists, and only what we see with our own eyes is true. The crowd's behavior made Jiang Ming somewhat helpless, and with the help of his ghost pupil, Jiang Ming quickly arrived in front of a relatively translucent passage. The temperature here was chilly and many of the ceilings were still seeping water, creating a relatively small, low-lying puddle. Because of the oil lamps illuminating the sides, it also makes, at the moment, that low-lying puddle, it is possible to do reflections. I don't know if Qin Shi Huang's spirit is still there, but in that white-striped passageway, it definitely is. Because, Jiang Ming swept the pop-up screen and continued, I've really seen it. Jiang Ming looked towards the puddle, and the system automatically followed Jiang Ming's line of sight and turned the live broadcast screen over the puddle. With the refraction of the oil lamp's light, soon, Jiang Ming's figure appeared above the water, and above Jiang Ming's defenseless head, in the reflection, there was actually a hideous white shadow hanging as if it were a spider, lying on the top of the passage. This immediately startled everyone, and the broadcast room instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run, little brother. You really have it there. Damn. Directly to the master scared piss. Anchor, you have so much guts? I thought you were going to prove to me what principle is true. I was never expected. You brought me just to see this shenanigans? I was dumbfounded. That was really scary. Tongue was ripped out. Countless netizens have called. Even the professors outside of the ancient tomb were breathing heavily and going into cardiac arrest in fear. It felt as if his brain buzzed and fell into a roar, and his worldview was even more impacted by an unspeakably huge shock the moment that weird shadow appeared. How is this possible? My God, why can this lad see ghosts and gods? Does he even fear them at all? Damn, the figure in that image. It's real, the clarity is high. It's definitely not PD out. Why would Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum even have such a thing? The professors were incredulous, and countless netizens were even more outrageous. Mom, I am really surprised that this anchor broadcasting live grave robbing is not even enough, but also has the guts to run to find shenanigans. Chapter 35, Master. Start the lesson. I'll listen on my knees. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's enough. It's not even if I pissed the bed straight away from being scared. My mom had to take me to see a psychiatrist. Said I'm not sleeping in the middle of the night and I'm not mentally normal. I'm also really numb. I really didn't expect this anchor has so much guts. It was thought that Jiang Ming was going to leave immediately after proving the existence of ghosts and monsters. But what everyone never expected was that Jiang Ming actually looked at the reflection of the creepy thing in the puddle and beckoned, saying rather gently, Hello, white. This scene made the brains of countless netizens buzz. Can't even comprehend it. Anchor, are you crazy? That's treacherously I'll be damned. There really is no fear of ghosts in this world. Originally I am firmly materialistic, but I am still afraid of this kind of thing that is not quite sure whether it exists or not. I guess it's already good that I don't go weak in the knees when I come across it. And you dare to say hello, Anchor? Are you afraid it won't notice you? Netizens cried foul and felt incredibly out of touch. Anchor, you'd better run. If you don't run, you'll be done for when it wraps around you. Some netizens kept discouraging it. The professors were even more brain damaged, completely unable to imagine that Jiang Ming would be so bold. And what came next? To everyone's utter surprise, in the reflection, the hideous white shadow that hung on Jiang Ming's head passage like a spider, unexpectedly nodded slightly as Jiang Ming beckoned, revealing a rather shy look. If it was just that, it would be just that. But a few moments later, that creepy shadow even had the decency to raise his hand and beckon in greeting. This made countless viewers unable to sit still any longer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm numb, completely numb. Damn it, what the hell is this anchor? Is this really a live broadcast? I'm literally humanly stupid. And that treadmill is a trick? Anchor, be honest, how the hell did you bribe it? Master, start the lesson. I'll listen on my knees. Countless netizens instantly fell to their knees in worship. The professors in the outside world, even more so, breathed faster, feeling that all three views were under the impact of this scene. Some signs of collapse. This person comes, broken unusual awe. He, actually, can still communicate with ghosts and gods? This is unheard of, unbelievable. How the hell did he do that? For the first time in their lives, the professors saw such an outrageous picture. At this moment, their hearts were all filled with intense shock as well. And at that moment, the pop-up picture in the live broadcast room suddenly shifted. No good, little brother. Those players are about to beat each other to death. Asterisk. Anchor, you're such a tough guy. Abetting the ghosts and gods to disrupt the players from fighting each other. If one or two players die in this wave, Anchor, you don't need to come out of the Imperial tomb in your life. Not worthy of you, Anchor. Can really criminal. Netizens were thrilled. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was frowning. Obviously, he hadn't expected that those creepy creatures he had encountered in the white cloth-striped passageway earlier would be so crazy. White, go tell the ones next door to come back first. Don't get anyone killed. Jiang Ming commanded the air to one side, then turned around and continued onward towards the depths on his own. In no time at all, several members of the team in the next white-clothed passageway fell to the ground in a dislocated and incapacitated manner, and the passageway that Jiang Ming was walking in, the oil lamps on both sides, also became bright and dark. Extremely weird up. For a while, many netizens looked at each other in disbelief. Anchor, how many are around you now? It looks like, at the very least, it's following 7 or 8 of them. This guy, how in the world did the Anchor manage to make the creepy creatures obey him? It's pretty outrageous to say the least. I stayed up all ing night and watched it and couldn't figure out what the hell the Anchor was about. Said to be a soon-to-be graduate of the University of Archaeology, up to now, the Anchor identity has not been officially found. This is too outrageous. The netizens are discussing in the comments section. Jiang Ming looked at his sidekick, appeared much calmer. Why don't you guys go home? I've got a little more walking to do inside. Wander around and I'll head back too. No need to worry. Jiang Ming looked as if he was talking to himself to the air. No one felt outrageous again. On the contrary, as Jiang Ming's words fell away, the candle lights that were dimming and flickering in the 4 directions returned to normal. Many netizens once again began to brag about it. Not bad for a little brother. To be able to call on treachery is something that really caught me by surprise. This is definitely not a small head. Looking forward to the follow-up. I do not know whether the little brother was finally arrested. When it comes down to it, this live grave robbing that little brother is doing is truly wonderful. Netizens were initially discussing how Jiang Ming would be arrested and who else would be sent by the organization to follow up. The group of netizens in the back even directly let go. Very outrageous, chatting about how many years should be sentenced after being caught and what sentence should be served, which made Jiang Ming feel his brain buzzing. Looking at the group of attentive netizens, Jiang Ming feels that his own people are more or less a little bit numb. There were even a few netizens who started teaching themselves what to look for when they go to jail and what to do to get rewarded with points and get out early. That look of a senior looking at his juniors and the bitter persuasion in his words really made Jiang Ming feel outrageous. Eventually, he simply stopped reading the pop-ups, lest his Taoist heart crumble. And after this incident, Du Ming and the others at the back no longer dared to easily catch up. Even a few people stayed where they were, feeling the low temperature in all directions, never daring to take a step forward. Outside the tomb, the green wolf, who was receiving treatment, looked at Jiang Ming's figure in the live streaming screen, his back teeth gnashing. Zhao Guangji, on the other hand, looked at the green wolf somewhat sheepishly, and then looked at the group of excited professors, feeling a little numb, and did not dare to open his mouth to say something. I thought things had settled down, but what no one expected was rumble. In the mountains in the distance, a violent rumbling sound came along with it, and as the ground trembled, violent flames shot up into the sky. It made everyone's face change. When the crowd was filled with anxiety and felt the scene, they found a long-haired young man wearing a black long shirt and holding a black lace folding fan, standing on a large rock. Yeah, that's the spot, with a little dynamite. This passage can appear directly in front of the grave robbers. Don't worry about bombing. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Here, light the fire. Boom, rumble. Under the operation of a few weird puppets, this place was suddenly ablaze with fire. Accompanied by the sound of tremors and buzzing, a huge pit appeared, and the black-robed youth revealed a derisive smile as he looked at the crowd. Yo, guys, all come to see the show? Chapter 36, found you, Blackie. Yo, guys, all come to see the show? That black-robed youth had a derisive smile on his face, and even though the morning sun had just shown up at the moment, the crowd could still see in the hazy twilight that the youth with a long and happy stature possessed a white and upright face. Between the fluttering green hair at his temples, his black hair was tied up by a knot of grass. Coupled with the youth's confident and calm demeanor, as well as the air of floating that invisibly radiated from his body. The crowd could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary. Who are you? Daring to destroy the important land of the imperial tomb? Who the hell are you? The security team had spoken out to rebuke them, and that youth directly ignored the security guards of the imperial mausoleum and looked at the green wolf. Well, the van is pretty decent, just ugly. Where is Zhao Guangji? The youth swept over the crowd, and Zhao Guangji, who had been watching the scene from afar, leapt out at this time. Call your superiors, and after that, deport the nobodies, all of them, the youth calmly commanded, and between his steps, he quickly appeared in the hole that blew out, and the countless bizarre mechanical puppets in the four directions followed behind the youth, chasing after him towards the depths of the tomb. Zhao Guangji was also a bit hesitant inside at this time, and only after calling his own boss did his body suddenly tremble, revealing shock. One of the Qi families that work with the military all year round, the Zhuge families. Zhuge Wu. Originally, Zhao Guangji was completely unqualified to know all of this, but his superiors still briefly explained the youth's origin, as well as the status of the Zhuge family in the entire Qi world, as well as the feats that the Zhuge family has made over the years. When the green wolf on the side heard Zhao Guangji's voice, he was also a bit surprised inwardly. He took a deep breath and sat down on the ground with his own heart. Zhuge family, an ancient lineage inherited from the Wuhou lineage of the ancient Three Kingdoms period. The two arts of divine mechanics and Qi that they mastered within their clan could be considered the best in all of China. Therefore, the reason why the family has been cooperating with the organization for many years, the organization did not tell the world about the existence of the Zhuge family, which makes, in the territory of China, 99% of the people have not heard of the Zhuge family's reputation. Only those who were of the same Qi family, or who were in high positions, were qualified to know about this, because, over the years, most of the many changes in the heavens and earth have been handled by the Zhuge family along with several other Qi families. The Green Wolf himself, all because of a joint mission, only had the honor to look at it from afar. That ordinary disciple of the Zhuge clan could easily strangle many mutated ferocious beasts with the divine mechanics and strange door technique that he had mastered. And according to that disciple, the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge family was actually a fellow called Zhuge Wu. Zhuge Wu is a god, always going in and out of major dangerous forbidden places, helping the military to break through countless difficult tasks. Meritocracy, its divine mechanism and the two arts of Qi has long been the peak of excellence, a body of force as very human can reach. Green Wolf did not believe it at that time, but also fought with that Zhuge family's ordinary disciple, but never thought that he was not that disciple's enemy. This shocked the Green Wolf beyond measure. At the same time, it is for that Zhuge family Zhuge Wu, more serious, an ordinary disciple is still like this. As the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge family, how terrifying will this person be? Coyote laughed, laughing a lot. It was as if he had seen the scene of the grave robbers being hammered to death and begging for mercy on their knees. This night, the psychological damage brought by the grave robbers to the Green Wolf was enormous, and at this moment, if he could see the scene of the grave robbers' hands tied up, it would be nothing less than a great joy for the Green Wolf. And at the same time, the military side even made an announcement with the help of the media. The military has intervened in the matter of grave robbers at the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. The appearance of this announcement caused the more than 70,000 netizens in the live broadcast room to instantly explode. Good lord, Anchor, you've caught the attention of the military now. When the military strikes, not an inch of grass can grow. Anchor, you're cool. I didn't realize that stealing a tomb could be noticed by the military. Anchor, you are really penalized. The netizens felt saddened, while Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb was a bit gloomy. Obviously, the military intervening in this matter was something Jiang Ming hadn't expected. But, what's coming will come. This can't be avoided. He himself, at this moment, must not give up so easily. If it is really caught by the military, then, next he can only go to prison to accompany his old dad. At this moment, the only way to continue to go deeper, crack more organs of the imperial tomb as well as the mystery. Perhaps, it is possible to reverse the form. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming didn't delay and continued to move forward towards the depths. But right at this moment, a strong life and death crisis surfaced within, causing Jiang Ming to instantly become cautious, on guard in all directions. All of a sudden, whoosh, along with the sudden appearance of several dark arrows, under Jiang Ming's hasty dodging, almost at the same time, several puppets appeared around Jiang Ming. Surround it. This caused Jiang Ming's eyes to slowly narrow and he didn't make a move. Not a moment later, behind the many bizarre puppets, a derisive young man wearing a long black shirt and holding a black lace folding fan leisurely stepped forward. Found you. The youth smiled and waved his folding fan. Take that. In a flash, more than 10 weird puppets struck out in a flash. Between the dark arrows bursting out, several puppets even rushed forward, using different moves to continuously attack Jiang Ming. Looking at those familiar moves, Jiang Ming's heart shook. 8 pole. those puppets, surprisingly, all used the standard baji quan. In the distance, Zhuge Wu was eyeing the tiger, and the many puppets in the four corners of the world are constantly entangled. Jiang Ming's heart sank, and many netizens also followed the anxiety. They're all weird puppets that know baji quan. This thing, how in the world was it built? This is outrageous. Little brother really cooled off this wave. I didn't realize the military had such powerful characters. Wait, why doesn't this guy have a protective suit on? Outside the tomb, a group of professors were also saddened, calling out that God had envied them. Looking at Jiang Ming, who was already somewhat unsupportable under the siege of the puppets, everyone cried out in outrageousness and inner grief. In the ancient tomb, that black-robed youth was always wearing a derisive smile. The whole person stretched his waist rather casually, seemingly very dissatisfied with this mission in general. Feeling a bit bored, a little bit of, and you have to specially invite me. This old Li is really not as good as he was a year ago. Zhuge Wu yawned and summoned a puppet. After ordering it to kneel down, Zhuge Wu sat himself on its back and quietly watched the show, as if he had already settled on Jiang Ming. This has added to the grief of many netizens. The professors were even more anxious, and for a moment they couldn't think of any ploy to stop the youth and preserve Jiang Ming. The green wolf grinned a big smile, but just then, Jiang Ming swung his fist to repel a few puppets, and after pulling away, a low drink suddenly came out. Blackie, Chapter 37, Million Popularity, Reward Down. Blackie, along with Jiang Ming's low drink. At once, this side of the passageway trembled. Immediately after, boom, bang, wow, accompanied by a booming and exploding sound. On one side of the ceiling, a pitch-black corpse wearing bizarre battle armor that looked incomparably hideous fell down with a loud bang. Along with the rubble rolling down, under the dust, the corpse slowly got up. Surprisingly, under everyone's gaze, he directly knelt down towards Jiang Ming. This. White is outrageous enough. What's wrong with this black? How is it that little brother is like he's really back home since he passed through the water Milky Way? This is too outrageous. People are numb. Little brother imperial compulsion also even so. It is difficult to not also imperial corpse? The netizens were shocked. It feels unspeakably outrageous. Outside professors are even more brain-buzzing. What kind of tactics are these? Why are the blood corpses outside the tomb so careful, little brother? But the corpses behind the Milky Way of water, all of them are just like little brother's 7 aunts and 8 aunts. All of them want to protect him. What exactly is this young man's origin? And why are his methods so evil? This monster is so terrifying and extraordinary that he has to kneel down when he sees this young man. Who on earth is this young man? The professors were outright outrageous and even more inwardly shocked. Back then, when they presumed to go deeper into the water Milky Way, they were attacked by such a monster. This monster was incredibly strong. Even with hot weapons, it would be difficult to exterminate it in a short period of time. This was once a headache for the archaeological community for a long time. But at this moment, this terrifying monster had actually knelt down to Jiang Ming in front of everyone. How could this not shock the crowd? Even Green Wolf's eyes widened as he felt his brain buzzing. What kind of luck is this kid? No, what kind of demonic magic does he master? Why is it so impossible? This is absolutely impossible. Can it be that I'm not seeing an illusion? The Green Wolf was incredulous and felt an overwhelming sense of grief inside. He himself has just been hammered to death, and now it's so hard for someone to appear who can hammer the person who hammered him to death. But immediately the picture is going to change drastically? How could this be acceptable to the Green Wolf? Outside the tomb, in the live broadcast room, everyone felt unspeakably shocked, and in the ancient tomb, Jiang Ming's face looked much colder. Take him down. Jiang Ming pointed a finger at Zhuge Wu and locked eyes with him across the air. Both of them could see how difficult it was to deal with each other. Almost the instant Jiang Ming's words came out, the pitch-black corpse raised its head violently. Between the flickering of the strange ghostly green light in his pupils, the entire body violently exerted itself, as if it was an arrow off the string, and instantly rushed towards Zhuge Wu, and all 4 of the creepy puppets at once returned to block. But the moment he was close to that black corpse, he was clasped by the black corpse at a much faster speed, with a hand on the puppet's head, and snapped. Bang! The weird puppet unexpectedly shattered directly. This scene let many netizens call, while making the professors outside the ancient tomb feel shocked. Even Zhuge Wu's face became a bit gloomy. It seems, you're not useless. Zhuge Wu waved his folding fan, facing Jiang Ming, who was indifferently watching him, and his flat voice came out. Jiang Ming didn't say anything and directly turned to leave. Meanwhile, at the same time, Zhuge Wu let out a rather fretful sigh as he looked at the black corpse that was tangling with the puppets, pacing back and forth, pondering on how to resolve this object. It seemed that for Zhuge Wu, this object was also a bit of a headache. Little brother, why does this black corpse listen to you? I see that black-robed youth is all worried. It's really bullish. This black corpse is obviously much stronger than any of the previous blood corpse monsters. How did you control him, little brother? Netizens kept asking questions. Jiang Ming looked much calmer. The many strange and weird things contained in the world's treacherous forbidden places are mostly of the same origin as the art of compulsion and witchcraft. Being a compulsion master, it is natural that they can be easily mastered. Before the water Milky Way, the level of that blood corpse monster was too low, so it naturally couldn't perceive the power of witchcraft around me, while after the water Milky Way, most of them were extremely ferocious creatures, with a relatively much higher level. This is why I can easily manipulate the treacherous wonders of this place. Jiang Ming gave a flat explanation, and the words he spoke were all half-truths. Most of all, it was the treacherous closeness of the Jiuli which blood to this place that made it possible to manipulate it, even though they did have quite a bit of the same aura around them that originated from the parasites. Jiang Ming would never have been able to do so without the Jiuli sorcerer's blood. Jiang Ming continued to move forward towards the front. Many netizens, on the other hand, were even more excited after hearing Jiang Ming admit it himself. Worthy of being a little brother, this compassionate identity is really powerful. Guys, I have to send a friend. I retweeted it a long time ago. I guess I don't get many likes because fewer people watch it at night. I've also recorded quite a few videos about little brother's imperial compulsion, all edited. Watching it makes my blood boil. Netizens scrambled to discuss it, and many of them posted it to various platforms online. And as most people woke up from their sleep one after another, idly swiping short videos, soon those posted, too, exploded into flames. Ding! Popularity value exceeded 100,000. Congratulations on obtaining Ghost Power, Stage 1, Power of Ghosts and Gods, Stage 1 Power of Ghosts and Gods, which allows you to have a base force of 500 pounds. Popularity value exceeded 200,000. Congratulations on obtaining The Secret of Catching Corpses, Knowledge Class Reward. Note, knowledge bonuses are similar to talents and cannot be improved. Popularity value exceeded 300,000. Congratulations on receiving Spectral Words, Semi-Knowledgeable Reward, Stage 1. Spectral Words, Stage 1 treacherous words that allow you to communicate with the underworld, and the texts of the immortals and gods that ask to divine the heavens. The ancient language of ghosts and gods allows you to initially communicate with the treacherous immortal gods. Popularity value exceeded 500,000. Congratulations on your acquisition of Blood Compulsion. Blood Compulsion, rare compulsion melts into the bloodline and involves the heart and soul, but your recovery power is increased exponentially. Popularity value exceeded 1 million. Congratulations on acquiring the Twin Barriers, Voodoo Technique. Dual Life Barrier, Dual Life, Bloodline Coexistence, allows you to share your life to a different degree than the person who has been practiced the technique. Note, the rewards of each mission come with a significant increase in all aspects of physical functioning and a significant increase in mental strength. A series of system voices came from his mind, and Jiang Ming, who had been walking in the imperial tomb for the night, also felt his own body, which had been strengthened by nearly several times, as he felt various pounds of knowledge sweeping over him, while the points of them all skyrocketed. Jiang Ming's heart grew hotter and hotter. Chapter 38 Jiang Ming's Tutor, Principal, Director of Instruction, and 7 Great Aunts and Ants, live streaming grave robbing? Since last night? This little brother is so awesome that he even alarmed the military. This is truly the first person from ancient times. At the same time, as those videos were released on the internet, Jiang Ming's popularity value was always on the rise. While more netizens watched those short video clips of Jiang Ming defending the parasites and detecting the organs, fighting with the green wolf and the others, they felt their hearts shake. Incredibly shocking. It's really bullish. Even if it's not enough for the imperial parasites, they even made a high-tech nanoprotective suit? Or a student at the University of Archaeology? Really too powerful. Also proficient in medicine, ancient martial arts. Great guy. In addition to those remarks on the internet, in the university where Jiang Ming was located, the Green and Blue Archaeological University, tens of thousands of alumni watched the scene in the short video of that little brother's extraordinary outburst and indifferent temperament, and called out 666. Go straight to the royal tomb and rob it. 6,666. Now that's a paper to write. I really don't know which archaeology university students are so hung up. That's awesome. In Jiang Ming's class, Jiang Ming's iron friend, Zhang Quan Egg, watched Masked Man highly combustible explosive video and exclaimed with outrageous excitement. Jiang Ming's little fangirl, Han Xiaoye, looked at the figure in the picture and frowned, always feeling something seems familiar. And in the meantime, in Jiang Ming's tutor's office, Jiang Ming's 5 mentors were quite amused as they listened to Su Zhizhong's eloquent speech. I really don't know which of the wrong kind of teacher stole this kind of student. I guess I have to be dismissed to start off. This student must have more than one tutor. When he goes to college, at least 5 or 6 tutors. When 5 or 6 tutors are dismissed together, this melon is really big. I want to laugh at the thought of those unjust teachers being confused when the time comes. The mentors laughed out loud, they were usually all belligerent netizens like Su Zhizhong. At this moment, after hearing about someone live streaming grave robbing, they have felt sad for that student's mentor. Really wrong kind. Pure and simple great injustice. When you are in the presence of such students, you must be numb. I'd really like to know which grievance teachers. I'm really looking forward to the scene when those wrong seeds are exposed. They must be groundless. It's so much fun to think about. Jiang Ming's mentors were very exuberant and were very much looking forward to the scene where those unjust seeds were exposed. It's really wonderful to see your peers suffer and get that weird soothing feeling in your heart. The mentors are getting more and more excited. Inside, I also thought, that student is really six. Principal's office. The principal of Green Blue Archaeological University, looking at Jiang Ming's live broadcast, grinned and laughed. I really don't know what kind of wrong principal is it that has gotten into this kind of student. This mustn't be a closed school review. The principal will have to be dismissed. Really impressive. This student, the old principal, had gray hair and beard, but even so, he still had a motivated heart. At this moment, seeing that the school of his peers had produced a Tomb Raider made the old principal quite excited. Competable Peer 1. That's literally the biggest happy thing I've heard all day. It's really an unjust seed. It's such an unspoken injustice that it makes me want to laugh when I think about it. Ha 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 ha. Excited laughter came from the principal's office. Instructional services. Jiang Ming's head of teaching was even more in a happy mood. I don't know what kind of student that unjustly seated director stalled on. This melon is really interesting. Can't even control the teachers and students under him. Running off to rob tombs. This director of instruction is about to eat a prison sentence. Ha! The director of instruction was inwardly delighted. This melon was really too big for the archaeological community. Ah! The mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. That's no place for petty theft. Even stepping in privately is a sin. Not to mention live grave robbing. I'm really looking forward to the scene where the director of that wrong species is exposed. At this time, within the enchanting frontier, in Jiang Ming's 7 aunts and uncles group chat, Jiang Ming's second uncle was quite excited as he posted a live video of grave robbing. This kid is really head iron even dare to live broadcast Tomb Raiding. This shall not the whole family have to review once? It's a good thing it's not our family. If the Jiang clan were to get such a person, wouldn't the whole clan go out of business? I see that this kid will also be tomb raiding. Medicine, ancient martial arts, and compulsion is estimated to be the family children of the enchanting frontier who cannot sit down to go and pretend. And I do not know which wronged family stalled this kind of child. Really cow wow. The enchanting frontier will be imperial compulsion family is no longer a few. Most have a lot of relations. Everyone in the future go out to pay more attention to some, and those people to keep a distance. Absolutely cannot be involved with our Jiang family. Understood. In the group of relatives, Jiang Ming's 7 aunts and 8 uncles were quite excitedly discussing the man who had been live streaming the grave robbing. A family of grave robbers can be a pure and innocent family of the wrong kind. With such a young man in the stall, the entire family industry is estimated to be ruined. This grave robber is really six. I'm really looking forward to when the Injustice Seed family is exposed. Comparatively speaking, Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb at this time was much calmer, moving ever onward towards the depths. Meanwhile, Zhuge Wu was once again folding back to the ground. Protective clothing. With a faint command, Zhao Guangji soon sent a few sets of protective clothing. Zhuge Wu wore a simple live broadcasting device and instructed Zhao Guangji to turn on the live broadcast, then once again folded back into the underground and chased towards Jiang Ming. Obviously, for this person, Zhuge Wu was determined to win. This time, Zhuge Wu also purposely had the puppets bring a lot of hot weapons, as well as strange and weird things, with the authorization of the military channel to open the live broadcast, making Jiang Ming heat climb even more, not to mention that many netizens also feel hesitant to get up. It always feels like the military. This person is very uncomplicated. Brothers, this wave of little brother in all probability is ruined. This Zhuge Wu looks so powerful. I wasn't expecting little brother to be able to defend a corpse, but this Zhuge Wu doesn't seem to be panicking at all. Netizens are able to learn the name of Zhuge Wu through the live broadcast information. Therefore, although they do not know the military, this person, in the end, how strong, greatly have a guess in the bottom of their hearts. It was definitely much stronger than the Green Wolf 5. After all, whether or not the Green Wolf and the others belonged entirely to the military was still uncertain. This Zhuge Wu, however, was squarely from the military. Moreover, with the announcement of the military's involvement, the military would definitely send their capable officers to ensure their own face, thus taking down the grave robbers in one fell swoop. With all the reasons analyzed, the crowd also came to a conclusion. This Zhuge Wu is very strong. It was by no means comparable to the likes of Green Wolf. Plus, when Zhuge Wu left, King Wolf's gaze that was full of fervor. Many netizens speculated that, perhaps, Qin Wolf was not even worthy of mentioning this guy's shoes. Put it this way. Well, little did cool off with this wave. Chapter 39, Evil Fiend. For murals, ancient strange words, the internet is full of opinions, but mostly recognizes this fact. Many people began to pop up in the pop-up area of the live broadcast, discouraging Jiang Ming from confessing to leniency and resisting to severity. It left Jiang Ming rather speechless. Ignore it. However, Jiang Ming had not been careless, and with the information he had learned through the pop-ups, Jiang Ming had become more wary of that Zhuge Wu, who came from the military, an existence that even the Green Wolf Squad had to fear. Its own singularity must be extraordinary, but Jiang Ming didn't worry too much. With 1 million popularity values, he had already gained many things, and even if it was Zhuge Wu, he might still be able to fight. Suddenly, Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something, his gaze gradually intensifying as he looked at the passageway in front of him. At the end, it seems, there is a man. Boom! The buzzing and trembling sound came from the rear, and under everyone's gaze, Xiao He was also directly removed from his thighs, completely ruined. This guy is really ruthless, to strike without fear, decisive and ruthless. I don't know how many moves little brother can last. I bet in 10 moves, little brother will lose. You're also underestimating little brother. I bet 11 moves. The netizens commented in the pop-up area. Jiang Ming ignored it and carefully moved forward towards the front. But not a moment later, when Jiang Ming was about to approach the figure, a bizarre and rustic slate door appeared in front of him. And at this moment, a strong crisis of life and death suddenly arose in Jiang Ming's heart. Yo, brother, hello again. Zhuge Wu inside and outside the set of 7 or 8 layers of protective clothing, still grasping the black-edged folding fan in his hand. Protective clothing under the features of handsome, smile banter, looks quite a spring breeze like the intention. Jiang Ming nodded. You're just in time. Oh, Zhuge Wu came to his senses. Is brother not ready to be caught with his hands tied? Jiang Ming slowly shook his head. A figure did exist behind the door that Yui Hitomi was looking at. The life and death crisis in his own heart is not from Zhuge Wu, but the person behind the door. Imperial tomb and the sealed thousands of years, according to the reasoning of the existence of the person who contains vitality, but the pupil of the ghost to see, the person is vitality Qi Wang. Come on, it's bound to be extraordinary. I think you can talk to this brother and have a good conversation. As Jiang Ming's words fell, he directly landed a palm on the stone brick on the side of the stone door behind him and pressed it down. Click, click. With the sound of chains and organs running came the boom. The passageway behind the two of them suddenly descended a huge stone, blocking the two of them from retreating directly, and at the same time, accompanied by a buzzing tremor came the two people in front of the ancient slate gate, but slowly opened. This is, a bizarre atmosphere came to the face. Zhuge Wu pupils suddenly shrunk, quickly pinch under. The divining trigrams even showed 9 deaths. This caused Zhuge Wu to gaze inwardly, and at that moment, Jiang Ming also revealed a scornful expression as he crushed the stone slabs on the ground with 1 foot, along with the soil being exposed. Jiang Ming pinched his finger to control the parasites, and the ground began to wriggle as countless tiny and incomparable parasites formed a black mist that surrounded the ground. All of this was said to be slow, but it happened in the blink of an eye. From the boulder falling, sealing off the path of retreat for the two of them, to Jiang Ming's silhouette disappearing again, but it was only in the blink of an eye. When Zhuge Wu wanted to catch up with Jiang Ming and escape together, it was the strange stone door that was already wide open. An incomparably bizarre-looking figure with blood-colored bandages wrapped around its entire body appeared in Zhuge Wu's line of sight. It's actually Evil Fury. Feeling the bloodbath aura emanating from the blood corpse's body, Zhuge Wu inwardly stared, and instantly pulled away, and at the same time, the monstrous corpse also violently raised its head, hissed, and came straight at Zhuge Wu to kill him. Boom! The puppets drove their hot weapons to block it, but the corpse seemed as if it wasn't afraid at all, and charged towards Zhuge Wu with a hard shoulder. Even as the puppets approached, those corpses actually shattered a puppet directly with a single punch. Zhuge Wu's face was unsightly as he coldly looked at the evil fiend, his heart vaguely anxious, and at the same time, Jiang Ming had also crossed over the place where the evil demon existed through the method of the Imperial compass going underground, and arrived in a new passageway. Luckily it ran fast. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Obviously, he was quite overwhelmed by dealing with that monster, and he thought that Zhuge Wu wouldn't be too easy either. What kind of monster is that? Little brother is actually so scornful. Is that monster something that even little brother can't maneuver? This little brother is also really bold. Actually dare to play like this. If that monster first time straight to the little brother, I guess the little brother people are numb. The netizens felt heartbroken, and Jiang Ming's face was much calmer. This place is not just a layout of witchcraft. There are more strange corpses and weirdness, some things that even the witchcraft I have mastered can't cope with. After a brief explanation, Jiang Ming continued to move forward towards the depths, and in no time, Jiang Ming realized that he had come to an extremely bizarrely laid out chamber. Here, in addition to the passageway from which they came, Surprisingly, on all four sides of the chamber, a bizarre offering table was placed, and behind the four offering tables are four eerie murals. Jiang Ming looked at them one after another, but the more he looked at them, the more bizarre they felt. Here are the murals. One depicts mountains, earth and grass growing vigorously, a giant as tall as a mountain sitting on his knees. One depicts a glowing dwarf eating meat amidst a mountain of corpses. The other depicts a monarch in dragon robes, ordering the construction of a statue of himself. In his hands, the monarch is holding a stone that emits a strange light. In the last picture, the statue collapsed, and another monarch stood on the side of the statue, with the very stone that emitted the strange light under his feet. What is this mural trying to say? Feel a little strange, brothers. Here two monarchs. Should the latter is the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang it? Difficult to not the third mural of the monarch. Is one of the 6 countries lord? What is that rock? It always seemed a bit strange. Netizens were puzzled, and this was the first time they had seen such a scene in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. About the mysterious Qin dynasty, what they know is also mostly recorded in wild history. The first emperor's book is the same text, the car is the same track, and so on. Now this mural expressed, it seems, with that life legend amazing emperor. Seems, some deviation, and at that moment, as Jiang Ming looked around with the strong flashlight in his hand, in the end, surprisingly, in an inconspicuous place, 2 lines of bizarre and ancient complicated text appeared. This instantly froze many netizens. How does this writing not feel like traditional Chinese characters, nor does it feel like our ancient Chinese characters? Definitely not. These words are complicated and obscure, but some of them are like ghost drawings, definitely not existing words. Not even sure if it's text or not. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 40, 3 Shifts, Ancient Writing Never Discovered. Archaeology HQ shakes up. This is definitely not an ancient text from the Qin dynasty. The text carriers of the Qin dynasty have a unique flavor. The text here is clearly not, nor do they look like symbols. Each text, it seems, expresses something, can't be determined at the moment. This couldn't be a newly discovered ancient script, could it? Outside, the professors froze at the sight. Apparently, this was the first time they had seen such a text. Even when Prof. Zhang passed out his guesses, many professors followed suit with their breaths quickening and their hearts getting excited. If a new script is found in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, then, this will be extremely significant for the archaeological community to unveil the mystery of the Qin dynasty. This is, perhaps, another landmark discovery. Quickly, report this to the archaeological headquarters so that they can immediately review the previous texts found and determine them. Under the excited command of the professors, soon, a number of people took screenshots of the live broadcast and posted them directly to the cell phones of the professors they knew at the headquarters of the archaeological team. And at the same time, as the clock passed 8 o'clock, the professors went to work. At this point, a professor in training, who is in charge of the review, looks at the 300 or so emails he received last night and is suddenly a little confused. Grave robbing, live broadcasting, and compulsion. Medicine? The professor in training in charge of the review was a bit bewildered, and scanning through the headers of the 300 or so emails made the bewilderment in the professor's eyes grow even more. What the hell is all this? Did the professors all swipe to the same short grave robbing video last night? I don't suppose they've all had their numbers stolen. The intern professor was full of amazement. Apparently, this kind of thing, where more than 300 professors were saying the same thing at the same time, was still something that had never been done before in the vetting mailboxes of the archaeological headquarters. Ancient script discovery. Suspected never before discovered script carrier? Application to review database? This one should be more serious. The professor in training scanned through them all before finally clicking in to read one of the more normal-looking emails. It was a simple screenshot. The fonts in the screenshot look a bit blurry, but the strokes and shapes of the text are still recognizable. Those 2 lines of script, drawn very symmetrically as well, look beautiful and clear overall, but it also looks rather odd due to the complexity of the font even more, especially in a few of the fonts. It looks surprisingly like a ghostly drawing, with no logic to it. This left the professor in training in charge of the review confused, but still, the email was forwarded to the heavyweight of the archaeological headquarters, Prof. Zhen's inbox. At this time, Professor Zhen also sat in his office eating donuts and drinking soy milk. Looking at the document forwarded by the intern professor, Professor Yen directly clicked in to read it. This instantly froze him. Why does this text look familiar? Looking at the strange and ancient complicated text, Professor Zhen stared wide-eyed, showing some bewilderment. It seems that the brain is stuck in the machine all of a sudden, and how to think about it can't be remembered. This puzzled Prof. Jin a bit, rushing to call his colleague, Professor Jia, also a heavyweight at headquarters. Prof. Jia also arrived at the headquarters building just in time. After receiving the call, he ate his tenderloin patty and arrived at Prof. Jin's office in a rather leisurely manner. What text looks familiar to you? Professor Jia yawned, apparently still a bit awake. However, when Professor Jin zoomed in on that screenshot and the two small lines of words inside were reflected in Professor Jia's eyes, it made Professor Jia's eyes widen. The whole person was even more like a lightning strike, and his voice became much more grave. Where did you get this? You recognize? Professor Jin was a bit confused. Professor Jia's face was grave and his voice became much lower as he spoke quickly. This is the text inside some texts that the military sent us some time ago. That text, up to now, can be top secret. These questions, some of them are almost the same as that text. Haven't you also studied it? Where the hell did this come from? Professor Jia was in a hurry, and Professor Jin's eyes widened at that moment. A startled cry came out, and Professor Jin remembered. That text, according to the military, was something that the military had wasted great sacrifice to get with great difficulty. The relationship is significant. I don't know exactly what the relevance is, but since the military has spoken out, it's obvious that the text is top secret level at the very least. Moreover, those texts were found, after research by several top professors at the archaeological team's headquarters, to be not at all any of the existing texts found throughout the ages. Those texts, it seems, relate to a much older period. Prof. Jin never expected that someone else would similarly find such a text in his mail today. How did that not shock him? It's that vetted professor in training who turned up. Professor Jin quickly opened his mouth, and without any further delay, Professor Jia hurriedly got up and dialed the phone numbers of several top professors, informing them of their immediate arrival before quickly heading towards the auditing professor's office as well. Two professors, you go out first. Under the intrusion of the two professors, the mailbox of the auditing professor was quickly accepted, and the two of them looked at the more than 300 emails in their mailboxes, and their faces changed from initial gravity to confusion, and in the end, it actually turned into deep horror. This kid dares to livestream grave robbing? And the ing stolen tomb of Qin Shi Huang? The military has intervened in this matter. And even those texts, surprisingly, were found from the imperial tomb? Even the Qin dynasty is related to those texts? The two professors shook inwardly, feeling incredibly outrageous. This kind of problem that had plagued several top professors at the archaeological headquarters for months. Surprisingly, because of the appearance of a grave robber, it seems that some clues to decipher the text have also been found. How does this not shock archaeology professors? And when the few remaining professors arrived one after another, the professors were even more wide-eyed when they were informed of all this. Grave robbers? Positive Qin Shi Huang's tomb has discovered unknown writing? Even this kid knows compulsion medicine, ancient martial arts? And ing on live? The professors were overwhelmed. That's awesome. It's not even if you livestream grave robbing, but it's surprising that he actually found something? Even, according to the research of several professors, the clue to deciphering the ancient writing seems to be related to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. It made the professor's heart swell with excitement, but at the same time there is a new doubt. How did this kid get through the watery Milky Way? But soon, as Prof. Jin found the design report on the nanoprotective suits as well as the introductory video after rummaging through his mailbox, several professors were completely shocked, hoping that this arrogant grave robber is still a scientific research genius. Chapter 41, Retreating the Enemy with the Power of a Single Punch. This kind of protective suit, isn't it the conceptual protective suit we proposed before? I didn't expect to let this kid design it. Really awesome. This kid is still an archaeology university student. This is the graduation design he's going to submit. It's awesome. This is the hope of the archaeological world. This kid's organ attainments are nearly terrifying. If we can bring him into the archaeological team, it will certainly be a great help to our archaeological cause. Even the boy's medical skills are very skillful, compassionate recluse, and he also knows the secret elements of the Xian sect. This is a rare genius in the archaeology world. He must be drawn in. He must be drawn to our side. The professors had a word for each other, and their words were all about Jiang Ming's recognition. Even some of the professors were full of excitement and wanted to bring them into the fold. It just so happens that several things are rushed together. Let's go to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor together to see it. If we can cooperate with this kid to solve the mystery, I think, on the one hand, we can also protect this kid. On the other hand, perhaps we can crack the difficult problem handed over to us by the military. Professor Jin analyzed and the rest of the professors nodded. Apparently, they are very much in favor of it. On the way, several professors also entered Jiang Ming's live broadcasting room, and looking at the scene on the screen, where Jiang Ming's face was cold and indifferent, not saying a word as he kept moving forward towards the depths of the imperial tomb. A few of their faces were grave. You guys, this kid wouldn't know this kind of writing, would he? Professor Zhen was a bit hesitant, and Professor Jia revealed his thoughts, shook his head, and did not speak. Little brother, do you recognize those words? What are they written? It feels as if little brother has been a little stoned since he read those words. The pop-ups from the netizens in the live streaming room rolled, and Jiang Ming never said a word, just relying on the map in his hand. He appeared in front of a straight line down a sprawling staircase after passing through a bizarre maze of passages. Qian up and Koan down. Kan and Li are opposite. Gung Jin rises up and hides his weaponry. Pinch projections, hand divining a hang, trigrams show that the crisis is great, but the pupil of the sight, but there is no difference, cannot help but let Jiang Ming hesitation. But just then, snap, snap, the eerie sound of wood colliding with the cold floor came from behind Jiang Ming, and several eerie puppets came out of the darkness one after another. Behind the puppet, the slightly wretched Zhuge Wu, waving his broken folding fan, revealed a cold light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does this guy deal with evil fury so fast? Good lord, something that even little brother found tricky. This guy handled it in a few minutes? Not really, it's that guy who also ran away and trapped the evil fiend in one place. You guys look at his puppets. There are only 7 left. Quite a few netizens had seen the part where Zhuge Wu fought the evil fiend, and as they explained, the rest of the netizens also noticed the abnormality. I'd like to see how you kid can run away this time. In the ancient tomb, after Zhuge Wu's words fell, he took a step out and went straight towards Jiang Ming to kill him. It's strangely fast. This makes a lot of netizens call this speed. It's even faster than the Green Wolf. It's over. This guy wants to physically fight little brother. I don't know if little brother can handle it. Gravity accelerates. Power is bound to skyrocket. The netizens were immediately worried, but Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb was unperturbed, plainly looked at the rapidly approaching Zhuge Wu, and just like that calmly raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Click, bang, knock. In the 500 pounds of basic force revealed, the waist and horse unification, and the addition of the ancient martial arts technique of positive step punching, caused Jiang Ming's entire body's strength to converge almost entirely in his arms, accompanied by the sound of a bone breaking. Zhuge Wu's originally murderous figure also flew violently backwards towards the back at this time. At the same time, Zhuge Wu was even under the agitation of blood qi in his body, and ruthlessly crashed into the distant wall. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and Zhuge Wu's eyes widened. Filled with horror, he looked at the indifferent Jiang Ming in the distance, and his entire mind and soul were greatly impacted. Dog, you're a dog, with such a terrifying power. You stepped on the horse and hit it without using it? You'll only use it when the old man comes? Zhuge Wu's eyes were crimson as his heart broke down. Before he came, he had already repeatedly confirmed this person's ability with his own detection team. One has even royally screwed up, but never thought that this grave robber, who always hides, rather than expose too much by being a bit woefully unprepared themselves. Who would have thought it? This grave robber is surprisingly cunning. Careless, Zhuge Wu was in a hurry, but as the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Wu was still very strong. But at this moment, surprisingly, even his own extreme punch, with nearly 500 pounds of explosive force, was unable to counteract Jiang Ming. This couldn't help but make Zhuge Wu stare. Is it hard to believe that this guy, on his own, has 500 pounds of base force? No, absolutely not. The human body's limit of basic force was at most 300 pounds, and he himself was only 200 pounds of basic force. But this guy, Zhuge Wu, was silent. Many netizens, on the other hand, were shocked as they watched such a shocking scene from front to back. A punch that sends a person flying more than 10 meters. Little brother's punch has at least a few hundred pounds of force. It's awesome, strong and invincible. I didn't realize that little brother had such terrifying explosive power. Little brother, can you carry this punch of mine for 20 years? Netizens were shocked. At the same time, in the military department that was docking with Zhuge Wu and analyzing the data, several professional detectives were even more changed in color and filled with horror. How is it possible that there is still someone whose force can surpass Zhuge Wu? Is this man a monster? Unscientific this. Several of the scouts were inwardly overwhelmed. For so many years, they had witnessed Zhuge Wu carry out countless missions, but no one had ever been able to stand up to Zhuge Wu's power. But whenever Zhuge Wu stepped in, the task was bound to be easily accomplished. Not only were they inherited from the ancient martial marquis divine mechanics and strange door 2 arts, amongst other things, their family also had a secret body forging method. It also made it so that every Zhuge family's children had far too much power compared to the norm. But at this moment, Zhuge Wu, who was the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge family, was completely suppressed by the grave robber robbers in terms of power. This was simply unimaginable to the crowd. This grave robber, what is his identity? Zhuge Wu. It's highly likely that this person is the son of another lineage. Be careful, we're analyzing the statistical data. The scouts' voices came in Zhuge Wu's earpiece, and Zhuge Wu's face was grim and uncertain. Apparently, he realizes this as well. Go shout those things down. Silence for a long time. Zhuge Wu licked away the blood from the corner of the mouth. Commanded a word. 3 puppets immediately left. Press group 101-273-0898. Created a book group. Brothers, add the group to play Chapter 42, 5 million popularity. New mission issued, and at the same time, scattered in the provinces and cities outside of Yoshin City, in the Chi Men community, Zhuge Wu's little fangirls. There was a lot of gnashing of teeth at the sight of their male gods being thwarted. Damn it, how dare you injure Zhuge Wu? Damn it, sisters, it's time for us to strike. Capture the grave robbers alive. Many beautiful women from strange families have come out and gathered at Mount Li. At this time, Jiang Ming also had his own total hotness because of the extremely rapid spread of his popularity during the day, which quickly broke through the base of 5 million. During this period, system rewards were issued 3 times. One is the Healing Compassion, which can rely on compulsion to heal all kinds of wounds in a very short period of time. The second is Phantom Bone, Stage 1, which causes the hardness of the body's bones to increase and the base force to increase. The third is the advanced method of Sound Rhythm Royal Compulsion. One no longer needs to forcefully drive the power of the bloodline to summon the compotes. Relying on the sound rhythm, one can do so by summoning all the compotes in the place where the sound is transmitted. These 3 rewards may seem mediocre, but they are quite useful. At this moment, the popularity value is still in rapid ferment, and as Jiang Ming continued to move forward toward the bottom of the steps, the temperature in all directions became lower and lower. Little brother, this live room, how come the live temperature is still displayed? Something's not right, guys. Why does this temperature keep dropping? Has fallen to 5 degrees, and so on. It is estimated to be a few degrees below zero. Little brother suffered it. The system humanized opened the temperature real-time detection. Jiang Ming with the deeper into the depths. The temperature is also rapidly decreasing, which also makes a lot of netizens follow the worry. At this time, the outside world was approaching summer, but the ancient tomb was like winter. It also made it so that even at this moment, Jiang Ming couldn't help but become grave within himself. The cold and biting cold air in the 4 directions came, but Jiang Ming's own bloodline is strong enough to resist, but the steps ahead still can't see the end. So it seems that it is not a good thing to go on. Not quite right. At this time, Zhuge Wu, who had fixed himself with a steel plate after connecting his arm, also noticed something strange at this time. Rains established, can under the pole. If we continue, we will die 10 deaths. Ghosts are hidden. Yin Qi converges. Evil spirits come out. Ancient evil things. Pinching and projecting. Zhuge Wu's face was a bit gloomy. From every moment of arriving here, Zhuge Wu could detect the strangeness of this grave robber. Wherever it's dangerous, this guy runs. It's as if it's not at all about grave robbing, but really coming to see what's so interesting here. This made Zhuge Wu quite hurt. In order to catch this brat, he had already wasted so much effort, and the puppets forged by the art of divine mechanics had been destroyed quite a bit, and he himself had been injured, although they were all minor problems. But this made Zhuge Wu, who had never suffered a loss, feel incredibly uncomfortable. It's just, let's see what you want to do. After a short silence, Zhuge Wu chased after him. At the same time, many netizens were also in Zhuge Wu's live broadcast, and when they heard these words, they felt hesitant. Little brother, Zhuge Wu projected that there are terrible things down here. If we go any further, we'll die 10 deaths. Little brother, you're not going to finish off Zhuge Wu in this place, are you? It's not quite right. Does little brother know that he's going to fall into the net when he goes out and wants to seek death at this moment? The netizens were hesitant, and in the ancient tomb, Jiang Ming did not speak. As he continued downward, the temperature of this place also quickly broke through 0 degrees, dropping straight down to a dozen degrees below zero. Looking at Jiang Ming's thin clothing, the crowd couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Little brother is really resistant to freezing. This does not affect it. It's already 20 degrees below zero. Can this human body carry it? Why is the temperature so low here? This is outrageous. Netizens hesitated inwardly. The temperature in this ancient tomb was too bizarre. But in the picture, Jiang Ming still didn't have any intention of retreating, as if he had to head to the source of this extreme cold place to have a look. It also makes the internet more hesitant. With the deeper, both sides of the wall also appeared a lot of white frost, some crystal clear flowers and plants, actually still in this step crevice growth, which makes the netizens feel very surprised. Ding, residue detected that should have disappeared. Quest issued, find the Northern Coldlands, the Cursed Demon Sword. Quest reward, secret history of the Northern Territory, knowledge gift pack. A mechanized voice came from his mind, and a flash of light flashed across Jiang Ming's deep eyes. Gung Jin rises up and hides the military. This place, indeed, has a hidden secret. This place would be a definite addition to the highlights if you could take a look at it and include it inside your paper. Even with his own identity as a grave robber and the testimony of countless people in the live broadcast, once this thesis came out, it was bound to be earth-shattering. Jiang Ming's heart sizzled within him. The Jiuli sorcerer's blood in his body continued to run. A powerful thumping sound came from his heart, and under the rapid flow of blood, it maintained Jiang Ming's body temperature, making it possible for him to still continue walking towards the depths. Mama, this is more than 30 degrees below zero. Put us in the northeast. This gotta go out and wear a single coat. That absolutely no life. Little brother is still carrying it now. Why can't I see it a bit? Is little brother really not afraid of the cold? Zhuge Wu is frozen into a grandson, but little brother is not even a little bit alright. This is too outrageous. Many netizens were shocked. While they wouldn't be very one-sided in believing the temperature numbers on the live feed, Zhuge Wu was literally getting frost on his forehead and his nose was freezing into an icicle, really freezing like a grandson. But little brother surprisingly looked unharmed, and even still had a rosy complexion. It's completely unscientific. Netizens are puzzled and suspicious. Zhuge Wu, be more careful. The temperature is still decreasing. His live room temperature data is the same as what we detected. Zhuge Wu also had 10,000 horses galloping by inside. Listening to the voices of the scouts reporting back, Zhuge Wu felt like his people were numb. It's over 30 degrees below zero, and nothing happened to this kid? Is this treading the same path? What kind of demon or devil is this kid? Zhuge Wu was inwardly shocked and felt an unspeakable hesitation. Apparently, he thought this grave robber was just outrageous. Even most of the disciples of the Qimen family couldn't do this. Is it hard to believe that this kid is really a monster? Zhuge Wu kept his distance as much as possible, not getting too close or too far away. He was waiting for the puppets to get their big babies and call them over. As for Jiang Ming in the front, he did not look at Zhuge Wu in the back from the beginning to the end, and walked forward on his own. Soon, Jiang Ming appeared at the end of the steps. In a flash, a beautiful scene appeared in everyone's sight. This was an extremely large open space littered with countless exotic flowers and plants. There weren't any stone tiles paved, or even any snowflakes, yet everywhere was crystal clear, as if they were completely frozen with exotic flowers. Chapter 43, The Cursed Demon Sword. Those flowers and plants emitted a faint luminescence, which looked pleasing to the eye and quite pleasant. And just at this time, those flowers and grasses, the countless swords and knives spread all over, appeared in Jiang Ming's line of sight. Gung-ho formation, surveying the swords and knives strewn among the flowers and grasses in the four corners of the room. Although the bodies of those many swords and knives were already rusty, and many of them were even beginning to rot, but when you look around, within the boundary of this place, which is almost the size of 2 soccer fields, countless crystalline flowers and grasses are spread all over, as if forming a huge array plate in general. And at a glance at this place, densely packed with almost tens of thousands of swords were arranged in some strange way. It also makes the scene look beyond amazing. Inside the Imperial Tomb, there is even an ice jungle. This place looks really big. Beginning Emperor is also too strong. This thing modern people may not be able to get out okay. This is the wisdom of the ancients. Really cow. The netizens have marveled, and at this moment, Jiang Ming strolled through the ice and snow jungle, and with the help of the spectral pupil to measure, an illusory figure appeared in Jiang Ming's line of sight. It was a silhouette with an elongated figure. Couldn't see the face, could only vaguely see that the figure's posture was charming and abrupt. 3,000 strands of hair, windless. Although it looked like a mere shadow, it could already be concluded it was a woman with an excellent figure, enchanting and graceful. It seemed that every movement was that tantalizing. Jiang Ming stopped his pace. It is not that the woman is not beautiful, but that the woman's virtual shadow is actually all blood red. The boundless fury chi invisibly filled the room, causing Jiang Ming to feel an inexplicable heartbreak underneath that fury chi rushing towards his face. A strong life and death crisis surfaced, and Jiang Ming's deep gaze radiated gravity. Ding! Mission completion detected. The secret history of the northern frontier, knowledge packets have been issued. Note, the host has been rewarded with knowledge multiple times, and his mental strength has increased dramatically. A mechanized system voice came from his mind, and a large amount of knowledge surfaced one by one in Jiang Ming's mind. Looking at the strange flowers and plants he had never seen before under the four, as well as the Gangjin formation laid down by the tens of thousands of swords and knives. Is this the one in the cold northern border? The cursed demon sword? Jiang Ming's voice was grave. The cold lands of the north? Cursed demon sword? Just how much more secret history does little brother know? When many netizens saw this, they immediately sucked in cold air and felt grave. More netizens were bursting with curiosity and popping up. Explain it to us, little brother. It feels like it's another one of the more powerful ones. Look at that long knife. It's black and reddish, and it looks bizarre to the extreme. It's definitely something special. Aside from Jiang Ming, the image that almost everyone saw was of a blade that was pitch black in color, with many places translucent with bizarre blood-colored veins. This knife body is about 4 feet long. Can't talk about how wide the edge is, but it looks very domineering, and even vaguely reveals a showy atmosphere. It was like an enchanting and evil woman. With just a glance, one could detect a boundless murderous fury coming from the face. It gives a feeling of extreme unease. In a flash, it attracted the attention of countless boys. Really, this knife gives me the feeling of a crazy siren. Enchanting, domineering, yet full of murderous weirdness. The origin is unknown. This knife is definitely not a normal blade. This sword, it's definitely from an extraordinary source. The netizens kept popping up, looking at the bizarre and enchanting, yet domineering and crazy blade body. This knife just like that quietly stand in this vast and boundless land, as if standing in the ice palace of the cold charm. It's more like a demon that's been banned for thousands of years. If you look at it from a very high place, you can more easily detect that. With this knife as the center of the circle, the countless blades, within a radius of 1,000 meters are actually a little bit of decay. It was slow, but clearly noticeable. Is this the legendary, cursed, northern border demon sword? At that moment, at Jiang Ming's extremely distant rear, Zhuge Wu's appalled voice filled with trembling. It was a blast for many netizens. This Zhuge Wu also knows? Could it be that this sword is really the best thing of an era? I can't say. I'm looking forward to it already. The netizens have felt excited, and Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb turned slightly sideways, somewhat surprised. You recognize it too? This is clearly just a legend to be impossible. This kind of unknown thing, how can it still exist in the world? Wasn't it destroyed long ago? Zhuge Wu's voice trembled. Even after looking at it from afar, he could feel the boundless fury contained in that demonic blade. Even the unknown meaning contained in the body of that knife. Just one look, let the heart and soul tremble. Inwardly cringing, what the hell is going on here? Zhuge Wu, what's wrong with you? Zhuge Wu? The scouts were hesitant, and many of the internet users were puzzled. Zhuge Wu, you go ahead and say it. Damn, I'm in a hurry. Why does this guy talk in half? Damn it, this damn Zhuge Wu, and whetting our appetites. Some netizens anxiously cursed, and in the ancient tomb, Zhuge Wu until a long time, and then slowed down. His face was ugly and looked at the demon sword in the distance. His voice was slow. According to the ancient records of the Zhuge family, during the Warring States period, there existed an extremely short-lived kingdom, North Border Cold Land. The people of that region survive in the cold lands of the far north and do not fear the cold. That blade, too, was born here. This sword is unknown, and has brought endless soldiers and killers to the kingdoms of the cold north. In the end, it was abolished by the people of the cold northern border. Zhuge Wu said here, stopped. Canonical records, indeed, but the things we see in front of us, as well as the strange flowers and plants all over the place, clearly only the northern border of the cold land will exist in the plant. That little known, legendary place. But now, the appearance of this knife makes Zhuge Wu not confident. Nonsense. But just then, an indifferent voice came. It's better to burn your Zhuge family's canonical books in a fire, so as not to mislead people. You, Zhuge Wu glared angrily. Jiang Ming ignored it and spoke flatly. This knife, indeed for the northern border cold land hold not true, but is not the local people forging, but, Yezi's fellow townsman, the same Min craftsman cast. What did you say? Zhuge Wu gritted his teeth. He felt that this grave robber really got more and more outrageous. Yezi is already very powerful. The smiths of the same family as him. Can there be another Yezi? Moreover, Yezi was only a figure from the spring and autumn period to the early Warring States period. How could the blades made by a figure of the same period as him become playthings in the hands of the Qin Emperor? Do you take it that I haven't studied history? Even if the history of the Qin dynasty is crippled, it's not something you can make up like that. Chapter 44, what I've been waiting for, has finally arrived. Which one of them is telling the truth? Feeling a little confused, as if both have a point, but times-wise, it's not really right, and I don't know how little brother can explain it. The netizens were hesitant, and Jiang Ming's face in the ancient tomb was much calmer, looking at the demon sword in the distance, his voice flat. During the spring and autumn and Warring States periods, the Min people were good at making blades, with Yezi being the best. This knife, although the forging process above, and Yezi's forging techniques have a slight deviation, but can still be seen, with Yezi's forging style, but not quite the same. Its texture is no worse than the blades forged by Yezi. On that point, you can ask the seniors of your Zhuge family. It's enough to prove that what I said is true. Jiang Ming calmly explained, directly ignoring Zhuge Wu as he continued. The cold lands of the northern border were little known during the Warring States period. The 7 warring states competed side by side, and Qin was the only one to unify. It was during that period that the cold northern frontier disappeared from the eyes of the world. It wasn't the Qin emperor who destroyed it, but this demonic sword. What does this mean? Little brother, did a sword destroy a kingdom? I still don't quite understand how little brother and Zhuge Wu knew about it since it's rarely known. In accordance with what little brother said inferred, is the northern border cold land? Is only in the spring and autumn period existed for a period of time it. Press the root did not live through the warring states? The netizens were puzzled. Jiang Ming did not respond and continued. That knife itself should be for the Qin emperor gifted to the northern border cold land first tribe, Tuoba, used to make good things, but because of the knife is expensive, coveted by people, Tuoba clan chief, will be in the get this knife soon, was assassinated, and the second, because of the constant lack of food in the cold land, the owner of this sword died under the constant conquest of war. Since the first owner fell, the owner of the knife before and after the constant change, making this knife perennial baptized by the killing and bloodshed gas, the more the sins worsened, over time, under the precipitation of the bloodbath gas, it also gave birth to the spirit. Therefore, the spirit is crippled. The knife and the blood in death gas is rich. It is very easy to affect the mind. Also makes, subsequent to all the holders of the knife, most of the insanity, killing heart is difficult to suppress. The cold lands of the northern borderlands ended up in complete chaos because of this sword, in the clash of one tribe after another. In the end, nearly half of the people of the cold lands died under this sword, the northern border cold land, and therefore, not attacked. After Jiang Ming finished his words, many netizens felt their brains buzzing. Novels don't dare to write like this. This northern border cold land, actually so dramatic? It feels so outrageous, but it seems like logically, it really does make sense. There's one thing to be said for reality, but reality is much more outrageous than fiction. Little brother, this explanation, I think 9 times out of 10 it's true. Many netizens feel that they have eaten a big melon. For the story of the cold northern border, some people feel sorry, and others think it is too ridiculous. At this time, Zhuge Wu was also basically certain of Jiang Ming's words after carefully observing them. The Zhuge family's Shinji lineage still has some forging attainments. As Jiang Ming said, Yezi's forging style is also clearly visible. This point cannot be false. Only, looking at the grave robbers in front of him, Zhuge Wu always had a stifled feeling in the bottom of his heart. Can it be that the canonical books of one's own family are really waste books? Zhuge Wu was angry. Ryoko, then tell me, this sword, and why did it end up being obtained by Emperor Qin? Zhuge Wu transmitted an unwilling voice. Right, little brother. How did Emperor Qin get this sword in the end? Why don't you destroy it? Is the Qin emperor not afraid that this sword will affect Great Qin? Netizens popped up to ask questions, and Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. It is not that Emperor Qin is unwilling to destroy it, but this sword can no longer be destroyed. I'm a bit confused. All the power of the Qin Empire can't destroy this sword? That's a bit outrageous. Little brother, what's going on? Facing the netizens' questions, Jiang Ming calmly explained. This knife was forged at the beginning. The choice of material, it is very peculiar. Forged at the time, it is the body of the crystal Snow White, but in the perennial precipitation of the blood of the gas, making this knife more and more thick. The color of the blade, too, has changed from the initial snow white to pitch black. The blood-colored veins are proof of the existence of the blade spirit. The spirit has been gradually complete from the mutilated state, absorbing the bloodbath gas, and the blade has become more and more indestructible. After the Qin emperor learned that no one living in the cold northern frontier had survived, he immediately dispatched a Qi refiner to bring this knife back for destruction. But no matter what means, he was unable to destroy it. It also makes it so that, in the end, can only borrow the fortune of the great Qin state to suppress it in one place. At this moment, depositing it in the imperial tomb to continue to suppress, perhaps, is also the arrangement of the first emperor. Man, this story is kind of great. So, I'm afraid the Qin emperor himself didn't expect that a single knife would destroy a country. Carrying the resentment of the entire cold northern land, no wonder, is called the demon sword. This knife is really powerful. Netizens were saddened. Ho ho ho. But right at this moment, Zhuge Wu, who was originally wilting on the side, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly let out a strange laugh. Great story, kid. Zhuge Wu slowly got up. The original fear and uneasiness on his face had completely disappeared. Instead, he gradually recovered into that spring-like appearance again. Offense? Jiang Ming calmly swept a glance at Zhuge Wu. Zhuge Wu was not angry either. The corners of his mouth teasingly smiled and a gentle smile showed as he slowly opened his mouth. After dragging you around for so long, the thing I've been waiting for has finally arrived. Oh, Jiang Ming remained calm. Zhuge Wu slowly narrowed his eyes and waved his folding fan. Almost the instant the folding fan was swung down, a burst of booming and chaotic sounds came violently from this side of the passage. Under everyone's gaze, an incomparably black beast violently drilled out from the passage. Roar! Terrifying hissing roars came from those tall beasts that quickly appeared behind Zhuge Wu, which instantly caused everyone's faces to change drastically. This wave of beasts is also full of puppets. It seems to be black wood. The exact material can't be distinguished. Zhuge Wu, this old silver coin. I told you. How can someone sent out by the military be so crotch-pulling? Damn it, this Zhuge Wu was so confident. It's hard to believe that these things are powerful. While the netizens felt anxious, Zhuge Wu waved his fan and laughed. Kid, want to try my new research in the divine machine lineage? Knock. Bang! Wow! Almost the instant Zhuge Wu's voice came out, a pitch-black beast at the head of the group violently jumped up and stepped on the ground. That huge figure and force unexpectedly caused a boulder not far away to crumble in an instant. Debris splashed in all directions. Chapter 45. What do you say? I put it out? I go? These wooden beasts are more powerful than real tigers and lions. It's over. It's over. Isn't this wave barbecue for little brother? That force burst was at least 1,000 pounds. It's still ranged. A single bullet couldn't even do that. The netizens were outraged. Even many netizens have already begun to help Jiang Ming open a water drop fundraising to prepare for the cemetery in the live broadcast. This cemetery preparation is progressing quickly, and in barely 10 seconds, it has been purchased. Ding dong. Jiang Ming took out his cell phone and glanced at the text message from Water Drop Chip, feeling his brain buzzing. Do you guys think so little of me? Jiang Ming was somewhat speechless. Netizens were in tears and crying. It's not that I don't think highly of you, little brother. It's that the monster is outrageous. Go in peace. We'll miss you. Here's $1 for each person to buy plutonium, all of which is enough to burn your profligate assets in the netherworld. Little brother, go in peace. We'll miss you. Amen. The pop-ups rolled, and the sound of the scout's voice in Zhuge Wu's earbuds, which instantly made Zhuge Wu happy. Since the cemetery is crowdfunded, I'll arrange for you to move in normally. Zhuge Wu laughed, really amused by this wave of netizens' maneuvers. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Zhuge Wu had basically never been angry at anything except for the scene where his own tone was insulted into a ruined book. The mind is steady as an old dog. As the leader of the young generation of the Zhuge family, having experienced hundreds of lives and deaths, it would be the greatest sorrow if he was still so happy and angry that he could not make good use of it. At this moment, Zhuge Wu was self-conscious that he had taken advantage of the right place and the right time, and he no longer had any desire to talk nonsense with this grave robber. Villains die from talking too much, and so do decent people. Zhuge Wu knew so well. Ready, boy? Zhuge Wu smiled slightly. Then, gird your loins. Raising his hand, the folding fan was about to be swung down, but Zhuge Wu saw that Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly revealed a wave of contempt. This caused his brow to furrow, and he was instantly alert. The folding fan that was originally ready to be swung down also stopped at that moment. Of course, you can also say a few last words. Zhuge Wu opened his mouth, one hand holding a folding fan in front of his chest, one hand negative back pinching, constantly projecting, trying to stall a bit, divining and understanding. But no matter how the trigrams are divined, in addition to the crisis of this place, that grave robber is nearly all dead. Swindle me? Zhuge Wu sked lightly and raised his folding fan once again, ready to swing it down, but never expect it. You said. Jiang Ming unexpectedly directly ignored Zhuge Wu and turned around to look at the long sword with blood patterns on a black background in the distance, his voice flat. How about I put it out? What did you say? The instant Jiang Ming's words came out, Zhuge Wu's face stiffened. Good lord, is little brother preparing to die with him? Ooh, little brother, you died a horrible death. Being able to take Zhuge Wu before he dies is probably little brother's greatest wish. Zhuge Wu, I thank you. Netizens were completely in tears and became even more convinced of the fact that little brother was bound to die. Zhuge Wu's face changed color. Hardly do you think that you are qualified to die with me? Zhuge Wu narrowed his eyes. His own divination had never been a problem, and at this moment, faced with Jiang Ming's almost rogue remarks, it made the always calm Zhuge Wu call out shamelessly. But Zhuge Wu was strong after all, and he had strong confidence in himself. Even if that demon blade did come out, even if he could not take it down, he definitely had the strength to run away. But the problem is, demonic knife out of the world, fear of chaos. Zhuge Wu had to weigh in. However, Jiang Ming was directly ignoring Zhuge Wu, walking over to one of the swords and directly kicking it away. A corner of the Gangjin formation is missing, the body of that demonic sword, too, followed with a tremor. Kid, stop. Zhuge Wu went numb and directly swung down his folding fan as more than 10 terrifying beasts violently rushed out. "Stop him, quick," as Zhuge Wu gave the order. The 10 or so behemoths charged more and more ferociously, in which although they trampled many swords and knives, if they surrounded the grave robbers, they would certainly be able to take them down. When the time comes, he will repair the formation with the help of the Zhuge family's Qi-men lineage. With his mind made up, the order was given, and soon a giant beast rushed to Jiang Ming, raising his huge front hoof. He stomped down hard towards Jiang Ming's head. Jiang Ming also turned around at that moment and swung his fist towards the hoof. "It's over. Little brother is ruined. This wave is nothing, guys." Many netizens waved tears to send off, and even the professors at headquarters who were watching the live broadcast on the road were anxious. "Damn it, this is a talent in the archaeology world. Zhuge Wu the goddamned. Damn, he actually hit me so hard. Damn it." But just then, knock, accompanied by a loud muffled sound, the charge of that giant beast's front hooves falling, unexpectedly gave a violent lurch. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming was looking at the giant beast with a cold face, and a flash of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Blocked? That's nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Surprisingly, actually blocked it? Netizens were shaken to their core and felt beyond outrageous. The scouts in the background of Zhuge Wu, on the other hand, were all as if they had seen a ghost, and their faces changed drastically. How is that possible? Those giant beasts, in the previous test, had a huge strength of 900 pounds. This isn't even humanly achievable. How could this kid possibly block it? Damn, what the hell is going on? The testers' faces changed drastically, feeling unspeakably shocked. At this moment, even Zhuge Wu, who was standing at the scene, felt his entire body's blood and qi rising, his brain buzzing. No, it can't be. This is unscientific. Zhuge Wu's body trembled as he stared blankly at Jiang Ming, who had stopped the giant beast with the force of a single punch, feeling his entire body go numb. But the next scene made everyone sit up even more, only to see Jiang Ming unexpectedly lash out, directly toppling the incoming first behemoth. Turning around to dodge the second behemoth's attack, he backhanded a swinging fist and smashed it directly into the behemoth's waist. Knock, boom, accompanied by a loud roar. The waist of that huge beast unexpectedly broke directly. The behemoth's waist was damaged, and even if it struggled anymore, it could not stand still. With just one punch, a giant beast was wasted. This scene immediately brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. Holy, I rub. Just a punch? One punch directly ate up a giant beast. That's some serious human strength. How the hell did little brother do that? It's outrageous, really outrageous. The netizens felt their minds go blank at the moment and had completely lost their ability to think. Chapter 46, The Grieving Green Wolf. The hundreds of professors outside the tomb, as well as the headquarters professors still on their way, were even more wide-eyed. That material, but it's harder than stone. Even if this kid really has such terrifying strength, how can his bones withstand it? What in the world is this kid's origin? How can his battle power be so terrifying? This must be pulled together. The professors cried out in outrageousness and felt their three senses torn apart. The shock of this scene was too much. The scouts behind Zhuge Wu, on the other hand, had become completely muggle. Human bones simply can't withstand that much force. Even Zhuge Wu, who attempted to meet the giant beast in the first place, broke several bones. So how could this kid be fine with nothing? To hell with it. Where the hell did this kid pop out from? How can he be stronger than Zhuge Wu? Which family is he from anyway? The scout was completely devastated. The shock of this scene made them feel like their outlook on life was turned upside down. But next Jiang Ming is still fighting against the dozen or so giant beasts, still exceeding the force of 900 pounds, and is about to waste the fifth. This scene does not allow them to disbelieve. It's not even human to be able to do that. At this moment, even Zhuge Wu's mind was greatly impacted, vaguely having the feeling of a collapse of the Tao. He had personally experimented with these behemoths in the beginning. He even tried to fight it hard, but the result of hard resistance was that even though he had more than 200 pounds of base force, he still wasted his entire arm under the hard catch of the behemoth's blow. Even if he hadn't dodged in time, he was only afraid that he would have stomped on his own head in the next second. But the person in front of him is really not afraid of the horrible force of that giant beast at all. Can you be on par with the behemoth, not to mention even waste the behemoth with a single punch? How the hell did he practice? Isn't he a grave robber? Even if it is more than 20 years, soaking in the medicine jar every day, it is impossible to refine such a horrible force and body. There was also the hardness of the bones that could support such a terrifying release of power multiple times. Even at this moment, it looks like it's not blushing. Is this guy really a monster? Outside the tomb, the green wolf, who who was ready to watch the good show, even spat out the water he had drunk a second before. How is this possible? Looking at the scene in the screen where Jiang Ming was fighting off more than a dozen giant beasts on his own, still at ease, Qinggu felt his brain buzzing and his person went numb. I thought Zhuge Wu was already very good. Are you a grave robber with a main job? Are you serious? The force of a punch reaches 1,000 pounds. Are you a human being? Crazy. This world is crazy. Cheng Wolf stared blankly at Jiang Ming, who had been incredibly calm from start to finish, feeling completely numb. That depression within also completely dissipated when he saw such domineering power from Jiang Ming. Hop on. Has this guy ever, teased us before? This guy didn't give it about us from start to finish? You don't like us at all? When a person faces his enemy, that person will be eager to see the enemy suffer, or even kill the enemy with his hands, even if it would be great to see the enemy killed by someone else. But when the strong man, whom he could hardly look up to even in his entire life, was trampled under the feet of his enemies, it seems that there is no more enmity between himself and this man, either. The Green Wolf is in this rather bizarre state right now. You say he's hating the fact that his arm is ruined, and hating it is hating it. But this is, after all, a mission work injury. In the end, it's not a big deal. It's just that you don't like that kid. But now, Zhuge Wu, who he was not even qualified to meet, was likewise stepped on by that kid. This scene looked at the Green Wolf's brain buzzing. The original resentment over the loss of his arm doesn't seem to be as strong. Zhuge Wu has been hammered into a dead dog. Is it possible that he still wants to give it away? Coyote was self-conscious that he was a very enlightened person. Suddenly, Coyote suddenly looked to his arm. The black is fading? The Green Wolf stared with wide eyes, staring blankly at the arm, until all the black color on the arm, which seemed to be poisoned, faded away completely. The Green Wolf then revealed complexity, and his heart was even more hesitant. It's not poison, it's witchcraft. Can it be that this heart's resentment does not dissipate? This poison, there is no way to solve it. Once dissipated, the arm, naturally, is also good. This kid, is it really not to rob the tomb? Green Wolf inner complex. The thought of their previous that treat this kid, but this kid, even pressed their own as a matter of fact, said to punish themselves, in fact, not how to punish. This made the Green Wolf feel more or less bad inside. It was a very weird feeling. Obviously he was the decent one, but now he was even a bit thankful for this kid? Green Wolf looked at his unicorn arm. A day of fooling around is a day of fooling around. Green Wolf waved his arm and walked into the tent, turning on a small movie. But soon, wasn't it my arm that he wasted? Green Wolf closed the small movie full of shock and anger, feeling numb as a human being, hoping this kid comes with a poisoning? The Green Wolves were dumbfounded. Damn you, you damned grave robber. The Green Wolf is angry inside, looking at the unicorn arm that has just recovered not long ago. It seems to start committing blackness again. Green Wolf's entire body also became incomparably sad and angry. Do I still have to beg you? Dog. What a dog. It's just not human. Just as the Green Wolf was grieving inside, the sound of large propellers turning suddenly came from the outside world, accompanied by the sound of the wind whistling, and dozens of helicopters appeared above the Lishan mountain range. Zhuge Qi, it's up to you. Along with a dainty cry came a buzzing explosion that the crowd soon heard. Boom! Knock! Green Wolf quickly got out of the tent only to realize that, at some point, dozens of women in Mercury protective suits were landing one after another above them, quickly following the helicopter's ropes, and in the middle of a clearing, there was an immense and incomparable wooden giant snake that was digging a pit to make a path. Orders from above. Hunt down the grave robbers. All uninvolved personnel stand down. Among them, under the protective clothing, a woman wearing camouflage combat clothing is holding a sniper rifle. Cold eyes swept over the crowd in all directions. The rest of the people are each standing in a place, face gloomy waiting, as the passage was broken open by the giant snake of the organ. Without waiting for the woman in the lead to speak, all the women shouted angrily, "Sisters, skin him, charge, let this kid get a good beating today. How dare you injure Brother Wu? This kid is simply heavenly." The women chortled and rushed straight into the depths of the underground. Chapter 47 The Hunt. Little brother, all of this Zhuge Wu's little fangirls have actually come to beat you up. Good lord, this is the first time I've seen a scene of so many girls acting collectively, and they don't seem to be in the military either, do they? Are the clothes all so informal? Run, little brother. There are dozens of women trying to kill you. The pop-ups rolled between the anchors, and countless netizens felt saddened. This Zhuge Wu is really good. It's amazing how many people stood up for him in less than 2 hours after getting their asses kicked. And they're all watery flower girls. Envious. Jealous. Damn it. Single internet users broke down in tears. The thought of being unloved like a dirt dog, and then looking at Zhuge Wu, who actually had so many little fangirls all by himself. How enviable it makes one. Damn it. Cam. For a time, the live broadcast room was filled with all kinds of envious and jealous pop-ups, and Jiang Ming was also a bit surprised. After briefly scanning the pop-up screen, he found that this group of two-penny netizens were all lamenting their singleness, and none of them were able to provide useful information, making Jiang Ming somewhat speechless. At this moment, with a kick away from the giant beast on the side, Jiang Ming also looked at the pale, gloomy and uncertain Zhuge Wu. "You're quite the envy of women, you guy." Jiang Ming sighed with emotion and began to draw his own sword, prepare to break the formation. The identity of the person who could rush in with a brain. Jiang Ming already had quite a few guesses in his heart. Perhaps, all are from the Chimera community, and according to the netizens, they all came by helicopter. That means that there are all quite a few of them that are people that have strong backgrounds. It is not easy to say whether this collective action was initiated by the military or not. It looked more like they were acting privately, and the only one sent by the military should have been Zhuge Wu. Because of Zhuge Wu, he had invited so many people to hold a grudge, causing Jiang Ming to cry and laugh a little as well. But before Jiang Ming could draw a few blades, a buzzing sound came from this part of heaven and earth, at the tomb passage above. That voice grew louder and louder, causing a wave of unease to rapidly climb within Jiang Ming's heart when suddenly, boom, along with a violent sound, the tomb passage above shattered with a loud bang. The moment the huge pit took shape, a large wooden snake with a purple body appeared in everyone's sight. "Woo, look, it's still me who loves you the most." Being the first to arrive, above the head of the wooden snake, under the protective suit, Zhuge Qi, wearing a purple coat, looked cool and unimaginable, but revealed gentleness when he looked at Zhuge Wu. "He's trying to release the demon sword. Grab him." Zhuge Wu didn't look at the woman, but instead coldly looked at Jiang Ming. "Brother Wu, don't worry, he can't live." The woman in purple stepped on the purple serpent and pinched her fingers, and the purple serpent violently charged towards Jiang Ming, and at the same time, the woman in purple even took out a strange long iron chain whip and lashed it fiercely towards Jiang Ming. "Take it easy, Brother Wu, we're here too." At this time, in the passageway above, more than a dozen women droned, and those women in different costumes under the protective clothing took out all kinds of strange blades, or hidden weapons, and went straight to Jiang Ming to kill him. In a moment, Jiang Ming, who had just dodged Zhuge Qi's attack, was faced with several people shooting dark arrows. This caused Jiang Ming to grimace and snort coldly, while smoothly pulling up an underground sword to block it. His other hand was also quickly pinching, wanting to quickly destroy all the swords here with the help of the compulsion. But just as those parasites had sensed something, a sharp flute sound came with them. Inside the passageway above, a woman in a red dress, under a protective suit, then slowly dropped down playing a flute. The flute's rhythmic ups and downs fluctuated greatly, piercing and sharp, and almost instantly, the compulsion that had just been sensed by Jiang Ming was out of control in the next second, and immediately afterward, countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants drilled out from the ground, accompanied by the woman's aura surfacing around her, causing Jiang Ming's heart to sink. Enchanting border companions, Jiuli bloodline. Feeling the woman's body around the breath that is nearly the same origin as his own, although it is not as rich as his own bloodline, but the woman's technique of defending the compulsion is far more proficient than what he has mastered. "You little thief, you've got some eyes. Since you know that I am an inner race of the enchanting frontier, how dare you not kneel down to greet me?" The woman in red stepped out, the flute in her hand pointing straight at Jiang Ming, and the black mist transformed into snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the four directions had already taken to the air, and was about to pounce and fall towards Jiang Ming. The 10 or so people on the four sides of the room also used their respective blades, wanting to close in on Jiang Ming and take his life. "Do you deserve it?" Jiang Ming indifferently swept a glance at the red-clothed woman, and quickly pinched his knuckles, maximizing the power of the Jiuli sorcerer's blood in his body, while at the same time, he waved out his broken sword and quickly struck out, repelling the two with the help of the terrifying force. At the same time, he dodged towards the back, and those countless snakes, insects, rats and ants, after feeling Jiang Ming's bloodline around his body, it was as if they had seen something terrifying and incomparable in general, and all of a sudden they were foaming at the mouth and fainted on the ground. "You have divine blood too?" Noticing the bloodline aura that was clearly far too much denser than her own, the red-clothed woman's face changed drastically. In the entire enchanting frontier, other than the inner clan companions, there was no one else with such a bloodline. Even if it was himself at this moment, he was an enchanting inner clan, the compassionate master with the strongest bloodline concentration. But the bloodline of the person in front of him is even more dense than himself? How did this not surprise the woman in red? For a moment, A wave of fear arose within the woman in red as well. Jiuli witch blood. In the enchanting frontier, even a person who has committed a heinous crime are still the existence of the entire enchanting frontier to pursue. The denser the bloodline was, then the more it represented the rise of the borderland enchantress. His own position in the enchanting frontier was very high, so naturally, he knew this well. But now, it is a death sentence to strike someone who has a thicker bloodline than your own. There will not be any enchanting frontier compassion master who can allow a person with a Jiuli bloodline to fall, even desecrated. If this person also possesses a bloodline, then the spell is bloodline concentration. The poor one. There will be a secret method of the inner clan to refine his whole bloodline and give it to someone with higher concentration. The woman's face was pale. After so many years of being guarded by the inner clan, she was aware of how cruel the companion's methods were. For a moment, the red-clothed woman Qi Jin's mind, but also some panic. Shao Jin, kill her. I'll replace this body blood for you. At this time, Qi Jin behind the shadow. Only Qi Jin can hear the voice came, so that Qi Jin eyes gradually filled with blood at the time. Around the body killing intent rumbled out. Without any hesitation, the flute sounded, and under the stimulation of the power of the bloodline, countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants seemed to have gone crazy, and they all had red eyes, and tore towards Jiang Ming in a desperate attempt to bite him. The remaining dozens of people also appeared one after another, and each of them used their own means to kill. Bang, bang, ta-da-da-da. Among them, there was also the sound of sniper rifles, as well as many pistols and hot weapons. This is no longer a manhunt, rather, a one-sided hunt. There is only one head of grave robbers, and dozens of them, who share the meat. One can imagine how intense this hunt will be. Chapter 48, The Demon Sword comes out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm numb. Dozens of women, one tougher than the other. Is this tread still a vulnerable female? No more ah brothers. This puts little brother no more ah. Damn. Little brother's nose blisters are hammered out. These women are really tough. Sniper rifles and pistols and these hot weapons are not even a problem. Knives, forks, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks and forks are all there. Netizens have felt anxious. The current form, there is no one can rescue the little brother ah. Moreover, little brother's compulsion was also clearly suppressed by that woman in red. And for a moment, the fight became more and more outrageous. No, it's little brother who's being completely overwhelmed. One moment you get kicked by this, the next you get bitten by this snake. A moment later that one comes back with another cut. A few more shots from that guy in the distance later. It's hard to imagine that this guy has lasted 5 minutes. My god, what kind of physical quality is this? To be able to persist for such a long time under the siege of so many experts. No swords or hidden arrows touched him at all of which he dodged. This man has an unspeakable sense of danger. Just how strong this person must be. Zhuge Wu's scouting team felt unspeakably shocked as they watched Jiang Ming's ruthless way of making moves and his nearly impeccable method of dodging them. You have to know that these people were all from the same major Qi men families as Zhuge Wu. I can't believe it's been so long to take a grave robber and not be able to take it. Besides, the grave robber compulsions are all in a suppressed state. How does this not surprise the crowd? Even Zhuge Wu felt an unspeakable tremor in his heart and soul at this time, when he himself was not strong enough to be the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge family. These pussies roughed up with him and forced the old ancestor of the Zhuge family to let him take the seat of the leader of the younger generation. He himself could not sustain himself for long under these women, even with the help of the two arts of Qi Men and Shenji. Even a second brother who was defiant and called the shots with these women in the first place had his legs broken, and his own third sister, fourth uncle, even Uncle 7 is still in a wheelchair. Even the sight of these women makes me shiver. At that time, he was almost removed from the Zhuge family tree. If not, the old ancestor stepped in to suppress the matter and gave the women a satisfactory answer. I am afraid that this group of women, even the old ancestor's beard dared to glean down. One can only imagine how terrifying these women can be when they start to go crazy. But a mediocre-looking grave robber in front of you is. It's amazing that it's lasted this long. There is even more or less room to roam. It's a hunt, with dozens of people making killing moves. It wasn't as simple as a sparring match. But, this guy has not been seriously injured until now? Zhuge went numb. How in the world can someone be so outrageous? Can that treadmill still be called? No good. Guys, little brother is down. Damn, the sniper shot straight up. Numb, this wave is really nothing. Suddenly, Jiang Ming was kicked in the chest by a woman, and his entire body was sent flying to the ground. Snipers in the distance fired directly, and a few more let loose dark arrows, swarming in conjunction with an almost heavenly net of killing moves. This makes Jiang Ming inwardly suffocating, under the eyes of a touch of killing machine rising. At this moment, Jiang Ming really moved to kill. If he hadn't always wanted to join the archaeological team and was inconvenienced to kill someone with a cruel hand, why would he have to put up with this? Jiang Ming was pained, but at this moment, under the stimulation of a strong life and death crisis, Jiang Ming also no longer had any reticence, and as he quickly got up to avoid the sniping, the long knife in his hand swung up. With an extremely bizarre speed, it directly chopped at the three people's legs, chests, and backs. Pust! The sound of blood and flesh tearing came. As the three people's faces changed greatly, they only felt severe pain, and under the torn clothes, they violently retreated towards the back, and at the same time, Jiang Ming directly grabbed the stabbing lance. The force of the reverse leg erupted, kicking and shattering the man's top incoming knee. Asterisk. In a moment, 3 or 5 screams came from 3 or 5 people, and the rest of the crowd pulled away. Zhuge Qi maneuvered the purple serpent from afar to keep charging and chasing, while the rest of them took out dark arrows and kept throwing them, forcing Jiang Ming to retreat. Qi Jin manipulated snakes, insects, rats and ants to keep interfering. For a moment, Jiang Ming began to lose ground again. It's bad, little brother is going down. Little brother is back on his feet. No good, little brother is down again. My god, little brother can actually ing fight. Countless netizens have called it outrageous. At this moment, Jiang Ming was also constantly estimating how many more formations he needed to destroy by releasing the demon blade, now that the formation had broken open by almost 60%. At this moment, the demon sword was surrounded by scarlet fury. The blade trembled, and was already about to break free. At this moment, it seems that at the very least, 10% of the formation still needs to be destroyed. At that time, it was highly likely that the demon blade would, then, be able to get out of the trap. With the power of the demon blade added, one could certainly have some maneuvering power with this group of crazy women as well. Making up his mind, Jiang Ming quickly came to a fallen pitch-black beast while dodging, and fiercely launched a kick. The behemoth flew straight up and tripped over a number of swords. The demon's sword buzzed and trembled even more. Everyone's face changed drastically. Not good. The formation was severely damaged after a fight. We can't let him go on like this. Everyone, strike together and take him. Delicate shouts came out as dozens of wonderful women struck out. The various means were even much more rigid and domineering than the previous strikes. Jiang Ming also destroyed the formation as much as he could while circling around. It could be seen that although it was getting tougher and tougher to cope with it, Jiang Ming had suffered a lot of damage even while dodging. Little brother is really resistant to beatings. Kneel down, kneel down. This has to be a direct kowtow. Little brother is really too good. My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the livestream. Woohoo! Little brother, if you can't do it, just tie your hands and don't die. Netizens wailed in grief, and professors from the outside world cried out in pain. These crazy women are trying to stifle the talents of the archaeological community. Damn, this woman is so lawless. In the car, several of the top archaeology professors had reddened their eyes and were inwardly grief-stricken. Damn it, these crazy women hit too hard. Little brother must hold on. When we arrive, we will definitely protect you with our lives. Countless people lamented and grieved and kept popping up. In the ancient tomb, only Jiang Ming was taking a beating. Although he had tried his best to dodge quite a bit, it could still be seen that Jiang Ming had become very strained at this moment. Even with the blood compulsion added to his body, under the suppression of another compounder, the blood compulsion's ability was limited, and recovery was extremely reluctant. Jiang Ming didn't know how much blood he had vomited, and his resistance was getting weaker and weaker. But suddenly, Jiang Ming, who had dodged a new round of killings from the crowd in a sorry state, had just stabilized himself on the ground when the corners of his mouth gradually hooked up into a bizarre arc. Almost at the same time, along with a blood-colored fluctuation spreading and sweeping towards the 8 directions, a mournful and incomparable sword buzzing came out abruptly. Enjoin! The sound came out, causing everyone at the scene to change their faces. Chapter 49, Good Tactics. Enjoin! That buzzing sound contained countless resentments and madness, as if its spirit body had completely come out and was hissing up to the sky, causing everyone present to change greatly in color after feeling that night-rushing resentment aura. There were signs of scorn. Not good. Retreat quickly. Asterisk. Damn this grave robber. The crowd has anxiously backed away, but Jiang Ming, with his little remaining strength, quickly rushed to the demon sword side and gripped the hilt of the blade in a death grip. Distance yourself from these crazy women. Are you crazy? The demon sword will erode your mind. How dare you do this? Do you want to fish out of water? The women chided each other, and Jiang Ming hid behind the pitch-black behemoth, feeling the intense pain coming from his flesh and spirit under the erosion of the demonic blade. His face agonized. Those eyes, however, were still deep and cold. The voice was indifferent. Erosion has to be divided into people too. Jiang Ming's words rang out. A cold chiding came from a number of women. Big talk. With you you're also worthy of grasping the demon sword that even Emperor Qin couldn't destroy? Meh. Jiang Ming indifferently smiled, feeling the hatred coming from the body of the sword, which was rapidly occupying his mind. Jiang Ming did not move, but only a strange sorcery fluctuation around his body filled the room, and a flat voice rang out. Enchanting border inner clan's female child. Have you heard of the twin life barrier? What did you say? Jiang Ming's words immediately caused Qi Jin's face to change and his brows to furrow. That's a legendary sorcery. How can you possibly master it? Qi Jin's face was ugly. If this kid really grasps the twin life barrier, then it is not possible to say that he can really control this demon sword. This person's strength is already horrifying. If the demon sword is added, then the people here, too, may not be able to take them down. At that time, perhaps the only thing they have to do is to be punished in the enchanting frontier inner clan. Qi Jin's face was ugly, but after thinking back and forth, he still chided in cold words. The twin life barrier has not been recorded much even by my enchanting inner clan. How could you be a good boy and die? Ignorant. Jiang Ming didn't pay any more attention to this woman, and under the boiling of sorcerer's blood around his body, along with that strange fluctuation coming from him, a complicated and incomparable seal violently appeared in the center of Jiang Ming's palm, and at the same time, the body of the sword was even more as if it had been cursed by some kind of curse, but also at the same time, this kind of mark appeared. As the seal flickered and took shape completely, a terrifying sorcery fluctuation erupted. Everyone at the scene was even more pale. Not good. This person must be performing some demonic magic. Damn it, get ready to come together. Nope, back off. It's not a demon sword. Quickly retreat. The crowd was just ready to strike, but it was Qi Jin suddenly changed color, eyes flashing under the panic. Sharp voice came out, looking at the place where the fluctuations came from with a face full of fear. Qi Jin's voice trembled. This voodoo wave. It's true. He really does know the double life barrier. Qi Jin, what the hell is going on? A double life barrier. What the hell is that? The women's faces were unsightly, and they opened their mouths, and Qi Jin trembled with a fearful expression. That is a sorcery that allows the host and blood slave to share a double life. If the host is present, the sword is present. If the host dies, the sword is destroyed. And host and blood slaves, there is no mutual takeover relationship. This is the law of the twin barriers. Even if the host's mind is damaged, this knife spirit will likewise be so. How could he? This is a legendary sorcery. Enchanting the borderland inner clan have never had. Qi Jin's body trembled, while the rest of the crowd looked at the scene in front of them and immediately felt a huge pressure like a mountain. Many netizens, on the other hand, sucked in cold air and called it outrageous. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a dominating move. Direct symbiotic lifelock. Bull wow. I didn't expect little brother to know this. It's really awesome. The people looked at each other, all ready to wait for an opportunity. Since this person has already controlled the demon sword, then kill him. The demon sword will naturally be destroyed. Suddenly, enjoin. The demonic blade's blood-devouring chi rushed into Jiang Ming's body, seemingly venting its inner resentment and unwillingness. Jiang Ming spat out blood, and the demon blade followed his body with a tremor, as if suffering from severe pain. Jiang Ming had some toothache. You waifs don't listen. If I die, you must die too. Damn, if you don't help me today, you're waiting to die. Help me, maybe I can even give you a revenge later. His grandmother, rebellious son Ayu simply, behind the giant beast. Jiang Ming's obviously pained voice came out, and the women were confused. This guy, so uncouth. This kid, how does he feel a little? Even such underhanded tactics as the double life barrier are used. This guy is bound to be just listening to the voice is dead. Dirty this man, not as well behaved as my woo. Pushin' man, real down head. The women said one thing to each other, and Jiang Ming looked at the demon sword and spoke bitterly. Now that you and I are symbiotic, when they curse me, they are cursing you. Hear that? Scolding you pushin' female scolding you under the head. You do not get angry Get up and lead me to fight them. Jiang Ming's voice rang out, and the women no longer gave him a chance, and they all took advantage of the gap between Jiang Ming's lack of control over the demon blade, wanting to directly cut him down, but no one expected that the next second, enjoin, a sharp and incomparable buzzing sound came, accompanied by a monstrous fury that exploded. Jiang Ming, who was hiding at the back of the giant beast, immediately gasped a flash of madness in the depths of his eyes. The whole crowd was thrilled with it. The knife, it actually did go to the head. Nice guy, not much of an IQ. Yes, that's how it's done. Come on, unleash your fury. Attack, red, Jiang Ming shouted, and the resentment above the demon sword became even more intense. It seemed that under the stimulation of these words, causing the demon sword to be about to go berserk, Jiang Ming also hurriedly closed his mouth, holding the obviously much heavier demonic sword. He looked at the women who were once again striking out and rapidly rushing towards him. Jiang Ming grinned. A flash of scarlet light flashed through the depths of his pupils, and Jiang Ming instantly noticed that under the demon blade's enchantment, all aspects of his body's abilities had been greatly enhanced. Accompanied by the buzzing tremor of the blade, Jiang Ming took a step forward. Almost instantly, he rushed towards 3 of them. The fury burst out and his body was like a ghost. In just a single glance, the 3 were wasted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Move like a ghost. Break 1,000 pounds of force. Invincible. Strong. Little brother is too strong. Countless netizens were instantly excited. Watching the scene of Jiang Ming striking out, one felt his blood boil. Sneak attack. Boom. But just then, accompanied by the sound of an RPG blowing up, Jiang Ming's entire body was instantly lifted off the ground under the tremendous impact. When the protective suit quickly broke, the shrapnel entered the body, and the whole person was even seriously injured directly. It was then that Jiang Ming realized that while the demon blade had strengthened all aspects of his body's functions, it had directly shielded the talent of danger perception. Damn. No. What you guys? Looking at the women who were once again aiming at him, ready to strike at any moment, Jiang Ming's face was filled with pain and hatred, his voice weak, and blood spitting out of his mouth. Mostly online. Zhuge Wu. Browser bros, ratings are too low. Asking for 5 stars and a little bit of hyping. Chapter 50, 4 shifts. Mortal Na. This is not handsome for 3 seconds. This wave, it seems really wasted. Little brother. Ooh, don't worry about going. We'll see you. Some netizens are grieving inside, obviously. Now, there really isn't a point of retreat. Finally, it's taken. The women even looked at the dying Jiang Ming, took a deep breath, and prepared to strike to bring him to fruition. But suddenly, ding, inhalation of excess toxic gases, poisoning level plus 398, poisoning level plus 396, brain neurological health level 271, kidney health 465, IQ 648. A mechanical voice came from his mind, and the inhalation of a mouthful of toxic gas caused Jiang Ming's mind to suddenly go blank. Between the buzzing, Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly lost focus for a moment, the strange saliva flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ming's 2 eyeballs gradually came together, and his eyes revealed an aura of wisdom. No, there seems to be something wrong with little brother. What the hell is going on? Why do I feel like little brother is suddenly different? It's not possible that little brother is really seriously injured. Ooh, don't you ever be okay? Little brother. Netizens noticed the difference and were worried. On the scene, the women were also puzzled. Why isn't this kid moving? There shouldn't be any more demonic spells. Should there? Could it be that this person still has a backhand? The women were on guard. However, just as the women were gripped in their hearts, Jiang Ming raised his head and looked at the crowd with eyes full of wisdom, and his eyes were filled with laziness. Ha 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 ha. Zhuge Wu. Professors. Crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This. Is this? Little brother. Straight up blasted stupid? I don't remember little brother just blowing his brains out. No more little brother demented I go. Ooh, what a nice little brother. To be straight up stupid? Looking at Jiang Ming's eyes full of wisdom, millions of netizens' brains buzzed. Live grave robbing didn't work out, but instead the little brother became a straight up cutie. The women in the 4 corners of the room were all confused as well. This RPG is a bit strong. This guy is really stupid. 1 eye up, 1 eye down. Nice guy. The women sighed. They did not expect this guy, even directly stupid. But what everyone didn't expect was that Jiang Ming actually slowly sat up, his eyes full of wisdom sweeping over the surroundings, and his entire person looked surprisingly much more serious. Mortal Na. Jiang Ming got up shakily, and his originally serious face became somewhat contemptuous as he looked at the crowd. Mortal wisdom, after all, is limited. Do you guys think that's going to defeat me? Jiang Ming snorted coldly, his eyes full of wisdom sweeping over the 4, looking down on the living. The whole thing looked condescending and dominating. Little brother isn't going to be a straight-up retard, is he? Numb. Little brother how to look not normal. It's like a psycho who just ran out of a mental institution. Netizens are calling it outrageous and quite devastated. How can a mortal man realize the wisdom of the gods? Jiang Ming revealed his pride. This seat can be the heir of the ancient Qi Yu bloodline. This guy is really stupid. Sisters, don't bull asterisk 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 him. Come together and finish him. The women sneered, and with a few people shouting, the crowd was intent. Just as the crowd was preparing to make a move, Jiang Ming was unmoved, looking down on the heavens. Humph, just you guys? Don't go. Stop it. Qi Jin's grave and trembling voice came, and the women's faces were gloomy and uncertain. What again? It seems that it is still you, the girl child. Who knows what she is talking about? Jiang Ming laughed alone, and with a flip of his hand, a golden fat worm appeared in his hand. Do you, mortals, recognize this? This is Qi Jin. At the time of seeing that bug, the whole person has been completely numb. Eyes flashed in horror. voice trembling, the king of all compulsions. Golden silkworms. Nice. Jiang Ming revealed a proud, intelligent look that looked out of the corner of his eye. One compulsion overcomes 10,000 compulsion. In the current world, and even among the ancient legends, there is only the golden silkworm. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ming's face flushed, as if he had drunk too much, and he directly swallowed the golden silkworm into his stomach and swallowed it. With this object, I will become the compulsion of my life and open my path to becoming a god. Jiang Ming revealed a sense of loneliness and through his voice, but this scene made Qi Jin a little confused. You ate the golden silkworm. You don't refine it, you just eat it? Are you trying to digest it? Qi Jin felt numb. That's the legendary golden silkworm compass. Did you eat it? However, when she detected the compassionate master's aura climbing around Jiang Ming, her entire face changed drastically. How is that possible? Without refining it, it can directly increase its strength? Could this be a new refining method? Qi Jin felt that all the knowledge he had learned about compulsion refining had been greatly impacted, and fear flashed in his eyes as he quickly opened his mouth. Legendary compulsion as a native compulsion. Now, his compulsion art realm, surprisingly, has not yet turned one. Not good. Everyone, make a move. After the first turn, I will no longer be able to suppress him. Qi Jin blew his flute, and the crowd immediately erupted with killing moves. However, Jiang Ming had a disdainful expression and an indifferent voice. Mortals, after all, are mortals. Without the slightest hint of obstruction, as Jiang Ming waved his hand, this heaven and earth roared and trembled. Countless snakes, insects, rats and ants formed a black tide, violently appeared from various crevices, and at the same time, there were even more people straight to be forced back by the black tide swept under. Not good. This guy has gotten stronger. The women felt a great deal of pressure at once. At this moment, under the influence of the golden silkworm compass, countless parasites were being used by Jiang Ming. There was nothing Qi Jin could do. This further agitated countless netizens. Little brother couldn't really be a descendant of Jiu Li Qiyu? Little brother isn't stupid. This is bloodline stimulation. Invincible. Directly invincible. So this is little brother's backhand. It's too strong. Simply invincible. Countless netizens bragged at once. Many of the archaeology professors were overcome with tears of excitement. Scared me to death. I really thought the lad was stupid. I'm glad it's okay. I'm glad it's okay. In the ancient tomb, Jiang Ming's manipulation of the compulsion continued to emit a voice as indifferent as the sky. I am the son of God. How dare you, mere mortals, be my enemy? Mortal na. Foolishness. All kneel down for this god. With that wave of terrifying black tide coming in, under the constant attacks of Jiang Ming's manipulation of the compulsion, almost everyone was tired of resisting and was bruised and battered. Many of them were directly bitten by the toxins of the parasites into their bodies and fainted on the spot. Their lives in danger. More people have their whole body functions severely damaged after absorbing mercury poison. Seeing that things are becoming more and more horrible. In the end, as a last resort, all of them had to use Zhugeqi's great snake to save each other and flee for their lives in a hurry. This scene was slow to say the least, but it was actually only a few minutes. Since Jiang Ming had struck out until the crowd had been heavily injured, it had been extremely fast. It made everyone show horror and be filled with fear. Off the charts. That's a big departure. Chapter 51 Crazy. I owe over $20 million? Can you imagine? A little cutie, shouting I am God and waving your hand as a vast array of snakes, insects and ants pounce directly toward you. That horrible oppression. And that little cutie. The IQ, is it really serious? Cutie, all so strong? Is there any justice in the world? The crowd was beyond devastated. Many people's hearts were shaken, spitting blood from their mouths, and their eyes showed grief and anger. Why? This second little cutie. How did it suddenly become so awesome? Outrageous. At this moment, those who were not wounded could no longer care to fight, and inwardly, in fear, they fled with one or two severely wounded men, and those who were deeply mercury poisoned. In a playful manner, it's really awesome, okay? Godchan. Invincible. Too strong. Really strong and invincible. Countless netizens laughed as they watched the scene of the women fleeing in terror. The livestream was filled with bragging sentiments. Countless people also became more and more frenzied inside, and as he looked at the women who fled in a state of distress, a proud, light laugh emanated from Jiang Ming's mouth. A group of mortals, how dare they come to stop this god? Really, it's ridiculous. A big hand. Jiang Ming directly resorted to compulsion and gradually disappeared into the ground. Wisdom-filled eyes also seemed to close slowly from exhaustion. Time passes slowly. Ding. Toxic gas attenuation. into suppressible range. The bloodline runs on its own and begins to try to absorb. Absorption successful. Intoxication level 26. Intoxication level 27. Neurological health of the brain plus 18. Brain nerve health plus 21. Kidney health plus 32. Kidney health plus 12. IQ plus 3. IQ plus 7. IQ plus 12. As time passes slowly, because of the disappearance into the ground, this place is also slightly insulated from the mercury toxin of the outside world. Jiang Ming's body, with the help of the blood absorption, as well as the blood parasites, began to slowly recover. The netizens in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, felt some excitement as they watched the scene of Jiang Ming fainting and sleeping. Worthy of a little brother, it's really towered. Little brother, crap, I'm God. Invincible, straight up invincible. The professors were also thrilled. Obviously, with Jiang Ming behaving like that before, the professors only felt that Jiang Ming had designed to deceive them. Pretending to be crazy is a ploy. What a strong lad, really invincible. With him around, what tomb can't we lay down in the archaeology world of Daxia? They were very excited, and at this time, Jiang Ming also woke up leisurely, but he didn't open his eyes, not even a movement. His mind at the moment was filled with images of what he had just done and said as his IQ plummeted, which made Jiang Ming's toes buckle to the ground. Almost deducted a 3-bedroom building. Shame on you. It's embarrassing. This guy, how can he say something so stupid? Jiang Ming feels completely social death. Even if you join the archaeology team in the future, you probably won't be able to hold your head up. More than that, I can't face my folks. Jiang Ming is a bit broken. Ding, mercury toxicity absorbed. Mercury poison resistance upgrade. The system voice in his head came, and Jiang Ming wiped away the tears of sadness from the corners of his eyes. Sit up and turn your back. Take off the mask. Switch to a black tech gas mask. Anyway, this thing is more reliable than a protective suit. At the very least, it won't fall off. Why do I get the feeling that my little brother is a little sad? I don't know. Maybe it's the loneliness of the gods. It's good that little brother is alright. Finally he's awake. I have to say, that hand just now was really too strong. We mortals, welcome the return of the divine sun. Plus 10,086. Countless people angrily swiped their pop-ups with unbridled excitement. Awkwardly, Jiang Ming's toes buckled to the ground, and his entire body was bad. At that moment, Jiang Ming seemed to think of something and suddenly widened his eyes. Where are the golden silkworms? Jiang Ming numb, rushed to snap his throat, began to vomit madly, and finally in a pile of filthy things, finally found the dying golden silkworm. Jiang Ming hugged the golden silkworm and really wanted to cry. Nuts! This thing you say eat? How expensive? It's over 10 million points. Rub, and so on. Suddenly, Jiang Ming froze. How did this thing come about? Jiang Ming looked at the golden silkworm in his hand, and suddenly a sense of ill will arose in his heart. He thought of the system. Only, when he opened the system mall he realized that his points were minus 22 million. Jiang Ming went numb. Crazy, I owe over 20 million points? System, give me an explanation. Jiang Ming roared inwardly, and the system was quick to give an explanation. Half an hour ago, the host asked for credit to redeem gold silkworms for a Compass Master Advancement Experience Card *2. At normal prices, 13 million points for the gold silkworms, and 5 million points for the Compassionate Master Experience Cards. There will be no loss of points for normal purchases. Credited points, need to be doubled and repaid. No interest, according to the statistics. In addition to deducting the host's 12 million points, the host still lacks more than 11 million points. Doubled, that is, 22 million points, discounted data. This was requested by the host. Note, please pay off the debt within 3 months. Otherwise the live broadcast function will be completely shut down and the mall will never open again. Jiang Ming, looking at the system's explanation, Jiang Ming was completely numb. He himself only had 6 or 7 million points in the first place, and that was what he had saved up for most of the day. But who would have thought it? Did I sign a high debt note with the system myself? Jiang Ming wanted to cry. It really feels like the mind is broken, but at this point, it's already happened. Jiang Ming also stopped grieving and only secretly kept this matter in his heart. After exchanging a new set of clothes in the system mall, staggering through the live broadcast screen and changing his clothes, Jiang Ming again realized that there was actually quite a bit of shrapnel in his body. Jiang Ming had to take off his clothes and take himself, following the system prompts to remove all the shrapnel, and then repair the wounds with the help of medical compulsion. A long time passed before and after this tossing and turning. Jiang Ming put on his clothes and refined the golden silkworms into his bloodline and bones. Feeling the extra stream of warmth in his body after the promotion, as well as the strengthening of his body's sinews and other aspects of his body's functions. Jiang Ming then called it quits, but the joy of promotion was something Jiang Ming couldn't feel at all. Just expressionless, he walked out from the underground, and after finding the demon sword, he cruised around and quickly found a similar sheath, carried it on his back, and then turned around and walked towards the depths. A tremor came from the demon sword, seemingly displeased with this sheath. Jiang Ming ignored it and walked forward on his own, just the back, more or less depressed. Win Xiaoyi Shui Han. It feels like little brother isn't as happy as he was before. I miss my little brother's I am God line, and I wonder when he can do it again. Really, there's one thing that really blew me away with that intelligent look in my little brother's eyes. Indeed, Godchan state. It's like opening up. It's too much. The heart-stopping comments in the pop-up section continue. Jiang Ming is nothing but silence. Chapter 52 10 million popularity. Basic sorcery. Footwork. Most of the network still keeps bragging about it on the air. Some netizens are a bit confused. Why is it that I don't feel like there's much change in little brother after he acquired the demon sword? Aren't Zhuge Wu and the others all very afraid of the demon sword? Yeah, little brother. What's going on here? Many netizens asked questions, and Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb gave a dry cough and explained. If the demon blade was unowned, it would naturally be ferocious and extraordinary, but the moment it was unsealed, I began to perform symbiotic sorcery such as the twin barrier. You should have seen the resistance of the spirit of the demon blade, but because of the suppression of the twin life barrier, it also makes that the resistance of the spirit of this blade is also 99% weaker. Plus, the spirit of this sword should have been filled with resentment and violence, and after being forcibly recognized by me, it presumably collapsed mentally and directly fell into a deep sleep, leaving only a trace of its spirit to exist. It also makes it so that what you see as a demon sword is actually just a very hard special blade. The spirit of the blade, pressed, never appeared. As for the strikes I made after I took in the demonic blade, that was entirely after the twin barriers were generated, and I was able to mobilize the baneful energy within the blade to add to it. Jiang Ming explained, and the embarrassment within him calmed down quite a bit. He found out, surprisingly, this group of netizens were all just bragging, without anyone grasping at what had happened before, which made Jiang Ming feel much more at ease. Fortunately, the internet has no memory, so that's how it is. A little brother without a blade spirit can even instantly kill 3 people in seconds. This is too much of a watchdog. It seems that we still underestimated little brother's strength. It's too strong. That's a solid wave. Who else is going to stop little brother next? Invincible. Ha ha ha. The netizens bragged about it, and Jiang Ming didn't say anything, enjoying the inner comfort he felt after completely letting go. Embarrassing this thing. As long as you have a thick skin, then nothing can bring you down. Jiang Ming continued to move forward, but what he never expected was, the scene of himself and someone in a sparring match was actually posted directly to the internet by this group of 250 netizens, and this post actually exploded right out of the gate. Clips of those videos were quickly hijacked by major short-form video platforms. Countless people felt their hearts and souls tremble as they looked at the picture of the masked little brother who struck out in a domineering and incomparable manner. Straight to Tenshu, even when the traffic of those videos will be before Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb to cure the disease, protective clothing, as well as those ancient martial arts skills, and so on. Many videos all find out. This time, a 3-dimensional persona appeared in front of everyone. Mystery, powerful, nothing to worry about. It's really hanging. This guy live even if it's not enough. Beat a batch after batch. After beating also give people a prescription for a burst of humiliation. Nice guy. I'm calling nice guy with a straight ing face. This is really a big smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves. All of them have to let this kid finish building. Amazing this, I have to say. It's really strong. Too arrogant this person. Countless netizens have called it outrageous. For what Jiang Ming had done, he felt an unspeakable sizzle. Countless 666 outrageous comments continue, and many good netizens have rushed into Jiang Ming's live room and began to frantically reward him. 6 anchor. Really, in all my years of living, I've really never seen you so arrogant. Arrogant, domineering, mysterious, powerful. Anchor, you really, I love you so much. This anchor has to be said. The body is still very good, and can also compulsion art. If only single. Definitely not single. That's clearly my husband. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's obviously my husband. Some male netizens sizzled pop-ups and shouted for their husbands. Watching Jiang Ming's chrysanthemums tighten, he was a little confused. Why is it that when other people broadcast live, they are surrounded by pretty girls and pretty boys, but when it comes to their own, it's a bunch of S and lesbians? Jiang Ming was a bit overwhelmed. Inner grief, watching the pop-ups scroll by. Even though the pressure was extreme, Jiang Ming didn't dare to say anything. I'm afraid this group of S will start something again. Even though Jiang Ming didn't say a word, the amount of bounties in the live broadcast room was constantly climbing. In less than half an hour, It went from the original several million to more than 30 million, and the live stream heat is still climbing. Note, hosts can exchange money for points to pay off debts at a ratio of 1:1, keep 1 million, and convert all the rest into points to pay off your debts first. Jiang Ming inwardly meditation. The system a number of operations fall strike, and soon will that too little cute. Ming, the debt owed by all pay off. Jiang Ming was relieved to see this. Ding, the host's popularity rating has exceeded 10 million. Congratulations on acquiring basic sorcery. Congratulations on your achievement, fame. Achievement reward, Ghost Shadow Steps. Ghostly Shadow Steps, martial arts class reward allows you to move like a ghost, with a residual shadow. Note, martial arts rewards have a certain proficiency value. In addition to the basic martial arts, Hungar, Baji, martial arts rewards proficiency. You need to improve their own. This step can resonate with the demon sword, and when it is perfected, its power can be doubled. A series of voices came from the system in his head, causing Jiang Ming to catch his breath. Awesome! Other than that, this stump follow is pretty dang good. If you add your own mobilization of baneful chi into the body, stimulating the strength, speed, and reaction bonus under the flesh and blood, this can completely throw away the perception of danger directly when the time comes. As long as you don't run into something as outrageous as that kind of sword god sword emperor, your own wave is directly invincible. Jiang Ming's heart sizzled within him, feeling more and more that his initial live streaming of Toon rating was the right path. Although it doesn't sound very decent, he himself didn't damage any artifacts from start to finish. Of course, that previous mural doesn't count. That thing is a roadblock and has no value at all. Really, do you want to visit other places in Qin Shi Huang yourself? After all, after coming in for so long, I hadn't really done much serious searching for artifacts, historical sites, or anything. Either you're being hunted or you're being hunted. Jiang Ming pondered inwardly, recalling the overall layout map of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum in his mind, and quickly thought of a place. That place? Nothing too evil. It seems there should be some ancient artifacts. He himself could take the opportunity to prove that he really wasn't here to rob graves. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming smiled. What Jiang Ming didn't know was that at this moment, his own hotness had also rushed to the top 10 of the hot searches with the addition of these 10 million plus popularity. Even that heat is still climbing. And that's not even the scariest part. As we all know, a hot search is usually a sentence that summarizes an event, which makes it easier to count the overall data. But Jiang Ming's hot search is the first 9 to 20 of the hot search list. All occupy. Chapter 53, the inner clan of the enchanting frontier shakes. Take this sinner down. Shocker. Archaeology professor has front row seat to grave robbers. Borderland enchanting compassionate master live streaming Toon rating means ruthlessness has repelled hundreds of people. The military intervened and couldn't take him? Shock as royal tomb stolen. Grave robbers turned out to be. You want a prescription after beating someone? How dare a grave robber be so arrogant? There were more than 10 hot searches in a row, and each of them was beyond amazingly maintaining millions of heat. Even underneath each hot search, it is filled with many wow bunker busting comments. Nay, I am uneducated. A sentence walks the world. This little brother is really show-off. Live streaming grave robbing. Archaeology professors crazy pulling the strings, belonging to a long time to live. This little brother actually did all this in one day and one night? Too strong. Netizens' daily bunker busters appear all over the comments section. As if playing chicken blood, netizens from all walks of life discussed it frantically, feeling overwhelmed by the excitement. What an amazing melon. The major media outlets are swarming behind this event with green eyes. That's great news for them. So all sorts of hype emerged. Shocked that the mysterious fatherless grave robber calls himself the Empress of Qin's people. The whole family robbed the tomb. Years ago the parents went deep into the imperial tomb and disappeared. 20 years later, the son came to retrieve the bones. The evil parasites who killed countless people in the enchanting frontier have appeared, and the military intervention has been repelled. Shocked, this grave robber has no mom. This series of operations was spread more and more strangely by the netizens, and the pop-ups that were eagerly discussed in the live broadcast room made Jiang Ming's back teeth clench. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're the ones who don't have a mom. Your parents are the ones who died in the royal tomb. Your whole family killed many people. Hateful. How hateful. This group of dog-skinned journalists, orphan self-media. What a hateful existence this is. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth. It's inconvenient to open the live broadcast right now, so when it's off the air, the first thing he's going to do is to give this group of people a descending head. It's really a case of saying whatever you want, and this opinion was spread to quite a few places in the enchanting frontier. Because of the uncommon status of a compassionate master, many compassionate masters live in anonymity, but in fact, what they focus on more is still the inhuman like themselves. As a result, The matter about the tomb raiding by the companions was also quickly learned by the many companions in the land of enchantment. Even among the enchanting frontier inner clan, the current inner clan patriarch, Shi Huang, looking at those heat pop-ups, as well as various compulsion videos, felt quite strange. Whose child is this from the enchanting frontier that has so much guts? Shi Huang was amused. Obviously, this kind of basic compulsion art, everyone in the enchanting frontier would know it, and it was not considered a proficient art. However, when Shi Huang saw the kid in that picture take out a golden fatworm, Shi Huang was suddenly standing up. Ancient legendary compass, golden silkworm? Shi Huang's eyes widened, and when he saw that little brother ate it directly, it was even more so that his entire blood pressure spiked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a golden silkworm that's rare in 1,000 years. You damn straight eat it? Wait, something's not right. How this kid's compulsion realm is still elevated. But immediately after, when Shi Huang saw the scene in the picture of the little brother shouting I am God, feel the brain buzzing. Who's this too little cutie? Shi Huang was filled with shock. Still stepping on the horse is really stupid people have stupid luck? It's a big departure, okay? Shi Huang immediately took this video and sent it to the internal WeChat group. A group of high-ranking companions watched the video, and their blood pressure spiked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Something's not right with this kid. Never seen this person again in Enchanting Frontier. Whose family's child is this? It's really against the law. That's a golden silkworm that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. Damn it! The high-ranking compound masters were depressed and spat out blood, but after seeing the strength of the people in the picture increase, they were also all in a flurry of disbelief. And at this time, Shi Huang also suddenly saw a familiar figure after brushing through quite a few videos. A newly minted saintess? Shi Huang's eyes slowly narrowed. The inner clan. Most Qi surname. Anyone who is proficient in the art of witchcraft can become a Qi surname after passing the inner clan audit. The inner clan leaders, too, were all elected by the high-ranking compatriots of previous years. It could be said that the system of the enchanting inner clan was a system that was completely free of any ties. It's to ensure absolute fairness. Therefore, when he saw that Qi Jin, who possessed some Jiuli bloodline, appear, Shi Huang was puzzled inwardly. This guy ran to catch that little compounder? At first Shi Huang does not resent, just think big material, but when Shi Huang see Shi Jin around the body of the Jiuli bloodline, surprisingly are also restrained by that masked man, but suddenly face color changed, more dense, Jiuli bloodline. How is this possible? Nowadays, in this era, it is surprising that there really is such a rich bloodline power. Shi Huang's eyes widened with horror, but immediately afterward, it was full of shock and anger. Damned sinner, knowing the rules of the inner clan, how dare you do something bad? Come on man. Shi Huang slapped the table, and soon, two black shadows appeared outside the house. Spread the word to all clans in the enchanting frontier, and hunt down the sinful daughter Qi Jin with all your might. I want to see her kneeling at the inner clan ancestral shrine within 3 days. Not to strike at those who also possess the Jiuli bloodline is the first prohibition of the enchanting frontier, and this evil bastard dares to disobey it, so bring him back to me at once. Yes, the black shadow outside the house left. Shi Huang's face is gloomy and uncertain. For many years, the Jiuli bloodline has always been mastered by the inner clans and has never been passed on, although this thing is not a rare object within the clan to provide for the 13 sequence the body will have. Even the inner clans encourage bloodlines to devour each other. It is for the sake of one day to be able to truly inspire the deep power of this bloodline in the inhuman world, to recreate the style of the border enchanting compassionate master. It was not known exactly how that little brother had acquired the bloodline. However, this district saintess even dared to strike out at someone whose bloodline was thicker and clearly stronger than hers. It's a capital offense, even if this person has never seen himself before. The rules are the rules, because the stronger the bloodline concentration, then the more likely it is to stimulate the true bloodline power. When this ban was first established, it was also for the sake of the entire enchanting frontier. As for the virgin, if not 13 sequences of no one interested in the holy position, this son, how can it be the turn of Qi Jin the sinner? Shi Huang was angry, and this matter was soon learned by all the high-ranking compass masters in the enchanting frontier. Quite a few puzzled inquiries. Upon learning of the appearance of a person with a more intense bloodline degree, the entire enchanting border inner clan's high-level compulsion masters could not sit still. There were many requests to go forward and receive this person to succeed the Holy Sun, but still, all of them were suppressed by Shi Huang. Apparently, Shi Huang feels that the situation is not clear enough now. For now, it's better to contact the military and get some information before doing so. After all, the many compulsion masters of the inner clan, guarding the land of the enchanting frontier for thousands of years, has long been recognized and authorized by the military. The relationship between the enchanting frontier and the military, and the other Qi men families and the military, were actually similar. Qi Yuan has the support of the entire enchanting frontier companions. It still carries a lot of weight here in the military. Chapter 54, The Mountain Over the Heads of the Young Generation. On the side of the enchanting frontier, after Qi Yuan greeted, the military also quickly sent all the news to Qi Yuan. Ask for the cause to find out. The instructions they gave were to pursue, not hunt. So far, the military had only sent one person, Zhuge Wu. As for the consequences of the disciples of the Qimen family acting privately without permission, they will be severely punished when this matter is settled. At the same time, Qi Waki realized, for Qi Jin's pursuit order, also spread throughout the enchanting frontier. Although the major Qimen families all have a certain position in the military, but the two cannot be confused. Since they have committed mistakes under the pretext of military orders, then they must be punished. Until then, the military will not intervene until enchanting borders punishment is over. Outside the ancient tomb of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Abba, I know, rules are rules, and I will return to the inner clan tomorrow to await my punishment. Nell, you don't. Abba, that's it, I'll hang up now. Hanging up the phone call from his old man, Qi Jin looked at his shadow. His face looked much calmer. The rules that have been in place for thousands of years in the enchanting frontier are dead orders. No one can change it, and no one is qualified to change it. Qi Jin deeply looked at the lost soul Zhuge Wu, did not open his mouth to say something, turned away. Most of the people in the four corners of the room shriveled up. Obviously, they had already fallen into an incomparably deep shadow from Jiang Ming's cry of I am a god, had cast an incomparably deep shadow in their hearts. Many people seemed as if they were in shock, their bodies trembling. Almost everyone gritted their teeth and showed resentment in their eyes. This guy actually lets the bugs bite his ass. It's a real bite. Almost everyone has been bitten. Zhuge Qi's ass alone was bitten by more than 20 bites. That's a skinny girl, not to mention others. Many people's whole body clothes were even more tattered and ragged. It looks like it's been molested. Hooligans, simply rogue, strange shame, even. Almost half of them were on the verge of death and serious injuries, if not for the fact that they and the others escaped quickly. I'm afraid that if they stayed for that much more than 2 or 3 seconds, they would instantly be engulfed by the tide of insects. Those with torn protective suits, mercury poisoning, and those unconscious from compulsion bites are obviously doing much better. Though they are all being resuscitated, there is no doubt that when they wake up, the shadows and fears within them will be even stronger. If Zhuge Wu was the lovely male god in the hearts of these pretty girls and girls of the Qimen family, then after this experience, Jiang Ming had become nothing less than a mountain in the hearts of these women. It would be outrageous. It wasn't very grand, not tall to speak of, just about 1 meter 8, but it was depressing. It's even a little silly. So much for being an uncouth. But the Taoist hearts of people like himself were about to be shattered by this mountain. Especially that I am God. It was even more frightening to the crowd. It was beyond ridiculous. At this moment, Zhuge Wu was even more completely muggle. Lost in thought, he sat on the ground, feeling that his life had suddenly become dim and dull. Try a little cutie, all so strong. He himself does not say how much of a genius. At the very least, he is still a normal person. And he can not take him down? Even a bunch of your own humongous fanboys, and all of them can't do a thing about it either? Zhuge Wu felt numb. He himself was now the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge family. It's mostly watered down though, but this time, it was the face of the Zhuge family that was lost. Zhuge Wu immediately felt that his entire life was somewhat hopeless. In the future, you will not have the face to go back off. Zhuge Wu wanted to cry. I told you I wasn't going to do it, but you wanted me to. Now that you've lost the Zhuge family, all of you are silent again. It's hard, and right in the middle of one of the bases. Numerous researchers, too, were tallying up the data, and a chief at the head of the group waited with a stony face, until a long time later, when a report was submitted to the officer. The grave color on that officer's face also became more intense. The basic force is predicted at 600 pounds. According to our years of research on martial arts, this person's explosive force, at the very least, has reached more than 1100 pounds. Has it even reached 10 times the combat power of regular special forces? That officer had a hard look on his face, but eventually a low voice came out. You guys continue to monitor this person and search for his identity. Once there is any news, report back to me immediately. Yes, by the way boss, that group of Qimen family disciples, if you act privately, you will be disciplined. In this matter, you need not worry. Yes, in the meantime, as Jiang Ming walked, he also arrived in a very spacious passageway. The place looked slightly eerie. It wasn't as cold, but as Jiang Ming glanced at it, there were quite a few organs, but at the same time, he detected a hint of unusual feeling. Why did little brother suddenly stop? Is it hard to believe that there's something intractable here? Suddenly a little nervous. Families, have the little feet shrunk? The netizens are waiting in the wings. Attention all. The professors also revealed their gravity, and Zhuge Wu and the military detectives, all of them also had serious faces. Obviously, they also wanted to know what else was weird about this place. Exactly. But just then, Jiang Ming lowered his head. Gu, crowd, professors, Zhuge Wu, military detectives. Jiang Ming touched his stomach. He's a little hungry. Solely just sit down on a plate. Casually, through the compulsion technique, he once again disappeared into the ground, isolating a large amount of mercury toxicity, and then he called out to a number of oddly shaped snakes, insects, rats and ants. Incidentally, in the system mall, I exchanged a couple bottles of cumin, pretzel, and barbecue sauce. Then commanding these half-companions, they went to the outside world in droves, and soon caught a number of wild rabbits, snakes, and returned. Also brought back quite a few branches for the barbecue. There's one thing to say, little brother, this mausoleum barbecue. Seriously, it's a little outrageous, but it seems like little brother hasn't eaten in a day and a night. Kind of awesome this. The netizens are sighing. The professors were also relieved. Only the military monitors, with faces as blue as iron, were inwardly grieving. Damn it, he's not taking our military seriously at all. Don't you know that right away we'll be sending out more powerful people and laying out a more sophisticated plan? Damn, this eats really good. The monitor grimaced and gritted his teeth. Looking at the grave robbers who were drooling and eating vigorously in the mausoleum, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. It's a shame. It's a shame. We're still hungry. Damn. Heartbroken for those snakes, scared to death of being watched by so many black cobras. So is that rabbit? Little brother is enjoying himself too much. Watching this makes me want to learn compulsion techniques as well. It's really convenient for little brother to have this group of followers. The netizens were drooling with envy inside. It even felt very powerful. You're a grave robber now, and you're not worried about your pursuers? Even had a leisurely barbecue. It's almost as if the military is not treated like a human being. The first ever. What a torture. If I am but half as good as little brother, it would be my dereliction of duty to transform into a native of my country a second later. Too towered. I've never seen such arrogance in all my life. 666. The pop-ups rolled, and a lot of netizens' eyes glazed over. Jiang Ming returned to the ground once again after eating quite a bit. Moving on. As he kept moving forward, Jiang Ming once again took out his pen and ink and began to mark the floor tiles of the organ. This made many netizens more and more excited while the base monitor's face, also more and more ugly. Provocation. This is naked provocation. What a big dog's guts to play like that. Damn, this is not taking us seriously at all. The crowd gritted their teeth and grimaced. They had never imagined that they and others would be humiliated like this one day. No, it's no longer humiliating. It's contempt. What naked contempt? Chapter 55, Sword Elder. Zhang Shaoshan. Pissed off. Boss, are we just going to watch him be arrogant? Boss, Zhuge Wu can't be relied upon. Shout for someone more powerful to step in. Boss, we can't let this person be arrogant anymore. The monitor reported it painfully, and the officer, too, had a grim look on his face and a low voice. Don't worry, the higher-ups gave the order, and Sword Elder has already set off. As a former chief instructor of the Special Warfare Army, Sword Elder's ability to fight and kill has become more and more terrifying as he gets older. The Sword Old Man of that year could easily kill hundreds of pirates from several pirate groups in the reign of gunfire, let alone the Sword Old Man of today. Don't you worry, the grave robbers can't run away. What? Surprisingly, it's Sword Elder? The monitors have also been overwhelmed with unspeakable excitement at hearing this. Elder Sword, that was a legendary figure in the military. Back then, when the Special Warfare Brigade was first established, Sword Elder, with the reputation of being the first person in sword cultivation, acted as the chief instructor to teach the Special Warfare soldiers combat techniques. Back then, the Sword Old Man was in his prime, and his battle power was terrifying, especially the horrific damage from that one chop of sword chi, leaving everyone in the dust. The crowd, although they already do not know how many decades they have not seen the Sword Old Man again, but they all clearly understand. The Sword Old Man was not like the warriors who simply worked on their physical abilities. Jian Lao is someone who knows how to cultivate. All these years accumulated over time. The Sword Old Man's strength absolutely has long since reached the peak. Even among those teams that Sword Elder had personally led in the beginning, many of them had inherited Sword Elder's essence. Knowing the human body acupuncture points not to mention, even a body of force, sinews and bones, also quenched incomparable horror. For the organization and the people, he has made countless achievements. All of this can't be separated from Sword Lao. Now, hearing that Sword Elder was actually going to make a comeback, How could the crowd not be shocked? That's a mythological figure of the older generation. The monitors were flushed and overwhelmed, and at this time, in the ancient tomb, behind Jiang Ming, there was also a man with a dozen layers of protective clothing following him. Click! Jiang Ming gripped the hilt of the demon sword at his back, and the sound of the blade colliding with the sheath rang out. A voice sucking in cold air immediately came from behind him. Don't be impulsive, brother. I'm not here to get you. The man hastily appeared, and only after drawing closer did he see that the man looked quite thin, and even his eyes were a little black, looking a little shriveled, not to mention, even yawning as he walked. The man had disheveled hair, tied by a straw rope, and appeared to be wearing a dark blue tunic. I can find you something? Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. Many netizens also stared at once. This guy shouldn't be as cunning as Zhuge Wu. It might be another tough opponent. Little brother must be careful. While the netizens felt nervous, the man yawned and waved his hand, saying, I want to follow you to see what is in this Qin Emperor's tomb. May I travel with you, brother? The man revealed a shriveled smile, watching the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitch. You're in shape, just don't die next to me. Jiang Ming let go of the knife and continued on his way. Harm! The man waved his hand and hurriedly chased after him, following Jiang Ming and explaining, don't look at the Taoist master now shriveling up like he's been hollowed out and dried out. This is all from practicing and practicing. In fact, the Taoist master is not as fragile as you think. Oh, Jiang Ming replied flatly, and the Taoist was a little embarrassed as he bowed to Jiang Ming, heir to the heavenly master's house. Zhang Shaoshan. Aha! Jiang Ming nodded his head and continued on his way, and the Taoist stopped speaking and just followed. Is it that outrageous that little brother actually believes it? It feels like this is too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Does little brother know him? Not quite right. Does little brother have another plan? Netizens have been feeling weird about things. In the ancient tomb, Jiang Ming had never opened his mouth, but only Zhang Shaoshan asked a sentence or two from time to time. Brother, is there any rare treasure in this imperial tomb or not? I have been concerned about you for a day and a night, and did not see you encountered what artifacts. Murals are a few. It is difficult to knot this water after the Milky Way's mausoleum. All is a crisis? Brother, why don't you give us a response? Zhang Shaoshan asked in one way or another, and Jiang Ming sometimes responded with a sentence and sometimes explained. Most of the time, it was directly ignoring Zhang Shaoshan's questions. It made Zhang Shaoshan quite helpless, but he still followed. Taoist master, pinch your fingers. There seems to be a heavy treasure here. Zhang Shaoshan was full of excitement as he pinched and looked around. Just ahead, Jiang Ming responded, which instantly made the group of professors excited. Yes, yes, after waiting for a day and a night, we're finally waiting for this exciting moment. If a young man goes out, he's bound to have no worries. The hundreds of professors outside the tomb were overwhelmed. Inside, the anticipation was immense. Even the few people from the archaeological headquarters who were still on the road likewise sizzled up inside. Now that there was no one left who was after little brother, now it was finally time to have a good talk with him. Just wait for a few of us to arrive, and then we'll have little brother take us in and explore piece by piece. Doesn't the lad wash out instantly? Besides, people aren't black in the first place. If you hadn't killed him, would he have taken the demon sword to stay alive? And, although the royal tomb is incredibly thick and sturdy, the lads have never even used heavy weapons. Instead, it's the military chowderheads who don't make light of the situation. Relatively speaking, with the strength the lad had shown, he would have no problem even joining the military's special forces. Can't we pull it together this time? The professors laughed. As long as he and the others join together and personally draw this young man in, he will certainly be able to make him join the archaeological team and be sheltered. When that happens, won't the lad's personal safety, and the bright future of his archaeological career, be assured? The professors were sizzling inside. It seemed to see a thriving archaeological enterprise when the lad joined, and just as many professors were looking forward to it. Jiang Ming also arrived in an empty chamber. The stone walls were clean in all directions here, and even the ground was spotless. It was as if it had been tended to all year round, and it made a lot of people's hearts tighten. There shouldn't be any monsters present here. Could it be that there's a PPO here too? Feeling a little numb, brothers. The netizens were tense inside and the pop-ups kept rolling. Zhang Shaoshan on the side also sucked in a breath of cool air. This place does not look like a good place, brother. Jiang Ming didn't say anything and continued on through this chamber. Soon, it appeared in another chamber, recommending a new book by a young friend. Metaphysical Illusion, My Late Life's Sacred Body. Witnessing Great Emperors a Billion Times. Chapter 56, Bronze Tripod. Burning Incense. Here the chambers are connected, and between every two chambers, there must be a passage. And, The passages were all built in nearly identical locations. It would have been fine if it was just that, but as Jiang Ming stepped into the second chamber, he realized that this second chamber was obviously a bit larger. Keep going. The third chamber is again a bit larger than the second. The fourth room is bigger than the third, sequentially upwards. It wasn't until he was ready to step into the ninth chamber that a strong crisis of life and death suddenly arose within Jiang Ming. Hazard perception. Layout maps document this place. It seems. Jiang Ming fell into thought and prepared to return. But just then, it's nothing. The mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin sounds quite sick. So it's all empty inside? Slipping Zhang Xiaoshan suddenly backed up, surveying the surrounding leisurely walk-in, just happened to bump into Jiang Ming a bit. Jiang Ming's foot, which he was just about to retract, also stepped on top of the passageway all at once at that moment. This caused Jiang Ming's forehead veins to bulge. A murderous intent arose within. But likewise, the original bizarre life and death crisis in the bottom of his heart had extremely strangely dissipated. This caused Jiang Ming's gaze to deepen as he looked deeply at Zhang Xiaoshan and did not speak. Excuse me. Zhang Xiaoshan laughed dryly and apologized. And after he finished, he continued to survey the surroundings by himself, as if it was indeed not an intentional act. It's no big deal. Zhang Xiaoshan walked ahead of Jiang Ming and stepped into the passageway. Seeing this, Jiang Ming didn't delay and followed behind him, but in the bottom of his heart, he began to be constantly on guard. The imperial tomb is lined up with strange gates, and there are quite a lot of weirdness in crisis. Any sudden sense of crisis is never empty, but as the two of them entered the ninth chamber, the scene that appeared was no longer the same as before. It's even a little smaller than the first chamber, although the floor below is still empty, but it is also considered clean. And, in the middle of this chamber, there is a huge square tripod. However, when Fang Ding appeared in the sight of the crowd, it caused everyone's face to change drastically. How could a green-colored square tripod suddenly appear? How come there's still sandalwood burning in that square tripod? It's like it was just ordered up by someone just a while ago? What the hell is going on here? Some viewers felt their scalps go numb. This is the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, which has been sealed for thousands of years. It's hard to believe that there are still living people in this mausoleum. Not good. What the hell is going on here? The tomb of Qin Shi Huang has been sealed for so long. How can anyone go in and burn incense? For some reason, why do I have an uneasy feeling? Outside, a group of old professors had also felt their scalps tingle and their hairs stand on end. The scene looked just too bizarre. It doesn't make sense at all. Only Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb's face changed color and did not speak. There's another passage. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoshan revealed a bright aura and looked towards the passageway not far behind the bronze tripod. Walking quickly, Jiang Ming didn't say anything and followed its lead. Walking silently, Zhang Xiaoshan's sudden appearance. If he said that he had no motive, Jiang Ming would not believe it. But at this moment, it was not the time to kill him. This place is evil, and the layout of the imperial tomb is recorded as very strange. To break the game, we still need this man's help. Something's not right, guys. Why is this an empty chamber again? No, this seems to be the first chamber where little brother and the others first appeared. They're still going forward. How come this place is just like before? The bigger the chamber gets, the further we go? No, this is exactly the same tomb chamber that little brother and the others had before. The number of floor tiles in the area is exactly the same. How did it circle back around? Netizens watched as the duo who finally appeared in. After continuously walking through several more chambers, the chamber where the bronze tripod was placed had their scalps tingling. The sandalwood was still burning, and the eye had obviously burned a hole in it. It gave a lot of professors the creeps too. What the hell is going on here? According to the time, the sandalwood burned. Indeed, as long as they stayed, they're all going all the way forward. How can they circle back? Could this be a similar serial layout here? The professors felt very anxious. Obviously, this kind of bizarre thing had never happened in the past when they were archaeologizing ancient tombs. But at this moment, such a bizarre sight appeared right in front of everyone, leaving no room for disbelief. Little brother shouldn't be in danger. This Zhang Xiaoshan is too adventurous. People from the Heavenly Master's mansion. What the hell is he doing here? It definitely won't be a good thing is all. I feel that this Zhang Xiaoshan, just like Zhuge Wu, is definitely cunning. I really hope little brother doesn't fall for it. Numerous netizens were incredibly worried, and in the ancient tomb, as he walked through a few more chambers again, Zhang Xiaoshan apparently also realized that things were not right. Jiang Ming just looked at him quietly like that and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaoshan frowned tightly, and as he sucked in cold air, he also felt that it was a bit outrageous. It's not scientific. Why don't we walk around some more? Zhang Xiaoshan was a bit vain. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, just looked at the sandalwood incense that had burned close to halfway, and his gaze became bright and uncertain. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoshan was a bit embarrassed, but still tried to continue walking forward. But just then, snap, a sound that sounded like an iron plate stepping on stone tiles came out, echoing crisply and unmistakably in the quiet chamber. It made Zhang Xiaoshan's entire body tremble. The temperature slowly dropped in all directions, and many netizens were nervous with it. What was that noise just now? It looks like someone else is in the crypt. Doesn't little brother know Ah Piao? Could it be that this is also someone little brother knows? No, little brother looks grave. He should have encountered something he can't hold either. The pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast room, and many netizens were incredibly worried inside. The group of old professors were also pale and bitter, feeling incredibly nervous. In the ancient tomb, Zhang Xiaoshan cried and mourned, as if he had the same feeling of great misfortune in his heart. But just then, you take 2 more steps. Jiang Ming still looked at the slowly burning sandalwood incense, his voice flat. Big brother, you cannot sell me ah. I really did not come to kill you. Zhang Xiaoshan was timid inside and cried out, attempting to take a step. But soon, snap, snap, Zhang Xiaoshan took 2 steps twice, and 2 bizarre sounds came one after another. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Guys, it's like footsteps. It's like someone is walking around in steel-toed shoes. Little brother in the end. There is no way to deal with it ah. Netizens are feeling the burn. At this time, Zhang Xiaoshan was already numb and cried out, not daring to go any further. Jiang Ming gradually calmed down. It's okay, I'm watching. You keep going. Chapter 57, The Archaeology Professors Who Got Away with Their Style. Big brother, then you must keep an eye on it. Don't let it harm me. Zhang Xiaoshan was in tears and looked quite bitter as well, almost pleading. Big brother, I'm really not here to kill you. You mustn't sell me. Don't worry about going. I'm watching. Jiang Ming responded flatly. Zhang Xiaoshan choked and nodded, continuing to walk towards the front. Snap, snap. With every step Zhang Xiaoshan took, the eerie footsteps behind him followed once. Even as the footsteps sounded more and more often, Zhang Xiaoshan also perceived that the owner of the footsteps seemed to be getting closer to himself as well. But at this moment now, he had already arrived at the next chamber, and was unable to see Jiang Ming for the first time. Zhang Xiaoshan broke down. Big brother, are you still there? Big brother, help me big brother, that guy is getting closer to me big brother. Big brother, Zhang Xiaoshan had a snotty nose and tears, and his whole body was trembling in fear. However, behind them, there was a delay in seeing Jiang Ming's words come. This caused Zhang Xiaoshan to feel an overwhelming sense of despair. In the meantime, beyond the crypt, not bad for you little brother. Ha, you're still good at being a dog. It's really a case of sell at the drop of a hat, and sell it quietly. Zhang Xiaoshan, he said he wouldn't lie to me in the beginning, but he ended up lying to my pants. Countless netizens looked at Jiang Ming, who ran away directly with the help of compulsion, and called out outrageous. It's really six. He was fooling Zhang Xiaoshan and let him attract the ghosts and monsters, and he himself directly ran away. The head doesn't even bring it back. Netizens were overwhelmed by this. Many professors had flushed cheeks, and each looked at the other, seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. That, old colleagues, I think, this young man should have a heart. Right, probably. Well, I think so too. How could he be the kind of person who would intentionally sell out his teammates? Yes. What old Zhao said is exactly right. Cough. Even if it is really so, then Zhang Xiaoshan after all appeared in too bizarre. Maybe also Zhuge Qing stream. Indeed. You can't blame the lad at all for this. I also think that, although this young man's character is slightly flawed, but the heavy responsibility of archaeology is still today. The world needs this young man. It's obvious that this lad is trying to find a way out there to save the broken situation. Do you guys think so? Hiss. Hundreds of professors were discussing each other, and as Professor Zhang's words came out, all of them sucked in cold air at once. It's worthy of you, old Zhang. You're so right. This young man must be trying to find a way to save Zhang Xiaoshan. At this point in time, this is the only way to free Zhang Xiaoshan. This is definitely the lad's ploy. Definitely not the lad trying to sell his teammates. The lad doesn't take a single needle or thread from the mausoleum. How could such an honorable person sell his teammates? Besides, the heir to the Heavenly Master's house. The Heavenly Master's house is so famous. How can its heir be weaker? The professors agreed, smiling and nodding. The look that said nothing could push a little more mistakes on the head of this young man. Watching the many netizens outside the field called out outrageous. How do these professors feel like they don't paint the same picture as they do on TV? Is this them serious? Hundreds of renowned professors all converging in one place to help absolve little brother? This is outrageous. Almost everyone on the outside sucked in their cold breath and called it outrageous. It was beyond ridiculous. It's really powerful. What kind of power does it have to be to get the approval of so many professors? what a heifer to the sky, awesome bomb, 666, 6666, a growing number of viewers lamented. But when the live broadcast screen appeared, the image of Jiang Ming suddenly touching his stomach after traveling forward for a short while, and once again going underground to start building a fire to roast meat. Professors, crowd, ahem, how can I save people if my stomach is not full? Professor Zhang scratched his head, his own words sounding a bit awkward even to himself. Buckle your toes into the ground and feel like you could buckle a small house. But the next second, yes, it makes sense. It's worthy of you, Lao Zhang. Indeed, logic ghost. It has to be old Zhang, otherwise we can't even see the good intentions of this young man. Can, and the lad is bound to think so. You guys, he's starting to eat. He's definitely thinking that. Hundreds of professors immediately agreed in unison, and many of them even applauded and cheered. You guys, look at little brother's movements and demeanor as he eats. It's obvious that he's got something weighing on his mind. As for what matter, that must be saving lives. Little brother is really kind-hearted. This young man, he really does meet all the criteria for recruiting for the archaeology team. Ha. The professors spread the word in all directions. The crowd in the four places did not say anything. The quiet and eerie air, floating in the professors of a sentence for the little brother's appreciation and recognition. For a while, the sound of cold breaths being sucked backwards in the air increased. Many netizens, on the other hand, could no longer suppress the feeling of outrageousness within them when they saw this. Recruiting rules are starting to follow little brother's benchmark. What a charmer this must be. Little brother, to have such a terrifying sense of approval. This is a group of renowned professors. The professors don't even care about their own faces to save little brother. Frenzied netizens felt their hearts pounding as they watched such outrageous images. The picture has really changed dramatically. The professors you see on a regular basis can be high-strung. Even some are rarely seen in the eyes of the world. But just today, right at this point, this group of professors had actually flocked to protect little brother even without regard for his face. What an endorsement that would have to be. And at this moment, Jiang Ming naturally noticed the scrolling comments in the pop-up area, eating the roasted snake and asking a somewhat puzzled question. I only said I'd keep an eye on him. I didn't say anything else. Besides, he could have run out on his own. Why would he need my help? The live feed is still very powerful. Although in the picture, Jiang Ming only showed his eyes above his nose, but the crowd was already looking at Xiao Zhao's innocent eyes as if they saw a scene of Xiao Zhao's cheeks bulging with food and asking questions in a rather puzzled manner. This puzzled and innocent look, coupled with Jiang Ming's already white and upright face, it made many female viewers blush, nostril bleeding. Just to look can tell that this little brother, absolutely very handsome. Chapter 58, The Last Call Disc. Little brother has such innocent eyes. Love. This look of my little brother really makes me love so much. Oh my god, little brother is really cute. It's over. It's fallen. I'm going to fall completely in love with little brother. Female netizens popped up, while many male netizens called it awesome. Watching is really just watching. It's still little brother. A glance to see that guy can run out by himself. Steady as an old dog. He didn't panic at all. Anticipating the enemy, no less. Little brother. No wonder little brother is so relieved. It turns out that he really does have the same thing in mind as the professor said. Too strong. Countless netizens bragged and farted, and many professors laughed at the sight, completely letting go. I told you the lad must have something in mind. How could we be wrong about anyone? Yes. As soon as the lad is out, let's do the induction procedure. 100,000. No, $200,000 a month. To make him the archaeology captain. Lead the team in archaeology. The professors were getting more and more satisfied and recognized it this time after getting feedback on the information prepared by Jiang Ming. Even the words were boastful and sure, without hiding the slightest bit of it. For a while, outside of the Imperial Tomb Mausoleum, there was a bustling scene of euphoria. The professor recognized and complimented. And the outside world called 666. It's just so peaceful and stable. And in the meantime, the military. These professors are just crazy. Zhang Xiaoshan aside, that man is a grave robber. How dare they defend him so carelessly? Damn it, are they bewitched? The head officer of the monitoring group couldn't help but feel a surge of anger rise within him as he watched the scene of the professor's frantic defense. Boss, according to the information coming from our big data monitoring, a few top professors from the archaeology headquarters will also be arriving at Mount Li in another day and a half. At that moment, hesitant voices came from the monitors, and the officer frowned. Send someone to block it. Boss, when our military strikes, do we still need to take into account the professors in the archaeological world? The monitor was a little puzzled, and the chief's voice trailed off as his eyes brightened and glanced deeply at the staff member who had asked the question. It's natural for the military to strike without regard. But, this is the Earth we need to guard, with the people we need to guard. Now that the state of affairs public opinion has expanded a lot, grave robbers are so rampant. If those top professors arrive, I don't know to what extent public opinion will be pulled. Their status and influence is too high for us to act. Plus, the grave robber has a high reputation online, and many ignorant viewers still have goodwill towards this person. Before we avoid more trouble, it's good to send someone to stop it. Wait until Sword Elder brings someone to take him down. Then, everything will be settled, and no one will be able to turn any waves. Yes, I understand. The staff member immediately said yes and rushed off to do so. Soon, the vehicle in which several top archaeology professors were traveling was caught in a traffic jam. Yo, Professor Jin, what a coincidence. If it isn't Professor Jia, you all are. The long stretch of road was crowded with traffic, and the official staff of several nearby vehicles greeted them rather warmly. This caused the hearts of several professors sitting in the car to suddenly thump. Shouldn't you be at work right now? Why are you here? No, these guys are smiling unkindly. Damn, he's here to delay us on purpose. No good. The military must be preparing for a big move. Damn, that young man is the hope of the archaeology world. A few professors reacted at once and looked at the staff members who greeted them warmly with a look of pain. Damn it, do you realize that you are killing the talent of the archaeological community? That's our archaeological hope. Moreover, not only has the chap not taken a single thing away since he entered the tomb of the first Qin emperor, he has even marked out all the organs. That was clearly for the expedition. Who are you to say he's a grave robber? The professors argued their case and were very annoyed. The lad's abilities had every hope of helping them solve the myriad mysteries that had characterized the archaeological world for years. It's their lifelong quest. Even, they likewise felt that the youngster was definitely not the grave robber that the military was talking about. Ugh, Professor, what are you talking about again? Why can't I understand this? Professor, what's wrong? Happened to stumble upon this is. Don't get me wrong, professors, ha. A few staff members showed their bewilderment, while some responded with a smile. This immediately caused several professors to look gloomy and uncertain. A chance encounter? What a coincidence. In the distance, on the crowded road, inside the blocked vehicles, one after another, hundreds of people got down from their cars. Yo, isn't this Professor Jin? What a coincidence. Professor Jia, long time no see. Professors, what a coincidence. Professors of the house. Damn it, a couple hundred people show up at the same place in a traffic jam in one go and call it happenstance? Damn it, these people just do it on purpose. No, even if I ride a bicycle, I must feel the lixil to save the lad. A couple of top professors were painfully aware of the situation and hit the ground running. They all got out of their cars and headed toward the nearest downtown area. On foot, they are going to find the shared bikes and bike to MT. Lee, even though it's thousands of kilometers. So what? I have to get to Mount Lee without eating or drinking. The hope of the archaeological team must be preserved. For the professors or the military, it's just a difference in philosophy, not right or wrong. Archaeology, what needs to be examined, is the bright civilization of the Chinese land. He raised the national self-confidence, is unparalleled, and the peace that is maintained on the other side is needed by the people and cannot be missed. Both are working for the people of China. The conflict that occurred today, although the professors had grievances in their hearts, there was no one who would hold a grudge. Doing what is good for the people, and being magnificent is their lifelong pursuit and belief, and they are all doing what they believe is right. Going to Lixil even on a bicycle? And at that moment, the chief officer of the monitoring group was also informed of the incident, but laughed. Boss, they are our Huaxia's Titanic professors, who have made a lot of achievements. Being blocked by us? The staff member to the side looked hesitant as the officer briefly pondered. With the assurance that the professors won't arrive by car, the rest of you proceed to the second task. Protect the personal safety of the professors. Pass water when you're tired and bring food when you're hungry. Yes, available. The staff member still seemed hesitant, and the officer sneered. Thousands of kilometers. Even a special forces soldier on a bicycle would have to ride for more than a week. Not to mention this group of old professors. Time is perfectly sufficient. Yes, the man hurried off to do so, and in the meantime, an ultimatum posted over the internet. Limit grave robbers within 3 hours from the imperial tomb out of surrender. If you don't, the military will officially take action. Chapter 59, Military Special Character Favorability. Mysterious Dragon Group. It's over, little brother. The military is ready to get real this time. After Zhuge Wu cooled off last time, I guess the military will really have to come out with a killer this time. Ultimatums have been issued. Little brother, if this doesn't work, why don't you just run? Little brother, I'm not going to lie to you. I just found a news story about how all those titans of the archaeological world have come to Mount Lee on bicycles. I'm from that city, and I noticed that stretch of road was jammed, and there was an archaeology HQ car stuck in traffic. Little brother, the military has stepped in. This wave is properly going to take you down. On the live stream, netizens kept popping up, and now with the release of the ultimatum from the military media, it was clear that they were going to be prepared to use strong-arm tactics this wave. Little brother, why are you still marking the organ? If you don't run now, you really won't be able to run then. The person sent by the military this time is definitely too much stronger than Zhuge Wu. Netizens looked at Zhang Ming, who was still labeling the organs, and felt anxious and constantly discouraged. Comparatively speaking, Zhang Ming's face was much calmer. The body is not afraid of the shadow. I'm not here to rob tombs, so what am I afraid of? Zhang Ming casually responded, and after labeling this piece, he continued walking towards the depths. The organs here are incredibly complicated, and relatively speaking, it takes quite a bit of time to mark them all. This is very puzzling to many netizens. In fact, when the military issued the ultimatum, the system also issued the mission at almost the same time. Military Favorability Acquisition Mission. Mission details: obtaining favor with a special military figure. The more favor you get, the richer the reward. The brief introduction caused Zhang Ming to speculate quite a bit more within himself. Combined with the ultimatum and the comments of the netizens in the pop-up area, it seems that this time, the one who came is perhaps a big shot who also has some decision-making power in the military. The strength is naturally no more than that, but this was an ancient tomb after all. Zhang Ming was self-conscious that as long as it wasn't dozens at a time like last time, basically, even if it was 3 or 5 people, with the help of the tomb's organs, it could still be taken down. As for good feelings, it also depends on the situation, relative to the entire archaeological world. If you can really harvest the goodwill of the military big brother, then, after leaving here, the possibility of being safe and sound by yourself will also be greater. Of course, these days, the strength he had shown was only limited to endearing himself to the archaeology professors. As for the archaeological community as a whole, if they don't make significant achievements, then, those archaeology enthusiasts won't buy it. Even after crossing the Milky Way of water, the true meaning of the imperial tomb was confirmed by the rivers, lakes and seas, the sun, the moon and the stars. But this, in the end, is still worse. The Qin Emperor swept the 6 harmonies, leveled the world, unified the writing, weights and measures, and repaired the Great Wall, which many feats. If you can find absolute evidence from the imperial tomb, then, this is an extremely favorable thing, whether for that mysterious Qin dynasty, for archaeology enthusiasts, or for the national self-confidence of the sons and daughters of China. This is exactly why Zhang Ming is still going on today. The military won't take it lying down, and a small fight won't make it to the top or make the military afraid, even, much less will anyone come and say even a word for themselves. On the archaeological side, the same is true. Don't look at your own popularity right now. Those viewers are totally running to eat. The only way to truly gain audience recognition and set off a major earthquake in the archaeological world is to discover truly awesome evidence. At that time, under the support of countless people, even the military would have to be afraid of 1 or 2 things. Zhang Ming suddenly regretted stepping into the imperial tomb so boldly. Confronting the military was never Zhang Ming's intention. Zhang Ming, who was educated by patriotism since childhood, has an unparalleled belonging to the land of China. But it seems that from the very beginning, there was no turning back after he had been set up by Pops. If there is a desire to continue archaeology, then, only keep going. And, you can't take a pinch. Even when you go out, the demon knife might have to be turned in. But when he thought about it, there was no one in the world who could control the demon sword anymore except himself. Then, later, the demon sword back to their hands again, just a matter of time. Zhang Ming thought a lot, and in the end, it all came back to one singular point. He wants to continue archaeology. It's his dream. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken a single needle or thread from the imperial tomb, and he had never thought that the demon sword was his own. Everything in the royal tomb is owned by the state. Zhang Ming was highly aware. It's just that the demon sword is only available to you. There is yin and yang in the imperial mausoleum. I am now on the yang side, although I have avoided many crises. But, want to find historical artifacts, or residual historical evidence? The yang side of the thing is not much. Zhang Ming recalled the records in his mind about the layout map of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Since acquiring the layout map, Zhang Ming's memory had skyrocketed because of his elevated mental power. It is easy to memorize the whole map. Naturally, no more. During this time, while Zhang Ming was hiding from the crowd, he was also constantly analyzing the pattern of this place. As the sun, moon and stars and mountains and rivers were the places filled with 9 palaces, outside the hexagonal layout. The mausoleum, or the whole mausoleum as a whole, belongs to the yin and yang layout. The sunny side has hidden crises in countless organs and poisonous insects, but that's only shallow. The only way to step into the shaded area is to have a high likelihood of discovering heavy treasures. Jiang Ming's inner pressure was immense. The yang side has already seen the appearance of such treacherous and ferocious things as demonic swords, although he was directly angry by himself to autism. But if he will not be a double life barrier, then all the people who surrounded himself before, all of them are inevitably dead, including yourself. In the I Ching doctrine, Yang, too, usually represents the rigidity of all things and the positive side of everything. Yin, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. The various organs and poisonous insects that you see along the way are also obvious things, but the negative side. Jiang Ming could not predict what else was hidden on the dark side of the crisis. Riches and riches, wrestle with a bike to a motorcycle. Jiang Ming briefly pondered, and after making up his mind, he raised his hand and pinched his finger, taking a shortcut to directly break through the next wall and head towards the shaded area. And at the same time, beyond the ancient tomb, a stalwart man with half of his face burned stepped out of the SUV. The man's entire body was covered with stab wounds, and there were more than 10 of them on his hands, neck and face alone. It's hard to imagine what kind of horrific past the man still has hidden under that camouflage uniform. The man did not, as Zhuge Wu did, arrive and directly instruct the crowd to do something. Instead, he calmly came to Zhao Guangji, who was almost forgotten and was drawing circles on the ground rather sadly, and saluted very solemnly. Master, Dragon Team 7, reporting for duty. Chapter 60, The Shadow Side, the Forbidden Zone for the Living. There's a wind? Master, Dragon Team 7, reporting for duty. The man's middle heavy, calm voice came out, startling Zhao Guangji, but when he reacted, he was looking at the shocking scars on the visitor's face, and both his eyes were extremely wide. Between his pupils trembling, Zhao Guangji's body also trembled a little. Looking at the visitor, both eyes moistened a little. You are Xiao Zhang? Zhao Guangji's voice trembled. He naturally recognized this man. This man, the very same junior constable he had brought up in his youth. I will, from now on, dedicate my life to my country and guard the 1 billion people of my Chinese land. Zhao Xiaozhang's bold words seemed to surround him again, and Zhao Guangji seemed to have returned to his own glorious time in the police station. At that time, I was still young, full of energy and just as full of enthusiasm. At that time, Zhao Xiaozhang just joined the police force training, but a clean-cut look. By now, I didn't expect that the whole body had been covered with horrible wounds everywhere. Zhao Guangji was a bit disturbed. Master, Zhao Xiaozhang smiled, tugging at the hideous scars on his face, his appearance looking even more terrifying. However, Zhao Guangji was as if he recalled the appearance of that white-faced youngster following his ass and calling out to his master with a cry. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Zhao Guangji's eyes reddened. When this mission is done, you must have a good drink with master. Okay. Zhao Xiaozhang smiled and pointed to the fleet of military jeeps in the distance. I'll leave the next logistical support to master. Don't worry. Zhao Xiaozhang once again gave a military salute, and Zhao Guangji returned the salute. For the reason that he was already a bit short and his appearance could not be described as good-looking, the state salute looked rather screwed up. This was exactly why Zhao Guangji was so moved. In the beginning, I have led a lot of people, but later, because of the special labor and danger of the post, a lot of people choose to change jobs. Most of those who stuck it out also had opportunities for further education. Time and time again, we meet and part, and most of those who leave never come back. There are even a few of their own good love disciples, in a time when he contacted them, but most of them show impatience, get to things busy, hurriedly hung up the phone, afraid that he had something to ask them. Some can't even be contacted directly. Zhao Guangji didn't care, but also never reached out to anyone again. Perhaps, for some, this life has also long since seen its last, but a lot of effort and energy has been invested, and they can be seen working their hearts out in various positions in the organization, paying for the people. Zhao Guangji is actually very proud inside, just a little sorry. Perhaps those students who followed their studies at the time has forgotten himself. Zhao Guangji was lying when he said he didn't lose his mind. Under the passage of time, Zhao Guangji consciously, perhaps he has long been accustomed to parting with being forgotten. But today, Zhao Xiaozhang's appearance, that cry of master, was what made Zhao Guangji break his defenses a bit. It was as if he had gone back to the time when he had been so spirited, teaching them the art of catching thieves and policing them, as well as dealing with all sorts of official matters, especially when he learned that Zhao Xiaozhang was, at this moment, a member of that mysterious and incomparable dragon group of the Chinese military. Zhao Guangji's inner feelings were even deeper. You have finally, after all, realized your dream. Looking at Zhao Xiaozhang's back that was walking with a slight limp after putting on the protective suit, Zhao Guangji's inner trembling murmurs were audible only to himself. Zhao Guangji was proud inside. He was his own apprentice. It was himself who gave him a fighting foundation. At this moment, even if many years have passed, this disciple, still recognizes himself as his master. It was also already the thing that Zhao Guangji was most proud of. And Huaxia Dragon Group, as the most powerful and mysterious organization of the Chinese military, each one of them is 1 in a million strong. Each of them, likewise, is an absolutely secretive presence in the military. He himself had learned of the existence of the Dragon Team by chance entirely because of a chance encounter when he was young, on a top-secret military mission and practicing with the team. Haven't heard of the organization since. They seem like shadows in the sun, stormy thunder in the wind and rain, walking on the dark side of the world, hiding behind the sunlight, carrying out various tasks related to the safety and security of the country. It's safe to say that they're the absolute sharpest. This time, the grave robbers, they must not be able to escape. Zhao Guangji's gaze gradually became firm, and a passion gradually grew within him. Everyone, quiet at once. Zhao Guangji accepted the people brought by Zhao Xiaojiang and instantly brought the scene under control once again. Under the oppression brought about by the real gun, many professors felt the fierce aura that came to their faces, and they could not help but suck in cold air, and they all sat back in their positions. In the distance, most of those filming from afar were expelled from Lixil territory. At this moment, the entire Imperial Tomb scenic area was completely blocked. Report, sir. All directive tasking has been completed. The leader of the Dragon Team's reserve team, the team responsible for assisting the members of the Dragon Team, codename Radiator, quickly finish all the tasks and come back to report. Well done. Zhao Guangji nodded. Next, set up a reconnaissance team and you'll be in charge of docking with 7. With the Radiators in charge, Light Guide, you guard the perimeter. Jenny Turtle, lead and follow. You're ready to pick up 7. Little Fire Dragon, you prepare to receive Jenny Turtle's team. Yes, sir. The captain, codenamed Radiator, and the 3 team leaders of Light Guide, Jenny Turtle, and Little Fire Dragon, saluted and went about their tasks. Zhao Guangji, on the other hand, looked at the departing 4 and fell into deep thought. This code, Dragon's Auxiliary, are they all so immodest? But then again, the auxiliary team designations for the dragons should all be decided by the members of the dragons. It seems that Zhao Xiaojiang was quite the quirky guy back then. Think about it. Zhao Guangji was somewhat helpless and shook his head with a bitter smile, and at the same time, Jiang Ming had finally arrived at the place where Yin and Yang met in the Imperial Tomb after opening the wall dozens of times with the help of his compulsion. This is an extremely large open space. There was nothing more than a few huge pillars supporting it. Even looking around, none of the walls could be seen. It was as if the place was a sprawling underground square. Unlike the teal floor tiles on the sunny side, here they are dark gray and teal, used at the same time. It looks incredibly misplaced, but there still seems to be a pattern to be found. Further along the floor tiles, the cyan floor tiles dwindle and are replaced by more and more dark gray floor tiles, because this place is eerie and damp, coupled with the darkness factor under the influence. It also makes the floor looks eerie, palpitating. Suddenly, there's a wind, a cool, bone-chilling cold wind blew slowly. Jiang Ming eyes slowly squinted at the time. Live many netizens sent pop-ups. Chapter 61, The Unseen. Zhang Haifeng overwhelmed by jealousy. There's a wind, a cool, bone-chilling cold wind blew slowly. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed as many netizens in the live broadcast room sent pop-ups. Not good, little brother. Why is there a man beside you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is little brother completely invisible? Why do I feel a little numb? Little brother, it's just to your left. Can't you really see it? Netizens felt anxious as they watched the blurry figure on that screen. At this time, Jiang Ming was also under the scrolling of the pop-ups, his forehead faintly seeping sweat, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. There's absolutely nothing weird about this place as far as spectral pupil can see. Nothing more, it seems, than some cold. Moreover, the range of normal sight was even more empty, and no presence could be detected at all. This caused Jiang Ming to immediately develop a creepy feeling. You aren't kidding me, are you? Jiang Ming's throat rolled and his voice hesitated as the netizens popped up. No, really, little brother. That man is sizing you up around you right now. It looks so creepy. Something's not right. Little brother, that man seems to be sizing up your demon sword. What the hell is going on? Is it hard to believe that that thing is familiar with the demon sword? The netizens looked and felt nervous. Jiang Ming guarded for the talent of danger perception did not respond. If this group of 2/5 did not suddenly mutiny and all fall back, it seems that the unseen person is not too hostile to himself, but this is the shady side border. After all kinds of strange things are bound to continue. It is not possible to say. There is really not with any hostile things. Easily can take their lives. Little brother, it's not good. Someone powerful has arrived. Little brother, you're in a dilemma. Why don't you just surrender? Some netizens were worried about Jiang Ming's life and began to discourage him. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. This time the person who came was also definitely an expert among experts. It's easy to see from all the details that this one was very well prepared. Even, if nothing else, this time it was bound to take itself down in one fell swoop. For a while, Jiang Ming was also a little depressed inside. After all, he had stepped into the Imperial Tomb for almost a day and a night, but Zhuge Wu's humongous fanboys had rushed right in after just a few minutes. Although most of what you get is basic metaphysics, but if you don't have a far superior understanding of metaphysics, how can you take a shortcut so close to the road? This undoubtedly showed that the means of quite a few inhuman lineages in this world, the Qi Men world, were simply unfathomable. Zhuge Wu's ability to sit as the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge family might have nothing to do with this group of humongous fangirls. After all, that little white boy looks like an old silver dollar at first glance. And on the other hand, since Zhuge Wu's existence is alright, then there is no doubt that this world, each other in-depth understanding of the top people, will not also master the means of the Qi Men world? This, most likely, looks like, we'll just have to move on. Jiang Ming swept over everything that was empty in all directions and continued to take steps towards the depths. Ding! Detected that the host has spent 36 hours in the mausoleum. Newbie pop-up protection cancelled. A system voice suddenly came from his mind, and Jiang Ming was somewhat surprised. After studying it, I realized that the system had turned on pop-up protection in order to prevent my opening mind from blowing up. As the name suggests, it's a direct way to make pop-ups that are discordant or even abusive and don't look good on you disappear. This makes Jiang Ming a little numb, hoping that the archaeological community is looking forward to my fall from grace more than I presume people are. Jiang Ming was a little worried. Obviously, he had thought that most of the people in the archaeological world, although most of them came with a melon-eating attitude, but at the very least, they should have a little bit of goodwill towards themselves. But Jiang Ming realized at that moment that grave robbing, itself, was one of the things archaeology enthusiasts hated the most, not to mention the legendary tomb of Qin Shi Huang. How can archaeology enthusiasts be happy when such key tombs are stolen? Ding! There are still a lot of publicists. Please stabilize your mind and move on. A system voice came from his head, and Jiang Ming glanced at the pop-up screen that lifted the protection. What kind of trash man is this? And now he dares to go inside? Why doesn't he die? These professors are really the scum of the archaeological world. How dare they excuse a grave robber? So what if the sun, moon and stars are confirmed? There's still nothing here? What else is there besides organs? Chinese history is all blown out of proportion, right? Damn. What has this guy done since he entered the tomb of the first emperor, besides taking out his nanoprotective suit, labeling the organs, rescuing the team members, confirming the sun, moon, and stars, and narrating the principles of the organs? Blah, 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 blah. He's still a what? Damn it, even so, this brat should die at the Imperial Tomb to atone for his sins. That hostility came too suddenly, making Jiang Ming, who was used to the bragging and chasing of the netizens, a little unsteady in his Tao. However, it was good that with the system's reminder, Jiang Ming also quickly accepted and analyzed the results. Of the tens of millions of online viewers, it is surprising that only 10% of them are bragging about themselves, while the remaining 90% are either silent or dislike the sky and the air. Awesome! Jiang Ming silently chanted and continued to move forward towards the depths. The dark gray, eerie floor tiles of the place are laid out in a way that looks to give a very disturbing feeling. And in the meantime, in a university apartment building, the archaeology enthusiast who failed the exam 3 times, Zhang Haifeng, looked at the still calm and indifferent youth in the live broadcast, and the resentment in his eyes was almost overflowing. Damn, I failed all 3 of my exams, and even those professors didn't even look at me, and this kid managed to gain so much recognition. It's not just taking out nanoprotective suits and labeling organs, have done more feats than we can count. Besides these, what else does he know? He is still a what? Leaving these feats, he's nothing more than a grave robber. This damned Huaxia, damned archaeology world, I must report you, must block your live broadcasting room. This is Zhang Haifeng's 1327th report. Since the first time Professor Zhang appeared outside the Imperial Tomb recognized, Zhang Haifeng began to be furious and constantly reported. But pop-ups pop up from time to time. Don't bother, Junior. Useless, bastard, give it up, trash. This humiliation caused Zhang Haifeng's inner resentment to increase geometrically. The jealousy inside was washing over him. Damn it, why could this damn grave robber gain so much adulation? Why not himself? Is it because I'm not human? No, it's the world that's wrong. It's that group of professors. It's the whole of China. Chapter 62, get out of the way. Damn, Chinese history is all blown out of proportion. There's simply nothing more in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. The history of Qin might all be false. The mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is a hoax, and Qin Shi Huang is a man who never existed. Zhang Haifeng was furious and kept popping up in the pop-up area. And soon, some online publicists appeared and chimed in. In the comments section, he insulted the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang and denied the history of China. This caused Jiang Ming to frown. Apparently, he was aware that these publicists existed, except that in all his years of college, he had never encountered them. But just today, there were so many running out at once. This caused Jiang Ming to become very upset inside. System, can you get the addresses of these people? Can record what they post, lock down their addresses, and every 10 minutes, release it to state security. Jiang Ming's heart murmured, and the system began to go for it. But the direction of public opinion in the pop-up area was heading more and more outrageous under the leadership of that group of publicists. Many simple-minded netizens actually have followed and agreed. Some of the new netizens, but also for Jiang Ming's favorability rapidly reduced. This made Jiang Ming inwardly unhappy. The mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin is not a hoax, and the first emperor, the reason why he is the emperor of the ages, is likewise because of this man's lifetime achievements. As my Chinese sons and daughters, instead of trying to push forward, you are aiding and abetting against my Chinese culture. You are really ridiculous. Jiang Ming's 2 sentences came out, and the live broadcast room exploded. Awesome, not bad for you. That can come out of a grave robber's mouth. If you're thinking about moving forward, why are you still here robbing graves? It's really interesting. I'm actually going to let a grave robber teach me how to learn archaeology properly today. Stop cursing, everyone, stop cursing. People who have no father, no mother and no education are like that. People don't laugh at him. Please start spraying him. A certain bow flavor spread out. Jiang Ming was in the middle of the tirade. Even if his character was calm, he couldn't help but feel angry. Just wait. This will prove it. Recalling the layout of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum in his mind, he quickly locked onto a place that could confirm his words. During the pinch, quite a few snakes, insects, rats and ants drilled out, and while guarding the 4 guards, Jiang Ming took a step towards that territory. In Jiang Ming's speculation, there was quite a bit of dense fury qi present in that place. I think there is definitely some historical evidence. Definitely proves something. However, Zhang Haifeng was looking at the countless remarks that were all over the tirade, revealing a pleased smile. There are countless crises in the mausoleum, not to mention that you're just looking for death. Humph. And who in this crowd of jet-setters cares if you get it or not? They just want to see you die. Once you're dead, what else can those professors do? Would love to see them in pain. That's what those damn professors get for never looking me in the eye. Zhang Haifeng revealed a disdainful smile, as if he had already seen the scene where Jiang Ming died in the mausoleum, and even his blood relatives were raked over the coals by this group of internet rioters. By then, your whole family, not to mention you, will be trolled by the whole world. Jump off a building, bro. Slash your wrists, brother. Hurry up and die. Why is it so disgusting to look at you? Zhang Haifeng constantly sneered. This kind of person who had a halo shrouded at a glance was the most disgusting. Zhang Haifeng had begun to become deformed inside. As Jiang Ming continued to move forward in the ancient tomb, an extremely large portal soon appeared in front of the crowd. Looking left and right, the place is flanked by irregularly constructed tomb walls. Jiang Ming directly maneuvered the drilling compass to break through the tomb door. Rumble. Wow. Along with the collapse of the tomb door, as an incomparably dense corpse chi rumbled to the surface, a burst of low roars soon came from the pitch blackness behind the door. There's a monster. Good guy. This you are still not dead? This mausoleum is weird. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters get. You're really dead this time. Zhang Haifeng sneered as if he had seen the scene where this tomb-raiding little brother was bitten to death by the monster. Many of the pop-ups in the livestream were even filled with sarcastic comments. That kid is still moving forward. He's really not afraid to die. Die early, brother. And for Wasia to reluctantly move forward, laughs me to death. Countless pop-ups rolled by, and it was impossible to watch them. Jiang Ming ignored it and directly stepped behind the pitch-black, incomparable door. But just the next second, accompanied by the reflection of the strong flashlight light, soon, a terrifying figure with pupils emitting a ghostly green light, and a mouth spewing white gas between thick gasps, appeared in everyone's line of sight. The monster was wearing worn-out ancient battle armor, and its entire body was bloodied, looking incomparably terrifying. The instant Jiang Ming stepped out, the monster also violently raised its head and let out a terrifying hiss. Hoo! A terrifying roar, accompanied by an unspeakably foul-smelling odor, blasted out. The sickening stench of the breath nearly washed over Jiang Ming's mind. At this time, looking at the scene of the corpse hissing violently, countless spammers also instantly became excited. Die! Die for the master! Die now! Ha ha! Let's see how you live this time. Die! You stepping into the imperial tomb to crack the mystery is a sin in itself. China shouldn't have people like you. The publicists have been furiously popping off with unbridled exuberance. But just the next second, asterisk off. Jiang Ming looked at it with cold eyes and just gave an indifferent low voice. That originally restless monster actually had a sudden shiver throughout its entire body. A flash of fear flashed through the ghostly green pupils, and immediately shivered and backed up. This scene made quite a few publicists jump up from their beds in a flash. And looking at the monster's scared appearance in that image, the publicists had their eyes wide open. How is this possible? Damn, what the hell is going on here? Could it be that this kid's witchcraft is also useful for corpses? The publicists were furious, and Zhang Haifeng's face was even more painfully hateful and full of horror at this time. No, absolutely not. That's a living monster corpse, not a parasite. Why are you still afraid of this man? They are difficult to comprehend or even to imagine. This is outrageous. It can't be true that the further we go, the more it feels like home, like little brother said before. Can it? It's too strong. I'm going to blow up little brother straight away in this wave. Mind fans have been popping in wildly, and professors in the outside world have been calling it beautiful. Awesome. 66666. No less. Not bad for our chosen man. Shut up. Zhao Guangji passed out a low drink and looked at the group of cheering professors with a gloomy expression. If this is really the case, then Zhao Xiaojiang, is not it fierce? Chapter 63. In the 8th year of King Ding of the Zhou dynasty, the Duke of Ligong of Qin was on the throne, and in accordance with his decree, he started a war in the state of Dali. You must be careful. Zhao Guangji subconsciously clenched his fists, and next door, Pikachu was utilizing the communication to provide Zhao with all of Jiang Ming's movements. Zhao Xiaojiang was, after all, a member of the Huaxia Dragon team, and his strength was terrifying and not to be speculated upon. I know. With just an indifferent response, Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes flickered profoundly, and with a slightly limping pace, he quickly hurried towards the depths of the tomb. Damn it, so what if the monster won't hurt him? Isn't that all he can do in the end? Can you prove that there's anything in the royal tomb? Obviously not. So, trash Huaxia, trash Qin Shi Huang. It's all fake. Tens of thousands of pop-ups kept scrolling. Jiang Ming ignored them and just remained on his own. It was a straight and unbelievable passage, and on both sides were incredibly wide grounds, similar to a plaza. Looking with the help of a strong flashlight, the place was filled with the same monsters that he had seen when he first stepped into the place. A pair of spectral green eyes looked greedily at Jiang Ming, but there was never any movement. Even when Jiang Ming passed by, these monsters, all of them, stepped aside in fear. There's a word for it. Little brother is really good. If this had gone to an archaeological team, I'm only afraid it would have been really vicious. It's hard to imagine that there are at least 3,000 monsters in such a large square. Ming fans were visibly concerned, and the publicists on the air were still trolling. Some normal archaeology enthusiasts were silent, but it's clear, they didn't like the grave robber. And besides, the grave robber didn't really prove many historical facts about the Qin dynasty. Therefore, they also just choose to wait and see what happens. After all, learning about archaeology was laborious enough, and they had long since run out of extra energy to spray anyone. Just so tired of the publicists on the air. Obviously, isn't the purpose of studying archaeology and pursuing historical corroboration to provide self-confidence to the sons and daughters of China and to promote our Chinese culture? But now, they are deeply disappointed. They also understand that their personal power is ultimately limited, and no one has the ability to stop others from worshipping foreign countries. This is the most helpless thing within them. But just then, the historical corroboration you asked for is right here, on the live broadcast screen. As Jiang Ming's flat voice came through, almost all of the viewers perked up at this time. Blow it. Is there hair here? Is there hair? Laugh it up. There's garbage scraps everywhere. Where's the historical corroboration? I seriously doubt this guy is here to be funny. While the publicists popped up, Jiang Ming stood on top of the passageway, looking at the grayish-brown soil on both sides and calmly pinching his finger. Buzz, rumble, rumble, accompanied by a burst of buzzing sounds. Deep underground, the soil on both sides actually began to tumble as the rumbling sound spread. Click, click, strange collision sound came. Under the gaze of all eyes, the soil overturned, but gradually revealed a white object. Fix your eyes. Where is that garbage waste? It was just like a skull that had been gnawed clean long ago. Asterisk 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 this. Tens of thousands at the very least. Tens of thousands at the very least. Such a large area, densely packed with skulls. What in the world is this? First Emperor trying to do? Not only did the netizens feel stony and appalled, but even the hundreds of professors in the outside world had their eyes widened in unspeakable shock. Such a massive amount of skulls. This, Shi Huang Emperor had not given up on living people being martyred at that time and used terracotta warriors instead? What the hell is going on here? This shouldn't be the case. The professors were shaken to their core, while the publicists were doubled over with laughter. That's it? The ancient people of China were hypocrites, saying that they would be exempted from the martyrdom of the living. But in the end, they themselves did not do it at all? China is such a disgusting place. Laughing to death. This wave of this grave robber is really hitting his own face. Ha! The pop-ups rolled and the publicists became more and more rampant. Jiang Ming ignored them and continued to move forward towards the front passage. Soon, it came to a white ancient stone monument. The strong flashlight hit it directly, accompanied by the appearance of very faint ancient texts of the Qin dynasty. Jiang Ming exchanged a small brush from the system mall and gently scrubbed it. A moment later, Jiang Ming got up. Slowly, he took 2 steps back and struck the light over the monolith again. His voice flat. You guys, can you read? For a while, a number of jet-setters looked at the apparently much clearer font and fell into a state of contemplation. Zhang Haifeng's eyes slowly narrowed. A good long time. Zhang Haifeng's silence. On the contrary, the inscription fans, as well as most of the archaeology enthusiasts, were looking at the fonts and getting excited. Hold on brothers, this Qin dynasty font is a bit tricky. You give me some time. I'm checking too. Wait for me. Don't worry brothers, let's check it out together. This is definitely a great discovery. Netflix was very excited. The hundreds of archaeology professors outside, on the other hand, had their eyes widened at the sight. This is an ancient text that records the Qin Emperor's conquests. It's surprisingly true in here. It is said in the wild history that Emperor Qin had led his warriors to conquer various places and made great achievements, but I didn't expect that there would be such a record in the imperial tomb. The professors were shaken to their core and felt overwhelmed. Many have already begun to decipher. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, looked at the pop-up area that hadn't moved in half a day and was somewhat helpless, backhandedly spending 10,000 points. He exchanged a book, Qin Dynasty Ancient Texts Interpretation, Knowledge category, and as the knowledge surfaced in his mind, Jiang Ming combined it with the previous archaeological research on Qin Dynasty texts, and quickly deciphered those texts. The voice was flat. In the 8th year of King Ding of the Zhou, the reign of Duke Li Gong of Qin, according to his order, to meet the Dali State War, the following year, Dali State destroyed. What? Jiang Ming's flat voice came out, instantly shocking many netizens. Surprisingly, it's really the feats as well as meritorious deeds done by Qin Li Gong. In the 8th year of King Ding of the Zhou, by all accounts, that would be around 461 B.C., the Qin family did exist at that time, and it was indeed during the period of Qin Li Gong's stewardship. That's pretty right. Eder was shocked. The publicists were just about to retort, but it was the next second. Asterisk. Kawa little brother. I can't believe you really got it right. The words on top of this stone tablet are, surprisingly, exactly the same as what you said. This is really one of the feats left by Emperor Qin's elders. Countless archaeology enthusiasts have come forward to testify, and hundreds of professors in the outside world have shown excitement. It's true. Old Zhang has studied the history of the Qin dynasty the most, and he has the most right to speak on this point. All the things here are actually all the same as what little brother said. It's awesome. Chapter 64, The Merits of the Princes of Qin. Millions of corpses and bones formed a formation to protect the national fortune of the 9 states for 10,000 years. The professors were dancing with excitement, while the group of publicists looked as if they had eaten shang with ugly faces. Zhang Haifeng's face was gloomy and uncertain. Even so, what does that prove? It's just some skulls, a broken stone tablet. Ridiculous to the core. A bunch of archaeology professors getting worked up over this? Zhang Haifeng was jealous and suffocated inside, and at this moment, he began to frantically denigrate in the pop-up area. The same goes for publicists. Hypocritical Emperor Qin, it's just a little bit of corpse bone. It doesn't prove anything at all. Ridiculous. Complacent fools. Just this? That's it? I thought you'd come up with some kind of proof. Cynicism came from the pop-up area, and Jiang Ming was unmoved, instead continuing to move along the passageway. Under 7 turns, they soon came to another extremely large open space. The pattern here is similar to the previous one. Jiang Ming pinched his knuckles and commanded the parasite to continue turning up the soil, while at the same time, in front of him, in almost the same position, there was the same stone monument. Jiang Ming's voice was flat after he simply cleaned up. Read. Jiang Ming was originally unoccupied in all directions, but the countless archaeology enthusiasts in the live broadcast room, but when they saw the extremely well-preserved, clear and unrivaled ancient Qin dynasty text, they were excited to read out. The Battle of Shaoliang, the reign of Duke Huai of Qin, issued the Qin order to start, the same year to cut down Wei, the following year, to get Shaoliang, along with the parasites turning out the tired white bones once again. Jiang Ming continued to move forward towards the front under the gaze of everyone's excited gazes. Soon enough, there was a significantly larger clearing that appeared in everyone's line of sight. Simple cleanup. Without waiting for Jiang Ming to open his mouth, the countless netizens in the live broadcast room instantly popped up in excitement. The Battle of Sherman, which began with Duke Xian of Qin, saw Qin and Wei starting to fight, and caused them to attack Wei. Qin won and beheaded 60,000 people. Jiang Ming turned over more heads this time. It was as if the densely packed skulls were, at first glance, the heads of enemy troops. Jiang Ming continued on shortly afterward, and there was another stone monument. The five kingdoms started a chaotic war, and rose up according to the order of Duke Xiao of Qin. Zhao attacked Wei, Wei saved Wei, Qin defeated Wei at Yuanli, and invaded Han, and built a city. At the Battle of Ani, Duke Xiao of Qin's order came out to cut down Wei, and Ani surrendered to Qin. The Battle of Hoshi, according to the order of Lord Qin Shaogong. In the same year, the Duke ordered Shang Yang, the executive power, to change the law. As the netizens popped up more and more people began to get excited under the countless swipes. Those publicists' faces became more and more ugly, not to mention that even Zhang Haifeng's fat face reddened with anger. And the whole person became anxious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This, even if it is, so what? The Qin family, there are only some capable people. Yes, the Qin family is nothing more than that. That's all they've got. Just these 2 or 3 take it or leave it characters. The Qin family doesn't work at all. Neither can Huaxia at all. The publicists retorted sharply, but Jiang Ming didn't open his mouth, but quietly walked to the next place. The archaeology enthusiasts even directly ignored it, their eyes closely following Jiang Ming, their hearts incomparably expectant. The professor's eyes were excited with recognition and appreciation. A few moments later, at the Battle of Hoshi, King Huiwen of Qin ordered to kill Zhou Blemish, take Lin, and Li Shi. The Battle of Hangu Pass, Wei, Zhao, Han, Yan, Shu, and the 5 nations against Qin. Qin wins. In the Battle of Bashu, Zhao, Han and Wei came to attack. Qin won and beheaded the enemy. 80,000. The Battle of Tsuwa, Qin and Wei. The Battle of Shore Gate, Qin and Han. Dan Yang, Lantian 2 battles. Archaeology enthusiasts shouted with near fervor. Outside the tomb, hundreds of professors were even watching the live text and chanting with excitement. King Zhexiang of Qin, with Bai Qi as his general. Soldiers to Chongping, destroy the eastern Zhou, take the 9 cauldrons, and since then, the 6 eastern mountain states will have no rivals. King Zhuangxiang of Qin, causing Lu Buwei to lead an army of 100,000 men, attacked and destroyed the 7 Yups of eastern Zhou. He moved the Duke of Eastern Zhou to Yangrinju. At the same time, with the order of the Qin army, he attacked the 3 Jin, as a stone monument appeared, as that ancient writing came to light. At this moment, everyone could no longer calm down. Looking at the still calm little brother in the live feed, archaeology enthusiasts popped into the pop-up area. Great Qin is awesome, strong and invincible, okay? Attacking all the way, countless wars of blood and fire, which forged the iron-blooded Great Qin. Since the Qin Emperor's order, there has been nothing to win and nothing to defeat. Countless netizens popped up in a frenzy, and even the professors were overwhelmed. This is the Great Qin. This is the great unified empire of my China. It was not a generation that became famous, but more than a dozen generations of continuous efforts that eventually led to the realization of my Chinese land, the well-deserved dynasty of great unification. The success of Emperor Qin, in addition to his own stunning talent, the efforts of a dozen or so ancestors in his family are equally creditable. The professors were wildly enthusiastic. The publicists are, at this moment, completely flustered. Now, grave robbers have thoroughly proved the authenticity of the existence of the 7 warring states, and have even found uncountable dozens of sites where skulls were buried in the Qin imperial tombs. Even, these skulls have added up to more than 1 million. This, simply cannot be refuted. Even Zhang Haifeng was at this moment, looking at the scene in front of him with a face full of disbelief, feeling that what the whole person considered false history, and even his own 3 views, had been greatly impacted. No, there's still Qin Shi Huang. There's still Qin Shi Huang who hasn't proved it. This is absolutely fictionalized by Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang is a hypocrite. Absolutely. Zhang Haifeng was already almost crazy at the moment, but Jiang Ming still didn't look squarely at the pop-ups. Instead, he continued to walk forward for a short while, and came to a huge open space that was several times larger than the many open spaces before. There was no miscellaneous placement here, merely the presence of a staggeringly huge stone monument. The stone monument was ancient, and the font, although blurred, could still be clearly seen. Jiang Ming even looked at the many fonts on there, his voice flat. In the 16th year of Emperor Shi Huang, he issued a royal decree ordering Shi Tang to be his general and lead an army to attack Han. In the same year, Han was destroyed and King of Han was captured. In the 17th year of Emperor Shi Huang's reign, Zhao was struck by earthquakes and famine, and by the king's order, he sent Wang Jian and Yang Duan to attack Zhao. In the same year, Wang Jian defeated the Zhao army, captured Zhao Wangqian, and occupied the whole territory of Zhao, by which time, Zhao died. In the 18th year of Emperor Shi Huang's reign, a royal decree was issued ordering Wang Ben, son of Wang Jian, to attack Wei at the head of 100,000 strong troops. After 3 months, Wang Ben drew water to the capital city of Wei, Daliang, so that the city wall was soaked and collapsed, and the strong army went straight in. The king of Wei was killed in a false surrender, and the state of Wei was destroyed. In the 19th year of the first emperor, according to the king's order, Qin sent out an army to attack Jicheng, the capital of Yan. King Shi and Prince Dan of Yan were forced to flee to Liaodong. Yan is overthrown. In the 20th year of Emperor Shi Huang, he issued a royal decree and sent Wang Jian's 600,000 strong troops to conquer Chu. He beheaded the Chu general Xiang Yan and took over half of Chu's territory. In the 21st year of Emperor Shi Huang, Wang Jian and Mang Wu each led their own armies to attack Shouchuan, the capital of Chu, and captured King Nigru of Chu. In the 22nd year of Emperor Shi Huang's reign, according to the king's order, Wang Ben led an army to attack Qi. In a few days, he reached Linzi, the capital of Qi, and King Jian of Qi surrendered. At this point, all 6 kingdoms have been destroyed. King Yingjing of Qin has ascended the throne as emperor and named himself Shi Huang. Speaking here, Jiang Ming paused and continued. In the same year, according to the Qin emperor's order, the casting of the monument of the princes of Qin, with millions of corpses and bones into a formation, selecting the Lixil treasure land for burial, to protect the 9 states of the country's fortunes for 10,000 years. Chapter 65 Intentions of the Parties. When the words came out, all the netizens could no longer remain calm. There was a flurry of excited comments. Millions of corpses and bones form a formation, suppressing the fortunes of the 9 states for 10,000 years. The first emperor is invincible. The king of Qin sweeps the 6 kingdoms. But it only took a few short years. In less than 10 years, such feats have been made. The first emperor's heart for the fate of the 9 states has really moved us greatly. This is the true emperor of the 1,000 years. This is the first emperor of that great unified dynasty of ours. 1,000 years of merit and 1,000 years of fame. Archaeology enthusiasts shouted wildly and professors were thrilled. Confirmed. The king of Qin sweeps the 6 kingdoms. Confirmed. It was not the efforts of Emperor Qin's generation, but dozens of generations of the Qin family, who had put their hearts and souls into the endeavor, that finally provided Emperor Shi Huang with the strong capital to unify the world. This is the fundamental reason why Shi Huangdi could sweep the 6 harmonies in just 10 years. Without these primitive capital accumulation, it would have been extremely difficult for Emperor Shi Huang, even if he was more amazing and talented, to level the 6 kingdoms within 10 years. Little did we know that the historical mystery that has plagued the archaeological community for years and is full of controversy would be answered just today. The professors were in tears. It's all because of this lad. He helped us to confirm it once and for all. With him, all those difficult mysteries that have plagued us for years will be solved sooner or later. Make sure you save him. The professors were thrilled. And at that moment, on the way to ride to Mount Li, several Titanic professors from the archaeological headquarters also revealed their excitement and fervor after learning the news. Awesome, this young man. Worthy of the man we've been looking at. Everyone step up and make sure you ride to Mount Li in a hurry. With our popularity boost and many connections, when the time comes to create public opinion and pull strings for the lad, we'll definitely be able to bail him out. Relatively speaking, the pop-up area at this moment, all the publicists, had completely freaked out. They went on a tirade of denigration. Jiang Ming's eyebrows raised as he watched, and he immediately instructed the system to top a link in the pop-up area. This is a collection of pop-ups of all the abusive comments made during this period of time, and this has all the information of the publishers. I've already done the statistics through the self-developed system, so please help me forward them out, expose them, and let the top investigate these people severely. As Jiang Ming's words spread out, in a flash, tens of millions of archaeology enthusiasts rushed into the link. After making sure it was correct, the crowd of netizens frantically retweeted it, and in the meantime, Zhang Haifeng, however, revealed a cold smile. Tens of thousands are cursing. Can you catch them? Even if you catch it, can you catch me? Ridiculous, but never expect it. Next, bang, bang, bang. Check the water meter. Open the door. The thick knock on the door, as well as the rough voice coming from outside the door, caused Zhang Haifeng's face to stiffen. Fear flashed in his eyes, and a feeling of impending catastrophe surfaced, causing Zhang Haifeng's face to change drastically. No, it can't be that coincidental. Zhang Haifeng was still hesitant, but soon, knock. A popping sound came from the security department staff, who broke right through the door and quickly arrested the terrified-looking Zhang Haifeng at the speed of light. And at the same time, things like this were happening all over the country. All of them were filled with fear and cried out for injustice. But the ironclad evidence was so strong that none of them could escape. Almost everyone's information is very clear, even if it is the home address, personal information and so on, are all on the line with the security system. This has shocked the Department of Safety and Security. The first time to notify the local police station to arrest and audit at the same time, but also began to work overtime overnight to study what Jiang Ming said self-developed system in the end how to do it. But no matter how much research was done, the crowd never had a clue. This one instantly made a lot of people go numb. Damn. What kind of system is this that can find information on so many people without our security network knowing anything about it? My God, could it be that in addition to being a scientific genius, this kid is also a genius hacker? The problem of public knowledge that has plagued us for so many years has been solved quite simply by this. We should not also pull together? Several of the DSS chiefs looked shaken and obviously a little uncomfortable in their seats. Although the act of grave robbing is indeed outrageous, but people's little brother can be forced to go inside from the beginning to the end, and never took a single needle or thread. It's hard to say if it will end up being characterized as a grave robber. Plus, there's a real shortage of such people with top-notch skills in the security bureau. For a while, several of the bigwigs were also a bit hesitant. Keep monitoring and wait until the end. It's not too late for us to make a decision. In addition to the archaeological team, it is not only the DSS. Even the few bigwigs at the guard headquarters had deep gazes and shifting faces. Obviously, although this grave robber public opinion brings a great impact, but the mystery in the Imperial Mausoleum, after all, is cracked the same means of this sun. It is worth pulling together the benefits brought by such a research-oriented genius hacker powerhouse. Once he joined the guard department, were simply incalculable. Besides, people's move is all for the sake of Huaxia. Can you say that people are a danger to public order? Can you say that people have jeopardized the lives of the people? Can you say that people destroy artifacts? Not at all. Not only did people come up with some great stuff, they confirmed history, powerful and incomparable, not to mention, even joining the military's dragon team was more than enough. This kind of talent, the military wants to kill? No, maybe it's just trying to catch, that's right. After all, the Green Wolf's captain and the others, after subduing the grave robbers, didn't immediately shoot them down. This certainly shows that the military intended only to arrest people. Of course, the Green Wolf that stupid then take RPG indiscriminate bombing is another story. After all, the Green Wolf has long been no longer the military. As for Zhuge Wu's humongous fangirl, those people from the Chimin family, who have always done things in a wild manner, this time, they did not listen to the military's orders and came full of killing, and subsequently, it is estimated that they will also be punished. With such a deduction, it can basically be concluded that the military is not trying to kill. It is more likely that the military is also trying to pull the strings. For a while, many headquarters bigwigs sucked in cold air. Put it this way, now the main problem becomes, the military does not release people. Even the guard headquarters, it is difficult to make a decision, and even completely no chance to pull together For a while, many headquarters bigwigs felt anxious. Rob? Who the hell dares to steal from the military? But, as for whether the military was pulling the strings or actually hunting, there were still some doubts within the crowd. In the end, it had to wait. In the meantime, military, monitoring sector. Damn it, if this kid doesn't die, my military will lose face. The ultimatum has already been issued. Why hasn't Sword Elder made his move? Could it be that Sword Elder trusts this crippled man so much? The chief of the monitoring group's face was gloomy and uncertain. He really could not understand the arrangement of his superiors. Obviously, the ultimatum of a manhunt was issued from above. The auxiliary members acted and were ordered to do so by their superiors. But looking at the limping man who was matching data with himself and the others, the chief of the monitoring group felt very hesitant. Why didn't Sword Elder make a direct move? Can this lame man be trusted? Chapter 66, Ghostly Shadow Steps, disappearing in place? After all, Officer Lee had a limited status and was not aware of the existence of the Dragon Team. It was only from the orders of his superiors that they also thought highly of the crippled man. It seems that this person has some relationship with the Sword Old Man. Officer Lee had to fall silent and wait. But just then, found you. In the communication device, Zhao Xiaojiang, who had been pursuing the ancient tomb for a long time, suddenly raised his head. A touch of wariness flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he took one step, and between the residual shadows floating around his body, the whole person immediately transformed into a stringed arrow, quickly chasing towards the front. Same time, Jiang Ming, who had left the stone monument of the Qin clan's dukes, had also arrived at a very empty land, with his feet stepping on a ghostly and bizarre passageway. On either side were dozens of pairs of stone pillars carved with strange designs, from which hung an oil lamp. Not far ahead was a tall and lofty palace. The palace had been dormant underground for thousands of years, and should have had rotting wood and looked dilapidated. But at this moment, the palace Jiang Ming was looking at was as if it had been built brand new. This is not to be marveled at by many netizens. In an imperial tomb that has been sealed for thousands of years, there is still such a brand new and exquisite palace. That's awesome, and I don't know how the hell the first emperor did it. It's simply strong. The netizens felt sighs of relief as Jiang Ming stepped on the path paved with dark gray bizarre stone tiles and looked at the bizarre hall in front of him, the light in his eyes brightening and flickering. Swish! Suddenly, a cold wind struck, and the eerie oil lamps on both sides of the passageway lit up one after another. At the same time that Jiang Ming's heart felt a sense of uneasiness, a life and death crisis erupted from the bottom of his heart even more abruptly. Swish! Enjoin! Knock! Almost instantly, as Jiang Ming slightly sidestepped to dodge, a cold light violently flashed past in front of him. With an extremely swift speed, it flew fiercely towards the stone bricks. The stone bricks were also cracked by the dagger's immense force, and debris flew. Masters! Feeling the eerie coldness radiating from within the dagger, and the pitch blackness behind him, a dangerous aura rapidly approached. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed as he gripped the demon sword behind him, the hilt drawn out. At this time, walking slightly limp Zhao Xiaojiang, also from the darkness out, hideous horror above the face, resolute eyes full of wariness. War. The two met without any hesitation or even words. Just a word exit. The two eyes under the rising battle intent. In an instant, fiercely towards each other to kill. But the next second, a bizarre scene happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You dog, dare you to throw your demon sword. I came to compete with you with my bare hands, and you stepped on a horse and chased me with a knife. Shame on you. In the ancient tomb, in the instant he was close to exchanging blows with Jiang Ming, Zhao Xiaojiang instantly detected an unspeakably terrifying force bursting out from within the demon blade. There was a power that seemed to be able to affect people's sanity coming from that fury. While Zhao Xiaojiang's face changed drastically and tried to dodge the demonic knife, he even noticed that the demonic knife clearly didn't cut into himself. But blade wind still tore 3 of the dozen or so layers of protective clothing he had put on. If this keeps up, I'm afraid this fight won't even be necessary. Just take off the Mercury suit yourself and wait to die. And so it was that a weird and bizarre scene unfolded in the ancient tomb. Zhao Xiaojiang rushed in front of Jiang Ming full of wariness, and then after being rubbed and scraped twice by the wind of the demon blade's blade, he began to stage a scene in the passageway where one person was chasing and one person was fleeing in terror, constantly breaking into a fit of rage. This guy, is he serious? It feels like this guy. How does he look like he's here for a laugh? The military is so serious about the announcement that it has sent such an individual? Many netizens felt confused and outrageous. This guy is here to be funny, right? The scene of the two chasing did not last long and soon stopped, because Jiang Ming clearly perceived that someone was coming. Is this the strange man it says it is? Above, a slender man with a white face and a turban landed quickly with the help of a rope, surveying the masked Jiang Ming in front of him, and then looking at Zhao Xiaojiang, whose face was full of pain. The man was somewhat helpless. 7. Had enough fun? The man's words came out, and Jiang Ming's expression moved. From the very beginning, this man has shot. It is not like a killing move. It's hard to, just to delay. Here, your knife. Let it go and I'll walk alongside you in spirit. The white clean man laughed and threw out an odd-looking tang knife, which Zhao Xiaojiang took and hemmed and hawed. Alright, you sit down, kid, come and fight. Battle intent rose once again in the green wolf's eyes as he held the hilt of his sword in his left hand and the sheath of his sword in his right, and in almost an instant, he rushed in front of Jiang Ming. Seeing that the long sword was drawn, it was about to cut out. Jiang Ming swung his sword to block, but the next second, sneak attack. Everyone's face changed drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The guy's ing sheath is the hilt. The hilt is the sheath. No good. This old silver coin. Little brother danger. Some martial arts masters quickly noticed that something was wrong, and as the short knife handle molded knife sheath was pulled out, Zhao Xiaojiang hemmed and hawed, and his right hand directly gripped the knife sheath molded knife handle and sent it forward. This caused the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth to twitch, but soon, as that sharp knife was about to stab into the body, something that made everyone feel appalled beyond belief happened, only to see that the Jiang Ming in front of him unexpectedly disappeared in front of Zhao Xiaojiang in an instant, before the crowd could react. Bang! A clean palm, extremely abrupt, landed on Zhao Xiaojiang's shoulder. It sent a shiver through his entire body. Sigma, LLL, accompanied by a huge force. Zhao Xiaojiang grunted lightly in pain, and an icy voice came along with it. If you fight, fight. If you don't, get out. This instantly shocked everyone to no end. How the hell did this little brother do that? Is this a flashback? Could it be that little brother is really a top martial arts dower? Netizens are calling it outrageous and getting excited inside. It's a blast. Alright, that wave of sneak attack just now, even if we were here, we would definitely be unable to avoid it. Why is this little brother's stance so bizarre? Only for a split second. Even our naked eyes can't capture it. How the hell did he appear behind this brown guy? Surprisingly, he still completely turned his back on the brown guy. This is a powerful confidence in his own strength. This little brother didn't take the brown guy seriously from the start? Countless martial arts experts were shocked, feeling an unspeakable tumbling of the heart and mind. That knife, anyone who comes cannot avoid, but little brother even lightly between. Directly a flash appeared on the side? This treadmill is outrageous, although it is too outrageous to describe it with a flash, and it is even completely incorrect to the martial arts designation. But that scene of that guy is clearly a real and true flash. I saw the knife was about to stab this guy in the stomach, and he just disappeared in the next second? The martial arts greats felt unspeakably shocked. The white and clean man on the scene, on the other hand, gradually widened his eyes even as he sucked in cold air. Chapter 67, 3 Shifts, Confrontation of Martial Extremes, a stunning and incomparable instantaneous kill. Awesome. Dude, where did you learn that trick? Will you teach me? The white, clean man passed on his admiration, constantly clapping his hands in anticipation. Jiang Ming gave him a cold look and ignored him. The level of danger perceived in the white, clean man was no less threatening than the threat posed by the crippled man. These two, they're no slouches. But suddenly, ding, military specialists, plus 10%. The system voice in his head came, causing Jiang Ming to be a bit puzzled, and his gaze towards the duo clearly became a bit suspicious. Of these two, there are executives? Nope, the duo should just be pathfinders. Thinking back to the scene where the duo appeared, Jiang Ming guessed inwardly. These two, obviously unlike the female lunatics from before, were full of killing intent, and their strength was not sufficient to crush themselves. The younger generation of the Qi men world, all of them had so many powerful characters, not to mention the military, but these two, it was just like a joke, not quite like the main man. It's hard to believe that there's someone else? Ugh, I told you that sneak attacks don't work. You guys insisted that I try. Look, now you're embarrassed. While Jiang Ming pondered, Zhao Xiaojiang scratched his head somewhat sadly and looked at the white and clean man with a cold snort rather unpleasantly. It can't hurt to try. Ha ha. The white, clean man smiled, not feeling the least bit embarrassed. Now that we've played, let's get real. The white clean man found a long sword from the side, and after pulling it out, the sheath was directly thrown to the side, and he lifted his leg and kicked a heavy backpack, which also slid in front of Zhao Xiaojiang. On the other hand, the white and clean man took one step, and his entire body suddenly transformed into an arrow that left the strings, charging straight at Jiang Ming. Feeling the dense killing intent coming at him, Jiang Ming's face remained calm. Just a monstrous scarlet fury exploded above the long sword with blood patterns on a black background in his hand. As a flash of scarlet blood color surfaced in his pupils, the two of them violently battled together in an instant. The clanking and clanging of swords and knives clashed, accompanied by the sound of air breaking came continuously. This white clean man is very strong. To think that he can fight against little brother's sword. At the very least, the force is no less than little brother's. What is this person's origin? I can't believe I can't see the details of their moves. I can only see the two of them fighting back and forth, and little brother still seems to be very calm. It feels like little brother's strength is really unfathomable. Netizens were saddened as they watched the duo battle it out. But just then, kid, hey, I'm coming too. As Zhao Xiaojiang let out a bellowing cry, he was seen quickly assembling the greatsword in his backpack, and with an extremely swift momentum, he chopped towards Jiang Ming. For a moment, with Zhao Xiaojiang joining the fray, it seemed that Jiang Ming had fallen into a disadvantage in just an instant. Under the duo's relentless killing strokes, Jiang Ming unexpectedly began to retreat. It's not good, guys. It feels like little brother can't hold back a bit. These two turned out to be really talented. Isn't this wave of little brothers dangerous? Many archaeological enthusiasts in the experience of the previous Jiang Ming cracked the mystery, confirming the real existence of Qin Shi Huang and, after the spring and autumn and warring states period of history of the matter, for Jiang Ming has been a lot of recognition. At this moment, the crowd was also worried. Suddenly, dang, enjoin, with a violent popping sound coming from him, the long sword in Jiang Ming's hand was violently shaken away. Jiang Ming's residual shadow appeared around his body, and the moment he dodged a few times to pull away with the help of the ghost shadow steps, the two attacked and approached once again. Crazy flames danced in Jiang Ming's scarlet pupils. A reverse kick directly shook the shocked, spinning demon blade toward Zhao Xiaojiang, slightly blocking it. under the maximum excitation of the ghost shadow steps. His figure was also in a flash, as if it was fluttering, and in an instant, he was close to the white and clean man. Enjoin, with a snap of his fingers, a terrifying force erupted and instantly flicked the man's long sword away. At the same time, a finger fiercely pointed at the white and clean man's big point in Tanjong. A punch landed immediately after the thud. The dark energy surged into the man's Tanjong acupoint in an instant. Jiang Ming even sidestepped a whip kick, directly sweeping the man's abdomen and sending him flying. All of this was slow to say the least, but it happened in the blink of an eye. From the demonic blade in Jiang Ming's hand being shaken away, to Jiang Ming instantly knocking the white clean man back, it was only the blink of an eye. But just then, enjoin, Zhao Xiaojiang lashed out and once again sent the demon blade flying, and the demon blade spun in the air, quickly flying towards where Jiang Ming was standing. This scene immediately made all the netizens feel heartbreaking. The professors were even more nervous. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze filled with horror, Jiang Ming even directly stretched out his left arm, and by the looks of it, he seemed to be attempting to stop the incomparably sharp demonic blade. Don't be impulsive, little brother. Little brother wouldn't be on top, would he? Damn it, this demon sword can really compel one's mind. Be careful, little brother. The pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast room, but what everyone didn't expect was that the instant the speedy spinning demonic blade neared Jiang Ming moved, according to reason, the sharpness of that demonic sword, in exchange for any user to come, will never dare to make this matter so easily. However, Jiang Ming directly stretched out his left arm, and as the demon blade rotated, he directly grabbed the hilt of the rapidly rotating demon blade. Immediately afterward, within the scarlet pupils of his eyes, between the crazy flames pulsating, he took a step out. Under the roaring outburst of blood fury aura around his body, he directly closed in on Zhao Xiaojiang, who was charging again. 1 second, Zhao Xiaojiang wanted to swing his sword to stop him, but the next second, the person in front of him disappeared again. This caused Zhao Xiaojiang to be inwardly terrified as a strong life and death crisis surfaced. Knockout! A muffled sound came. Zhao Xiaojiang only felt a huge force coming from his brain, and his two eyeballs were also quickly aligned, and his entire body was inexplicably filled with wisdom. However, immediately afterward, Zhao Xiaojiang's eyelids flipped, both eyes closed, and he directly fainted. Many netizens, on the other hand, were unspeakably thrilled at the sight of Zhao's instantaneous scrapping of the two men. I thought you couldn't make it, but a wave of outbursts directly wasted two people. Air kick knife is awesome. Instant kill. This is an instant kill. Little brother is invincible simply. A backhanded muffler straight from the limping hulk of a man is dumb. I originally thought that little brother was all set to be affected by the demon blade and was ready to go on a killing spree, but who knew that the backhand would be a smothering blow? It turns out that little brother wasn't controlled by the demon sword at all. It's simply strong and invincible. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Compared to the excited netizens, at this time, all the martial arts experts were completely unable to sit still. Such speed, such force, and even such terrifying reflexes. Is this still a power that people can possess? It's fine if the opponent is an ordinary person, but the other party is obviously a big shot who is at the extreme end of the martial arts path, or even bathing in blood all year round. Sect masters, according to my estimation, our group of ancient martial inheritors, in front of this guy, can't walk a single face. This person's origin is strange even so, but also mastered the terrible witchcraft. Even after getting the demon sword, this person's stance out of the move have become ruthless and ferocious. How can such a person exist in this world? Chapter 68, Huayong Needle Technique. If I'm not mistaken, the first thing this person did was to repel the long sword, and the second thing was to point to the white boy's Tanjong acupoint. This son is so tactful. Can't the military take him down too? Facing a warrior of the martial Dao extreme, all of them can manage to instantly kill. This person's strength, to what extent is he powerful? And this person's spirit, it's amazing that he won't even be swayed by the demon sword. What kind of strong will must this be? The martial arts experts were incomparably shaken inside, and had even begun to become somewhat numb from their initial shock. Many people's eyes show fear. If they face such an opponent, they simply are not an enemy at all. What is the origin of this person? Why is it so horrible? It's almost like a monster. Many martial arts masters felt their scalps tingling, and even when they faced the masked little brother, not even a hint of wariness could be born in their hearts, let alone fight with it. The crazy flames dancing in those scarlet pupils made the masked little brother seem like a demon. There is simply no one to stop it. Just one glance at each other made one's heart and soul tremble, as opposed to the fear of the martial arts palmist. Countless netizens, on the other hand, had their hearts and minds turned over, feeling overwhelmed. The livestream was awesome in all directions, with bunker busters flying across the room. Countless people bragged about the masked little brother's top-notch and extreme killing martial arts, calling it invincible. Hundreds of professors outside the tomb were even more fervent in their cries. More exciting, and what the people don't know is this. At this moment, in the ancient tomb, an old man wearing a black long shirt and carrying a huge sword on his back was slowly moving forward in the paved tomb passage paved with dark gray stone tiles. If someone were to see this person here, they would definitely, at the first moment, reveal a look of horror, because, under the old man's wide black clothes, his skin is dark and incomparable, not to mention that the whole person looks like a dry corpse. If not for the pair of eyes that are still gleaming, I'm afraid that at this moment, those who see it will feel that the old man must be a walking corpse. And what was even more alarming was that the old man was walking in the middle of the passageway filled with Mercury's intense poison, but he didn't have any protection. Can only vaguely see. There seems to be a burst of bizarre fluctuations from the old man around the body diffuse open, but at that moment, the old man seemed to have sensed something and suddenly let out a light eep. This kid, unexpectedly, wasn't affected by the demon sword? The old man was a little taken aback. Soon, as the confidence portrayed by the detectives in the earbuds came through, the old man's heart was even more surprised. He had thought that even if the grave robber's methods were higher, he could barely beat number 7 and number 8 by 1 point. It was also absolutely impossible to deal with 2 Dragon team members at the same time. A joint operation by the 7th and 8th will surely take them down with ease, but I never thought that the duo would lose so quickly. Just as well. Anyway, this sun will also disappear from the eyes of the world after today. The old man shook his head slightly, and in his pale voice, an indifference came through. In every move, there was a dominance that only existed in powerful people who had been in high positions for a long time. After a short pause, the old man continued toward the depths of the passage. Ding! Military Special Personality Favorability plus 13. Military Specialties plus 21%. The other side. Jiang Ming felt a little confused as he watched the scene of rising favorability. He just beat them both up himself and didn't do anything. This guy can still keep boosting? Jiang Ming thought briefly, surveying the severely injured and fainting duo, and exchanged a set of acupuncture paraphernalia in the system space, preparing to treat the duo. Immediately after, ding! Military Specialists plus 10%. Military Specialties plus 12%. In that case, this particular person, at the very least, is someone who is watching the live stream? Jiang Ming inwardly speculated. Suddenly, ding! The rate of increase in character favorability has exceeded 50. Congratulations on obtaining Huayang Needle Technique. Huayang Acupuncture, Phase 1 Mysterious Needlework created by the divine Dr. Hua Tuo. The first phase of Huayang Acupuncture can connect the broken meridian, renew the broken bones, with the ability to wither the wood to spring. A mechanized voice came from his mind, and Jiang Ming felt his attainments in acupuncture grow stronger and stronger, and his heart sizzled a little. Without delay, step forward. Several needles fell one after another, directly sealing the white clean man's heart vein, maintaining that rapidly decreasing vitality. At the same time, it has even turned around and directly stabbed Zhao Xiaojiang's head with a few needles. Not to a knife really shoot him silly. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ming looked at Zhao Xiaojiang's limping leg. After a few pinches, Jiang Ming also had a healing thought. Wait, where did little brother find that rock? Is this ready to smash this guy to death to vent? The netizen sighed, accompanied by a muffled thud came. Ow! Zhao Xiaojiang's voice came out like a ghostly cry, stimulated by the intense pain. Zhao Xiaojiang's crimson eyes looked at Jiang Ming in front of him and unexpectedly frowned as he raised the stone once again. This instantly caused Zhao Xiaojiang's face to change drastically, and he was filled with horror. Big brother, me. Ow! Zhao Xiaojiang tried his best to dodge, causing Jiang Ming to deflect the smash. After 3 or 4 successive times, Jiang Ming felt the scene of Zhao Xiaojiang's misplaced place shattering and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, Zhao Xiaojiang was already foaming at the mouth and somewhat delirious, but still retaining some consciousness. He looked at Jiang Ming, who had squatted down in front of him to survey himself, and a strong sense of pain arose within him. But soon, Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes widened. For some reason, he felt that the stagnant blood that filled the meridians of his legs had become much more fluid. Even more, along with a cool breath surging into his legs, Zhao Xiaojiang realized that a gust of itching was coming from the bones of his legs. Staring at him, at this moment, his own leg already had a number of silver needles inserted into it, and at the same time, Jiang Ming also took out 2 steel plates and some bandages from his backpack, system all, and finished touching Zhao Xiaojiang's bones to fix them before calling it quits. After doing this, Jiang Ming once again pulled out his small book. Bull, really bull. This operation of little brother really leaves me speechless. It's too strong. After all, he's also a member of the military, so if little brother did this, he must also be trying to tell them that he really didn't come here to rob tombs. The netizens wiped their sweat and felt overwhelmed. Comparatively speaking, Jiang Ming's face was much calmer, and after throwing down 2 prescriptions and instructing Zhao Xiaojiang to recuperate for at least half a year, he was ready to turn around and leave. Ding! Military Special Character Favorability plus 37. Military Special Character Favorability plus 14. The mechanized voice in his head came again, and Jiang Ming smiled. Sure enough, without delay, Jiang Ming walked towards the deep hall. However, as the door to the hall opened, Jiang Ming's face sank. Zhao Xiaojiang, on the other hand, looked at the prescription that Jiang Ming had prescribed, and then looked at the back of this tomb raider little brother as he stepped into the main hall, and let out a deep sigh. That's all. Zhao Xiaojiang became a large character lying on the floor, looked at the dark ancient tomb, and slowly closed his eyes. In the meantime, not far away in the middle of a passage, Chapter 69 Old Man, it seems like we can't get out of here. Seems to have cured Seven's leg? The old man wearing a black long shirt in the passageway was a bit surprised, but did not say anything more, only the voice coming from the phone again, but it made the old man show his thoughts. You think he's going to behave himself? The old man asked a rhetorical question. The man on the phone said something. The old man was silent for a long time, and eventually became a little impatient. Okay, I get it. What do you think you're doing caring about these young people when you're 70 years old and retired? Can't you spend some quality time with your granddaughter? The two made small talk for a few moments before the old man hung up. The killing intent in his heart gradually dissipated. Only his gaze remained indifferent. Soon, the old man arrived at the location where Zhao Xiaojiang's duo was. After briefly checking the injuries of the two, the old man let out a cold snort. The hand is not light. After checking Zhao Xiaojiang's leg and realizing that it had indeed been fixed with a kind of arcane hand, Li Jianshan came back to crouch beside the white clean man, pulled out a silver needle, and made several points on the white clean man's body and grabbed it towards his abdomen. Along with a small black insect surfacing, Li Jianshan crushed it in one hand. Cough, 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 cough. The white clean man also suddenly coughed violently. Seeing this, Li Jianshan no longer paid any attention to the two of them and got up to take a step towards the distant hall. As he got closer and closer, Li Jianshan also saw the black-clothed young man who was sitting rather casually on the ground with his back to himself inside the main hall. Li Jianshan was briefly silent and directly drew the huge sword behind him. A few steps were taken, and in an instant the distance of 100 meters had arrived. The huge sword in Li Jianshan's hand also violently chopped down towards Jiang Ming's neck. This scene immediately made countless netizens feel heartbreaking. What the hell is wrong with you, little brother? Numb. Little brother seems like his whole person has emo since he entered the grand hall. This old man's sword at a glance are 200 pounds off. Gravity acceleration. Do not have to force. Little brother head quasi drop ah. Be careful little brother. The netizens and professors were scorched, but Jiang Ming remained unmoved. The giant sword, too, came to a steady stop almost a millimeter from Jiang Ming's neck. Li Jianshan didn't say anything. Jiang Ming still didn't make any movements. For a while, the atmosphere of the Great Hall could not help but become much weirder. Not going to fight back? Until a long time later, Li Jianshan put away his giant sword, and his pale and flat voice rang out. Jiang Ming was always looking at the constantly rotating wooden organ ball in the depths of the Great Hall, containing the 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as various Xianmen paths, without saying a word. That machine ball was composed of many wooden rings, 13 layers inside and outside, huge and incomparable not to mention. It looked even more full of a sense of mystery. Even as the rings that made up the organ ball rotated, not a single sound was emitted. Until the good old days, as if Jiang Ming had lost all his essence, he directly opened his pendulum in the Great Hall, laying in a big shape on the floor, bewildered eyes looking at the ceiling. Jiang Ming's lips moved slightly, almost mumbling, as he muttered to himself, "Old man, did you notice a problem when you came in?" "What's the problem?" Li Jianshan's brows furrowed. Obviously, he didn't feel that such a powerful and capable tomb-raiding kid would immediately tie his hands. Jiang Ming was silent for a long time. Sideways, he looked at Jianshan Li. "We can't seem to get out." "What?" Li Jianshan was a bit puzzled. Obviously, he envisioned the many tricks that this grave robber would perform, but he never expected that this kid would somehow say such a sentence. "What do you mean? Why did this little brother suddenly act as if he had been possessed? Is it hard to believe that little brother has found something else?" Numerous netizens felt hesitant as they watched the scene of Jiang Ming. Li Jianshan also furrowed his brows and waited for the following. Jiang Ming was silent for a long time and also sat up again, looking at the orb made of wooden rings in front of him. Jiang Ming explained, "The 6 harmonies are misplaced, the 9 palaces are reversed, and this place contains 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches. Earlier in the place where the sun, moon and stars are located, I originally thought that the 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches of this place should be similar to the outside world, but now I realized that I was wrong. Jiang Ming looked at the old man, who was somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. The 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches of this place are not similar to the outside world, but, rather, completely contradictory, in which the hexagram and 9 palaces layout arrangement is even more misplaced. The so-called yin and yang is just an appearance. The 6 styles and 6 gods, also unorthodox. Instead, it is like an extremely insidious layout. Jiang Ming paused and slowly got up, his gaze looking around. The first emperor to the Qin family, more than 10 generations of people beheaded, millions of skulls stacked array. The town of national luck is true. I cannot be sure, but, according to the order of changes in the heavenly stem and earthly branches of this place to judge, the imperial mausoleum is bound to suppress a great terror, and, with the last 1,000 years, this suppression is getting weaker and weaker. That which is suppressed, there are also signs of breaking the seal out. What does what you say have to do with whether we can get out? Li Jianshan was still puzzled. Jiang Ming let out a bitter smile. The way to come is broken. The pattern is reversed. The door of life is closed. We can't go back. Boom! Almost at the same time that Jiang Ming's words fell, an extremely terrifying rumbling explosion suddenly came from this side of the tomb. A buzzing sound came from the ground, accompanied by a rumbling tremor, causing everyone's face to change drastically at this moment. It's not good. It's not good. What the hell is going to happen here? The first emperor, back then, in the end made what kind of layout? This tomb in the end, what is there? Damn! Netizens have felt the burn, and hundreds of professors in the outside world have felt their scalps tingle. Could it be that the first emperor, back then, really hid a shocking secret? Imperial tomb mystery? How much more is there? Damn it, is it hard to believe that in this kid's opinion, the Sword Elder can't even solve all this? This can't be another one of this kid's tricks, can it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is going on? The military, and the people in the monitoring department all had ugly faces and inner worries as well. In the ancient tomb, Li Jianshan's expression remains indifferent, cold eyes looking at the darkness in the distance. There seemed to be a lot of messy breath quickly rushed, and at the same time, the white clean man also got up in shock and hurriedly carried Zhao Xiaojiang on his back and quickly rushed towards the main hall. Instructor, your hand! As the white and clean man arrived, a surprised voice came out of his mouth. Li Jianshan looked down to see that his own palm, I do not know when diffused a bizarre and incomparable, as if the runes piled up to become a chain-like brand. This brand took on an overall black and red color, with an evil aura. It seemed to diffuse out from the center of the palm and extend continuously towards the top of the arm. Even along with the itching of his palm, Li Jianshan could clearly perceive that where his palm was, there seemed to be multiple chains branded to drill out of the bizarre pitch blackness that was if anything in that palm. The palms were pitch black and couldn't be wiped off, and even to the touch they still felt like normal skin. However, this weird thing appeared so abruptly that Li Jianshan's face couldn't help but stare. Chapter 70, Weird Spell. All parties shake. The white shadow pointed the way. No good. 7 and I have this too. At that moment, the serious voice from the white clean man's mouth came again. Jiang Ming looked down. I don't know when my own palm, but also diffuse a weird and incomparable. As if the chains of the weird brand, even the speed at which one's palm diffused was faster than the speed at which the three diffused. This made Jiang Ming's face ugly. Boy, what the hell is going on here? Li Jianshan looked at Jiang Ming, his voice low, and Jiang Ming's face was gloomy and uncertain. Like some kind of spell. Spells, Li Jianshan muttered, and his face changed with it. But suddenly, roar! A terrifying low roar sound came abruptly from the pitch blackness in the distance, accompanied by a heart-stopping evil aura, as well as a nauseatingly decaying aura under the roaring outburst. The 4 people in the hall looked back violently, and the densely packed green-eyed corpses, almost maniacal, rushed towards the hall where the 4 people were like mad. This scene made everyone's scalp feel numb. Nothing. This wave of little brothers and these 2 brown guys and that old man. Proper nada. The number is hard to estimate. At a glance, at least tens of thousands. Numb. Why is there this sudden riot in the mausoleum? Countless netizens are sweating and calling it outrageous. Many of the professors and military scouts have been pacing back and forth anxiously. Sword Lao is a great meritocracy with many meritorious deeds. Is it hard to let him fall in the tomb today? No, absolutely not. In the ancient tomb, Li Jianshan's face was gloomy, stepping forward, accompanied by a horrifying killing intent around his body bursting out. Under the swing of the huge sword, a horrifying and incomparable sword sheath fiercely fell towards the group of corpses. However, as they approached those corpses, they merely cut off a dozen or so of them at the waist. This scene immediately caused Li Jianshan's face to change drastically. This corpse, how can it be so hard? But just then, instructor, he ran away. The white, clean man's voice came out full of shock and disbelief. Li Jianshan looked in the direction he was pointing. At some point, the Tomb Raider kid who was originally standing beside him had already run out 2 miles. This, little brother says run, unambiguous little brother, you guys break off. Worthy of a little brother, it's really invincible. Run straight away without saying a word and laugh your ass off. The old man, you didn't wait for me? This guy, little brother, was able to contract me for a laugh at such a dangerous time. Awesome. The netizens sucked in cold air, and many of them felt saddened. Instructor, let's go after them. As the old man let out a low shout, the 3 of them similarly didn't dare to delay, and they all followed closely behind Jiang Ming, quickly fleeing towards the distance. And at the same time, as the monitors uploaded the information about the battle on the screen, the Dragon Group's headquarters, the staff in charge of the security data statistics of the members of the Dragon Group, instantly revealed a look of horror the moment they saw the screen. No good. What the hell is this? Damn it, the sword old man's sword chi can easily cut through steel. Cutting flesh and breaking bones is like nothing. How is it possible that only this damage? No, quick, contact the Special Operations Army. Request military support. The Dragon staff sprang into action. Almost at the same time, the Special Warfare Army, which had received the news, immediately dispatched its most elite troops to rush to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor at the fastest speed possible. And right now, as the buzzing and trembling sounds came from the ancient tomb, the teams of Radiator and Jenny Turtle, who were ready to receive Zhao Xiaojiang and the others, all encountered bizarre corpses one after another. The professors outside the tomb were pale with fear. The outside staff, on the other hand, were quickly evacuating the crowds outside of the Lixin scenic area. As the helicopters of the Special Warfare Unit rang out, after hundreds of people arrived in an orderly manner, an order was given, and in a flash, the Lixin scenic area was completely blocked within a radius of 10 kilometers, with the Lixin scenic area as the center, and at the same time, the elite troops, moreover, rushed into the ancient tomb to receive Little Fire Dragon, Jenny Turtle and other teams, bringing the injured team members out. At this moment, Duan Long, the captain of the Special Operations Team, also had a gloomy and uncertain face. These monsters are surprisingly so difficult to deal with. Damn, what the hell is going on? In the meantime, Ancient Tomb Raider kid, stop right there. Old me knew that this place definitely has something to do with you. Honestly explain, is it your trick or not? Don't run, stop right there. Li Jianshan glared angrily and used his strength to point the ground to fly after him. Stinky old man, which one of your eyes saw that it was me who messed up? You're crazy. Jiang Ming had some scalp numbness, originally just wanted to run away, but as a result, this stupid lack of old dinger even felt that he had made it. Nuts. The white, clean man in the back, on the other hand, had a horrified look on his face and was being chased by the corpse of the monster behind him. This made the white clean man's entire body instantly feel an unspeakable numbness in his scalp, and between the hairs of sweat standing up all over his body, the white clean man was also shouting in horror. Instructor, wait for me, help me, help! Zhao Xiaojiang, who was riding on the waist of the white and clean man, was also feeling the sharp pain coming from his legs as he bumped along the way, as well as the sight of the corpse at his back about to bite his ass, and was likewise filled with panic as he kept shouting, "Grass! Number 8, you run! Have you not eaten? Come on! Old man's ass! Asterisk 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 asterisk. The pants are almost ripped off. Why don't you try harder?" The scene of the 4 people in the ancient tomb fleeing for their lives in a state of distress made many netizens suck in their cold breath. Even the backstage crews monitoring the fight in various departments were a little saddened. It's the first time I've seen these 2 masters of the Dragon Group suffer defeat. Sword Old Man is chasing after the Tomb Raider kid? Why do I get the feeling that Sword Old Man is making excuses for running away? This. How did you just say it? Where have you put Sword Elder's face? The Dragon Group staff was surprised, and on the military side, they were grim-faced and couldn't find a good solution for a while. And just as the crowd kept running for their lives, suddenly, no good, it's that white shadow from before. I just remembered why the white shadow suddenly disappeared before. It suddenly appeared again at this moment. Damn it, what the hell does that white shadow want? Countless netizens suddenly realized that the white shadow had appeared at the end of the road that the crowd was fleeing from. It was a wall. There is a tomb passage on each side, one to the left, one to the right. The difference between the two is barely noticeable, but extremely abruptly, numerous netizens are seeing the white shadow blocking the front of a few people. Unexpectedly slowly raised his arm, and pointed to the left side of the tomb passage. Chapter 71, Codeman, not enough. White shadows pointing the way. It's a bit evil, little brother. Little brother, can't you see the white shadow by now? Little brother, the white shadow is pointing to the left. Could this be his plot? The pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast room, and countless netizens felt very anxious. In the ancient tomb, Jiang Ming's face also became unusually grave. According to the complete layout map of the Imperial Tomb, this place should logically have only one passage, which is the road on the right. But ever since the white shadow appeared, bizarre things happened one after another. Although it did not bring any inconvenience to himself, but Jiang Ming for this white shadow, always some scruples. After all, this was an existence that even the phantom Hitomi couldn't detect. Just as well, let's see what you really want to do today. After a long period of silence, a flash of red aura flashed in the depths of Jiang Ming's eyes. Memory, the right side of the channel possesses the number of corpses is by no means few. It is already foreseeable. If rushing to the right, then the result can be imagined. At this moment, although this left passage that was not recorded in the layout diagram looked quite bizarre, the crowd already had no other way. Spell it out. Jiang Ming clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, turned around, and fled towards the left passage. The sword old man also rushed to catch up with a violent shout. In the rear, there were terrified, hoarse, desperate cries for help coming from 7 and 8, and the two of them were in frantic, stressful hot pursuit. As the four of them ran wildly in the left channel for a long time, the sound of the chase behind the crowd followed and gradually disappeared. Apparently, none of the bodies seemed to be coming after them. This made 8 visibly relieved, the flushed red of the aftermath surfacing in his complexion, and even 7 seemed to have forgotten the sharp pain in his leg, his eyes wide with the joy of having survived. Holy, that was hard. It's still you, Hachi. It's a good thing you're well fed, or we'd both be in there. Zhao Xiaojiang's sighing voice came out, and number 8 was already tired as a dead dog, not wanting to say a word. Li Jianshan, on the other hand, looked deeply at Jiang Ming, who was panting heavily in front of him, and did not speak. Sitting down, he began to adjust his breath. It wasn't hard to guess what this kid's previous words represented. This riot may be just the beginning. What's next for you? After a long silence, Li Jianshan still asked this. When these words came out, it caused Jiang Ming to be visibly stunned, and 7 and 8 were also confused. Straight from the military side, the crowd of professors and the police headquarters, too, were bewildered. This guy actually asked what little brother had planned. This is asking for advice from little brother? Isn't the military here to arrest little brother? What's going on here? The netizens' brains were a little stuck, and many of them were full of amazement. Obviously, this is clearly not the attitude to come and arrest someone. That the military could even strike up a conversation or even confer with the target? This is outrageous. Comparatively speaking, Jiang Ming's face was much calmer, as if this was already expected. Sitting on his butt on the ground, briefly pondering, and flatly saying, "Yardman." Li Jianshan was a bit confused, but still slowly shook his head. If any one of the three of us is in danger, the military will never sit idly by. And by now, the special forces have long since finished assembling outside. Not enough, but I didn't expect Jiang Ming to balk. Frowning tightly as he continued, the hexagrams of this place are misaligned. The 9 palaces are reversed, and the layout has long since ceased to be what it was in the beginning. The people in the special operations team don't know the art of Chi-Men, and their own combat power is too weak. Even if they are empowered with hot weapons, it's useless. Replace them with someone else. You boy. Jiang Ming's words caused Li Jianshan to become obviously a bit displeased. The special operations team, although nowadays most of them are not coached by themselves, but in the beginning, they personally coached the masters. How many? Even if they were separated by another generation or two, how weak would the current juniors, as pillars of the nation, be? With the addition of hot weapons, it's hard to believe that we can't break this strange path. Li Jianshan was not pleased. He himself had always been at odds with those old cowpokes in the Chi-Men world. Now let them come to their rescue? Wouldn't they laugh their asses off if this got out? On the other hand, Li Jianshan was also well aware of how many missions the special operations team had carried out since its inception. He has wiped out countless enemies and has made great achievements in battle. You kid, how dare you call them weak? However, once Li Jianshan thought that this kid could even fight with the dragon groups No. 7 and No. 8 in a joint effort, he was somewhat relieved. In fact, the people of the special warfare team, although the strength is not as good as you and me, but there are hot weapons, Li Jianshan sighed, ready to explain. But Jiang Ming was suddenly casting a puzzled gaze. Do you think that hot weapons can make a way through the imperial tomb? Jiang Ming looked at him calmly like that. Li Jianshan frowned. Couldn't you? Relying solely on hot weapons. They can't even get in the door. Jiang Ming's voice was flat. Li Jianshan was a bit annoyed. Isn't it? Jiang Ming revealed a cold smile. If I hadn't been marking the traps from the beginning to the end, would you have been able to come after me and kill me unharmed? Now that the Mausoleum Strange Door Bureau is alive, the internal pattern is self-contained, defenseless, and unaccountable. Do you really think RPGs are omnipotent? How many times have I said before that I'm not here to rob tombs? The archaeology team believes it, the professors believe it, and tens of millions of archaeology enthusiasts believe it. You don't believe me? And carrying RPGs, you guys really aren't afraid of damaging artifacts. And that's if the sunny side is basically hairless. Otherwise, you guys think how many artifacts would have been destroyed just from the heat that erupted from the RPG. Ever thought about that? Ha! Jiang Ming coldly looked at Li Jianshan. This old wall sconce was, at first, running to catch himself. Although I don't know who the special person in the military is exactly, it's not hard to guess that it's definitely not this old man. Previously, Jiang Ming hadn't fought back in any way, or even defended himself, and although there was an element of gambling involved, Jiang Ming was certain that he was absolutely unharmed. One is a special character favorability boost. Secondly, if you die yourself, the demon sword will be destroyed. The spirit of the demon blade would never accept that after being suppressed for thousands of years, he would still die in such a suffocating manner. The other is that the perception of danger, while disturbing, never climbs to the level of a life and death crisis. The three reasons added together, plus his own ghost shadow steps added. Although he couldn't beat this old man, but putting his best foot forward, catching a flat A from him in a life and death situation and then running away could still be done. Jiang Ming was also clear that the generals of the military had long since put their lives on the line, all for the sake of the mission. They have their own beliefs and guard the peace of the Chinese land. Even though the swords are at each other's throats, they are always worthy of respect. It was just that, in terms of Jiang Ming's love for archaeology alone, those individuals were too far gone. Add to that the arrests along the way, and the really murderous outbursts from that group of crazy women in the Qi world. A fire had long since grown within Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's heart didn't ache until this fire was sent out, although one's behavior does qualify as grave robbing. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming suddenly fell silent. Chapter 72, it'll go in, but only a little. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. Li Jianshan didn't open his mouth either. For a while, the atmosphere here also gradually became weird down. Little brother this is, directly with the military but then again, who wouldn't have a fire in their belly after being hunted by the military for so long? This guy, don't be impulsive little brother, we really want you to be safe. This old denizen won't cut Xiao Xiao in a fit of anger. Right, it feels like this old man is really strong. Say, is it true that RPGs don't even deserve open roads anymore? It feels like little brother is on top of his game. Netizens were concerned, but understanding. Outside, Duan Long, the captain of the special operations team, was looking at Jiang Ming in the live broadcast screen with an ugly expression, his forehead veins bulging. Can't even get in the door? Who the hell are you looking down on? Duan Long was angry. The special operations team he led was the sharpest team in the special operations army today. Each member of the team can be selected from the elite soldiers of the troops from all over the world. 1 in a million talents. This kid, how dare he say we're too weak, can't even get in the door? There are still 3 fires in the mud, not to mention their group of warriors who are constantly charging in blood and fire all day long. For the stability of China and the happiness of the people, this group of warriors every day to throw their heads and spill blood, has long been refined a steel body. Humongous, this could be a supreme honor for every son or daughter of the special operations team, even if it falls out, and also 10,000 deaths. But now that Jiang Ming's words had come, it caused Duan Long to feel unspeakably annoyed. Our warriors, who fight so fervently on every mission, what the hell is this guarding as a result? Treadmill, everyone, on my command. Team leaders, lead the charge in. Damn, I'm going to have to give him 2 big earfuls when I get in there today. How dare you insult us? It's abominable. Duan Long felt like he was going to die in place from anger. This grave robber, what an abomination. You robbed a grave and injured one of our men, and you can't allow us to arrest you? Isn't that normal logic? So we have to talk to you when we arrest you? Duan Long felt like he was going to spiral upwards in anger. What's all this? Charge, all of you. I'll give credit to whoever catches the grave robbers first. Asterisk. One of you give him a big mouth when you get in there. Duan Long was angry. The ideal is also very rich, but the reality. Boom, rumble, knock. At the entrance of the mausoleum, as a roaring explosion came, dozens of members of the special operations team rushed into the entrance of the robber cave, accompanied by the violent tremor of the ground and the continuous firing of RPGs. Half an hour later, boss, there are too many. It's impossible to rush through. Our men are blocked at the door. Asterisk. There's a body RPG can't even blow up. The team members' clamoring voices came, and Duan Long, who was squatting on the ground and smoking, stiffened his face. Keep blasting. With suspicion flashing in his eyes, Duan Long's face was grim as he ordered again. Boom, rumble, knock. The bombing continues. 2 hours later, watching crews who still can't charge in on hot weapons after several rotations, Duanlong was in deep thought. At this time, in the ancient tomb, what? Li Jianshan was filled with confusion when he heard the report in his earbud. It takes an RPG 10 minutes to blow up a wall? This is thousands of years old, and it takes you guys 10 minutes to blow up one side? Even encountered monsters that RPGs couldn't blow up? Li Jianshan was greatly shocked as he glanced at Jiang Ming, an inner tremor that could never be quelled. He just couldn't believe it. Even he himself, nowadays, could only say that he could barely resist the impact of close-range bullets, but there were monsters here that RPGs couldn't even blow up? Number 7 and number 8 also sucked in cold air and their hearts trembled when they heard Li Jianshan's words. I can't believe this kid really got it right. Is it really true that the special forces can't even get in the door? In that case, it seems that even if the entire dragon team is deployed, it won't be able to solve this problem? Zhao Xiaojiang and the White Clean Man had shocked faces. Outrageous. You can't even get in? Many netizens saw this and immediately called it outrageous. Not bad, little brother. I can't believe I got it right again. Can't even get through the door. Really, little brother's wave of prediction and speculation is really unbeatable. The netizens were thrilled and bragged about it. Li Jianshan, however, had a gradually gloomy face. What a slap in the face. Is it possible to lose your old face today? Li Jianshan was a bit overwhelmed. You guys really didn't even go in the door? Li Jianshan asked in a low voice. The voice came from the other end of the phone, and Li Jianshan's face was slightly eased. Okay, I got it. Hanging up the phone, Li Jianshan looked at Jiang Ming. Boy, are you wrong? Li Jianshan snorted coldly and threw his voice. Who says they didn't go in the door? The Special Forces team went in a whole 3 meters. Crowd. 7-8. Jiang Ming, Duanlong. I seem to understand a little bit why this kid, Kong, is getting more and more outrageous with his code names. Zhao Guangji scratched his head, feeling a little numb. It is such a serious situation. You little old man is still so skinny? Suddenly it feels like this old man isn't as high and mighty as he looks. Special Forces, it can go in. Only a little bit. Old man, see, we're in. I really thought it was. The netizens felt sighs of relief, while 7 and 8 lowered their heads and buckled their toes to the ground. It seems that the realm is still far inferior to the instructor. Bull, you win. Jiang Ming looked deeply at Li Jianshan and had a deep feeling for his thick shamelessness. Li Jianshan hummed lightly. So, you've had your moments. Jiang Ming ignored him and called out to himself for snakes, insects, rats and ants, grabbing some animals and branches over and started to roast the meat, preparing to fill his stomach. It's better to stay idle, and maybe when we encounter another crisis, we'll keep ourselves full first. Jiang Ming was busy. Soon, as the aroma spread out, Li Jianshan licked his lips, somewhat craving for more. 7 and 8 had their harumps running, but were still too embarrassed to speak. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, directly ignored the 3 and 8 by himself. Little brother is not thinking of sharing their food at all. Cow. Ha ha, this look of little brother directly ignoring them is killing me with laughter. The two big men's eyes are going green, and truthfully, I really want to try little brother's roasted snake. That old man too, keeps gagging, ha ha ha. Netizens kept bragging and farting and were amused by this image. But just then, Duanlong's hesitant voice came from the earbuds. Instructor, why don't you ask this grave robber what to do? Chapter 73, 3 Shifts, Shameless Old Man, Demon Blade Outbreak. Duanlong's words caused Li Jianshan to hesitate a bit, but he still let out a sigh. All right, boy. Li Jianshan hung up the phone and shouted. Seeing that Jiang Ming didn't pay any attention to himself, Li Jianshan was a little embarrassed. Little brother? Little old me? Old iron? Family? Li Jianshan is a little weak, after all, his own at the very beginning, but did not intend to be polite with this young man, completely holding the mentality of beating the disabled to take away. This young man is as smart as a monkey, not to mention thick-eyed. Li Jianshan felt that he couldn't be fooled. Just at this moment, this kid's appearance of direct ignorance made Li Jianshan feel very hesitant. Is it hard to believe that this kid is still angry? This little old man is getting lower and lower. Ugh, I thought it was some worldly man. It's still fun to be a little brother and make this old man look good. Little brother smiled evilly. You loved me in the beginning, but now you can't reach me. Something. The netizens were sighing, and Jiang Ming also looked up after a short silence. Call out to the doors. Come and take care of it. Dawn Gate? Li Jianshan revealed his thoughts, while Jiang Ming on the side sat against the wall with a deep gaze. The people of the Taoist sect, especially those who know lightning, had better all be called over. Of course, with your military status, mobilizing the entire Chimera community shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? It's better to call them all over if you want to be safe. Even thermal weapons can't destroy the walls, and even can't fix the corpses. Are you sure that the Tao can? Li Jianshan briefly pondered, his voice a little low. Li Jianshan was usually the most annoyed with those stinky Taoist priests, especially the Tianqifu lineage, the ones surnamed Zhang. One is more uncouth than the other, and one is more pitiful than the other. That is, the new generation's heir, Zhang Xiaoshan, looks a bit more substantial. But in the end, Zhang Xiaoshan was no good. You've done all sorts of things? Li Jianshan was disdainful. Who are you? A pair of fiery eyes is enough to see through the world and the chaotic hearts. Plus, some years ago, when he was the only one to dominate the group and compete for the achievement of being the first person of the younger generation, there were a few old things who released thunder spells to split themselves. This is something that Li Jianshan can remember for 300 years. Damn! I didn't realize that I really had to beg the Taoist sect now? Li Jianshan was a bit displeased. That's for sure, or else with one of your swords. You'd take us out by hand? Jiang Ming replied back, and Li Jianshan was somewhat speechless. At this time, Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed the entanglement and complexity within Li Jianshan's heart, and after a short silence, he still gave an explanation. Want to know why? Split the siding and you'll understand. After saying that, Jiang Ming stopped speaking. Li Jianshan, on the other hand, looked at the dark gray wall skin in front of him, recalling Duan Lon's comment that RPGs can't even blow it up, and then looked at his own great sword. Eventually, Li Jianshan's gaze went to Jiang Ming's demon sword, and his expression moved. This old man is heartbroken that he wants to take little brother's knife and cut it. Shameless. This old man is absolutely brilliant. The netizens called it shameless, but the next second, as Li Jianshan took a step and instantly stepped forward, just as his palm gripped on top of the demonic sword, he felt a ferocious and incomparable terrifying fury erupt monstrously. This caused Li Jianshan's face to change violently. Boom! Bang! Knock! In that instant just now, why did I seem to see a red shadow flash by, and this old man flew straight away? This sword is really a bit bullish. The Northern Border Demon Blade, a blade that destroys a country. What a terrifying fury. Is it also something that this old man can touch whenever he wants? Ha ha, now I'm getting to think that little brother's twin life barrier is awesome. Netizens are feeling the sizzle. Really strong. The moment this old man just touched the knife, his entire body was directly shaken away. It's awesome, okay? This knife has one thing going for it, and it's really arrogant. No one is allowed to touch it except little brother. Ha ha, interesting, envious, really, if I had a demon sword like that, I'd marry her. 6. Countless netizens laughed and felt immensely envious. Originally, before, some of them felt that this spirit of the demon blade was nothing great. After all, it was just a little brother touching his mouth up and down, saying how bullish it was. But now that I look at it, it's totally more exaggerated than what little brother said. Maybe the spirit of the demon blade is still sulking right now. It's too humane. Ha ha. On the other hand, number 7 and 8 had their faces changed drastically when they felt a strong and incomparable life and death crisis in the moment of the party. He was so scared that he fled a dozen meters away. Looking at the still calm Jiang Ming with shocked faces, the two of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. And, at that instant, they really clearly perceived a blood-colored figure full of fury appearing. Although it is only a flash, the impact that this figure brings to the two of them is incomparably strong. The Great Terror. That thing is absolutely unbelievably scary. For a moment, 7 and 8 had been shocked to the core. There was disbelief. Even this kind of big terror can be taken in. This kid, how strong is it? Li Jianshan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his face full of pain. Damn, this knife. I thought you said it was already asleep. Damn it, this young man, he's so dishonest. Even an old man like me is cheating. Li Jianshan was a bit grumpy, but at this moment, he no longer played around. Terrifying true chi surged around his body, and between bursts of a dense sword intent, he drew his huge sword and fiercely chopped down towards one side of the wall. Boom! Wow! Along with a booming explosion came a large pit in the wall in front of Li Jianshan. This scene instantly confused many netizens. Asterisk 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 asterisk, a wall that RPGs can't even blow up. And you're giving a big crater with one sword? Did little brother say it wrong this time? What the hell is going on here? Netizens are calling it outrageous. Li Jianshan also felt a little surprised, but immediately after, looking at a long decayed arm and the huge stone blocks that fell after the incomparably thick wall shattered, Li Jianshan's face changed color. Boy, what the hell is going on here? Jiang Ming pondered slightly and explained flatly. There was a bizarre black sorcery recorded in the Luban book, with which a house can be built so that it can stand for 1,000 years without falling down. What method? Is it difficult to build a wall with living corpses? Li Jianshan looked at the rotting arm and felt a little depressed inside. What kind of brutal king would have to make the decision to build a wall out of corpses? Big difference. Jiang Ming briefly pondered. There are 3 souls and 7 spirits in man, one of which cannot be complete without the other. And the Book of Lupin, in turn, is called the gate of the absence of one. Chopping off the head, breaking one of the three souls, it will be compatible with the concept of the lack of a door to the body embedded in the wall with sorcery to build. You can ensure that the imperial tomb is as new as 1,000 years and will not fall down. Most of the black sorceries have a source, and judging from the patterns I've seen along the way, it seems to be related to the deepest part of the imperial tomb, the terrifying thing that's being suppressed. If we don't call out the entire Chimera community, I reckon it'll be hard for us to survive. Chapter 74, Ximen Realm Shakes, excited older generation of exotics. But, some corpses embedded in the wall to build it. It's not architecturally sound at all, even. These few corpses in this area can ensure that such a huge imperial tomb, standing for thousands of years, will not fall down. And even RPGs cannot be blown up? This is a bit unscientific. Why this little old man can chop off? Many netizens felt hesitant. The professors frowned. Li Jianshan was also a bit confused. A few in the district? Suddenly, a slightly puzzled, flat voice rang out. Why do you think the millions of skulls that looked at before were only heads? What? Jiang Ming's words came out, instantly giving everyone a creepy feeling. The professors have changed their faces. A feeling of numbness surfaced, and the crowd already felt incomparably outrageous inside. Countless netizens sweated and were shocked into a cold sweat. My Lulu, the first emperor even used millions of corpses and bones as a base to cast such a huge black sorcery? Outrageous. How on earth did the first emperor come up with such an outrageous design? Millions of corpses construction of the imperial tomb. The first emperor of this spirit can be the question. What the hell he wants to do? It feels like people are going numb. Little brother is still calm now. Could it be that little brother knew the reason for everything from the very beginning? This. Little brother, in the end, what is the origin? Why would you know so much about the imperial tomb? The netizens were intensely shocked. Inside, even more monstrous waves rose up. This sounds, well, outrageous. But Xiao was telling the truth in every sentence from the front to the back, and with the appearance of the rotting arm, there was no room for them to disbelieve. Little brother doesn't lie. That's what little brother said. That must be the truth. Available at millions of corpses embedded in the walls to build the tomb, coupled with the aid of black sorcery. Such a bizarre and incomparable layout. What did the first emperor want? And why was it so clear to little brother when he never peeled back the wall to see? How did you know? Li Jianshan's face was also a bit gloomy and uncertain. Obviously, this matter was just too appalling. Just found out not long ago. Jiang Ming glanced at the blood-colored bizarre chain-like rune that was still slowly diffusing at his palm. These spells contain some power of sorcery, but the sorcery part is small and very subtle. Himself, at the moment, can't break it. These few people also have the same spell on their bodies. Jiang Ming feels that after the big brothers of the Qi-men world all come, then they will naturally help to find a way to break it. As for the layout of the body, Jiang Ming had made some guesses from the burial of the skull. It was only now, feeling the aura of sorcery all over the place, that it was vaguely certain. As for the black sorcery in Lupin, it was because the system had dabbled more or less outwardly in its previous rewards, mixing and blending them together. It also made that Jiang Ming was aware of some of the things in the Luban book, but he doesn't know how to break it. Only recognizable. Just found out? Li Jianshan was hesitant. You're so calm. You're telling me you just found out? Then why? When a shell can't break this thing, can I? Li Jianshan was still hesitant, and Jiang Ming responded lazily. Because you cultivate sword intent, you can break the hexagram, so it's better than an RPG. This, Li Jianshan fell silent once more. Is this kid boasting about his own power? Shouldn't be. Li Jianshan shook his head as he looked at Jiang Ming's loving appearance, and without another word, he began to call up the military. Tell them to call for backup. For a while, the atmosphere in the mausoleum was once again quiet, and in the meantime, with the staff of the military's dragon group, the withering order was released to all the major hidden Qi-men families. At that instant, the ancestors of the several hundred or so lineages came out of the gate freely, letting out a hearty laugh. Cool, his grandmother, this Li also have today. Back then, digging up my second granduncle's ancestral grave. This revenge, today is finally a chance to settle it with you. In the name of the military mission, hiding in the military base to hide for more than 30 years. Li, I see how you can escape today. The old ancestors of all the major lineages had revealed strong excitement and thrill. Back then, this Li, with the help of a horrible sword intent, cannot less bully them. These people of the same generation. Either they come to dig up this family's ancestral grave today, or they go to hook up with someone's new daughter-in-law tomorrow. Either that, or after suffering a loss because of a challenge, he secretly followed the person for months and took the person's hand towel when he was not prepared to use the toilet. Or maybe grabbing candy from someone's 3-year-old. Or maybe, how hateful, This man is doing something that is simply unconscionable. It could be said that even after so many years had passed, Li Jianshan's image of being a man of no evil in the eyes of all the Qi men families still made people feel incredibly hateful. If it wasn't for the military blocking them over the years, the major Qi men families would have already gone to Li Jianshan to seek revenge. At this moment, seeing Li trapped in the imperial tomb, it is necessary for them to make a move to save each other. For a time, the major families of the old family have been excited to break out. Even some old ancestors, because of such a happy event, fell from the sky, that closed for many years, have not broken through the shackles, even appeared a little loose. For a while, all the major Qi men families were beating gongs and drums, all rejoicing, and those old ancestors from different families, but also in accordance with the apocalyptic order shown, take the helicopter toward the imperial tomb scenic spot in Mount Li, excitedly rushed to. The many peaks of Lung Fu Shan are decorated with lights and colors. All the Taoist priests of the Heavenly Master's house are out in force. Even the sweeper children who had just started were excited to follow the group. They had long known about the dark past of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and they were even more incomparably detestful of the legendary devil Li Jianshan. At this moment, when they saw the old ancestors come out, they even wanted to see the old ancestors show off their skills and punish the devils. The group of mysterious Taoist priests from Maoshan, even more so, had laughed sardonically as they sat on the helicopter, each of their bodies vaguely trembling. It is not fear, but the excitement of being able to take revenge at one time after being suppressed for many years. Xianxi Mi clan, Northeast Ma clan, Central Plains Li clan, Western Quasar clan, Zhuge family, Ouyang family, Hara clan. Throughout the entire land of China, almost all the hidden families that lurked in the shadows and were usually unheard of were out in force. In the meantime, WeChat video conferencing. The heads of all the major families were all talking to each other with smiles on their faces. Among other things, there was a military liaison who was giving them a rundown of how it all went down and the severity of the situation. As they get to know more and more, the crowd bloats more and more about what happened to Li. Even some people who were obviously 40 or 50 years old palms were still like 3 or 4-year-old urchins, excitedly setting off firecrackers outside. This left the military liaison confused. He even had some doubts. Could it be that the grave robber knew about these grudges a long time ago and was ready to use them to kill the sword old man? But when he thought about it, the military and the Qi men community always maintained a good and deep cooperative relationship. If the sword old man dies, the grave robbers will definitely not escape either. The contact followed suit and fell silent. However, as a precautionary measure, the contact person still informed all the great lords of all the information about the grave robbers and the dangers. But what the contact never expected was that the great lords seemed even happier once they heard the news. Chapter 75. I'll take this son. Don't even try to grab him. Let go. Ancient martial extreme? Instantly scrapping 2 members of the dragon team? A strange figure that's hard to approach? He even knows compulsion and sorcery? Even the organ attainments are incomparably high? Even proficient in the art of Qi men, and almost destroyed the Dao heart of Zhuge Wu. That two-faced boy? Healing and divination? Most of those troubled girls from the major families are now hospitalized with serious injuries? That kid is only in his early 20s? And no family, no clan, unknown origin, orphaned by sight? This can be the right age to learn the secret techniques of the major lineages for advancement. This person is definitely a talent worth drawing in. All the great lords sucked in cold breaths as exclamations of astonishment came out. They thought something could trap that bastard Li Jianshan, but it turned out to be because they went to catch this kid. Surprisingly, it was able to trap Li Wangba. Wow, that's a lot of pulling and rewarding. Immediately, someone spoke up. I'll take this kid from the Central Plains Ri clan. None of you should snatch it from me. I've already notified my Lai clan's ancestor to receive this person back. The crowd was in a hurry to see this. Unbridled. This kid is from my divine healer valley. To be able to master such medical skills at such a young age, he is definitely a good seedling to learn medicine. Our old ancestor has also stepped in. Old thing, shut up. This kid is clearly the most suitable for practicing my organ sex secret arts. Secret techniques are easy to obtain, but talents are hard to find. This son's memory is so strong. Don't even try to steal it from my Western tribes. Damn it, whoever dares to steal from me, I'll play with him. Holy, Zhuge Jun, you old thing. How dare you call out to me, my Kutai? If you curse one more time, I'll bring people to flatten your Xiangxi lineage, believe it or not. Awesome. Someone else dares to destroy my Xiangxi lineage? For a time, the entire WeChat meeting of hundreds of people in disarray. The heads of the major families, the generation of the head of the family, blowing his beard and eyes have sharp eyes to dislike each other. Compared to the crowd, the clansmen of the Zhuge clan were obviously more excited. This kid has done a great service for my Zhuge family. Although this dog Zhuge Wu got the position of the young generation leader and I got the title of reserve family head, but I couldn't swallow this breath. It's so cool to watch this kid suffer now. Haha, those crazy ES still scare me when I think about it now. I didn't think anyone could subdue them. Other than that, the Zhuge family, will guarantee this kid. There must be a way to pull it together. There was a clamor coming from the Zhuge family, and it was obvious that the Zhuge family's acting family head, again, was meeting in the hall, with countless people listening in. Even some of the family's children and servants began to hang lanterns and write congratulatory letters in the Zhuge family's compound, preparing to invite friends from all directions to come and celebrate. Zhuge Wu and the group of humongous fangirls were clearly not well received in the Zhuge family. Due to their terrifying battle power, no one dared to speak up on weekdays. The fact that someone was able to punish them at this moment was undoubtedly a great joy in the hearts of the many sons and daughters of the Zhuge family. For a time, the entire Zhuge family was clamoring with gongs and drums, and countless people set off whips to celebrate. The bickering of the sect masters, coupled with the celebratory sight of the Zhuge family, the military liaison, looking at the major lineages in disarray, the corners of his mouth twitched madly. This style of painting, it seems a little bit not quite right. You know, the major family heads of the Chi-men world can be a big man in the dark, the military top brass, and they talk, but also have to respect them 3 times. They are even more incomparable in their own face on weekdays. One looks more desireless than the other. But today, they are fighting over a mere grave robber? The Zhuge family's acting patriarch, who has always been the most cultured, is uncharacteristically gloating today? Even the grave robbers want to bail out? This gave the contact a sudden sense of foreboding, and at the same time, the land of the enchanting frontier, the inner clan, 10,000 insect mountains. Qi Yuan looked at the nearly 1,000 parasites that had gathered nearly the entire enchanting frontier under the stage. His voice low. Everyone, follow me, and set off. Welcome the sacred sun back to the clan. At the command of the matriarch, countless parasites were excitedly shouting, and the parasites all boarded the helicopters one after another, or rode in the vehicles arranged by the military, and quickly rushed towards Mount Li. And at the same time, in the ancient tomb, the temperature began to drop again. The scene got very weird for a while. Most of the livestream pop-ups also expressed uneasiness. The temperature in the space where little brother and the others are is plummeting again, based on the old man's previous behavior. Is it hard for this old man to think that the riot has just begun? This does not need to be analyzed, big brother. Now look at the second wave of riots again. Specifically, do not know what yet. The temperature has dropped. Is it hard to believe that there is a PPO infestation here? The netizens felt hesitant. Li Jianshan's face was grave. He sensed a number of cold and incomparable metaphysical auras that were rapidly coming from the passageway on one side. Instructor, not good. The road we came over before is gone. What? As number 8's trembling voice came, Li Jianshan's face changed drastically. Countless netizens are even calling, isn't this just a little brother barbecuing? No good. That white shadow is gone too. It's disappeared again. Damn it, the white shadow is pointing this way. What purpose does he have? Does he want to get little brother killed? The pop-ups rolled and countless people fretted. Zhao Xiaojiang and the white man felt hesitant. Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something, and his face gradually became gloomy. Kid, what did you find out? Li Jianshan was under a lot of pressure. Everyone, close your eyes. Whatever happens later, don't open them. Jiang Ming passed out a low gulp and hurriedly closed his eyes tightly, leaning back and sitting against the wall, and behind him, the demon sword was also clutched tightly in his hand. Remember, hold your breath, don't breathe. Instructor, this, unease climbed in the bottom of 7 and 8's heart. They were still just a little unsure about Jiang Ming's words, but once they thought of Jiang Ming's previous treatment, Zhao Xiaojiang immediately closed his eyes tightly. The white clean man, on the other hand, Sully Jianshan, who closed his eyes and hid beside Jiang Ming without saying a word, and feeling a little numb, he also hurriedly closed his eyes and held his breath. For a moment, the 4 men followed suit and quieted down. It was just that as the temperature in the 4 directions lowered more and more, the uneasiness within Jiang Ming's heart grew more and more intense. Many netizens inwardly puzzled, but soon, they understood. It's like a bunch of women in period costumes. Nope, can't tell if it's a man or a woman. Can't see the face at all. They're all shadows. Is it PPO again? It feels as if they're dressed in a very flashy way. They couldn't be princes and nobles from anyone's family in the Qin dynasty, could they? The pop-up screen scrolls, although Jiang Ming closed his eyes tightly, but the spectral pupil looked at the scene, that a dark and incomparable bizarre humanoid figures, even neatly arranged, end of the exquisite box, from the side of the channel out, bewildered toward the front to go. This scene looked incomparably bizarre, and even with the appearance of these figures, the temperature of this place instantly plummeted to 10 degrees below zero. Frost began to fill the air, and a piercing chill continued to burrow into his pores. make the 4 people in the body of the vitality slowly reduced at the time that a team of bizarre shadow, but also slowly from the front of the crowd walked through. It wasn't until the thing burrowed into the wall and disappeared for a long time that Jiang Ming's face eased a bit. Temperatures are starting to pick up. Jiang Ming made sure that the group of people went far away before he was completely relieved. 7 and 8 were breathing heavily. Li Jianshan wiped the sweat from his forehead. This thing, erratic, is really not his own this sword intent can cope with. Luckily there's this kid. Li Jianshan looked at Jiang Ming with some relief. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, slowly narrowed his eyes. His voice cold. Get loose. Chapter 76. Some live great lives, some die honorable deaths. Good lord, when did this old man hug his little brother's thighs? This is too much pulling crotch. Right, not even a little bit of master style? I also wonder if my little brother's thighs are comfortable to touch. He. Many netizens sighed, while some female fans were a bit flamboyant. Li Jianshan gave a dry laugh, and all of a sudden, he resumed the appearance of a worldly superior. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, just pinched his fingers and kept projecting. However, the trigrams are disorganized. No matter how Jiang Ming divines, the result is chaotic, and the door to life is closed. This caused Jiang Ming to gaze inwardly, while on guard in all directions. Accompanied by a faint corpse aura coming from him, Jiang Ming moved inwardly, suddenly looking towards the dark gray wall that had suddenly appeared, his eyes slowly narrowing. It seems that it's not good. Almost the instant that Jiang Ming's inner sense of unease arose, the temperature that had just risen not much in the 4 directions suddenly plummeted. It was accompanied by a cold, chilly wind. A strong life and death crisis surfaced within his heart, and Li Jianshan's face changed greatly. No good. It seems like the group is back. Li Jianshan looked at the white frost that was once again on the ground, and a shocked voice came out. But when he turned around, he realized, at some point, the white and clean man had actually carried Zhao Xiaojiang on his back, and was dead behind Jiang Ming, having fled 2 miles away. Li Jianshan felt foolish. It was fine if the Tomb Raider kid didn't wait for himself. After all, that kid was as smart as a monkey. But these 2 brats didn't wait for themselves? Don't forget you 2 were taught by me. Li Jianshan was instantly a bit pained. But this moment was not the time to delay. Li Jianshan hurriedly grabbed his great treasure sword and frantically chased towards the 3 people. Jia. And at that moment, a sharp, eerie woman's laugh came from behind the crowd. This made the 4 people's entire bodies sweat and countless netizens felt their scalps go numb. Numb? Those are the ones who just left. Did they not go far at all? Their faces still can't be seen, but this ancient tomb is dark and the sound alone is scary. How did it catch up so fast? If this continues, soon old man Li will be caught up. Nothing. This wave is nothing, guys. Many people's backs were chilled, and Li Jianshan even felt the unspeakably terrifying chill behind him, calling out that it was not good. 3 little brats. Wait for me. Asterisk. I'm your instructor. Come back and save me. Li Jianshan was in pain, with a snotty nose and a tearful face, collapsing and shouting, and he could clearly feel that those tricky things were no more than a meter away from him. Once you stop, you'll be caught up in no time. Li Jianshan's mind collapsed. Dogs. One of the 3 ran faster than the other, not even remembering themselves at all. If I hadn't been paying attention and taken one more look, I might have been sold by them. Damn it! Li Jianshan was in pain, and the grief and anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Zhao Xiaojiang and the white clean man in front of them, on the other hand, felt their scalps numb as they felt the speed of those weird things chasing faster and faster under Li Jianshan's constant speed boost. Instructor, don't run. The faster you run, the faster they chase you. Yes, teacher. Some people are heavier than MT. Tai. Some are lighter than a feather. And now the time has come when your sacrifice is needed. Instructor, we know you've always been a deeply honorable man. Zhao Xiaojiang's face was full of panic and he kept shouting. This caused Li Jianshan to completely break his defense. The eyes of the pain in the heart is more intense. Subconsciously run faster. And the distance between 7 and 8 is also pulling in with Li Jianshan. And the creepy things behind him. Feeling the terrifying coldness behind him that was getting closer and closer, the white man completely panicked. Teacher, you don't chase. Some people live great lives, some die honorable deaths. Can't resist fate, teacher. Yes, instructor. Some people die at the age of 3, some die at the age of 100. And this year, on your 72nd birthday, it's all fate. Instructor, I'm begging you not to go after the instructor. I'm begging you. Zhao Xiaojiang and the white clean man spoke to each other, instantly causing Li Jianshan's face to look even more sorrowful and angry. Unspeakable hatred was revealed in his eyes, and Li Jianshan cried a handful of snot and tears. Damn it, old me has taught you guys for more than 10 years, and you guys are so ruthless? Damn it, to abandon me like that? The scene was out of control for a while, and almost everyone felt a numbness in their heads like never before. But just then, Big brother, where the hell are you? "Big brother, help me!" An incomparably agonizing cry, as if killing a pig, came from the front of the crowd. Under everyone's gaze, a small, shriveled-looking Taoist priest with his outer protective suit torn and tattered, and his inner protective suit covered in dirt and mud, was fleeing from the direction where the crowd was, wailing with terror on his face. The little Taoist was surrounded by dense thunder light, and countless lightning bolts crackled between them, making him look extraordinary in terms of divine intent. However, at this moment, the little Taoist priest's face was covered in thick panic. Knock, knock, knock. With the feeling of the ground trembling and the thick sound of that thud came, it was only then that the crowd saw that behind that little Taoist priest was a 3-meter-tall giant in oversized armor. Hot on his heels, the giant raised his great axe and chased him all the way. Jiang Ming also froze his entire body when he saw the visitor. "Zhang Xiaoshan? Big brother?" Zhang Xiaoshan similarly transmitted an exclamation of surprise, his gaze excited and eager. Finally found you, dog. Dare to sell me?" It was really the first time he had been sold since he grew up. "You have to die for me. Big brother, I missed you so much." Intense excitement flashed across Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes, and his entire body was already running the thunder law to the best of its ability, ready to violently beat Jiang Ming at any time. The eye was about to approach Jiang Ming, but the next second, "You're just in time." An old low drink came, and Zhang Xiaoshan, who was just about to strike, only felt a huge force coming from him, and his entire body was thrown out, sweeping with endless thunder. It flew towards the dozens of weird things behind him, and at the same time, between a flash of killing intent erupting from Li Jianshan's eyes, an intense and incomparable sword intent erupted around his body. With one step, almost instantaneously, a few dodges crossed dozens of meters of distance and appeared in front of that iron-armored giant. Dang! Gold and iron struck each other, and a terrifying and incomparable trembling sound was transformed into sound waves spreading towards the 8 directions. Why is there suddenly no sound at all? "Ha, what did you say?" Countless people feel pain in their ears. The ancient tomb of 7 and 8, but also wide-eyed, full of horror, looking at each other, shouting at each other. But soon, the duo revealed a strong fear. "We're both deaf?" Before that loud noise dissipated, all of a sudden, pust, accompanied by the loud sound of blood and flesh tearing apart. Under everyone's gaze, the iron-armored monster that was chasing after Zhang Xiaoshan was instantly chopped in half by the terrifying sword chi. Instant kill, and at the same time, accompanied by thunderous booming explosions echoed. Jie! As the miserable screams of pain came out from the creepy creatures, countless creepy creatures also flew away in an instant. Chapter 77, Sun Thief, you're quite good at this? Most netizens were relieved to see this. Many people, on the other hand, were agitated and their eyes were eager. I told you how the military could send such an old unashamed man. So this old man really has something. More than that sword chi was truly terrifying, directly killing instantly. I'm afraid even little brother can't resist a few moves at all. Chopping and chopping like a vegetable. It solves the monster corpse. It's awesome. And Zhang Xiaoshan, this one is really powerful. Surprisingly, he really knows thunder magic. It secured so many shenanigans in an instant. Immortal cultivation is actually real. Countless netizens feel eager, regardless of whether it was Li Jianshan or Zhang Xiaoshan. This interplay of strikes between the two of them could really be too much of a show. It's strong and invincible. But just then, under everyone's gaze, Li Jianshan, who had killed the giant corpse, and Zhang Xiaoshan, who had exterminated the creepy creature, were the ones with bulging veins on their foreheads, and they turned back with gloomy faces. Almost at the same time, 2 gazes filled with anger and killing intent landed on Jiang Ming. At this moment, Jiang Ming also suddenly shuddered the moment he noticed those 2 strands of killing intent after confirming that he wasn't deaf. Meeting the gazes of the two of them, Jiang Ming was inwardly apprehensive and cried out, subconsciously clutching the demon sword. Damn, these two have no bottom line and they're ing working together? It's hard to believe that today, you, yourself, will have to take a severe beating? Jiang Ming was a bit numb. Sun Thief, you're pretty damn good at this? 2 voices sounded almost simultaneously, and the two of them, Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan, had dark faces, but each had a cruel smile on the corner of their mouths. Sell me? How can you run away? Ha ha ha. The two of them emitted cruel laughter, and although their faces were gloomy, their eyes were gradually flooded with blood. There, hiding the pain, the excitement, the two thought, and seemed to be surprisingly in agreement. Beat the hell out of him. As Zhang Xiaoshan let out an exuberant bellow, a flash of light flashed deep within Sword Old Man's eyes. One piece at a time, remove his thighs. As the old voice came out, the two of them, in a flash, had remnants of shadows appearing around them, charging straight at Jiang Ming. It is as if they want to take revenge. Retaliation. The revenge of being sold. I'm the only one who sells, but how can anyone sell me? I just remembered now that little brother sold Zhang Xiaoshan directly before. It's not unreported. The time has not yet come. Little brother, This wave is no more little brother can't even beat sword elder, plus an unknown strength Shang Xiaoshan. This wave is purely wasted. It's over. It's over. It's not even if these two are bottomless. They even hold grudges. Netizens are calling it outrageous. They all felt that something bad was happening, but at this moment, there was no one who could stop these two experts with great skills. It made a lot of professors outside the ancient tomb suffer. Damn it, to actually do it. Damn it, when this little brother comes out, we'll do you justice. Damn it, this damned Li Jianshan. He doesn't even have any sense of teamwork. As the strongest person, he's even harming his teammates? The duel was fast, and the professors were overwhelmed with anxiety and pain. But just then, enjoin, a ferocious and incomparable buzzing tremor suddenly resounded from the middle of this side of the tomb passage. The resentment and violent aura contained in that voice exploded. Within the demonic sword with blood patterns on a black background in Jiang Ming's hand, a terrifying scarlet baleful aura violently transformed into a blood-colored storm that spread out in all directions. Dust rolled back and blood shrouded. A terrifying aura surfaced from within the demonic sword and pressed down towards the duo of Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan like a sky and earth. How did this happen? Isn't the spirit of the demon blade asleep? Damn, what the hell is going on? This scene of the demon blade's baleful chi erupting immediately caused the two of them to suck in cold air and tighten their chrysanthemums. Fear flashed in their eyes, and the two of them immediately stopped in their tracks. However, the aura of resentment and violence emanating from the demon sword was still strengthening. It made the duo's bodies tremble vaguely. The terrifying fury, as if it could affect the people's sanity, made the scene in front of the people change, as if it had turned into an endless sea of corpses and blood. The two even seemed to notice something the moment they saw the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, and they looked up in horror. At this moment, above the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, was a scarlet and terrifying blood-colored figure. The figure was enchanting, as if every move was that tantalizing. Though the face could not be seen, it was only a mass of human-sized blood shadows, but its breath, still as demonic as a devil, was extremely dangerous. It's getting stronger. It gets scarier and scarier. This caused Li Zhang's entire body to tremble. His face was horrified, not to mention his scalp was vaguely numb. Looking at the blood shadow of the 3,000 blood strands that were windless, for some reason, inside the two of them, an absurd feeling of being watched suddenly arose. And the moment this sense of watching appeared, it brought a strong and incomparable life and death crisis. It was as if there was a pair of icy eyes that contained absolute indifference to life, and in the blood-colored pupils, flames of madness and violence were pulsing. It's more like pondering whether to take the lives of the two. Just a glance. No. Just the moment this feeling of being watched appeared, it caused Li Jianshan's entire body to tremble and feel uneasy. Zhang Xiaoshan even went poof and directly knelt down. Countless netizens have called. Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow has appeared again. It's the spirit of the demon blade. Little brother is awesome. Demon sword protector. The netizens were unable to look at the real thing, or even see clearly what the crowd at the site was looking at in the illusion. One could only perceive that in the midst of the blood-colored storm, a ferocious blood shadow with an enchanting figure had once again emerged from beside Jiang Ming. It's just that, but it's enough to make the netizens feel excited like never before. They really like the demon sword. Demon-like, crazy and violent, yet able to protect his master. It's strong and invincible. The crowd of netizens have not been excited for a while. They saw the blood color of this place slowly dissipate, revealing two uncouth figures. Great Immortal. It's all because of this kid's urging. It has nothing to do with me. The little old man was trying to stop him. Don't talk nonsense, dead old man. This really has nothing to do with me. It's this old man who wants to harm people. I'm the one who came to help my big brother block the knife. Great Immortal. You take this kid away. Great Immortal. Listen to me. This kid has always been harmful to people. Listen. De Xian, how low this old man's character is. Is he still a human being? I, Zhang Xiaoshan, have always been honest. De Xian, listen to me. The Great Immortal. Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan knelt on the ground with snot and tears on their faces, accusing each other with a face full of hatred, and occasionally pounding their chests to express their dissatisfaction with each other's behavior. Look at that look. One more pious than the other. One more genuine than the other. It was as if they were really trying to prevent the other party from harming Jiang Ming and thus hated blocking them. Crowd. Professors. Working members of the Dragon Group. Chapter 78, Heading South? Dad. These two. They're really one and the same. Honestly speaking, little brother is really lucky to obtain this demonic sword is really bunker busting. A good life? In your place you could walk to where the demon sword is stored? Damn. This is strength. This is strength. I'm envious of this soft meal. Ooh, I wish I had a knife like this. I'm envious. When will I get a soft meal like this? Netizens were in tears of envy. Start the lesson. Little brother. I'll listen to you on my knees about the twin barriers. Little brother, please have mercy and teach us. Little brother. Oh. I'm the one who's been worshipping you for almost 2 whole days. Countless people in the pop-up section begged for a lesson and wanted to listen on their knees. Jiang Ming was a little saddened inside. He didn't expect it either. This demon sword, it's really powerful. A person of Li Jianshan's level, if not in the ancient tomb, 2 or 3 knives would have no problem cutting himself. Zhang Xiaoshan's bizarre stance also seemed to be only a hair's breadth behind his own ghost shadow steps, coupled with that Thunder Law edition. One could maneuver against it, but there was simply no way to fight it. It was such a powerful 2 people who joined forces, and the spirit of the demon blade directly scared the guts out of the 2 of them by merely showing its face? With that look, the duo fell to their knees. That's awesome. But, why hasn't she gone back yet? Jiang Ming looked at the motionless blood shadow beside him. He had a bit of a heart attack when he sensed that the blood shadow's body, which was vaguely radiating an indescribable aura of resentment, as well as a strong killing intent with crazy violence, was gradually transferring to himself. Jiang Ming subconsciously gulped, inwardly more apprehensive. This guy, he's not trying to get revenge for being forced to buy and sell before, is he? Injure yourself and this guy gets damaged. Not so desperate. Jiang Ming was a little uncertain. However, when he perceived that the blood shadow had affixed itself to his body in the instant he blinked, it caused Jiang Ming to tremble wildly inside, between the cold sweat running down his back. Feeling the rich killing chance emanating from the demon sword, Jiang Ming swallowed his saliva, but when he thought that the twin life barrier still existed, and that if he died, this demonic sword would have to be destroyed as well, Jiang Ming secretly gritted his teeth. Life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. If I die today, I'll die. The big deal is that I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Besides, this demon blade spirit had only been out for a few hours, so it couldn't be in such a hurry to get itself killed, could it? The bloody shadow also seemed to have sensed Jiang Ming's inner state, and his killing intent did not diminish, only slowly raising his arm and pointing at the wall to one side. You told me to go south? Looking at the direction the spirit of the demon blade was pointing, Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. The spirit of the demon blade did not respond. Jiang Ming didn't open his mouth either. For a while, the atmosphere gradually became weird. Zhang Xiaoshan and Li Jianshan, on the other hand, looked at the imploring Tomb Raider kid and the spirit of the demon blade, and immediately felt that their entire being was bad. In the eyes of Li Zhang, this was undoubtedly the 2 of them were making eye contact. Should they leave the 2 of them in the mausoleum? There are some things that the Tomb Raider kid is not good at, but the spirit of the demon blade has no qualms. As for that killing intent, this demon sword has been stained with so much blood and killed so many people. It's not normal to have a bit of killing intent, okay? And so, big brother, you and your sister-in-law have misunderstood. I'm really not here to kill you. When I see you, it's like seeing my relatives. No, seeing my father. Ask how a son can kill his dear father. That's because I really want to protect you, Dad. You have to trust me. Dad. Zhang Xiaoshan plopped down and knelt in front of Jiang Ming, and began to complain bitterly there with a face full of grief, 2 lines of tears rolling down his face, and his expression was also incomparably remorseful. It was as if he was hating why he didn't get the trust from his father. Zhang Xiaoshan was overwhelmed with grief and kept opening his mouth to pray for trust. Nima? Seeing this, Li Jianshan, who was on the side, became anxious. Shame on you. Even Dad, how do you make me lick this? Damn. Li Jianshan's face was incredibly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable hatred. In the end, with all the pent-up frustration, one clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Oops, I can't shout it. It's so humiliating. How do I feel, Old Manly? Ready to shout Grandpa? It can't be that Old Manly really has such a low lower limit, right? You guys, look at his anxious face. Ha ha. Many netizens laughed out loud. I don't know if I couldn't watch it, or if I found it boring, or if I had just awakened and was too weak. The spirit of the demon sword gradually dissipated and returned to the demon sword. Thanks. Jiang Ming gave a silent thought in his heart and sheathed the demon sword. The demon blade also became very quiet at the moment. Jiang Ming stopped talking and calmly looked at the 2 people in front of him. This caused the duo's hearts to thump. Dad, you've been running for so long. Your legs must be sore, right? Here, let's you try my newly researched electrotherapy massage. It's guaranteed to be relaxing and immensely pleasurable. Zhang Xiaoshan licked his face and came up, and Jiang Ming obediently sat on the ground. Zhang Xiaoshan laughed and drove the lightning method, controlling it as much as possible, and carefully began to give Jiang Ming electrotherapy. At this moment, Jiang Ming's gaze turned to Li Jianshan on the side. This immediately caused Li Jianshan's old face to turn red with anger, but once he thought of the terror of the blood shadow just now, Li Jianshan still had to squeeze out a forced smile after inwardly crying out in sorrow. The old man. Old man is well versed in head massage. Zhao Xiaojiang, white clean man, dragon staff. Jiang Ming looked at the way Li Jianshan's face was darkened, fearing that this old denizen would send himself away directly with a finger of sword chi in a fit of anger. "You'd better rest," Jiang Ming faintly answered. But soon, Jiang Ming sat up and grabbed Zhang Xiaoshan's arm, who was preparing to massage his third leg. "Dad," Zhang Xiaoshan hemmed and hawed, and the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. "You rest too." "Okay, Dad." Zhang Xiaoshan was full of obedience. Jiang Ming, however, slowly narrowed his eyes. Obviously, this old man and young man, not one of them is a savior. "Be good." Zhao Xiaojiang and the White Clean Man, whose hearing was gradually restored on the side, stared blankly at Zhang Li and the two of them with the expression of having been robbed of their lives, feeling their brains buzzing. Is this the same instructor who had nothing better to do than practice on them? This. It's outrageous. Many netizens, on the other hand, were saddened. The word awesome is no longer enough to describe little brother's awesomeness. The word diaobua is not enough to describe little brother. Crap, gotta think of some new words. How about ancestral graves flying up into the sky? 666,666. Very apt and very apt. Little brother must be so cool now that his ancestors' graves are flying up to the sky. When there is an accident in the future, in case little brother and the demon blade are separated, old man Li will, without a doubt, have to send little brother's ancestral grave to the heavens. It seems apt to me. Indeed. Chapter 79, Wall Organs, High Temperature Snake. The sand sculptors stood in a row and the atmosphere grew lively. The netizens kept popping up and cracking jokes. Jiang Ming looked at the two Li Zhangs, who were watching and caring from the side, and did not say anything. After a short pause, Jiang Ming surveyed the walls of the tomb passage to the south. The spirit of the demon sword is pointing in this direction. Is this the way out? Jiang Ming pondered inwardly, but just then, knock, a weird and incomparable trembling sound. I don't know where it came from. The crowd only felt that the ground was trembling. The original wide and thick tomb passage even began to tremble. No good. The walls on both sides are closing in. A wall seems to have appeared on both sides of the passage. Little brother and the others can't get out. If we don't do something, they're going to be crushed to a pulp. Damn, is that white shadow at work again? Many netizens felt their scalps tingle. Within the ancient tomb, the faces of the people had become very pale. "Daddy, help me, help me." Zhang Xiaoshan's uncouth cries for help came, and Li Jianshan also felt unspeakably grave. "Little old brother, you're the one here who knows the most about tombs. Think of something." A pale and violent shout came from the old man, and Li Jianshan exploded his entire body in an attempt to block the wall on one side for a moment. But it never works. Jiang Ming kept observing, various chi men ways surfacing in his mind as he pondered. Spectral pupil looked at the line of sight, the existence of more than dozens of human-sized black masses. It seems to be arranged in some sort of pattern. After a short silence, Zhang Xiaoshan, blast that place with lightning. Zhang Xiaoshan didn't dare to delay, as thunder light emerged around his body, and when he lifted his hand, a palm thunderbolt burst out. The moment it landed on the wall, it then violently blasted out a large crater. "Go!" Jiang Ming let out a low shout, and the crowd hurriedly followed behind him, quickly escaping from the location of the large pit. Here was a narrow, cramped passageway. Instead of a passageway, it was more like an incredibly weird mountain stream path, as if this place exists in the middle of a mountain peak. This path is like a narrow channel formed by thousands of years of water flowing continuously. Even looking up, extremely far above, there is a vague sunlight sprinkling, making this place mountain stream path no longer looks as dim as in the ancient tomb. "We're out?" Li Jianshan was a bit surprised, and Zhang Xiaoshan's breathing quickened. Many netizens were confused. Didn't little brother say before that there was no more retreat? Can it be that the spirit of the demon blade has shown them the right path? Is this the power of soft food? The temperature is still rising. This wave is really coming out. Countless netizens gradually became excited, but as the crowd passed through the long mountain stream path one after another, and the temperature was still climbing, many netizens began to be a bit confused. This is immediately 40 degrees heat. What weather? Why so hot? Could it be that LIX is ridiculously hot right now? No, I'm from Yoshin. It's at most 10 degrees here in Yoshin. It's far from summer. Many netizens are feeling an unusual aura at this time. As the crowd moved further and further ahead, the temperature gradually broke through 40 degrees, slowly approaching 50 degrees when the crowd was a bit unable to sit still. "Boy, what the hell is this place? Damn, do you really want to kill us?" Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan's faces were gloomy and uncertain, and Jiang Ming didn't speak. This is the path pointed out by the demon sword. What is she counting on? Jiang Ming had never felt that he had completely subdued the demon sword. In other words, the demon blade didn't cut itself right now. That was purely because it was unwilling to fall just after breaking the seal after 1,000 years of sealing. It's hard to believe that. here can unlock your own double life barrier? Jiang Ming hesitated inwardly, but the thought that the double life barrier is the ancient secret art of the enchanting frontier, except for the caster himself, there is no way to break it. So, also gradually reassured. Only, there was always an uneasiness in Jiang Ming's heart. No good. The temperature is breaking 50 degrees. Is this temperature still a place for people? Nah. 7-8 can't seem to carry it. And old man Li and Zhang Xiaoshan are sweating. How come little brother still looks like nothing? Netizens were hesitant. They saw that Jiang Ming hadn't sweated at all within such high temperatures. It even looks like it still has the same face. This is too wacky. Kid, what the hell is wrong with you? What is this place? The further he went, Li Jianshan was also a bit unable to sit still. I don't know. It's a demon sword pointing out the path. There should be some mystery. Jiang Ming returned flatly. Li Jianshan was confused, and the corners of Zhang Xiaoshan's mouth were also twitching madly. For a while, the two of them couldn't help but feel apprehensive inside. It can be that these two mouths are ready to kill and kill, right? The two were panicking, but at this moment, several people are congested in the narrow and cramped mountain stream path. Simply cannot find any way to get out. The crowd also had no choice but to follow behind Jiang Ming and keep moving forward towards the front. But as the temperature continues to rise, under the passage of time, gradually approaching 60 degrees when the crowd can no longer stay up. And just at this moment, the exit in front of them also appeared in everyone's sight. It's finally here. It's finally here. Damn. I'd like to see what's in here. Li Jianshan and the others were in tears. Finally they had survived. However, when the crowd followed Jiang Ming and came out of the mountain stream path one after another, when they saw a bizarre and incomparable picture, it was the entire crowd that was bad. Why is it still in the tomb? How did that sun appear? No good. Why are there two suns? No, that's a snake. That's two eyes of that snake. Many netizens have felt their scalps tingle when they saw what was in front of them. Looking around, where is the outside world here? It was clearly a huge cave that was incredibly bizarre. In the cavern, countless exotic flowers and plants that emitted a crystal red shimmer grew silently. A mountain path spiraled upward around the side of the cave, and on one side of the path, an intricate and incomparable carving existed at intervals. The further up you go, the wider the space becomes. In the middle of the entire cavern, an immense and incomparable pillar through the sky unexpectedly existed. This pillar is reddish in color and goes straight to the top of the cave. The pillar is carved with 9 true dragons soaring in the sky, and at this moment, on top of the pillar, there was actually a huge and incomparable brown giant snake coiled. The snake was surrounded by thick white smoke, and looked to have an extremely high body temperature. However, it was accompanied by a rolling wave of heat, with the rich rotting aura emanating from its body, filling the entire cavern. It was also that Li Jianshan knew the method of holding his breath, otherwise he would definitely be overwhelmed by the thick fishy stench. And at the eyes of that giant snake, it was surprisingly emitting a bright yellow sizzling light. This scene looked incomparably appalling, but it just appeared in everyone's sight in such a grand manner. This scene immediately made countless netizens sit up and take notice. Book Club 101-273-0898. Chapter 80, The Young Eye. Engraving. Resurrection. How do I feel? The high temperature here. Are that snake body temperature to heat up like this? What a high body temperature that must be. That snake looks too weird. It's 30 to 40 meters in length anyways. Finished. This wave is completely nothing. The netizens cried out in dismay, and the hundreds of professors outside the door, and the staff of the military's dragon team, all stared in disbelief. Li Jianshan felt his scalp go numb. Zhang Xiaoshan's person was dumbfounded at the moment. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, his face gradually became a bit ugly, recalling the bizarre pattern along the way. Jiang Ming lightly spat out the word, "Young eyes, eye candy? This thing is still eye candy?" Zhang Xiaoshan was confused. Jiang Ming didn't pay any attention to him. The pattern of yin and yang intersecting, there was bound to be a yin eye in the yang and a yang eye in the yin. If the demon sword is the yin eye of the yang side, then the location where this giant snake is located is most likely the yang eye of the yin side. The 9 palaces are in disarray, the 4 discs are shaky, and the yin and yang double eyes are still solid. Could it be that the layout of the imperial tomb was once constructed by an ancient metaphysical powerhouse who pointed out the construction? Roar! As Jiang Ming pondered, the giant snake also seemed to notice the appearance of the crowd, and immediately let out a terrifying hiss. In a flash, the brown giant snake swung its huge body and fell from that pillar of coiling dragon, sweeping endless waves of heat and violently crashing towards the crowd. Get together and slaughter it. Li Jianshan was enraged. A low drink came out. A pull out of the great treasure sword. Under the burst of rich sword intent around his body, he fiercely stepped out, directly with the huge snake that emanated high temperature. battled together, and at the same time, Zhang Xiaoshan's body was surrounded by flashes of thunder light, and he also began to continuously disrupt it with the help of the thunder method. At this time, the sweaty 7 and 8 also looked at Jiang Ming, who was unmoved by the side. This left the duo confused. Big brother, you don't go up to help? The two hesitated. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. Old Man Li and Zhang Xiaoshan, both of them were amongst people with remarkable cultivation, so of course this matter should be left to them. With this in mind, Jiang Ming turned around and headed towards a mountain path. Soon, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming arrived at the place where the first mural was located. In the mural, it was recorded that there was a vast expanse of mountains and rivers, with no grass or trees, only endless snowflakes falling. Many people in the tribe were naked and playing around in this freezing weather. Why is this mural here? Feels a little weird. The meaning of the picture is brief and concise, and the first engraving is simple. Jiang Ming continued forward and came to the second engraving. Fix your eyes. It was a much wider world, still with endless snowy mountains, but inhabited by endless tribes, each with a large number of people surviving. This shouldn't be a tribe from the cold northern border. I remember little brother before seems to have said that the environment of the northern border cold land, this mural in seems, is not so barren. It feels a bit strange. They are surrounded by snowy mountains. Where do they get their food from? This shouldn't be the place little brother was talking about, right? The netizens kept popping up, and Jiang Ming's voice was flat. It's the cold northern frontier. This, for a while, many netizens were also hesitant. As Jiang Ming continued forward, soon, the third mural was revealed. It was a monarch standing in front of a lofty hall, and at the foot of the steps in front of him knelt an old man and a young man. Two figures. The murals are mostly simple and the jumps are getting bigger. The fourth panel looks at it. It is still the same monarch, standing in front of the great hall looking into the distance. On the other side of the picture, there is an incredibly expensive sword that was sent to the cold northern border. The carriers were not only escorted by a large number of men and women, but even there were also an endless number of prison cars. Prison vans hold, surprisingly, live people. And in the next mural, it's a scene of a man receiving a sword and a prisoner in a tribe in the cold lands of the northern border. To everyone's surprise, one side of the picture shows the man with a knife and starts killing people. Dismemberment. In the distance, the tribespeople were burning fires and setting up pots. A peaceful ********. There is no shortage of food in the cold lands of this northern border. And all of this treadmill is eating this? I'm numb. What the hell is this northern border cold land? Is this that monarch, the first emperor of Qin? Why did the beginning emperor send them prisoners? Can it be that the first emperor is doing it as a gesture of goodwill? Netizens have felt their scalps tingling and their hearts overwhelmed. As Jiang Ming continued forward, in another mural, a little girl appears. By the side of the little girl is a strange and ferocious long knife, and in front of the little girl is a bizarre place full of bleakness under the burning fire of war. In the pot, a foot is still cooking, all around, but all the corpses. The next mural contained an even more expansive image. Throughout the boundless snowy mountainland, countless tribes set off fires, killing and injuring. Countless people densely dressed in Dao robes under the fore. The existence of the Dao robes is each holding a magic weapon, waiting in a strict line. The direction they were looking was a little girl. By the girl's side, there is a black and long knife. Feeling a bit numb? Isn't this the story of the demon sword in the cold northern border told by little brother? Could it be that all of this did not happen by accident, but that the first emperor planned it single-mindedly? Has this beginning emperor plotted all this from the beginning? Most of the netizens in the live broadcast room are archaeology enthusiasts, and they have been examining the murals for many years, and most of them can read quite a lot. At this moment, with these consecutive murals coming down, they couldn't help but feel a little shaken inside. Originally, I thought that the cold land in the northern border was due to the will of God, but who would have thought that it was all in the plot of the first emperor? But what happened to the little girl? Can it be that the little girl is the spirit of the demon sword? It does feel as if it's a bit like. The netizens were speculating, but just then, a flat voice came. Not a blade spirit. This. For a while, many netizens hesitated. By all rights, this really should be the spirit of the demon blade, right? It feels a little strange. When did this little girl show up? Is it hard to believe that it's the child inside an old man and a young woman in the third mural? But where did the old man go? Many netizens were hesitant to see the crowd as they continued upward and a new engraving was revealed. Another blanket of snowy mountains, same tribe, same vibrancy. In the next engraving, still that wider world of snow-capped mountains, countless tribes peaceful and stable. It's not, by any chance, a duplicate mural, is it? Feeling a little confused, the craftsman of the imperial tomb, always not so dare to fool people. This is the tomb of the first emperor. Many netizens felt hesitant. However, Jiang Ming's expression became more and more grave, and after a long period of silence, he spat out 2 words with difficulty. Resurrection. Chapter 81 Immortal Tribe. Emperor Qin's Palindrome. Resurrection? Is this little brother saying that all those dead people have come back to life? How is this possible? Science has never researched anything about longevity or resurrection until now. Could something so outrageous have existed in the Qin dynasty? The netizens are incredible, and most of them are archaeology enthusiasts, and as such, basically have a more serious personality. They had thought that perhaps this was a mistake in the artisan S engraving, but they had never thought that the little brother would say the ridiculous word resurrection. How in the world can anyone come back to life? When people die, they end up in yellow earth after 100 years. It's simply impossible to come back to life. Available at. When you think about it, Qin Shi Huang has also been described as a tyrant in wildlife records, the craftsman of that era. Where else would they dare to make half a mistake? But the resurrection was so absurd that for a moment, everyone felt an unspeakable hesitation. In the ancient tomb, Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan were still fighting with the giant snake. Bing bang, bang, boom, and clatter. Various sounds of fierce battles keep coming. Jiang Ming was unmoved and continued to look downward. It could be seen that it was a large hall in which a monarch was sitting, not moving with self-importance. Below, an old man and a young man kneeled respectfully. The monarch was holding a brush in his hand, on top of the desk in front of him, and seemed to be writing something. The scene shifts. Next mural. Countless squares of iron armor were arrayed, and warhorses rushed across the snowy mountains to begin the slaughter. Corpses and blood stained. Several murals in a row, one more gruesome than the other. Among them, hundreds of thousands of people from many tribes in the cold lands of the northern border were slaughtered, and the soldiers in iron armor were heavily damaged. Until the final picture. Half of the dead and wounded armored men stood looking out over the sprawling snow-covered mountains shrouded in the color of blood. It seems to have ended there and then. These 2 sets of murals, what do they mean? Could it be that the place where the iron-armored warrior went is really the cold northern border? Was that just a dream this monarch had before? Some viewers felt hesitant. The message that the engraving revealed was too limited. Jiang Ming continued to move forward, but as Jiang Ming stopped again, a new picture of a stable and peaceful snowy mountain tribe emerged once again, making everyone's eyes wide open. How come this? They're still alive? Did it come back to life? How can this be possible? It can't really let little brother say it, right? Netizens have been shocked that countless warriors are still at peace under the slaughter. That monarch, at the very least, twice designed to want to slaughter the tribes of the cold northern border. Little brother said the resurrection. It is highly likely to be true. The tomb of the Qin emperor. The secret stories recorded are bound to be true in 9 out of 10 cases. At that time, it was very likely that there were truly immortal beings. In that case, the first emperor's pursuit of the so-called longevity was not an absurd act, but rather he went after it after seeing it with his own eyes. The professors were unspeakably shocked. The information derived from the murals seen today was too much for them to handle. Everlasting life. Something so ridiculous that actually exists. Teacher's dormitory building at Greenland University. Everlasting life and will come back to life. This little brother is awesome. Su Zhizhong ate his dinner and watched Tomb Raider Jr.'s live broadcast with emotion. I really didn't expect that this kid actually found part of the Qin dynasty's secrets. 2 days after the start of the broadcast, personally watched the Tomb Raider little brother show himself a little bit to develop the Imperial Tomb. Su Zhizhong cannot help but praise from the bottom of his heart. Really hanging. It's not just talk. The grave robbing, though, is outrageous. It is estimated that the ancestral graves of the 18 generations of ancestors will have to fly up to the sky with this kid. But I have to say, the kid made a feat that really wasn't small. For the archaeological community, these murals, as well as the previous layout of the bones, undoubtedly, will be the focus of their next period of time. To deduce the history of the Qin dynasty, if you look in this direction, you might actually find a different kind of Qin empire, or the hidden history before the Qin dynasty. Once the important and powerful figures from the military arrive, this kid probably won't be able to run away. Little brother, you lived a great life and died an honorable death. Don't worry about going. I might even visit you in prison one day when I'm free. Su Zhizhong was a bit sorry, as if he felt that his words had made a mistake, and immediately added, and, of course, there are your ingrate mentors. Su Zhizhong hemmed and hawed. That old man from the military, who was not an unusual character at first glance, was already so close to this kid that he definitely wouldn't give him a chance to escape. At that time, he himself stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights, wanting to know the identity of those who are unjustly seated mentors. It is estimated that they will also be exposed. Really looking forward to it. Su Zhizhong picked up a bite of his dinner, his heart growing more and more excited. Soon, in his presumption, it's about to come to light. This kid is now hiding from the strange layout inside the imperial tomb. And, by the looks of it, the military doesn't seem to be lacking in bigwigs who know the art of Shinmen. By the time, to catch this kid, it won't even take half a day. Thinking about this, Su Zhizhong became more and more excited, and at this moment, the murals in the mausoleum had come to an end. The two sets of murals, which appear to be very bizarre, reveal information that seems to be that northern border cold land, the undead tribe. Although the matter of immortality was too absurd, the longevity pills that the system mission demanded to find all existed. Jiang Ming couldn't help but gaze inwardly. Perhaps, behind that undead tribe lies a great unknown secret. Of course, this was only Jiang Ming's speculation. Damn, why is this snake getting more aggressive the more you fight it? At this time, a pale and violent shout came from Li Jianshan's mouth. It could be seen that as that snake had more and more wounds around its body, the heat in its body became more and more terrifying. Between the soaring temperatures, Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan's entire bodies were covered in white gas. They felt like they were getting steamed up. Kid, it's okay if you don't help. Do something, Li Jianshan bellowed and urged, and the giant snake twisted its huge body, frantically crashing into the floor below. Soon, a number of places were already potholed. Jiang Ming's face was calm. Sit down directly on your knees. The only way out of this situation is to wait for death. Jiang Ming looked away. Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan were numb. The two men and one snake fight more and more magnificent, under the gaze of many netizens hesitant and worried. Suddenly, boom, as that giant snake swung its tail to hit the mountain wall hard, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. The moment a huge passageway appeared, the system's prompting sound was even more abrupt in Jiang Ming's mind. Ding, palindromes detected. Congratulations on the completion of your mission. 1/3, Chapter 82 The Sinner, Saying God, the arrival of the old man of Qi Men. The moment that huge passageway appeared, Jiang Ming, who was originally prepared to swing and wait for death, suddenly sped up his breathing and quickly pinched his fingers. The silver lining, ****************************************************************** Yu Ing run again? Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan's minds completely collapsed. The two of them are here to fight to the death. This kid does not come to help, not to mention running away is the first to run? Despite their inner grief, the two of them were quite good at legwork. With 3 steps, he chased towards Jiang Ming. While the white and clean man was carrying Zhao Xiaojiang on his back, he looked at the big snake that was running wildly after him behind him. His scalp was numb, and he hurriedly fled frantically in the direction that the crowd had left. The passages are tremendous. The crowd ran ahead and the giant snake chased after them. The crowd soon arrived in the middle of an incredibly wide chamber. Dead end? There were no passages at all in all directions here. Instead, there was only a bamboo slip made of jade placed on top of a stone platform in the center of the chamber. Jiang Ming did not have any delay, rushed forward and grabbed the bamboo slip, quickly pinched the knob, and immediately looked in all directions. It's still really empty. Jiang Ming sat down once again, eyes narrowed slowly. Where's the vitality? Block it. Seeing that the giant snake was about to charge, Jiang Ming opened his mouth in a low voice, and Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan thought that Jiang Ming had some kind of strategy to break the enemy, so they immediately exploded their entire body's aura and defiantly blocked towards the giant snake. For a while, the two people who went to their deaths to fight each other actually blocked the giant snake. Jiang Ming nodded secretly. You can die a few minutes later yourself. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Jiang Ming began to search for life. Turning it over and reading it, the first line of small words in his eyes made Jiang Ming slowly squint his eyes. The one who sins is said to be God. Boom! Jiang Ming also just looked at one line before Li Jianshan and Zhang Xiaoshan, who were blocking the way outside, were knocked away by the giant snake. The two directly spat out tens of liters of blood. Looking miserable, Jiang Ming ignored the giant snake and continued to look toward the rear. The more you look at it, the faster it goes. Obviously, feeling the terrifying heat sweeping over him, Jiang Ming knew that he didn't have much time. It's pointless to resist. It's a scene that has scorched countless netizens. Why don't you run away? Little brother. Good man. Man, that's a level-headed question. What exactly is written above the jade slip that makes little brother read through it at the risk of his life? Do you guys think it's possible that little brother himself has a backhand? Many netizens were posting pop-ups in the comment section, and the professors outside the tomb were anxious. But after many of them saw the comments about the backhand, but it was the people who had taken a deep breath, and after looking at each other eye to eye, they revealed their certainty. It must be. This kid never fights unprepared battles, and if he dares to do this, this kid must have something to fall back on. Yeah, I told you. This kid must have his own plans already. This time, it will surely be fine. The professors kept opening their mouths, but with that giant snake rapidly approaching, many professors' hearts are getting cooler and cooler, and under the eyes of the worry revealed, Jiang Ming in the ancient tomb finally finished reading the jade slip in his hand. Sure enough, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and remained calm in the face of danger. Lifeless, waiting to die. Just as he put down the jade slip and calmly looked at the terrifying giant snake, the mutation was sudden. Boom! A terrifying and incomparable aura that seemed like heavenly might came down with a bang, accompanied by a deafening rumbling sound. This side of the channel above, a huge incomparable black python violently fell between the tearing to the giant snake in the instant. A long-bearded old man wearing a Taoist robe, but also emanated a terrifying atmosphere around the body, strangling to haul in the thunder, bombarded the descent. At the same time, in the shadow of the old man, a man in black appeared for no apparent reason, accompanied by the outbreak of a lingering bloodbath aura, and with a fierce slash, he chopped down towards the head of the snake. The moment countless snakes, insects, rats and ants emerged from the sky, a huge and incomparable six-winged centipede violently tore at the giant snake 7 inches and began to devour its blood. Almost instantly, countless extremely splendid Dao arts surfaced, and many bizarre and strong characters appeared. Each one of them shows their powers. This scene, under the system's close-up, also made it seem as if Jiang Ming had expected, from the beginning to the end, that these characters would appear. It made Jiang Ming's calmness from the beginning to the end, and at this moment, in the minds of countless netizens, the compulsion exploded. I told you why little brother was so calm. So he expected someone to come. 666,666. I'm going to blow my little brother right out of the water on this one. Woohoo! Take off! Countless netizens popped up furiously, and the professors all danced with excitement. Finally, we're going to meet this young man. Finally, we're going to see it. Many of these people are wearing military attire. Let's make sure to fight with the military and snatch little brother. Charge, old brothers, let's get over there and take a look. The professors were thrilled to begin the charge, and Su Zhizhong, who was in the teacher's dormitory building of Qinglan University, also revealed an unprecedented glow of excitement. As I expected, your identity is finally coming to light. Tomb Raider Jr., come on, let's see who your Injustice Seed teacher really is. At this moment, countless netizens are even more unusually excited. They are really too eager to know the identity of the Tomb Raider little brother. After entering the Imperial Tomb for about 2 days, he directly cracked countless organs. It's even labeled as clear as day, not to mention the royal tomb, as if it were your own home. It's a blast. Alright, before this, they had never thought that there was such a heavenly show in the world. But what everyone didn't expect was this. The live broadcast screen, surprisingly, turned into a black screen in this instant. Asterisk. What's going on, brothers? I'm numb. Such exciting news, but directly black screen? Countless people are grieving. At this moment, Jiang Ming looked at the many terrifying figures that had arrived, knowing that he was unable to resist them, and simply took off his high-tech antivirus mask. I've been waiting for you, for a long time. Jiang Ming's voice was flat. The eyes of the major lineage ancestors slowly narrowed. Obviously, this kid expected them to come in advance, something they didn't expect. Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He calculated that there was a ray of hope within the passageway that the giant snake had crashed through, but not knowing what that silver lining is, coupled with the terror of the giant snake, which even Jian Shanli couldn't defeat, Jiang Ming had nowhere to run in the passageway, and thus could only sit and wait for a miracle to come, or just wait to die. 2 choices that are not within one's grasp. It was just that the fact that these hundreds of strong Qi men would come was something that Jiang Ming hadn't expected. A glance at the clear and strong. Well, there's not a weak one. Gentlemen, business first. What Jiang Ming didn't expect was that as the first old Taoist pale voice to appear came out, the crowd in the 4 corners of the room had a flurry of expressions. The next moment, go on. Him, damn, robbed me of half a year's worth of hand towels 30 years ago. Damn it, how dare you entice my granddaughter. Many strong men caught Li Jianshan in an instant, and under Li Jianshan's horrified gaze, a group of strong men threw him into the crowd. There was dust and screams. This scene made Jiang Ming look a little weak. He didn't expect that the first thing this group of strong men would do when they came here would be to violently beat up Li Jianshan. Awesome. Jiang Ming was a little excited, even squeezed in a couple of kicks. Chapter 83. It's still a pro-great-grandfather. Seemingly feeling a bit uninspired, Jiang Ming exchanged a cloth bag from the system mall, and while Zhang Xiaoshan wasn't paying attention, he directly put it over his head and threw him into the crowd as well. For a while, the two of them screamed miserably. After Jiang Ming kicked several times in a row, he hurriedly returned to where he was originally sitting, eyes on the nose on the heart, as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until 3 hours later that the grievances of the many powerful people that had been building up for years finally dissipated. The old man from the Dao sect who had arrived first, on the other hand, was a bit confused as he looked at the dust dispersing and the sudden appearance of an extra man of the cloth. Lift the cloth bag and take a look. Good disciple. My goodness, my good grandson. Who did this to you? Damn it, tell Master Ancestor. Master Ancestor will avenge you. The old Taoist had tears in both eyes and his voice was incomparably sad. Jiang Ming ____. When you said Zhang Shaoshan yourself, this old Taoist seems to see everything, but obviously kicked harder than yourself. That's a pretty plain relationship between these grandchildren. Without thinking too much about Zhang Shaoshan and the old Taoist, Jiang Ming gave a dry cough. Late Senior Jiang Ming, meet the seniors. Jiang Ming stood up and cupped his fists in obeisance, his voice respectful and his attitude adequate. The late generation has a mistake in the first place, the matter of coming to the Imperial Mausoleum to break it, completely for the purpose of writing a thesis, joining the archaeological team, and did not damage the Imperial Mausoleum by a hair's breadth. In addition, this demon sword, evening generation is always willing to turn in. Jiang Ming removed the demonic sword behind his back, and at the same time, he was observing the crowd's expressions. Here, because it was previously triggered by the wall squeezing mechanism, has largely isolated the internal Mercury of the Imperial tomb, and the people are directly through the art of Qimon to locate, relying on brute force to open the mountain. Therefore, the mercury toxicity level at this site is not high. Jiang Ming's own blood was completely absorbable, and as for the many powerful people, he wasn't the least bit afraid. You're from the enchanting Jiang family? At this moment, the deep voice of the old Taoist who had violently beaten Zhang Shaoshan came, and Jiang Ming slightly shook his head. There are relatives in the enchanting frontier, and I don't know much about the Jiang family. So it is. It dawned on the crowd that there were dozens of people who smiled heartily and surrounded them with enthusiastic faces. Young man, I see you have amazing bones. Why don't you join my organ sect? Young man, my Medicine King Valley needs talents like you. Young man, my Zhuge clan has removed Zhuge Wu from our family. Come to our Zhuge clan to learn the divine mechanism and strange sect 2 arts. Lad, countless bigwigs had enthusiastically drawn in, promising all sorts of benefits. What gold mountains and silver mountains, surrounded by beautiful women, are trivial. As the benefits promised by all parties become more and more outrageous, there is even someone who said that they want to open a greenhouse for Jiang Ming alone. This caused Jiang Ming to shake his head continuously. Inside, it was exciting. Surrounded by many old ancestors, Jiang Ming was brought out like a star-crossed moon. Countless fighters on all sides were waiting with sniper rifles and bazookas. Beyond the large hole that the crowd had forced open, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a military uniform, had already been waiting. Yo, it's not Old Han. It's been a long time. Old Han, when are you going to sit in my Lai's house? Hey, Old Han, how are you mulling over my grandson's marriage to your granddaughter? Ding, military specialties plus 20% favor. A mechanized voice came from his mind, and Jiang Ming fixed his eyes to look at it. It was a kind-looking old man, as if he was a neighboring grandfather. And when Jiang Ming saw the flower girl beside the old man, he froze for a moment. Han Xiaoye? Jiang Ming's breathing quickened, while Han Xiaoye, who was his fangirl, ran up to the front with a face full of excitement. Brother Ming. Han Xiaoye was crying with pear blossoms, but at this moment she ran over with a smile on her face and hugged Jiang Ming tightly. You, this, me. This scene truly confused Jiang Ming, but with Han Xiaoye's explanation, Jiang Ming came to his senses. It turned out that Han Xiaoye had guessed her identity as early as when she was watching the live broadcast, and thus, started begging her own grandfather to save her. Jiang Ming never expected that this little fangirl, who looked so well-behaved and lovable, would have such a powerful biological grandfather. Jiang Ming sucked in cold air. If I'd known you were connected, why would I have robbed the tomb? Jiang Ming was inwardly grieving. Chagrin, we'll make a deal. From now on, your grandfather is my grandfather. For years in college, Han Xiaoye has been madly pursuing herself since she was mesmerized by her worldly looks in her freshman year. But I was so obsessed with archaeology that I couldn't help myself, and I didn't even realize for 4 whole years that Han Xiaoye was so charismatic. Brother Ming, this is my grandfather. He saved you. Han Xiaoye pulled Jiang Ming in front of the old man, and Jiang Ming very respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. But he didn't expect the old man to suddenly open his mouth with a smile. Young man, you die a little first. Jiang Ming tactical backpedal. JPG. Half an hour later, the conference room. Shocked, the military has joined forces with the Qimon community to strike and has put the grave robbers to death. The military has given a response to this Imperial Toon riot, and the Qimon community is dealing with the Imperial Toon corpses. Follow-up story, reporters are following up. Watching the report on the television, Jiang Ming sipped his hot tea, inwardly extremely moved. Omega, it's still got to be a pro-great-grandfather. If it wasn't for Han Xiaoye's face, Jiang Ming would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to him twice on the spot. This hand operation directly held down the grave robbers to death, while he himself could rightfully join the archaeological team as an intern. Invincible, okay? Jiang Ming had already prepared for the worst, but when he saw how kindly the Moncler outlet store eyes were looking at him, Jiang Ming became even more excited inside. Grandpa, don't worry, I'll treat Xiaoye well. Jiang Ming stood up and toasted very respectfully with tea instead of wine. Little Mingo. Han Xiaoye instantly blushed and buried her head. The Moncler outlet store gaze remained gentle and smiling as he looked at Jiang Ming. Boy, this is something that can't be helped for nothing. Time flies. 6 months. It's been half a year. There's no news of little brother at all. The military are explicitly saying that little brother has been killed on the spot, and the archaeological team side is silent. Woo woo woo. Little brother, you died a horrible death. Post it. Tomb Raider Jr. I think. Tens of millions of people gather in the bar, clear of pictures of white strips of cloth, constantly remembering. It lasted 6 months. It's been 6 months of heartbreak and gloom for many a teenage fan. Male fans pouring wine on their sorrows. Almost everyone thinks that Tomb Raider Jr. can really only live in his memories this time, except for Su Chi-chung, and his co-workers, leaders, and his beloved principal. Damn it, Jiang Ming, this kid looks like he has thick eyebrows. How come he went grave robbing? Saying it's for a dissertation, and you call it secondary development? Who the hell believes that? Damn it, Lao Su, how do you teach your students? I'm going to dock your salary. Damn it, it's been 6 months of back and forth investigation, and you guys still don't want to stop. In the prison, a group of teachers led by Su Zhizhong passed out wails in pain, and the feeling of grief within them had lasted for half a year. Chapter 84, 5 shifts, half a year of light. Jiang Ming's experience. They were really not expecting it. A man who usually looks fresh and handsome, clean and straightforward, is actually a grave robber behind his back. Damn it! The crowd cried out inwardly with grief. Originally were all shouted by Su Zhizhong ready to excitedly eat melon. The results of that night, a few continuous video teachers' room, instantly broken into. In less than 10 minutes, they were all sitting in a cell forced to undergo an investigation. Hateful. The old principal was in extreme internal pain. He was 70 years old. How could he still check his browser's browsing history? Damn it! Before and after half a year, this half a year, these teachers eat a few meals a day. What have they done? How old did they start not wetting the bed? Those 7 and 8 things. Checking everything. You've been interrogating me every day. The next room. Jiang Ming's 7 aunts and aunts, full of pain, looked at the ceiling with a look of hatred. Damn it. Without the slightest defense, it just broke into our home. At that time, a group of Jiang's relatives were all playing cards. One of them, especially Jiang Ming's second uncle, hated it even more inwardly. 3 A's. The old man caught 3 aces. Seeing Jiang Ming's great uncle, he immediately even pressed on the house. His grandmother, abominable. This little nephew, how come you don't say hello in advance for grave robbing so that we can run away first? On the spot, 7 aunts and aunts. They were carried back as chickens. The first trial was 6 months. Seeing that a few people are more or less going to leave a bit of a record, the pain in the hearts of the people is even stronger. Meanwhile, in a cell in another city, Zhang's father burst into tears and hugged his head, plus a sentence of 3 years. 3 whole years. He's a horse's bastard. He'd rather rob tombs than archaeology. How did I give birth to such a dog son? At this very moment, old General Han's house. Grandpa, your tea is really fragrant. Jiang Ming sat on a Chinese-style mahogany chair, drinking the old general's special tea, and was quite satisfied inside. Half a year, more than 200 missions, your contribution and performance, the military has seen it all. That demonic knife, you keep it. No need to turn it in after the task is done. It is said that the archaeological team side has discovered a new tomb, related to the Ghost Valley lineage of Xian Wei-zi. Xiaoye, this waif wants to go with you. You have to take care of her. Don't worry, Grandpa. Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly. In the past half a year, after getting acquainted with that group of chowderheads in the Dragon Group, Jiang Ming had long since executed countless life and death missions. A martial arts foundation as solid as a rock, not to mention. All kinds of killing moves have also long been honed to perfection. Compared to half a year ago, Jiang Ming's temperament was obviously much more composed. Regarding the discovery of the recent past, the military side, perhaps also want to gradually publicize this matter. After all, the general trend cannot hide. There is no need to hide. Regarding the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, when the time is ripe and you want to go, then I'll have someone go with you to explore the rest of the area. The oldest man looked kindly and smiled. I'm obliged to you, my lord. Jiang Ming raised his cup in greeting, and after a short chat, he excused himself and left. A few moments later, old General Han began to pack up. Only, when he looked at the empty place where he had treasured his precious tea, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Jiang Ming went to the Dragon Group armory to slip around again. Back at his villa. That's right, the villa. It's still a villa planned by the military in an extremely special location. One set for each member of the Dragon team. Jiang Ming has 3 sets. One set from Han Xiaoye, and one set from the Enchanting Frontier Patriarch. I think it's called Shi What Post. Neighbors on all sides. 2 are their own 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 133rd, 134th, and so on, the oldest guy in the Chimera world. At that time, he was about to agree to the Zhuge family's request to build a greenhouse. As a result, Chiwaki the dog came out of nowhere, taking more than 1,000 high school and low-ranked parasites. He had to say that he was the saint son of Enchanting Frontier. Eyes are going to fall out. It was about to spill over to Elder Han, and Han Xiaoye cried like a pear. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly and kowtowed to one person, recognizing a small 200 god-grandfathers. Pops also has 200 more godfathers. Can't say it's a loss. At least Pops made a bloody profit. Of course, Jiang Ming also verbally agreed to become a holy son. That's all. 6 months have passed, so let's go to the Enchanting Frontier for a spin first. Jiang Ming pushed open the bathroom door and found that Han Xiaoye was not there. And after calling, he found that Han Xiaoye was, at this moment, in the archaeological team to understand the situation. Jiang Ming didn't call out to her, solely driving their own $1 million cross-country, not far in front of the special gas station, free to fill up the oil, incidentally asked for some general fuel card, directly driving towards the Enchanting Frontier. On the road, half a year's face always maintains a gloomy state of Qi Yuan. In receiving the phone call from Jiang Ming, his face finally eased a little. Next to Qi Yuan, the gray-headed Qi Jin was pulled out of the dungeon and tied to a pillar. Some high-ranking compass masters arrived one after another, ready to help purify Jiang Ming's bloodline. Holy sonship, all these years, was nothing more than talk. But after Qi Yuan saw Jiang Ming with his own eyes, he realized that the bloodline in his body was so thick that it was simply immeasurable. Thus, this was why they were not afraid to go to war with the major Qi men families, to snatch back Jiang Ming. The future of the Enchanting Frontier is at stake. At that time, after measuring the bloodline concentration, not only did Qi Yuan kneel down, but even the thousands of high-ranking compatriots behind him also knelt down. I can see that this holy son of his own seems to be not quite the same as Qi Jin. Qi Yuan mentioned several times that he had sent someone to protect him, but all of them were rejected by Jiang Ming. Eventually it had to stop. For Qi Jin, Jiang Ming heart and nothing good. After all, this half a year, they also clearly understand the military's intention at the beginning, just to catch themselves. Even the likes of Green Wolf and his captain, though not part of the military's direct line, held the mentality of beating up the disabled and taking them away. After all, the state of medicine nowadays is completely savable. It didn't come down dead. The use of RPGs is also entirely due to the fact that they are so good that they can't touch themselves without using hot weapons pressure. On the contrary, that group of female lunatics in the Chimera community really had no scruples, seriously trying to kill himself. This made Jiang Ming quite angry. During the period when they were number 26 in the Dragon team, Jiang Ming hadn't cared for them much. It's not a big problem, although the hate and spiteful glances and reports to higher-ups reap a ton of benefits. Own dangling Dragon 26. What's wrong with them? Of course, when Li Jianshan saw that he reported to the Dragon Group without a demon sword, his big yellow teeth didn't hold back his smile and exposed it. It was obvious that Li Jianshan was very happy, even a little excited. Unsurprisingly, it's true that there's no shortage of picking on yourself and wearing shoes. It's a good thing your own Moncler outlet store are not vegetarians. After the Moncler Coats for Men group ran to the Dragon Group for a few days, things also settled down. Li Jianshan has been lying in the hospital bed for half a year, obviously not as happy as before. Jiang Ming had lived a very nourishing life these 6 months. Here in Qi Yuan's place, Jiang Ming also learned that his old man was the inner clan's high-ranking compass master. In the first place, it was the deliberate theft of a body that got caught and made a scene at the police station. Just don't want to archaeologize yourself, want to learn compulsion. This immediately caused Jiang Ming to feel pain, but after all, it's his old man. Break a bone and connect the tendons. It's a blood relative. Jiang Ming sighed, backhandedly got the sentence increased by 3 years. Of course, the cell meals will be increased. At least there will be chicken legs, and there will be TV to relieve the boredom, which is much more comfortable than before. Chapter 85, Third Uncle Grandpa? I've wanted to kick you for a long time. As for Mom, she also lived in a cell block not far from the cell. special care was taken above to provide stable and easy work, as well as a mobility scooter. Mom has had a great time these past 6 months, in addition to enjoying life and seeing Pop. In the midst of his thoughts, Jiang Ming also arrived at the enchanting frontier. Stopped in the wilderness outside the 100,000 mountains, a high-ranking compulsion master cast a compulsion technique and brought Jiang Ming to vanish. Quickly arriving at the enchanting frontier inner clan, Qi Waki quickly greeted him. Shi Yuan, pay respects to the Holy Sun. Well, the gesture was sufficient. Jiang Ming always felt that this guy didn't seem like a good thing. I'm coming. Jiang Ming's voice was flat, and Qi Yuan got up. Holy Sun, please follow me. Soon, Jiang Ming was brought to a high platform. See the Holy Sun. The densely packed compatriots knelt down to pay their respects. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. After all, in someone else's territory, he really didn't dare to take himself too seriously. Everyone get up, Qi Waki commanded, and the crowd worshipped again. Thank you, Holy Sun. Mountains roared, and countless people revealed their fervor. Looking at Jiang Ming, it's weird. It was clearly the second time we met. Qi Yuan brought Jiang Ming to a pillar. Looking at the Qi Jin that was covered in black stains and smelled fishy around him, Jiang Ming couldn't help but suck in cold air. Not surprised that this person was Qi Jin. Rather, it's the bondage position that really shows. Saint's Son, the bloodline purification array, has been prepared. We are ready for Saint's Son, bloodline purification. Qi Yuan knelt on the ground and waved his hand to reveal hundreds of tomes about bloodlines. This is the inner clan technique of the enchanting frontier that has been passed down since ancient times, as well as many imperial parasites and sorceries, specially prepared for those who possess the divine blood of Jiuli. That means, for you, Holy Sun? Seeing that Jiang Ming didn't speak, Qi Yuan called out again, and Jiang Ming briefly pondered. Don't. Qi Waki was confused. The crowd of companions was filled with bewilderment. Qi Jin, whose body was incredibly weak, was also a bit confused. This was the rule of the enchanting frontier for thousands of years, a chance that no one else could ask for even if they knocked their heads against the wall. This man doesn't want it? There was a lot of clamor down there. She stinks. Jiang Ming bristled. Qi Jin, Shiwaki, crowd of companions. Someone take her to the bath. A few moments later, Qi Jin washed clean and spotless and appeared on the high platform in sexy clothing. This is Qi Yuan was afraid that Jiang Ming would be too ugly, so he deliberately arranged it. Jiang Ming nodded secretly. Upper road. It could be seen that Qi Jin's color was obviously much better after eating something, coupled with a slim waist bear, a sexy dress plus points, making Qi Jin looks like a showpiece. Jiang Ming sucked in cold air. At first glance, this Qi Jin is kind of nice. No, that's the rule. Qi Waki gave an explanation. Jiang Ming sighed. Forget it, I don't want it. Waving his hand, Jiang Ming wanted to leave. The method of bloodline purification is not sorcery extraction, but sacrifice. Jiang Ming felt a little cruel. While it was true that he hated Qi Jin, it wasn't so bad that he would sacrifice a female child to elevate himself. For a while, the people in the four corners of the room were confused. But just then, since you don't want it, kill the sacrifice. The rules of the enchanting frontier can't be broken. An old voice came, and Jiang Ming turned around. Granduncle? It wasn't that he hadn't searched for his third granduncle in the past 6 months, but Pops didn't know where his third granduncle was. I didn't expect to see my third granduncle now? Greetings, old ancestor. There was a mountainous roar from below, and Jiang Ming was confused. Breathing gradually accelerated. All the scruples and wariness about the enchanting frontier, and even all the confusion, seemed to have been unraveled at this moment. No wonder Pops had to learn compulsion himself. No wonder Qi Quan directly knelt down when he saw himself. No wonder so many parasites were so fanatical about themselves. I'm sure it's a good idea. Jiang Ming smiled. Grandma, alas, good grandson. Third granduncle was a very kind person, wearing a brown tunic, and at this moment, he also rubbed Jiang Ming's head as he did in his childhood, and backhandedly pulled out a large spider and put it on. This is the king of the color-changing spiders that Grandmaster has carefully cultivated for many years. You keep it well. Jiang Ming's heart sizzled inside. Worthy of being the third granduncle. It's a bit baleful, but acceptable. Jiang Ming smiled. Third maternal uncle waved his hand, and several people came forward with knives, ready to divide Qi Jin into 8 sections. Jiang Ming sucked in cold air and covered his third granduncle's eyes. Uncle Sam, Shiwaki, seeing that Qi Jin was about to become the meat foam under the knife, Jiang Ming sighed. Grandmaster, I want a maid. Qi Yuan, ___ winky face. Crowd of companions. Oh, Qi Jin. Well, if you want it, Grandpa will get it for you. The third maternal uncle did not have any care. a mouth should be, so that Qi Yuan directly under the spell, binding the master and servant seal. This scene left Jiang Ming dumbfounded. Straight up outrageous. Bad habits. It's a bad habit. He just casually said that he wanted to humiliate a bit, but he didn't realize that the third granduncle was real in awe. After learning about it, Jiang Ming was also a bit shocked. Qi Yuan was actually a fifth-turn compounder. The spell he cast, no one in the entire enchanting frontier could unravel it except for third uncle grandpa, and Jiang Ming himself. Third uncle grandpa, on the other hand, was slightly stronger, with 6 turns. This made Jiang Ming cry out in admiration. There was an explosion of self-confidence. 9 revolutions to immortality. The third uncle grandpa is already only 3 feet short of the door. Strong ah. Seeing that third granduncle gradually drifted under his adoring gaze, wanting to recount the past, Jiang Ming turned around and walked towards the outside. This made third uncle grandpa momentarily speechless. Under its arrangement, Chiwaki took Jiang Ming on a tour of the enchanting frontier. The people here are simple and everyone is very welcoming. It can be seen that under the management of the inner clan, the entire enchanting frontier is thriving. There are always a number of hilltop tribes that are haunted by the morning sun at dawn with their gentle, ancient songs. The song is soft and gentle and soft to the ear. As far as the eye can see, it is not too much to call it a peaceful wonderland. After playing for 2 days, under Jiang Ming's authorization, Qi Yuan ordered Jiang Ming and Qi Jin to be sent beyond the 100,000 mountains. To get in the car, Qi Jin lowered his head, his face tense. Why did you save me? Qi Jin felt that although he had some posture, the body is also quite attractive, but because had really wanted to kill Jiang Ming's reason. According to this person's character, in no way possible to save themselves right. Is it possible that you really love your beauty? Qi Jin shook his head. It looked like Jiang Ming was not that kind of person. Besides, although the master-servant imprint sounded outrageous, it was popular among couples in the enchanting frontier. Over the years, this has become a sign of the enchanting couple's show of love. Qi Jin followed behind Jiang Ming thought 2 days. Froze this thing repeatedly understand. At the moment nervous question. If Jiang Ming didn't know that this was a husband and wife mark, it would be fine. And if he was really a master and servant, he would have nothing to say. It's good enough to be alive. But in the past 2 days, Jiang Ming had never made any excessive demands on himself other than to play around. Even when he himself waited outside the door for a long time in the middle of the night, Jiang Ming was unmoved. This makes Qi Jin inwardly hesitant, uneasy, and at the same time, somewhat expectant. What if, hearing this, Jiang Ming's expression moved, slowly coming up to Qi Jin's ear and grabbing her hand with the spell? Because, what? Such intimate behavior made Qi Jin's cheeks flushed. Feeling the itch that came from his ears when he breathed in, Qi Jin's chest was a deer in the headlights. When seeing the gradually dissipating master and servant marks, Qi Jin's eyes under his long slender eyelashes, even more gradually widened. Breathing vaguely accelerated, Qi Jin recalled Jiang Ming's handsome face, under the red cheeks, the whole body vaguely some trembling. Could it be that he really, I've wanted to kick your ass for a long time. Bang! Above the wilderness, inside an SUV, a beautiful woman in a sexy red dress in the style of a roundabout, flew out from the passenger side, foaming at the mouth and delirious. The SUV, on the other hand, slammed its doors and took off. Chapter 86, The Formation of the Emperor's Tomb, Changes in Heaven and Earth, Nurture of All Things. Ugh, how dare you try to covet my beauty. On the way, Jiang Ming snorted coldly, quite indignant inside, but at the same time, it's refreshing on the inside. One last revenge. Finally, cool. Go home and look for Hyatt. Prepare for archaeology. After Jiang Ming left, Qi Jin sat on the ground in silence, inhaling the exhaust of the departing SUV. Not long after, an old man in a brown tunic stroked his beard and walked out. Behind the old man, followed by Chiwaki and more than a dozen figures wearing black robes. Since the Holy Sun spared your life, enchanting border, he will not strike at you. Granduncle Sam's voice was flat. Qi Jin lowered his head and did not speak. The master servant seal Unraveling represented Jiang Ming's forgiveness, and the inner clan would not pursue their own faults. But sin is sin, and the enchanting frontier has no room for the guilty. That's the rule. The inner clan had a lot of rules, and in the enchanting frontier, it even possessed an unspeakably terrifying prestige. The moment you break the rules of the inner clan, it is okay not to be known by anyone. Once things are revealed, then, it will provoke the anger of hundreds of high-level compulsion masters of the inner clan, and completely stand on the opposite side of the entire enchanting frontier. For thousands of years, the inner clan has not favored anyone, until Jiang Ming's appearance. The richness of its bloodline was truly terrifying. Jiang Ming's appearance had even caused the inner clan to change their rules. Having gained the approval of the inner clan, Jiang Ming was tantamount to having already gained the support of more than 100,000 companions throughout the enchanting frontier. He himself had offended all the enchanting border companions from the very beginning. Death, inevitable. Pops had tipped off the inner clan witchcraft in the first place, and it was natural for the inner clan witchcraft to find out. Shi-jin wasn't worried about the inner clan taking a shot at Pops, that was part of the rules. Fortunately, Jiang Ming did not move to kill. Shi-jin always had some bitterness inside. The enchanting frontier is your own hometown. Unsurprisingly, one may not return to the enchanting frontier in this life, and this, perhaps, is one's final destination. A moment of greed makes a big mistake. Good and bad karma will be rewarded. Shi-jin respectfully knelt in front of the old man in brown as well as Qi Yuan, the meaning of which has been self-evident. Just a death to pay for the crime. Reluctance to leave home. The third granduncle's face was indifferent. Qi Yuan did not open his mouth. His gaze was calm. This matter, it is no longer his own to worry about. Of the several black-robed men behind him, one of them was clearly trembling a bit in his body. Time passes slowly. The wind of the enchanting frontier slowly haunts the mountains and passes. In this 100,000 mountains, gusts of medicinal fragrance comes, far away. Seems to be able to hear that if there is a soft and gentle singing voice, since you are bent on seeking death, then I will fulfill you. On the way home, I passed Mt. Li. Jiang Ming took a side trip to see the Imperial Tomb scenic area at Mount Li. At this moment, in the line of sight that the spectral pupil was looking at, there was a huge and incomparably terrifying formation that was constantly running above the royal tomb, suppressing the dense corpse gas in the royal tomb. It made it impossible for the corpse's aura to be dispersed outwardly, and even the sound could not be spread. Although it looks amazingly powerful, Moncler Outlet Store it says that according to the current rate of change in heaven and earth, this formation won't be able to support it for several years. Moncler Outlet Store. Not long after he was taken out by the big Moncler outlet online, his second eldest, half a year ago, he quickly perceived that the whole pattern of the Lixil was rapidly disintegrating. An extremely unsettling aura began to reveal itself. Inwardly shocked, hundreds of Qi men bigwigs made timely moves. Together with the many stocks of magic weapons that the military had stored over the years, it was only then that the Imperial Tomb, which was about to completely collapse, was stabilized, suppressing the terrifying aura that was about to awaken within it. Jiang Ming looked at the layout of the Imperial Tomb according to the yin-yang pattern outside of the 9 palaces and 6 harmonies arrangement, in which everything he saw added up to just over 30% of the area he had explored. According to the second master, once the thing hidden within the Imperial Tomb breaks the seal, spelling out the bottom of today's Qimen world, it is true that it can be exterminated. But the time is not right. Furthermore, the Chimera base is a small number and is kept for other purposes. Jiang Ming was puzzled, and then he was exposed to what the military had, up to that point, regarded as top secret. In the past 3 years, heaven and earth have begun to undergo strange changes. Especially recently, the change has been more dramatic. Coincidentally, before exploring the Imperial Tomb, the many people could hardly notice any changes. But since the trip to the Imperial Tomb, almost all of the people realized that the trees along the roadside were growing taller almost every day. Even some of the cats and dogs are a little bigger than they used to be. At first many of the people didn't care, but as time passed, in the 3rd month after their own disappearance, nationwide trees grow to nearly 5 stories tall. What's more, it's very common for them to be more than 10 stories high. It's also the case that dogs and cats haven't noticed much change yet, or else it's expected that all the common species of this type would be in a state of control as well. Of course, not only in China, but also in many foreign countries recently, there have been various strange changes. An unknown era, it seems, is about to descend. Coupled with the distribution of realms released by the Taoist sect and Zhang Xiaoshan's real and unparalleled thunder method, many netizens speculated whether they will enter the era of aura recovery and global cultivation. Although the stuff in the website looks cool, many netizens are still hesitant to know what this change in heaven and earth will actually bring. The rest of the second-rate netizens were looking forward to the official announcement of the Civilian Cultivation Codex earlier. However, based on what Jiang Ming had seen and heard over the past 6 months of traveling abroad on missions, there had been a large number of bizarre incidents in the West, suspected to be the legendary vampires. The pyramids in Egypt and elsewhere shook, and the pharaoh's coffin slabs seemed to be pressing. On the small side of the day, the typhoons were even more violent, and it went from a life of fishing to a life of strange disappearances of seafaring crews from time to time, as if most of the crises came from the deep sea. Comparatively speaking, the land of China has not found any changes for the time being, but there have been a number of people online spreading the word about the shenanigans. For example, a female ghost appeared in this grave today, and a skeleton popped out of that mass grave. Or the rumors of bodies screaming in the middle of the night at the morgue. Or bodies lining up at the crematorium to jump into the cremation pit. Jiang Ming knew. It's not a rumor. Officials have long devised a number of programs to deal with emergencies by pulling together the Qimen community and tying them to the military in the early years. At the moment, quite a few of their own Moncler outlet store, inside this newly formed organization, is responsible for dealing with these folk psychic incidents, because of the reason that this organization has never been exposed. It also makes that, at this moment, the public is still confused about what is about to happen. Jiang Ming also completely because of the popularity of the Moncler Jackets outlet. Therefore, often go to drink tea when the bystanders learned. As for how it would develop in the future, Jiang Ming wasn't sure, but he understood that the new discovery made by the archaeological team recently was afraid of more surprises if nothing else. The heavens and the earth are in flux, and all things are growing. Evil spirits, too, will become more and more rampant. Only, what Jiang Ming didn't expect was that at night, he parked himself in the villa garage and got out of the car. At the main entrance, Qi Jin, dressed in red, was already waiting. Chapter 87, The Map and the Jade Mandate. The cook of the archaeological team. The Death Guard order? Looking at the token that Qi Jin kneeled down and respectfully handed over, Jiang Ming fell into deep thought. This token had never even heard of it on its own. But under Qi Jin's explanation, Jiang Ming understood. In the end, it is just a lot of rules of the inner clan. Qi Jin cannot stay in the enchanting frontier. The third granduncle gave her a clear path. Let her follow their own as a fighter. Secret protection. Waiting for their own when the patriarch. At that time, Qi Jin because of the protection of the patriarch has merits and demerits, and then back to the enchanting frontier. But looking at Qi Jin's thin arms and legs, Jiang Ming could not help but be suspicious. Sure this isn't about me protecting her? Granduncle Sam was a straight shooter, doing things on their own terms. Maybe he saw that he couldn't bear to kill her and thought he was interested in her? Maybe he thought he was interested in her? That's really grassy. You go live next door. That's Chi Waki's house. Feel free to toss it around. Jiang Ming was also too embarrassed to kick her out, and thought that it would be good to have more errand boys. Soul pointed next door. She said to give. The keys also came over. The real estate license is delayed to the transfer. Jiang Ming also did not find him to, and now thrown to Qi Jin blindly forget. Qi Jin kowtowed and thanked him. Jiang Ming didn't say anything else and walked into the house on his own. Back, the sound of the door closing sounded. A gentle voice came from the room. Jiang Ming looked over and a quirky little head poked out of the kitchen. Brother Ming, wait, the food will be ready soon. With a greeting and a pair of bare slippers, Han Xiaoye began to run around the kitchen. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa, quietly enjoying his leisure time, and from time to time, he also lamented that he was really lucky. Raising her eyes, Han Xiaoye was not tall, but she had delicate features and a cheerful and gentle personality. It was summer, and although Han Xiaoye was wearing black short sleeves and shorts, but the figure, which was nearly equal to the golden ratio, was hidden. The slender waist twists and the legs are smooth and white, coupled with gelatinous, jade-like skin. It looks bouncy and axiomatic, as well as the cute baby fat on her face, the clear eyes that seem to contain hope and dawn under her slender lashes. Not only is there no worldly temptation to be seen in it yet, instead, it's easier to feel a youthfulness that is unique to young girls. Brother Ming, try it. At this time, Han Xiaoye walked out with 2 plates of fragrant rice, her large eyes blinking under her slender eyelashes as she looked at Jiang Ming expectantly. It could be seen that she was enjoying this quiet moment with Jiang Ming. It smells great. Jiang Ming's unthinking praise instantly caused Han Xiaoye's cheeks to blush, and it was clear that little brother Ming's approval was undoubtedly the best reward for her. A meal was quickly consumed. Han Xiaoye smiled and went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa, drinking the special tea that he had shunned from Grandmaster Han, revealing his thoughts. The pattern of the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin is too cumbersome. Moncler outlet store still dare not move. Their own short time. I guess I cannot go back to explore. It's been 6 months, but I ended up joining the archaeology team myself. It turned out to be good. The military follow-up mission had the dragon team in place, so he didn't need to worry about it himself. The only thing to worry about now was the weird spell on himself. Jiang Ming looked at the bizarre blood-colored chain runes on his arm. There was no discomfort on his body, and the spell seemed to have stalled after spreading to his left shoulder, but it still flares up every 3 months. At that time, the whole body was strangely itchy and unbearable, as if there were ants in the meridians and bones, gnawing on the flesh and bone marrow. That one seizure. Jiang Ming almost died in the mission. The seizure a week ago was worse with severe pain. It's not that Jiang Ming hasn't looked for Moncler Jackets outlet store it, but the little 200 Moncler Jackets outlet, all of them are at their wits' end. Li Jianshan and 7, 8, like this. The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is too much of a crisis to be explored for the time being. It looked like the only way to unearth the truth and undo the spell was by searching for the tombs of others in the Qin dynasty. After finishing his thoughts, Jiang Ming looked at the information that Han Xiaoye had brought from the archaeology team today. After researching, the professors clearly perceived that within that volume of jade slips, there was a map hidden. After many archaeology professors analyzed and pieced together their guesses, this map, it seems to be a very mysterious mountain range. Comparison with the presumed Qin dynasty landscape revealed that the valley, most likely, was where the Ghost Valley lineage was located during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Yunmeng Mountain, Ghost Valley Ridge, Sun Bin, Pangwan, Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Shan Yang, Mao Sui, and so on, as the outstanding characters of the Guigu lineage. None of them is the top talent of the contemporary era. It can be said that, in the era of the time, the Guigu lineage, it can be said to be in charge of the world's wind and clouds. Furthermore, according to the information Jiang Ming had learned in his previous life, most of the disciples of the Ghost Valley lineage lived in eras that were far apart. So when the past life also has the Ghost Valley Z survived hundreds of years of legend. Could this, too, have something to do with the legendary elixir of immortality? Jiang Ming pondered inwardly. It's better to wait to report to the archaeology team and hear what the professors have to say. Jiang Ming collected the information and looked at the special appointment book of the archaeological team on the side. Well, cook, part-time intern assistant. Jiang Ming secretly nodded his head. This identity perfectly fit his requirements. Low profile, unobtrusive, and following archaeology, or even, bringing a demon sword would not be noticeable at all. Jiang Ming looked aside, satisfied with the demonic knife that had been hidden by the artisan in a large rolling pin. The persona also fits perfectly with the persona of a recent college graduate working 2 jobs trying to make money. It won't attract the attention of anyone who is interested. Salary $800 a month. The special allowance is $200, 000 per month, and the year-end bonus is $1. $2 million. That equates to approximately over $3 million a year. Regarding the live broadcast proposed by Jiang Ming, the archaeological team felt it was feasible. Live streaming proceeds 46 cents. 40% for the archaeology team, who contacted the live streaming platform for a no-cost push. Jiang Ming was satisfied. To ensure that he wouldn't encounter any tricky netherworld monsters next, Jiang Ming simply called Zhang Shashan, told about the mission that brought him to the archaeological team, particularly focused on describing the fact that the salary is higher than his own, and he is a special dog. This instantly made Zhang Shashan excited and he hurriedly responded. In Zhang Shashan's opinion, a member of the dragon team like Jiang Ming, a rookie in the Qi Men world, would not be able to earn $5 or $6 million a year. Monasticism? It's only a few bucks for monasticism. Zhang Shashan is a very simple person. He didn't ask Jiang Ming how much his salary was. He knew that it was perfectly fine for him to get a few tens of thousands of dollars for a few random days. With dreams of getting rich, Zhang Shashan excitedly answered in one mouthful. As for the paper Jiang Ming had submitted some time ago, it had quickly caused a shock when the archaeological team officially named it and appreciated it. Inside of the Qin Emperor's palindrome, it is recorded that the time of the divine right of kings, and the time when people were made to be mole crickets, it all sounds too ridiculous. After all, back then, they had watched as only little brother had read the entire jade slip. That is to say, almost no one other than the professor has ever seen the jade slip again. At this moment, a hanging hair named Jiang Ming had released such an outrageous paper. Chapter 88. What can the other Jiang Ming compare to Tomb Raider? Ooh, damn it, little brother has been dead for more than half a year, and there are still people desecrating you. You're the one who found the Qin Emperor's palindrome, and now there's even someone who's faking it with this. Damn it, what did the group of professors in the archaeological team do? They obviously defended little brother so much before, but as a result, in the end, they even let Jiang Ming, the thief, make things up? It's just a matter of making things up. The key is that the archaeological team actually recognized Jiang Ming's nonsense. Surprisingly, they didn't take little brother's previous contributions to heart in the slightest. Damn it, brothers, form a group to knife Jiang Ming. We're going to stand up for little brother. For a while, Tomb Raider Little Brother Bar, countless hot-blooded young people generously signed up. They inquired that this dastardly Jiang Ming had been recognized by the archaeological team and joined the UD archaeological team, already ready to follow the archaeological team members next, to explore the suspected spring and autumn and warring states period of the Ghost Valley Ridge. Ghost Valley Ridge, but it was a place that concerned that mysterious and incomparable Shin Wei Zi of the Ghost Valley sect. Such an important place, convergence of all parties can be archaeological elite. Who would have thought that Jiang Ming, the thief who took the dead man's merits and made up nonsense to profit himself and join the archaeological team, would be qualified to go with him? But wherever little brother was going, they said they would pave the way for him. But a mere Jiang Ming, what could he compare to little brother? Damn! Countless netizens are very indignant. Even after learning what the tomb robber had done in the imperial tomb before, the archaeology enthusiasts, archaeologists, and archaeology academicians who had a strong liking for it were born as a result. There was also a flurry of anger. Abominable! Tomb Raider Jr. is dead, though the imperial tomb is still, to this day, incapable of being fully developed. But no one can erase the archaeological feats made by Tomb Raider Jr. For a moment, countless netizens righteously denounced it. Prepare to go forward and claim for the grave robber boy when the archaeological team gathers to discuss exploration arrangements in 3 days' time. Countless of them were ready to turn on the livestream and even retweet the story again. For a time, the heat of the theft of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, which had been silent for half a year, miraculously revived again. When tens of millions of netizens learned about this, they even ignited their anger and vowed to stand up for their little brother. Even more, this heat has rushed to the top 10 of the hot searches, causing no small sensation. Jiang Ming, who was lying under the covers, ready to go to sleep, brushed up the recent news on a whim. When he saw the bizarre scene on the hot search where his own fans were trying to claim him and stand up for him, he sucked in some cold air, tapping the system panel to look at it. His heat, which hadn't grown in half a year, had once again soared by more than 10 million. This greatly moved Jiang Ming. What a great group of fans. I love you guys to death. Jiang Ming was very pleased. After carrying out the mission for more than half a year, he had not only turned in his nanoprotective suit and nanomask, but he had even helped the Ministry of State Security upgrade its security system with the help of the system. The top clearly wanted to pursue the matter, even taking out a hefty $300 million to allow Jiang Ming to continue to develop the technology. But it was rejected by Jiang Ming. One starts and ends with the intention of being able to archaeologize in peace, and that's all there is to it. For anything else, Jiang Ming couldn't muster half an interest. It is also for this reason many cards have not been exposed. The above is obviously clear. They still have many secrets, but as they make more and more achievements, the above obviously will be their own as well as their whole family, included in the top secret files, and no longer ask any questions about their secrets. At this moment, aside from the bizarre spell on his body, Jiang Ming was completely free of worries. Moreover, the total number of his own fans over the past 6 months had reached a staggering 30 million, and with today's edition, it had already surpassed the 40 million mark. As for the vocal fans, Jiang Ming smiled faintly and fell back to sleep. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, after eating the exquisite breakfast prepared by Han Xiaoye, Jiang Ming finished cleaning up the dishes with her and drove towards the archaeological team. At this moment, Prof. Zhang Jianguo and other professors who have studied the Qin dynasty deeply are already waiting. This was a temporary stronghold for the archaeological team. They would prepare their things here, and after they packed up almost, they would go together to the UD archaeological team, and then they would set off with the UD archaeological team members to the Ghost Valley Ridge. Of course, Prof. Jin and Prof. Jia, the two titanic professors of the headquarters, would also follow along with the expedition. However, at this moment, Professor Jin and Professor Jia looked to be full of anger. They had also learned last night about Jiang Ming, that thieving son of A, who had actually taken advantage of Tomb Raider Jr.'s discovery, thus joining the archaeological team and gaining the approval of this group of corrupt professors. This made the real and fake professors very angry. In the face of the two heavyweights' bitter rebuke, the professors, led by Zhang Jianguo, kept wiping their sweat, and no one dared to open their mouths to explain. On that day, everyone present had signed a confidentiality order. Nothing about Tomb Raider Jr. can be told to the outside world, to anyone, and by that time, the real and fake professors were still on their way here on their bicycles, and then it was learned that the Tomb Raider boy had been killed. For this reason, Prof. Jin and Prof. Jia also went on a grief hunger strike for a week. It was evident how much they recognized Tomb Raider Jr. At this moment, someone has the audacity to utilize the residual heat of little brother to make such a bold statement without any empirical evidence. No way. There's no way I'm letting him join the archaeology team. What this person said about the thesis is nearly identical to what the Qin Emperor's palindrome recorded, and he definitely peeked at the contents of the palindrome while we were off guard. Damn it, this person is so bold to be so reckless. When he arrives, I will definitely take him to justice. You guys wait, I'm calling the cops. Without saying a word, the true or false professor simply called the police. The professors didn't dare to stop them. Green Wolf, who had been transferred to the nearby police station since the incident at the Imperial Tomb, received the news at once and revealed his anger. Damn it, it's not even a problem for this goddamned grave robber to be bailed out by the military. But at this moment there's even someone who dares to touch my old man's mold. Damn it, it's been more than half a year. I've been looking for that grave robber for more than half a year and I haven't found him. I haven't touched a woman in over 6 months. Damn it, since you borrowed the grave robber's merit, then, you will also have to bear the wrath that the grave robber left on me. Coyote was angry. Nowadays, he was on fire when he heard people mention the word toon rating, especially bad for the archaeology team. The appearance of Jiang Ming in this district was related to that grave robber, not to mention that he even joined the archaeological team just like the grave robber. Damn! The Green Wolf was incomparably on fire when he recalled how he had been burning with desire for the past 6 months, and how the leather pipe under the ground had not stretched at all. Departure. If I can't beat the grave robbers, I can't beat you. Jiang Ming? Just pretend you're the damn grave robber. Coyote wants to take the heat for his leather hose. Chapter 89. From now on, you are my good big brother. At this time, a $1 million SUV also entered the temporary site of the archaeological team. Is that Hyatt coming? It seems to be true. Finally, it's here. I wonder if this ninny has brought Jiang Ming? The professors caused a commotion. Under the suspicious gaze of the real and fake professors, a beautiful and valiant figure wearing combat pants, black leather boots, and a camouflage jacket, walked down. Han Xiaoye? Isn't this the granddaughter of old General Han? True or false? Professor is very puzzled. Han, old general's granddaughter, naturally, also went to the military experience, even before joining the archaeological team of the approval. Also, he personally threw. What's the relationship between this girl and that damnable Jiang Ming? Professor True or False's face was gloomy and uncertain, but as the co-pilot, a young man dressed in plain black clothes and carrying a rolling pin, stepped down. Professor True or False froze. This kid feels kind of familiar. Ha! The two professors froze, but quickly remained somber. Kid, no matter what your status is, daring to impersonate someone else's merit is a crime. I've called the police on you. The two professors did not recognize them at once, although they felt a little familiar. After all, they were elderly and knew what they were talking about. Jiang Ming also understood and directly ignored the two, surveying the four by himself. The rest of the professors gathered around in excitement. Good boy, you're finally here. Young man, young and promising. We've been talking to Xiaoye for a long time, and we've finally brought you here today. Not bad, not seen for half a year. The young man is really still graceful. The professors clustered around, making the real and fake professors a little suspicious. Upon hearing the words of half a year, a long time ago, from the professors' mouths, the two professors only then seemed to remember something, and their eyes widened. You're the tomb raiding little brother from the 3-day trip to the Imperial Tomb half a year ago? Exclamations of shock emanated from the two professors, their minds reeling. Jiang Ming looked at the duo and briefly pondered. Pretty much. But, Jiang Ming took out the rolling pin behind him. I'm currently a cook on the archaeology team and a part-time intern assistant. Are you really that little brother? The two professors perked up with a flurry of excited pleasantries. After hearing about Jiang Ming's encounter, the resentment the two professors had felt over the past half a year because of the tomb raiding little brother being shot down had completely dissipated. I told you, how could the military be so insensitive? Well, young man, from now on you'll stay in the archaeology team and don't go anywhere. Well, what a show! The real and fake professors were obviously very excited, and were indignant when they heard that Jiang Ming's salary was only $800, and his bonus was even only $200,000. Directly slapped the board to raise Jiang Ming's special performance bonus to $500,000 per month. This caused Jiang Ming to suck in cold air, feeling more and more that his move to join the archaeological team was really the right one. Han Xiaoye, who was on the side, was equally happy holding Jiang Ming's arm and chatting with the professors on the four sides. The professors are all kinds of lang talented, golden children, listening to Han Xiaoye's petite and shy, while Jiang Ming is laughing and constantly waving his hand. The scene was peaceful for a while, but just then, where's Jiang Ming? As several police cars rushed in with a huff, Green Wolf kicked the door open and rushed down with red eyes. The leather hose hadn't been stubbed out for 6 months, and Coyote was furious. At this moment, a mouthful of bad anger was on his body, and he desperately wanted to vent it, when he saw the figure carrying the rolling pin in the crowd, but his eyes slowly narrowed, and as a more and more familiar feeling surfaced, Green Wolf's face changed greatly. Coyote was shocked, then teary-eyed. He never thought that the grandpa he had been looking for half a year would appear so suddenly, although that little white face did attract jealousy. That aura of witchcraft that was hard to detect by normal people could not be hidden at all. The identity of this person has been called out. The Green Wolf cried like a pear, quickly ran over and directly hugged Jiang Ming's thigh in death, tears streaming down her face. Brother, please save me. I haven't touched meat in 6 months. Big brother, please raise your hand. The green wolf knows that he is not defeated, but also profoundly understands that this kid looks harmless, but he has a deep heart, and he cannot fight. The only way to have a ray of life is to have his own skin pipe. The green wolf appeared abruptly and hugged his thigh very abruptly. The professors on the floor look at me and you, full of confusion. The officers behind him were equally confused. Jiang Ming frowned. Bearded, roughneck, still so crybaby, himself, doesn't know him, ha? Seeing Jiang Ming's appearance of being completely unable to remember who he was, King Wolf's heart stung inside and his mind collapsed. Brother, I'm the one who blew you up with an RPG. Big brother, I've been repenting for half a year. Big brother, save my leather pipe. No, you can beat me out of it. Hiss. At the mention of leather pipes and RPGs, Jiang Ming remembered. Oh little wolf, don't cry, get up. Jiang Ming's face was filled with sighs. Half a year had gone by, and Green Wolf was still so unkempt. If you hadn't said that, I would have forgotten about it. Ha ha. There, cured. You go back. Jiang Ming helped him up, and as the words came out, the Green Wolf was confused. That's good. The Green Wolf is full of stagnation, inner apprehension. This guy will not still hold a grudge, right? Well, if you can't, why don't you try next door? Jiang Ming responded pertinently, and Green Wolf nodded repeatedly. You'll be my good big brother from now on. Coyote hurried into the unoccupied tent next door and pulled out the small movie. 3 minutes later, asterisk big brother, so towered. Big brother, are you strengthening me by the way? Too strong. 5 minutes later, Green Wolf wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked away happily. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. Backhandedly, he called Coyote's boss and told him to take care of it. If it wasn't for Green Wolf mentioning it, I'm afraid Jiang Ming would have really forgotten about the RNG. The group of women from the Chemin community have started raising pigs in the military district, and they're still missing a feeder. Isn't that a coincidence? The professors looked puzzled from start to finish, and the officers even more so. After a brief interlude, another large group of archaeology professors arrived on the scent with a shower of compliments. Many people have even called out that the $500,000 special performance allowance is too little and demanded that it be raised to $1 million. This made Jiang Ming call out to the insiders straight away. And then the monthly performance allowance bonus, which became $800,000, and the year-end bonus of $2, $4 million, $10 million in annual revenue. This is still the result after hundreds of professors have argued with their superiors and are red in the face. Jiang Ming was greatly moved. Han Xiaoye, on the other hand, looked at her monthly salary of $3,000, with no bonuses, and fell into deep thought. It's okay, I'll feed you. Jiang Ming put his arm around Han Xiaoye's shoulders and smiled. Han Xiaoye's cheeks instantly flushed and she nodded her head. Chapter 90, Arrival in the UD. After informing the professors that they mustn't spread the word that he was the Tomb Raider, Jiang Ming began to learn the details of this archaeology from the crowd. Regarding the Ghost Valley sect, the records of this world are much more mutilated compared to the previous world, but one thing is basically certain. Since the maps of Yunmeng Mountain and Jigu Ridge can be found in the Emperor of Qin's palindrome, it undoubtedly indicates that there will be a lot of discoveries about those hidden secrets of the Qin dynasty. Perhaps, where the Jiga school, which is the leader of the world, is located. Considering the recent changes in the heavens and the earth, the archaeological endeavor is bound to take a turn for the worse. Rising corpses have become a family affair. There is a deep-hearted Long 26 on the side of the archaeological team, and the top has simply supported the archaeological team with a group of fighters who know the secret elements of the Qimen, the Five Poison sect. The disciples of the Five Poison sect, aside from their hearts being a bit on the bizarre side, were still extremely capable. Multiple missions had made a mess of the outside, so it could be said that for the 128 people in the Five Poison sect, there were 1,280 pounds of backbones, a very special clan. The main thing is that we just can't get anyone this time. The heavens and the earth shifted, and the Chinese landscape was so vast that the hundreds of thousands of people in the district's Qimen sector could be abused to just over 100,000 people. Even with all of them thrown out, it still seems a little constrained. From what Jiang Ming understood, it seemed that since the archaeological team had applied to enter the imperial tomb several years ago, that was how the top had rejected it. This is also what led to the development of less than 2% of the entire archaeological community in the set. This, coupled with the fact that the Ministry of Scientific Research, in collaboration with the Zhuge family, was busy researching new tools, also made it so that the idea of protective clothing put forward by those few soon-to-be embarked old men in the archaeological community was pigeonholed again and again. In other words, a great change in heaven and earth is coming. so don't waste too much energy on small things like archaeology. Of course, ever since Jiang Ming stepped into the imperial tomb and completely messed up the 4 plates of the tomb of the first Qin emperor by mistake, Jiang Ming's moncler jackets also realized that the changes in heaven and earth seemed to be related to the ancient tomb as well. That's what brought the Great Dragon 26 back to his dream position. Since our identities can't be exposed, in my opinion, why don't we depart tonight and head directly to the UD archaeological team, and tomorrow we'll simply recuperate, and the day after tomorrow, early in the morning, we'll start departing in search of Cloud Dream Mountain. Xiao Zhang's paper. It's all over the internet, and the top won't let us explain it, so this is the only way. Xiao Jiang, what do you think? Could be. Jiang Ming nodded. More is better than less, so the crowd went back to get ready. After Jiang Ming sent a location to Jenny Turtle and asked him to lead a team to the UD archaeological team to curry support, he also returned home and opened the garage. Looking at the wide array of even incredibly advanced guns and ammunition inside, Han Xiaoye was a bit shocked. From the Dragon Armory, Jiang Ming smiled as the two of them began to organize their equipment. Although Han Xiaoye seems to be a gentle and tender, not tall, soft and sweet little sister, but that's all superficial. Just usually do not show the mountains and hide very deep. In Jiang Ming's estimation, one Han Xiaoye was at the very least approximately equal to 2 green wolves. After all, he was a descendant of a general's family, and Master Han had thrown Han Xiaoye into the military camp when he was a child. Various fighting techniques, firearms and knife skills, and the use of heavy firearms had long since been familiar to Han Xiaoye. Even, Han Xiaoye had begun to follow Sword Elder's cultivation early on. At the moment there was quite a bit of internal energy present in the body, or, as it was called in the Chi-Man world, air, and it was also very thick. The annotations vary from discipline to discipline, but they are basically similar. Even though Han Xiaoye hadn't learned any secret Chi-Man techniques, with the addition of air, plus the fact that Sword Elder had been finding herbs for Han Xiaoye since she was a child to strengthen her muscles and bones, she would soak in them from time to time. After so many years, this girl's strength, sinews and bones, had long been as terrifying as it was. Various combat techniques were even more integrated. Thinking back to the previous scene where Han Xiaoye had come to find herself unscrewing bottle caps from time to time, Jiang Ming was a little saddened. Luckily, I didn't hook up with another woman at the time and was obsessed with studying archaeology. Otherwise her skull might be lifted off in the next second. Han Xiaoye put on her bulletproof soft armor and wore a pistol lightly, some ammunition followed by a stash of daggers. Finally the jacket was put on, and a harmless, gentle smile showed on his pretty face. Brother Ming, I'll help you. Compared to Han Xiaoye, Jiang Ming's equipment was much simpler, with 2 pieces of bulletproof soft armor on, 3 more tucked casually in his backpack, and a rolling pin behind his back. He was packing light, mainly because most of the weapons were for Jiang Ming to hide in the system space. The backpack was in the end a window dressing. Jiang Ming called out to Qi Jin and let her pick at random, except for some daggers, portable pistols. Qi Jin finally chose a Barrett, ammunition loaded with 2 big bags full, and only then stopped. Because of her previous relationship as the saint daughter of the enchanting frontier, Shi Yuan had naturally arranged special training for her for up to 3 years. Its strength itself was only stronger than the green wolf. Most of all, it was her treacherous and unpredictable compulsion. Previously, if he hadn't had a strong bloodline, explosive perception, and was equally proficient in the art of witchcraft, I'm afraid that with the treacherous and strange insects in this woman's hands alone, he would have been able to slaughter himself without realizing it. After the 3 of them finished packing, Han Xiaoye and Jiang Ming got into the SUV. Qi Jin similarly drove another cross-country, following the duo unhurriedly. The 3 of them, in a group, headed towards the UD archaeological team, and quickly rushed away. And at the same time, the archaeological elites from all over the world who received the first-hand news also drove towards the UD archaeological team. It can be said that this UD archaeology is related to that mysterious and incomparable Qin dynasty. While pulling back part of the mystery for the Qin dynasty archaeology, Tomb Raider Jr. also ignites the love of the whole archaeology team for the Qin dynasty archaeology. One is the first emperor who used millions of corpses and bones to guard the destiny of the 9 states for 10,000 years, and the other is the Gigu Zi, who, in the wild history, is in charge of the world's cattle ear. Plus the maps recorded in the palindromes in the imperial tombs. It has completely stirred the blood within archaeology enthusiasts. Countless people are willing to rush for this. Almost at the same time that Jiang Ming and the others arrived, the elites from all parties followed closely behind and arrived one after another. At this time, inside the UD archaeological team, local archaeologists have long arranged for single tents, double tents, triple tents, As the name suggests, 2 to 3 single beds in a tent, each with a simple partition in between. That's kind of a big part of the archaeology team, available to archaeology team members at their leisure. Solo people stay in simple tents, and 3-person tents are mostly occupied by 3 bachelors, or 3 female girlfriends. Just as Jiang Ming was in a happy mood, pulling Han Xiaoye along, he was packing up his things in the 2-person tent. An onion head full of excitement lifted the curtain. Xiaoye, I heard that you also come. Petrochemical, JPG, Chapter 91, he's just trying to buy a peace of mind with money. This. You. The onion head looked dumbfounded at Jiang Ming, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. His 2 eyes were extremely wide, plus on the side. Han Xiaoye, who had always been regarded as a goddess by herself, was so sweet as to help that little white boy pour water. This scene caused Onion Head to be like a lightning strike, and his entire body froze in place, feeling like the person was numb. He's been chasing Han Xiaoye for 3 years. Flowers, luxury cars, upscale restaurants, VIP theaters. Although Han Xiaoye has never accompanied herself, but you can buy a double portion yourself every time. From the first day of the transfer, the onion head was immersed in Han Xiaoye's gentle and soft temperament, unable to extricate himself from it, and vowed to chase her into his hands and start a wonderful life of white heads in old age. Even the onion head is self-conscious. He never goes to the bath center and other dirty places. He is a man of integrity and treats people generously, not to mention that he is coupled with his own family's rich and powerful old man. Onion Head confidence is high, but in the past 3 years, he had never kept within 5 meters of Han Xiaoye, not to mention that he had never even had a date. I thought Han Xiaoye would be impressed by his sincerity, but who would have thought that just today? Surprisingly, a little white boy had appeared in Han Xiaoye's tent before himself. Damn, he hadn't gotten access to the tent himself until now. Hateful. Onion Head's eyes gradually filled with blood, and the gaze he looked at Jiang Xiaobai became pained. But soon, the onion head still suppressed the heartache inside, straightened his clothes, squeezed out a gentle smile as much as possible, and spoke softly. Xiaoye, who is he? Han Xiaoye handed it to Jiang Ming and put down the kettle. Well, after all, Brother Xiao Ming had said that his identity couldn't be exposed. Han Xiaoye thought about it and spoke calmly. He's the new cook on the archaeology team, and archaeology assistant, helping me out. So it is. The onion head wiped his sweat. Luckily, or he would have almost lost his temper in front of the goddess. But this little white boy is too good looking to be wary of. Otherwise, 3 years of hard work will be in vain, and you'll have to go back and inherit the family fortune. The onion head nodded darkly. What are you doing here again? In the face of Han Xiaoye's questioning, Onion Head smiled resentfully. I didn't happen to be invited to participate in this quest, and I was afraid you'd forget to bring something. So no, I brought you all those basic necessities. The onion head pulled the tent wider, revealing the large bag, high-end kettle, high-end tea bar machine, 888 worth of imported mountain spring water, 30,000 pounds of special tea. There are also a variety of fine living items. Jiang Ming, seeing Xiao Ming's serious face, Han Xiaoye frowned, fearing that Xiao Ming would get angry, so she fiercely glared at the onion head, ready to drive him away as usual, when Jiang Ming directly spoke on the side. Put the stuff down. Onion head frowned. Dude, who are you? He's me. Han Xiaoye didn't want to waste more words with him and stood out ready to swear her sacred love relationship with brother Xiao Ming. But unexpectedly Jiang Ming suddenly opened his mouth. Boyfriends only. Boyfriend? The onion head was dumbfounded. Looking at his own pursuit of 3 years could not break through even one step of the 5-meter distance of the goddess. At this moment by a do not know from that slum drilled out of the little white boy so close. The onion head completely muggle, as if he had completely lost his ability to think. Onion head felt like his entire body was confused. He could only stare blankly at Han Xiaoye, whose cheeks were blushing, his voice trembling. He really, aha. Hearing this, Han Xiaoye, in a split second, blushed. Could it be that Brother Ming wants to do something with me tonight that only girlfriends can do? Like sharing a bed? Han Xiaoye's heart was pounding with deer, and she subconsciously shrunk her narrowed feet and legs, expectant and nervous. After all, the two have never done anything out of the ordinary since they established their relationship. Han Xiaoye is also the first time to talk to someone. Not much experience. For a moment, Han Xiaoye's little head was in disarray, her cheeks red with shame and silent. Instead, Jiang Ming stood up and put one hand on Han Xiaoye's fragrant shoulder, indicating that this was indeed the case. Omega. Inside the onion head, /mouth, /. It's just a male best friend. As long as I'm with her, Xiaoye is happy. Don't you want to see Xiaoye happy? Besides, it's not like the two of us did anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that your true heart for Xiaoye can't stand up to such a test? Jiang Ming sipped his tea, half leaned back on the bed, and leisurely opened his mouth. Onion Head's mouth twitched and he growled inwardly. Since the beginning of time, male girlfriends have been Damn it! The Onion Head narrowed his eyes and inwardly calculated how he could take down this person. It could already be seen that the thick aura of resentment was gradually washing over the Onion Head's mind. Bring this stuff in. Jiang Ming sipped his water and followed his advice. Your affection is here. Xiaodia looks at it every day and can't help but be moved. Don't you think so? With me, from now on you can give whatever you want. This heavenly beauty of being accepted as a gift by a goddess. Have you ever had it before? Faced with this explanation from Jiang Ming, Onion Head visibly froze. For some reason, it suddenly made so much sense to him. After all, this is, kinda true. When Jiang Ming saw this, the gentle smile on his face increased. Think about it, in the past, Xiaoya never let you get close, but because of my appearance, Xiaoya started to try to accept things from you. Isn't this not an improvement for you? Who else in the world could have fooled you if you were as smart as you are? You got that right, Onion Head. Jiang Ming's words came out. The Onion Head narrowed his eyes, always feeling weird, but the thought that the white boy was most likely the goddess's hairdresser or some such fellow was also slightly reassuring. After all, after 3 years of observation, Onion Head was convinced that the goddess was simply positive. Even the goddess has few friends and has always been a loner. Not to mention talking to someone. It's hard not to have a sudden change of temperament in the last 3 years. Unlikely. This kid, it is not allowed to say that just the goddess of the hair small. The family trust relations to let the goddess to help him find a job. In the way of the relationship between the 7 ants and ants, had to chat with the hair small, and this kid happens to be a douchebag. In the long run, you will be hated by the goddess. Fantastic. Onion Head took a deep breath. Goddess, I'll move it in for you. That's right. Jiang Ming smiled faintly, with no intention of helping. After a lot of work, Onion Head was out of breath and eventually left the goddess's tent with reluctance. Yell at me anytime, goddess. I'm on 24/7 waiting for you to call me. Onion Head's voice was far away, and Jiang Ming studied the high-end tea bar machine, powering it up to heat up imported blah 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 water and then brewing 30,000 pounds of tea. A few moments later, TSK. Ha! Jiang Ming, for all asterisk. It's so cozy, really cool. Brother Ming, this. Han Xiaoye was a bit hesitant, and Jiang Ming naturally knew what she was thinking and let out a sigh. You girl, just follow me. Alas, too real. Ah. Han Xiaoye was a bit confused. Jiang Ming took a sip of the $30,000 tea water and spoke eloquently. Do you think he's trying to chase you? No, he's just trying to spend money to buy peace of mind for his unruly soul. The richer you are, the emptier you are. Chapter 92, Departure, Flag Cloud Mountain Range. Well, Han Xiaoye was a little confused, but there was no doubt that trust in brother Xiaoming directly occupied the high ground of thinking. Han Xiaoye nodded seriously and drank the tea that Jiang Ming had brewed. No matter what, this tea seemed to have inexplicably become a few points sweeter once it passed through brother Xiaoming's hands. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was lying on the bed with a serious face, absorbing all the spiritual corrosion brought about by his extravagant life without stinting, and inwardly feeling more and more that it was really necessary to do one good deed a day. Money is the root of all evil. This Onion Head comrade is too corrupted by money. One must save him. Jiang Ming deeply felt that such a mission should not be left to others. Only those who are as kind-hearted as himself can do it. Jiang Ming was determined that the weight of the mission was too heavy to live up to. Only after leaving, always squatting not far from the Onion Head, looking at the tent too snugly sipping tea figure, fell into a deep thought. For some reason, looking at the goddess and his male best friend in close proximity, there is always a feeling inside that something is not quite right. But after all, he has a brilliant head. Who else in the world could have fooled him? The Onion Head was silent for a long time, his eyes narrowing slowly. Get rid of the evil. This male best friend is simply abominable, although his appearance does help me. But, must find a way to squeeze him out after getting the goddess's favorability. Onion Head's gaze was deep. As the second oldest of the only 2 heirs of the Wang family, the only trouble Onion Head had ever had since he was a child was that he had too much money to spend. There is no such thing as not getting what you want. In his opinion, this horrible as hell banknote ability of his own added, compared with that male best friend whose whole body exudes a poor aura. All of a sudden the highs and lows are immediately differentiated. As long as the goddess has long been accustomed to have me this kind of money ability to bring the extravagant life, then as long as one day, I suddenly cut off this kind of supply, the goddess is bound to be under the 10,001, directly chasing me backwards. Onion Head took a deep breath. He came to his senses. He figured it out. White boy. Just you wait. The Onion Head looked deeply at the 2 figures in the tent who didn't know what they were talking about intimately, and with a dark thought of 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, he turned around and left. And it was not long after Onion Head left. The duo of Jenny Turtle and Fire Dragon Jr. also arrived soon after with their team, and after some negotiation with the professors, their specific escort duties were determined. At the same time, also informed the existence of Qi Jin, each other have seen a fight, then each dispersed shift to perform escort duties. There was no talk all night. When the second morning came, the team came out one by one to start washing up. At this time, Onion Head was looking at Jiang Ming, who had stepped out of the goddess tent with sleepy eyes, with red eyes, and was so angry that his back teeth were about to be clenched. All night long, it stayed up all night. Because of the location of Onion Head's tent right across from Han Xiaoye's duo, Onion Head hadn't been able to hold back his attention on the duo all night. At this moment, looking at the little white man is brushing his teeth with the delicate and cute pink toothbrush he bought for his goddess, he suddenly feels that the blue counterpart in his hand doesn't smell good anymore. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cursed a bad luck. Onion Head threw away more than 1,000 blue toothbrushes. Had thought in goddesses across the sky. Toothbrushes hide love. Secret eye. Who would have thought that everything he had gifted to his goddess had been given to the shameless little white boy? Damn. But when Onion Head saw the goddess sipping the tea she had given him and walking out of the tent rather leisurely, Onion Head felt a lot more relief inside. It looks like the little white boy wasn't useless. At least the goddess doesn't resist giving herself away. Improve a little bit every day, and sooner or later the goddess will be mine. The Onion Head's face kept changing color and began to think about what to do next. Everyone will come over for a meeting to confer after dinner in a few minutes. The professors passed out words, the archaeological elites informed each other, and Onion Head took the opportunity to serve the meal made by the chef he'd hired to cook it directly to the goddess with a smile on his face. But I didn't expect that the goddess seemed to have no appetite, and even pushed it directly to the little white man beside her. The Onion Head's inner depression nearly washed over him, but he suppressed his heart's resentment and once again asked the chef to prepare one. Only then did Han Xiaoye very happily eat with Jiang Ming. From afar, the Onion Head was expressionless, looking at the pair of Lang's untalented daughter. His heart kept dripping blood. However, watching himself from the very beginning of the dog have a chance to get close to the goddess, the Onion Head cannot help but hesitate inside. But just then, yo, brother, your fetish is quite rare. Not far behind him, a small Taoist priest, who looked shriveled in his dark blue Taoist robes, yawned and flirted. Who are you? Onion Head's face was somber, and Zhang Xiaoshan scratched his head. Taoist master, I pinched the finger to count. Your Hall of India black, the middle palace with a break. Recently the peach blossom is not good. Seems to have a small person nuisance. How about you give me $200,000 and I'll fix that little white boy up for you? Just you? As Onion Head looked disbelieving, Zhang Xiaoshan skimmed his mouth and backhanded a palm thunderbolt still on the tree. Bang! Click! The thick trees snapped right off. Well, Master Dao's lightning technique is not enough? Zhang Xiaoshan smiled contemptuously, and the Onion Head looked stunned. Thinking briefly, Onion Head made a request. The goddess must not be made aware of this. No problem. The Onion Head immediately transferred the money, and the next second he received the account. Zhang Xiaoshan smiled faintly and backhanded a smothering stick to paste it. Alas, you say you against whom not good. Have to go against my good big brother. Taoists don't even need to pinch your fingers to calculate. With my good big brother's heart, you this wave of followers, 10 deaths without life. It's just that Master Dao is kind-hearted and saved your life. You're grateful. Zhang Xiaoshan lamented the kindness of his heart while finding a rope to tie the Onion Head securely. Taking off Onion Head's pants and smelly socks and stuffing them in his mouth, Zhang Xiaoshan clapped his hands and ran directly towards his good big brother. Not far away, Qi Jin dumbfounded at this scene. His breathing gradually accelerated, calling out outrageous, inwardly pondering if I want to do the same. After all, he is now on the body is only $1 million or so, completely not spend. With the Onion Heads out of the way, the archaeological elite, who had eaten breakfast, quickly gathered together. 2 maps appeared in front of the elites, led by the real and fake professors. This is the layout of the entire Yulan more than 2,000 years ago according to our speculation, in which the layout of the Flag Cloud mountain range not far away seems to be similar to the shape of the Yunmeng mountain recorded in the Emperor Qin's silk book. A few of our professors deliberated. Why don't we try looking around the Flag Cloud mountain range first today? If you all don't have any suggestions, then let's pack up and get ready to go. Facing the 2 professors didn't question the crowd at all. After all, this map had been shown to Jiang Ming last night. The location is right next door to the Flagstaff Mountains. Can't go wrong. The crowd, on the other hand, looked at the real and fake professors with wide eyes and confused faces, always feeling too flippant inwardly, but relieved when they thought that little brother had had a long talk with them last night. With little brother around, there's no need to panic. That's a bull who's as good as home when he enters the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. In a moment, hurriedly going back to pack up the necessary items for exploration, one after another after getting on the car. towards the flag cloud mountain range quickly drove away. Chapter 93. This person's eyes are not intelligent enough, and he is by no means a little brother. Road. Chun. Why do I always feel like there's someone missing? When you say it like that, I seem to think there's one missing too. Professors, listening to you, I suddenly feel the same way about this. Gee, when professors say that, how come I have one too? On the bus, dozens of archaeological elites mingled and wondered. Odd, but can't remember who didn't show up? What a marvelous feeling. Little brother is still here. Don't panic, missing one or two people is not a big problem. I guess it's our illusion. Ha ha. The elites exchanged a few words and looked at the little brother sitting in the first row with inexplicable peace of mind. In fact, last night, when the angry group went to look for Jiang Ming, they realized that Jiang Ming was little brother. Everyone knows, except, of course, for the scallion heads. Onion Head only had the goddess in his eyes, and if it weren't for the goddess, Onion Head wouldn't have bothered to study archaeology. Archaeology live streams are basically never watched. Zhang Xiaoshan sat in the backseat of Jiang Ming, yawning in boredom. The group made their way to the media station in force. The personnel in charge of the live broadcast got on the bus one after another, helped the crowd wear the live broadcast equipment and lenses, and then docked with the backstage to finish debugging. The vehicle continues to move. Live streaming opens. In a flash, countless people angrily entered the live broadcast under the media's overwhelming promotion. His grandma, the archaeological team left early to protect Jiang Ming. Damn it, I was just about to go buy equipment to fight Jiang Ming one-on-one. Asterisk. Damn, where's Jiang Ming? How dare he make fun of little brother? The tens of millions of netizens in the Tomb Raider Little Brother bar will make sure you lose your reputation today. Damn it, brothers, look for it. Where is Jiang Ming? For a time, countless netizens surged in angrily, following the live streaming camera in a constant search. Soon, a shriveled figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Zhang Xiaoshan? Isn't this Tianchi Zhang? Surprisingly, he has survived until now. My master is even here. Off. That's clearly my master. Master, when are you going to teach me the thunder technique? The netizens immediately exploded. Obviously, when they watched Xiao Zhao's live broadcast before, Zhang Xiaoshan's image of a man who will die was simply deep in their hearts. That body was emptied of the shriveled look, so that countless netizens called, "Why is this guy here? Can it be that the archaeological team has arranged for Zhang Xiaoshan to protect Jiang Ming this time? Numb nuts, damn archaeological team. Before so sworn to protect little brother, but the result is still useless. Damn it, I'm going to file a complaint against these archaeology professors. Wait, brothers, this handsome guy in the front row of Zhang Xiaoshan seems a bit familiar?" Suddenly, a netizen made a surprised sound, and many netizens took a closer look. In a flash, countless people sucked in cold air. Well, this handsome guy actually has 3 parts of little brother's handsomeness, 3 parts of loneliness, 3 parts of indifference, and 1 part of rambunctiousness. Could he be Jiang Ming? No guys, why do I look more and more like Tomb Raider Jr.? No, absolutely not. Little brother's eyes are full of wisdom. At a glance they are like gods, not to be trifled with. This person is definitely not. Brother has a point. This man is not wise enough at first glance, and is by no means a little brother. Many netizens were shocked and the speculation continued. Along the way, Jiang Ming watched the system activate and the illusory pop-up screen scrolling in front of him without speaking. The live stream was filled with comments of all kinds of speculation. That's a guess. From 50,000 online when the show first started, all the way up to over 10 million online viewers who still didn't recognize themselves. Almost everyone decided that if the eyes weren't intelligent, they weren't little brothers. This made Jiang Ming call out black powder. Didn't they all say the internet has no memory? Abominable. Jiang Ming subconsciously clenched his fists, until half a day later, when the crowd came from the UD archaeological team to stop at the Flag Cloud Mountain Range. Dozens of archaeological elites got off the bus one after another. At this time, the sharp-eyed netizens looked at the familiar back in the crowd, and suddenly exclaimed, I can't believe it's really little brother. That's right, with such a magnificent figure, such a handsome back, and such a cue-bouncing ass. It's little brother without a doubt. What did I say? I didn't find Jiang Ming after searching for half a day, so little brother is Jiang Ming. To say the front I can't recognize, the back can be vaguely guessed, and as soon as I say the arse, it's definitely little brother. Ha ha, not bad. I guess little brother has joined the military now. A group of sandy netizens in the live room recognized it directly. There was frenzy. Jiang Ming directly ignored it, secretly spit on the. At this time, Li Ro, the guide in charge of the guide broadcast, also walked forward full of excitement. She is also an archaeology enthusiast. Half a year ago, the Tomb Raider boy, in the middle of the Imperial Tomb of the Feet, can be said to make people's blood boil. After the Tomb Raider little brother was killed, Li Ro was still gloomy for a long time. At this moment, he learned that this handsome young man, Jiang Ming, was most likely little brother, so he couldn't help but be a little excited. You are the same that you were 6 months ago. Li Ro's voice was agitated, and she seemed to be desperately trying to suppress the sizzling heat within her, as Jiang Ming waved his hand. No, don't be ridiculous. Denying the trifecta, Jiang Ming snorted coldly. I'm a cook on an archaeological team now. Career. How can that grave robber be compared to me? A cook who has joined the establishment. Jiang Ming revealed his arrogance. 800 salary a month. Not the slightest favoritism because of who he was. It should be paid as much as it is worth. Such a rigid archaeological team. I'll just blow it off, okay? Jiang Ming regarded death as a homecoming and had a strong belonging to the archaeological team. That's right, this tone, this demeanor, definitely the little brother who took advantage of the situation without a doubt. Well, little brother actually left the grave robbing industry and ran away to become a cook in an archaeological team. Cook? The kind that makes $10 million a year? I haven't seen you in half a year. Little brother is gradually silvering up. I'm really looking forward to the next exploration. It's definitely a handful with little brother. At this moment, with the exposure of Jiang Ming's identity, countless netizens' eyes sizzled and frantically retweeted. Less than half an hour, the grave robber who was killed 6 months ago joined the archaeology team as a cook. A self-published news story that shot to the top 5 of the Hot 100. Dragon Group office. Didn't we tell this kid to lay low? The mysterious man frowned, while Seven scratched his head. He seems to have really never admitted to being a grave robber little brother from the beginning. Mystery man. Meanwhile, the gradually awakening onion head gradually vomited out the blockage in his mouth and looked at his naked lower body, revealing horror and full of despair. But witty as he is, by yelling and screaming, the onion head finally shouted for help from a good Samaritan. Head looked at the empty archaeological team, and then at the little white man clustered in the crowd of the live broadcast, and the Taoist priest behind the little white man. It all made sense at once. Treachery. It's all a little white boy's treachery. You guys are robbing. It's fraud. The onion head rushed into the neighborhood police station full of rage. He's going to call the police. Inside the police station, it is difficult to transfer to Yuland, ready to rest and recuperate at ease for half a year. Zhuge Wu, looking at the familiar figure in the live broadcast, suddenly fell into deep thought. Chapter 94, 6,000 words, Singularity in the Strange Door Bureau, Cloud Dream Mountain in the midst of the real and the unreal. According to the information given to us by the professors of the archaeological team, not long ahead is the Flag Cloud Mountain Range. The conductor Li Ro is responsible for introducing the progress of the live broadcast, as well as the next archaeological team's schedule. The arrangement, while many netizens are sighing and sighing, there's one thing to be said for an entire archaeological team following a single cook-around, and that's a really rare scene, genuinely a bit powerful. This is also the little brother. In other people's hands it is estimated that this group of archaeological enthusiasts would have already started spraying, and I wonder if little brother with a compass can see anything? After all, it's the legendary Cloud Dream Mountain. Where is it so easy to find? Take your time and wait. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled, and the crowd followed behind Jiang Ming, quickly arriving at an unending mountain range. Standing halfway up the hill, looking out towards the distance, the mountains here are magnificent, with peaks upon peaks, and grasses and flowers all over the place. However, because of the impending winter, at this moment, fallen leaves are all over the ground, and the flowers and plants are also vaguely permeated with a flavor of Zhang Shaoshan. But just then, a dozen jeeps appeared in plain sight. The first of them, a man in military uniform, quickly ran towards Jiang Ming with a serious, respectful expression. Jiang Ming stopped and looked at the visitor. The man quickly came to the front and saluted, saying, "Comrade, we have received orders from our superiors that an Indian expedition will follow you on your expedition and exploration." The man was so concise that Jiang Ming was puzzled. It was discovered through understanding. It turns out that as early as half a year ago, the Indian side of the country will be aware of their own changes, began to seek help from the 9 states of China. Knowing that Kyushu had already formed a professional team to begin examining the changes in heaven and earth, the Indian side obviously couldn't sit still. The exo-focused officer held his glasses helplessly and smiled as he earned a large fee. People, too, were thrown to Jiang Ming here. Anyway, archaeology was only an expedition, and Jiang Ming had already joined the archaeology team, so there wasn't much pressure at all to follow. With the strength of the famous Dragon 26, it was still not much of a problem to pick up these black runts from India with him in tow. think of it as traveling anyway. Moreover, in the view of the above, Dragon 20's task of archaeology alone was obviously too easy, and it was extremely reasonable to help the country earn an extra amount of money in the meantime for maintaining the operation of the Imperial Tomb spell formation. Jiang Ming had no choice but to agree. Only a dozen or so members of the Indochinese expedition could be picked up. The strength is not bad. The three of them have a strong corpse chi in their bodies. Is it possible that they are mummies that ran out of the pyramid? Jiang Ming swept his eyes over the crowd, and then he didn't look at them anymore, keeping them all in mind. These guys still look pretty good as long as they don't gasp for air. Zhang Xiaoshan yawned. The crowd began to follow behind Jiang Ming as they kept moving forward towards the mountain range. Time passes slowly. Rolling eyes. A week passed. Big brother, how much longer do we have to go? Zhang Xiaoshan's whole body clothes were tattered, and his head was also stuck with a lot of branches and leaves. The whole person looked exhausted, as if he had already reached the moment of oil exhaustion and returning to the light. The crowd of archaeological teams in the back, most of them with lousy faces, were very tired. Boy, how come this hasn't arrived yet? It's been a week since we left. How come we haven't even seen the shadow of Cloud Dream Mountain? Oh little Jiang, could it be that we're going the wrong way? The archaeological team's faces were hesitant, and the media in the back of the room were tired. Li Ro was somewhat confused as she looked at the still calm youth in front of her, feeling her brain buzzing. Isn't the royal tomb smooth? How come it doesn't work once you get started now? Can't it be that this guy is a fake grave robber boy? Li Ro was inwardly hesitant, and Han Xiaoye also looked hesitant and somewhat worried. Many netizens took a knee. I now have every reason to wonder if this guy is a fake little brother, and with little brother's intelligence, how could he not go in the door for a week? Damn, could this be an imposter little brother? Damn it, this man in the end archaeological dependable. Where the hell is my little brother? Oh son of God, show yourself. The netizens cried out in grief. The pop-ups rolled, and Jiang Ming was as steady as an old dog. This week, based on the 4-disc feng shui pattern, clearly went extremely right. There are no mistakes. Aha, trust me. Jiang Ming calmly stared back with 3 words, once again raising the hopes of the archaeological elites. That's right. This aura of certainty, this everything is under control calmness. Little brother no doubt. And so it was. 1 month later. Asterisk. You dog, you ing give me back my little brother. This person is by no means little brother. Little brother would not be so unreasonable. Damn. Little brother less than 3 days directly discovered the Imperial Tomb, thousands of organs and secret passages. How is it possible that even a road cannot be found now? Damn it, who the hell are you? The netizens of the Tomb Raider little brother bar couldn't sit still any longer. The archaeological elites were hesitant and looked puzzled. Little Fire Dragon and Jenny Turtle stood in awe, and immediately formed a 3-person protection formation with Han Xiaoye, protecting Jiang Ming to the death. They even kept discouraging the elites who were raising their guns in all directions to make sure they were calm. Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes were full of blood. The whole person looked as if he had been begging for food for a long time, and while he was in an incomparable state of distress, the thunder light in his hands crackled and flickered as he stared dead ahead at Jiang Ming with a look of utter hatred. Damn, it's been a ing month and 7 days since I said a few days. Damn it, if it wasn't for the hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, I would definitely fight you. Zhang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth. Behind them were a dozen or so Indian expeditions, equally haggard and, not surprisingly, with faces that had been black for a month and 7 days. One of the team members, called Zabul, seemed to be unable to hold back any longer at this moment, and nearly jumped up and roared. Damn it, what the hell are you Kyushu Kingdom up to? I asked a month ago. He's obviously a cook. Why are you still letting this cook lead the team? Aren't you guys going to examine the ancient tombs? Why are you teasing us? Zabul was broken inside and beyond angry. Before coming, a dozen top Indian families including the Zabu family, the Lakama family, and so on, but a total of more than 5 billion US dollars, just for the sake of cooperating with the Kyushu Kingdom and probing the cause of the change in heaven and earth. As long as they found out if it was related to the ancient tomb, it would then be convenient for them to study whether or not to open the pyramid and summon the ancient existence to descend. But watching a cook lead the team around blindly JB every day, Zabul couldn't stand it any longer. RNM, refund. Zabul got through to the outer focus officer. Soon, the call went to Long 26 here. Jiang Ming, faced with the temptation of $100 million in prize money, stood in awe and refused outright. No, I want $1 billion. 300 million at the most. It can't be more than that. The rest of the money is still needed to repair the Imperial Tomb phalanx. Seeing the news of the SMS arriving, Jiang Ming revealed his solemnity and looked at the crowd behind him. Gentlemen, After more than a month of hard work, we are finally still here. Doorway. Arrived? Finally. Ooh, do you know what I've been through this month? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the live broadcast instantly became excited. Dozens of professors took deep breaths and forced their spirits. Zabul's face darkened as he coldly looked at Jiang Ming. He wanted to see what this person was up to. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming sidestepped. With a beautiful, unusual scene, countless netizens were instantly petrified. Oh, Zabul's mind completely exploded. Oh, winky face, oh. Damn, what a difference from where we met over a month ago. Asterisk and %, hashtag. Dogs, Kyushu dog, I want you dead. Zabul's mind is broken. This was clearly the same place where he had met the archaeological team a month ago. He also marked a spot himself. It's that big rock. Damn it. For over a month, it's been taking us in circles? Zabul was furious. He was self-conscious of how dashing he was in India, relying on his own family's wealth to get whatever he wanted. When you look at the square inches of the Indian country, no one dares to refute your own words, not to mention disobedience. But never thought that he shouted a dozen clans and spent huge sums of money to try to follow the expedition. But as a result, he was even a small cook by this small pariah of the Kyushu state, shook the point for more than a full month. Strange shame. Zabul's foot-skimming angry cry came out, and without saying a word, he removed the camera hanging from his neck, pointed at Jiang Ming and pressed the shutter directly. Bang! The moment Zabul raised his camera, a strong crisis of life and death arose within Jiang Ming's heart. Seek death. Jiang Ming snorted coldly and took a step, his figure instantly disappearing. Knock out. Zabul's eyes focused quickly, and his entire being inexplicably looked full of wisdom. Asterisk and %, hashtag. Asterisk and %. Damn it, what the hell are you trying to do? Looking at Jiang Ming, who had appeared behind Zabul extremely suddenly, the dozen or so members of the Indian national race in the four corners of the room changed greatly in color and took out their cameras to aim at Jiang Ming. What? Want to fight? A flash of scarlet light gradually emerged from the depths of Jiang Ming's eyes, and a long-lost violent killing intent quickly swept to take over, causing Jenny Turtle to cry out in dismay. He had seen Jiang Ming strike many times with his own eyes in these half a year. Killing a man was nothing but a headache, but Jiang Ming was even giving out his intestines. A punch to the sky directly dry-crushed. It's like madness when you get blood on it. No one can stop it. Plus, it's not time to tear up the country with India. Stop it. Little Fire Dragon and Jenny Turtle, among others, rushed to raise their guns and aim them at the Indian expedition. Han Xiaoye's eyes flashed with murderous intent in the depths of her eyes as she tightened her grip on the pistol. That hit just now. If it wasn't for little brother Ming's strong strength, if it was an ordinary person, they would have been killed long ago. How dare this group of people do such a thing in the land of China? Damn! Extremely far away, Qi Jin was even more gloomy. Jiang Ming relates to whether he can return to the enchanting frontier again, and at this moment, he was almost killed. So how can Qi Jin not be angry? The Barrett was loaded directly and fired without saying a word toward the open space in the middle of the Indian crowd. Boom! Knock! Wow! An extremely deep and huge mound of earth suddenly appeared, causing all the Indian team members to change their faces. Barrett! There's a sniper! What the hell do you want from the Kyushu kingdom? Asterisk and hashtag. We paid for it. The Indo-Chinese expedition was straight up outrageous, sweating and furious to explain. However, on the scene, Jiang Ming did not give the word. Jenny Turtle and the others did not dare to slacken off in the slightest, and did not even dare to rest assured that they would be handed over to Jiang Ming to deal with. Up top, this guy's on top of his game. Good lord, why do I get the feeling that little brother really wanted to kill him just now? What the hell has little brother been through these past 6 months? But why? I always feel a little bit unreasonable awe. After all, little brother for a month, it seems to have really been blind. The netizens were hesitant, and the archaeological elite all said nothing. Feeling bad, it wasn't until a long time later, when the red aura in the depths of Jiang Ming's pupils gradually hid, that Jenny Turtle could be considered completely relieved. All drop your guns. You, hand over your weapons. After completely disarming the expedition's men were still angry inside, suppressing their heartfelt urge to do battle and yelling, "You've been playing with us for a month, now you're not going to try to kill us. This cook has no real talent at all. What the hell are you guys trying to do?" In the face of the expedition's incompetent rage, Jiang Ming put away his beloved rolling pin, his voice icy cold. Extraterritorial barbarians, rat's eyes, you! The crowd was enraged, but they still kept their mouths shut. Only the gaze that wanted to kill people was still not hidden in the slightest. Jiang Ming directly ignored the expedition and swept over the crowd, his voice flat. "Hyatt, get out the satellite locator and show them." Good. Han Xiaoye coldly swept over the expedition team, put away the pistol, took out a case from the backpack and opened it, which instantly made Han Xiaoye frown, and after continuously debugging the instrument, the locator was surprisingly still unable to locate the crowd's position. Inside, the coordinates of the red dot are always constantly bouncing throughout the Yuletide. This made Han Xiaoye hesitate. Brother Ming, the locator, seems to have failed. That is the most advanced locator in the entire country of Qin. I deliberately looked for the military to ask for it. How suddenly is it broken? It shouldn't. The professors rushed forward to fiddle with it, and the netizens were honey doubtful. But just then, the locator isn't broken. It's us, coming in. Jiang Ming's flat voice rang out, and the crowd was surprised. Came in? What's going on? Has little brother really not been wandering around blindly for the past month? Many netizens hesitantly popped up, and the members of the Indian expedition team behind them, all of them have changed their faces. After I had a look at the map, I realized that the location of Yunmeng Mountain, although similar to the Qin dynasty landscape, does not look like a zone that exists in actuality. Jiang Ming swept around and calmly explained, if the entire UD is compared to the 4 discs of Qi Men, then Yunmeng Mountain is the pillar holding up the sky among the 4 discs. Because the 4 discs are huge and cannot be rattled, that is why it is necessary to pass through the 3 Qi, step on the 9 palaces, follow the signs of the heavenly stem, and run along the 4 discs, so much so that it took more than a month. Jiang Ming pointed forward, the light of deduction flickering in his eyes. In this January, I have long avoided many dangerous places, and more than 10 miles further on, there is Cloud Dream Mountain. As Jiang Ming's words fell, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction he was pointing, extremely far away. The white fog and the dome of the sky border, connecting the mountains, and heaven and earth seem to be one color in general, which makes, if you do not look carefully, it is difficult to detect that the white behind the mountain, not the sky, but dense to the extreme fog. Nice guy. For a moment, many people were shocked as they looked at the unspeakably dense mist in the distance. Not little brother said, I really didn't realize that the extreme distance is directly white. It's really explosive. I thought little brother's claim that Cloud Dream Mountain doesn't exist in reality was a bit outrageous, but I didn't realize it was true. There are no clouds in the Flag Cloud Mountain range right now, not to mention the fog, so it looks like little brother and the others have really gone in. Awesome. So awesome. When little brother strikes, he knows if there's anything there. Netizens were excited and bragged about it. Obviously, before that, many of them had already decided that little brother's identity was definitely not fake. But after a month of wandering around, the little brother never explained, making them feel hesitant and at the same time inwardly in a trance. But now it looks like little brother is totally in the clear. It's true, Professor. The zone the binoculars were looking at was filled with fog all over the mountains, and you couldn't see much farther. The Zephyr of the Mountain, the holy land of immortal clouds. This is the Yunmeng Mountain recorded in the Silk Book. It's too good to be true. Little brother. The professors pulled out their binoculars and marveled. Jenny Turtle and Little Fire Dragon and the others, who were also looking closely because of their outstanding eyesight, easily detected the cloudy area. All of them were stony-faced and on guard. Obviously, now that we're in the right place, it's time to start working on guard. There is a crisis here, and it's definitely not small, compared to the crowd that was gradually getting excited. At this moment, the expedition members that arrived from the Indian country had grim gazes and were silent. I'm warning you, you better not be up to any tricks. Little Flame Dragon coldly rebuked and confiscated their weapons. This group of people had already violated the relevant regulations by privately hiding their weapons into the territory of the Kyushu state. However, Jiang Ming didn't say anything, and all of them were not in a position to cross the line of command. Li Ro was equally excited as she came to Jiang Ming's side, looking at the cloudy mountains in the distance, her voice vaguely trembling with excitement. Little brother, that place, is it really Yunmeng Mountain as recorded in the Silk Book? Yunmeng Mountain, Ghost Valley Ridge. We are now, in the end. What is the place? Is it already not in the U-land? You said before that there is no actual place. And what is it? In the face of Li Ro's question, many netizens were obviously also very curious to know. After all, Jiang Ming had said before that the place where Cloud Dream Mountain was located did not actually exist. It's hard to believe that little brother and the others are now in the land of illusion, available at what is actual and what is not. Many netizens have been meditating for a long time and cannot figure it out. On the side, Zhang Xiaoshan stretched his waist, the original withered look on his face dissipated, and the whole person looked obviously much more serious. The so-called actual and illusory, from the perspective of the 4 discs of the Shenmen, is nothing more than the yin and yang changes therein. Lao Yin, Xiao Yin, Xiao Yang, Lao Yang. Among these 4 conventional changes, the introduction of the 3 talents, 6 harmonies and 9 palaces, counting the 8 gates and 5 elements, can be self-stabilizing Chiman Bureau, but the birth of this Chiman Bureau is extremely varied, and the variables within it are even more difficult to project. Even my master would find it difficult to get a glimpse of the whole thing by himself. But even the largest Chiman layout in this heaven and earth can't escape the yin and yang and 5 elements, which means that, even within the largest Chiman Bureau, there still exists the true and false, the real and the false. If it's not what I expected, this January, my big brother led everyone to step on the 3 oddities and pass through the 9 palaces, and the thing he was looking for was nothing more than a singularity within this Chiman Bureau. What does this Taoist Zhang mean by that? Guys, how I still don't quite get it. Crap, my head itches like I'm going to grow a brain. Many netizens felt anxious. It was too difficult for them to understand. Jiang Ming on the side nodded slightly, his voice flat, using the singularity to divide yin and yang, reality and falsehood, truth and falsehood. Simply put, as long as you find the singularity, then you will be able to go straight to the interior of the Chimen Bureau, which means, through here, one can find Cloud Dream Mountain. The netizens were still hesitant, while some people who knew a little bit about the art of Chi-Men revealed their guesses. This singularity may be a point where yin and yang meet in the Chimen Bureau, as Taoist Master Zhang said. According to the explanation of Taoist Master Zhang and Little Brother, the Chimen Bureau is divided into yin and yang, real and imaginary, true and false within the Bureau. Then, what we see on a regular basis actually belongs to the real side, while the Chimen Bureau is the illusory side. After going deep into the Chimen Bureau, it is like stepping into the yin side, stepping into the 3 Chi in the yin, passing through the 9 palaces, searching for the singularity, and finally passing through the singularity, and then transforming from the illusory to the real once again, so as to arrive at Yunmeng Mountain in the true sense of the word. Metaphysical netizens have popped up at. They didn't realize that there was such an operation. It's just too much bunker. The crowd of archaeological elites were also breathing heavily and were shocked. I thought that the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin was already powerful enough, but I didn't realize that the Cloud Dream Mountain of the Ghost Valley lineage contained so many strange changes in the gate alone. Worthy of a little brother. With a little brother, why worry about archaeological greatness? Long live Little Brother. On the scene, the crowd cheered. Gentlemen, depart. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ming led the team towards the depths quickly. This time, the advance was obviously vastly different than it had been a month or so ago. As it got deeper and deeper, a bit of fog began to appear in all directions as well. At first the fog is relatively thin, but as we continue to move forward, the fog is more and more dense under the visibility in front of the crowd is also visible to the naked eye reduced. Good lord, now I can't see the road in front of me at all. There's not another mystery in this place, is there? That must be there. It's so hard to get into this place. It's hard to tell if there's nothing inside. I'm really looking forward to this, and I wonder if this place can undo Little Brother's spell. I'm so curious to know what secrets the Ghost Valley lineage had during the Qin dynasty. Netizens are excited. Apparently, the last time the Imperial Tomb Line, the Little Brother in the official arrest, had to rush forward. Press is not archaeology. That is the same as the Imperial Tomb sneak. Now that Little Brother looks like he's joined the military bulls, plus there's plenty of time, it's definitely going to be a feast for their eyes. The crowd of archaeological elites were clearly hotter in comparison. In their opinion, this mystery of the Qin dynasty, which has plagued the archaeological community for many years, is about to be solved. It was certainly a big hit. Only behind him, supported by his companions, Zabul, who had woken up leisurely, revealed a strong resentment. As one of the few top-ranking rich second-generation people in India, he hadn't suffered this kind of aggravation since he was a child. Find an opportunity and make sure you kill him. Zabul gave a strange gesture to his companions, who nodded. Without opening their mouths, the crowd gestured and began to deliberate on how to act. Chapter 95, 4,000 words, a mutation occurs, and he actually knows how to do it after looking at it twice? Because of the reason that the fog was too dense. Normal people's sight could not penetrate the mist to see it at all, except for Jiang Ming who had his spectral pupils on. He couldn't understand what those gestures meant, but the scene of several people as if they were ninjas making seals still gave the overwhelmingly intelligent man a clue. As early as the first moment he stepped into this place, he upgraded the second stage of his phantom pupils. Phantom pupil, stage 2, the eyes of the ghosts and gods, which can peek into the mysteries of the immortals and gods. The second stage of the phantom pupil allows you to see through all illusions. The second stage of the district cost more than 10 million points. As for the legendary compass that could originally be purchased with over 10 million points, it was doubled 20 times by the system using the end of the newbie protection period as the reason. 200 million each to start. This made Jiang Ming curse the traders, but there was nothing he could do about it. Hence the heavy heart. Although the system has increased in price, there is no doubt that the second stage of the spectral pupil is still very good, and the sight of the fog is like nothing. As expected, it was less than 3 minutes. Ah, help, help, somebody, he's been bitten by a snake. A scream came and several of the Indians instantly shouted for help. The elites had stared and stayed away in succession. The little fire dragon was unmoved. Jenny Turtle is deaf in both ears. The media crowd gathered together and began to work out who had the better looking fingers. Looking at the unmoved crowd, Jiang Ming's face remained unchanged, kicking the black cobra that followed him on the side, and Xiao He was instantly thrilled. Brush! All at once, he turned into a black lion and charged violently towards the man who had fallen to the ground pretending to be miserable, taking a bite towards his ass. Help! Asterisk and amp, UN hashtag, %UN hashtag. Strange words in Indo-Chinese mixed with Kyushu came out, accompanied by heart-rending screams, and everyone at the scene sucked in cold air. Little brother, this is no intention at all to make a move? Strike out to help them kill themselves? The abbot of the temple is just a figure of speech. The real Buddha still depends on you. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. I feel that I've already been merciful if little brother didn't knock him to death with a mallet. The netizens were skittish. At that moment, a gust of cloudy wind struck, and Jiang Ming frowned. He saw that in the mountains and forests in all directions, a number of bizarre figures had unexpectedly appeared as the man's screams came out, lifeless, with some hints of sorcery present in his body, and what seems to be the shadow of organismic arts. As he watched those figures wearing white robes with blue lace on a white background and bizarre bronze masks appear out of thin air one after another from the mountains and forests, Jiang Ming's face was grave. It's kind of weird. Jiang Ming was inwardly puzzled, his movements not slowing down at all. Qi Jin, protect Xiao Yu. With the help of the Tongxing Compound's order, Jiang Ming made a flash and instantly disappeared. Look out everyone! Zhang Xiaoshan similarly seemed to have sensed something and let out a low gulp, his face grim. Little Fire Dragon and Jenny Turtle looked at the black shadows that flashed by from time to time in the tumbling mist with grave expressions, and immediately picked up their firearms and prepared to shoot. Silence! Silence! At this time, Jiang Ming and Qi Jin, through the Tongxing compass, passed orders to their many team members at almost the same time. The crowd instantly understood and put away their firearms, took out the sabers in their hands, and formed a combat formation to protect the elites to the death. Han Xiaoye similarly drew her special tang sword and warned all around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the faint buzzing sound came. A worm cloud stirred the fog. Qi Jin figure gradually out, cold eyes looking around, ready to strike. Most of the audience felt hesitant as they watched the sudden turn of events. Asterisk. Why is this woman here? How does it look like little brother's bodyguard? Not good, guys. What the hell is going on here? Why is everyone so serious all of a sudden? The camera on little brother's chest captures images that seem to be moving all the time. What's going on? Did a monster appear? The netizens began to worry, and through the footage coming from the backstage guide, the crowd soon realized that a number of dark shadows were moving through the fog. It's strangely fast. The naked eye can't even catch it. It was only at the request of the archaeology professor that the official media station endured the pain of bloodshed and gave the crowd state-of-the-art military cameras to wear, which barely managed to capture the dark shadow. No good. Guys, there's really something. It feels so fast. What kind of monsters are these? Is it hard to believe that the Cloud Dream Mountain from thousands of years ago is still alive until now? Definitely not a living person. Most likely a monster here. The pop-ups rolled, and the crowd at the scene looked unsightly. Obviously, this was the first time they had encountered such a bizarre situation. People always have an inexplicable fear of the unknown, especially in the midst of the dense fog. The pressure brought by those godly figures could be imagined how strong it was. Moreover, the speed of those figures was just too fast. Suddenly, Hafnium, a hoarse and incomparably eerie low roar came from the fog, and in the thick fog, a figure wearing a blue-bordered robe on a white background rushed out, heading straight for Professor Zhang Jianguo, captured by the camera at Professor Zhang's chest. Everyone in the live broadcast room saw what the visitor looked like. Their faces changed greatly. What in the world is this thing? Why does it have skin like a turtle? It makes my head spin to see it. That's disgusting. What kind of existence are these things? Many netizens were scared out of their chrysanthemums, but fortunately, little flame dragon struck out directly, and the light of the blade tore through the monster's neck, accompanied by a stream of fetid dark green blood spilling out. The body is separated. However, At this time, the monsters in all directions were increasing. "Look out," Jenny Turtle gruffly whispered, and in a flash, a number of monsters rushed out. The 20 members of the team, led by Little Fire Dragon and Jenny Turtle, had their hands up. Pust, pust, white knives in, green knives out. Fishy blood kept spilling. Netizens were inwardly relieved to see that the crowd could still be recruited. But as time passed, for some reason, there were more and more monsters in this place. Even the size of some of the monsters was clearly 2 full circles larger than before. Without any words, the crowd quickly began to kill each other. But the strength, speed that those large-sized monsters displayed were surprisingly tougher than the team members' physical qualities. It seemed to be completely different from the small-sized monsters that had appeared before. It makes the players look bad. After a fight, the crowd was even a bit overwhelmed and began to lose ground. It's a little bit numb how these monsters can't be killed, and there are more and more of them. What the hell is going on here? Why isn't little brother back yet? This little brother won't run away again. Netizens are starting to get their heads in the sand. After all, it's not the first time little brother has run away. But just then, buzz, buzz. Not good. What's going on? That sound. There shouldn't be any more monsters about to appear. Could it be caused by Qi Jin? The netizens were hesitant, but that's when it happened. A few flying insects emitting a black light suddenly appeared in the dense mists in all directions. The flying insect was strange looking and extremely tiny. However, it was constantly flying in the fog, and as the buzzing sound continued to sound, the number of that flying insect was actually more and more visible to the naked eye. And quite a few of the bugs seemed to be arranging themselves in some strange regularity. Dancing. These bugs, why do they give me a bad feeling? Qi Jin didn't move. Is it hard to believe that these were made by little brother? Audience face hesitant. With that buzzing sound more and more intense, almost a few breaths less, the crowd looked in all directions in the fog. One after another appeared more and more black flying insects. The appearance of this flying insect seemed to form a black fog that was the polar opposite of the white fog in this place. At first it was obviously only a weak point, but along with the passage of a few breaths, the white fog under the floor as if it was rendered visible to the naked eye into pitch black. Even the black mist seen in the sight of the crowd, surprisingly, began to sweep away in all directions after devouring the many white mists. An incomparably sinister aura continued to spread in all directions. Roar! The monsters within the white mist seemed to have sensed the threat of the black mist, and had low roars as they madly rushed towards the crowd within the black mist. It made everyone feel stony-faced. But suddenly, duo, accompanied by a bizarre syllable. The flying insects that formed a black fog in all directions suddenly stirred their wings and quickly arranged themselves in a certain pattern, accompanied by the growing intensity of the incomparably sinister aura within the black fog. Those monsters that attempted to break through the black fog and tear the crowd to pieces unexpectedly let out mournful and miserable screams one after another. Roar! Hafnium! Strange and hoarse screams echoed, and under the gaze of everyone, those monsters that stepped within the black mist unexpectedly began to disappear in just a few moments. Instead of disappearing, it was more like melting, like throwing an ice cube into boiling water. Those monsters stepped into the area where the black bugs were less than 2 seconds, and the entire body of the person's flesh, bones, were devoured in a moment. This scene caused everyone to suck in cold air while at the same time, they were even more shocked. Asterisk 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 this. Just vaporized? This can't all be little brother's doing, can it? Instantly devouring the flesh and blood of those monsters? What the hell is this awesome thing? Is there a big man to explain this? The netizens called it awesome. The 4 following people also sucked in cold air. Only Qi Jin Ai showed a strong shock. The heart has been flooded with a monstrous wave. This is dumbfounded looking at the scene in front of the flying insects constantly changing. Qi Jin feel brain buzzing. The original calm heart no longer calm. How can? Didn't this guy just get the Enchanting Frontier Codex less than 2 days ago? How can? Qi Jin's incredulous voice came. The crowd in the 4 corners of the room was confused, and the netizens of the live broadcast were confused. Big sister, tell us what's wrong. Why does it feel as if little brother has learned something unimaginable? Big sister, speak up. The netizens kept pushing, feeling anxious, and the elites in the 4 corners of the room looked hesitant. Qi Jin, what the hell is going on? Do you know something? Jiang Ming's life won't be in any danger, right? Obviously, the archaeological elites were more worried about Jiang Ming's personal safety, and Qi Jin suppressed his inner trembling and shook his head slightly. This is a forbidden art of the enchanting frontier, the insect-eating art. As the name suggests, it is the insect art that can devour everything. The principle of this forbidden art is very complicated, and if you want to perform it, it will consume a great deal of effort. And not only do you need a large number of devouring insect parasites to play the bottom, but even, you need to be a compulsion master himself. for the compulsion to have an absolute mastery of the compulsion. Insect devouring art. There are thousands of variations. It can be formed into a formation, or it can be fused into itself, or even can likewise devour all the flesh and blood of the opponent without God realizing it. Although it is treacherous and very changeable, this kind of compulsion is very difficult to refine. I once studied for 3 years, but only to refine a district of a few insect-devouring compulsion. But he only got the Forbidden Art Codex 2 days ago. How can he learn it now? Shi Jin gradually fell silent. This kind of forbidden art, thrown to Chiwaki cultivation, have to be a year and a half. Jiang Ming had only gotten the book for less than 2 days. How can you possibly learn? Shi Jin couldn't figure it out. She even had a bit of a headache. Not to mention how the compulsion is refined. Just the complexity of that forbidden art. Without a month you simply can't finish reading it. There are over 500 pages of stuff, and every page has a trick of immense complexity. It's only been 2 days. How did Jiang Ming learn? Shi Jin felt very puzzled. Are you sure you've only refined a few of these bugs in 3 years? At this time, Jenny Turtle raised his hand and grabbed a handful of small flying insects over, staring blankly at the faintly incomparable small black insects, and then looked at Shi Jin. Aha! Shi Jin nodded. Don't look at this thing as small. One alone can take your life in a moment. This, Jenny Turtle hesitated a bit, and hastily released the little black bug. Many netizens also sucked in cold air when they saw this, calling it outrageous. Not bad for a little brother. 666. Shi Jin said that little brother practiced the forbidden arts of the enchanting frontier. Doesn't that mean that little brother is an important person in the enchanting frontier? It seems that by listening to Shi Jin, little brother learned a forbidden art in 2 days? It seems that not only is little brother overly handsome, his natural talent is also so peerless, invincible. The netizens' hearts sizzled within them, and at that moment, Jiang Ming also stepped out of the black mist. Looking at the crowd filled with fervor, Jiang Ming was a bit confused. Young man, it's worthy of you. If it wasn't for you, we would have only been killed by those monsters long ago. Thank goodness for you. Thank goodness for you. Little brother, have you really practiced the forbidden arts of the enchanting frontier? Little brother, how long did it take you to refine this forbidden art? A group of people began to boast fervently, while some asked about forbidden arts, which caused Jiang Ming to be somewhat dazed. You guys talking about this? Jiang Ming casually recruited some black flying insects and spoke flatly. This kind of bug formation, casually look at 2 eyes is no will. For what is difficult? The bug formation is incredibly complex. How can you just look at it twice and know it? Jiang Ming's words came out, causing Shi Jin to stare blankly at the youth in front of him. Feeling his brain buzzing, Shi Jin had trouble accepting it. He himself had studied for 3 years before he was able to get started. It's amazing that he can look at it twice. Chapter 96, 4000, Immortal Sanctuary. Silence is not to be clamored for. Yeah, just look at it twice and you'll get it. That's what the practice is all about. Jiang Ming waved his hand, and in an instant, the insect formation changed, and countless flying insects opened the way. All right, gentlemen, follow me. As they spoke, under Jiang Ming's leadership, the crowd walked towards the front. Shi Jin looked at the youth walking ahead and felt his brain buzzing. Many netizens, on the other hand, are sighing with emotion. Although I don't know how difficult it is to practice the forbidden arts of the enchanting frontier, but this sentence of little brother that cultivation is just like this is really giving me a whole laugh. Shi Jin is now numb in person. Ha ha, I don't know. What else has little brother learned in these 6 months? Netizens in the pop-up area constantly commented, half a year has not seen. They for the little brother is really too much miss. At the moment also all look forward to the little brother half a year changes. Under Jiang Ming's leadership, the crowd soon passed through the dense foggy area and eventually appeared at a relatively short mountain. The fog here at this time was obviously thinner compared to before. The visibility of the crowd was also a full 7 or 8 meters. What the hell was that place just now? Xiao Jiang, did you strike before? Specifically to set up a formation? The professors looked at Jiang Ming with eager faces, and Jiang Ming nodded without responding in too much detail. The outside world of this place looks incredibly complicated, but the internal pattern is slightly rough. This place is a bit evil, so everyone be careful. Jiang Ming's voice was flat, and the crowd followed behind him as they kept moving forward towards the distance. But just then, the sharp-eyed little fire dragon suddenly passed out a low drink. Alert! There are monsters here. With the little fire dragon's low drink, the crowd was on guard to look at it. It was a few figures wearing robes with blue edges on a white background and wearing masks, only unlike before. At this moment, all of those figures were actually dripping blood from their chests. The death was extremely tragic. Isn't this their blood all green? Why is this red? Countless netizens were dumbfounded as little fire dragon carefully approached and picked the masks off of their faces, and then suddenly their faces froze. If it isn't Zabul, Who dressed him in enemy clothing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are these guys all wearing clothes that only monsters wear? The netizens in the live broadcast room were hesitant, and the eyes of the people on the scene suddenly focused on the only figure that had left. Jiang Ming. It wasn't me. I was just busy. Don't look away. Big hand. Jiang Ming. Quality 3 companies directly deny. The face of the seriousness of many netizens sigh. This guy, the more little brother doesn't admit it, the higher the probability that it's little brother. I said why little brother suddenly left for so long, so all of this was actually his doing. Netizens are calling it outrageous. Jiang Ming was as steady as an old dog, his face not showing the slightest bit. For their part, the crowd at the scene wiped away their sweat, feeling a bit dumbfounded by this, but it was acceptable. After all, it wasn't like anyone saw Jiang Ming make a move, so who could prove that he did it? What's the point of talking without proof? Although they were all foreigners, exploring such a dangerous place, it's normal for 1 or 2 people to die, okay? Well, that's what archaeology is all about. The professors nodded their heads in unison. Under Jiang Ming's leadership, the crowd continued to move forward towards the front. Cloud Dream Mountain seemed more like a sprawling mountain range that was completely shrouded in mist. The crowd kept moving forward towards the front, and there seemed to be nothing more special to be found in the 4 directions except for the fog. Xiao Jiang, this Ghost Valley Ridge, where is it again? We've been walking in Yunmeng Mountain for an afternoon here. When will Ghost Valley Ridge probably arrive? It can't be. We still have to walk for more than a month. Right, we don't have enough dry food with us. As the crowd opened their mouths one after another to deliver their voices, Jiang Ming looked at the 4 patterns and kept projecting, not speaking, just quietly walking towards the front. This left the archaeological elite confused, but they kept on going after them. However, as the crowd moved further and further forward, a strong smell of blood came from the occasion. Many people's faces revealed hesitation. Jiang Ming felt the itching coming from his arm, looked down and saw that the spell that had been silent for a long time had begun to spread again. Big brother. Zhang Xiaoshan similarly looked at his own body and similarly realized that the spell was spreading. That's the right direction. Jiang Ming spoke in a low voice, and Zhang Xiaoshan revealed hesitation. The deeper you go, you must not speak out loud. You must be careful. Jiang Ming barked out a warning, and the crowd nodded their heads in succession, carefully walking towards the front. Why is this? I'm also puzzled by the fact that little brother wouldn't let them use hot weapons before, and now he won't let them talk out loud. I'm a little baffled. The comment area pop-up screen scrolls. Jiang Ming did not explain. A netizen in the live broadcast room with an ID called Archaeology Little Pawn explained, didn't you all read Ming's paper? Inside the Emperor Qin's palindrome, besides the map of Yunmeng Mountain hidden inside, there is also a crucial sentence. Immortal Sanctuary, silence is not to be clamored for. Although I don't know what exactly exists in Cloud Dream Mountain, but judging from Little Brother's speculation, there must be many of Ghost Valley Z's layouts in Cloud Dream Mountain. The small half of the Imperial Tomb hasn't even been completed, and Brother Ming has encountered a giant snake that can't be defeated by force. In a place as big as Yunmeng Mountain, no one can determine what the outcome will be once something else is awakened. Qin Huang can mention in the Silk Book quiet not to be noisy, perhaps, also represents that Qin Huang had personally visited Yunmeng Mountain. Know something. In short, Little Brother's deduction is correct in 9 cases out of 10. Everyone should believe him. As the archaeology Xiao Danjia's pop-up screen appeared, many netizens folded back to reread the paper that Jiang Ming had posted. That's when it all dawned on them, and many of them revealed their thoughts. According to Brother Ming's thesis, this Cloud Dream Mountain, it doesn't look like any holy land. It always felt a bit sinister. The immortal god is only not a good thing, right? The netizens couldn't guess, but Jiang Ming's thesis, the speculations on Yunmeng Mountain, none of which no longer indicated that the place was evil and bizarre. Although it is impossible to know exactly what exists for the time being, many people have already had a layer of gloom in their hearts. Many netizens felt grave, and the crowd within the Cloud Dream Mountain. Also, after traveling forward for a short while, a stone platform built of wood appeared in front of them. That stone platform was built extremely flat, and it existed quietly between the 2 mountains just like that. The stone platform is empty. Only in the center position, there is a huge bronze square tripod standing quietly. Looking at the scene in front of them, the faces of the crowd were hesitant as they looked towards Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming thought briefly and led the crowd straight around, but not much time. The crowd seems to have circled around, once again returned to the empty stone platform. Looking at the empty bronze square tripod, Jiang Ming didn't make a move. How does this feel like it keeps going in circles? The layout here is almost exactly the same as what Brother Ming and the others saw earlier. What the hell is going on here? Netizens have felt hesitant. After all, this back and forth before and after everything seen, no matter how to say, is a little weird. Follow me. It wasn't until a long time later that Jiang Ming waved his hand once more, signaling the crowd to follow. Under Jiang Ming's leadership, the crowd once again bypassed the stone platform and the bronze square tripod, but as they continued to move forward, not far ahead, when the stone platform as well as the empty square tripod reappeared, everyone's faces became somewhat ugly. Xiao Jiang, shouldn't it be a ghost wall? What the hell is going on here? The professors felt hesitant, and Zhang Xiaoshan on the side showed hesitation. Big brother, this is kind of like a kind of monster fine shiver. Taoist canonical records. There have been about the tripod is the body of the ghosts and gods. Among them there is a kind of monster called blood-eating ghosts. They live long inside the tripod. If it is from the Qin dynasty has existed until now. This level of monsters. I am only afraid that we simply can't solve it. What if we don't settle to let him follow? If we don't fix it, that thing will create illusions from time to time until everyone's blood is consumed by him. Zhang Xiaoshan's face was serious, and Jiang Ming revealed his thoughts. This bronze, produced during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, thousands of years ago. If destroyed, this is a cultural relic, but if we don't destroy it, we won't be able to get out at all. The many elites behind him looked at each other, and Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. It's not from the merchant week, it's kind of like last week. Jiang Ming's voice came out and the crowd was puzzled. Jiang Ming pulled out the rolling pin behind him and walked up to knock on the bronze tripod. Looking at the patterns on the bronze tripod, Jiang Ming quickly locked onto an extremely inconspicuous corner. Look, you guys, there's still a pleasant hiding in the grass and a gray wolf climbing a tree, and Tomcat splitting trees with his crotch and Jerry hiding on top of the hayloft in shock. An iron arm Astro Boy. Jiang Ming's face was serious as he looked at the patterns on the bronze tripod in detail one by one, and many professors went from initially bewildered to dumbfounded, and while a sense of absurdity arose within them, they looked at them in detail. Damn, this. How could a place like Cloud Dream Mountain have such an outrageous thing? Damn it, could it be that Cloud Dream Mountain had been visited years ago? It must be someone from the Chi-Men world. This is really abominable. The professors felt unspeakably angry. It's 9 times out of 10 that Cloud Dream Mountain has been stolen. The grave robbers even came up with such an outrageous one to insult us. Damn. Theft or not is inconclusive. Rather it looks like someone else got in as well. But right at this moment, Jiang Ming's voice came out. Xiao Jiang, what do you mean by this? Could it be that someone wants to follow us and seize the artifacts within Cloud Dream Mountain? The professors hesitated, and Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. From the very beginning I was puzzled as to why those green-skinned monsters appeared when it was clear that the 4 handicap was as steady as an old dog. Now it seems that it is not that this Cloud Dream Mountain is treacherous and unpredictable, but that someone has entered the Cloud Dream Mountain one step ahead of us. Jiang Ming's words caused the crowd's faces to change color. On the side, Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes slowly narrowed. The green-skinned monster from before clearly had the shadow of organ magic and sorcery. Is it hard to believe that it is one of your enchanting frontier people? Knowing sorcery is not proof of being from the enchanting frontier. Jiang Ming shook his head. Most of the sorceries of the enchanting frontier have laws to follow. I come from the enchanting frontier, so naturally I'm quite sensitive to this, and it looks to me like it's someone from another Chi-Men family. You mean, those crazy women who survived you by chance in the Imperial Tomb Row? Zhang Xiaoshan seemed to have thought of something, and his face began to look a bit gloomy. Think long and hard. Well, no one went to the Heavenly Master's house at that time. That's okay. Zhang Xiaoshan took a deep breath. Other than that, the changes in Jiang Ming over the past half a year had made Zhang Xiaoshan somewhat unable to see through them. Against him? Zhang Xiaoshan didn't want to die in the wilderness in enemy clothes the next day. Big difference. Jiang Ming slowly narrowed his eyes and swept over the empty Yunmeng mountain in all directions. Pondering slightly, he kicked open the bronze square tripod. A flash of brilliant light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Jiang Ming merged his fingers into knives, tore his fingertips apart, and when he flexed his fingers and flicked them, a drop of pitch-black blood instantly flew towards the bronze square tripod. Snap! Blood dripped down onto the surface of the square tripod, and along with where the pitch-black blood landed, a large amount of white smoke rose abruptly. A miserable scream suddenly came from the depths of Cloud Dream Mountain. That miserable scream came suddenly, making everyone's face change greatly between. Many netizens have felt hesitant. Damn it, it's not even a problem for those crazy women to lay their hands on the imperial tomb. But now that Brother Ming has joined the military, how dare they do it? Hasn't the military disciplined these people? What an abomination. What are these people trying to do? The netizens were outraged, and it was clear that the previous incident was still fresh in their minds, with Ming almost dying at the hands of that group of crazy women. Now one of them didn't know who had come looking for trouble again, and it was clear that they held the intention of decapitating Brother Ming. What do we do next? Zhang Xiaoshan looked at Jiang Ming. With his relationship with Jiang Ming Park over so many days, Zhang Xiaoshan was definitely going to stand by in the face of this kind of pursuit. Just kidding. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Zhang Xiaoshan was very forced inside. The group of female lunatics in the Chiman world have no scruples in what they do, and by virtue of the fact that the heaven and earth have changed over the years, the status of the foreigners has risen, and they are determined that the above will not punish them with a hard hand, and thus they have done quite a lot of messes. In the words of the above, it means that the mess in the Chimera community needs to be dealt with by the Chimera community. Although so many years the major families have also joined together to rectify many times, but the problem is repeated. That group of crazy as at the time of Li Jianshan General. No bottom line. This gave the major families quite a headache, but as the group of lunatics behind them fell silent, the major families did not make any further attempts to hunt them down, until the last time a number of lunatics showed up among Zhuge Wu's humongous fanboys, and then now, they appeared at Cloud Dream Mountain. There was no doubt in this that they had come prepared this time. Perhaps the level of hunting is no less than that time at the Imperial Tomb, coupled with the fact that the major families were already quite deep and little known. This time, I'm afraid that the crisis faced by my own good big brother has already become a dead end. Chapter 97, 6000, Spring and Autumn Cicada. Heat breaks 100 million. Killing chance from the three families of Qi men. Compared to Zhang Xiaoshan's worries, Jiang Ming was obviously much calmer. Before, they were talents needed by the military, disciples of major Qi men families, and they themselves were nothing more than a grave robber. The previous strike was quite considerate, but now, in public, he is a colonel of the Dragon Team, who has made a great contribution to the Dragon 26. In private, he was the rare inter-clan saint son of the enchanting frontier for thousands of years, and his third granduncle was the only remaining generation of old ancestors in the enchanting frontier. In love, and he was the son-in-law of old General Han. In reason, the last time the royal tomb line, IQ plummeted, failed to decimate. This time they come back. Undoubtedly has been more or less antisocial. Timelessness. Jiang Ming looked at the crowd behind him. Aha. No advantage at all. The fights in the Chi-Men world are not as bloody and cruel as warrior battles. Very evil, not to mention that all kinds of treacherous means are also endless. Unusual guns are no match for them. But Jiang Ming didn't panic. Before coming here, all of those forbidden techniques that Qi Yuan had sent himself had been allowed to touch themselves once. Enchanting border secret art, detected. Whether to spend 10 points to learn it. ***** secret technique required compulsion detected. Do you want to spend 1 point to exchange it? Although the system had raised the price of the legendary compass, this wave of benefits was still very comfortable. Any canon that you touch yourself can be learned immediately. The price of some simple principles of compulsion is even lower. Detected. The host is facing a difficult situation. The exchange function is on. Redemption ratio, 1 yuan equals 1 point. The system voice in his mind came, and without any delay, Jiang Ming directly exchanged all of his assets into points. As the small 400 million points appeared, Jiang Ming directly swept through the legendary compulsion section and exchanged a compulsion with a very outrageous system introduction. Redemption successful. Congratulations on obtaining Spring and Autumn Cicada. Spring and Autumn Cicada, an immortal parasite that grows in the river of years and years, feeding on the water of the river of years and years, with variable spring and autumn. Jiang Ming briefly studied it, and then began to research it as his second innate compulsion fusion. The Spring and Autumn Cicada, as the highest-priced legendary compass, possesses the ability to allow the holder to go back in time. The higher one's cultivation level, the farther one can go back in time. According to one's cultivation level as a second-turn Compassion Master, the retraceable light time had already reached a staggering 0.5 seconds. Jiang Ming's face was serious, but looking at the systems, sold all, never returned, logo, he still swallowed his anger in grief. At the very least, the Spring and Autumn Cicada, as the compassion of the essence, would drastically increase its own qualities in all aspects after reaching the second turn of the Compassion Master. Together with the forbidden arts he had learned, he was almost able to deal with it. Keep going. Jiang Ming gave a flat command and led the crowd onward. After some previous speculation, what could be determined was basically the Gong Luo family, who were also proficient in organ techniques and sorcery, which was a bit like one of the Yin Seven Gates. The art of the Imperial Corpse is inconclusive for the time being, but if the other party really dared to make a move at this time, when they went out, none of these sects would be able to escape. As for who the main messenger actually was, Jiang Ming didn't have a clue today. There were too many people fighting at the time. Basically, in addition to those who are seriously injured and dying, ICU lying until now is still a vegetable. The rest can still move, but also by their own whole 7 or 8. Obedient. Look at your own atmosphere. The person who made the move, could it be the family behind them? Jiang Ming secretly made a note of this matter. The clouds are getting thinner. Could it be that little brother and the others have already left Cloud Dream Mountain? Could it be that the clouds of Cloud Dream Mountain are only on the outer layer and there isn't much on the inner layer? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled, and many netizens revealed their thoughts as they looked at the scene that appeared in front of them. The crowd followed behind Jiang Ming and kept moving forward forward towards the front. Not long after, as the crowd continued to move forward in the mountain road, the scenery in the four directions gradually appeared to change quite a bit. The trees, which were originally growing lushly, were also gradually blackening at this time. An eerie and weird painting style gradually revealed itself, and many professors frowned along with it. These trees, they look like they've been on fire. Indeed it is coke. How could such a thing appear in Cloud Dream Mountain? Is it hard to believe that it's the work of those Jimin family members? The professors were obviously very upset. Not them. A calm voice rang out and most of the professors hesitated. If not them, who else? Is it hard to believe that there is still a fire inside Cloud Dream Mountain because of the exposure some years ago? Jiang Ming words let the professors are very puzzled. The trees under the four, although a scorched black, but there is no burning odor coming out. And even the trees under the four look. It seems that it is not so easy to burn the appearance. Jiang Ming didn't say anything and led the crowd onward. As they continued to go deeper, more and more charred trees appeared in all directions. Even looking forward, no more lush trees growing in the mountains, almost all of which are clear, charred black charcoal. Even though most of them were standing, you could tell that the trees had been dead for a long time. The mountains are covered in scorched earth. The professors hesitated. The sight of it was just ridiculous to them. All these years, I've never heard of a big fire in the Flag Cloud mountain range. What the hell is going on here? It always felt a little bad. The netizens were also unable to see through it, and at that moment, Professor Jin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly passed out an exclamation of surprise. Do you remember that once when we were studying the wild history of the Qin dynasty, a great fire arose somewhere? When these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. I remember that this fire was also recorded into the Qin dynasty's remnants of the official history inside. Could it be that this place is where the fire occurred? It is written in the wild history that the fire fell from the sky and came so suddenly that in the twinkling of an eye 800 miles of sacred mountains were scorched earth. In that case, is it hard to believe that this place is the so-called sacred mountain during the Qin dynasty? But that sounds a little too ridiculous. The professors spoke up, greatly excited by this discovery. Many netizens followed with sizzling eyes. If that's true, doesn't that mean that more of the secret history of the Qin dynasty can be explored here? Bullfrogs and bullfrogs, no less. This is the little brother who brought them in by hand. Little brother has gotten another big credit for this wave. At once, countless netizens began to frantically reward. In just a few minutes, the 10 million base has been surpassed. Even with the efforts of close to 80 million netizens, the wave of rewards that lasted for half an hour was as high as over 40 million. There are also some netizens who quickly forwarded the matter, spreading the occasion. The popularity of the live room is followed by a surge. As a hidden secret of the Qin dynasty that has always been known for its mystery, the discovery made by the crowd at Yunmeng Mountain immediately stirred the sizzling hearts of countless Chinese sons and daughters. In a flash, the live broadcast heat, surprisingly, soared. Blink of an eye breaks a billion. Ding! The host's popularity value has exceeded 100 million. Congratulations on obtaining Dragon Taming Technique. Taming the dragon, strange mountains and broken rivers all have dragon veins to follow. The Dragon Taming Technique allows you to tame the dragon veins and gain a certain amount of luck. Congratulations on your achievement, Fame. Achievement Reward, Ghost Power, Stage 2. Power of Ghosts and Gods, Stage 2 allows you to have a base force of 1,000 pounds. The system rewards came from his mind, causing Jiang Ming's gaze to gradually sizzle. This thing of qi can't be touched, but it is truly linked to each person's destiny. To put it in a larger context, qi is related to the rise and fall of a country. To put it in a smaller way, if a person with high qi luck and a person with low qi luck fought, the person with low qi luck couldn't help but be directly struck to death by heavenly thunder in the very first move he made. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say so, there is no doubt that qi luck is added to the body, and there is no harm in 100 benefits. It only makes it worse for those who harbor ill will against them. Furthermore, at the time of the imperial tomb, one had deeply felt the benefits of a strong force, and at this moment, the second stage of the ghost god's power worth tens of millions of dollars was sent down, which directly increased one's battle power by a geometric multiple. In conjunction with the ghost shadow steps, even though he could not cut out the sword dipper, even if it was the sword elder, he had the power to fight on his own. The dragon vein here is so grand. After obtaining the dragon taming skill, Jiang Ming realized that the mountainous terrain he was looking at was clearly different from before. It was as if there was an immense, lingering dragon in this place. Although the giant dragon's entire body was already scorched black and on the verge of death, the thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. And looking at the dragon vein in front of him, Jiang Ming's inner mind moved. Solely, he directly pinched his knuckles, wanting to use the cheapest compulsion as a medium to run the dragon taming technique and tame this giant dragon that was charging the knight. At this time, Shi Jin similarly also perceived the compulsion fluctuation under the 4, but it was weak, not any high-level compulsion, which made her feel puzzled. But there were no more questions. The crowd followed Jiang Ming as he continued onward. The deeper you go, the more scorched black and yellow soil you see, and at this moment, when you look around, you can no longer see a trace of green. Even the earth gradually glowed blood red. It looks spooky as hell. The smell of blood. Could it be that this is not the place where the fire appeared as recorded in history? You guys say. Could it be that the Ghost Valley lineage offended too many people at that time and was bloodied at the mountain gate? Some of the archaeological elites were hesitant. With such a strong smell of blood, it would never be possible to say that there hadn't been a chaotic battle here. But right now, is the only historical record of a natural disaster also false? Netflix hesitates. A natural disaster, not a conflict. As Jiang Ming's voice came out, many people hesitated. But, where did all this blood come from if not from the conflict? This earth looks like it has been washed in blood. How can it not be a conflict? In the face of the crowd's doubts, Jiang Ming didn't explain. Continue on toward the front. He felt a wave. In the imperial tomb had felt the breath. Once after leaving the imperial tomb, the moment that great terror emanated, Jiang Ming's blood flow unconsciously sped up. And now, this feeling had resurfaced, causing Jiang Ming to feel a little uneasy inside. I don't know what else exists in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, but I can get a glimpse of it just from the first sentence recorded in Qin Shi Huang's palimpsest. The one who sins is said to be God. It is hard to believe that during the Qin dynasty, there were still gods existing in the world, since the world calls him God. Why? Does the Qin emperor bear the name of sin? These two doubts were also the biggest unanswered questions hidden in Jiang Ming's heart from the line of the imperial tomb. At this moment, the Cloud Dream Mountain dragon vein was dying, and as Jiang Ming quickly mastered it with the help of the dragon taming skill, his own bloodline, the perception of that breath became clearer and clearer. Even the feeling of strange movements coming from the spell place in his body grew stronger. This way, Jiang Ming opened his mouth to show the way, leading the crowd forward quickly. Little brother seems to have found something. I'm suddenly kind of looking forward to it. It would also be excellent if we could crack the hidden secrets of one of the Cloud Dream Mountain, so I guess the Imperial Tomb will have to wait a little longer. Netizens kept popping up with anticipation inside. Under Jiang Ming's leadership, the crowd quickly passed through more than a dozen hills and arrived in a white stone-paved dojo as the sun was getting westward. Looking around, there were quite a few pavilions here in addition to the empty dojo sprinkled with many undried bloodstains. Only, at this moment, the pavilions that should have been exquisite and incomparable were all scorched black. Apparently, it was all caused by the fire. In spite of this, you can still see that many of the pavilions have not collapsed. Still standing firm, the small half of the was burned out, as much as do scorched earth. This is distressing to many professors. Obviously, if there is no fire here, then is bound to find many historical corroboration. But at this moment, this place is all barren. Undoubtedly put a huge damper on their archaeological endeavors. Don't even move. Jiang Ming barked out a warning and led the crowd to start searching through the burned pavilions. The place where the breath originated was exactly this place. But when you look around, there doesn't seem to be anything very obvious. Suddenly, an exclamation of surprise came from one of the professors. Look guys, there's a couple slate murals. The crowd gathered around to watch. It could be seen that on one of the murals, there was a carving of an immortal old man, who was sitting on top of a futon, and below him were many figures in robes, quietly listening. How do I feel that the clothes these people are wearing are a bit similar to the monsters we saw before? I can't say it's like that. The style is practically identical, okay? The color doesn't show, but the style, and the specks of the lace on a white background with blue trim. Many professors stared at once, and netizens called it outrageous. Obviously, according to the previous inference, those figures were clearly the monsters that had surrounded little brother and the others in the beginning. But at this moment, it even appeared in the dojo deep within Cloud Dream Mountain? Could it be that little brother inferred wrongly before? Or maybe we're overthinking it? I always felt something strange. The netizens kept popping up, and many professors fell silent in thought. Obviously, a scene like this just looks too weird. The curse. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed, and many people showed surprise. Jiang, you know this place? What the hell is going on here? In the face of the professor's questions, Jiang Ming looked toward the bizarre spell at his palm, his face gradually becoming grave. No wonder the same aura was felt in the Imperial tomb before. It turns out that the Ghost Valley lineage, there are also people in this spell. And this spell, is it really impossible to undo? This matter seems too absurd no matter how you look at it, but the facts are so right in front of us that there is no room for disbelief. Jiang Ming hesitated inwardly. Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum and the Ghost Valley lineage, all of them even existed this bizarre spell. What was Emperor Qin trying to do? Or was the struggle for supremacy among the 7 heroes of the warring states all a layout secretly carried out by Emperor Qin's manipulation of the Ghost Valley lineage? Jiang Ming shook his head. No matter how he thought about it, this matter looked filled with oddities. There was a brief silence as the crowd came to the front of the second stone wall. Fixed eyes to see. The second stone wall painted is a fire-burning mountain scene. That the first stone wall sitting on the first seat of the immortal Taoist looked like a man. In the fire burning motionless, the only thing that was carved in the corner of the engraving were 2 incredibly complex characters. The wrath of God. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed as he continued to look downward amidst the stunned and surprised gazes of the crowd. The third stone wall is a scorched landscape of corpses. A man wearing a dragon robe stood still in the middle of this deserted pavilion, seemingly in silence. 3 stone walls in a row, and what is shown is brief and concise. Together with the things that attracted one to this place, one could already deduce it, related to the great terror suppressed in the Imperial tomb, and coincides with the so-called Heaven's Wrath breath. This curse, could it be from the gods of that period? Ding! Dragon vein fusion successful. The system voice in his head came, interrupting Jiang Ming's thoughts, but just then, boom! A thunderbolt descended with a loud bang, and Zhang Xiaoshan, who was dozing on the side, suddenly jumped up with a jolt, immediately followed by the thunder approaching his body, causing Zhang Xiaoshan's head to suddenly sprout white gas, all dirty not to mention. A smell of roasted meat even began to permeate. This made many netizens suck in their cold breath. The professors also stayed away. Jiang Ming was a bit confused. After the successful fusion of the dragon veins, it is obvious that this place has become his home turf, and the thunder, as a matter of course, will only split those who have evil intentions towards him. This little mountain. Aha! No commissions, doesn't look like a good guy. Bang! Just as Jiang Ming was about to help Zhang Xiaoshan check if he was alright, a gunshot came out of nowhere. Stimulated by the intense life and death crisis within Jiang Ming's heart, he hastily dodged. It revealed Zhang Xiaoshan, who had fainted and fallen to the ground. Avalanche! I'll you up! Zhang Xiaoshan cried out in pain and cursed with tears in both eyes. Jiang Ming's face was gloomy. You guys hide. After saying that, Jiang Ming ran straight towards the empty wasteland in the distance, where although the trees were mostly burned, there were still a number of large boulders that could be used as cover. As for the crowd, they were not the target of those Qi Men families, so there was no need to worry. What a guy! When the little fire dragon and Jenny Turtle saw this, their hearts sank and violent shouts came out. In the distance, within the wild mountains, a group of figures wearing black robes, Wu Yang out. At the head of the group was an old man, sage son of enchanting frontier. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. The old man's words were hoarse and his gaze was grim. Sweeping over the crowd, he quickly looked over to Stone, who had run to hide on the other side of the barren mountain. Jiang Ming, right behind the stone. Old thing, I've shed blood and made great achievements for the organization. How dare you kill me? Jiang Ming's pupils gradually turned scarlet as his icy voice came out, and while casting his compulsion technique to lay out the layout, he was also observing the crowd with the help of his spectral pupil. Although the second stage of the spectral pupil can break through many illusions, but the physical object cannot be seen through. What Jiang Ming was looking at was merely the breath contained within the crowd. Come and go. Over 100 people. That's quite a face. My Gonglong family, in the entire 9 states, is just as important. What is wrong with killing you? The old man sneered, and when he raised his hand, several RPGs behind him were fired at once. Stimulated by the strong life and death crisis, Jiang Ming fled directly with the help of his compulsion. A rumbling sound rang out, and under everyone's gaze, the stone exploded. A huge mound was revealed. In the pit, it was obviously the hole in the ground that Jiang Ming had dug to escape with the help of the parasites. Sect leader Zhao, sect leader Zhang. The formation, is it ready? The old man of the Gongfu family's gloomy voice came out, and the 2 old men behind him similarly sneered. Your Excellency, don't worry, the little daughter is still unconscious from the mercury poison. This time, how can we let this kid go? Just be at ease. I'll take this man's head. Gentlemen, strike! The cold voice of the Gongluo family's old man rang out, and the many elites of the 3 families behind him pinched their knives. In a flash, organ beasts of various shapes and sizes, poisonous snakes and insects, were drilling madly towards that hole in the ground. This scene caused Han Xiaoya's eyes to fill with blood as she lifted her pistol and fired a shot towards the old man in the lead. Bang! Dang! Almost at the same time, that sect master Zhao drew a long, broad-bladed sword and unexpectedly blocked the bullet directly. As this scene caused Han Xiaoge's face to become more and more ugly, both the little fire dragon and the Jenny Turtle also felt anger inside. "You guys back off!" Jenny Turtle bellowed and looked behind her at the professors, only to realize that at some point, they had long since run out of sight. Only Zhang Xiaoshan, because he had been shot in the thigh, was still red-eyed and full of panic at the moment, fleeing into the distance with great difficulty. It was obvious that Zhang Xiaoshan had a strong desire to survive. This confused Jenny Turtle, but also, as a result, completely let go. "Fight!" Without any delay, a bellowing cry came out, and the two sides immediately entered a white-hot firefight. But yet, at that moment, no good, Captain, they have poisonous insects. Ah! The sound of several team members getting hurt came from Jenny Turtle, who looked a little hard. The scene was also watched by many netizens because of the cameras that everyone was wearing on their chests. Under the quick retweeting by the barkeepers of the Tomb Raider Little Brother bar, a news about the Qin community striking out against the archaeological team set the internet ablaze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare these people even disregard Little Brother's current status? This group of lunatics from the Qin world is simply lawless. Reverse, ing reverse. Countless netizens have called. More people on the air were worried about Little Brother. This time, the Qin family had made a comeback, and it was bound to be holding a bad breath in its heart. And if it didn't come out clean, it definitely wasn't over. But Little Brother was, after all, alone, and as he watched the guards about to be completely paralyzed, Han Xiaoye was struck with poison and turned blue. Shi Jin, negative. Many netizens are numb. Damn it, Little Brother is a man who has shed blood and made a mark for the organization. Damn it, do these people even dare to kill meritorious officials? Damn it, the female lunatic of their family in the line of the Imperial tomb tried to kill Little Brother and was seriously injured. Even if it's not enough, now Little Brother is the one who has been merited. How dare they still make a move? While netizens popped up angrily, the form of the scene was lopsided, leaving everyone feeling unspeakably worried. Meanwhile, a pig farm in a military district. What a cow! I told you that Yenzi's her family would definitely not be able to tolerate it. I didn't expect the old man to move so fast. Chapter 98, 4:000, Kong. Damn, after raising pigs for more than half a year, that guy told me to get in the hole. Get in the hole. This time I can finally watch him suffer. As soon as he's dead, who else can care about us? Good. I wish this guy would die sooner. More than 30 body odor. Dirty bandits. Looking at the scene in the live broadcast, rumble burst. Incomparably happy laugh. On that day, Jiang Ming had defeated them all with his handful of compulsion techniques, not to mention that he had even wasted many of them. Many people never woke up in this life because they inhaled too much mercury toxin. They were unwilling to give feedback to the top, but the response they got was, the military only authorized you to arrest people, not kill them. Such cold and icy words made all of them feel like falling into an ice cave. That being said, there was nothing the crowd could do to justify this. But, afterwards, after learning that Jiang Ming would personally lead them on a mission, the crowd realized that this was actually just the beginning of their nightmare. As expected, in less than half an hour of being notified, Jiang Ming unexpectedly utilized his power to send more than 30 sisters neatly into the pig farm. If that was all there was to it, that damnable Jiang Ming even took advantage of the situation and tucked a dozen or so sisters directly into a pile of pig manure. It's beautifully named training for them. Say what? That's what military training is like. Damn. I can't tell you how many letters of complaint have been sent. Surprisingly, there was no reaction at all from above. Even, late at night every day, there were quite a number of PPO lying on the windows watching, making them sleepless night after night, working in a daze. After a mistake, Jiang Ming did not say anything is to let them 100 kilometers cross country. Running is not finished, not allowed to eat. Even Jiang Ming, this damn stinky man, took away all the hand towels from the toilet. Damn it! They had thought that after Jiang Ming left on his mission, their lives would be much better. But the rash called Little Fire Dragon. Surprisingly, he still did what Jiang Ming ordered him to do. Damn it! It wasn't that the people hadn't thought about reporting back to their own clan, but the clan's patriarch, who had always favored them and the others, had actually said that the old ancestor had given the word to let Jiang Ming grind them down. This one completely extinguished the flame of vengeance within the crowd. How could they not imagine how a grave robber, what virtue or ability, could gain the support of their own ancestor? Damn it! It could already be seen that under the shadow of Jiang Ming's torture for half a year, the women had become extremely perverted inside. Even Jiang Ming had become an obsession on their cultivation path. It's getting to be a mind asterisk 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 asterisk. How can the people be satisfied if this person is not removed? At this moment, seeing that Jiang Ming had suffered such a life and death crisis, the crowd's hearts were even more unrestrained. Only the green wolf, who had just finished pulling pig feet in the distance, looked at the distant sunset with a sad face, his complexion filled with haggardness and vicissitudes. he just can't figure it out. Why did the higher-ups suddenly allow themselves to raise pigs and deliver feed? Is he not worthy of that police station chief position? Zhao Guangji has retired. Is it not my turn? Green Wolf was depressed, took a sip of his beer, and sighed heavily. At this moment, above the scorched earth of the barren mountains of Yunmeng Mountain, a group of foreigners with various means in maneuvering all kinds of organs and poisonous insects rushed into the tunnel where Jiang Ming was, attempting to kill it in one fell swoop. Many netizens have already called the police, and the picture got out of control for a while. Damn it, this group is obviously prepared. Little brother is going to be without this wave. Damn, a bunch of old things that have been practicing for I don't know how many years. How dare they really take a shot at little brother? Damn, countless people were angry pop-ups, and Jenny Turtle and others were all blue in the face. Obviously, the poisoning was too deep, and at this moment, they had completely lost their ability to fight. The scene, in addition to the inexplicable disappearance of Qi Jin, as well as the hole in the ground left by the little brother, it seems that the two can no longer be found. Old Cho, the old man of the Gonglong family, snorted coldly, and beside him, sect leader Zhao took out a compass and quickly pinched and deduced north by west, gung-ho position. A flat voice came out, and in a flash, many Inhumans rushed out directly, holding strange weapons, and they all headed straight for that place. But just then, buzz, buzz, a thick and incomparable sound of flying insects buzzing came, and under everyone's gaze, in all directions, in the mountains and rivers and earth, unspeakable pitch-black small insects, in a split second, quickly swept and flew towards the crowd. Enchanting frontier path. How dare you show off in front of old me? The old man on the other side let out a cold smile, and between raising his hand and pinching his knob, a bright red formation map below the crowd was revealed with a bang, accompanied by the terrifyingly high temperatures rapidly rising underneath. A gale swept through the room, and the heat wave instantly burned that large number of flying insects into ashes. At the same time, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Qi Jin, who was extremely far away. With a grimace, he took out his barret and aimed and fired directly. Bang! The horrific recoil made the already unsteady Qi Jin plant, but in that same shot, it also landed on the chest of one of the Inhumans, causing his chest to explode. Instantaneous gaslighting. Go over to some of them and kill her. The cold voice of the old man of the Gong Luo family rang out, and immediately many people rushed out to go straight to Qi Jin. Phew! A cold wind blew up abruptly, swirling with a sea of churning clouds, quickly coming towards the place where the people were fighting. Tianchafo's boy, don't want to die? Then mind your own business. The old man of the Gongluo family coldly looked at Zhang Xiaoshan, who was pinching his finger to mobilize the clouds and mist, preparing to stir up the water. And a single look made Zhang Xiaoshan's whole body tremble and directly burst into tears. Grand Master Gongtu was wronged. My juniors were clearly trying to help you lock that little thief's figure through the art of cloud survey. Late bloomer. Boom! Zhang Xiaoshan knelt on the ground with a snotty nose and tears, and in the next second, thunder exploded. White smoke rose from Zhang Xiaoshan's head, and the smell of meat came out from his whole body, and he was completely unconscious. The only thing was the frail eyes that looked full of confusion and unwillingness, gradually revealing an aura of pain. Damn, what a ing dog. Humph. Looking at the scene in front of him, the old man from the Gongfu family let out a cold smile and waved his hand to disperse the clouds that were about to sweep in all directions. And as the foreigners quickly went straight to Jiang Ming's position, blocking off the path of life at the same time, Jiang Ming obviously noticed all of this through his spectral pupil as well. Old dog. Cursing darkly, Jiang Ming felt as if he had once again returned to the scene of being hunted down and killed at the imperial tomb, and a wave of hostility arose. A flash of scarlet light in his pupils quickly filled the air, and within the rolling pin, as well as the rich bloodbath aura around it, exploded. Jiang Ming broke through the ground with the help of the compulsion, causing one person to directly lose his footing and fall. Bang! With a loud muffled sound, the man's brain instantly exploded, and the scene was once bloody. Jiang Ming didn't delay, and as he did, after instantly killing 3 or 4 people, the figure above him apparently began to rapidly retreat. At the same time, more organ-poisonous insects in the tunnel quickly swept in. Looking at the countless organ-poisonous insects that attacked like waves, feeling the pain coming from the wounds that were torn and ripped in various parts of his body, Jiang Ming's pupils were scarlet, and crazy flames danced in his eyes. Since you guys don't follow the rules, none of you should play. The hoarse and gloomy voice seemed to be transmitted through some kind of power, making the people in the outside world frown at the same time. A strange and incomparable purple mist began to emerge from the pit. Click! Bang! Wow! The sound of the machine vipers shattering came, causing the eyes of the old man from the Gong Luo family to slowly narrow. Obviously, he really did not prepare to rely on this point of organ art to leave Jiang Ming's small life. This kid is not a weak-minded and low-energy generation. The words of the party in the end, what is the meaning? There was a brief silence from the old man of the Gong Luo family. Strike together! Yes, the other two sect masters responded at once, and in a moment, the thick cultivation fluctuations around the three of them erupted, transforming into residual shadows as they rushed towards the pit. Almost at the same time they entered the pit, Jiang Ming broke through the ground, and along with the dense purple mist in the land below them that began to climb, causing the scene below them to gradually become hazy at the same time. Many people's faces changed drastically. No good, it's poisonous fog. Some of the more knowledgeable foreigners had passed out exclamations of surprise. The three old Taoists of the Gonglong family also reappeared from the pit with ugly faces, and with a flash of murderous intent in their eyes, they once again headed straight for Jiang Ming. Obviously, they wanted to kill this son in the shortest possible time, but just then, anon, the sound of a high dragon roar suddenly echoed around the ears of all the Inhumans, causing everyone's faces to change drastically. They saw that in that instant, a decayed and tattered, even weak and dying pale golden dragon had appeared behind Jiang Ming. Even though the giant dragon silhouette looked weak and frail, the might from its huge size alone caused everyone on the scene to change their faces. Dragon Vein. This kid is even proficient in the art of dragon taming? He shall not be kept. The three family heads opened their mouths one after another, their eyes even more murderous. However, Jiang Ming's gaze was cold. No. 1. A complicated and ancient syllable came out abruptly from Jiang Ming's mouth, and along with the stagnation of the winds and clouds in this part of the world, an inexplicable uneasiness suddenly rose up in everyone's hearts. This, no good. The emergence of this change caused all three family heads to also look grave and scornful inwardly. Obviously, they had thought that this kid was nothing more than the leader of the younger generation, the older generation, who could be destroyed at the snap of a finger, but they had never thought that this kid was so evil. Lao Zhao, Lao Li, let's test it out. The old man of the Gong Luo family made a decision on the spot, and his determination to behead this son became stronger and stronger within his heart. Deadly enmity has been concluded. If we don't get rid of it today, it will become a great danger in the coming days. The three of them immediately dispersed, each chopping out astral winds and heading straight for Jiang Ming. Terrifying blade intent, sword intent, swept in with endless killing opportunities. Fresh blood flowed down from Jiang Ming's 7 orifices, and the crazy flames that danced deep within his eyes grew even more intense as the ancient and complicated syllables came out of his mouth once again. Kung. This syllable rang out as if it contained some kind of ancient power, accompanied by an ancient and simple aura that spread in all directions. The sword dangling from the crowd's approaching daggers unexpectedly shattered and dissipated abruptly in an instant. What? How is this possible? The three family heads immediately changed their faces. The sword Dao chopped out by himself and the others was not as good as Li Jianshan, the genius of the sword Dao, but at the very least, it was not a few points worse. What's more, it was still the three of them combining their efforts. Even if Li Jianshan wanted to parry, he would have to put in some effort, but the person in front of him was just a young man in his early 20s. How could it be done to such an extent? And, this kid hasn't looked normal since he appeared in the pit. Is it hard to believe that he really has something up his sleeve? The three of them were stunned, but at this moment, the more the state of affairs was unknown, the stronger the killing chance within the three of them became. Late is late, no delay. The old man from the Gong Luo family shouted, waving his iron whip and killing directly towards Jiang Ming. The other two even made a move. Kung. Jiang Ming once again sent out a hoarse bellow. The ancient aura contained in this voice was obviously even more intense, and based on the syllables alone, it was as if he was dragging the crowd back to that ancient and barbaric era. It made the speed of the three people increase suddenly, and when the killing chance was stronger, it looked like it was about to approach. But just then, in this side of heaven and earth, a thick and dull, as if an ancient existence that had been sleeping since endless years ago, began to leisurely turn awake. It was more like listening to the call from a deceased person in an ancient dialect and thus trying to forcefully awaken. That voice contained the aura of the vicissitudes of decay, set off by the ancient and complicated syllables, coupled with the moment the voice was emitted. It seemed as if the four heavens and earth began to become silent. It is as if everything in the world should be eclipsed in the presence of that being. Everything in heaven and earth was dead silent for a moment. This turn of events completely changed the faces of the three people whose killing machines had erupted, at the time when a strong life and death crisis surfaced within his heart. Under everyone's gaze, a giant snake silhouette that emitted gray light and was incomparably illusory appeared from a mountain in the extreme distance. A shocking aura of decay immediately filled the 8 directions. The flowers and plants in the extreme distance seemed to be affected by the breath and began to wither and fade one after another. Acidic odor emanating from the soil. The trees are even more rapidly turning into deadwood. That giant snake looks weak and incomparable, with blood and flesh crippled in all parts of its body, and a thick deathly intent around it radiates. Thick and weak fuzzy voice slowly came out. as if responding to the call of the deceased. It's more like an existence that wakes up from a big dream, in a strange world, bewilderedly searching for the familiar. The appearance of that ancient giant snake shadow is very abrupt, obviously seems to be still immersed in a dream at this moment, not awakened. God's soul is still at a loss, but the invisible spread out the ancient and solemn atmosphere, but led all the people in the heart of the strong to the extreme life and death crisis. Flesh and blood trembled, and the gods and souls were terrified. The great terror. At the same time, there was a heartfelt fear and loathing. It was as if the nature that existed in the bloodline, as if it made everyone see a natural enemy. The three family heads' bodies trembled and cold sweat flowed down their faces. The hundreds of foreigners behind the three were even kneeling in terror. His body couldn't stop shivering, and his expression was filled with fear. Zhang Xiaoshan shivered and woke up. Seeing that ancient figure, he directly rolled his eyes. The professors were pale with fear, and several of the young men were gradually losing their eyes. Little Fire Dragon, Jenny Turtle, Han Xiaoye, and even the team members. Glowing green faces were hung with fear that was thick to the extreme. This is not that the players are not strong in their hearts, but this kind of fear is as if it comes from the deep instinct of the blood. It makes it simply irresistible. Chapter 99, 7000. Confrontation. The greedy wolfstar appeared, and the enchanting frontier's killing machine blossomed. The Holy Sun has orders, not only the crowd, but even Jiang Ming at this moment, under the influence of the aura brought about by that decay, his flesh and blood trembled, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Suddenly, phew, as the breeze blew, the corrupted giant snake seemed to have sensed something and slowly turned its head to look at Jiang Ming. The old, complicated syllables seemed to be an inquiry from an old friend. This made Jiang Ming's scalp tingle. Not far away, the three family heads were still flashing excitement in their eyes at this moment despite their overwhelming fear. Dead. It would be hard not to die when you let such an existence take notice, as long as this item was out of the way. When the time came, he and the others would simply run away. But what the three never expected was that Jiang Ming was still standing on top of the barren soil, forcibly suppressing the trembling from his instincts, and the ancient, thick and complicated syllables came out of his mouth. Jiang Ming combed his own breath as much as possible, and the scarlet in his pupils stared but did not dissipate. That giant snake silhouette heard the familiar syllables obviously stalled. Seems to be immersed in some kind of strange state in general. Just stayed in the air like that for a long time. The bewilderment in the divine soul does not seem to be faked. Vaguely, the crowd perceived that the serious bewilderment of the giant snake seems to be slowly fading, and its body, a more ancient and solemn atmosphere, also emerged. The appearance of the breath made the blood and flesh wailing of the crowd at the scene even more intense. It was as if what was truly frightening was not the giant snake itself, but the scent. Extremely disgusting. It's more like an inheritance from the bloodline, and anyone with that aura is a natural enemy. The intense life and death crisis continued to climb, and as that ancient solemn aura became more and more dense, everyone on the scene felt an unspeakable panic. The fear from the scent alone prevented any thought of resistance. It was all very quick to say, but it happened over the course of 2 full hours. These 2 hours were undoubtedly a great ordeal for the crowd. Many people inwardly expect time to pass quickly. Only, when the giant snake shadow eye's blankness completely dissipated, that ancient and solemn atmosphere also seems to reach the peak when the crowd that had been looking forward to it regretted it. Look around. Everything here is significantly more different. The 4 places were completely dead silent, as if everything in the world had become dull in front of this being. The indifferent aura that towered over all living beings seemed like an instinct embedded in the giant snake's body. It made everyone tremble and lower their heads in an instant, not daring to look directly at them, except for Jiang Ming. It wasn't that his heart was set on dying. Rather, under the invisible oppression brought by that breath, Jiang Ming found himself unable to move. There's a word for it. Little brother seems a bit brave. Is this even something to be afraid of? I see everyone else seem to be kneeling. You guys can actually type? I'm scared less. Some pop-ups rolled in the live stream. Many netizens are fearful and worried. The image shows the little brother calmly looking at the giant snake and locking eyes with it. Despite the gradual flow of blood from the 7 orifices and the trembling of his body, little brother remained unmoved and fearless. The scarlet killing intent in his pupils seemed to represent little brother's will to rather die than give in. This made many netizens call it a hero. I'm afraid I'd have to be on the floor in my place. Kneeling isn't quite the right position. Little brother, this wave is difficult to hard steel with this thing. I feel as if there is no way to live at all. Oh, little brother, you must not be impulsive. Appropriate softening is not a bad thing. Netizens are in pain. Just then, buzz, behind the rolling pin inside, came the faint buzzing sound. A bloodbath breath burst out. Under the ferocious blood mist diffusion, the scarlet blood shadow appeared in front of Jiang Ming. It was as if he was staring at a giant snake. Company. Hipped. The blood shadow was likewise an existence that had been silent for thousands of years, and at this moment, a voice as hoarse as the friction of gold and iron rang out, although it can still be distinguished as a woman, but this ancient syllable, through the meaning of depression, but still shudder. The scene took everyone's breath away. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast stalled. From the time the giant snake appeared until now, all the netizens had been shocked by this scene and their scalps were numb. At this moment, staring blankly at that unheard of horrible thing, it seemed that they were all caught in a stagnant state of thought. Time passes 1 minute at a time. The blood shadow protects in front of Jiang Ming, and the bloodbath aura around him grows more and more dense. The original pressure brought by the giant snake was already terrifying enough, and now that an incomparably ferocious spirit of the demon blade appeared, everyone at the scene didn't dare to breathe a single breath. His entire body had long been drenched in sweat. Han Xiaoye's face turned green, and her eyes continued to show intense worry. Qi Jin knelt on the ground, feeling the terror transmitted by the two breaths, his forehead sweating. Until a long time, under the indifferent gaze of that giant snake shadow, a thick and ancient voice once again came. A word came out, as if some kind of recognition, making the atmosphere gradually turn back to the fore. Many people hesitation. That's, negotiated? Asterisk. This, the netizens were equally confused while sighing inwardly. Before he could lament how powerful soft food was, he saw that in the next second, the tumbling clouds in the distance suddenly rolled backwards and attacked. In just a few short breaths, everything was completely obscured by clouds. The screen instantly turned white. Many netizens are numb. Not good, brothers. This snake shouldn't have struck already, right? I can see that my scalp is numb. That snake's whole body is tattered and torn. All the flesh and blood of the body is not one, so it does not die? I've pissed myself. Me. That last look, was it an attempt to drive out the whole world? This turn of events made the hearts of many Tomb Raider Little Brother bar users anxious, incredibly worried. As time passes slowly, about half an hour later, when the white mist gradually cleared under the crowd, that's when the netizens realized that Little Brother and the professors, as well as the crew, had appeared beyond the flag cloud mountains, birdsong coming from all around and a light breeze. That's a bull marking stone, still standing. What are we? Out. That thing? What in the world exists? Why? The professors were still a little stunned, their voices trembling. Seeing that the thick fog dispersed, Little Fire Dragon and the others also breathed a sigh of relief and began to take out their spare medicines to try to suppress the toxins in their bodies. Many people quickly noticed that Jiang Ming was unexpectedly sitting expressionlessly on a large rock at the moment, his eyes always fixed on a greenish-blue round ancient jade in his hand. If one were to inspect carefully, one could discover that the scarlet intent in Jiang Ming's pupils always remained a trace, unable to dissipate. As for the stone, rather than being given by the giant snake, it was Bloodshot who wanted it with Giant Snake. After the mists rose, the pattern of heaven and earth suddenly changed, and when the 9 palaces were reversed, all the people also appeared outside of Yunmeng Mountain in the midst of the changes of the 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches. The blood shadow seemed to be still unable to appear for too long due to his own lack of cultivation, and had now returned to the rolling pin. Looking back again, the crowd has been walking for more than a month, and the 9 palace layout, that should have been familiar, has completely changed. Jiang Ming couldn't see through it. It was only now that he somewhat understood why the Emperor Qin's silk book mentioned that the immortal sacred ground was quiet and not noisy, like the giant snake, that kind of existence, only afraid, to spell out all the Chiman world's reserves, only to be qualified to fight with it 1 or 2, perhaps, still not enough. Jiang Ming wasn't sure, but undoubtedly, the giant snake's understanding of the art of Xianmen was obviously extremely profound. At this moment, with the power that they and others cannot understand, fluctuating 4 discs, the Cloud Dream Mountain will be completely hidden. It seems that is not want to have others to get involved. Thinking back to what is written among the murals, perhaps the Great Serpent, it is the legendary Xian Weizi who is the leader of the world, but the mystery of it all remains somewhat elusive. The existence of giant snakes, apparently, is like a natural enemy of mankind, immortalized over thousands of years. Is it hard to believe that is a god? Also, the demon sword that overthrew the cold lands of the northern border. What kind of existence was it in that confusing era? In the imperial tomb, the breath that is nearly homologous with the giant snake is also an ancient god? Why would an aura that was homologous to such an existence appear within the imperial tomb? Emperor Qin, what the hell is he laying? All the mystery, it is difficult to hide in the ancient jade. Jiang Ming was silent for a long time before gradually returning to his senses. Finding that most of the team members were blue in the face, Jiang Ming didn't stop and began to help expel the poison with the help of the golden silkworm compass. Shi Jin aside with the help of compulsion to heal themselves. Many netizens are looking at the gradual stabilization of the crowd, sighing and sighing. It's not easy, it just scared the hell out of me. It's a good thing the spirit of the demon blade is here. This soft food is really making me envious. It's still little brother. If anyone else was here, I'm afraid that they would simply cool off directly, with no chance of survival at all. That must be, little brother is invincible. The netizens bragged and farted, and the people here also recovered one after another with Jiang Ming's help in expelling the poison. An enthusiast is full of doubts. Then again, where did all those people from the Chimera community go? Not long after this netizens pop-up was sent out, and while the crowd was wondering, an old miserable scream suddenly came from this side of the world. The scream appeared suddenly and came equally strangely, although it sounds as if it exists far away, very weak, but at the moment the crowd is clearly heard. For a while, many professors looked at each other. Is that voice the ones from earlier? Is this the spirit of the demon blade letting the giant snake leave them behind? This. Many of the archaeological elites looked excited, and their gazes toward Jiang Ming were filled with heat. Countless netizens are even more outrageous. Awesome. Little brother, this demon blade spirit is really too strong. If you get this demon sword, you'll be so happy that your ancestors' graves will fly up to the sky, and even the giant snake will have to give you 3 points of face. This wave is really strong and invincible. The pop-ups rolled, and countless netizens bragged on, feeling very powerful. The scene about the appearance of the giant snake and the confrontation with the spirit of the demon blade also exploded straight into flames as netizens frantically reposted it. Good lord, this snake couldn't be a legendary god, could it? 1 out of 10 of its flesh and blood is still alive? It looks like it's still a soul. How much suffering must it have endured in life? Awesome, really awesome. I can't believe the archaeology team found something so outrageous. Various netizens were shocked as they watched the giant snake on the live feed. Even more so, when they saw the scene of the blood shadow protecting his master and little brother confronting the giant snake like a hero. They sucked in cold air. Good lord, such a terrifying existence. And this little brother dares to confront it? Who is this young man? Why does he feel so powerful? It's not even if he's handsome, but he's so manly. Love. Standard national husband template. Shut up. That's clearly my long-lost, half-brother and half-sister child husband. Damn, that's clearly my husband. We just got our license 2 days ago. Don't be ridiculous. That's clearly my family's mouth. Don't take it from me. Countless netizens called. All kinds of beautiful women are even more frenzied, earning a headache. That heat even went straight to number 1 on the Hot 100. It drew countless spectators. The netizens looked at the figure in the picture that was fully clothed and tattered, with blood flowing down from all 7 orifices, still with scarlet pupils and demonic madness, coupled with the bloodthirsty and overbearing woman who stood in the way of this person. There was a sudden and outright cry of great love. These two, they're perfect for CP. Love it. If only I could have a wife like that. I'm so envious of this little brother, to be able to eat such a soft meal. This little brother even knows the art of voodoo. It's really powerful. Okay? As things continued to ferment, Jiang Ming's popularity value also quickly surpassed 200 million, in addition to the 77% that had been used up before, as well as the points that had been exchanged for real money. Jiang Ming's points were now just a little over 100 million. After watching that the crowd was mostly unharmed, Jiang Ming handed the ancient jade over to the true or false professors and told them to go back and study it. For himself, he removed the chest camera and headed off into the distance on his own. Kung Fu, Li and Zhao, repeated misbehavior. This is a matter that can never be tolerated. Gone with the wind before gaining power, and all is lost. To continue to live after gaining power is indeed a way to take death. 3 of the chimeras appeared today. Will more come tomorrow? Today, he was fortunate to have the demon sword at his side and awakened the ancient existence to avoid a disaster. Well, what about tomorrow? Xiao Jiang, where are you going? Aren't you coming back with us? The professors felt hesitant. After all, Jiang Ming had suddenly become much more reticent than before since his appearance. The little fire dragon and Jenny Turtle duo were even more astonished. They realized that deep within Jiang Ming's pupils, that flash of scarlet redness had never shown any signs of fading. It's hard not to. Captain, don't be impulsive. Now that the pattern of heaven and earth has not yet been determined. The little fire dragon's words left his mouth before he could finish. Bang! Only to see a figure in red clothing flashed by. Shi Jin wiped away the blood remaining at the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at the little fire dragon that flew out backwards. Get out! The deep eyes under the long, slender lashes flashed with murderous intent. The cold and piercing word immediately made the back of the little fire dragon go cold. Jenny Turtle's face grew ugly as he looked at Jiang Ming's back, his eyes filled with intense worry. The team members on all 4 sides followed suit and fell silent. Shi Jin coldly swept his eyes over the crowd and realized that no one was moving, so he slowly turned around around and followed Jiang Ming, walking towards the distance. Brother Ming, you. Han Xiaoye was equally worried, and at this moment, as she looked at the suddenly unfamiliar Jiang Ming, her voice came out. Jiang Ming's footsteps stopped. Qi Jin's eyes slowly narrowed. For a moment, the air was silent, until a long time. Go home and cook. Jiang Ming didn't turn around, calmly commanded and went far away on his own. Qi Jin followed respectfully. You. Han Xiaoye looked at the back of the duo's departure, her gaze a little bleak, and under the hesitation of the crowd in the four corners of the room. They wanted to open their mouths to let Han Xiaoye dissuade them, but after opening his mouth, the words eventually did not come out. A number of netizens in the live chat room were hesitant because of this change, but with the media stations taking the trip off the air, it seemed that this January plus journey was over. Netflix was never quite sure what happened after that, among the entire Chinese Qi-men pattern. In fact, there is always a great web of arcane arts that are interconnected with the astrological signs. At this moment, in the south of Kyushu, the enchanting land is stormy, the greedy wolf is hidden, and there seems to be a weird demonic aura brewing. The observers of the major Qi-men families were shaken when they saw this. He called out that it was not good, and it seemed that a calamity was coming. This matter, too, quickly sensationalized the major lineages. At the edge of the cliff, Jiang Ming stood calmly. On the side, Qi Jin borrowed a secret technique to finish sending the message and once again returned behind Jiang Ming, standing respectfully. As word traveled to reach the enchanting frontier, in the great network of astrological signs corresponding to the arcane arts, the enchanting ground-killing machine coalesced crazily, and that bizarre demonic aura seemed to have awakened signs as well. Now, the old ancestors of the major lineages, too, couldn't sit still. Enchanting border, inner clan. At this moment, no matter if it was a high school or a low-ranked compounder, or a grandpa sweeping the toilets of the inner clan, all of them stopped what they were doing at this time. The Holy Sun is in distress. Low voice out. Qi Yuan stood on the high platform. Just 4 words, making the compulsion under the stage breath-surging. Killing heart cannot be suppressed. Endless clouds of bloom rolled over the entire enchanting land. Gusty winds swept in and dark clouds condensed. The depression permeated the entire enchanting frontier. No extra words. Under Qi Yuan's leadership, the composters each used their skills to quickly move towards the place where the secret art was conveyed. Rushing madly. Not good. Kyushu Qi-men realm. I'm afraid there's a big change. The murderous star greedy wolf is now in the world, and the demonic aura is congealed but not dispersed. There will be a bloodbath. As the observers of the major lineage families passed out their grave words, all the old ancestors of the various lineages also called to discuss the matter, but Yaojian Qi Yuan, but never contacted. It made the faces of the various ancestors stare. Now that heaven and earth have yet to be finalized, the Qi-men realm is already depleted of talent. So how can we allow this to happen? After the discussion, the various old ancestors also quickly determined the location of the catastrophe. Green Cloud Mountain Range. For a time, 8 parties surged. Hundreds of famous and well-known Qi-men families whose inheritance was still intact had rushed to the city. At the same time, in the building of a hidden base of the military, several middle-aged men had serious faces, but were mostly silent. This son has hostility in his heart. If it is not issued, I am afraid that there will be more trouble afterward. Until a long time later, a low voice came out and the man on the side grunted coldly. Is it hard to let him destroy the layout of the entire Qi-men realm? That dragon vein in the Green Cloud Mountain Range is related to the guidance of the mysterious substance. Dragon 26 outstanding merit is not false. But over the years, if it were not for the help of these Qi-men family, at this moment my land of the 9 states, I am afraid that it would have long been like the West. The people are terrified, more than a great chaos. If you ask me, since the 3 clan heads of the Qi sect have fallen anyway, it would be better for each of us to take a step back and call it a day. The man's words came out, and the rest of the people frowned. Obviously, they had also been displeased with the 3 families for a long time, but the dragon vein is at stake after all. If you didn't intervene earlier, why dwell on it now? Suddenly, a pale figure pushed the door in with a cold grunt. Teachers. Looking at the old General Han who had suddenly appeared, the faces of all the people also hesitated. The affairs of the Qi-men realm will be left to the Qi-men realm, and as for what happens afterward, it will be determined. But the dragon vein after all. One person is obviously still hesitant. Han Lao directly interrupted. The old voice is slow, but cannot be questioned. The 3 families of the district, who have repeatedly broken the rules and suffered this calamity, deserve what they get. Don't forget, if it wasn't for the enchanting frontier ancestors' intervention in the first place, what would have happened to the current cooperation with the Qi-men realm? The 3 successive moves deserve this calamity. It wasn't Han Xiaoye who made Han Lao have to step in. Rather, Jiang Ming's 3rd great-uncle. When the intelligence was first delivered to Elder Han, the Elder Han understood the reason. The Gonglong family, Zhao family, and Li family, three major strange sect families entrenched in the Qingyun mountain range. Due to the previous line of the imperial tomb, their grandchildren were traumatized and unconscious, and under the inner unwillingness, they intended to surround and kill Jiang Ming in the Yunmeng mountain. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming lifted the table, directly awakening the existence sleeping within Cloud Dream Mountain. The heads of the three great families fell in this way. Han Lao had wanted to persuade that old ancestor of the enchanting frontier to make a big deal out of a small matter, but there was only one sentence from that end from the beginning to the end. This grandson of mine is the root of the enchanting frontier. The Chiman world is not in competition with the world, and the inheritance of the foundation is seen as more important than the life of the family. Cutting off a person's inheritance is like killing their parents and dishonoring their wives and children. This is a matter that simply cannot be avoided. Enchanting Frontier's group of parasites had always been the ones who refused to suffer, and at this moment, Jiang Ming was undoubtedly the heart of all parasites for Enchanting Frontier. Here, the grandchildren of the three families, such as the Gongfu, misbehaved first, and the patriarch misbehaved second. Enchanting border was completely shaken. In this matter, even old Han did not have the face to stop it. Moreover, Jiang Ming was also that person's own grandnephew. Coupled with the fact that this change involves the pattern of heaven and earth, perhaps the military can use this to further restrain the major Qi-men families. Old Han simply pushed and pushed and pushed. The three families do not represent the Qi-men community, and the dragon vein of the Qingyun mountain range will be the responsibility of another person when the time comes. The military's reticence caused a layer of haze to fall over the hearts and minds of the entire Qi-men realm family. As well, Green Cloud Mountain Range. Jiang Ming crushed the rolling pin with one hand, revealing the demonic knife with red stripes on a black background inside. Scarlet fury chi surrounded his body, and along with the constant forward movement, the killing intent around his body was also climbing up. Qi Jin followed by half a step. A large number of bizarre insects and ants appeared on both sides, a piece of insect cloud accompanied by whistling, making the momentum to add another point. Not long after, Qi Yuan appeared with a few high-ranking compass masters, side by side with Jiang Ming. The companions, on the other hand, followed behind the duo. As they went deeper and deeper, more and more parasites appeared one after another. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with evil and strange insect clouds, as if they were covering the sky, making this side of the heaven and earth become much more depressing. The ground trembled, and several immense and incomparable hideous giant elephants appeared in the ranks. Those giant elephants were as tall as 3 zhang, huge and incomparable, looking terrifying, not to mention that Jiang Ming had never appeared before. It was as if this was one of the underpinnings that the enchanting frontier had accumulated over the years. Feeling the anger within the companions behind him, as well as the horrifying killing chants hidden under Qi Yuan's bland face, Jiang Ming was touched inwardly. In the meantime, inside the Green Cloud Mountain Range, the old ancestors of the Gongzhu family, Zhao family, and Li family, gathered together with ugly faces. Damn, this person in the Imperial Mausoleum will be my grandchildren seriously injured, not to mention, at this moment has even decapitated my 3 family patriarchs. Take advantage of the limelight also, even if it is not enough. Enchanting the frontier is still unforgiving. Damn it, this group of lunatics from the enchanting frontier. Can it be that they really dare to risk the greatness of the world to massacre the clan and exterminate the family? Where is their holy son? Not okay. Isn't he still alive and well? I've contacted my fellow members of the major lineages. They're on their way here. I guess it's almost time. The 3 old ancestors' faces were grim, their killing intent unabated within. This newly promoted saint son of the enchanting frontier really wasn't a light that could be saved. It's only been a few days on the throne. It's just a little over a month. If you dare to kill the clan now, how can you get away with it in the future? We didn't even say anything when 3 family heads died, but you enchanting frontier can't sit still. It's clear we're losing out. What's with making it sound like you guys are the ones who are so aggrieved? The 3 old ancestors were angry inside. Some of the grudges in the Chimera community are mostly private. If the enchanting frontier is so disregarding of the big picture, I won't blame us for being heartless and unsympathetic. Both of you. Now that enchanting frontier Qi Yuan is coming on strong, I've long since seen through his wolfish ambitions. Why don't we instantly unite with all the major lineages and eliminate the enchanting frontier? Right, the enchanting frontier is a scourge that has always been unruly, and I don't know how much chaos it has added to the major families. Now Qi Yuan, in order to protect that little bastard, dared to bring all the compulsion masters to come out. This time, we will definitely let him fall here. We must find a way to unite all the major families. Even if we unite half of the families, even if we can't kill Qi Yuan, it's enough to make enchanting frontier's vitality hurt, and to keep our 3 families free from worry. After some discussion, the 3 of them immediately contacted their old acquaintances through secret methods and prepared to form an alliance to resist the enchanting frontier. An operation was quick, and almost as soon as their voice transmission ended, anxious voices came from the family disciples outside. Not good old ancestor. Enchanting frontier. Enchanting frontier Qi Yuan is here. He's bringing all the enchanters of the borderlands, just 2 miles outside the mountain gate. The disciples looked alarmed, and the Gongluo clan's ancestors sneered. Immediately spread the word. Enchanting frontier Qi Yuan, enchanting frontier Saint's son Jiang Ming, these two people are ambitious, salivating for my 3 family heritage for a long time. Today, my 3 families will not rest in peace with them. Yes, that disciple immediately went ahead to walk the news, and for a moment, the children of the 3 families gathered in anger. It can be seen that although the 3 disciples add up to about 1,000 people, but the enchanting frontier side, those who can enter the inner clan are all not bad, 1,000 people, but also most of the battle strength of the pugilistic. On the contrary, the 3 are a mixed bag of good and bad, and as far as the eye can see, they are all crooked. The 2 sides are facing each other, swords drawn. The 3 camps were lying when they said they weren't panicking, and the Gongluo family's old ancestors' legs and stomach had already begun to shiver. Throwing aside the thousands of inner clan compounders, the 3-foot-tall hideous giant elephant alone was daunting. Chi Waki, you, the Gonglong family's old ancestor, was ready to shout twice to build up his courage, but unexpectedly, the enchanting frontier group did not have the slightest intention of taking care of him. Under the horrified gazes of the 3 family ancestors, the soil on the bottom of Qi Yuan's feet wriggled, and a huge and incomparable 6-winged heavenly centipede emerged, and many parasites also began to pinch, casting parasites and sorcery. A majestic compulsion fluctuation filled the air, and even more hundreds of pounds of voodoo breath climbed up. The dense black mist came from all over the sky, endless snakes, insects, rats, and ants, roaming the mountains like a tsunami, came roaring in. The wind and clouds churned, and an aura of depression and murder filled the 8 directions. A curtain of blood descends. In the end, it all came down to one sentence. The Holy Sun has orders. Slaughter the clan. Exterminate the clan. Chapter 100. What, you actually asked me for money? A battle without any suspense. The terrifying strength formed by the thousands of compassionate masters of the enchanting frontier gathered in one piece was simply not something that could be stopped by so much as 1 or 2 lineages joining together. Adding another one won't work. Like a mayfly shaking a tree, it didn't move a muscle. All 3 families of young men were exterminated. The old and weak women and children are sent back to the enchanting border to retire with a secret technique to erase their memories, and the young ones as the new generation of the enchanting border to contribute to the enchanting border in this life. Gong Lu's family, Chi Menli Zhao and family, just less than an hour. Inheritance completely severed. The Taoist system is overthrown. At this time, Jiang Ming, more than 100 Moncler outlet online, is hiding somewhere in the back of the mountain, watching from afar the enchanting frontier compassionate masters who cleaned up the battlefield, and sighed again and again. Behind them were dozens of old ancestors who had befriended the 3 families, tied up and stripped of their bitter tea seeds and gagged. Some of the disobedient ones were even knocked a few times and fainted. Moncler outlet online sad face. Not good. Our grandnephew, by the demon sword influence, is not light. I don't think it's anything. After all, these 3 families have always done things unruly, messed with the head of the enchanting frontier. I would only do it more ruthlessly if I were Chihuahua. Alas, the crowd sighed. On the side, a patriarch who was friends with almost all of the Chi-men families had his eyelids fluttering. Along the way, he saw it with his own eyes. This group of elder ancestors and these dozens of elder ancestors, with a common enemy, spoke of stopping this blood and light disaster. But in the twinkling of an eye, these 100 or so mufflers knocked out, and dozens of old ancestors who were friends with the 3 families were directly tied up. Each of you seniors, what exactly do you mean by this move? That patriarch's voice shivered, and it was fortunate that he had a good relationship with these old ancestors, so he was not tied up and stripped naked. And at this moment, trembling and asking questions, that old Taoist in the heavenly master's house stroked his flowery white beard and hummed softly. What do you mean? Stop the bloodshed. Can't you see? These words caused this patriarch's inner confusion to grow even greater, while an old man whose figure was so illusory and uncertain that it seemed like it would dissipate at any moment on the side snorted coldly. What? You guys think the bloodbath was caused by my good grandnephew? It's clearly this group of unintelligent old denizens who, at their age, are involved in what young people do to each other. This, as the old man's explanation came through, that patriarch was sucking in cold air, his eyes flashing with hesitation, his heart torn and uncertain. but the blood and light of the three families has appeared. The star of greed shines in the sky, and the demonic energy coalesces. The sky today. Ignorant. Looking at that patriarch's puzzled appearance, the old Taoist of the Heavenly Master's house snorted coldly. Can your family's ancestral secret art of stargazing still compare to the Heavenly Master's heavenly diffusion art? Just listen to the old man's explanation. Show this wavering, hesitant look again, or I'll tie you up. This is. That patriarch wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded his head that he wasn't. The old Taoist of the Heavenly Master's house, Jiang Ming's second great-grandfather, snorted coldly and stopped speaking. This enchanting frontier killing machine cannot be dissipated and dissolved at all. Qi Yuan itself is a protective old dog, not to mention that the only remaining old ancestor of the enchanting frontier, but also to their own grandnephew care and concern. But where these dozens of chimera ancestors dared to go out a few, Yao Jiang, that old thing, maybe it will really come out of the mountain, to massacre in spite of everything. At that time, the entire Kyushu Qinen will be in chaos. The one who had stepped into the sixth revolutions of the compassionate master many years ago and whose strength was unfathomable. I think nowadays, it is only a foot away from the seventh turn. Plus the evil parasites in that old thing's hand that made many Qi-men families anxious. The old Taoist had a headache just thinking about it. After all, decades ago, the enchanting frontier inner clan was known as the Cave of 10,000 Poisons in the Qi-men world, not to mention the thousands of variations of poisonous insects and parasites within it. What that old ancestor had mastered was even more incomparably terrifying. That's exactly why more than 100 Moncler outlet store Moncler outlet online said they'd come over to stop this. If you really let the 10,000 poison cave take out their true heritage, I'm afraid it will really set off a bloody storm. At this time, outside the three mountain gates, Jiang Ming leaned against a large rock and looked at the distant companions who were lightly prying apart the floor tiles and digging up the ground to scavenge the three families' underpinnings. The splash of scarlet in his pupils had been washed away by the blood and returned to normal. Qi Jin stood respectfully on the side. Previously, within Cloud Dream Mountain, Qi Jin fought with the elite disciples of the remaining three families, and was hit by a number of toxins and injured quite a bit. Those organs and poisonous insects are quite difficult to deal with themselves, let alone Qi Jin. At this moment, Qi Jin's face was pale, but he still didn't say a word. Apparently, she always remembered her status as the one who wore the sin, and she wouldn't rest without Jiang Ming's permission. Lend it to you for a few days, don't lose it. Jiang Ming flexed his fingers and flicked. The golden silkworm compass flew directly to Qi Jin in front of him, and Qi Jin took it and looked at it, and immediately had a shocked face and trembling voice. This thing, but the compulsion of your life, so yeah, don't lose it. Jiang Ming waved his hand. A mouthful of hostility in his heart dissipated, and his entire being became much more relaxed. Qi Jin was touched inwardly and nodded his head. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, stretched his back and turned around towards the three family treasuries. After touching all those tome books one by one and touching out dozens of skill books, Jiang Ming found Qi Yuan in a secret room. What? Yao Jiang has put in money and effort for you. More than 1,000 companions have left their families to help you fight. And you actually want money from me? Damn it, you're the saint's son of the enchanting frontier. Don't the hearts and minds that will be collected in the end be yours if this money is spread out? Did you think I would covet this measly few $1 billion? Qi Yuan was filled with incredulity. Looking at the unmoved Jiang Ming in front of him, Qi Yuan felt his brain buzzing, looked at Chiwaki pocket stuffed with bulging gold bars. Jiang Ming's face was serious. $1 billion, not a penny less. Otherwise I'll defect from the enchanting frontier and join the Heavenly Master. Jiang Ming didn't show the slightest sign of backing down. This old denizen had felt to himself from the beginning that he was no good. Never expected to be more greedy than I thought. Abominable. The one who takes the blame is himself, and the one who gets the benefit is Qi Yuan. Where under the sky is such a reason? Third granduncle's $2 billion. He hasn't even asked for it himself. It's only $1 billion. Look at you. Watch your eyes. Egu, my holy son. You've misjudged the old man. Qi Yuan suddenly burst into old tears and was filled with bitterness. You think the slaughter of the clan extermination thing is not to say do it, the old monument but also up and down to Playpoint, not to mention the road gate, the heavenly sword mountain, those places of the ancestors, have to be old monument up and down to Playpoint return a return favor This is at least $1 billion, and those parasites, can be all of the to the enchanting frontier loyalty? This a little bit of a hit, and $1 billion, and on Lao Han's side, another $1 billion. And, Saint's son, you are the saint's son of the enchanting frontier. The moment you are in distress, the entire inner clan will help you avenge your death at the expense of taking out years of reserves. Doesn't that prove Qi someone's innocence? Besides, didn't you yourself stuff so many gold bars? Saint's son, Qi Yuan, two eyes with tears, pain, looking at the sight of Jiang Ming that a sack of gold bars. Qi Yuan suddenly more heartache, smoothly felt away two more. And he thinks I'm being careful? Damn it. But soon, Waki was dumbfounded. Looking at the second sack that Jiang Ming took out after tying the first one, Shi Yuan's brain buzzed. Holy sun, leave some, leave some. If this continues, the composter's share won't be enough to share. Shi Yuan bitterly, constantly discouraged. The two quickly divided the thousands of gold bars in the secret room. Jiang Ming, after all, is young, and his small hands are slightly fast, and he took more than 2,000 roots of hard-earned money. Waki's inner grief, and the number of gold bars is close to 2,000. Remember that billion to call me. Jiang Ming finished packing, carried a few sacks and left the door, not forgetting to give a warning on his way out. Just kidding. How long have the three families existed? Would they only have a few thousand gold bars? It's all about electronic payments now, okay? The people are ambitious. Really is my Yaojiang heart of the big trouble. Jiang Ming was secretly upset inwardly. Waki, on the other hand, sighed and shook his head. Until the holy sun left, the door of the secret room closed, the six-winged heavenly centipede appeared. Waki was full of heartache and looked at the obviously 2 circles larger instinctive compulsion. His voice was bitter. The holy sun is greedy. I have him in the enchanting frontier, but in reality, the enchanting frontier treasury is in danger. That's 70,000 gold bars. You must hide them well and never let the old ancestor find them again. The six-winged heavenly centipede nodded blankly, burped, and once again returned to the underground. Waki's six-winged heavenly centipede. When Waki stepped into the 4th turn, there have been many changes. The abdominal space is huge, as if the mustard seed Nasuya General can store many items. This was extremely convenient for Waki, but since the emergence of the Holy Sun, Waki found that his job is becoming more and more difficult. In the early years, one only had to face the extortion of the old ancestor alone, and at the very least, one could still eat a little meat. But now, there is another Holy Sun. Waki felt like he might not even get a mouthful of soup. You'll just have to watch this one. Without the Holy Sun, he could at least take a small amount of $2 to $3 billion for his hard work and running. With the Holy Sun, he was instantly missing most of it. Damn it, LOL. Yuan sighed repeatedly. After deep thought, lest things fall apart pennies, simply spend a huge amount of money 50 to find the Tianqifu Zhang Lao Dao, so that he counted the passwords of these bank cards. Coupled with Waki's own connections, the billions were instantly transferred to the inner clan's communal account. Distribute 1 billion to Jiang Ming and 1 billion on the old ancestor's side. The rest of the high-ranked compatriots were $10 million each. The middle-ranked compatriots were $5 million each, and the low-ranked compatriots were $2 million each. As a patriarch himself, he is clean and honest and does not take a penny. The rest is confiscated. After treating everyone, the companions were suddenly excited. Hail to the Holy Sun. Waki sighed repeatedly. It's me who spends the money. I'm also the one who pays your salaries. You guys this. LOL. Far away, the old Taoist of Tianqifu hung up the phone. I didn't realize that the Gong Luo family and the enchanting frontier were so poor. The old Taoist looked at the $50 in hand, sighing with emotion. Today's harvest is very rich. What Waki said. The enchanting frontier are almost unraveling. The inner clan companions have even begun to collectively farm for survival. The Gong Luo family had also found just $1 million or so, making the old Taoist too embarrassed to extort $1,000. After all, it is to see the face of his grand-nephew. The old Taoist thought about it. The Tianqifu seems to have only a small $2 or $3 million in assets, and also dismissed the idea of subsidizing his grand-nephew. The old man shook his head repeatedly. But also know that wealth is not exposed. If you let the 4 people know, more than 100 old men must be for 50 cents of huge sums of money with their own face not. So the matter was not mentioned. Secretly, he took it, and inwardly, he snickered. All right, gentlemen, this is over. Everyone go back. For a while, the crowd left. 3 hours later, when the enchanting border companions left completely, at the old site of the 3 families of Qi men, a group of old men over half 100 years old stared at each other wide-eyed. Each gritted his teeth and said, damn it. It is true that on the surface they each leave, but in reality they secretly return to search for treasures. What a deep heart. For a while, swords were drawn. We found this stack of floor tiles first. It belongs to our heavenly sword mountain. This marble railing is ours. Don't even grab it. That's a nice column. We've got the west. That night, the enchanting frontier side sent a message to the military. The above immediately sent people to Qin Yun Mountain to clean up the battlefield. Only, looking at the large area of land in front of them that had obviously been turned over, the military staff was filled with confusion. I remember. The 3 families are indeed here, right? How come I don't even see a tile here? The military is unmoved by what's happening on the 3 families side, because this matter was only an internal matter of the Qi men community and did not become a big deal. Coupled with old Han's command, it made the military side as calm as water. It was only relative to the outside world that within the Qi men world, it was a furor that was set off. especially after the incident. Qi Yuan once again put words: the sun is my enchanting frontier foundation. If someone dares to the son of the hand, is to break my enchanting frontier inheritance, immortality. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of a conversation with a man. The moment these words came out, coupled with the scene where some good people went to the old site of the three families and couldn't see a single piece of wall skin, caused the disciples of the major Qi men families to suck in cold air. They never expected that the enchanting frontier, which had been silent for decades, would once again show its strong side due to the appearance of that saint son. Decades ago, that people are scared, do nothing to worry about, at every turn to destroy people full of the 10,000 poison caves, seems to reappear in front of everyone, with the Tianshifu, Heavenly Sword Mountain, Zhuge family, and other Qimen, everyone reticent. It seems that Qi Yuan's words, but also on this, became a Qimen community of an iron order in general. If you move anyone, you can't move that saint son of the enchanting frontier. This caused the 30 or so people on the pig farm to cry out in sorrow that heaven and earth were not kind. It's agonizing. There was no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. Try to work with pigs on a daily basis and familiarize yourself with your new life as much as possible. The green wolf is still the same vicissitudes of disheveled appearance. A cigarette, a bottle of beer, sitting on the rocks and watching the sunset. Never could figure out why I was sent to raise pigs. It can't be a good big brother holding a grudge, can it? No, the good big brother is not like that. The green wolf felt his strengthened weapon and was incredibly determined, just shaking his head and sighing with more bitterness inside. At this moment, in the archaeological team, what? I've been working hard for over a month exploring with you guys and you're giving me $900? Ha, you ing say that again? Chapter 101, the second Li Jianshan of the Qi Men realm. The strange pattern of the archery nation. Old me was born to die, threw my head in blood for the archaeological team, and almost died in Yunmeng Mountain. And this is how you guys are going to get rid of me? My good big brother is Jiang Ming. He said himself that I definitely get paid more than him. Damn it, how dare you say you didn't miscalculate? Zhang Xiaoshan reddened his eyes and carried the archaeological team finance department with a fierce face, and he was even more furious inside. Damn it, this abomination of finances. It is surprising that they are maliciously withholding their own wages. That's hard-earned money that you've worked so hard to paddle for. Zhang Xiaoshan was inwardly grieving. His palm flashed with lightning, and he saw that the scene was about to get out of control. Xiao Jiang, you're finally here. Jiang Ming, you finally arrived. Come and persuade him. He's going crazy when he hears he's only getting paid $900. The people from the Ministry of Finance naturally also recognized Jiang Ming, and at this moment, tears exploded out of both eyes, and miserable cries for help came. Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Xiaoshan, whose eyes were bloodshot as if he had a father-killing grudge against him, and immediately sucked in cold air, rushing forward to separate the two. Send me my paycheck first. Jiang Ming looked at Fiscal and sighed as he stumped him before looking at Zhang Xiaoshan in front of him. Koyama, big brother, you must do right by me. Zhang Xiaoshan knelt down on the spot, his entire body looking in agony, which made Jiang Ming quite embarrassed, and finally sighed and said the thing that he only had a salary of $800 a month. Xiaoshan, you also know that archaeology is to contribute to the country. In our line of work, how can there be much higher wages? Look at me. Isn't it only $800 a month? Professor Jun and Professor Jia, both of them, archaeologists for their entire lives, are only $1,500 a month. How about this? I'll make the decision for you and adjust your salary to be the same as Professor Jun's and theirs. Looking at Zhang Xiaoshan, in front of him with a look of hopelessness, nearly turning his back on the world, Jiang Ming persuaded him bitterly. Finally a bite and a stomp. Tell you what, Xiaoshan, here's $1,000. That's all the savings I've saved in the past few months. Alas, you must pull yourself together. Xiaoshan, in a few months the archaeological team will also start opening up the performance bonus. If it comes down then, don't worry, Big Brother will be the first to help you apply. Some persuasion from Jiang Ming was still somewhat effective. Looking at Jiang Ming's remorseful appearance, Zhang Xiaoshan deeply felt that he had been tricked and called out abominably, inwardly cursing the old fox. After snatching the $1,000 in cash from Jiang Ming's hand and receiving $900 in salary, Zhang Xiaoshan let out a cold snort and left in grief. Damn! Since meeting this dog thief, one is on a day-to-day basis when one is different. Never associate with this person in the future. Zhang Xiaoshan made up his mind. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Xiaoshan's departing back and sighed repeatedly. Zhang Xiaoshan's heart is deep and his mind's eye is extremely small, so he must have a lot of grievances, but it's not a big problem. Zhang, someone walks right and sits right, a mouthful of spittle a pit. Say what is what? There's absolutely no such thing as a performance bonus when you say you're paid more than you are. He has been a model for the contemporary Qimen community, as a man of his word, like oneself like this, just an upright person. Nowadays the world, in addition to their own too big master. Who else? Jiang Ming left after receiving his paycheck. At this point, inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, receiving a large gold bar from Jiang Ming, the old Taoist was grateful and moved inwardly. Good grandnephew, the enchanting frontier is poor. But his grandnephew even did not forget to send himself a gift to express his gratitude for his previous move to stop the major lineages. The old Taoist was very touched inwardly, and even a wave of remorse arose as to how he had released such a good seedling to Rao Jiang in the first place. There's a letter? Suddenly, looking at the letter in the express parcel, the old Taoist immediately rounded his eyes in anger and broke into a rage. Adversary. This adversary, son-nephew are not hesitate to take out their own savings to compensate this kid. This kid even still unappreciative. Thousands of dollars of huge sums of money do not move, like the grandnephew and other good and reliable generation. That is bound to be the existence of all parties to compete and try to make friends. This damned retrograde person does not want to stay in the archaeological fellowship is just, but even nearly injured the archaeological team, adding trouble to the grandnephew? Hateful. The old Taoist cursed and began to search for a handful of implements, his determination even stronger. Today, we must make this traitor suffer a bit. Son-nephew open-minded. The letter advised himself not to blame this traitor even if it, but also repeatedly emphasized that he and Xiaoshan two people, although different fathers and mothers, but as close as brothers. I can't bear to see this rebel get hurt, and I only hope that the second master can help comfort him a little, so that he won't let the virtuous brother grieve too much. After all, the paychecks were really scarce, and the nephew of the grandson was inwardly disturbed. In the letter, Jiang Ming words can be described as caring and remorseful. How humiliating this act of rebellion is in comparison, not to mention disregarding his big brother's feelings. He even threw up his hands and walked away in anger. Such bad character. It is simply corrupting the reputation of my heavenly master. For a while, at the order of the old Taoist, the entire heavenly master's house stood at attention. All of them were ambushed in various places of the mountain gate. As long as you see Zhang Xiaoshan, you must be the first to strike and break his legs. At the same time, in addition to the old Tao, his own great masters and other worldly families, regardless of whether they came to help at that time, Jiang Ming gave them the same express a gold bar, and a letter expressing gratitude. Although grandnephew did not see it, but grandnephew can guess that grandpa must love his grandchildren. Grandpa loves his grandson's heart. Grandnephew is grateful. Today's loan is exchanged for gold bars, just to talk about gratitude. While the letter euphemistically expresses the situation of his own financial constraints, it also continues to elaborate on the grandnephew's love and admiration for his grandfathers, as well as his heartfelt gratitude. It has moved those who have gone out of their way Moncler outlet store to do so. One's own for the family offspring can be said to be worried about. They are usually naughty even if, on New Year's Day cannot even think of running a trip. Then look at this grandnephew, such a small thing, but just out of a face. Even at the expense of the loan also want to offer a gift of thanks. The character of the grandnephew can be described as excellent, and those lords who had not made a bid because of official business or some consideration were greatly moved when they received the letter with the gold bar. The words are sincere and reveal an honest and bare heart. That trust in Moncler outlet store. The people who didn't take the plunge have been remorseful and peaceful and pounding their chests. Fortunately, there were no accidents in the battle at the Qin mountain range. Otherwise, he and the others were bound to regret their lives. For a while, the famous Qi Men family ancestors issued iron orders. No one may strike at Jiang Ming, but anyone who disrespects him will be expelled from the division. And, if someone in the Qi world has a grudge against Jiang Ming's grandnephew again, then swallow it completely. And if you dare to make a move, you will face the immortal pursuit of the Zhuge family, the Heavenly Master's Palace, the Heavenly Sword Mountain, and other small 200 famous and prestigious lineages. One of these two ironclad orders binds the interior and the other is publicized. Looking around, the entire Qi Men world was completely shaken. Jiang Ming instantly became an insurmountable mountain for the younger generation. This caused countless young disciples to feel shocked and admiration, while the military district pig farm, the crowd that hated Jiang Ming to the bone, were horrified and cried out in abhorrence. Back then, Li Jianshan, relying on bottomless maneuvers, stirred up the chickens and dogs of their generation. Now, this damned Jiang Ming was even more so than Li Jianshan. Although I don't know what kind of demonic method Jiang Ming used to compel the hearts of more than 200 Qi family old ancestors, there is no doubt that as long as the old ancestors don't die, the entire Qi world, there will be no one else who dares to speak out against Jiang Ming. Even the young disciples of the major lineages have to respectfully address Jiang Ming as senior brother when they see him. If anyone dares to make a move, that is undoubtedly break his legs and throw him out of the mountain. For a time, Jiang Ming unexpectedly had the premonition of sitting in the position of leader of the younger generation of the Qi Men world. Outrageous, outrageous, asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it, what is this enchanting border saint's son all about? Why are so many people talking about him all of a sudden? In the Qi Men realm, the talented disciples of the major lineages were 10,000 times more unwilling. As a genius, who wouldn't want to ascend to the top and suppress the same generation of foreigners in the Qi-men world? But this Jiang Ming, even if he had never heard of him before, had caused such a huge stir in the Qi-men world all of a sudden. However, due to the fact that the old ancestor himself had given the word, all of them did not dare to be too reckless. It's just a heartfelt resentment that's starting to coalesce. All of this is slow to say the least, but it actually all happened in one day. Jiang de Shanren, who had been hard at work and busy running around all day, returned to his villa. Han Xiaoye was making soup, and when she noticed Jiang Ming returning, the worry in Han Xiaoye's eyes dissipated, revealing a smile. "Brother Ming, wait a moment, the meal will be ready soon." Han Xiaoye's voice was gentle, and Jiang Ming was greatly surprised. "I thought that this niece is also worried about the situation in Kyushu is not yet stabilized, for fear that they will cause trouble. I didn't realize it was worrying about whether or not I'd be okay." Xiaoye, those three. The meal was quickly served, and Jiang Ming felt that the young couple was living their lives and still had to explain. But unexpectedly Han Xiaoye just shook her head slightly and blamed herself a little. "I only hate that I am not capable enough. Otherwise why does Brother Ming need to take so much into account?" Han Xiaoye looked dejected, which caused Jiang Ming to remain silent for a long time. Ultimately, he couldn't help but inwardly say good girl. There was no talk all night. On the second day, after Han Xiaoye drove her car and brought Jiang Ming to the UD archaeological team's headquarters. At this moment, many professors were gathered in front of several large stacks of thick materials, discussing something with serious faces. Noticing the duo's appearance, the professors all stopped arguing one after another. After Jiang Ming asked about the ancient jade, Professor Zhen brought a large stack of information, his face undoubtedly very grave. "Regarding the material of the ancient jade, we deduced that it is a type of jade unique to the archery kingdom, and based on the patterned carvings on it, it does all correspond to the archery kingdom. But according to what we have found by checking the historical data, the area of the period of the Qin dynasty, not to mention that it did not cover the archery kingdom, the history of that period of the archery kingdom alone does not correspond to us. Thinking about it, it always seems a little weird. You know, could it be that the research is going in the wrong direction?" Professor Zhen's hesitant words came out, and Jiang Ming didn't say anything. After spending the afternoon quickly going through a large stack of information, Jiang Ming leaned back in his chair, combined with the coffee Han Xiaoye had brewed, and fell into thought. All afternoon, almost all the professors waited in silence. At this moment, seeing Jiang Ming fall into thought, the professors all started ordering takeout in droves. Unsurprisingly, it's going to be an overtime day. Imperial Tombs 2 days and 2 nights. This young man has not rested for a moment, no doubt indicating that the young man's archaeological enthusiasm is not the least bit worse than their group of old comrades. With a young man like this, there is no worry that the archaeological work will not be accomplished. The professors have been as good as pumped. Soon, the takeout arrived, and Jiang Ming looked at the world map that the professors had helped find, and also ran through the thoughts in his head, rubbing his temples and muttering. According to the Xian sect's secret essentials, the archery kingdom side has a damaged heavenly stem and earthly branches, and the 5 elements are missing, making it a severely barren land. But if we look at the western and eastern patterns together, the 4 discs are said to be solid, even though there are many changes, except for the archery kingdom side, which is undoubtedly a strange location in the entire Qi Men Bureau. Fine shiver. Professors with boxed lunches and ears open. It feels as if it goes against the 4-down pattern. Not allowed? Faced with the doubts of the many professors, Jiang Ming nodded. Yeah, it's like a piece put in out of thin air. According to the 4-disc pattern of feng shui, the location where the archery kingdom is situated is supposed to be the most complicated and critical piece of the 4 discs, not occupying the heavenly time and place, but the most solid. But that place today's feng shui layout looks quite loose, unusual, not to mention the border, but also with the southeast, west, north and west quadrangle, no border. If this were all there was to it, but the archery kingdom has resided on the border between the 2 countries for so many years, yet it is still as stable as an old dog, with no sign of any missteps in the 4 plates. Thus I surmise that there must exist some sort of extremely profound Qimen pattern along the 2 north, south, north, east, and west borders of the archery kingdom. Hearing this analysis from Jiang Ming, the professors fell into thought, and Professor Jia seemed to have some clarity, nodding his head repeatedly. What you mean is that it is because of the esoteric pattern that exists along the 4 borders that makes the feng shui of the archery kingdom, when viewed from the 4 discs, very strange. And that so-called profound esoteric pattern is most likely a piece hidden up in the middle of these huge 4 discs. It is also for this reason that within the 4 discs of Qi Men, it is possible to be compatible with this strange pattern of the archery kingdom, so that it still operates normally without any changes. It's a bit of a tongue twister, but Prof, Ja makes a really good point. Professor Jin on the side also had a pensive look on his face as he put down his boxed lunch and began to look for some information on the changes in heaven and earth and Archery Kingdom in recent years. Not a single one. Can't find it right. Jiang Ming surveyed the ancient jade inside the glass box in front of him that had been carefully protected by the professors for fear of dust contamination. His voice calm, because the pattern has a deficiency that is not obvious, hidden in the two phases of yin and yang, so over the years, the world is basically following the huge feng shui four plates running, constantly occurring strange things, and the archery country has remained consistent over the years due to the pattern of strange and other reasons. As with the layout in Cloud Dream Mountain, it is expected that most of the changes in the Archery Kingdom have occurred within the Chimera Bureau that has been hidden from view, plus the ancient jade material refers to the very country of archery, although I don't understand what exactly the meaning of the carving on it is, but the Archery Nation line is very necessary. Chapter 102, Please believe in the group archaeology team. Trust Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's analysis was highly recognized by the archaeology professors. Other than that, just for the understanding of Qi men alone, with Jiang Ming there, the advancement of the archaeological cause would undoubtedly be twice as effective. Coupled with the ancient jade that Blood Shadow had asked for from that terrifying giant snake. With this, it was extremely reasonable for the Archery Kingdom to be the next target of their exploration, so the people put their heads together and immediately contacted the top. A message was sent to the side of the Archery Kingdom through the outer focus, stating the intention of wanting to cooperate in the exploration. After all, even though Jiang Ming was in the archaeological world like the sky and had a voice, he was still far inferior to Li Jianshan, who was in charge of the dragon team. Both of these two people have a curse on them, and outer focus didn't dare to be ambiguous, and after making more than 300 phone calls that night, they were finally able to contact someone. The Archery Nation side of the equation began to add up over time. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Ming, who had just slept for 2 hours, was awakened by Professor Zhen's voice full of disbelief. What? They outright refused? The sound came suddenly, and looking at the feedback report given from the external focus side, Jiang Ming sucked in cold air and called out that he was in trouble. It was vaguely estimated that in 1 month and 27 days, 15 hours, 54 minutes, and 37 seconds, one's own curse was about to break out again. It's an abomination that the Archery Kingdom is stuck at this point and won't agree to co-exploration. There must be a traitor to stop it. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly in his heart. Such behavior of this person is simply destroying the great plan of the two countries' friendship. The kill. By no means did it implicate itself in this matter. Jiang Ming inwardly repeated again and again, like his own loyal to the emperor and love the country. For the sake of 100 years of peace plan, for the sake of the outstanding new young people, how would this self-interest and presumptuous killing? In fact, this person is exceptionally treacherous. Want to spoil the big plan in the nest egg. The intention of how vicious. Had to kill. Jiang Ming began to search for a way to touch in and take a look by himself. After all, rounding up another hour or two is going to be a curse outbreak. Time is running out, and there is nothing to be done about performing extraordinary acts. Jiang Ming convinced himself. Thoughts were more accessible than ever. Just as his eyes were scarlet and his front foot stepped out of the doorway, his back foot was hugged to death by the little fire dragon that had arrived. Brother, don't be impulsive. Outer focus said they're fighting for it. You give them 2 more days of grace. The little fire dragon had a snotty nose and tears. His appearance was incomparably miserable. Jiang Ming couldn't bear it inside, so he had to agree. Solely put away the scarlet pupils of desire. Originally prepared to go to the outer focus to find some theory. Small fight for 300 million hearts also sank. On the side, Han Xiaoye always had that harmless look, watching Jiang Ming change back and forth, only finding it interesting. The cheeks were even more scarlet and the love brain was solid. Only Jenny Turtle and Qi Jin, who were on the sidelines, sighed inwardly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days. The battle was well fought under the outer coke's reasoned argument. A straight shot on the Archery Nation side. Want to come? No way. Holding the mentality of studying one's own property, the Archery Kingdom soon set up an exploratory team, gathering the entire Archery Kingdom, talents proficient in arcane arts, and began to pivot and develop their own pattern. This caused the crowd on the side of the Kyushu Earth to fall directly silent. Fortunes don't come in pairs. In January, a sudden change occurred in the northern border of Kyushu. As the endless clouds rolled in, grass and trees began to grow on a large scale, and even a number of giant snakes and scorpions appeared. Fortunately, the Chimin family made a decisive move and quickly took control of the situation. It was only after careful probing that I realized It's amazing that this disaster is coming from the land of archery. The archery kingdom side of the country has gone on alien beast rampage and grass alert. Jiang Ming pinched his fingers and called out to the insiders. As it turns out, Archery Nation's exploration team does have some stuff, but not much, although I found what I said, the layout of the Chimen that was covered up, but also because I do not understand the secret of the Shenmen, making the unconscious operation. The core of the 4 plates appeared a little bit of misplaced, and one of the places is even connected to the interior of the Chimen Bureau, resulting in the internal and external interoperability of the scenario. The clouds that appeared in the northern border of the country of Kyushu, surprisingly, was just a small fluctuation scattered by that disaster. On the contrary, within the country of archery, at this moment, it was already in a mess. The one who advocated for the formation of a quest team also became an existence that everyone shouted at. Jiang Ming was inwardly delighted. That night, the Archery Kingdom sent a report to the Kyushu Outer Focus side, agreeing to explore together. But in the event of an accident, Kyushu needed to take full responsibility. Just like that, this is the rhythm that he has played a broken game and wants to find a big wrong seed to take the blame. Outer Focus refused on the spot. With no other choice, the Archery Kingdom had to settle for second best, sending a message of help to all of the several nearby kingdoms and promising heavy promises, requesting professionals to come and solve the problem. It was only after getting the money that Outer Focus pushed his glasses back helplessly and called Jiang Ming to get ready to explore. In the face of Jiang Ming's unreasonable request to see the person who has a share, Outer Focus rejected it outright. Jiang Ming pondered over the pain and looked at the 1 billion points in the system mall, so he sighed and stopped talking, always taking about the royal tomb formation. The man can't afford to play. How different is the face skin from Li Jianshan, before and after? Jiang Ming estimated that the money earned on the Outer Focus side was enough to repair 20 imperial tomb formations. Jiang Ming was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. At 10 o'clock that night, it was time to pack up with Han Xiaoye, begin scheduling the entourage. First is Zhang Xiaoshan. Although the man with the broken leg had his battle prowess impaired over such a long period of time, Jiang Ming had long since seen through his innate Dao body. This physique not only allows the cultivation talent to be different from normal people, but for evil spirits, it is a rare delicacy. Fearing that the Archery Kingdom is quite treacherous and that it will be inconvenient to run away, Jiang Ming had no choice but to pull on Xiandi. Big Brother's heart is at peace with Little Mountain. Thinking so, Jiang Ming called the second grandpa. After learning that there is a good job and can make a lot of money, the second grandpa without saying a word shouted to the military helicopter. Lying on the bed dying Zhang Xiaoshan, transported to the front of Jiang Ming, looking at Zhang Xiaoshan, who had not been seen for many years. Jiang Ming missed it very much. On the contrary, when Zhang Xiaoshan saw Jiang Ming's enthusiastic appearance, he instantly turned pale, screamed in terror, and trembled as he tried to climb back into the Heavenly Master's mansion, only to be dragged back into the helicopter by Jiang Ming once again in the next second. With all 1 billion converted into mole points, Jiang Ming was rich and generous and directly upgraded the Huayang needle technique to the second stage. Huayang acupuncture, stage 2 use spirit to control needles, break meridians and remodel. The second stage of Huayang acupuncture allows you to shorten the treatment cycle. The golden silkworms overcome 10,000 parasites. The blood compass and healing compass were forced by the golden silkworms' flailing and sinfulness to maximize their potential, frantically treating Zhang Xiaoshan. In conjunction with the second stage of the Huayang needle technique, Jiang Ming pulled out the silver needles and stabbed Zhang Xiaoshan's major acupoints around his body, stimulating his life potential at the same time, and the bones in his legs actually began to heal at a rapid pace. It was all slow to say the least, and it did take all night. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaoshan was already able to work on the ground, but could not withstand strenuous exercise. At this point, military base. Several helicopters have been waiting for a long time. After this stopover, the crowd will be in a straight shotgun country. While waiting for the rest of the team to arrive, Jiang Ming sharpened his sword and was excited inside. He had a premonition that the Archery Nation line would most likely truly lift the curse. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaoshan is depressed and directly swinging for the fences. However, as the next few members of the team arrived, Zhang Xiaoshan's face instantly recovered, and his eyes were filled with great joy. Zhuge Wu, Coyote. There's also a female lunatic from the Odd Fellows. Junkie. When a person recognizes you as a wrong seed, the great wool gathering, your heart is undoubtedly grieved. But there is undoubtedly a lot of relief in your heart when you see a couple of bigger grievous seeds that are about to be gripped even harder. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoshan was like this inside. As an existence that had never had a head-on conflict with Jiang Ming, Zhang Xiaoshan was self-conscious inwardly, and although he didn't know what kind of means Jiang Ming had gone through to gain such trust in his master teacher, Zhang Xiaoshan was very confident in his own strength. As long as one wanted to run away, there was still no problem with staying alive at the very least. But not so much for Green Wolf and the three of them. A person who had retired from the army for a long time was using an RPG in the important area of the Imperial Tomb. and the other 2 were going to take someone's life without saying a word. But all of them were characters who had a great grudge of life and death with Jiang Ming. Hey, this is going to be fun. Zhang Xiaoshan inwardly snickered, having changed from his initial hatred to a joke-watching mentality. But what he didn't expect was that Green Wolf, a big old man in his 30s and early 40s, looked at Jiang Ming from afar and directly plopped down. Big brother, my humble brother has missed you so much. Green Wolf, with tears in both eyes, voice full of longing, moved his knees and quickly stepped forward, embraced Jiang Ming's thighs, and cried a lot. Zhuge Wu, on the other hand, looked at the smiling Jiang Ming who was looking at him, and his face suddenly paled without saying a word. Poof. Big brother, my humble brother misses you so hard too. Both of her thighs were being held. Junkie felt anxious and subconsciously looked at Jiang Ming's third leg, and immediately afterward, her whole body trembled, noticing the 2 gazes full of malice behind Jiang Ming. Qi Jin, Han Xiaoye. This made Junkie scream. Eventually all hell broke loose and he stepped forward quickly to salute. Instructor, aha. Jiang Ming nodded and instructed the crowd to pack up their equipment, and after dressing up, the 7 people, all together, went straight to the helicopter. Because the trip was so dangerous, the archaeology professors were assigned to watch from the background. The Archery Congress will be equipped with special instruments for the analytical teams of the various countries, which will be used to collect data. In this matter, the Kyushu side, after deliberation, chose not to open the live broadcast for the time being. After all, the road ahead is uncertain, and the pros and cons of aura recovery have not yet been determined, and it is not yet time to make an announcement. The crowd stepped forward. The 6 people were sitting still on both sides of the helicopter, and Zhang Xiaoshan was lying in the middle of the aisle, his legs filled with silver needles. It was expected that there would be 1 or 2 more days left in the trip, and Zhang Xiaoshan's broken leg would be able to recover 7 or 8 times before arriving at the Archery Kingdom. These 2 days, in the helicopter, Zhuge Wu and Green Wolf duo, can be described as nothing but a lick in the lick, coupled with Han Xiaoye's thoughtful and gentle greetings from time to time. There was nothing wrong with it, except that the place was small and it was hard to eat and sleep. Qi Jin in the past 2 days is mostly eye-to-eye meditation, adjusting their own breath. As one of the 7 sects of Yin, the holy daughter of the Yin spirit sect, although she was apprehensive inside, she saw that Jiang Ming hadn't made things difficult for herself again in the past 2 days, and she was relieved inside as well. Time passes quickly. 2 days later, accompanied by the sound of patches of propellers turning, exploration teams from many countries entered the airport of the Archery Kingdom one after another. As they got out of the car, it wasn't long before a number of people were warmly entertaining the arriving questing party as they headed to the dedicated hotel to rest. After returning to the hotel, the crowd and the local Kyushu staff, after learning something about this location, had a short little meeting that lasted less than a minute. Jiang Ming left directly and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, Jiang Ming looked at some of the recent reports on Archery Nation online and smacked his lips. Brother Ming, I always feel like we're forgetting something. Do you have any recollection? On the side, Han Xiaoye, who had changed into her bare pajamas, drank hot water and looked at her cell phone, a trace of doubt always present in her heart. Jiang Ming, on the contrary, seemed much calmer. I don't really remember much. What do you have in mind? No, just always felt weird. Han Xiaoye frowned, but after thinking hard for a long time, she still couldn't remember, so she simply stopped thinking about it. As for Jiang Ming, he hadn't noticed it from the beginning. In the meantime, deep within the Flag Cloud Mountain Range, or rather, the junction of the Qi Men pattern of the Flag Cloud Mountain Range and the Cloud Dream Mountain, a group of 128 men dressed in black were gathered together, yellow-faced and very weak, conferring on something. Sect leader, we've been searching for more than a month, and we still haven't seen the archaeological team? Sect leader, the signal has been cut off for many days. What are we going to do next? Are we really going to starve to death here? Sect leader, didn't you say before that Colonel Jiang would definitely come back to look for us when he saw that we didn't show up? The group of disciples from the Five Poison sect were currently depressed and weak. Shame to say, just in the door, they're lost. For more than a month, they had tried numerous ways to leave, but it seemed that as they went further and further, the Qi Men pattern between heaven and earth in all directions became more and more misplaced. It made the Five Poison sect leader sweating profusely at the moment and burning inside. Logically, the top should have greeted the Dragon Group Colonel Jiang Ming. Although my Five Poison sect is not a big sect, the feats made by the major Qi Men families over the years still make the military people will pay attention to the Qi Men community for a second. That Colonel Jiang is said to be a strange man who was well versed in the 5 elements of yin and yang of heaven and earth. north, surrounded by senior disciples of the Heavenly Master's house, but should not have realized they were missing by now. Could it be that it was because the Five Poison Sect's previous reputation was so bad that it caused Jiang Ming to be disliked? The Five Poison Sect master was worried. Don't panic, everyone. Even though the headmaster hesitated, he took a deep breath and began to calm the crowd. Although our Five Poison Sect has made many mistakes before, please believe in the organization. Trust Colonel Jiang. Trust the archaeological team. Trust the sect master. We this time, the Five Poison Sect's entire clan of 128 mouths all came out to help the archaeological team. The organization will definitely not fail us. Perhaps the reason they didn't find us is precisely related to the huge change in the heavens and earth a few days ago. The sect leader opened his mouth loudly, the words invisibly dispersing an aura that caused the crowd to instantly feel at ease. Well, gentlemen, since Colonel Jiang didn't show up, that means they're in big trouble. Now, it's time for our Five Poison Sect to prove itself. Make sure you get there as soon as possible and support them. Led by the sect leader, the 128 disciples of the Five Poison Sect were all pumped up and continued to walk towards the depths. Chapter 103, A Sudden White Mist. The Five Venoms are still working on it. On the Archery Kingdom's side, Jiang Ming and the others were very calm. After 2 days of running around, and after a brief period of comfort, this sleep was also deadly heavy. Only, in a daze, a faint crisis of life and death vaguely arose within Jiang Ming. This crisis came suddenly, making Jiang Ming woke up leisurely, confused, got up and lifted the curtains to see. I do not know when. All around has been a blanket of white fog. Reach for the sky. Jiang Ming was a bit confused, and as his mind cleared, he still reacted quickly. Looking at the blanket of fog outside the window, Jiang Ming instantly revealed his gravity. Hurriedly finding his cell phone and looking at it, the signal had been completely cut off by now. Eerie screams came from time to time from the streets below. Jiang Ming didn't dare to delay and hurriedly shouted Han Xiaoyi awake, kicked open the door to the remaining few people's rooms, and rushed in to wake everyone up. A few moments later, several people put on their gear and gathered in one place. The sporadic screams from the outside world remained. It didn't take long for the other members of the exploration team, who were also staying at the hotel, to awaken one after another. At this moment, the team members of each country were gathered in different corners, trying to contact the people of the Archery Kingdom, but no matter what I tried, I could never get in touch. In the end, as a last resort, the representatives of the exploration teams from various countries, after a short trial and error, all gathered in the hotel lobby. The whole hotel is still clean and tidy. It was just that the outside world was filled with a fog that was thick to the core, and screams interspersed with cries for help were coming from the outside world, which seemed to already be in shambles. I think that what's happening here might have something to do with the Drybird Desert. Our place, the closest city to the Ganbu Desert, belongs to the Archery Kingdom's border defense layout in response to the crisis. Perhaps some changes have occurred in the Ganbu Desert, causing the entire city to be engulfed. I think it's better if we find the head of the Archery Kingdom in this city before we try to contact the outside world. What do you think, friends of Kyushu? As the crowd spoke, the green wolf sitting on the sidelines showed his thoughts and was briefly silent. I think it would be better to find the people of the Archery Kingdom first, and if any action follows, we will talk about it then. In fact, according to Green Wolf's thought process, to find out the reason for the appearance of the white mist at this time, whether it was for the Archery Kingdom or for the Kyushu, it would be of great benefit to the future changes. Only, after realizing the changes in the four directions, Zhang Xiaoshan was in a state of shock the entire time from the time he woke up from his sleep until now. Both were on their knees begging themselves to let them talk to them about finding the Archery Nation before they did. Green Wolf looked at Jiang Ming, who also affirmed it, and nodded his head in agreement under helplessness. After all, it was still Jiang Ming who was the master. As for why he's the one sitting here, it's entirely because back then, in the army, he was the only one who was fluent in all the languages. Others, not so much listening. There's no way to communicate. Since everyone has decided so, then in a moment, let's gather the exploration team. All of them. Seeing Green Wolf and the other captains taking a stand one after another, a beautiful country soldier in camouflage uniform made a summary. The crowd nodded one after another, and in a short while, a group of more than 100 people all appeared in the hall. After much deliberation, it was decided to make a first trip to one of the signal reception points deeper in the area. It's only about 7 or 8 miles from here, which isn't that far. The many devices within it are prepared to prevent emergencies. There's also a lot of heavy weaponry in there. The stronghold held firm, and it was reasonable to say that even if they encountered a monster attack, the people inside shouldn't have too much to do. If the questing party could make peace with their people, no doubt it would be an excellent thing for the crowd to manage to escape. As well, as soon as they said they would do it, after a brief deliberation, the crowd of exploration teams, a group of hundreds of people, each with their own weapons, left the hotel and rushed quickly towards the stronghold 7 or 8 miles away. Only, before they could walk for long, Jiang Ming and the others were stopped by Zhang Xiaoshan. Something's not quite right. The yin qi is very thick here. Feeling the changes in heaven and earth in the 4 directions, Zhang Xiaoshan frowned tightly. I have a feeling that this trip will never go smoothly. Moving together with too much yang energy, stirring up the yin energy in all directions, it will be extremely easy to attract treacherous attention. This place is dangerous. We can't go with them. With Zhang Xiaoshan's words of reminder, the crowd gradually slowed down and soon chose another path, separating from the large group. Not for a while. Bang, ta-da-da-da, enjoin, dang, dang. The sounds of guns firing and swords clashing came abruptly from a great distance. Fark, something's not right here. Everyone be careful. Damn it, what's going on here? Accompanied by the sound of angry curses, it was obvious that the side of the large troop had encountered a lot of difficulties. Comparatively speaking, the path Jiang Ming and the others had picked was much calmer. There was nothing but cold, dead silence in all directions. Not quite right. Suddenly, Jiang Ming sent out a voice, and the crowd hurriedly stopped. The pattern of heaven and earth is shifting. Zhang Xiaoshan pinched and projected, the light in his eyes flickering. The crowd stared at once, on guard in all directions. Phalanx. On the side, Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something, and a ghostly light flashed through his pupils, as if he could see through the fog to the dark clouds that rolled over the heavens and earth above. You mean the bureau within a bureau? Zhang Xiaoshan's brows were furrowed, and under the constant pinching, his entire body looked a little more hesitant. Aha, keep going. Jiang Ming nodded and led the crowd onward. On the way, not a single word came out of Han Xiaoye and Qingwu. Apparently, they couldn't understand even after Jiang Ming explained, so they simply didn't ask questions. Zhang Xiaoshan's heart was like a clear mirror, and his exchanges with Jiang Ming regarding the layout of the Xianmen sect were at the very least on the same channel. Comparatively speaking, the duo of Junqi and Zhuge Wu were always hesitant in their hearts. Zhuge family and Yin spirit sect, although the art of Qi Men has its own dabbling, but the two of them are not profound Xianmen Wei people. At this moment is also confused. The situation here does not match my initial projections. Jiang Ming kept on guarding his 4 surroundings with the help of his spectral pupils while explaining flatly, if what is expected is correct, the Archery Nation exploration team should have unconsciously triggered a certain mystery, causing the entire Qi Men Bureau to start operating. When yin and yang meet, the pattern hidden in the yin side gradually reveals itself, while what is in the yang side will gradually enter the yin side. If we don't stop it, I'm afraid that within a few years, the entire pattern of the archery kingdom will change drastically. The shadowy monsters will appear, and the archery kingdom will not be able to be spared at all in this disaster. That is to say, for some reason, the original stable 4 discs began to rotate, and this mutation will continue to expand until it engulfs the entire archery kingdom in it. The Zhuge family's Qi Menwei was obviously more profound compared to the Yin spirit sect. Zhuge Wu seemed to understand something, and Jun Qi on the side also revealed her gravity. So what do we do next? 104. Arms bases. So what do we do next? Junkie face has become very grave. The change of the Qi Men Bureau is not her strength. At the moment it looks like the 7 people inside seems to be the only one who does not understand. This makes Junkie feel very insecure, at the same time more worried. Because of some reasons of the previous Imperial tomb, Jiang Ming left it behind. What's next? It must be to run away. Zhang Xiaoshan in front of him sucked in cold air, seemingly shocked at Junkie's IQ, and his voice came out that Junkie was a bit confused. How? To run? I don't know. It's always good to follow Big Brother. Zhang Xiaoshan didn't dare to say more and opened his mouth to command a sentence. In his opinion, at this moment, like Jiang Ming and other deep-minded people, at this moment, he was bound to be pondering how to elegantly sell a teammate and then directly run away. The behavior of such an abomination, such as their own upright gentleman, but did not dare to point out the broken, abominable. When Jiang Ming had called out for him to come, he hadn't wanted to come, if it wasn't for the fact that his master said that he had to tie himself over for whatever reason. Zhang Xiaoshan would never have appeared. At this moment, encountering such a crisis, Zhang Xiaoshan's only thought was that a dead Taoist friend would not die in poverty. Junkie has a low IQ, so it's most appropriate to sell her. As long as he was careful, he might actually make it out alive. With any luck, backhand backstabbing Jiang Ming a bit, he himself will be able to say goodbye to his abominable career as a wrong seed in the future. Ha ha! Zhang Xiaoshan was inwardly delighted. Jiang Ming in front seemed to notice something and turned his head to cast a puzzled look. For some reason, from the moment he met Zhang Xiaoshan at the Imperial tomb, he he felt that this guy was not a good thing. It had been so long that Jiang Ming thought that the initial sensations were all illusions, but that second just now, that weird feeling of uneasiness resurfaced, making Jiang Ming alert. The cause of all this was, unsurprisingly, none other than Zhang Xiaoshan. Zhang Xiaoshan suddenly shivered, and when he met Jiang Ming's pupils that were glowing with a black ghostly light, for some reason, a feeling of being seen through suddenly sprouted within him. It seems that Jiang Ming has sensed his thoughts. This caused Zhang Xiaoshan to tremble inwardly in panic, the innate Tao body, because it was easier to connect with the heaven and earth. So very often, Zhang Xiaoshan was able to vaguely premonish something within his heart, and at this moment, this uneasiness surfaced, causing Zhang Xiaoshan to vaguely have some numbness in his scalp. Is this dog going to do it again? Big brother, if something happens, you squeak. Zhang Xiaoshan had a dog-licking smile on his face as he opened his mouth in a well-behaved manner. It's okay. Jiang Ming secretly said a dog thing, really does not look like a good person. The face does not show the slightest, plainly commanded to continue to lead the crowd forward. Junkie did not have so many thoughts, since Zhang Xiaoshan had said so. I think the instructor would not really disregard their life and death. Qi Jin's eyes slowly narrowed. So many days, she has obviously Jiang Ming idea to figure out the 7 or 8, although I do not know what Jiang Ming ideas, but does not affect the Qi Jin in advance to prepare a little. At this moment, he was slowly approaching Zhang Xiaoshan, ready to cut off his path of retreat. Zhuge Wu and Chang Wolf similarly sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and subconsciously distanced themselves from Jiang Ming and Qi Jin. Han Xiaoye, on the other hand, followed Jiang Ming with a firm gaze and no distractions at all. The crowd kept moving forward, and soon, under 7 turns and circumventing crises, they quickly appeared in a zone as wide as a square. It's in that spot. Zhuge Wu quickly recognized the location that he had seen yesterday, and Qing Wolf looked towards Jiang Ming without the slightest intention of playing the lead. Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Xiaoshan. For a while, the crowd turned their heads and looked at Zhang Xiaoshan. You guys. The corners of Zhang Xiaoshan's mouth twitched as he inwardly cried out in pain and abomination. In such a scenario, if you don't go yourself, you will only be thrown out by these dogs in the next second. At the moment it would be better to feel your way through carefully and maybe even dig a hole for them. Zhang Xiaoshan pondered inwardly and quickly made up his mind. I'm going to explore. Zhang Xiaoshan's inner grief, still showing a look of generosity, carefully groped toward the square in front of him. Okay, let's go in around the other side. Watching Zhang Xiaoshan walk away, Jiang Ming flatly commanded, and under the gaze of the crowd's sighing eyes, they all swarmed to follow him around the other side, towards the steel base in the center of the square, and quickly walked away. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming expected it. Not long after the crowd had left, a terrified cry for help came from Zhang Xiaoshan's location. Help! Help me you guys! Boom! Miserable screams accompanied by thunderous booms continued to come. Jiang Ming didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed towards the base. Big brother, wait for me! Wait for me you guys! Zhuge Wu and Green Wolf were even more horrified to hear Zhang Xiaoshan screaming miserably and hurriedly followed with quick steps. Junkie was sweating a little. Han Xiaoye, on the other hand, was used to it without any discomfort. Her large eyes flickered under her long, slender lashes as she looked at the obviously somewhat dumbfounded Green Wolf and nodded darkly. Next time it's him. The crowd smoothly came to the front of the steel base gate, looking at the gate that seemed to have been hit by a heavy object and was obviously twisted and broken. The hearts of the crowd sank. Be careful! Jiang Ming barked out a warning, and the crowd entered through the broken gate. The base here, almost all of it was built with steel, the hardness of the gate alone, to be able to crash to such an extent. That means that the things that appeared after the mutation of this place were no longer something that people such as themselves could easily cope with. Outside, Zhang Xiaoshan scurried around, terrified. The screams came from time to time, sounding unusually oozy. Jiang Ming and the others, on the other hand, had gathered in one place and kept moving forward along the passageway. The place was filled with broken and shattered steel and concrete, accompanied by a strong fishy odor that made the crowd's brows furrow. Soon, it became apparent that the crowd was in some discomfort as some limbs and broken arms, as well as scattered entrails, appeared, like it was torn by a wild animal. Coyote crouched down to check, his voice hesitant. The nearest desert to this place, the Gambu Desert, has never been known to have any large beasts that can tear a human arm. It's hard to believe that the mutation in the archery kingdom is even worse than in Kyushu. Green Wolf's words came out, and the crowd in the 4 corners of the room fell silent. Jiang Ming glanced at the dirty everything around him and continued walking towards the depths. Outside, Zhang Xiaoshan was still fleeing for his life in a sorry state. The crowd toward the depths of the wariness forward. Also, not just this base is not many people, or some cruel accident. The depths, in addition to some blood. Surprisingly, there is no longer appear what the remains of the body broken arm. No instrument capable of communicating with the outside world could be found until the place was searched. How can? This could not help but make the crowd hesitate even more inwardly. But just then, This is the Archery Kingdom headquarters. This is the Archery Kingdom headquarters. Armament Base 1, can you hear me? Come in. Chapter 105, 4000, Mutation Institute. Damn it, this is definitely a fake purchase. This is the Archery Kingdom headquarters. This is the Archery Kingdom headquarters. Armament Base 1, can you hear me? Come in. A muffled, anxious voice came from the crowd, who looked around, and finally, in a puddle of scarlet-colored capacitated liquid, found an imperceptible walkie-talkie. Coyote had looked at it, and the thing was basically scrapped after it broke and then got liquid in it, but I didn't expect it to work. This is the Kyushu exploration team. Do you have any intel on what's going on? Green Wolf picked up the walkie-talkie, and as the words left his mouth, the other end was still inquiring. Coyote tries to mobilize the signal band and sends the message Kyushu. Survive. Soon, a surprised voice came from the other end. Great, you guys are alive. We have discovered that since last night's shift in the heavens and earth, almost all of your internal instruments have failed. Even though we can connect to the signal, you are unable to transmit any information, and it seems that you have entered a signal shielding area. But our signals from the outside world can still get in and even see everything you do through the surveillance made of special materials. You must not throw away this walkie-talkie. This is a strong band walkie-talkie specially developed by our archery nation with special rare metals, and it looks like this piece of research has perfectly carried over the interfered frequency band. How about the casualties of your exploration team from the Kyushu Kingdom? How about the exploration teams from various countries? And how is the situation in Sylar City in our archery kingdom? The excited voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was more or less incoherent, but every word, no doubt, was a very important message. Tell him the truth, Jiang Ming plainly commanded, and Green Wolf began to debug the walkie-talkie band signal, with the help of the signal wave, to pass information to the outside world. Upon hearing that Sylar City had been turned into a ghostly place, the archery kingdom was silent for a long time. Eventually, the low voice came again. We've set up the Institute for Mutant Research, and now experts from various countries are here, and everyone expects you to come back safely. We in the Archery Kingdom have also begun preparing a rescue plan. And friends of the Kyushu Kingdom, your kingdom has begun to support us, the Eagle Nation. Pretty Nation team members have likewise found walkie-talkies at the annexed armaments, so you must be careful in all things. And if you can, please stop by and help us investigate why the mutation occurred. A voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie, and Green Wolf looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded, and Green Wolf replied okay. The group of people packed up some firearms, bulletproof vests, grenades and other items and left the armory. Instructor, do we really want to help them explore? Junkie frowned. It was obvious that in the current situation, the primary goal should be to preserve oneself. As for exploring the mutation, one should also wait for everything to settle down, and then gather the power of several kingdoms to deal with it piece by piece. Of course not. Jiang Ming's voice was calm. Let's get ready to go out. The crisis here is unpredictable. Moving stash involves life and death. It's better to be more secure. Good. The crowd nodded their heads, and after finding Zhang Shaoshan, who was scared to death not far away, they followed behind Jiang Ming towards the periphery. On the way, several cameras made through special materials quickly captured the crowd. It's the exploration team from the Kyushu Kingdom, Alteration Research Institute. The Archery Nation's researcher let out an exclamation of surprise, and not far behind him, Jiang Ming's second Moncler Outlet Store, Moncler Outlet Store. Third Moncler Outlet Store, Moncler Outlet Store. Another 10 Moncler Outlet Store, 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 Moncler Jackets Outlet Store. Suddenly revealed surprise. Great, all of them are still alive. That boy Shashan is also fine. It seems that this grandnephew of ours is taking good care of him. The Moncler Jackets Outlet Store people are very happy. But on the contrary, on the side of the archery country, many people are frowning. The way they're advancing, are they coming out? Didn't he also promise us to explore the cause of this? Along the way? There's no need to hesitate. It's a favor for people to help us, and it's our duty not to help them. Besides, the Kyushu state has made a great effort this time, so we can't ask them to risk their lives to do something again. The mellow voice came and the fellows nodded one after another. Obviously, as it should be. Soon, as a number of cameras appeared one after another of the exploration teams of various countries, the support figures of the remaining countries, one after another, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were few casualties. It's great to see Leon alive. Everyone is safe and sound. The crowd opened their mouths one after another, and their hanging hearts could finally fall to the ground. The images captured by the cameras were not comprehensive, but fortunately, those special cameras were widely laid out in the city, and the members of the House Kingdom could be seen at regular intervals. Coupled with the fact that every walkie-talkie had a satellite positioning function, it could be seen that the dots of light, representing the teams, were moving slowly on the satellite map. But suddenly, boss, Something's not quite right. The members of the Kyushu State Exploration Team have stopped. A voice came from one of the Archery Nation fellows, and the crowd looked with it. It just so happens that the camera captured the scene as well. A guy took out a compass? What's that? Something unique to the country of Kyushu? Could they be looking for a way out? The team speculated, but that's when it happened. Something's not quite right. This grandnephew of mine must have sensed a crisis. Chiang Mo, Ziyang, Tu-Wei, stood at the hour. Earth, water and wood. 3 oddities changed Yao, and the broken army moved in a different way. Not good. There's a difference between yin and yang. A monster is coming out. The old Taoist of Tianchafu's voice was grave, and this instantly caused the people of the Kyushu kingdom to stare, while the rest of the kingdoms in the 4 corners of the world looked at each other in disbelief, and the researcher of the archery kingdom was a bit hesitant. After our observation, we found that those monsters basically only appear at night time. How can there be monsters now at high noon? Yes, old man, could you be wrong? The metaphysical arts of the Kyushu kingdom don't feel very reliable. The crowd was puzzled. I think the archery kingdom is such a big country after all. How could it be possible that even this basic information is not clearly probed? My friend, it must be that you have inferred wrongly. There won't be any monsters in broad daylight. Leon is the sharpest warrior in our pretty country. If he didn't find anything, then surely no monsters will appear. This is probably the Kyushu State Exploration Team encountering some kind of problem. The rest of the kingdoms shook their heads no. Obviously, they still had some trust in the archery kingdom's ability. One of them, the leader of the pretty country's support team, Astari, flashed a smile. Obviously, he could not see the Kyushu metaphysics from the bottom of his heart. He had studied the Kyushu country's metaphysics many times as a staff member of the FBL. In his opinion, the Kyushu country's metaphysics, it was just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What heaven and earth and everything must have its operating law. What the world should be sown, 6 lines and 6 gods, are very outrageous. The key thing was that it was clear that he knew many of the words, but when they were connected together, they made him feel incredibly anxious and elusive. Eventually, after almost everyone in Pretty Country had met and studied the matter many times, the Kyushu metaphysics was included in the nonsense canon. As the name suggests, the records of the Kyushu kingdom look like the poems written by their ancients, a mixture of words with very different meanings, but blended into one. Obscure as hell. Not to mention that Ostri couldn't even imagine how this group of Kyushuites had come to love these things. His disdain for the so-called metaphysics, after more than 10 long years of eluding him, had also dissolved into soul disdain. 9 states of metaphysics. Useless. Isn't it good to use science? Ostri sneered inwardly, but outwardly he was gentle. The second oldest gave him a blank look and ignored it. But just then, boom, accompanied by a thick buzzing sound. In this part of the world, countless gusts of wind were blowing, and between the violent churning of clouds, in the picture, Jiang Ming and the others unexpectedly turned around in a hurry to flee towards the road they had come from. The people of the institute were unable to hear the sound, but by looking at the picture alone, they could already realize the seriousness of the situation on the spot. This made the crowd a little hesitant. Tell your team quickly. Tell them to run southeast. Find Jiang Ming and beg him. He might be able to bring your team members out alive. The second master stroked his beard. His voice was low and serious, and the crowd skimmed in all directions. Beg him? When have the warriors of our kingdom ever begged? The crowd inwardly disdained. Obviously, they didn't feel that this mutation would be the monster that this old man was talking about. They even inwardly mocked Jiang Ming for running too fast. But suddenly, no good. It's a member of the Eagle Kingdom. Why did he suddenly kill himself? What the hell is going on here? Oh Rios, what is wrong with you? Damn, what the hell is going on? The people of the Eagle Kingdom had anxious faces, holding their heads and shouting. The rest of the kingdom people were serious-faced. But soon, no good. There's a black shadow flashing inside the fog. Lester of the Pretty Country has had his head removed. Thick gift crab, what the hell is going on here? Countless people felt anxious all of a sudden. Watching the team members have their heads removed in less than a second when those monsters appeared was overwhelming for the crowd. Quick, southeast bearing, find Jiang Ming. At that moment, an alarmed cry came from an incredibly nervous Egyptian, who rushed to the front of the microphone and began to deliver a message to the Egyptian team. Come on, can't you speak English? Damn, our Pretty Country crew is dying. Shet, don't take it from me. For a moment, countless people were anxiously passing on the message. Southeast direction. Must run to the southeast direction. Find Jiang Ming. Find Jiang Ming in the country of Kyushu. Got to find him. At this moment, the originally hesitant crowd of the Archery Kingdom had been filled with shock. Did the old man really get it right? Their Kyushu metaphysics. Isn't it a few different ones that come out every year? So obscure. This old gentleman actually understands all of them? I've long heard that the metaphysics of the Kyushu Kingdom can discern yin and yang and determine life and death. I didn't expect to be able to determine even an impending crisis. That's awesome. The Archery Nation players were filled with shock inside. they had also studied the Kyushu metaphysics, not as inwardly contemptuous as the Astari of the pretty country, who always felt that there must be a reason for existence. More than 10 years of research had yielded nothing, but because of the close proximity of archery and Kyushu, the two countries had asked for advice many times. Although they remained uncertain of the meaning, the crowd of the archery nation always maintained a trace of awe within themselves, but there was no belief. After all, what the people of Kyushu said, Kyushu metaphysics was just too ridiculous. How can something like being able to completely assert something before it even happens happen? But now the facts are right in front of everyone's eyes, and there is no room for disbelief. For a while, the Archery Nation team members sighed inside, but fortunately, they left a heart and soul, and notified the Archery Nation's exploration team at the first time. Comparatively speaking, the faces of the rest of the kingdom were much uglier, especially Ostri, whose large eyes were filled with a strong sense of disbelief at the moment. In his mind, this kind of thing, which sounded extremely outrageous, was happening right in front of his eyes? This is outrageous. What the hell is going on? Is it really true that pretty country doesn't deserve to study Kyushu metaphysics? No, definitely got a fake. How can the real Kyushu metaphysics be those red books that cost a few dollars a copy on the market? One book per year? Damn, it's absolutely false. Definitely all the people in Kyushu are hiding. Ostri inner grief. More than 10 years of efforts in vain, just because of the purchase of fake goods. Damn, Kyushu people good deep heart. Ostri grimaced and fell silent. The rest of the kingdom's people had worried faces as they watched the team members who appeared in the screen from time to time, and their numbers began to decrease one after another, which made them even more worried. Apparently, this mutation appeared too suddenly, and at this moment, the scene, after receiving the message, many teams, regardless of their inner thoughts, quickly rushed towards the southeast direction at the first time. In any case, the people of their own kingdom would never harm them. The monster really isn't catching up. This direction is safe. One after another, the members of each team opened their mouths, and their inner belonging to the kingdom was once again raised. Worthy of their kingdom. I can't believe I settled on a safe direction so quickly. Captain, the kingdom side told us to follow the Kyushu exploration team. They told us to find Jiang Ming from Kyushu. Let's make sure we find him. He has a way out. What? The voice came from the team once again, and it could be seen that the captains of the countries who heard these kinds of words showed their surprise. There is something strange about this Kyushu person, proficient in metaphysics? Hearing the retelling of the team, some of the captains of the kingdom went after them directly on command, and many captains scoffed. Nonsense like Kyushu metaphysics can work in this place? And make me beg that Jiang Ming? Cut the crap. What those lowly people in the country of Kyushu revere is simply useless. I don't believe it. You guys follow me. I'll take you out. Pretty country's Leon sneered. As a noble and proud pretty country's warrior, he couldn't see Kyushu from the bottom of his heart, not to mention their culture. At this moment, to have him beg Jiang Ming to take them out was ridiculous. Stay close. Lion bellowed and ran towards the southeast, soon joining Jiang Ming in the same way as many of the teams. One by one, the crowd came forward to salute and greet. Chapter 106, 4000, so it's the Holy Sun. The remaining few kingdoms, one after another, followed behind, without going up or showing anything, just following silently. The intention is clear enough. They didn't have any goodwill towards Kyushu, and at the moment, they were only using the group of people following Jiang Ming as pathfinders. Instructor, Jun Chi's gaze was icy cold. Obviously, she clearly detected that among those last few teams, there were even people with killing intent. Don't pay any attention to them, it's crowded, so be careful. Yes, Jiang Ming commanded. The crowd said yes, and under his leadership, a group of nearly 100 people followed Jiang Ming as he continued to move forward in his projected safe path. The wind was howling in all directions, and the clouds were inverted. Jia, Hafnium. All sorts of weird sounds kept coming from the clouds in all directions, making the team members feel alarmed, and at the same time, they were all relieved one after another when they saw that nothing strange was happening. At the Institute for Mutant Studies, the representatives of the countries were nervous, but not anxious. Obviously, this is a situation that they are happy to see. As long as the players can come back safely, then everything is fine. Something's not right. The fog is getting thicker. At this time, the archery country fellows suddenly came to condense the voice. The crowd looked around. I do not know why. Obviously this place gusts of wind should be the fog more and more sparse, but with the crowd forward, that should be blown away by the fog, but also more and more dense. Look, you guys, what's that? Suddenly, as a cry of alarm came from the crowd, they all looked over. on top of a tall building. In the image captured by the camera, a huge and incomparable black fog swept and rushed in a thick white fog. The range of the black fog was so great that you couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Sweeping with endless might came from the sky. This caused everyone's face to change drastically at the same time. Many teams on the scene, but also a strong uneasiness arose within. Jie, Hafnium. The sound of treacherous cruelty in all directions was getting closer and closer to the crowd, and for a moment, it made everyone feel anxious. Captain, what do we do? Damn, what the hell is this? Thick gift crab. Brother Ming. This, on the side of the Kyushu exploration team, Han Xiaoye's face was equally grave, and Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed as he continued to deduce the pattern of heaven and earth in this place. A few moments later, "Follow me," a low voice came out, and the Kyushu exploration team took the lead, quickly moving forward in the direction of the dense black fog that swept over them. This scene immediately made the team on the spot feel numb. My god, are they crazy? The white mist are still like this. That black mist only looks more and more vicious. What the hell are they trying to do? Looking for death. They're looking for death. There was a clamor and quarrel coming from the ranks of the nations, and some made a stand to go after them and ask questions. Some people, on the other hand, had ugly faces and said that they should never go near the black mist. For a moment, the many exploration teams here were surprisingly hesitant, but just then, Jie, under the black fog sweeping, the countless treacherous in the white fog under the fore, even have screamed quickly towards the distance to escape. While this scene surprised the quest crew, Lion was even more direct in his orders. This Kyushu exploration team is unreliable. Follow me, let's kill our way out of the white mist, Leon bellowed, and all of a sudden, the exploration teams, who had no favor with Kyushu, avoided the black fog and chose another path, rushing towards the front. The men of the Woolly Bear Nation exploration team, on the other hand, had eyes that were rapidly filling with blood, and they clenched their teeth and stomped their feet. Follow the Kyushu team. For a time, under the leadership of the two teams, the many exploration teams here had split into two groups, with one group quickly chasing towards Jiang Ming and the others, and another group followed Lion and the others. The scene made the crowd at the Institute for Mutant Studies hesitate. What's going on in your Kyushu, old man? Why do we have to rush inside the black fog that has never existed before? The crisis inside there is not at all something that we, the Archery Kingdom, can determine. The Archery Nation players felt hesitant, but the word was still out. There is no record of any black mist in the Archery Kingdom. Before that, the black mist never appeared. Just as soon as these words came out, those in the four corners of the room, the representatives of the team kingdoms that had followed Jiang Ming into the black mist, had ugly faces. Old sir, I admit that your Kyushu metaphysical sect does have some ability, but this black mist has not been seen anywhere in any country in the world. Why are your people so impulsive? Damn, if ours dies in there, don't worry, all of you, not only Jiang Ming, but also my disciple grandson and my Kyushu exploration team are equally well versed in the Xian sect's secret essentials. Not to mention them, if I were on the spot, I would have also made such a choice. Second Grandmaster Jiang Ming stroked his beard, his voice flat. The black fog is one of the variables of the Chi-Men Bureau, although its appearance, forcing the white fog to retreat, the treacherous for escape. It seems that the 8 doors are wide open. In fact, the door of life has long been closed. If you want to live, you can only vanish into the black mist that looks like a death gate, and only then will there be a chance of survival to be found, the old Taoist explained flatly. But these words caused the representatives of those kingdoms that did not enter behind the black mist team to feel dissatisfied. Your Kyushu Xian sect is nothing more than that. Where is the door of life and death? Slyly leaving, that's the best thing to do. That's right, I think you're just defending your useless Xian sect in Kyushu. Let's see how you'll explain when something happens to the team later. In the face of condemnation from all sides, the old Taoist face did not change in the slightest and did not pay any attention to half. A group of foolish people was not enough to cause even a single ripple to arise within the immortal's heart. Not saying anything is a clear sign of acquiescence. Their Kyushu metaphysics are all bull ********. Wait and see what you have to say when our pretty country Leon comes out. Humph. It's just the nonsense of being at the end of one's tether. Not to be believed. With Ostry fanning the flames, the crowd sneered, as if they had already seen the moment when the old Taoist's face would turn pale. Extraterrestrial barbarians. The old Tao despised a sentence, not the slightest drop in momentum. The 4 words were transmitted, so that the faces of the people under the 4 more and more difficult to see the occasion, but also did not open their mouths again. After all, facts speak louder than words. Wait until you see your Kyushu exploration team die in the black mist. The vile Kyushuans. Ostry's gaze was icy cold and his heart hated it. Suddenly, the black mist has dissipated. No good. The team members who went into the black mist have all disappeared. As the Archery Nation fellows passed out exclamations of surprise, and the crowd's faces changed greatly, Ostry burst into triumph and sneered, See, it was your Kyushu exploration team that got everyone killed. This, Austri kept sneering, while the representatives of the countries that followed the Kyushu team into the black fog in all directions were gloomy and uncertain. Obviously, such a turn of events was something they hadn't expected. For a while, all of them also felt some remorse in their hearts, but when in the next second, the white fog in the picture quickly dissipated, and the bloody corpses of the exploration team members from various countries who hadn't entered the black fog appeared, the originally complacent Austri suddenly changed his face drastically. No, how is this possible? Wasn't there anything going on before when we stayed in the white mist? Why did it turn out like this? 5 missing, all remaining team members dead. Damn it, is it a trick you Kyushu are playing? Austri felt an unspeakable rage as he watched all of the pretty country members die, and growled a question towards the old Tao. Noisy, the old Taoist snorted coldly and threw up a slap without saying a word. Bark again, and I'll take your life right now. The second master is worthy of being the second master. Backhanded a slap to the military martial arts origin of Austri dry dizzy, directly vomited 2 blood. This instantly made the pretty countrymen behind Austri look ugly. How dare you hit one of our men? The crowd's voices were low and hoarse with anger. Many people even took out their firearms and pointed them straight at the old Taoist. At this moment, an old man in black with a sometimes real, sometimes illusory figure behind the old Taoist suddenly let out a jijia strange laugh. Want to try it? Your guns are faster or ours. The old man's voice was weird, as if it was extremely far away, but also as if it was extremely close, right next to the ear. Let the faces of the crowd under the 4 hesitant occasion. Jiang Ming's remaining several grand masters, his hands clasped chest, from the beginning to the end did not pay attention to the crowd one iota. The basic reason why the Chi-Men realm has many privileges in the Kyushu is that they, the old guys, are still in good health. While enjoying the convenience brought by the Kyushu military, they likewise need to contribute to Kyushu, which is an agreement that needs no mention and must be honored. As for why the military would give the Chimera community so much face, there was no doubt at all. Would the military be doing this if not for its strength? Now a couple of broken guns pointed at them and you want them to be scared? Boring. Shi Yuan laughed and shook his head, pressing his hand. As a group of representatives of the Kyushu, the weakest physical Chiwaki, can be incomparably certain that 7 steps away, I am faster than the gun. Not to mention the old Taoist and the others. These people who had been simmering their muscles and bones for years, and had even long since stepped into the ranks of cultivation. Within 3 paces, even if you put a gun to their head, you may not be able to kill them. Not to mention, inside such a large mutation research institute, the representatives of various countries were more than 10 paces away from each other. Even if you take another step back, faced with those who go out and still have to carry a gun of weak chickens, Chiwaki casually threw some voodoo small poison, can make them hallucinate and kill each other. That's why Kyushu still doesn't know much about the future of mutations and has little bottom line, and still needs to cooperate with other countries. Otherwise, for the mere act of raising the gun, the perverted old man in black would have started killing people. Drop the gun. Representatives of beautiful countries, please behave yourselves. The Archery Nation players obviously didn't want to see the scene either, and they opened their mouths to chide. This made the pretty country crowd feel equally hesitant as their hearts became harder and harder to bear. Drop the gun. Austri at this time gradually back to God, full of anger, at this moment also turned into resentment and fear intertwined. He gave the old Taoist a rather scornful look and stood still without leaving. Seeing the silence of the representative of the pretty country, who was a good big brother, the rest of the country shut up and stopped talking. They also want to continue to study it to see if they can obtain more useful information, although their hearts still disdain. Say, those who entered the black fog, has long been dead, but after all, they couldn't just say they were leaving without seeing it for themselves. As for the representatives of the team's kingdom who had followed Jiang Ming and the others who had stepped into the black fog, they were silent, looking at the satellite positioning representing the team members on the screen and waiting anxiously inside. If they are still alive, how nice. No good. Their satellite positioning is gone too. Suddenly, the archery country fellows once again came to the state voice. Austri sneered too. The rest of the country's face gradually became ugly. It's hard to believe that the players really followed the Kyushu team and went to their deaths. Nope, the teams are positioning themselves again. The locator point is throbbing. That researcher wiped his sweat and quickly opened his mouth, and for a while, many people's faces became hesitant. But just then, boss, a wave of signal docking detected. A hesitant voice came from the researcher on the other side, and the head of Archery Nation frowned. Signal docking? Aye, it's a signal docking from Kyushu. There's another stream of signals, coming from the Ganbu Desert. What? When these words came out, many people at the scene looked suspicious and uncertain, and the head of the Archery Nation nodded, his voice low. Accepted. Yes, that researcher immediately operated. And soon, a voice full of dislike came out. I say, what are you Archery Nation up to? No sense of protection at all? Hasn't anyone in your archery nation realized that this thing's chimera is going to keep expanding? I would really appreciate it. What's wrong with you guys? Can we still get some sleep? A voice full of dislike came out, and a number of people froze. Look up. As the signals docked and the researcher pulled up the transmission, many people were dumbfounded as they looked at the black-clothed young man in the picture who was carrying a long knife and was shaking grit from his clothes. So it's the Holy Son. Good grandnephew. Qi Yuan smiled slightly, listening to the voice, secretly sound like his people, is worthy of disturbing the enchanting frontier financial traders. The rest of the grandparents were all red in the face and called out to their good grandnephews. As the camera rotated and the figures of the rest of the team members here appeared one after another. Throughout the Alteration Research Institute, many of the country's representatives were agitated. It's our MS. Kurisu Twiko of the Black Sun Country, and our Kimchi Country's Ji Taeduan. They're all alive. Great, they're all alive. The representatives of the various countries were suddenly overwhelmed with emotion and tears, originally nervous and worried and anxious heart, but also at the moment of seeing the team members appeared. They have relieved the atmosphere. It's worthy of being a metaphysical art of the Kyushu Kingdom. It's too powerful. I can't believe I actually took the crew out of danger. Oh, old man, thank you so much. I would call you the strongest in the arcane arts of the 9 states. Worthy of being a great Eastern country, this kind of heritage is simply not something we can reach. The delegates were rosy-cheeked and expressed their gratitude to the old Taoist. He even kept praising the Xianmen art of the Kyushu Kingdom, which was powerful and awesome. Such marvels are simply unheard of. For a time, the entire Mutant Research Institute was filled with cheers and encouragement. If not for the absence of the gongs and drums, I'm afraid that the entire Mutant Research Institute would have become a hubbub of noise. Chapter 107. If everyone offers 1,000,000,000 points of love. Third turn Compassion Master. In the Alteration Research Institute, it was man and dog who were laughing. Only Austri and the others' faces were getting more and more gloomy and ugly. Coldly watching this group of villains, Austri was inwardly displeased. Why should our noble and beautiful countrymen fall, and this lowly group of Kyushuites survived? It is even recognized by so many nations. Damn! Austri's inner resentment gradually climbed, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he opened his mouth loudly. Why is there instrumentation from the Kyushu Kingdom in the Archery Kingdom? Could it be that your Kyushu Kingdom has been laying out in the Archery Kingdom for a long time? Or have you entered into a partnership with Archery Nation? Austri revealed a cold smile. The last sentence, one word at a time exported. The provocative meaning in the voice is extremely strong. Unsurprisingly, these 3 words also instantly caused the faces of the Archery Nation's crowd to change drastically. Those countries had received benefits from Kyushu, and it was not good for them to fall on their swords at this moment, so they were hesitant and silent. The representative of the Archery Kingdom, on the other hand, had a pair of eagle eyes that erupted with cold light, staring at the old Taoist of the Kyushu Kingdom with a low voice. Representative Kyushu, what the hell is going on here? Could it be that, without permission, you have begun to lay out against my Archery Kingdom? This should not have been put on the table. However, Austrichery now points out that the Archery Kingdom is in a difficult position due to its national power and the location of the crystal. The representative of the Archery Nation inwardly cursed Astari while putting on a show, hoping that Lao Dao could read and understand and give some face, and that after this matter was revealed, the 2 families closed the door to find shivering. The old Taoist eyes and nose did not speak, directly ignoring the words of the representative of the Archery Nation. Takamu. It was as if he was traveling on a cloud, more like telling the crowd, don't ask him about this, he doesn't know. This made Tacoma a bit embarrassed, and for a while, the atmosphere of the entire Alteration Research Institute, too, grew progressively weirder. But just then, what's the point of asking, asshole? A somewhat displeased voice came from the screen, accompanied by several applications to connect to the signal, and at once, a number of camera screens were turned on. It was only when the crowd looked that they realized that at this moment, Zhang Ming was playing with a palm-sized black and sloppy square in his hands. It seems that the screen was transmitted from that cube. This is the camera? You guys brought your own? Takamu heart alarmed. After the mutation occurred, the Archery Kingdom's Ministry of Scientific Research also only developed some materials that can isolate the interference. Only the initial research of the camera. Kyushu did not already have something more advanced? Many kingdom representatives also sucked in cold air when they saw this. This conjecture, if true, that at the very least shows that Kyushu's understanding of mutations is already a leading position in the world. Yeah, that's the information I gave to the Research Institute. The cloud camera they came up with. It's pretty easy too. Just send a satellite, Jiang Ming casually said, without revealing a single bit of information, as if he was afraid that the crowd would not understand the camera's advancement and hinder his future grand plans. Jiang Ming still added, this camera is able to ignore a portion of the signal blocking if it is docked with a cloud satellite, so it can be considered a must-have product for exploring mutations and traveling at home, as long as he's there. Even if you're at the South Pole and the satellite is at the North Pole, it's just as possible to connect via a strong wave band signal. This is the most cutting-edge technology in the country of Kyushu, Jiang Ming began to sell, and the crowd at the scene sighed with intent. This kind of thing can't be said in the open. It must be done in secret. You said, you worked on this thing? Takamu looked at Jiang Ming, his eyes slowly narrowing as Jiang Ming nodded. You can call the Kyushu Research Department and ask. There's quite a bit of mysterious tech besides this that I've been working on. You can also ask the people from the Dragon Science Academy. I am also a member of the Dragon Science Academy now. You're a member of the Dragon Science Academy? Takamu's eyes widened. Aren't you only in your 20s? How is this possible? Who told you there was an age limit for becoming an academician? On the screen, Jiang Ming spoke flatly. Is it hard to be a natural academician if you are skilled enough? Older brother, it's not possible that you're still unproductive in scientific research, is it? Jiang Ming asked in surprise, making the corners of Takamu's mouth twitch. This ing is mocking himself? Takamu still couldn't believe that there was actually such a young academician in Kyushu. But soon, as a report was passed around by his knowledgeable subordinate, Takamu's eyes widened. Recognized by the state of Kyushu itself? He's still a 5-star academician at the highest level? Takaki was utterly shocked, and felt unspeakably ridiculous as he looked at the report given by the Kyushu kingdom itself. But, he's only in his 20s? Takamu was incredulous, and the same information was quickly asked by the knowledgeable subordinates of the delegations from various countries, and the crowd was inwardly shocked as they looked at the accurate information that had received an official reply from Kyushu. The youngest academician in the land of Kyushu has already made many feats for the Kyushu. Is that camera also part of the exploratory device that was researched in response to the mutation? This information was learned and no longer made the representatives of states sit up and take notice. Such an important talent, and you Kyushu only sent a few old men to protect it? Or even casually thrown into the altered zone? Oh shit, are all the officials in Kyushu this big-hearted? The crowd felt incredulous, and Jiang Ming bristled. Old man? A few of the strongest people in the Chi-Men world. All of them are here. This kind of lineup God stops God. Isn't it enough? Jiang Ming didn't say much. After all, it was related to his future plans. Success or failure cannot be overlooked. Such a genius must find a way to pull it together. Even if you bid $10 billion, you must find him to get those highly refined technologies. Quickly, go down and make arrangements. Don't let the others get the jump on us. The representatives of various countries had their own ideas and secretly ordered them to go down. They were ready to dig in, but on the surface, they were calm as usual, with a spring in their faces, eyes full of envy. Only Austria and the others' faces grew more and more somber, and their hearts became more and more stifled. The country of Kyushu has actually gone one step ahead of them and researched mutant instruments. Damn, do I have to beg them to cooperate and sell us equipment? Austria was inwardly resentful, but did report the matter. When the above learned of this, an emergency meeting was held to discuss the matter, and at the same time, it was even more important to let Ostali keep an eye on it, so that he could kneel down and beg him not to leave if necessary. This instantly petrified Ostri, and his entire face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. But on second thought, it's all just a big strategic plan for us. Ostri clenched his fists. Take a knee for a better tomorrow. In contrast to the representatives of the various countries who were each harboring their own agenda, Jiang Ming on the scene came up with a sentence that made the crowd feel dumbfounded. Camera usage fee, $2 billion, fair price for all. First come, first served. You guys don't want your crew, somehow, to die in the desert, do you? For a while, the crowd looked at each other. In the face of Jiang Ming's bottomless, sky-high price, the corners of the mouths of the representatives of all the kingdoms twitched, and their hearts ached with grief. Pleading eyes quickly looked to the representative of the Kyushu state. The old Taoist remained eye to eye, while the rest of the group each whistled and surveyed the area. Account number sent. In the end, the representative of the Black Sun country couldn't help himself, and a low voice came out as Jiang Ming finished reading out the account number. Quickly, as the camera's signal light turned blue, Jiang Ming tossed a black square to Black Sun country with a nod of his head. We sent it too. Give us the camera to our team, and us. The representatives of the nations were full of black lines, but in order to understand the mutation to a greater extent, they had to pay blood money to buy the camera this time. Moreover, looking at the words of that black-clothed youth in the Kyushu country, it is not difficult to guess that if there is really a country that has not purchased the camera, then it may really die in the desert in an unknown manner. But if you spend money to make friends with them, then this person may not be able to bring out the players. Boy, why don't you get going? At this time, the crowd, who had all spent their money one after another, looked at the picture of Jiang Ming sitting cross-legged and motionless, and immediately revealed their confusion and dissatisfaction. The money's spent, why don't you lead the way? This fog will lift soon, it's faster to die by running around now. Jiang Ming's face was calm as he responded lightly and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. For a moment, the crowd's faces froze. This fog is lifting? This is why you want to ask us for money if you want to dissipate the fog. Damn it, you are extortion. Damn it, is it possible that all of you Kyushu people are so shameless? The crowd was furious and annoyed, but Jiang Ming was thunderstruck, listening to the gibberish and crooked sounds coming from the intercom, and snorted coldly. Do you think there's no danger when the fog lifts? Stupid, take a step back. $2 billion buys nothing more than the right to use the cameras. When did I promise to take them out safely? And you blame me for screwing you guys. How could I possibly screw you guys when I'm just a frail young man in his early 20s? This is how doing business works. Jiang Ming's face was unhappy, but inwardly, he was constantly calculating the pattern of the 4 places, wanting to find some more dangerous places to extort another sum. Jiang Ming's response left the crowd speechless. Obviously, it was indeed as he had said. What the $2 billion had purchased was just camera access, and he had never said that he was going to take the rest of the kingdom team out from the beginning. But for the countries to negotiate between the original is to spend huge sums of money to buy some insignificant things, so as to reach some implicit cooperation. This is all very common. For example, this purchase of camera usage rights? It is reasonable to say that under normal circumstances, the Kyushu State Exploration Team is responsible for the team members. Moreover, coupled with the good reputation of the Kyushu State over the years, it makes countries very happy to cooperate with the Kyushu State. But the Jiang Ming we see today, why is his style of doing things so different from the people of his kingdom? Really a mouthful of spit? Is it hard to believe that he's not from Kyushu? No, it's obviously not possible. The crowd was annoyed inwardly, secretly saying that this person was extremely cunning and greedy. It is disgusting. The crowd was internally slandering, and Jiang Ming ignored it. As for the disgrace is not disgraceful unimportant. Countries gathered in the heart of the original intention. They are not external focus. Worry so much why. Taking the opportunity to get rich is the way to go. Ever since purchasing the second Instacompass, Jiang Ming had discovered that the original several $100 million worth of compotes had now had their prices raised to over $1 billion. The system did not have any response, but Jiang Ming understand. They do not want to find a way to make some money. Not to mention the 9 turns into a fairy. According to the momentum of this price increase, such as the weak chicken chi general 5 turns are out of reach. Not to mention that it was still only the second turn of the district. As for the repercussions after this matter, Jiang Ming wasn't worried in the slightest. With his own understanding of that foreign focus on the old paragraph that has contacted him many times, in all probability, without saying anything, this person will first deny his identity as a Kyushu countryman, and then silently protect himself, looking for his own nagging to share the spoils. As for Jiang Ming's safety, old Duan wasn't the least bit panicked. During that time as Dragon 26, Jiang Ming could change his face and make a great deal of noise outside. Even the vampires in the West had been brought back alive by Jiang Ming with 2 of them, and they were still undergoing research at the Academy of Sciences, not to mention ordinary people. According to the old paragraph, this kid can't wait for his early announcement to kick him out of Kyushu. After all, at this moment, Jiang Ming already had a very clear position on his own strength after going through the Dragon Group's training for the past half year. Except for those old monsters from the East and West, the rest of the people and half-human species were no match for themselves. Since it has come to the present extent, with Jiang Ming's noble character of cleanliness, honesty and friendliness, if he can't knock all over the Western countries, it is really a great regret in his life, if not for that half a year in the way of the identity of the people of the country of Kyushu, lest they discredit their beloved country. I'm afraid that the small treasury of the countries outside can let him rob. Well, although it is true that it has also robbed 1 or 2, but after all, Jiang Ming is masked, even though the figure and moves were generally the same as those of the Dragon Group. After Lao Duan bit down on the fact that if he didn't show his face, he was bound to not be a member of the Dragon Group, and that his fingerprints could be forged. Those 2 nations admitted in sorrow and indignation. It was said that those who were close to Zhu were red and those who were close to Ink were black, and Jiang Ming was quite helpless inwardly, if it were not for Qi Yuan's wolfish greed, leading to the financial crisis of the enchanting frontier. If it wasn't for the fact that the earth dog old Duan was cunning and fickle, and from time to time he would take the royal tune formation and make himself lose money. Greed multiplies if not for dog system's ever-increasing price. If it were not for the fact that these countries are all like jackals and tigers, wanting to whore. If not for their own more than 100 Moncler outlet store alone, now nearly 100 years old, even a pen of coffin money are not. If it were not for these, would Jiang, who has always been clean, honest, friendly, peace-loving and upright, have rebelled against his fate again and again. The burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier, and it was as if Jiang Ming couldn't see any hope for the future. To make such a move here is just a small rebellion against fate. Jiang Ming sighed. If every one of the representatives of the nations had offered 1 billion points of love, would Jiang's life have been so miserable? This is also the support of his own rare qualification that is rare in 1,000 years, making himself step by step to the present. Otherwise, it would have been long ago by those greedy people mentioned above. Nod to the bones are not left. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming was quite saddened inwardly, and the bottleneck that had been stuck for so long seemed to operate. A legendary compulsion was even attracted by its own amazing qualifications and begged to become its own native compulsion. Jiang Ming sighed slightly. 3 turns. Chapter 108, The District's Dog's Life, It Is For You, the third legendary compulsion, the meteoric life compulsion. With the integration of the parasites, the majestic witch compassion aura of the third turn compassionist permeated from his surroundings, and Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes. Meteorite life compulsion, double pupils of different colors. Immortal, a compulsion born from the power of heaven and earth. It can make you immortalized and immortalized. The words are simple and concise. Even if someone breaks their neck on the spot now, as long as they don't hurt the compulsion in their body, the broken neck, the meridians, can also be quickly remodeled in a short time. Restricted by his own strength, the meteoric life compass could currently only be used twice in a short period of time. After 2 times, the meteoric life compass was overdrawn and GG itself on the spot. The second turn instinctive compulsion, spring and autumn cicada, had also reached a staggering 7 seconds in its ability to go back in time after its own strength had increased. In a short period of time, it's not a big problem to use it 8 times out of 10. Close to 2 seconds was enough time to get the upper hand with the help of ghost shadow steps. District Qi Yuan, with my 3 turns of the body. Jiang Ming fell into deep thought, but soon, the amazing qualifications worked on their own. Just as the 4th legendary compass was about to appear, the points were about to become negative. Jiang Ming let out a sigh, and the ghostly power that had been dormant for a long time on the side instantly erupted, and in the blink of an eye, it became the 3rd stage. Power of Ghosts and Gods, Stage 3 allows you to have a base force of 2,000 pounds. 9 Dawn Witch Blood, Stage 2 inherited from the bloodline of the ancient witch gods. It can equip you with part of the divine destiny. Phantom Bone, Stage 2 the bone of a ghost or god is indestructible. Stage 2 Phantom Bone, causing your resistance to pressure to climb dramatically and increasing your base force. Jolie Witch Blood was clearly a qualification eating kind of thing, and although he didn't know what this so-called partial divine destiny was for, the appearance of this thing still made Jiang Ming's heart feel much more at ease. Ghostly Shadow Steps. Ghostly Shadow Steps. Beginner, your stance is more agile compared to the entry-level Ghostly Shadow Steps. A series of skills, under their own 1 point of qualification, 1 point of luck, and 998 points of effort, began to operate on their own, climbing steadily. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and ended his long endeavor. It could be clearly felt that at this moment, Jiang Ming's aura was clearly different. Double pupils of a different color. The darkness of the breath breathes uncertainty. An aura looks even more treacherous and unpredictable. Asterisk. Zhang Xiaoshan called out outrageously. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes, and Zhang Xiaoshan immediately sucked in cold air and fell to his knees. Big brother has improved. Little Mountain pays his respects. The crowd on all sides was silent. Jiang Ming looked at the points that were about to bottom out again. Jiang Ming secretly drove his compulsion and quickly sought out a group of creatures that would be extremely difficult to deal with if they were weaklings in this place. Desert marching ants. At this time the sun was shining in the middle of the desert, and under the secret hatred of the representatives of various countries who were gnashing their teeth. Suddenly, no good. That's desert marching ants. A cry of alarm came from the Archery Nation fellows, and the representatives of the various countries suddenly changed their faces. How is it possible? The number of these types of ants in the Ganbu Desert is extremely rare. How can they appear in so many? Damn, there are ants like this all around. What the hell is going on? Damn it! The faces of the people were ugly, and the sight of the people of the Kyushu kingdom was obviously much more stagnant as well. Don't panic. Jiang Ming stood out, and between the flick of his fingers, a drop of pitch black, purple-tinged blood fell violently onto an empty space. Jiang Ming took a step and stood at the location where the blood dripped. At the same time, within a 10-foot radius, the people of the Kyushu kingdom arrived one after another. This kid's crazy, isn't he? What is he doing? Is it hard to think that his blood can force back the ants? Those marching ants will eat this up. This group of Kyushu nations are just crazy. The representatives of the various countries had ugly faces and did not forget to sneer a bit. But in the next second, as those ants quickly avoided the location of the blood drops and quickly advanced towards the deeper country's team members, those delegates couldn't sit still. Damn, what the hell is going on? What the hell is this kid's blood? It's hard to believe that this kid. The crowd immediately realized, absolutely this kid blood problem. A strong inner uneasiness climbed between. The picture of a sigh came. Mr. Jiang knows that heaven has the virtue of kindness. In the face of such a crisis, as long as $1 billion, Mr. Jiang will step in and save your team members. Don't miss it if you walk by. Just a mere $1 billion to help you solve this undeserved disaster. The representatives of the country's faces became more and more gloomy. So coincidental that it is needless to say, 9 times out of 10, it's this Kyushu nation guy who's up to no good. Damn it, the crowd was holding in their hearts. But at the moment, the desert marching ants were not vegetarians, and they were even a bit excited. The representatives of various countries had no choice but to contact the national treasury to allocate another $1 billion to the previous account. Soon, Jiang Ming once again possessed bonus billions of points. A few drops of blood flew out, and the members of the nations were saved. Under everyone's increasingly ugly faces, the dense fog that had originally filled Siler City finally began to dissipate. Under everyone's excitement and exuberance, the rescue team set off quickly and soon arrived at the Ganbu Desert next to Siler City. After dispersing the marching ants through a special spray, the representatives of each country were also rescued. On one side of the archery kingdom, they began to take stock of the losses in Siler City, while on the other side, they began to communicate about further exploration. It wasn't that they didn't have the intention to make things difficult for Jiang Ming, but after that old Taoist in Taoist robes raised his hand and several terrifying thunderbolts descended, directly scrapping a tank, the crowd fell silent and returned to their original base. Jiang Ming had wanted to find them to ask for the camera back, but unexpectedly, the representatives of various countries had said without any face that they had accidentally lost it. This made Jiang Ming resentful inside, and after asking for $500 million in compensation for each camera, Jiang Ming returned to the temporary rest area with satisfaction, and at the same time, delegates from various countries have been sending the hidden cameras back to their countries for study. But when the report was received that night, the people were confused. What? That's a regular camera? Damn it, we've been tricked by that kid again? But then obviously, because of preconceived notions, no one really thought to call a few people in the desert at the time. For a moment, the representatives of the various countries became more and more dissatisfied with the inner workings of Jiang Ming and Kyushu. A number of people attempted to seek out the old outer focus segment for an explanation, but Lao Duan was holding the video recorded by the camera at that time. Full of sincerity, we didn't say at that time, how rare is this thing? Didn't Jiang Ming say so? Just send a satellite. Don't you have satellite surveillance? This dumb loss is really choking many representatives of the country's inner anger. But at this moment, the people cannot find other reasons, so the inner grief. Among them, those godly families in Egypt were the most furious. Damn it, our young master died in Kyushu, not to mention this damnable Jiang Ming. How dare he extort us? The young masters were wearing enemy clothes before they died. It's definitely the work of this Jiang Ming. *UN hashtag. Must kill him in 3 days. The godly families of Egypt, led by the Zabu family, had spent huge sums of money to bring out a number of foreigners to take action. There was only one goal: Jiang Ming's dog's life. Ding! Detected someone trying to kill the host. Kill task generation. The mission has no clear objective, no clear requirements, and the rewards will eventually be handed out based on the statistics of the kill data. Note: the more you kill, the more rewards you get. Take my life? Knowing the system prompts Jiang Ming inner disdain cold snort, but a group of miscellaneous fish just, in a fit of anger, Jiang Ming went directly to the next door food market to buy a dog's life is nothing to worry about. Here you go. After some research, a number of countries strongly supported the opening of the live broadcast globally, and they wanted to expose the bad behavior of this Kyushu person globally. So it was early the next morning, when the explorers arrived at the Ganbu Desert one after another and put on the most highly sophisticated envisioning instruments from various countries. A global live broadcast was also opened. In an instant, the popularity instantly exceeded 500 million because of the country's extreme promotion, and it's still spiking fast. Jiang Ming looked at the points that were trying to grow, not paying any attention to the abuse from the pop-up areas of the countries in front of him, and was quite pleased inwardly. The popularity thing, it doesn't matter if it's a compliment or a curse, it's okay if someone knows you. Seeing that the representatives of the various countries were scrupulously guarded within their hearts, at this moment Jiang Ming also had no more thoughts of great love, and squeezed himself into the middle of the Kyushu exploration team, waiting for the equipment to be packed up, and then formally began the exploration. The crowd, a team of 2 SUVs, had headed toward the Gobi, next door to the desert. There's one thing, I haven't seen my little brother in a while and I kind of miss him, but I'm a little confused as to why people in various countries would hate little brother so much in this short month. I've seen exploration teams from various countries stay away from little brother as if they were avoiding the plague. Many netizens felt an inner hesitation as they looked at the enemy on all sides, but most of them didn't care much. It is only assumed that the high-mindedness of his own little brother and his noble attitude of not being corrupted by money have displeased the representatives of various countries, hence the rumor. This explanation instantly made many Kyushu netizens think deeply. With little brother's character and virtue, it was only natural that he would not be corrupted by money. This wave feels like a pretty fierce one for the National Quest teams guys. A 2-meter-tall strong man from the pretty country, and a curry tweak from the Black Sun country. Eat, that's a weird name. And Pickle Nation, Eagle Nation, and Ikoku. So many people feel like they're awesome. Say, why is little brother carrying a husky? Many netizens are foxed, and there are many opinions about that era's face full of confusion, as well as its intelligent eyes. And shortly after setting off, Jiang Ming also apparently noticed this group of members of the exploration team from various countries, and instantly felt abhorrent, subconsciously touching the era that represented his own dog's life, and inwardly lamenting its ill-fated fate, which was really God's unfairness. It had to be said that every single one of the group that arrived was a powerful inhuman. The eyes all carried obvious hostility, only that if the live broadcast had not been on, they would have killed the next second they left the armament base. This made Jiang Ming hate the countries for being unkind and unrighteous, while at the same time he couldn't help but warn the crowd to be more careful. And inwardly he was even more saddened by the misfortune that was about to befall Era. Zhang Xiaoshan wiped his sweat. Actually, as long as you're not here we're still pretty safe. Against Jiang Ming's heterochromatic pupils full of surprise, Zhang Xiaoshan smiled resentfully and closed his mouth. Although the exploration teams of each country were distributed separately this time, basically every kingdom had the same mission. The first node then this crowd traveled to was the Zaraka Gobi, on the outskirts of the Jemba Desert. The Zaraka Gobi is a relatively mild place. This shift in the heavens and earth came suddenly, and the archery kingdom is still exploring the reason for the appearance of the dense fog, which, under the speculation of the foreigners of the various countries, seems to have something to do with the Zaraka Gobi, plus the one in Kyushu is so sure. That's what allowed the parties to set the first target of this quest in stone. I can't say I'll be able to make a difference. There's nothing to be ashamed of, to put it mildly. Restricted by the national strength, the archery country to date about more than a month, but also has not been this change in the world to map out. The countries are even more confused. This quest is called a quest, but in fact, to put it bluntly, it is just a quest. Jiang Ming knew it inwardly. Dog life is not handed over. The countries will not easily give up, although the Tuha said to hand over, but the representatives of the countries are greedy, each harboring ulterior motives, not at all like their own this pure and sincere. There must be other thoughts. On top of that, one has another thing to do. A fine estimation, about 10 to 20 days to go, only to be afraid that this curse will break out. The day before, asleep to wake up suddenly met with a strange change, had to delay the time to find the Chiman Bureau of the immovable point, to the static break, waiting for the right time. At this moment, the Chiman Bureau is temporarily stabilized. If we go deeper into the Ganbu Desert, we are afraid that there will be quite a lot of changes. Some caution is still needed. The last time I was this cautious was the last time. Jiang Ming's heart was heavy, subconsciously hugging Era tightly. Era stretched out her tongue, intelligent eyes surveyed the four, as if curious about everything, without the slightest awareness that she was about to be assassinated. This made Jiang Ming quite worried. The inner hatred intensified. What an innocent Era. What a sinister team of explorers from various countries. So it was that Jiang Ming made up his mind. A dog's life can be lost, but compensation must never be lost. Zhang Xiaoshan, who was seated in the back row, wiped his sweat continuously, and there was one thing to say. After experiencing what happened yesterday, Zhang Xiaoshan was getting more and more panicked inside. It felt like following Jiang Ming was bound to be no good, and it really was. Zhuge Wu and Junkie are obviously much calmer. Just last night, the two of them kneeled at the door of the Jiang Ming Grandmaster all night long, begging hard, finally begged to save their lives. The Green Wolf, on the other hand, just lays flat and swings for the fences. As long as you lick the good big brother comfortably, you'll get what you deserve for yourself. Qi Jin, on the other hand, his gaze is clear and cold, on guard in all directions. The dog life of the Holy Sun is not allowed to belong to the tiger, much less to the rabbit. Han Xiaoye still had that same harmless look, only that she began to calculate inwardly how she could find out who was attempting to target Little Ming's brother and then lift their skyscrapers, as opposed to the other kingdoms, which are on the same page. The Kyushu explorers each have 800 heart eyes, aside from Era's slight lack of heart, which caused Jiang Ming to sigh repeatedly and many netizens to sigh. It seemed that everything looked very calm. Finally, After a morning of windy paddling, the group arrived at the Zaraka Gobi. Here is an eerie, all-black earth. Chapter 109, Damn Fatworm, insulting me even more. The black earth was unsettling, and the many plants on it showed blackness. It didn't look rotten and withered, but just a glance at it gave people an extremely disturbing feeling. Looking around, in the middle of the vast dark Gobi, depressed and desolate, it seems that there is no data for reference here. But just as the crowd parked one after another, Jiang Ming clearly perceived that the curse on his arm once again began to spread. The last time the curse moved differently was when it was in Cloud Dream Mountain. Ancient giant snake with a mutilated body and a number of burn marks visible, seems to be related to the fire. That kind of aura that existed around him caused Jiang Ming's curse to start throbbing as if it was resonating. This place, could there also be an ancient presence like the giant snake? After the crowd was briefly on guard, they began to cautiously move forward in the Black Gobi Beach. While Jiang Ming surveyed the surroundings with the help of his compass, the light of deduction flickering in his eyes as he constantly speculated on the correct path. The chi is scattered yet traceable. Try southeast. Jiang Ming's voice was flat, and without saying a word, Green Wolf turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, heading straight for the southeast. Seeing this, some of the 4 teams chose to explore in another direction, and some quickly followed, but always kept a distance. Why do these people feel like they're coming? This does not need to feel, brother. You look at the beautiful country that 300 pounds of giant man with a sardonic smile also know that he does not have good intentions. There is a say one. Look around. In addition to our Kyushu's 2 cars, the rest of the 20 or so followed. It seems that they are not any oil lamp. Little brother, don't worry, the advantage is mine. Many netizens were a bit hesitant as they watched the scene on the screen, but when they noticed Jiang Ming's still calm countenance, they all inwardly sighed in relief. Obviously, as long as Xiao was calm, it undoubtedly showed that the balance of advantage was still tilted on Zhao's side. Big brother, how are we going to act later? Zhuge Wu was panicking inside, and Zhang Xiaoshan was even paler. Obviously, many of the people chasing after him in this wave did not look like ordinary people, and it was only feared that the crisis would be unprecedented. Just lie flat. Jiang Ming spoke indifferently, looking at the compass in his hand and pointing out a direction once again when he sensed a change in the chi of heaven and earth. Do these Kyushu people still want to run around? Ridiculous. To think that you can get rid of the warriors of our kingdom? Humph. Stupid to the core. This Kyushu man will pay for his previous extortion. Backstage, the representatives of the various countries grunted coldly inwardly, looking at the still calm youth in the picture, killing intent filling their hearts. The scene of being fooled by this man 2 days ago was still fresh in our minds, and the crowd had just sent the camera back, and in less than 2 hours they had received a split-second scolding. At this moment, other than the representatives of the 9 states who had gotten $100 million each, and the people of the archery kingdom who were smiling resentfully, none of the remaining kingdoms were looking forward to Jiang Ming and the others falling. This brat is even pointing out directions in a haphazard manner. It's simply laughable, just a dying struggle. Our pretty country's Olaf is an unprecedented Hercules in the inhuman world. A mere Jiang Ming, isn't that a snap of the fingers? Our eagle country's Les is the strongest inhuman of the younger generation in his country. With his weird speed, he is simply undefendable. We in the EU, the representatives of the various countries laughed coldly inwardly, sneering as they looked at the single-minded exploration team of the Kyushu kingdom. Undoubtedly, they had determined one thing: advantage on me. This wave of Kyushu is bound to take a big loss, but what they never expected was, under Jiang Ming's seemingly haphazard directions, after the crowd had gone through 7 turns, not far ahead, an oasis unexpectedly appeared. The appearance of this oasis caused the faces of the representatives of the many kingdoms to stiffen, and as they coldly grunted inwardly, the killing intent in their eyes intensified. What's the point of having some talent? How dare you fool us? This wave will kill you. Gentlemen, it's better to explore first. At this time, a low voice suddenly came from the archery kingdom's Taco Wood, and the representatives of the many kingdoms slowly narrowed their eyes. But in the end, they all gritted their teeth in dark hatred and nodded their heads in agreement. After all, the main purpose of this arrival was to explore the mutation primarily. Killing Jiang Ming was just a matter of lifting my hand and doing it in passing. Fixing his eyes, the area of that oasis was, approximately, several dozen square kilometers. The acreage was not large in comparison to the desert, but it was not small for the crowd. It is not appropriate to say that it is an oasis, because, when you look at it, the trees in the middle of that next door, it is surprising that all of them are the color of pitch black, give a person a kind of bizarre uneasy feeling at the same time. There seems to be a lot of figures flashing within it. This oasis has not appeared in previous probes, so I suppose it should have partial research value. Takamo looked at the archery nation's previous statistics and opened his mouth in a deep voice, and behind him, the representatives of all the kingdoms also gave instructions to their respective exploration teams to hold off and wait for the time being. As time passed, soon, all the people also appeared outside the oasis one after another. The vehicles slowed to a stop, and one by one, the national degree exploration teams got out. So many people coming around at once. MD, what do they want in public? Damn it, Olaf from the pretty country is staring at little brother. Many netizens, sensing the behavior of the crowd in the four corners of the room, have called it outrageous. Inwardly worried, the crowd of the Kyushu exploration team stared inwardly. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. Instead of quite a few people staring at the Kyushu team, they were all staring at themselves. Be precise, your own arse, especially that Olaf. Jiang Ming spat darkly, inwardly calculating how to keep him here unknowingly. In his perceptions, this black oasis contained many bizarre auras, and it seemed that quite a few good things existed. Qi Jin on the side is also flashed in the eyes of the excitement. Obviously, the breath in the black oasis, let her very much look forward to. Those breaths seems to be related to the compulsion. If you can catch a few research, undoubtedly, for the compulsion masters will have a great research value. With that, the group of people took a step into the black oasis and cautiously moved forward. However, as the cameras on the chests of the people kept switching lenses, when some strange bug beasts that were hard to detect appeared in the eyes of the representatives of many kingdoms, it immediately made many people's faces grave. No good, that's the black bloodworm. And ghost mines, how does this place still have funeral red flowers? Numerous delegates looked horrified, and their expressions were 10,000% grave. Immediately, he quickly informed his own team members to be extremely careful. For a while, the teams of the kingdoms also moved forward with more caution, and on the side of Kyushu, the same was true. On the contrary, Qi Jin, it is as if traveling and shopping in the dense forest from time to time touch this, from time to time touch that. It made the representatives of the states sneer inwardly. Obviously, to dare to be so arrogant in such a forbidden dead zone was undoubtedly asking for trouble and seeking death. The rest of the members of the exploratory team were a million times more disdainful. Apparently, it was as if they had already seen the scene of that Kyushu woman dying tragically under their own moving hands. The netizens of various countries were even more agitated, extremely eager to see this arrogant Kyushu man die in the black oasis. Comparatively speaking, the netizens of the country of Kyushu are much more cozy. Many people began to make tea, while some ate their desserts and watched the tense and exciting exploration of the mutation with immense anticipation, worthy of being a cheese sister. This is the bottom line from the enchanting border compass master? Nyowu Nyowu. The rare Jedi is the paradise of the enchanting frontier compassionist. It seems that little brother and Qi Jin will make a lot of money in this wave. Invincible. Straight up invincible. Netizens sigh in anticipation and sizzle inside. Suddenly, that's Qi Jin seems to have sensed something. A flash of light deep in his eyes. A hand peeled away a bizarre plant, quickly appeared in a bush. Fixing his eyes to look, there was a worm with a white body and a lot of red circle lines on top of its skin, lying in the middle of the tree trunk and peeping at the crowd. The appearance of that white worm let Qi Jin eyes bright at the same time. The representatives of the countries or more have revealed shock. It's the trickster worm. Most of these trickster worms grow on the dry ground. How could they appear in the woods where the humidity is obviously not low? The trickster worm is an existence that carries intense poison throughout its body, not to mention what it has touched. Even the gas exhaled by this thing can easily poison a cow to death. Because of this bug, hundreds of special forces members have died in our pretty country. Damn it, how can there be such a thing here? Quickly, get the team to retreat quickly. The appearance of the trickster worm immediately caused the representatives of the various countries to change their colors and retreat in fear. At the same time, the team members of the various countries in the Black Oasis were even pulling away under pale faces. But what everyone didn't expect was that Qi Jin would directly pick up that little white bug without saying anything and start studying it. This scene caused the representatives of the countries to rejoice inwardly and loudly chide the uninformed. But until a long time, playing with trick worm Qi Jin, but from beginning to end, there is not a single change in the body. This could not help but shock the exploration crews of various countries. How is this possible? Damn it, what kind of demonic magic does this female master? Evil arts. It must be their Kyushu's evil magic. Scornful voices came out from the exploration teams of various countries, and the representatives of various countries were even as shocked as if they had seen a ghost. This is surprisingly someone who can stand up to the toxin of the trickster worm? Even she doesn't seem to be in any discomfort at all? This is outrageous. The representatives of the various countries looked puzzled, but what made them even more unanticipated was that as a cacophony suddenly came from all around. More tricky stripe insects were inexplicably drilled out of the woods in all directions. Dense, each one has a size. Although it was stuck up and fat, the weirdly colored circles on its back made the exploration team members from various countries look unspeakably hesitant. How did this get so much? What the hell is going on here? What in the world drew them here? The crowd was inwardly terrified. and even though they were all wearing spare gas masks, they couldn't help their legs from trembling at the sight of so many trickster worms appearing at the same time. Inside these bugs, they all contained incomparably terrifying poison, and it was simply not something they could casually deal with. Once stained, even an easy touch would kill them. Pretty country, eagle country. Countries have no response to this, can't solve it at all. Once something bad happens, you can only wait to die in place. For a while, the entire atmosphere of the live broadcast was tense, and many viewers around the globe have been cursing the archery nation's lack of accurate intelligence information in the comments section. The representatives of the degrees of each country are also sweating with impatience. But what everyone didn't expect was that the only side that was still as calm as usual was the side of the Kyushu State Exploration Team. Even Jiang Ming calmly looked at the trickster worms that were slowly crawling towards his mayfly chrysalis and frowned. At first, many representatives of the kingdom were thrilled to see the scene. Although the appearance of the galoche bug had created many more uncertainties, if the galoche bug could kill Jiang Ming, it would undoubtedly be a matter of great joy. But what they didn't expect was that those trickster worms, unexpectedly, stopped in unison 1 meter in front of Jiang Ming. The way that staggered and tried desperately to stand up, only to fall over because of his unsteady form and struggle to get up again, plus the already white and chubby dorky appearance of the trickster bug, as if to say again, antiseptic and disinfectant, ask for a hug. This scene immediately petrified the representatives of the countries. Many of the exploration team members' faces stiffened, and a million horses crashed through their hearts. How is this possible? The trickster worms are brutal by nature and are not humane at all. How could it possibly be like this to a Kyushuite? Damn it, what kind of evil spell has this Kyushu person cast? Why is the trickster worm that plagues the West so enthusiastic about an Easterner? Is it because our noble and beautiful countrymen are unworthy of it? The players of the various countries had complex hearts and ugly faces as they looked at the scene in front of them, and the impact that this scene had brought to the crowd was just too great. They could hardly imagine whether it was a social distortion or a moral decline that the damn fatworm was currying favor with an Oriental, cholera Westerners, but pleases the East. This undoubtedly caused a strong sense of humiliation to arise within the crowd. Hateful, damn fatworms, I've been insulted a lot. For a while, all the Western players, one after another, revealed their resentment and indignation. It was a wave of inner distortion formed by the intertwining of jealousy and envy. But what made the crowd think even less was this: if it was an ordinary person who had been favored by the guillotine worm, and he or she also had a method to deal with the toxin, they would certainly be very excited and would not be able to take it into their pockets. But that damn Jiang Ming, surprisingly, just raised his eyebrows and lifted his leg to kick a bunch of them away. Go away, you're too ugly. These words immediately petrified the swarm of trickster worms begging for a hug. Even more so, it caused the faces of everyone who heard it to reveal an unprecedented glow of disbelief. What did this guy say? Olaf looked at Jiang Ming with some disbelief, his heart filled with intense shock. This Oriental man is actually scornful of the trickster worm? Wasn't he aware of how much convenience it would bring him if he took in these bugs? Chapter 110, he called you ugly. Why are you chasing me? Far from it. If you can subdue the trickster worm, then no matter what you've ever done, those kingdoms in the West that are plagued by the trickster worm's poison are willing to spend a lot of money to befriend you. You'll even beg you to help them deal with the plague brought on by the trickster worm. That's real money and fame. The benefits to be gained by taking in a few bugs and becoming instantly world famous are simply immeasurable. This guy actually thinks the bugs are ugly? Olaf couldn't believe it. Ever since the appearance of the trickster plague, many Western two-coin youths have fantasized about becoming glorious trickster warriors one day, killing in all directions with countless tricksters. But this damned Oriental, such an opportunity in front of his eyes, he even did not cherish at all, and even very much disliked? The moment this caused Olaf's heart to be strongly impacted. He likewise had a new perception of Jiang Ming's arrogance. In his opinion, this Kyushu nation is simply trying to get to heaven, okay? In the face of such a temptation, it is surprising that the movement does not move. It's enviable, disgusting, abominable. Olaf was anxious and angry, and he was cynical inwardly about Jiang Ming's move. Damn it! Although the rest of the kingdom's crowd didn't even open their mouths, the envy and jealousy in their expressions were already about to overflow from their eyes. No doubt, Jiang Ming's move is really too enviable. Cynical. Hateful. It's simply hateful. It's a waste to have such a power and not use it. Damn! When the representatives of various countries' degrees saw the scene, they even gnashed their teeth and felt a strong sense of humiliation. Inwardly, they were expecting Jiang Ming to be able to subdue the guillotine worms so that they could spend a lot of money to hire him to help them deal with the plague brought about by the domestic guillotine worms, and they also abhorred why Jiang Ming didn't subdue the guillotine worms. This feeling of looking forward to a hostile opponent taking in a strong spirit pet made them feel for a moment that they were afraid they had a tumor the size of their head. Still, their inner instincts told them that they couldn't solve the plague of trickster worms. Such a great opportunity is in front of us, and this man abandoned it, sight unseen. For a moment, a weird wave of envy, hatred, and other kinds of strange feelings surfaced in the hearts of the representatives of various countries, making the tumors on the shoulders of all the people a few points larger. Damn it, why is this guy so inviting? I thought that Jiang Ming's move of not going to take in the trickster worm was already abominable enough to be envied and hated, but what everyone never expected was that after being rejected by Jiang Ming, the guillotine insects actually looked as if they were in agony, and raised their heads to the sky to let out unspeakable wails of grief and indignation. I one half, 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 I one half. A hoarse and shrill wail came out from the mouth of each trickster, accompanied by a white mist emanating from the trickster's body. The representatives of many kingdoms became agitated, angry. These trickster worms are angry. Ha ha, good. This damned person from Kyushu will surely fall here today. That's a solid wave. The advantage is mine. Countless Western audiences laughed freely. It was as if he had seen Jiang Ming die from the furious rage of the trickster bug. But it seemed that Jiang Ming on the scene didn't even realize this, casually walking up and kicking one away once again. You're too skinny to be cute. And you, eating so fat, hopeless. You're not fat or skinny, but you're too frustrating to look at. And this one, none of the toxins in your body are pure. It won't do you any good to take you in. Jiang Ming was next to surveying the surrounding trickster worms, and without saying a word one kicked them directly. Those trickster worms that trembled and landed on the ground. Their bodies trembled even more intensely at this moment. I one half, 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 I one half. A shrill wail of grief and agony came from his mouth, agitating the Western nations even more. The Western members of the exploratory team also showed an excited glow. Soldiers can kill this damn Kyushu man without bloodshed. There is such a good thing? This is awesome. Under the gaze of everyone's excited gazes, those grief-stricken trickster worms finally managed to break through the tipping point of anger. Surprisingly, they were swooping towards themselves and the others. This is so. Looking at the guillotine insects that were madly pouncing towards himself and the others, Olaf and the others stared with wide eyes, and their faces changed even more violently. Run! Run! Under the terrified screams, Olaf and the others screamed in terror and fled madly towards the black oasis beyond. At the same time, when the representatives of various countries saw this incomparably absurd scene, they even felt their scalps tingle and their hearts were flooded with horrifying waves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is going on here? Why is it the people of Kyushu who are cursing, when it's our people that these crazy bugs are biting? Damn it, are these bugs not cerebral palsy? The representatives of the various countries, with bloodshot eyes and unspeakable flashes of horror in their countenances, felt their brains buzzing. At this moment, almost everyone was numb. Fark, fark, damn it, what kind of evil magic did this Oriental use? Thick crab. While the backstage scouting team is in disarray, Archery Nation's Takamu, with sweat oozing out of his forehead, feels unspeakably hesitant as he looks at the tricky tattooed worms that are screaming in grief and misery while chasing after the Western team members. Fark, what the hell is going on? Damn it, Judy, get out of the way. Thick gift crab, all of you. The exploration team members of the Western countries were terrified, and at this moment, they were panicking and frantically fleeing towards the black oasis beyond. Olaf was even more snotty and tearful. The whole person felt unprecedented fear under the stimulation of an intense and incomparable life and death crisis. His own great-grandfather, his own grandfather, and his own father can all die in the mission of the trickster worm exploration. Damn it, is my family, the family of Vern Olaf, going to die at the hands of the trickster worm? This alarming thought surfaced. Olaf even more dare not delay the slightest. Under the stimulation of unprecedented life and death crisis in the heart, as if bursting out of the small universe in general, instantly snapped up a team member's tumor. It will be backhanded and thrown towards the pursuit of their own guillotine worm smashed fiercely. Unsurprisingly, the trickster worm was smashed almost instantly, but likewise, that team member's protective suit began to corrode the moment it came into contact with the trickster's body fluids. At the same time, more of a drilling, pungent scent flooded the man's nostrils. Ah. Fark again, the man's red eyes. Intense pain made him feel agonizing. Unprecedented pain and hatred in his eyes flashed between the light. The man woohoo killed, but there were just too many trickster worms in all directions. There were at least 7 or 8 more behind them chasing Olaf. It made Olaf inwardly cry out fark. A snotty, ham-fisted cry between the 10,000 horses crashing into the air. Damn it, it's obvious that the Kyushu people scolded you. What are you chasing me for? Thick gift crab, your mom Zephyr Fark. You shall not, die. Farking squid, dog. Olaf ran for his life in a state of woeful terror. No, pretty much everyone except the Kyushu explorers ran for their lives in a state of woeful terror. This turn of events was not expected by anyone. While inwardly cursing Jiang Ming for being hateful, the crowd didn't dare to delay for a moment. Some scurried madly through the jungle, while others caught their targets and fled in panic towards the black oasis beyond. For a while, even if the miserable screams kept coming out, there were already quite a few team members who started to fall to their deaths. This caused the representatives of the various countries to hate Jiang Ming more and more inwardly. You said it's fine if you don't take them in. What's the point of scolding them for nothing? Hateful. If this person hadn't cursed them, how would they have gotten so angry and hunted down the team? Truly damned. This Kyushu person is simply abominable. This is a wave I really didn't expect. It's a bit powerful. Little brother is worthy of being a compass master of the enchanting frontier. A humiliation to the bugs. They still dare not do anything. Many Kyushu netizens sucked in their cold breath and called it outrageous. Over time, this video was also posted online by netizens. The heat of the live broadcast began to soar, and more people began to pay attention to the matter of the Kyushu exploration team exploring the mutation in the archery kingdom. Compared to the crowd, at this moment, Jiang Ming was obviously much calmer. Surveying everything around him, he led the Kyushu exploration team and took a step towards the depths, and at the same time, the members of the exploration team from various countries, after experiencing the strong stimulation of life and death crisis, they had each used their own means to escape for their lives while quickly killing the trickster worm with the help of the equipment in their hands. But the number of trickster worms in this place was just too much. Fortunately, under the quick order of the representatives of the various countries, a troop quickly arrived, and under the coverage of firepower, this place's trickster worms had already been killed as much as possible. But even so, the crowd had to retrace their steps into the black oasis by a different path because the slime inside the trickster worm was crumbling everywhere. That detour was half an hour. Along the way, the exploration teams from various countries had tense and gloomy faces. On the side of the Kyushu State exploration team, they were looking at this and touching that from time to time. The contrast immediately made countless foreign viewers look ugly, and after the Archery Kingdom's team learned of this scene, they all quickly rushed towards the Kyushu team under their captain's orders. They are going to have to establish a good rapport with the Kyushu explorers, because of the temporary uncertainty of the situation. At this moment, the few experts in the Egyptian exploration team did not make a move. As for Jiang Ming and the others, they also arrived in front of an ancient stone monument after continuously traveling forward. There's actually a stone tablet here. The font on top of the stone tablet is a bit blurry. Can little brother recognize it? There's one thing that feels a bit up in the air. The netizens' pop-ups rolled, and Jiang Ming looked at the blurry font on the stone tablet and fell into thought. The rest of the crowd, on the other hand, were surveying the stone monument as they looked around. The monolith looked to be about 1 person high and about 80 centimeters wide. The overall look is not smooth as can be. On the contrary, it is pitted, as if unpolished general, or perhaps, is experienced a very long years of baptism, time under the brush, making the original stone monument at this moment is already full of holes. The lettering on it also seems to be quite damaged. Only in one corner, 2 ancient and complicated texts are visible. Archery Kingdom script. That's our Archery Kingdom script. My god. I didn't expect to find something about our Archery Kingdom here. My god. The Kyushu exploration team has gotten a big credit this time. Archery country players have been excited. According to the live screen to see, those 2 words, meaning is extremely simple planes, but for some reason, Jiang Ming always feel that these 2 words, some like, the complicated ancient text seen earlier in the imperial tombs, meaning, it seems to say, burial. Whether gods exist or not has become a mystery within Jiang Ming, or, it is just a fact that has not been determined in a real sense. What kind of existence did the gods have in the time of the first emperor? The demon sword of the northern border, the giant snake of Yunming Mountain, the horrible existence in the imperial tomb. Behind these mysteries, there seems to lurk a shocking layout by the first emperor at the time, together with the ancient jade gifted by that giant snake in the Cloud Dream Mountain before. It pointed straight to this place. For a while, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. It can't be that there's really a god buried here, can it? This desert doesn't look much like a mausoleum. After a short period of thought, Jiang Ming continued to move forward towards the depths. Along the way, seen a lot of bizarre strange insects and poisonous parasites. Some were Jiang Ming and Shi Jin income in the bag. Some are such as the bizarre patterned insects. The feet of the bugs fly. In those poisonous insects in grief and the pleading cries, all the people long to leave. There's one way to put it. Little brother is really hung. Olaf has 7 bags stuck in his brain, and I wonder if he can evolve into Tumor Olaf today. It's hard to say. Half Tumor Olaf still has a chance. The other Kingdom Quest teams look a bit miserable too. Kyushu netizens' pop-ups rolled, and it was really a laugh at people's expense. After little brother and the others stepped into the black oasis, they were like walking on water, not to mention that they directly harvested the goodwill from the entire oasis. On the contrary, Olaf and others, 3 steps a stop, 5 steps a meal, careful and cautious, but also by the bugs back and forth chased 7 or 8 times the tragic situation. The 2 is really too great a gap. And as time passed, in the huge oasis, when Olaf and the others once again encountered a batch of parasites that had been rejected by Jiang Ming and the others, they suddenly changed their faces. Captain, I seem to have an uneasy feeling. Don't tell me, I seem to have one. Wait, why do you all have them? The team looked at each other in disbelief, and Olaf noticed the large bag on his head as it ached, his eyes rapidly filling with blood just at that moment, the densely packed resentment in the grass in all directions. As the leader of this quest team, Olaf actually had the ability to be resilient in addition to being strong, but this psychic ability was known only to Olaf himself, because just a short while ago, Olaf got the noble bloodline of the legendary Obra family with the explicit title of the first warrior of the pretty country, Wolfman's human servants. Don't look at the changes brought to Olaf by this just being a human servant in the district. It can be described as a sea change, making the already resilient Olaf, his body more athletic, not to mention his recovery power skyrocketed. But right at this moment, the resentment coming from the jungle in all directions unexpectedly made Olaf's body tremble. It's as if this place exists, and with one's own recovery power, one can't fight it at all. Chapter 111, Damn, Olaf the traitor. As for what exactly happened here, Olaf knew with his own arse that it was definitely that bastard scum Jiang Ming who had deeply hurt these cute little insects again. There's one to say, if he were Jiang Ming, he would certainly treat them well. It's not even a bad idea to sleep with them at night. But Jiang Ming was surprisingly ruthless in his refusal. The resulting consequences, it was even if Jiang Ming didn't go and bear them himself, but he even let the great warrior of the pretty country, Vern Olaf, bear them. It is an abomination. Olaf's body trembled, and between the tears of remorse flowing from the corners of his eyes, he took the lead and started running again. At that instant, the mournful shrill hisses of countless snakes, insects, rats and ants, as well as the mournful screams of the multitude of kingdom exploration teams came out, causing the crowd not to dare to delay the slightest bit, rushing towards the distance to quickly flee for their lives. For a time, the entire Black Oasis was once again in a state of panic. On the contrary, the Kyushu exploration team here was following behind Jiang Ming, slowly walking around the stone monument towards the depths of the Black Oasis. Along the way, apart from the bizarre black plants, in addition to those snakes, insects and ants that looked ferocious and evil to ordinary people, there seemed to be no more existences that could threaten the Kyushu exploration team. For a while, many Kyushu netizens felt hot inside. On the contrary, the foreign audience was red-eyed, inwardly hated and despised at the same time. The bottom of the heart actually also gave birth to a trace of unwillingness and envy, resigned to the fact that the members of the Kyushu exploration team had such a unique ability, and even more so to the fact that the representatives of the Inhumans from various countries, led by Olaf, were inferior to a mediocre-looking white boy. Those envious gazes, on the other hand, mostly fell on the Archery Nation players. I don't know why those bugs didn't go after the Archery Nation team members, but it's not hard to figure out using the graceful arse that this is definitely a trick that Jiang Ming of Kyushu has pulled off. The purpose is already self-evident, which is nothing more than to make our great and noble warrior, Mr. Olaf, offer his broad tongue to hold Jiang Ming's stinking feet. Hateful, would Mr. Olaf, the noble warrior of our beautiful country, be such a person? The pretty nation crowd was inwardly disdainful, and no one knew Olaf's character better than they did. The rest of the kingdom, too, have thought so. Obviously, for the flourishing Kyushu kingdom, the various western kingdoms do not wish to see such a powerful kingdom emerge in the east. At this moment, almost all the foreign spectators were red-eyed, expressing their dissatisfaction and abhorrence of the eastern countries in various forms. But what they never expected was, while everyone was working in unison, preparing to do something to force Kyushu to order Jiang Ming to help the various players, Olaf, who had all his retreats blocked by the terrorist toxin bugs, suddenly plopped down on his knees. Oh, great Kyushu Koku-san, allow me to follow in your footsteps. Mr. Jiang, my admiration for you is as continuous as a mighty river. Ever since the first moment I saw you, I've been hibernated by your extraordinary means. Mr. Jiang, crooked than, Olaf kneeling on the ground, color pious, gibberish, beep 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 said a whole lot of, the whole person around the pious breath more and more dense. He found that, with their own so sincere words out of the four under the bugs actually really do not attack their own. Olaf was in tears, and while he was grieving inside, his praise for Jiang Ming grew louder and louder. Mr. Jiang, you are the sun at the head of the Western Kingdom, the rising star in the east. You are that creator god at the end of the universe, and not even the second coming of Jesus can match your means and power. Oh, my Uncle John used to spank me with a slipper when I was a child, telling me that I would meet a being in the future that would bow me down, and I never thought that after all these years of waiting, I would finally meet you. Oh, Mr. Jiang, your magnificent figure has long been burned into my heart, and I will, stimulated by the strong crisis of life and death, Olaf's voice grew louder and louder, and tears of happiness flowed from his eyes, suddenly feeling that Jiang Ming wasn't so annoying anymore. From the very beginning, he was puzzled as to why the Archery Nation's team members had never uttered a single word to Jiang Ming from the beginning to the end, nor had they ever even met each other, the two teams being so far apart from each other. But those bugs never attacked the Archery Nation. Just 3 minutes ago, 5 seconds before kneeling down, with a flash of a yeoman's bright spot, Olaf came to his senses. He figured it out. The bugs in this place were weird, and in all likelihood, it was because these members of the team who were being hunted down and killed were inwardly disgusted with the country of Kyushu, causing these weird bugs to pounce towards themselves and the others after sensing that they were being hunted down and killed. As for why this is so, it's easy to figure out. Because of this Jiang Ming of the country of Kyushu, its own strangeness, that's why it has gained the favor of many bugs. This might be Jiang Ming's supernatural ability. Olaf's epiphany was unstoppable, like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, Olaf's mind was more transparent than ever. Something sickening, perplexing, and burning earlier was also made clear in a moment of Olaf's thinking. This Kyushu Jiang Ming must have mastered a higher level means that could control the trickster insects, plus there might be something on it that's even scarier than the trickster worm as well. This also made it possible for Jiang Ming to loudly call them ugly without any fear at this moment when he was facing the trickster bugs. The trickster worm, on the other hand, loved it while being too grief-stricken to harm Jiang Ming of the 9 states, which was why it took its anger out on everyone. Olaf understood completely. In the Black Oasis, relying on the strength of people like themselves was no longer enough to fight against Jiang Ming. There is an old Kyushu saying that if you can't beat it, join it. Although there was no way to obtain abilities such as Jiang Ming's, but as long as one expresses one's admiration and sizzle for Jiang Ming, then, these bugs, in order not to offend Jiang Ming, will inevitably not dare to strike out at themselves and the others. Olaf was in tears. Not ashamed of me. It's a solid wave, Mr. Jiang. Crooked then. Olaf began to speak at length with a sniffle and a tear, the devotion and fervor between his words as if he had started to take Jiang Ming as his faith from the time he was conceived in his mother's womb. This bizarre scene filled many Western viewers with a strong sense of confusion within their hearts while at the same time giving birth to a strong sense of hatred. Damn it, Olaf the traitor. We are the noble people of the pretty country. I didn't expect Olaf, who is the one warrior of the pretty country, to kneel when he said he would. Damn it, I suggest he be burned in the Plaza della Flora. Mr. Bruno is long overdue for a companion. Countless people loudly denounced it in the comment section, and many of the pretty country's top brass also had gradually gloomy faces. A few of the remaining Western nations wanted to laugh at once. Chapter 112, The thickness of the skin. Even Jiang can't help being moved. They have been oppressed by the beautiful country, facing the beautiful country that is as powerful as a rogue head. Although they are in the same alliance, their inner scruples are no less than the rest of the kingdom. At this moment, seeing the beautiful countrymen who had always had their nostrils on people's heads kneeling down like this to lick an oriental, the rest of the country's senior management's faces became more and more serious, but in their hearts, they were laughing. Pretty country in a high-level meeting. General Nika's face grew somber as he looked at an Eagle Kingdom executive in the distance who was covering his mouth. Mr. Dukeo, are you laughing at me? Oh, no, General Nika, you must be overthinking it. Dukeo immediately opened his mouth with a solemn face. Beside Dukeo, a bald man similarly covered his mouth and made strange noises as General Nika's eyes gradually narrowed. Colonel Ali, what do you mean by that? Colonel Ali hurriedly sat upright, his face serious. Oh, General Nika, please forgive me. I meant no offense, just a happy thought. Dukeo covered his mouth, and after a poof, rushed to show seriousness again, but looking at Nika's increasingly constipated expression, Dukeo couldn't help but poof again. General Nika, I thought of happy things too. Looking at Nika, whose eyes were extremely wide, Dukeo also realized that he had lost his temper and hurried to explain seriously. Nika's face was ugly, completely and utterly seated and filled with rage. You guys were obviously laughing at me and didn't stop for a moment. Times 16-inch. Nika, damn, do you guys think this is funny? Nika was angry, and the rest of the kingdom executives showed seriousness. General Nika, please understand, I think of happy things, times 16. Damn it, what in the world is making 18 of you so happy? My wife has given birth, times 2. Dukeo and Ali spoke up hastily. Poof, times 16. The crowd realized the picture was wrong and rushed to explain. My wife gave birth too, times 16. You're a wife? Nika's eyes narrowed in pain and suspicion. Ah yes, X18. No, just the same time, times 18. Nika, in the Western Conference, the representatives of the nations leaped inwardly, but soon, They could not laugh anymore. Just the moment they saw that Olaf wasn't being attacked by the bugs, almost everyone simply knelt down without saying a word. The praise and bragging started in droves. Some people say that they have predicted that they would meet a strange man like Jiang Ming since Zhu Zu's grandfather. Someone got drunk and dreamed that Lady Liberty started dreaming. Someone, all sorts of strange boasts, modeled after Olaf's template. The crowd's faces did not look fake, but instead looked very pious and hot. It was as if staying in the Western countries for a long time had long since created a great disgust within them. In the end, all of them surprisingly opened their mouths to speak out their yearning for the Eastern land and their admiration for the mysterious Kyushu. For a moment, the comments section of the Western Kingdom went completely kill-crazy. Countless people loudly denounced their respective countries. Foreigners do not know shame. In order to live to do such a drop thing, is really lowly. Damn it! Countless people, in tears and grief, cried out that Jesus was immoral and how could he have raised a bunch of such things. A large number of warriors charging for the sake of the kingdom began to converge, and they were going to gather to get this bunch of scum out of the West once and for all. Simply unsavory scum. In the Western Conference, the top management of each country gradually calmed down. In the opinion of many people, in order to stay alive, they could follow up the distance to catch up with Jiang Ming, and such tactics were not surprising. It was just that Nika from the pretty country was visibly more somber. Obviously, such humiliation was too much for Nika to take. This is an abject disgrace. Damn. There's one thing to be said for this group. It's a real cow. Especially that woman called Curry Tweed. She even changed her boasts. More than 200 sentences, and not a single one of them was repeated. Maybe it's a blood relay limit left over from the Tang dynasty. I mustn't disagree. Hiss. Many Kyushu netizens felt saddened and inwardly exclaimed that little brother was strong and invincible, while also lamenting the power of these braggarts' words. If it were little brother, I am afraid that he would never be able to say such words. Zhang Xiaoshan and the others were extremely likely. While the crowd secretly spat at Zhang Xiaoshan's unreliability, their admiration for Jiang Ming grew more and more devout. With the kneeling of the crowd, as well as the intense life and death crisis stimulated, the hostility towards the Kyushu exploration team dissipated, and the bugs in all directions did not attack again. At the same time, Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something and let out a light eep. His own sorcery, surprisingly, broke. Only 20 or so dead. How did this group escape? Jiang Ming was inwardly suspicious. As the saint's son of the enchanting frontier, who had mastered the forbidden arts, his strike was a sure kill, deliberately waiting for more people to attract those bugs. Combined with the witchcraft wizardry, it marked everyone in almost an instant. Jiang Ming didn't feel that they weren't hostile to him, and the bugs' pursuit afterward proved the same. But what Jiang Ming couldn't figure out was that these people, they even had a way to crack such a spell? Not to be underestimated. Jiang Ming's heart was heavy. As a rookie who could carry the banner of the Qin world more and more, Jiang Ming knew that there was only one way to crack this technique. I thought that with their own means. At this moment others certainly cannot come up with a way to crack, but never thought that the people of the countries here, there is a counting one. Even all are not the generation of the face of the skin. I can't believe I'm going to get down on my knees to stay alive. Where's the backbone? Where's the face? Where's the wife? It was simply no different from Zhang Xiaoshan. The thickness of the skin, even Zhang can't help but be moved. This group of people, all of them are formidable enemies. Jiang Ming thought abominably, and although he guessed the scene of the crowd kneeling on the ground and licking themselves, he became more and more grave inside. Apparently, in the inhuman world, when there is only one person with no bottom line, there is no doubt that person can easily have too much of too much. But as those without a bottom line become more and more numerous, no doubt the share that belongs to you will also be divided. Everyone has no bottom line, so how can we play? Whether east or west, at the very least people can't, shouldn't. Pit bulls. Jiang Ming cursed damnation. Like them and other shameless people, the Western Kingdom had the face to release them. It is really degrading to a great nation. Dang pretty country, the Eagle country, has a count. This time the dozen or so countries that sent people to come, but no one has noticed the chutzpah of these people. It is truly abominable. For a time, Jiang Ming's inner thoughts filled, with its brain circuit of having seen more than 800 episodes of Conan, combined with the 4 layout crisis. Suddenly a flash of light, more than 8,000 drops of good water gradually brewed in the belly. Chapter 113. Without a decade or two, this breath cannot be reprieved. Under the kneeling and boasting of Olaf and the others, the bugs in the 4 directions finally stopped chasing after them, which caused the crowd to burst into tears, and at the same time, they also rushed over to Jiang Ming with faces full of excitement and thrill. Big brother, you'll be my good big brother from now on. The crowd looked so sincere that they couldn't kneel and worship on the spot. Jiang Ming swept over the crowd and didn't say anything, just silently turned around and continued walking towards the depths. Seeing this, the crowd also hurriedly followed. This place black plant is strange. From time to time appear under the 4 parasites eyeing, so that Olaf and other people's hearts and minds trembling, more and more terrified at the same time. whether it is physiological or psychological, but also more and more honest down. Following behind Jiang Ming, the crowd kept moving forward towards the front, but as time passed, 2 hours later, a goat path unexpectedly appeared in front of the crowd. The path seemed to be stepped out by people walking all year round, making the people who noticed the path hesitant. How can anyone survive here? Something's not right. Is this guy trying to get us killed? There's one I feel like. Dozens of foreign explorers whispered, while Zhang Xiaoshan frowned, always feeling that if he went further, he might be extremely likely to encounter something unnameable. Green Wolf, Qi Jin and Han Xiaoye were much calmer. No matter what, they would follow Jiang Ming every inch of the way. Zhuge Wu, on the other hand, had a vague intention of retreating under his inner turmoil. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Zhang Xiaoshan does not seem like a human son at a glance. The two people here who are most proficient in the art of Xianmen are not good people. It made Zhuge Wu feel very insecure, very panicky. Comparatively speaking, Jiang Ming's face was much calmer as he continued to lead the crowd forward, although he didn't know what the word burial god, as stated by the stone tablet earlier, actually referred to, but undoubtedly, following this path down was correct in 9 out of 10 cases. Unsurprisingly, as Jiang Ming stepped into the path as a whole, the curse that had been dormant in his body for so long throbbed once again. A different feeling surfaced, and Jiang Ming's gaze gradually intensified. Little brother seems to have found something? It feels like, could there be a way to undo the curse here or something? There's one thing I'm a little panicked about. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled, and the crowd followed behind Jiang Ming as they kept moving forward on this goat path. The fact that they were not far apart from each other made the procession look no less voluminous. I don't know whether it is the Oasis factor influence, or this place is another strange place. The people only feel that after stepping into this sheep-intestine path, the temperature is obviously much lower than the outside world. Noon in the desert Gobi should be very hot, but at this moment, along with the wind light support, the crowd actually also feel a different coolness. For plants to see, also no longer as before generally flooded with bizarre black. On the contrary, most of them show the color of deep green. The weeds between the mountains and fields on both sides also looked full of vitality at the moment. It was just that the green was still tinged with pitch black color, which always made people feel odd and a little uneasy inside. The good thing was that there weren't any unusual changes along the way, which made the crowd feel doubly convinced by Jiang Ming, who was leading the way in front of them, as they continued to move forward. There's no Chimera Bureau here. Until a long time later, as the crowd moved forward, Zhang Xiaoshan suddenly transmitted a grave voice, with scornful light flickering in his eyes. Zhang Xiaoshan was afraid that he had made a mistake in his deduction and observed again for a long time before he was completely sure. How is this possible? No heavenly stems and earthly branches. How can a place like this actually exist? What went wrong? Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes were deep. The metaphysical texts were complicated, but most of them were based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches thus arising. If there is no heavenly stem and earthly branch, then all metaphysical theories will be completely subverted. It's hard to imagine something that doesn't exist in time and space. This place could clearly feel the changes in the nuances of the flowers and plants, and even the various plants were so real, but the existence of the Qi Bureau could not be felt in the slightest. This is rather suspicious. Be careful. Jiang Ming exhorted the crowd and kept moving forward along the path. As time passed, the crowd scouting in the background were also clearly aware of the matter force. It's been almost 10 hours of walking. With their footwork, it's reasonable to assume that they've passed the black oasis and appeared on the other side of the edge at this moment. So why isn't there any response from the satellite positioning? Tacoma, how many generations of instruments are your instruments? For some reason, I always have an uneasy feeling. The representatives of each country's degree were gloomy and uncertain, and it was obvious that this was really quite suspicious for them. Takamu was just as stony-faced, his voice low. The instruments are already the most advanced locating instruments in my archery kingdom, so all of you are suspiciously assured that perhaps, by probing these changes, you will also be able to understand the cause of this change in the heavens and earth. With a soothing cry, Takamu stopped talking. The rest of the country's representatives did not ask any more questions, but only on the side of the old path of the representatives of the Kyushu. A few people drew a somewhat wrong picture. Pair of twos. Bomb. Junko. I bomb. A couple of old men gathered around a piece with 2 decks of playing cards and began to play feverishly. Soon, the inning ended. Come on. 3 bombs in all. 50 cents bottom dollar flipped 3 times. $4 each. Hurry up. Don't ink. The old Taoist blew his beard and looked very serious. It also seems that the thing about the mutation quest is not in any way comparable to this huge $4 sum. This caused a strong wave of disdain to grow within the hearts of the representatives of the many kingdoms while making them feel absurd and incomparable. Their team members are entering such a dangerous place, and it's ridiculous that these guys have the heart to be playing cards. If everyone in the Kyushu kingdom is like this, what does the Kyushu kingdom have to fear? To argue over a mere 4 yuan, is it hard for this old Taoist to be very very unpopular in the country of Kyushu? Representatives of various countries have different intentions. Some despise and disdain, some are happy inwardly, and some are moved to draw in. After all, the old Tao's earlier move of directly scrapping a tank with that hand of thunder was just too shocking. This time, no matter what, if they could be brought back together, it would undoubtedly be a great stand for the attack on the variant. The crowd pondered inwardly, and the old Taoist and the others seemed as if they did not check, playing cards with their own excitement. The old man in black lost 3 in a row, a whole $7 huge, making the old man in black hate in his heart, and his eyes were filled with pain. On the contrary, the old Taoist was springing to life, full of redness, and with a handful of Taoist projections. It was hard not to win. After a long time, the crowd seemed to know what was going on, and they all shouted with red eyes, "No more! Damn it! You're playing hard to get! Damn it! Give me back my money! Stinky Nubizi, I knew you were no good!" Seeing that the crowd was about to fight, those in the rest of the kingdom had their minds surging, and many of them quickly surrounded them to persuade them to fight, pulling them aside as they did so, and the variant began to test the waters if at all. Attempts to pull the strings. What? No, absolutely not. The old Taoist had a serious look on his face, a look of never being greedy. However, a touch of shaking between the eyebrows still made the crowd inwardly ecstatic. Not afraid of you not shaking, but afraid of you really had iron. For a while, the various kingdoms started making promises and pulling out a lot of serious money. This made the old Taoist's heart even more shaken when the words were also obviously much softer. Ugh, it's not that I'm not helping, he's my hand-me-down, beloved grandnephew. The old Taoist face was deplorable, facing the huge sum of $300 million under the temptation. The old Taoist sighed. The tiger's eyes were full of tears, full of struggles. The content of the guarantee is no more than a few sentences. One must not come to Jiang Ming's aid again. You may not stop the rest of the people from doing it. If possible, I hope that after this quest is over, the old Taoist can travel to their kingdom for a small stay of 2 days. There will be more returns then. The old Taoist sighed repeatedly. However, when he thought of how Jiang Ming had treated him earlier, the old Taoist eventually gritted his teeth and tearfully accepted the funeral money. On the other hand, the old man in black's side was obviously a bit more decisive. Do you want me to step in and help you kill him? The old man in black Jijia laughed, as if he was a 9-ghosts evil spirit coming out of hell. The man who pulled the strings immediately smiled broadly and stomped his nose trying to draw closer. No need. What kind of stature are you? Why do you need to make such a sacrifice for a junior? As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, in the future we still have many benefits to share with you. Kereku. Crooked by. The man who pulled the strings was eloquent, and drew the pie with a great deal of skill. In an instant, it made the black-clothed old man's heart yearn and his gaze sizzle. Don't worry, Jia smiled. The old man in black directly responded, and the man who pulled the strings also chose to leave with satisfaction. Comparatively speaking, the remaining few sealings of the Qi Men sector had obviously received a lot of pulls and promises, mostly a routine. They have shouted brother in arms beloved grandnephew, and collected $300 to $500 million between the hands. It was calculated that a total of small $2 to $3 billion had been spent in order to make this happen, and although this was a rather expensive and cost-ineffective deal for a single country, it was not really that much when spread out over so many countries. It's still a good deal overall. Only one side of the Qi One eyes staring like a bronze tomb, dumbfounded, looking from start to finish, did not give a damn about their own representatives of the countries. Feel the brain buzzing. The Holy Sun is enchanting frontier treasury of the heart. Qi Yuan has long wanted to sell a high price, so as to ask for a peace of mind, but at this moment, so many kingdoms, and not a single person pulling their weight? Qi Yuan was very confused. Under the cold air, 2 steps forward, face unhappy. I am the head of the enchanting frontier clan. What do you want to do to my family's holy son? Qi Yuan loudly questioned, madly squeezing eyebrows. Just about to give the money quickly. I will help you to slaughter him, the words out of the mouth. However, he never expected that this obvious hint of his own had been exchanged for more than 10 gazes of disdain and dislike. I had heard that you, the enchanting frontier clan chief, are deep-minded and hateful, but I didn't expect to see you now. And it's true. Still trying to trick us into giving you money for nothing? Dream on. I thought that the enchanting frontier clan chief would at least have some more skin, but I didn't expect that he would also be such a brazen and shameless person. How important Jiang Ming is to you, Rao Jiang. The last time you exterminated your clan, we've already probed into it, and now you actually have the face to ask us for money? Several foreign representatives, one after another, expressed their disdain for this enchanting border patriarch with skittish words. Obviously, they investigated before giving the money. This enchanting frontier patriarch, who seemingly never had any deep friendship with Jiang Ming, was able to take out the enchanting frontier's underpinnings to help slaughter and exterminate his clan at the first sign of Jiang Ming's wrongdoing. Jiang Ming was the saint son of the enchanting frontier, and the enchanting frontier would never allow him to slip up. I didn't realize that this Qi Yuan, but still have the cheek to ask for money? Do you think we're idiots? The representatives of the country have sneered. Shiwaki feels people are stupid. Those elephants last time were just lookalikes. There were also so many compulsion masters, although there was so much respect for Jiang Ming's idea, but most of them were running towards the idea of copying the family and getting rich. In the entire enchanting frontier, who would care about Jiang Ming? As long as you guys pay the money, it's no problem to tie him up right away. But you retards don't believe me? Qi Yuan was very muggle, and while he hated it inwardly, he was also secretly missing the mark. Who would have thought that this has only been going on for so long and that there are business opportunities on the archery nation side of the mutation? Damn it, Chiwaki straightened up. The saint son of this person seems harmless, but in fact, the heart of the enchanting frontier is a great danger. If the old ancestor hadn't been blinded by the appearance of the holy sun, would he have been so kind-hearted as to condone it over and over again? Give me this money and I'll get him back for you right away. Please. Qi Yuan face complex, full of expectation and thirst, but the opposite side is to throw a pair of white eyes, so that Qi Yuan gas-jumping feet. Hateful. Damn holy sun, really is a great danger to my enchanting frontier's financial heart. If there is no such relationship, this wave alone by cheese means, at least can knock $1 billion. Damn it, Qi Yuan was very difficult, and the representatives of all the kingdoms laughed, and they were proud inside. It's a solid wave, but let them never expected. Qi Yuan some pleading to no avail, disheveled and sat back on the side of the stool. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw the tens of millions of dollars that each of the remaining few people had sent one after another, and was filled with bitterness and sighed repeatedly. In fact, last night, Jiang Ming called out to these lords to discuss the matter, also hand in hand to tell Moncler Outlet Store what to do, although these old men acting slightly pompous, but in the end, still a small harvest of 2 to 3 billion. According to the original plan, the money received, it should be divided equally. Calculated, one person about 300 million out. Qi Yuan calculated that their own income is not biased, a little comfort and inside, just as he looked at the representatives of all the kingdoms. His eyes were also filled with a strong sense of pain and strong unwillingness, making his entire person look bitter. $1 billion, rounding up is 10 billion. A great opportunity to fill the treasury of the enchanting frontier was lost. LOL. It is a sad move to see the limited wisdom of the Holy Sun, who, with all his machinations, neglected his own family. Is it hard to believe that the Holy Sun is deliberately knocking? Shouldn't. Unlike the Son of Man, the Son of God is not greedy. Will he not have money to spare? Chiwaki sighed repeatedly. Blame it on these rat bastards. Looking at the group of proud foreign representatives, Chiwaki inwardly hate. Thoughts are complicated, obviously, no matter how you look at it. This painful loss of 1 billion things, or let Qi Yuan feel incredibly difficult. Without a decade or two, this breath won't slow down. Chapter 114, Mission, find the burial place of the Son of God and complete the defective Godhead. Qi Quan constantly lamented and was inwardly saddened. At this time, after Jiang Ming and the others had been traveling for a long time, some broken tiles gradually appeared on the road ahead. This floor tile body presents a light gray color, a rustic and decaying atmosphere diffusion. Let perceive the crowd, cannot help but follow the heavy up. There seems to be carvings on this floor tile. It looks like ghost writing. Do you guys think it could be the ancient language of Kyushu? Why do I feel that between the two, there are some similarities? Behind them, the crowd surveyed one after another, and there was a discussion that the appearance of the floor tiles was by no means a coincidence, since it emerged gradually from under the muddy soil of the goat track. It suggests that, perhaps, an extremely large number of antiquities can be found at this site. No wonder. This place is even a place that has never been explored. If we can find out something about that era through these fonts, we might even be able to sit sideways on the cause of all this mutation. This is definitely a good thing for the globe. The crowd shook inwardly, holding the camera to their chests. The opportunity was fully given, and the representatives of the countries backstage, all of them showed their surprise. They naturally thought of what the team members were thinking, and with their eyes sizzling, they sent the matter back to the Domestic Research Institute. While the research institutes of many countries were shaken, the researchers of the Institute of the Kimchi Kingdom were showing unprecedented fervor. Ashi, this must be the greatest treasure of our Kimchi country. This ancient text was clearly passed down from our Kimchi country. There's no time to lose. Go find the history. The archaeologists of the Qin Shi Kingdom were moved to frantically rummage for similar historical materials, and at the same time, They quickly realized that the words recorded on those floor tiles had extremely similar symbols to a volume of silk scrolls that had been found during a previous expedition inside a certain mountain. This instantly sent everyone in Pickle Country into a frenzy. On the side of the archaeological team, it is even more straightforward to release the evidence that the Archery Kingdom has discovered the leftover texts of the Qin Shi Kingdom and that the Archery Kingdom once belonged to the territory of the Qin Shi Kingdom. The release of this strong evidence, making the Qin Shi country people national frenzy at the same time. A storm is more quickly swept towards the world. It was all a slow process, and it took only a few hours. Jiang Ming and the others are still in the rugged goat intestinal path forward. The dark color in all directions is also rapidly fading, revealing more and more broken floor tiles, ancient and simple breath-filled, making this place look thicker and thicker at the same time. Coupled with that, after the blackness faded out, it looked normal and healthy grass and trees, making everything underneath, as if there was more of an ancient relic feeling. There's one thing to be said for feeling like little brother should be in the right place this time. Just by looking at it alone, it gives me a feeling of ancient barbarism. A trail of this specification length shouldn't be for people to walk on, right? Could it be the kind of existence similar to the Cloud Dream Mountain gods? The pop-ups rolled and countless netizens speculated, and it was clear that regardless, the discovery still thrilled many netizens. If we follow this line down, perhaps, solving the mystery behind the Imperial Tomb, Cloud Dream Mountain, are all extremely possible. Perhaps this place also has a great deal to do with Little Brother's curse. Quick, you guys pull back, come to the Black Oasis. The Kyushu archaeology team has found the place. This place gives me the feeling that it is similar to the place where our kingdom mutated. You guys come over here quickly. This is the representative of the state of Palestine, discovered by the state of Kyushu. For a while, the representatives of the various countries contacted their own home teams and told them to quickly approach towards the Black Oasis, while at the same time, they were also constantly urging that they must go in while bragging about Jiang Ming. This is a strange place, so don't be careless. This order surprised the many members of the team who had scattered out to explore. Bragging about a ninjas? The inner displeasure didn't cause the crowd to lose their minds. Instead, under the orders of their own representatives, many people's minds erupted in a storm of thoughts, bragging about Jiang Ming from all angles. At first, although the crowd said to do, there are still that one or two did not take this matter to heart. Mouth said Jiang Ming great at the same time, the heart of a million despised disdain. Not 2 seconds later, a poisonous scorpion killed him. The entire person's entire body turned into blood and flesh. This immediately aroused that strong desire for survival within the crowd, and they all opened their mouths loudly, competing to be the first to brag, no longer dare to show a hint of disdain. This, coupled with the occasional chirping of insects in the jungle in all directions, caused the crowd to brag even harder while fearing inwardly. After this, it even cured a stuttering man in EE. This made him inwardly respect and fear Jiang Ming at the same time, deeply feeling that the old heavens had opened their eyes, and the factor that had prevented him from being single for more than 20 years had been resolved just like this. It wasn't until a few hours later, when the crowd appeared on the goat path, that Jiang Ming and the others had been walking on by bragging piously all the way there. The crowd cried tears of joy and hugged each other as they cried loudly and painfully. At this point, love and hate have no borders. Jiang Ming must die. In decades of being human, they had never done anything like this in public. At this moment, Jiang Ming had not only caused them to lose face, not to mention, he had also caused the people of their kingdom to begin to loathe them. This shame will carry them for the rest of their lives. Jiang Ming needed to give them an explanation. The killing intent of the crowd rose within them, and they all quickly and furiously ran down the goat path. Obviously, they would never give Jiang Ming a chance to live this time. It's not good, little brother. They're coming to kill you. Good lord. 1 second bragging about little brother, the next second directly flip-flopping. There's something about these people. What's the point of panicking? Li Jianshan even let little brother take care of it. A few non-human species in the district. Little brother must be a handful. In the comments section, many Ming fans were worried inside. But at this time, Jiang Ming, who had walked to the end of the goat path, had a much calmer face. They came to kill themselves for the simple reason that this blow is going to nag people for the rest of their lives. The only way to end this at the root is to slaughter yourself. Besides, according to the plan of himself and the second Grandmaster and the others, the money should have been snubbed by now. A huge sum of $3.5 billion for the youngest, and a little trouble for himself to deal with some of his younger brothers. More or less earned, no loss. Without thinking too much about the matter, after arriving at the end of the goat path, Jiang Ming began to constantly look around. This place was said to be the end, but in Jiang Ming's opinion, it was more like a beginning, because, at this moment, the trail full of muddy soil had completely detached itself from the feet of the crowd. Looking up, the clean, neatly paved ancient floor tiles were displayed like that in front of the crowd, forming an endless, slender path. At a glance, this tiled pathway led to nowhere, but one could vaguely sense that the ancient aura emanating from it must have come from a certain era thousands of years ago. Even with this period of time and the archaeological team's insight, the things in this place will only be earlier than the Qin dynasty. Together with the mutilated text that we looked at earlier, it is not an ancient divine text, and it is definitely not a Qin text. Perhaps it is a certain kingdom during the Warring States period, since the Qin emperor could make such a complicated first-hand layout. Then, as one of the 6 countries that competed with the contemporaries at that time, perhaps also possessed some oddities, and could find some records about that era. 2. Jiang Ming pondered inwardly as he took a step towards the front and continued on. On both sides of the road, every extremely long distance, one could see some written records carved on some floor tiles. Jiang Ming exchanged a copy of the Warring States script in the system space, and his amazing talent worked on its own, and in an instant, these things turned into Jiang Ming's instincts. Observations through constant forward travel revealed that the writing here was not a record of a single kingdom. Rather, all 6 kingdoms have them. Every 77 feet, an account of some of the 6 countries' secrets would appear. This caused Jiang Ming to be quite puzzled inwardly. But just then, ding, detected, Tomb of the Son of God. Mission, find the burial place of the Son of God and complete the defective Godhead. Mission reward, unknown. The system voice in his mind came, and Jiang Ming was inwardly puzzled. Son of God. According to the previous records, it is not difficult to deduce that Emperor Qin inwardly hated gods and the like immensely, and even regarded them as sins. How is it possible to build a mausoleum for them with your own hands, if it is not built by the Qin emperor? Then, why is there only 6 countries' characters carved here, favoring the 7th country which should be engraved with Qin's characters in the distance? But it is a blank slate? All the way forward walking, Jiang Ming found that the characters of the 6 countries of Chu, Qi, Zhaohan and Wei were arranged in order, and every 77 zhang, the characters of one of the countries would inevitably appear. But the only thing that was missing was the country of Qin. Or is the mausoleum here, built by the combined efforts of the 6 nations, and it was for this reason that Emperor Qin went to the opposite side of the 6 kingdoms? This is rather suspicious. As he continued to move forward, those matters that recorded the secret stories of the 6 countries were successively informed by Jiang Ming, a relatively complete picture scroll that was displayed in front of Jiang Ming, making his heart grow heavier and heavier at the same time. Hundreds of records about the secret stories of the 6 kingdoms have repeatedly mentioned easy child food, blood sacrifice, infant souls, and many other bizarre words. While causing a chill to grow at Jiang Ming's back, he seemed to understand the cruelty of that era even more. All of this was said very quickly, but in the ancient tomb, Jiang Ming and his group had traveled for a full 7 or 8 hours. Although the crowd had eaten something during the road trip, many of them were showing fatigue at the moment and were somewhat unable to carry on. However, looking at Jiang Ming still continuing to move forward, the crowd didn't say anything and forced themselves to follow. However, when they reached the next brick that contained the secret stories of the 6 kingdoms, the scene they saw caused Jiang Ming's eyes to slowly narrow. What's wrong? Why did little brother stop? Is there a major discovery here? The pop-ups rolled as netizens speculated nervously and inwardly in anticipation. The people behind them were serious-faced and quickly surrounded them. Look at the small line on that brick. Can't read it. But that didn't stop them from sending the texts to the representatives of their respective countries via chest cameras to be forwarded to the professors of the archaeological teams of their respective countries. Not quite right. At this point, professors from various countries who saw the text of this article stared. This message, it seems, has appeared before. There are 462 entries. Let's flip through the top ones first. I always had a feeling I'd seen them somewhere. They can go in a straight line. This can't be circling back, can it? Many professors frowned, and soon, as their respective subordinates had taken a look at the first contrasting text message, the professors' faces changed drastically. This. How? No, it shouldn't. Professors from various countries were overwhelmed with absurdity, while the representatives of the various countries were hesitant. Jiang Ming on the scene was sending out a flat voice, circling back. What? The faces of the crowd of kingdom players in the 4 corners of the room were hesitant, and it was obvious that they couldn't accept this statement. It's all going in a straight line. How can it just circle back? It doesn't make sense, does it? However, when the representatives of the various countries passed on the news they had received from the archaeological team to the crowd looked incredulous, and ultimately had to accept this fact. But, where is the way back? One of the Archery Nation team members was worried internally, and his voice was full of puzzlement, as the crowd of people on the 4 sides of the room looked at each other in disbelief. Jiang Ming squatted down, revealing his thoughts. A few moments later, there is no way back. only forward. There is no Chi Men Bureau to explore, and the level of the person who laid out this place is too high. Jiang Ming's voice slowly came out, causing the crowd in the four corners of the room to become even more suspicious inwardly. Obviously, they couldn't understand anything that was even remotely related to the Qi sect, but the first sentence they understood. Now it's true that there's no going back, only forward. But, what if we circle back again? Olaf of the pretty country was inwardly displeased, but with a dog-licking grin, he asked the question as gently as possible. Jiang Ming didn't pay any attention to him, he just slowly got up and took a step towards the front. When the crowd saw this, they had no choice but to follow. It was still the exact same path as before, only, every time he reached the place where there should have been a Qin text recording the secret, Jiang Ming would always pause for a few seconds. There were a total of 7 floor tiles horizontally, and sometimes Jiang Ming would stand on the 5th, sometimes the 3rd, but never stepped on a 7th block along the way. The crowd was even instructed not to touch the 7th floor tile. This made the team members of the various countries' degrees behind them inwardly puzzled and very unhappy at the same time, except for Zhang Xiaoshan, who seemed to have thought of something as Jiang Ming kept moving forward. Inside, a strong uneasiness climbed, and his face became incomparably pale. Posturing, it's been more than 10 hours since we came and went. What the hell is this Kyushu nation up to? It's a waste of our time. The viewers in each country were very upset and watched the live broadcast for more than 10 hours, which filled them with sleep. The players from each country are also exhausted at the moment. The only people who were excited inside were the spectators of the Kyushu kingdom, who realized that the further they went, the paler and more grave Zhang Xiaoshan's face became. Apparently, little brother has found something big with this wave. On the contrary, inside the Archery Kingdom's Institute of Alteration, the representatives of numerous kingdoms had completely lost their hearts. Damn it, how long is this Jiang Ming going to lead the team around? It's been a long delay with all the stops and starts along the way, and the crew didn't bring enough food with them. Let's see what you have to say when you can't break the weird situation here. Chapter 115 Arrival. Weird Offering Table. The representatives of the various countries were not happy with the occurrence, and they were very dissatisfied with Jiang Ming's irresponsible behavior. In their opinion, at this moment, since there was no way out of this ancient path, why not go horizontally? This group of stupid pigs actually believed Jiang Ming's words. The representatives of the states were inwardly indignant. With the passage of time, when the sky here is gradually whitening and the night is about to pass, the representatives of various countries, who have been watching the whole night with dark circles under their eyes, finally still can't sit still. Contact the Kyushu team for me immediately. What the hell are they doing? Their food can only be enough to sustain them for 3 days. This quest was originally expected to be a maximum of 5 days. At the moment almost 2 days have passed. If this continues, how can they come back? The anger of the crowd occurred. Although the group of players bragged about Jiang Ming's behavior was really shameful, but after all, they were the people of their own country, more or less. They still had to consider for their safety. Seeing this, Takamu of the Archery Nation did not stop it. Obviously, he was equally unclear about what exactly Jiang Ming was doing, and was only looking at the haggard, pale-looking members of his country's degree team, worrying inwardly. Soon after, the Eagle Country representative contacted the crowd through the Archery Country instrument. Fark, what the hell are you losers doing? Don't you realize that if you go any further, there is a high probability that you won't be able to come back? Do you guys trust Jiang Ming of the Kyushu Kingdom so much? Can he feed you all? Don't you guys know how to explore horizontally? This caused the Eagle Nation players to look at each other in disbelief. Most of the rest of the countries were also like this, except for the representative of Egypt, who suddenly connected the signal to Jiang Ming, and after picking it up, as soon as he heard that the sound was not right, Jiang Ming directly turned off the communicator. Neuropathy. Ignoring the representatives of the various countries, Jiang Ming continued on his way. Seeing this, the players of each country had no choice but to follow. There was no hasty dispersal of exploration. Although they do not understand the art of war, they also understand that the place of death and life should not be unnoticed, and even more so, they should not run around. Now that such a weird thing had happened, without using Jiang Ming's power to break the situation, running around would only get you killed faster. The vaguely unsettling aura emanating from the wilderness on both sides was by no means fake. The representatives of the countries couldn't detect it, and the members of the countries didn't bother to explain. They just hung up on crooked by. This made the representatives of various countries more or less furious, rather like an old father facing a disobedient son. But just then, dang, as Jiang Ming walked around once more to return to the original point and took a step down, An incomparably thick bell sound suddenly came from the depths of this heaven and earth. The voice came suddenly, causing the crowd to feel surprised. But Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance in the depths of his eyes. The path is right. Jiang Ming continued to move forward, and along the way, although the plants were already showing the color of emerald green, the unsettling atmosphere in the wilderness on both sides was obviously more intense. This made the players of each country feel more and more cautious, but also a bit thankful. It's a good thing I didn't listen to the nerdy reps and run around, or I would have just died faster. One of the captains of the archery nation, Rama, seemed a bit puzzled and walked up to ask for the reason for all this change, which Jiang Ming explained flatly. Although the layout of the Chi-men here is bizarre and difficult to detect, according to the method of arranging the little six nons calculations, it is still possible to deduce some of the routes. One such ancient path of the earth may seem unusual, but in fact it is more like a layer of extremely arcane metaphysical organs. Anyone who steps into this place will not be able to escape. The only way to have a chance of survival is to continue to go deeper. And, also, not to overstay, according to my view, so complex on top of the Xianmen Qi Dao. In fact, all cloth 9 palaces and 8 gates variables. This deduction, although it is not breakable, but also can follow this road into the deeper layers of this place. Perhaps the cause of all this mutiny is hidden there as well. Jiang Ming explained and Rama nodded thoughtfully. For their part, the representatives of the countries of the Institute for Alteration Research were disdainful. Our second group has been resting all night, and isn't there nothing going on? Jiang Ming is a liar. It's abominable that this group of stupid players still believe him. I'm only afraid that this son Jiang Ming is thinking of ways to plot against our team members. The representatives of the countries were inwardly indignant as the live feed showed almost all of the second group of players sitting in one place and resting. And nothing happened? Just as the representatives of various countries were sneering. Suddenly, dang, it was still the same thick and incomparable bell chime that came from the area, but it did not echo where Jiang Ming and the others were, but only where the second batch of team members were resting. Heaven and earth along with the echo of the bell. A cold wind slowly blowing between the ancient roadside of the wilderness, but gradually appeared a little fog, and in the mist, there were even a lot of black and white shadows flashing by. This is not good. It's those monsters from Siler City. My god, why are they here? Damn, what the hell is going on here? The second batch of team members immediately looked horrified and pale, and under the hurried rise, they hurriedly fled frantically towards the wilderness on the other side. Those monsters were so powerful that they were simply unbeatable. This is the information that the team members, who were killed and injured before, traded their lives for. These monsters are big scary. Institute for Altered States. No, how is this? Is it really like what Jiang Ming said, that you can't rest? Why on earth is that? What the hell is going on with that bell? At this moment, the representatives of the various countries were all completely dumbfounded as well, staring blankly at the second group of team members who kept fleeing for their lives on the screen, and they all felt unspeakably shocked. This is outrageous. Why can't we rest? Does Kyushu metaphysics, even resting or not, matter? The representatives of the various countries were inwardly amazed, and at that moment, at the rest area of the Kyushu country on the side, the old Taoist sighed and passed out words. A living person belongs to the yang. Most of the Chi-men bureaus are based on yin and yang transformations, and the yang energy of a living person may seem weak, but in fact, in some weird places, it will have a great impact. I think that my grandson's nephew should have guessed that the land of the change was divided into yin and yang, and that living there for a long time was bound to bring about disaster, and thus he repeatedly urged that no rest should be allowed. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for many days, son-nephew's understanding of the Xianmen Qi technique has reached such a level. The old Taoist drank a mouthful of good tea, sighed with emotion, and watched the live broadcast to himself. Many representatives of the kingdoms opened their mouths to try to request the old Tao to make a move, but the old Tao shook his head and waved his hand, signaling that if he went over at this moment, he would only be sidetracked with them, and would not be able to find them at all. This also made the representatives of various countries reluctant to give up. Obviously, no matter what, the old Taoist had taken the money, and to give an explanation at this moment was already considered very good. It was also clear to the representatives of the various countries that it was by no means possible to truly turn the old Tao at this moment. It can only be done with a myriad of sugar-coated words. However, the fact that the old Tao was willing to open his mouth to explain at this moment also undoubtedly indicated that the previous investment was correct. It's money that's not wasted. It was just that what made it difficult for the crowd to accept was that Jiang Ming really knew that much, truly an enemy of our country. The representatives of the various countries were internally slandering, and were already searching for ways to cut them down. At this moment, as the crowd on the ancient path continued to move forward, finally, At the end of the 6th lap and the beginning of the 7th lap, the bell that would ring every lap did not ring again. Arrived. Jiang Ming looked at the still slender and incomparably long ancient road in front of him, said flatly, and stepped forward on his own. The players from each country looked at each other. They didn't feel anything had changed. It was only as they continued to move forward that the crowd clearly detected that the rich aura of uneasiness in the wilderness on both sides of the original had completely disappeared. It doesn't feel like it's the same here as before. Why is there no sound at all? There's no wind, and those grasses barely move at all. Wouldn't it be a little too quiet? The crowd hesitated inwardly, and it was clear that by the time they reached the 7th lap, they had eaten all the food, even if they had rushed hard. At this moment, many people are physically weak, and when they perceive the strange and incomparable dead silence underneath, it is even more disturbing to the people's hearts. It's eerily quiet here. Not a sound. Not only are there no insects, there aren't even any birds or animals. Not at all like normal wilderness. Mr. Jiang, how much longer will it take to get there? This has been going on for days. Will there be food if we keep going? Many of the team members looked at Jiang Ming, who remained calm in front of them, and hesitantly opened their mouths. Jiang Ming nodded and continued to lead the group forward. The representatives of the countries of the Institute for Alteration Research, apparently, feel that this is a fool's errand. However, when an extremely magnificent ancient building appeared shortly before traveling, many people were dumbfounded. It could be seen that the ancient complex looked unusually tall, covering an extremely wide area, not to mention that at the end of this ancient road, there were even 7 offering tables placed. Ancient bronze vessels were placed on the offering table, and sandalwood incense burned slowly. Behind the bronze vessels are aromatic chicken, duck and fish, with the mesmerizing aroma filling the air. The hunger within the crowd burst out. Under the flow of saliva, many people had red eyes and wanted to tremblingly go forward. But just then, these can't be eaten. Jiang Ming opened his mouth in a cold voice, and between the shocking bursts of killing intent and the dazzling spread of blood-colored baleful aura, it instantly caused the faces of the people behind him to change drastically. What do you want to do? Damn, you won't even let us eat when there's food. No, those food is not quite right. Usually I am even more hungry, will not be like this at all. This time actually. For a while, many people were alarmed. Some were dissatisfied, but after a short exchange, a creepy feeling suddenly arose within the crowd. Inhumans from all countries have deep cooperation with the military. Naturally, they had also taken on many missions, and they all knew exactly where their limits were. Normally, no matter what, one would never reveal such a look, but at this moment, under the influence of that aroma, it made the crowd nearly lose their minds. Plus, here in the area of the mutation, there is even sandalwood burning. Those chickens, ducks, fish, and meat actually seemed to have just been prepared. This bizarre scene sent chills down the backs of the crowd, and a cold sweat broke out. Chapter 116, The Divine Guiding Oil Lamp. What the hell is going on here? Mr. Jiang, the voices of the captains of the exploration teams from various countries also became much more grave, and they wanted to know what kind of demons and devils those meals here were. Jiang Ming's voice was indifferent. The tomb of the Son of God. Those things are used to honor the gods. If you eat them, you will never have to go out again in this life. What? Jiang Ming's explanation left the crowd baffled and confused. Apparently, they still thought that it was perhaps a very bizarre thing in disguise, never expecting that Jiang Ming would say such absurd words. Do the gods really exist? The crowd was suspicious, but Jiang Ming ignored it and continued on with the hungry crowd. After bypassing the offering table, the crowd walked through the ancient and grandiose complexes of this place one after another, and eventually came to the front of one of the largest palaces in this place. This palace carving pattern exquisite, simple, through a dignified atmosphere, not to mention, it is flickering with a faint golden light. At a glance, one can feel the divine intent. Jiang Ming divined a bit, and there was no difference in the danger perception. So by the looks of it, there shouldn't be any danger. After a short pause, Jiang Ming took a step forward and slowly pushed open the portal of the Great Hall. One could see many delicate vessels placed within this Great Hall, above some wooden frame, some holding a green oil lamp burning slowly, accompanied by a nauseating smell emanating between the many people outside the door and the smell impact on the nasal cavity. Have to regurgitate. Talk about stinky, not too unpleasant and pungent either. But it was the moment he asked about that flavor that a feeling of extreme repulsion came from his body. Looking at the crowd of people vomiting behind him, Jiang Ming briefly pondered, as if nothing was wrong, and walked straight into the Great Hall. With that flavor, Jiang Ming did not feel any discomfort or even any sensation. This caused Jiang Ming to wonder inwardly while also looking around. In addition to some delicate ornaments, there were only 4 empty walls left here, and everything looked rather eerie. The ghostly green light reflected making the layout of the arrangement, which should be used for rituals, look a lot more eerie as well. But just then, ding, detected, God-induced oil lamp. Whether or not to redeem the secret history of the spirit's remnant, a mechanized voice came from his mind, and Jiang Ming didn't delay, directly choosing to redeem it. As some fragmented secret history records gradually emerged from his mind, Jiang Ming looked at the green oil lamp burning not far away, and his eyes slowly narrowed. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming walked straight forward, took down the lamp from the wooden shelf, and stepped in front of the four walls without any decorations, which were nearly whiteboards. With the reflection of the ghostly green light, the originally empty walls even appeared a number of bizarre green lines drawn pictures. It doesn't seem like it's the first time little brother has been here. How did he know the lights could be used like that? It feels a little strange, like little brother never panicked much from the beginning. That said, isn't little brother from the enchanting frontier? Why do I have a feeling that little brother comes from more than that? Many netizens felt hesitant, and the crowd outside the door was finally getting used to some of the smell of this place after continuous vomiting. Standing outside the door looking toward the painting reflected by the ghostly green oil lamp where Jiang Ming stood, fixing my eyes, the line drawing can be tedious. From grass, trees, mountains and rivers, to the sun, moon and stars, as if a scroll encompassing everything in the world. Birds, animals, insects and flowers. The whole mural looks like it exudes a sense of peace and tranquility. Jiang Ming held up the oil lamp and kept observing the four walls along one side, and soon, the paintings on the second wall also appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a giant that stood on top of the sky, sitting in the middle of the wilderness, and in front of it, there was a huge offering table. The offering table was set with many exquisite tributes. It was impossible to tell what ingredient it was made of, but from the monotonous line drawing alone, one could sense the giant's desire for tribute. This giant, is it a god? It looks normal. Why do I always feel weird? It's probably psychological. Many netizens popped up and continued to look in the direction Jiang Ming was heading, and the location drawn by the third mural, illuminated by the ghostly green light, was still the same wilderness. It was just that the giant who was feasting on the food was not moving at the moment, as if he had turned into a stone statue, and the offering table in front of it is also all broken. Looks as if it has experienced the destruction of endless years. Most of the sacrificial paraphernalia shattered, the mountains and the earth gradually decayed in all directions, and the whole world seemed to begin to wither. In the entire hall, the three murals look very complicated, but the information revealed in the record is very little. Line painting looks more ancient and mysterious at the same time, but also led a lot of people into thinking. Apparently, as little brother had said earlier, this place was the tomb of the divine sun. Then, could it be that the one buried here is the very same god? Is this what you call a god? Unbelievable. There are still existences comparable to the height of mountains. I also wonder if the vampire originator of our pretty country can fight him. The people behind him talked about each other, but Jiang Ming always felt that something was wrong, but it was never possible to tell what was wrong. While constantly looking around, Jiang Ming's ghost pupil opened, and under constant observation, the originally shallow and easy to understand murals in front of him were gradually distorted at this time. Eventually, as a new mural surfaced, Jiang Ming's face suddenly changed. What's going on? Why is little brother suddenly so serious? What do you guys think? Could little brother be seeing something that everyone can't see? Could the mural be something else? Netizens were surprised, but at this moment to see, the mural is still as usual, but the little brother is more and more serious face. Little Mingo. Han Xiaoye was a little worried, and Jiang Ming slowly took 2 steps back, looking at the hideous giant in the twisted lines in front of him, struggling to twist and struggle out. His heart had become incomparably heavy. The mural here, surprisingly, is a prison cell. The so-called lines were actually like chains, locking up an incomparably terrifying soul body. The soul body was blurred in appearance, extremely similar to the giants drawn in the murals. One had never seen such a means before, and even in the entire Xianmen realm, such an arcane technique might not exist. But at this moment, to appear in front of him in such a dignified manner, it made Jiang Ming inwardly move. What the builders of this site were trying to do? What kind of being is that giant? Again? And the god-induced oil lamp in the hand? Why would it be caused by refining corpse oil from the bodies of gods? Will the gods also die? Jiang Ming's thoughts were complicated until a long time later, calming down his inner vibrations, before he took the oil lamp and slowly walked out of the main hall. Brother Ming, are you okay? Brother, what are you doing with this oil lamp? Just now, what the hell is going on? I'm fine. The members of the Kyushu exploration team quickly gathered around, and Jiang Ming calmed Han Xiaoye with a sigh of relief, sweeping past the questioning Qing Wolf and Zhuge Wu before finally looking at the oil lamp in his hand. This is an oil lamp made from corpse oil to guide the way. Simply explain a sentence. Let the 4 people feel hesitant, because they are all the reason of the alien. all kinds of evil ways they still understand, naturally know the corpse oil taste in color. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Ming explaining himself in this way, he was a bit perplexed. Corpse oil, it's not this color, is it? What the hell do you kid know? Is it hard to fool us? This kid definitely knows something. The people in the four corners of the room showed a fierce light. Here there is no longer a terrifying existence such as the guillotine worm. At this moment, just by the few people of the 9 states, they simply can't afford to make any waves. If this kid obediently led the way and obediently informed everything, it would be fine. If he didn't cooperate, the crowd didn't mind using some unconventional means. Pretty country Olaf smiled and laughed, his complexion gradually becoming grim. But what he never expected was that Jiang Ming didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end, but only quietly felt around in his arms and pulled out a palm-sized black worm, placing it in the middle of his shoulder. A faint clicking sound came out of the worm's mouth, as if it was yawning, and as if it was saying something. The short body, which was clearly not as large as the size of the trickster worm, also exuded a lethargy. However, the moment the crowd saw it, their eyes widened and they quickly retreated towards the back. This is the trickster worm king. Damn. You. When did you find it? Thick gift crab. You said you couldn't look at the trickster worm, but it's actually true? Damn. Are you trying to get us killed by taking out this bug? The crowd was shocked like never before, and their hearts were even more incredulous. They had thought that Jiang Ming couldn't look at the trickster insects before and was all pretending to be high and mighty, but they never expected that he was actually raising a trickster insect king in his hands. Almost everyone was feeling numb at this point. The trickster worm was treacherous and evil, and the trickster worm king was even more so, although it looked like the trickster worm was much more disgusting and vicious. In terms of fatal danger, the trickster worm king, undoubtedly, could easily take a person's life. To make an analogy, the body fluids of the trickster worm could corrode the flesh in a short period of time, causing a person to die in agony. The body fluid of the king of trickster bugs, on the other hand, could melt steel in an instant. Other than that, this guy dared to put the trickster bug king on his shoulder? Wasn't he afraid that the trickster worm king would spit and directly destroy the meridians on his shoulders? The crowd showed fear, instantly pulling away from the extreme distance. Jiang Ming just raised his finger and gently touched the head of the black bug. In exchange for the black bug's well-behaved and cute sticker, Jiang Ming turned back to look at the crowd of people who retreated in fear. His voice was flat. The trickster worm king? It's just a mere corpse-transforming parasite. How can it be as horrible as you say? After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he paid no more attention to the crowd and led his own team around the palace in front of him towards the back. Seeing this, the crowd followed from afar, inwardly terrified and hesitant, for Jiang Ming unknowingly, also gradually gave birth to an inexplicable fear. This fear was not empty, but after seeing Jiang Ming's methods along the way, a sense of invincibility gradually arose within the crowd. Other than that trickster insect king alone made the crowd feel incredibly tricky. The awesomeness of that thing is not an empty claim, and countries have explored the site of the mutation more than once after it happened. But in Pretty Country alone, there had been 3 vampires that had died at the hands of the trickster swarm. Even before the last one died, he even saw a ray of black light flashing, and the whole person died completely like that. It is said that vampires can live forever, and this point is indeed not false. But, under the corrosion of the tricky patterned insect swarm, even the vampires who can recover quickly from injuries are quickly turned into blood, never to be recovered again. This caused the exploration teams of the various countries to feel alarmed, and at the same time, their inner killing intent towards Jiang Ming climbed to the extreme. This person can control the guileworms, and in the future, if he gives an order, the hundreds of thousands of guileworms in the land of change will riot. The consequences will be unimaginable. Jiang Ming must die before the lives of the people are destroyed. The people made up their minds inwardly, and alienated the archery nations team that looked like licking dogs, and each gathered together, looking at each other with their eyes, and all could see the thoughts in each other's eyes. Just hold on to it for a while and wait for your chance. In their opinion, the trickster worms were by no means omnipotent in this huge, weird place. Once Jiang Ming was in danger and dispersed with the trickster bug king, they would go straight up and strike. Without the bug shelter, the district Jiang Ming could simply be destroyed at the snap of a finger. The crowd was inwardly certain. Jiang Ming, however, was too calm. Looking around, although this batch of people had a lot of redeeming qualities, after upgrading the 3rd stage of the Ghost God's power, the 2nd stage of the Ghost Shadow steps, and then adding the Demon Blades enchantment, even if Li Jianshan arrived in person, he himself would be able to rub it out a little bit. Not to mention the younger generation of Inhumans from these countries. Jiang Ming walked forward calmly, and soon, the group passed through this ancient complex. This place has no more value to study under the search of national exploration teams. At this moment, as the crowd left, A tree-lined mountain forest also appeared in front of them. The chimera is starting to show. Is it back to normal? Zhang Xiaoshan continuously pinched his knuckles, and at this moment, he also clearly detected the emergence of the Qi Men Bureau between heaven and earth, which caused his pale face to slightly ease, and at this moment, he looked towards Jiang Ming. Birds, animals and insects are all singing. It seems that there is a stagnation in the outside world's Chimera Bureau and this place is safe. Jiang Ming revealed his thoughts, and after deducing some, he lifted his hand and removed the gourd on his waist, and as he recited the words in his mouth, the plug of the gourd's mouth was toppled open by countless miniature flying insects, which at once dispersed in all directions to look for them. Soon, there was a wild rabbit with holes in its eyes, a wild chicken, and even a wild pig, quickly ran to the Kyushu archaeological team. Coyote, deal with it. Jiang Ming maneuvered the flying insects to control the animals. The green wolf drew his dagger and quickly handled the ingredients, and Zhang Xiaoshan attempted to build a fire as lightning surfaced in his palm. Zhuge Wu, on the other hand, rushed to pick up the branches, and Han Xiaoye wanted to come forward to help, but was rejected by the three in succession. He had no choice but to accompany Jiang Ming as he rummaged through his backpack for ingredients. This maneuver immediately caused the many exploration team members following far behind them to be dumbfounded. Many netizens looked at each other in disbelief. This compulsion, little brother, is really convenient. I have to say, this hand operation has directly made this group of foreigners look dumbfounded. Chapter 117, Don't cry, it's not a big problem. There's one thing I've watched them roast really well. Pretty Country's Olaf has been catching boars for half an hour, and he still hasn't gotten one? Kind of impressive, this local animal. The pop-up screen rolled, and many netizens felt saddened as they watched the scene of the exploration team members from various countries frantically catching animals in the wild, whether with firearms or whatever. The animals here, surprisingly, as if they possessed the ability to sense danger, violently fled from the spot the instant before the shot was fired. This also made the players from various countries, who had been continuously busy for half an hour, full of disbelief under the hunger at this moment, bodies trembling, smelling the aroma coming from the side of the Kyushu archaeological team. The crowd could no longer tense up. Mr. Jiang, can you share some with us? Rama, the captain of the archery nation, stepped forward somewhat hesitantly. This was a bit presumptuous, but if this continued, a few of the archery nation's team members might actually starve to death here. You take that half-pig. Jiang Ming nodded and pointed to the half-pig that the crowd couldn't finish, and Lamat immediately revealed ecstasy and thanked him. Originally, I thought that it would be enough to share a few bites of meat with each person, but I never expected that Mr. Jiang would be so generous. Gave away half a pig straight away. This instantly made the players from the other kingdoms in the four corners of the Rungok. Olaf was self-conscious that he carried the noble bloodline of a wolf servant, so it was naturally impossible for him to stoop to Jiang Ming's level. The nobility within made Olaf's face stern, and he thought to himself that even if he starved to death and died from here, he would never say half a soft word to Jiang Ming. Coupled with the inner support of Jiang Ming's killing intent, it also caused Olaf's mouth to water, but the light in his complexion still flickered with perseverance and indomitability. Take it away. The cold voice came out of nowhere, and Olaf's entire body trembled when he met Jiang Ming's icy face. Jiang Ming was a little impatient, and his eyes slowly narrowed, looking at Olaf beside him, who was grasping his hand that held the rabbit leg and kneeling on the ground with his harumph. A hint of killing intent sprouted within Jiang Ming. Brother, give some food. Olaf wept, and the voice of grief came out, kneeling on the floor, sniveling and crying about how hard it was. Crooked by, beep, take it away. Jiang Ming was inwardly disgusted, and the half-eaten rabbit leg was casually thrown to Olaf, and under Olaf's grateful gaze, the rest of the kingdom players couldn't sit still. Big brother, just one bite, big brother, save your brother, 1 bite per person. Child's play. All of them were leftovers from Jiang Ming's meal, which made the players of the various countries feel humiliated inside while eating the saliva-stained meat, leaving behind indisputable tears. If he had not been unable to catch them, how could he have been so humiliated? Damn, national players don't know how to be grateful. Jiang Ming didn't pay much attention to it. A group of weaklings couldn't afford to make any waves. Besides, now that it was live, unless they did it, they must not kill. After Jiang Ming had eaten almost as much as he wanted, Lama's side had also roasted half of the pig almost as much as he wanted, signaling Green Wolf to send the ingredient bottles. Jiang Ming lay down on the ground and began to rest. The yin and yang within the Qi Men Bureau changed erratically. At this moment when the internal Qi Men Bureau was revealed, the outside world had undoubtedly undergone great changes. If we don't grab some rest at this moment, I'm afraid that when the strange door bureau is hidden again, we will be unable to face the crisis that arises. Jiang Ming placed the corpse transforming compulsion on his forehead and took a nap on his own, and after Qi Jin arranged the compulsion in all directions, they all began to rest as well. Zhuge Wu, Green Wolf, and the others also began to adjust and rest a bit after a few days of tossing and turning. Although the members of the various countries have a hard time with their mouths and stomachs, it is good that they have a mouthful of meat to renew their lives, and they are not starving at the moment. With each resting, the sky gradually became darker, cold wind blowing, an inexplicable uneasiness suddenly from the bottom of Jiang Ming's heart rose. His eyes snapped open under the discovery, not far from the rest of the eagle country, but also a person's whole body bones crackling. The body began to grow, bone spurs grew, and between his face growing more and more hideous, the man's eyes were pitch black. Roar! A horrible low growl echoed as the man bit directly into the other man's crotch. Ah! Fark! Miserable screams came out, instantly waking up everyone in this place. Fark! Jack, what are you doing? Thick gift crab, why are you hurting your fellow man? The scene was chaotic for a time, and with persuasion failing, shots were fired, killing Jack instantly. For a while, the four members of the team hesitated. Brother Ming, what is going on here? He stole the tribute. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed, and as his low voice came out, the rest of the exploration team's team members also looked unsightly. After all, Jiang Ming had the words that those tributes could not be eaten, and now that such a thing has happened, it is not good to blame him. Move! Suddenly, Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something, and pulled Han Xiaoye up beside him, putting him on his back and quickly running towards the distance. Zhuge Wu and Zhang Xiaoshan were still a bit confused, but when they saw that the green wolf had already followed and ran extremely far away, they also rushed to follow with a jolt. Other than that, it's definitely appearing dangerous. Jiang Ming is good at everything, but he runs too fast when he encounters danger. This caused Zhuge Wu and Zhang Xiaoshan to play catch-up while slightly crumbling inside. Although the Archery Nation team members did not know what was happening, they saw that the Kyushu team members reacted so quickly, and immediately they also quickly fled to catch up. The players of the remaining countries were obviously much surprised and felt very confused. Only, when they noticed that between the cold wind blowing, there was a mist that was beginning to converge, and a strange black shadow was flickering in the mist, it instantly caused their faces to change drastically. No good, it's those monsters. Damn, why are they here? For a moment, the crowd immediately fled in a hurry. However, because they were a step too slow, they were soon caught up by those black shadows, and immediately, the miserable screams of several people came out. The strong life and death crisis stimulated the survivors to escape more quickly. For a while, the black shadows in the mist behind them, surprisingly, did not catch up. The crowd followed Jiang Ming all the way to escape, and soon arrived above a short hill. Looking back, the valley in the form basin behind the short hill had long been filled with thick fog. Within it, countless mournful and eerie cries came out, accompanied by the flickering of black shadows. An inexplicable uneasiness permeated between the hearts of all, and Charles, the captain of the Eagle Kingdom, collapsed somewhat. Damn it, why didn't you tell everyone to escape piece by piece ahead of time? Why don't you look at Jack? Damn it, we haven't struck out at you once since the beginning. Charles breaks down and yells, hearing the crowd on all sides of the room fill with confusion. This Charles is crazy, isn't he? Thanks to little brother seeing him pitiful and giving him food. I didn't realize that this guy is a white-eyed wolf, looking for little brother when things go wrong? Many netizens were indignant, and it was clear that this Charles really had a bubble in his head. Olaf and the others hurriedly led their crews away from the Eagle Country explorers, as did the rest of the kingdom captains. Jiang Ming just calmly looked at Charles, who was yakking and cursing about something, and just stayed quiet like that. Zhang Xiaoshan was thrilled when he saw that there was a chance. Zhuge Wu was also very excited. Only Qi Jin and Han Xiaoye had their eyes narrowed, their gazes cold. Green Wolf scratched his head in some embarrassment. Big brother, he's greeting your family. Shall I just give him a ride? Green Wolf touched the pistol on his leg, and on the side of the Eagle Kingdom, the team members immediately looked serious and took out their firearms, aiming them at the crowd of the Kyushu exploration team. This time, Zhang Xiaoshan and Zhuge Wu couldn't laugh anymore. Stop, what are you doing? Damn it! Rama of the Archery Nation took out his AK and aimed it at the Eagle Nation crowd and shouted. The rest of the kingdom pulled back and watched the show from afar. There's not enough time to go first. At this time, a flat voice came out of Jiang Ming's mouth, and the people of Kyushu were somewhat surprised when they heard it. Jiang Ming pointed to the distance. Fixing my eyes, I could see that as the fog filled this basin quickly. Already can see, in the clouds and mist, there is a huge incomparable black shadow, is rolling in the thick fog, collapsing, as if toward the direction of the crowd quickly rushed to the general. This bizarre scene made Zhang Xiaoshan and the others' scalps numb, not daring to delay. Under Jiang Ming's leadership, the crowd quickly fled towards the further distance, and at the same time, the rest of the kingdom teams all moved in and flew for their lives. Eagle Country players also helped Charles want to escape, but as the fog spread over the short mountain, as if the collapse of the dike flood instantly engulfed the Eagle Country players, a few screams of terror came one after another. For a while, the team members of the various countries fleeing for their lives in front of them all turned pale and trembled wildly with fear in their hearts. Damn, what the hell is going on? Why are these monsters in hot pursuit? What the hell for? The members of the various countries inwardly fear. This point is really let them cannot understand, even cannot imagine. In the end is the extinction of human nature or moral degradation. Actually let this group of black shadows and thick fog, and themselves and other people do not stop dying in general. Frantically chasing and killing. Brother Ming, what the hell is this for? What should I do next? Yeah, big brother, what do we do next? The people of the 9 states were equally numb. Jiang Ming didn't turn around, observing all around with the help of his spectral pupil, and as he quickly moved forward, he flatly explained, "Tribute looks like business as usual. In fact, the ingredients that are made into it are not foul, but, people, there are also many mysterious substances inside. I'm only afraid that it was because that person ate the tribute that caused these monsters to come after him, coupled with the fact that this place is once again hidden by the Qimen Bureau. It was only under the Yang-Qi convergence and stirring layout that this disaster was triggered." Jiang Ming's mind was partially filled with the secret history of the divine spirit, and at this moment, he explained a sentence, analyzing it in the same way while quickly observing the 4 places. The pattern of this place is strange. Inside and outside of the yin and yang, mutually involved cannot be solved. But in the daytime when the Qimen Bureau revealed, I observed a place where the yin and yang 2 phases also did not affect the place. It should be fine when we get there. After saying that, Jiang Ming did not delay any longer and started searching with the help of his ghost pupil, while the people in the 4 corners of the room were staring at each other with grave expressions as they followed behind Jiang Ming and kept moving forward towards the front. But just then, squeak, strange rat squeaking sound, accompanied by not far away from the collapse of pieces of woods. In all eyes, a huge incomparable rats, even do not know where to drill out. The whole body disgusting under the smell of decay diffusion, flow down a large area of the woods, towards the direction of the crowd quickly pounced. Damn, where the hell did these rats appear from? What's going on? I clearly didn't notice it before. Why are there so many changes all of a sudden? Shit, what the hell kind of a place has Jiang Ming brought us to? Some of the national exploration teams spat darkly, some cursed angrily, and some cried out for help in terror, accompanied by the sound of didadida's guns. Under the tilting of patches of fire, the huge rats, as if they were stimulated, had squeaks and squeals, pouncing towards the crowd at a faster speed. This made all the players feel numb, and the many spectators around the world even changed their faces when they saw this scene. Damn, the fog behind us is about to catch up with us. Aren't these rats afraid of the monsters in the fog at all? Thick gift crab, what kind of existence is this? And why would such a terrifying black rat appear in this place? Each one is at the very least 1 story tall and about 10 meters long. Which, viewers from all countries held their heads in their hands and cried out in outrageous disbelief. Most of the netizens in Kyushu also had ugly faces, and it was obvious that little brother and the others had suddenly suffered such a huge change of heart, something that no one was willing to see. Big brother, what do we do? Yeah, big brother, do something. Big brother, the rats have already eaten 3. If we don't do something, they're going to catch up. Zhuge Wu, Qing Longwu, and Zhang Xiaoshan shouted in a state of distress, and a snotty cry of grief was transmitted. Jiang Ming was also a bit stressed out inside at this time. If that Eagle Nation hadn't messed with the tribute, the change would definitely not be so serious at this moment. You guys go first. Thinking briefly, Jiang Ming looked behind him at the tide of rats, and his footsteps came to a halt. Brother Ming, you, go! Noticing that Jiang Ming had stopped, Han Xiaoye immediately wanted to return, but under Jiang Ming's low drink, Han Xiaoye gritted her teeth with tears in her eyes and turned around to continue fleeing towards the distance. What are you crying about? My big brother is blessed with a great life. This wave is absolutely stable. Don't cry, it's not a big problem. My good big brother will come back alive. Watching Jiang Ming really stay to help the crowd block. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoshan had tears in his eyes and called out that the heavens were open. Unprecedented excitement was revealed within, and while he opened his mouth to comfort Han Xiaoye, his heart was wildly emotional. It's so hard. This dog die here today also can be regarded as for the previous pitmaster so much put to pay for life. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhang Xiaoshan inwardly leaped. His mouth said that Jiang Ming lived a great life and died an honorable death, but his face was devoid of grief and full of exuberance and excitement. Zhuge Wu on the side also had tears in his eyes and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. The green wolf's face was hesitant. Obviously, he had just licked and understood Jiang Ming. It was hard to believe that Jiang Ming would really die here today. Chapter 118. You lived a great life and died an honorable death. We will surely remember. Qi Jin's face was ugly, and Han Xiaoye was worried inside. Compared to the Kyushu team members who looked different, the exploration team members from the rest of the kingdoms were all pleasantly surprised when they saw that Jiang Ming had actually stopped and walked towards the rat tide. Mr. Jiang, you lived a great life and died an honorable death. Everyone will remember your contribution. Mr. Jiang, your good deeds will be rewarded. I don't want you to live as long as Mt. Nan, your family is definitely as blessed as the East Sea. Mr. Jiang, we will remember your dedication and sacrifice. The players from each country cried tears of joy, looking at the calm-faced Jiang Ming, their hearts filled with joy. On top of that, there were even quite a few Qimen family ancestors who secretly held a grudge against Jiang Ming, revealing their ecstasy. Good job, when you injured my grandson at the imperial tomb. Now that you've been subjected to this retribution, you can be considered to have repaid your karma. Even though I can't kill this son with my own hands, this son deserves to be reduced to such a state. The heavens have eyes. That group of old ancestors who had old grudges with Jiang Ming had cried tears of joy, and under the quick opening of their mouths and commands, several lineages opened their lanterns and prepared for the new year. It looked like almost most of them were incredibly excited, feeling very excited about Jiang Ming's move towards the rats. Mr. Jiang, we will remember your great kindness. Mr. Jiang, I'll prepare a luxurious cemetery for you. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your sacrifice for us. In the distance, voices of grief were heard from many of the Kingdom Exploration team members, and between the tears that slid down, the laughter in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. Damn, these guys have been laughing from start to finish and haven't stopped for a moment. Damn, are these people just going to sit back and do nothing? Damn it! The pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast room, and many netizens looked worried and annoyed, clearly unable to accept the approach of the National Degree Exploration team. Even if you just stand there and don't talk, what's with the cynicism now? But what everyone never expected was that along with Jiang Ming taking a step towards the rapidly approaching rat pack, between the huge hideous rats roaring and pouncing, Jiang Ming took a step out, and his body's aura exploded out. The scarlet draconic aura lingered around, causing countless netizens to feel alarmed while many of the foreign exploration team members had their faces changed drastically. This is thick gift crab. This person's breath. Why is it so strong? What kind of sorcery is this? Countless people felt disbelief. At this moment, Jiang Ming's surrounding aura was simply too shocking. Under that terrifying scarlet aura, it seemed as if it had become another great terror underneath this horrifying scene. Without any delay, along with Jiang Ming's second step falling, Jiang Ming pulled out the demonic sword behind him, and his body's ferocious aura rumbled as it climbed up again, a shocking killing intent sweeping underneath, causing many people's faces to change drastically. This can't be right. The killing intent is nearly materialized. How many people has this person killed previously? This is never possible. Why is this killing intent so pure? Everyone was incredulous, and Jiang Ming didn't pay the slightest bit of attention. When the third step fell, along with a strange fluctuation filling the air, a flash of ghostly light emerged from the depths of Jiang Ming's eyes. An evil breath around the body burst out violently. Seems to be with the blood of the gas and killing intent intermingled with each other in general, making the four heaven and earth a gale sweeping under the countless clouds rolled back. Jiang Ming forth 5 or 6 steps fell one after another. As the breath around his body continued to climb, a breath that belonged solely to the Jiuli sorcerer's blood quickly spread towards the 8 directions. It was as if there was a force that could make Jiang Ming's internal strength climb and double again. An unspeakably terrifying aura surged from Jiang Ming's body, and under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming's breath continued to explode, and the fall of the 7th step made it seem as if all of this had already reached its peak. The terrifying baneful chi within the demonic sword turned into a tidal wave, spreading and sweeping towards the 8 directions. The countless rats in the swarm violently let out miserable shrieks. Squeak, Jie. That miserable scream contained fear and horror, making that huge piece of rat group unexpectedly have incredible stop, not to mention, many rats even directly turned the direction, ignoring the stampede, towards the place that appeared, quickly fleeing for their lives. This scene happened far too suddenly, causing all the exploration teams to feel horrified and shocked while the representatives of countless kingdoms were even widening their eyes. They couldn't imagine just how Jiang Ming had done it. The scent alone gave off a feeling of unspeakable awe. What exactly is this person coming from? This swarm of rats that were forced back by their breath alone. This, and that amazing killing intent. Countless representatives looked horrified. The information Jiang Ming was displaying at this moment was simply too much for them to expect. Such an existence, such an ability, and then again, in their investigation before this, they hadn't found out anything at all. Damn, can't we leave it behind again this time? To have this person in Kyushu is truly a great danger to the heart. Shatter, star, Yuan hashtag. The representatives of the numerous kingdoms were frantically spitting inside, and at this moment, their mentality had completely collapsed. We can only wait for Jiang Ming to bring the team back safely, and later, consider how to make a move. The younger generation, there is simply no one who is his opponent. That's all we can do now. The representatives of the various countries quickly made up their minds within themselves. On the contrary, the live broadcast room was completely blown up by this explosion of Jiang Ming's breath. Little brother is really strong. He actually scared off the rats with his breath alone. Bunker up okay? Strong and invincible. Little brother, this scene. I can blow 3 years. Countless netizens' gazes sizzled as they looked at Jiang Ming, whose breath was still terrifying and who was calmly watching the fleeing rats, and felt unspeakably excited. It's too strong, regardless of who was here. I'm afraid that they would not be able to exterminate these rats and force them back through means, but little brother did it all with surprising ease. It's simply unbeatable. Okay? The netizens were thrilled, while Jiang Ming's mind was still echoing with the afterimages of the system. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining Ghost Shadow Steps, Intermediate. You have realized the 7 strides of the underworld. 7 steps to the underworld, 1 step to the heavens. 7 steps to the heavens, allowing you to strike a slash that transcends common sense. The points consumed for the upgrade of the ghostly shadow steps were not much, but then again, this ghostly 7 strides would obviously run out of strength after chopping out this slash. This was precisely why Jiang Ming's breath gave enough and never made a move. If this blade was cut out, under the dissipation of the breath afterward, the rats would definitely kill again. Chapter 119, Weird Vines. In addition, all around are people who are watching with cold eyes. Once you show your fatigue, 9 times out of 10, they will fall on the well. The 7 strides of the underworld should never be used lightly until it is absolutely necessary. It's better to keep this kind of life-fighting move. Jiang Ming pondered inwardly as he watched the rats rush in and fade away. A moment later, Jiang Ming dispersed his aura and appeared beside the crowd. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoshan was staring blankly, and Zhuge Wu was pale with fear within his heart. Shi Jin breathed a sigh of relief, and Han Xiaoye lowered her hanging heart. Keep going, the fog is coming through. Jiang Ming glanced at the still rapidly spreading mist behind him. A flash of ghostly light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and with a flat command, he led the crowd onward. Captain, do we still have to follow? I feel like this guy is starting to have murderous intentions towards us. Now, will following up be played to death? The foreign exploration team members who were dumbfounded in all directions were hesitant, but seeing that the archery nation was unhindered by following them, the crowd didn't dare to delay at the moment. After a short hesitation, they followed the archery nation team and kept moving forward. Luckily, no more changes happened along the way, except for the horrible mist behind the crowd. It made the crowd in the 4 corners of the room gradually put down their hearts as well. Soon, the crowd went over 2 mountain ranges in a row and appeared in front of a very weird staircase. Here is a very strange layout. It was obviously in the mountains, but a very wide step appeared at the foot of the mountain. The steps are all built with piles of greenish-black stone. The width alone was a full 10 meters, not to mention the length of the steps. The geographical location of the steps alone made Jiang Ming feel inexplicably uneasy. The steps are not up, but down. It leads straight into the pitch black. When I fixed my eyes, I couldn't see the end of the steps, and I didn't even know how far underground the steps led. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking forward, one could only see ahead, an incredibly dense black fog, along with the dark clouds that were all over this side of heaven and earth, as well as the thunder and lightning that came from time to time. It made this dimly lit scene even more bizarre. What is this place? I always have an unsettling feeling. Jiang Ming wouldn't want to trap us here, would he? This place doesn't look like a good place. Many of the foreign explorers looked hesitant. Even Han Xiaoye and the others were a bit worried. The land in front of us, how to look, does not look like a safe place. Follow me. Jiang Ming glanced at the white mist that was rapidly chasing behind him, and with a command, he took a step directly onto the top of the steps, leading the crowd carefully towards the bottom. For some reason, compared to the dry and scorching heat of the outside world, the steps here were significantly cooler. Even with shoes on, he still felt a cold chill on the soles of his feet after a few moments of traveling forward. It doesn't feel like stone, It feels more like ice. Why is this place so grim? It feels decidedly unhinged. Many of the exploratory team members' faces were grave. Obviously, this was also the first time they had seen such a bizarre scene, and they couldn't help but be furious at the bottom of their hearts. Be careful, Jiang Ming admonished the people of Kyushu and pulled out a strong flashlight from one of his side pockets. At the moment, the place was covered in dark clouds, and with the mountains surrounding it on all sides, it looked eerie, as if it was dark. Even with Jiang Ming's eyesight, he couldn't see much farther, and at this moment, with the strong flashlight reflecting on it, some weird white and green vines appeared in everyone's sight. The vines were spread all over this wide steppe, spreading in all directions. It could be seen that as one went further down, the vines in that place, the more they were spread out, until the back. Those vines have been so densely packed all over the place that they can't even see the shadow of the steps. These, what are they? Never seen it before. Is it a new breed? It feels a bit sinister. Do you guys have any uneasy feelings? The exploration team's crowd opened their mouths one after another, but just at that moment, the Eagle Nation's vice team suddenly came out with a terrified and trembling voice. This mine has breath. That lieutenant stumbled 2 steps back in terror, looking at the section of vines that was originally next to his ear, and even almost ignored as harmless. The lieutenant's whole body trembled and his voice was terrified. What? This turn of events instantly caused everyone on the scene to change their faces drastically. Have a solemn look. The eyes of the gaze stayed vigilant between. Not far from the beautiful country's team members, also seems to notice what? Suddenly said, it's not breathing, it's that this mine is alive. That's right, this mine doesn't look like a plant, but more like a creature. Olaf stroked the white-green vines in the ground. Feeling the wet touch coming from above the vines, Olaf's voice lowered. This would be one of the things we found at another mutation site in Pretty Country. At that moment, Pretty Country's lieutenant came in with a voice that was thoughtful as he looked down and surveyed the vines in the ground. Diamond leaf vine. Diamond leaf vine? The many exploration teams behind them were puzzled, and that lieutenant explained. Once I followed my family's predecessors and traveled to the Pretty Country to explore the altered zone, which, among other things, contained this kind of thing. This stuff looks weird as hell, but in fact, it's miraculous for treating leukemia, and even some rare symptoms about blood lesions. It can be said that this is the exact data that we in Pretty Country are ready to publish after we have already done a series of studies, and I didn't realize that such a vine even exists in Archery Country. What you said about is, really? When Rama of the Archery Kingdom heard this, he was a bit agitated. It is important to realize that all mutations are accompanied by some chance, although the countries are not exposed on the surface, but secretly, through the change of heaven and earth again and again, they have collected a lot of exotic treasures. The diamond leaf vine of Pretty Country is one of them. Each country secretly also takes some of its research and makes it public with the rest of the world, exchanging data and experiments together. Apparently, Rama was aware of these things as well. Seeing the Pretty Country's lieutenant instantly recognize Hishiba Fuji at this moment made Rama sigh in relief and call out to the gods. It's a solid wave. You know, the diamond leaf vine. But the beautiful country repeatedly studied and confirmed, recognized a mutation in the safest plant, although its body surface was born mucus, also seems to be like a loach general slippery. Even, the body extremely seems to have signs of life existence. But after years of research in the Pretty Country, it has long been proven that the diamond leaf vine is not dangerous. It can even be used to stop bleeding and heal wounds. Rama inwardly rejoiced, looking at the green and white vines all over the ground. Rama seemed to see a scene in the near future when the Archery Kingdom also researched many medical technologies through the diamond leaf vines. But just then, don't touch it, it's not a diamond leaf vine. Chapter 120, in your condition, you might be able to rise from the dead. Not diamond leaf vines? Rama furrowed his brows and looked at the deep-eyed Jiang Ming on the side, puzzled. Mr. Jiang, this is one of the few scientific research experts among the beautiful countries and humans. How could he even be unable to distinguish between the diamond leaf vine and the other vines? Don't kid yourself. Rama was helpless. Obviously, if the Archery Kingdom had diamond leaf vines, then it would certainly be a growth for the Archery Kingdom's national power. Perhaps, it will also increase the foreign trade transactions of the Archery Kingdom for these reasons. Even if the authenticity of this diamond leaf vine could not be determined for the time being, the Archery Kingdom was in a state of panic at the moment, and more exploration of the good things in the discovery could still serve some purpose. It could make the people of the Archery Kingdom less fearful of the mutation, which was undoubtedly a good thing for the Archery Kingdom. He didn't really want Jiang Ming to make too much of this matter. It's true that the diamond leaf vine can cure some difficult illnesses, but this is not the diamond leaf vine. Jiang Ming's frankness made Rama a bit anxious, and under the hesitation of his face, he was not good at crosstalk, so he had to ask, Mr. Jiang, do you have anything to fall back on? Rama hesitated. In any case, there was something inexplicably unappealing about the little white boy in front of him who had a few good looks. Look at the palms of your hands that have touched the vine. Jiang Ming didn't say much, and with a flat response, he took out the cold fireworks from his bag, ignited them, and threw them directly toward the bottom of the steps. Swish! Intense light surfaced, illuminating the four corners of the room in white. As Jiang Ming threw down the piece of cold flame, soon, a creepy scene appeared in everyone's sight. Fixing my eyes, it was eerie as hell. Hundreds and thousands of bodies long, densely packed, were entangled in vines like that, fixed in one place, and below the endless steps. At a glance, those corpses were simply too numerous to count. Still could not see the end of the steps, and even, when looking at the faces of those dry corpses that seemed to have been drained of blood from their entire bodies, at this moment, everyone could no longer calm down. It's Jason. Oh, what the hell is going on? Shouldn't Jason and the others be behind us? How did they get in? Unbelievable. What the hell is going on here? The crowd felt unspeakably shocked. On top of that, a sense of absurdity arose within almost everyone. Rama's face was grave as he looked at the vines under his feet, no longer daring to be careless inside. Among the many dry corpses in front, many of them are the members of this batch who followed them in, although they do not know why they died here after being entangled by the vines. But undoubtedly, the bizarre vines in this place are definitely not the so-called lozenge leaf vines, even though their outward appearances are generally the same as the lozenge leaf vines. Not good. What's wrong with my hand? What's going on? Damn, why did it suddenly start itching? Suddenly, trembling sounds came from those who had touched the vines. They couldn't imagine why the hand that touched the vine suddenly began to blacken. Even, do not know exactly because of what. The crowd was inexplicably born inside a strong crisis of life and death. This made everyone's scalp feel numb, while at the same time, they were even looking nervously at Jiang Ming. Mr. Jiang, what is going on here? Lama's voice trembled. At this moment, in this sudden discovery, Lama no longer dared to have a trace of dissatisfaction towards Jiang Ming. At this moment it was all nervousness and respect. This should be the legendary Xianin vine that grows in the land of extreme Yin. Jiang Ming revealed his thoughts, his voice flat. The Xianin vine is the vine that is closest to evil spirits in the Taoist canon, and the place where it grows is bound to be extremely cold with the convergence of Yin Qi. This place steps material, also is not simple stone, should be weekdays extremely difficult to see the ice stone. Xianin vine, ice stone. These two, no matter which one, are not things that can be easily seen in unusual places. Perhaps, the bottom of this step is the place we are looking for. Jiang Ming's gaze was bright and uncertain, looking somewhat eager to try. This immediately made everyone pale. What is the place we're looking for? Didn't you bring us here? Nobody said anything about coming. You're clearly the one who wants to come, okay? Rama was in a bit of a trance, while the pretty country crowd was grimacing and uncertain, faced with a sudden moral abduction that made the crowd quite upset. Alright everyone, since we've already arrived here after all the hard work, it's not wise to retreat at this moment. You'd better follow me in. Jiang Ming waved his hand, and between the flick of his fingers, a drop of pitch-black blood opened the way. As the vines all over this place fled in all directions at once, Jiang Ming took one step ahead of the others, leading the crowd of the Kyushu exploration team towards the bottom of the steps. The rest of the teams on the four sides, on the other hand, were gritting their teeth and looking unsightly. From a psychological standpoint, they don't want to go down there, but from a physiological point of view, at this time, the dense fog has spread to the topmost part of the steps, as if it was restricted in some way, although it could not diffuse into the steps. But undoubtedly, those black shadow monsters were hiding in the lot beyond the steps. If you don't go deeper, you'll just have to wait here to die. With Jiang Ming around, they might still have a chance of survival, but if Jiang Ming left, they might be more able to kill their way out. The crowd inwardly weighed, as young talents in the inhuman realm of various countries, although their status was not high, at the very least, they still had some strength. After a brief moment of thought, the crowd hurriedly followed. Mr. Jiang, do you have a solution for this poison? The beautiful country's vice squad stepped forward and asked respectfully. Jiang Ming naturally knew that this person was a person of respect and arrogance. 1 second respectfully begging himself to heal his wounds, the next second he might reveal his milk teeth. Jiang Ming shook his head. Mr. James, I suggest that you might want to prepare a mahogany coffin sooner rather than later. A mahogany coffin? James' face gradually became ugly. Jiang Ming was clearly cursing himself to death. This damned Kyushu people. Indeed, if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Right. Jiang Ming seemed as if he didn't notice and said flatly, in your state, it's possible that you'll raise a corpse when you die, so it's better to nail yourself up early, lest you wreak havoc on the innocent us when the time comes. Moreover, this thing of starting a zombie has a lot to do with face value and bloodline as well. I see that you have amazing bones, so you might be a tiny zombie that will cause trouble for the party in the future. So make plans early. James, Jiang Ming's unmoving cynicism caused James to look ugly and a murderous intent to grow within him. "You're still alive and kicking, and you're just going to tell me I'm going to die?" James grunted coldly inwardly, already placing Jiang Ming on his must-kill list. He felt that an exploration team member with no benevolence like Jiang Ming was more pleasing to the eye when he was dead. Chapter 121, he sacrificed his life in vain. Too late to betray the organization. Jiang Ming naturally saw the change in James, but he didn't care. One is, he said, with a pedigree and face like James, any random Qing dynasty zombie would look better than him. The fangs would be longer than him. If he mutates, he'll be an uninfected zombie at best. Can't turn over any drops, not to mention the waves. Anyone who can make one ripple in the water is considered a great deal. Jiang Ming continued to move forward, while James and the team members behind him who had also touched the vines fell silent. Jiang Ming, a man who did not resemble a human son, was arrogant, not to mention the future. It is already a major problem for all nations. Must kill. Don't try to kill. It will speed up your mutation. At this time, a flat voice came from Jiang Ming's mouth in front of him, and the 4 members of the team immediately changed their colors. "Jess, what are you trying to do? Thick gift crab, why are all your faces starting to turn black?" "James, don't be impulsive. Pretty country won't forget what you've done. Calm down." The members of the team were dissuaded from doing so, which caused the poisoned crowd, and their faces to become a bit ugly. For a moment, had to hide the killing intent deep in his heart. Only, the crowd is still slowly black in face, but cannot be fake. It made the 4 members of his own team more and more scrupulous between them, and inwardly weighing, "You want to kill me?" James narrowed his eyes as he sensed the scorn in the eyes of Olaf and the rest of the Pretty Nation team. He didn't think that this group of brothers that he had spent so much time with were actually weighing up whether or not to kill themselves. Hateful. "Don't be impulsive, James. Pretty country won't pay towards you. The crew won't either. Please don't worry." Olaf spoke quickly. It was clear that if he killed James, he himself would undoubtedly fall foul of the situation. That's something Olaf doesn't want to see. "Damn it, you clearly had the idea of killing me the whole time." "Not for a moment." James was inwardly furious, and as a fellow team member, he undoubtedly knew Olaf very well. At this moment, Olaf's expression undoubtedly indicated that this fellow had been reckoning with the words Jiang Ming had said. "Damn, you'd rather sacrifice your lives than betray me? Damn." James stopped talking. He was very upset inside. Aside from the face, as time passed, the palms of James' exposed hands, the neck, even began to blacken one after another. This made Olaf's inner killing intent grow even greater, while James was remorseful and outrageous. Inwardly, he cursed Olaf for not being a good son and following Jiang Ming's example. What an abomination. "Damn, am I just going to die for nothing?" James understood that if he was killed because he had taken a shot at a team member during the mutiny, there was no doubt that there would not be a single point of compensation from the pretty countryside. Even with so many people watching, it's still too early to tell what the end result will actually be for pretty country. After all, there are always assholes in every kingdom. The top brass who didn't get along with James numbered over 100. James hated it inside. If it really goes on like this, maybe he really did die in vain. For a moment, James spoke quickly under the weight of his inner grief. "Jiang Ming, our pretty country is ready to be in your northern mountain range east." Bang! James opened his mouth quickly, and Olaf's pistol was no slouch, shooting James, who was ready to betray the information, straight down. Jiang Ming in the front side. James is a good man. There's just one bad thing about it. Sacrificing his life in vain. Too late to betray the organization. Come to yourself before you sell out. Isn't that a sure thing? Do you really think Olaf is going to hold back? Looking at the miserably dead James, Olaf's face was grim as he looked towards Jiang Ming, his threatening gaze seemingly asking, "I don't think you heard anything. Did you?" "I heard everything, Olaf." Jiang Ming calmly confronted him, and Olaf felt his face lose its luster, revealing an intense gravity under his solemn countenance. For a while, the atmosphere of this place also gradually became tense. "This has nothing to do with me," Olaf spoke earnestly, as if in his own defense. Got it." Jiang Ming nodded and continued to lead the group forward. Olaf breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he clearly perceived that with Jiang Ming's gaze, a strong life and death crisis had inexplicably arisen in the bottom of his heart. It would be unwise to continue with the hard steel. Seeking peace is the way to go. As long as one lives, there is nothing one cannot lose. "Team, Captain, didn't you say, our country won't forget what James paid? You, why are you?" At this time, the other 2 beautiful country inhumans emitted trembling voices, and their faces became much paler. Olaf's face did not show the slightest hint of calmness. "Pretty country won't forget what they've done, but I will," Olaf grunted, as if he was afraid that the 2 players would turn against him, and explained, "He has turned on me, trying to sabotage the great plans of the pretty country. A traitor. This has nothing to do with me. Damn it, this punk isn't admitting it in disguise. Does this guy want to throw the pot to pretty country? Shat, why is there such a damned inhuman in our kingdom? Has this man no honor or disgrace of his kingdom in his heart at all? Backstage, the representative of the pretty country grimaced and growled madly inside. With that push, Olaf certainly put it all on pretty country. This made the representative of the pretty country's face incredibly gloomy, and inwardly, he was cursing even more bitterly. Wolfish, unlikable, hypocritical, social assholes. All sorts of strange words are gradually appearing. The rest of the pretty countrymen were also grimacing. As the headquarters of the pretty country, the middle-aged man who was sitting on the river, his eyes were similarly narrowed and his gaze was deep and uncertain. Obviously, it was not expected that James would spill the beans on some of the pretty country's layouts at this point in time. Truly damned. Someone who would rather sacrifice his life than betray the organization? At this time, in the land of Kyushu, Li Jianshan received a phone call, and as the voice came from the other end of the phone, Li Jianshan was a bit stunned. How could pretty country even produce such a genius? That's kind of funny. Good. Without delay, Li Jianshan received the latest order to explore and began to mobilize his manpower, quickly rushing towards the northern mountains, the great mountains of the north, as a wild no-man's land of perennial desolation, were rarely visited at all on weekdays, and would only occasionally be used as a training ground for the military. At this moment, someone was actually laying out in the northern mountain range. A little something. That place aura is thin, but more or less involves an important place hundreds of miles apart. Perhaps their goal is so. Steps. As Jiang Ming continued to descend, the temperature in the four directions became lower and lower, and the team members behind him obviously couldn't bear it any longer. The few exploration members with blackened faces were likewise showing fear in droves. Upon noticing the icy gaze of their respective captains, everyone became inexplicably sad inside. Chapter 122. There's a person. Upon noticing the icy gaze of their respective captains, everyone became inexplicably sad inside. Obviously, in their opinion, at this pace, it would only take a short time for them to feel the malice from the world. The crowd was unwilling in their hearts, but at this moment, there were no more choices, and for a moment, a few people became more and more grieved in their hearts. It feels like it's cold here. The ground is frosty. Are the vines getting fewer and fewer because the cold temperatures aren't good for them? Could there be something else here that's even scarier? The pop-up screen rolled in the live broadcast room, and many netizens' eyes flickered with worry, looking at the crowd in the forward march, and their hearts were filled with a bit of uneasiness. Obviously, no matter what, the ground here looks just too weird. First of all, the endless dark clouds floating above the steps looked very strange, not to mention that, coupled with the green and black stones piled up to build the steps, the bizarre vines, many people's gazes were heavy. Bang, 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 bang. Just as most of the people at the scene were gripped inwardly, suddenly, accompanied by several consecutive gunshots, under everyone's gazes, the captains of those respective country teams unexpectedly shot down their own infected team members one after another. This left many viewers hesitant. These people are really ruthless. Their own team members are killed when they say so. As long as it's not from our Kyushu, then it's nothing to do with me. These people are too cruel unavoidably. Their own team members are under the hand? This scene caused quite a commotion in the comment section, and many netizens felt the grim aura that came even through the screen, and were more or less unable to accept it inwardly. Obviously, if it were up to little brother, he would never do that. Many netizens were hesitant, while the crowd at the scene was much more indifferent in comparison. The captains who had made the move also had flat faces, as if they had no discomfort with their actions. Keep going. Jiang Ming slightly swept his head sideways to look at the crowd behind him, and his flat voice came out as he led the crowd to continue walking towards the bottom. The further down this place, the lower the temperature. But the good thing is that the temperature here are always present in a crowd acceptable degree, also makes the crowd continue to move forward. Does not seem to be hindered by anything, but just half an hour later. Coffin? The green wolf looked at the crumbling coffins that appeared in the mountain walls on both sides of the steps, revealing hesitation and doubt. Zhuge Wu and Zhang Xiaoshan frowned in thought, while Qi Jin looked towards Jiang Ming, hesitating inwardly. No matter what, having Jiang Ming here would still give the crowd some relief again. Jiang Ming, however, seemed to be unable to see the coffins on both sides, and kept moving forward towards the bottom of the steps, which made the crowd wonder inwardly. But they didn't ask too many questions, and after a short stay, they followed behind him and walked towards the front. There are more and more coffins. What the hell is this place? It's kind of weird that little brother isn't talking either. It's hard to say. It feels really burnt. Didn't you find anything else, little brother? Netizens hesitated inwardly as they looked at the growing number of coffins on the mountain walls on both sides. But right at this moment, Jiang Ming, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly stopped. Come out. The cold voice came out, echoing in the empty floor below, causing the crowd behind them to become puzzled. Someone? Olaf's eyes flashed with wariness, and as he hesitated around, he kept watching the rest of the place, but no matter how he looked, it was empty. The other members of the exploration team, too, were puzzled. Brother Ming, here. Han Xiaoye is a little hesitant. This place seems to be a little different from before, but it seems like it can't say where it is different. For a while, many viewers from the Western countries, too, were skimming their lips. What the hell is this guy doing? There's clearly nothing else here. Could it be Frozen stupid? That's too bad he's like this at such a critical time. Many people skimmed their lips and questioned. After all, they had seen everything they could along the way. It was hard to believe that something that could not be seen by the normal naked eye had appeared here. That's simply not possible. Well, after the mutation, many things can be easily detected. So this Kyushu people, perhaps really is their own in addition to the problem. But just then, click, a sound that sounded as if something had broken came from the scene, causing everyone there to feel a sense of disbelief at the same time that Jiang Ming in front suddenly pulled out the demonic sword behind him. A ferocious blood fury aura exploded around his body, and in the mountain walls on both sides, that weird voice suddenly came again. Click, click. Strange sounds continued to resound, and under everyone's gazes, the mountain walls on both sides of the steps unexpectedly began to crumble apart as far as the naked eye could see. The surfacing of a crack caused everyone's face to change drastically. What the hell is this? This? Damn, is the mountain wall here going to collapse? This, they couldn't understand, or even imagine, whether it was the loss of humanity or the decline of morality that had brought about such a change. The crew won't be buried alive here. It feels a little weird. Such a high mountain wall, if it collapses, it is simply not something that can be stopped by ordinary things. Many spectators felt a strong sense of unease when they noticed so many bizarre things appearing on both sides of that extremely high mountain wall. After all, it seemed to them that the crowd had traveled so far ahead that there was no doubt that they were now extremely deep underground, although he didn't know exactly how many meters he had gone down. Once the mountain walls on both sides that towered into the dark clouds collapsed, everyone here would not be able to escape. Click, click here. That cracking sound was still permeating, and everyone at the scene's face became incomparably grave. Those Western viewers who originally held a negative attitude also changed their faces at this time. Thick gift crab, what the hell is going on here? Damn it, what will happen here? Could it be that Jiang Ming has long since sensed the changes here? Countless people couldn't believe it, they couldn't comprehend it, and they couldn't believe it. But just then, boom, the cracks of that mountain seemed to have spread to the extreme, accompanied by a huge stone block rolling down and smashing on the ground. A huge roar came from the dust, and as the debris flew up in all directions, a figure wearing a weird white background and black patterned robes with a mask appeared in everyone's line of sight. There's a person? Who is he? Why is he inside the mountain? Many netizens were puzzled, but Jiang Ming's gaze suddenly became grave, and without any delay, as soon as he picked up Han Xiaoye, he turned around and quickly fled towards the bottom of the steps. Chapter 123, Team 9 Quest only plays high-end games? You're running again? Jiang Ming's run directly caused Zhuge Wu and Zhang Xiaoshan to be dumbfounded, and the two of them didn't dare to have any delays and hurriedly fled frantically after him. Oh shit, this damn Jiang Ming actually ran away again. What the hell is he doing? Damn it! Behind them, the players from various countries who were full of complaints were new untouchable. This Jiang Ming was really too unreliable. Only, when the crowd was about to quickly follow and escape, it was a sudden change. Boom, boom, one after another. Several huge stones fell down from above the mountain wall and ruthlessly smashed on the hard steps, and as the debris splashed and dust rose up in all directions, those figures wearing robes with black stripes on a white background and masks unexpectedly appeared in front of the crowd's escape path in the next instant. Several figures went straight in the direction that Jiang Ming had fled to, while the remaining few flung their arms, and the moment the two sharp knives appeared, their figures flashed and violently pounced towards the crowd at the scene. Bang! Bang bang! Da-da-da-da! For a while, the scene was a mess. The sound of blood and flesh tearing apart rang out as the sound of gunfire continued to come. In an instant, several members of the team instantly fell. With an unprecedented flash of anger in his eyes, Olaf threw away his loaded firearm as he tore off his own shirt and yelled to the heavens, "Ow!" Along with the rapid deterioration of the sound, it transformed into a wolf howl that spread in all directions. Olaf fiercely transformed into an immense, pitch-black wolf. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Olaf instantly turned into a remnant shadow and pounced straight at one of the robed men. In almost an instant of exchange, Olaf tore at the robed man's shoulder with a single bite, and as the giant wolf's terrifying, ferocious bite erupted, the robed man was violently torn apart in the next instant. At the same time, accompanied by a ferocious stench of blood inlet, Olaf dry heaving under. The whole wolf is as if it stirred up endless ferocious gas in general. Taking a few quick steps to pick up speed, Olaf didn't delay in any way and rushed straight into the crowd of robes and began to fight, though the threat posed by the robed man was immense, causing Olaf to take quite a bit of damage as he exchanged blows. But as Olaf continued to put the place to death in a bizarre manner, it allowed the team to mostly catch their breath as well. Soon, a team member's entire body began to turn into wood, and between the continuous expansion, he let out a monstrous hiss and rushed into the fray. The other team member let out a hoarse low roar, and a terrifying force and speed violently erupted around him. Even when a robed man's sharp knife slashed across this person's chest leaving a great wound, that person's chest unexpectedly and strangely did not have any blood flowing. Instead, the injured place began to recover quickly, and ultimately transformed into human skin once again, one after another. The crowd exerted their strongest abilities and joined the battle. Some people are surrounded by black mist, as if they were sorcerers. Some people are covered in blood seeping out of their pores, carrying a rusty iron sword, as if they were Shura evil ghosts coming out of the region. All the members of the foreign exploration team, were at this time all kinds of means, in addition to the ordinary members who were killed in a single glance. Almost the remaining 20 people, they have to perform horrible means, and the white-robed man started an extremely tragic fight between them. This immediately made countless netizens hesitant. Why are these white-robed people so strong? Olaf can't even beat it when he's turned into a werewolf? Damn it, why didn't this Jiang Ming tell everyone in advance? Damn it, he's a greedy weakling. Western Kingdom viewer anger occurs. No matter how low the character of Olaf and others are, say low, as long as they make it back to their respective kingdoms alive, then they will be able to bring in precious data. But at this moment, Olaf and others engaged in a tragic situation were all seen in the eyes of the crowd. Seeing that this action many people are about to fall, which also represents the action of their respective kingdoms this time, will completely hit the water. It was incredibly hard for viewers in their respective countries, cursing Jiang Ming for being greedy and afraid of death and running away when he saw danger. Fortunately, Olaf and the others were extremely lucky, as a huge stone landed with a bang, smashing quite a few white-robed people to death. The crowd also seized the opportunity to directly cross the boulder, and ran frantically towards the front steps. Damn it, we must kill him this time. Damn it, why is this man so hateful? I can't believe it's like this every time. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to kill him. The crowd was all in monster form at the moment, and they all let out hoarse, low roars of rage, vowing to take Jiang Ming's little life. But as the crowd came to the bottom of the steps, when they saw the scene that came into their eyes, they had a big change in color. What the? Is this? Damn, how can this world exist like this? Thick gift crab, why would there even be such a thing? Everyone looked up and looked at a huge stone statue with a huge figure that seemed to be able to pass through the sky and the wide mountain walls on both sides in front of them, and everyone's face changed greatly at this time. The stone statue was said to be a stone statue, but it was more like a living giant. At this moment, between the rumbling, the stone statues kept bombarding Jiang Ming and the others who had fled here. It could be seen that on both sides of the mountain wall, at the foot of the stone giant, a figure with a demonic sword surrounded by a terrifying scarlet aura was fighting with that stone giant, and at the same time, it was even more gusts of thunder roaring and bursting, accompanied by a channel of heavenly thunder descending. One could see that a Taoist priest who originally looked shriveled up, between a large amount of thunder surfacing around his body, was fiercely casting thunder, constantly roaming around while bombarding the stone statue itself. Rumble! That stone statue seemed to feel impatient under the duo's attack, and ruthlessly slammed his fist down, accompanied by a hideous cheek with a mask surfacing. That stone statue seemed to be staring at the crowd in death, and with the buzzing angry sound coming out from within, the stone statue seemed to go berserk, and crazily began its attack. Oblique! Shi Jin at this moment stood in the distance. Under the feet of the huge insect array began to spread rapidly, cool gaze and the determination to kill between the burst, a horror of the black fog toward the 8 sides of the diffusion of the occasion, countless flying insects violently toward the stone statue erosion and go, bang, boom. Farther away, a small figure quickly traveled through the chaotic formation. The barret in his hand was frequently loaded, from time to time blocking the stone giant attack, or assisting the team members to attack. It was Han Xiaoye. This scene of the 9 states players each exerting terrifying means caused everyone's faces to change violently. How do these people master such a terrifying technique? What kind of existence is that giant? Could it be that Jiang Ming isn't running away, but is instead trying to figure out a harder crisis? hoping that they are in the mood to strike because they can't look at these low-level monsters and only encounter high-level monsters? This, Chapter 124, turns out he's the strongest big brother in the 9 states. The scene happening in front of them made everyone's scalp feel numb. They couldn't even imagine why they didn't have a trace of fear on their faces in the face of such a terrifying giant. There was even such a strong will to fight. The shriveled Taoist priest's eyes were glowing, and under the thunder added to his body, he crazily bombarded the stone giant's body, causing rubble to splash and white smoke to rise. The woman who manipulated the black mist is as if she formed a huge swamp between the 2 sides of the mountain wall, which deadlocked the stone giant's legs, and Jiang Ming, who was at the head of the group, was even slashing deep into the bones. Between the terrifying scarlet fury aura surrounding his body, it caused everyone in the 4 corners of the room to change their faces drastically at this time. Each slash of the blade caused the stone giant's body to tremble 3 times, and even become angrier. Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiaoshan, both of whom were holding one side, made it difficult for the stone giant to fight back, and even revealed a slight flavor of annoyance. This instantly caused everyone in the broadcast room to explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 666. Really 6. I originally thought that little brother was just running away, but I never thought that they were discovering even more powerful monsters and came here to start a group. Bull wow. It's really awesome, okay? Charge, little brother. This wave of hardcore pretending is unbeatable, okay? While countless Kyushu netizens were shocked inwardly, they were also calling out 666 in a frantic pop-up. Comparatively speaking, those spectators in the West, who were immersed in unspeakable horror, were never able to react. They couldn't imagine whether it was the extinction of humanity or the degeneration of morality that the land of Kyushu had given birth to such a horrible few people. ISNT that Jiang Ming, a professional detectorist. Why does he still have such a high level of combat power? Countless people are beginning to wonder about life. I thought things were outrageous enough, but what everyone never expected was this. The word Kuan, Earth River Car, accompanied by a clear voice. The ground rumbled and shook, and under everyone's gazes, there was actually an incomparably huge stone serpent that rumbled out from one side of the mountain wall. A youth with a handsome and spirited face stood on top of the head of the huge giant snake with his arms folded. Chest feather fan gently waved. Zhuge Wu just like that calmly stood in the head of the giant snake. In this dark and strange place, maneuvering the giant snake in the stone giant around the body between the winding, raised his hand at the time. There is a huge incomparable stone battle axe in the hands of Zhuge Wu appeared. Sinner, look at the axe. Drumming loudly, Zhuge Wu raised his hand and lifted his battle axe to slam down towards that stone giant. But what everyone never expected was that the battle axe was, at the moment of chopping down, exploded. Is this guy here for a laugh? Many people looked at Zhuge Wu, who was standing on top of the giant snake's head in disbelief, and their heads were filled with question marks. Zhuge Wu's entire body was also a bit confused. Jiang Ming, who had dodged the stone giant's attack on the side, was looking at the hints coming from the system just now, and his entire body was somewhat confused. Tomb Guard giant is attacked by a stone. -1 blood. Jiang Ming, he had realized that he had made a mistake by taking Zhuge Wu. I was hoping that guy's machine skills would come in handy. I didn't realize that in the end, it's not as good as Qi Jin. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued to battle the stone giant. For a while, the battle was intense, with various roaring and exploding sounds coming from all sides of the net, and all the netizens from all sides were feeling 1,000,000% shocked. And soon, the crowd also detected a figure sitting on a rock not far away, looking at the battlefield with a ghostly aura. Coyote, it's their captain. I didn't realize that Green Wolf, who is their captain, hadn't made a move yet. Is the captain of the Kyushu nation not worried about their players at all? In the face of such a terrifying monster, this captain can still be so calm. Could it be that he's the most terrifying person in the Kyushu team? For a while, the Quest crew, various Western viewers speculated. For his part, Green Wolf did not turn around from the beginning to the end. Looking at what was happening in front of him, his heart was inexplicably panicked. He didn't dare to move. Jiang Ming had said before he made his move that there were many evil spirits here besides the stone giants, so he told himself not to run around. Coyote had been sitting there for a whole hour. At the moment, his whole body was stiff, and he didn't even dare to change his facial expression too much. Sure enough, true to form, he must be the strongest person in the Kyushu exploration team. I didn't realize there were people even more terrifying than Jiang Ming and the others. It's really scary. How much has Kyushu hidden all these years? Listening to the discussion of the many team members behind him, the Green Wolf was ashamed inside. But the calmness above the surface was what made the crowd think for a moment that this was definitely the confidence from a strong man. He didn't even need to make a move to watch his team members take down the monster. Terrible. I didn't realize that the seemingly mediocre Green Wolf was the most terrifying person in the entire Kyushu exploration team. The team members were staring, and many of them became quite scandalized as they looked at the Green Wolf. For a moment, many Western viewers, also in the pop-up area, began a variety of speculation. The ruthless man who came out of a mountain of knives, the first genius of the inhuman realm of the ninth state, the unprecedented ruthless man. A variety of names were gradually added to the Green Wolf, making the exploration teams from various countries at the scene more and more anxious, and more fearful of the Green Wolf in their hearts. Obviously, with such a strong person in attendance, the Kyushu exploration team was already stronger than any of their teams, even if their bodies possessed various bloodlines, legacies such as werewolf, vampire, and so on. There was still an indescribable sense of absurdity in the face of this ordinary Kyushuite. We must find a way to trap him, and first chop off his feathers before combining our efforts to kill him. The captains of the exploratory teams from various countries, led by Olaf, gathered to conspire. Luckily, they were favored by the heavens and saw the power of the Green Wolf at a glance. If they were really confused by the ordinary appearance of the Green Wolf when they struck out, they would definitely lose a lot of money. This person has a deep heart and has been hiding for many days. Even until now, we have not been able to feel a trace of abnormal breath in his body, so it is evident that this person's strength is unfathomable. This man is truly a great enemy of my Western kingdom. If we can't leave him behind this time, in the future, if this person once rises to power, he will never be someone we can defeat. We must kill him today. It's better to beware. This person is abominable to the extreme, hiding so deeply, definitely not a simple person. The crowd spoke to each other, and there was a strong wave of hatred within most of them. They never expected that a person who seemed ordinary and normal was the only big brother of the Kyushu exploration team. What an abomination! I didn't expect this person to hide so deeply. Chapter 125. Don't pretend. We've seen it all. Don't misunderstand me. It's actually because my battle prowess is so poor that I don't dare to go up and cause trouble. I'm just a rookie, so don't take it personally. Lighten up. Where are the outrageous things in this world? Although the Green Wolf did not know what the exploration teams of the various countries were plotting, he felt a faint wave of hostility, which made him panic. To be taken out as the strongest because of this would undoubtedly be the most stifling thing. The Green Wolf slowly opened his mouth, sincerely explaining, and between the bursts of true goodness and beauty in his eyes, he was close to kneeling down and begging them to believe. The four lower team members looked at each other in disbelief. Each of them suspiciously sized up the Green Wolf, and they all despised it inwardly, but on the surface, they nodded their heads in succession. After quickly dispersing, the members of the various countries once again gathered around the captains of the various exploration teams, repeating what the Green Wolf had said. This made Olaf take a deep breath, and between the flashes of gravity in his eyes, a strong disdain and contempt was born deep inside. Damn! At this point in time, you still say you're an ordinary person? Olaf was saying he wouldn't believe anything. After all, looking ordinary, yet facing the stone giant so calmly, how does it look like a strong person who got the protagonist template? Put it in a Kyushu state web novel. This is the main character of Toho. The heavenly destiny is added to the body, and as an ordinary person, it hangs in all directions, between flipping clouds and rain. He could even easily decapitate the older generation of foreigners. From Olaf's years of experience in flipping through web novels, Green Wolf was definitely the strongest of the strong. There are even quite a few novels where those strong protagonists like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, and every now and then, Versailles says he's not that strong, he's just weak, he's a rookie. The combination of all these suspicions made Olaf's heart grow even heavier, so much so that he was even a little appalled. The Green Wolf was surrounded by, surprisingly, all the flashes of those powerful people. Damn it! What the hell is this damn Kyushu guy trying to pull? Olaf was inwardly worried. After all, there were still quite a few book accounts where most of those protagonists had unprecedentedly horrible minds. Every time they hide, it's for a big enough gain. Can't it be that inside this forbidden area, there is something that the Green Wolf has been coveting for a long time? Olaf's mind was spinning, and the rest of the kingdom captains were showing their gravity. Obviously, what they said was not like Olaf, who had generally read the book 100 times, but still inwardly determined that it was definitely this person who wanted to hide it extremely hard after realizing that he had been seen through by the extremely intelligent himself and the others. Ridiculous. How can you explain such a thing when your aura of an ordinary person can survive until now? You're definitely a bigot. Don't pretend. We've seen it all. The captains of the exploration teams of the various countries coldly looked at Green Wolf and cast unkind glances. Obviously, the behavior of hiding their strength was very disdainful and contemptuous, and for a moment, several captains of the exploration team even showed some arrogance in their eyes. It was a wave of pride that could not escape our bright eyes, even if you hid it very well. Damn! What's wrong with this crowd? At this moment, the Green Wolf had begun to panic inside. Sensing the hostile gazes of the crowd in the four corners of the room, the Green Wolf cried out inwardly in sorrow, but he was afraid that the crowd would misunderstand something again, and he didn't dare to open his mouth to say anything more. For a moment, there was only silence, eyes narrowed to look ahead, accompanied by the cold wind blowing and whistling in all directions, and the rumbling and bursting sound came. The apathetic look of the green wolf seemed to contrast strongly with the tragedy of this place in general. It's more like the brightest spot in the whole picture. For a moment, it made the crowd in the four corners of the room even more fearful inwardly. Unbeatable, he alone is stronger than the few remaining members of the Kyushu exploration team combined. They must not be allowed to rendezvous. Spread out the layout now, and make sure to trap him first thing in a while, after Jiang Ming and the others defeat the stone giants. It's the perfect time for us to strike. As soon as the people combined their efforts, they immediately dispersed silently, each stealthily making all sorts of small, inconspicuous moves. Apparently, they had made up their minds to keep the Kyushu exploration team here. If they really let them go back, I am afraid that, when they face it again in the future, they will meet the monstrous killing machine of these people in Kyushu, especially this ordinary-looking strongman. This person is definitely a fatalist who came out of the mountain of swords and fire. Fierce gods, can't be careless. For a while, various means of weakening and confusing were laid down one after another by the members of each country's degree. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that after killing the crowds of the Kyushu exploration team, they might not be able to get out by relying on their own strength alone. However, the direction Jiang Ming was traveling in this time was already that most dangerous place. It was beyond the crowd's ability to cope. Therefore, at this moment, if we continue to move forward towards the depths, then, the only possibility is that when the Kyushu exploration team faces danger, they and others will still have to follow and lose their lives. Instead of doing so, it would be better to kill everyone in the Kyushu exploration team at this moment, then contact their own kingdom, and through some secret method, let their own old generation of foreigners come to help. The older generation with a strong bloodline to support them would definitely easily solve most of the crises in this place. At that time, even if they were to face the older generation of inhumans from the Kyushu kingdom, they would have no fear. Having made up their minds, the crowd became more determined within themselves. For a while, the layout moved faster and faster. Soon, there were many bizarre means, all of which were laid down 10 feet away from the green wolf's circumference. Looking at the still calm and expressionless green wolf, the crowd inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, lest the distance was too close and this seemingly ordinary powerhouse could see the clues. They purposely stayed far away and laid down many evil methods. At this moment, realizing that the green wolves seemed to have pressed on without noticing anymore, they were inwardly incredibly thankful. Olaf wiped the sweat from his forehead. God knows how worried he was during the layout. He was afraid that the green wolf would realize it, and under his anger, he would kill himself on the spot. The good thing is that it still turned out well. This ordinary-looking powerhouse hadn't realized that now. As long as they waited for Jiang Ming to kill the stone giant, they would immediately activate the formation to trap the green wolf, and then strike together to kill this damn Jiang Ming. In fact, in the end, what really made them afraid was not a strong person like Green Wolf, but rather someone like Jiang Ming, who explored the land of change as if he were in no man's land. With such a person around, what is there to fear from the changes in the Kyushu? Jiang Ming's appearance had already broken the balance between the countries, so if he didn't want his own country to fall into a disadvantage, then killing Jiang Ming at this moment was undoubtedly the best choice. The eyes of the exploration captains of the various countries narrowed, and as the intense killing opportunity climbed within them, Jiang Ming and the others, who were engaged in battle with the huge and hideous stone giants in front of them, also violently pulled away from each other. The battle, which had come to an end. Chapter 126, Huge Stone Door. Enjoin. Accompanied by the intense buzzing of swords and knives coming from the heavens and earth, a terrifying baleful aura descended in all directions, accompanied by a terrifying aura that continued to spread underneath. Almost everyone detected a strong malice at this time. That seemingly ferocious and cruel aura caused many people's faces to change drastically. They couldn't imagine that something so terrifying still existed within Jiang Ming's body. Boom! Immediately afterward, almost at the same time, a terrifying and incomparable thunder boomed in the sky above this heaven and earth. An unspeakably terrifying thunderstorm violently descended between the endless gloomy clouds rolling towards the 8 directions. Knock! Almost at the same time, the ferocious and incomparable longsword in Jiang Ming's hand also fiercely landed on top of that stone giant's body. All of this was said to be slow, but it happened in an instant. Along with the ruthless strikes of the two of them, the huge and incomparable stone giant, as if it had lost all consciousness, collapsed and shattered. Go! Almost the instant the two of them landed on the ground, put away all their means, and wanted to rest, a violent shout suddenly came from Olaf's mouth not far away. Roar! Jie! The captains and members of the many foreign exploration teams underneath them had all exerted all of their means at this moment, and violently went towards Jiang Ming and the two of them to kill. Holy! How dare they up like that with a live stream on? Zhang Xiaoshan was a bit confused. Jiang Ming was comparatively much calmer, and when he raised his hand and pinched his knuckles, along with the rapid vibration of this heaven and earth, all of a sudden, the sky was covered with snakes, insects, rats, and ants that roared in, almost in the blink of an eye. It engulfed everyone who tried to charge. 5 minutes later, brother, it's me who's haunted. It's me who doesn't know what's good for me. Brother, please let me go. Let us go. Brother. More than 20 surviving foreign team members knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing with snot and tears, wanting to beg for Jiang Ming's forgiveness. This solved so quickly. The Green Wolf walked over in a somewhat bewildered manner, and this scene caused the foreign exploration team in the four corners of the room to feel alarmed while at the same time, their hearts were flooded with unprecedentedly monstrous waves. The formations they had set up could be activated from the root. As long as this person's body chi and blood, foreign energy has a hint of fluctuation, then, all the horrible blood vines under the four will instantly take the blood and flesh in his body as a guide, and instantly control it and absorb it. But this person is really like an ordinary person. Every move has not triggered the slightest supernormal ability in the blood gas in the body. Is it hard to believe that this person is too weak? No, absolutely not. The exploration captains of the various countries were inwardly terrified. They couldn't imagine that Jiang Ming, who was a member of the team, was so strong, and as the captain, Xinggu, he was bound to be no weakling. But this bizarre phenomenon nowadays undoubtedly indicates one thing as well. The many layouts they had set up that were related to supernormal abilities in chi and blood had not been triggered. It could only mean that this person had already reached an incomparably terrifying level with regards to his supernormal abilities as well as the chi and blood in his body. Extremely dangerous. This scene made the crowd's hearts grow more and more fearful, and at this moment, they all lowered their heads, not daring to move the slightest bit. Such an existence was simply not something they could afford to mess with. It was also definitely not an existence that they could fight against. Looking at the crowd that had originally been hostile to him, all of them actually looked fearful at this moment, causing Qin Wolf to be at a loss. But as soon as he thought of Jiang Ming's incomparably terrifying compulsion, he was relieved inwardly. After all, everyone was an ordinary person, and it was normal to be frightened by Jiang Ming. Coyote understood inwardly. Zhang Xiaoshan snapped his nose, full of disgust and disdain. The rest of them were packing up their belongings and preparing to continue walking towards the depths. Jiang Ming swept through the crowd, and after leading the many black cobras to watch over them, he led the crowd of the Kingdom of the Nine States, and kept walking towards the front. At the end of the steps, there was an incomparably terrifying stone giant, and at the same time that the stone giant appeared, Jiang Ming detected an unspeakably bizarre aura that exploded deep underground behind the stone giant. This caused Jiang Ming to look grave, and after a short analysis, Jiang Ming was almost certain. The system's so-called Tomb of the Son of God has arrived. As the crowd continued to move forward, soon, many netizens were also shocked when an immense and incomparable complex appeared in everyone's sight. This is a mausoleum? The door alone is 5 stories high. How is this going to get in? Countless netizens were filled with stupefaction, looking at the huge and incomparable mausoleum-like complex in the picture, feeling very ridiculous. According to a normal mausoleum, it was extremely normal for the tomb passage to accommodate 2 or 3 people traveling together. But the complex here, which looked like it was generally the same as a mausoleum, had one of the most bizarre places. The size of Xiao and the others was like ants compared to the gate. It seemed as if this was not at all a mausoleum built for people, or even left for future generations to come and pay their respects. Everything is filled with weirdness. This is outrageous here no matter how you look at it. Okay, I feel stupid. I just can't imagine what kind of existence is reserved for the mausoleum here. It can't be that this size is the stone giant just now, right? Could he be the gravekeeper? No, stone giants are obviously much taller than this door, and it's clear that this portal is not reserved for stone giants to enter, but perhaps only stone giants can open it. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled. Countless netizens kept guessing, and the few people on the scene all looked at the immense mausoleum in front of them and felt hesitant. Big brother, how does this thing get in? This isn't supposed to be some kind of weird organ, is it? I feel like it's possible. No one can even push something of this magnitude %. Zhuge Wu and Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes were grave as they seriously pondered. As of today, there is only one thing to do. Let's go back. Zhuge Wu and Zhang Xiaoshan looked at each other. Both could see the appreciation in each other's eyes. Obviously, for the idea of going back earlier, they didn't know how long it had been rising. No need to worry. But right at this moment, a flat voice came. Zhang Xiaoshan skimmed his lips and looked, just as he wanted to say something to retort, but he saw that as Jiang Ming pinched his knuckles and recited silently, a horrifyingly incomparable aura came roaring out from extremely far behind the crowd. Wow, clap clap clap, click, accompanied by sparse and bizarre sounds. Under everyone's gazes, an immense and incomparable figure violently appeared in everyone's line of sight. Surprisingly, it was the same terrifying stone giant that had only just been knocked down by the crowd. This change immediately caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Quick, spread out. Zhang Xiaoshan's face was grave, and the lightning flashed around his body. But at that moment, a flat voice came. No need. Chapter 127, Dark Passage. Don't have to? Hearing the bizarre words, Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes widened and his brain buzzed. People are killing us, and you're telling me I don't have to? Is it hard to just wait to die? Zhang Xiaoshan was grieving inside. Ever since he met Jiang Ming, he had never been smooth. When I was at Cloud Dream Mountain as well, that group of people clearly came to kill you. Why was I the one who got shot? And the thunder, which strikes no one else but me. This caused Zhang Xiaoshan's heart to grieve, and it was obvious that for the things that happened after meeting Jiang Ming, it had clearly exceeded Zhang Xiaoshan's expectations. This caused him to hate it in his heart, but he was also constantly trying to stay away from Jiang Ming. But this damned fate was a white shift trick, causing Zhang Xiaoshan's mind to vaguely waver. After this quest, I'm going to vanish into the mortal world and dive into monasticism. Zhang Xiaoshan inwardly resolved that he would absolutely not give Jiang Ming another chance to find himself. Brother Ming, this. Han Xiaoye and the others looked at the stone giant that was striding towards them, and at the moment, they also looked grave, and Jiang Ming patted her shoulder without saying anything more. This slightly reassured the crowd, and as time passed, when the stone giant came in front of the crowd, it unexpectedly did not launch an attack like before, but instead directly skipped over the crowd, and the two huge and incomparable palms violently landed on top of the huge stone door in front of the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can little brother control this stone giant? Impressive indeed. I didn't even realize that Brother Ming could still control the stone giants. And, looking at little brother, it looks like it didn't take any effort at all. Live broadcast pop-ups rolling. Many netizens sighing and sighing, no matter how you look at it. The little brother at the moment seems to be no effort at all. That look, plus at the moment after the stone giant was controlled, slowly pushing the huge door open. It is really exciting. Buzz, rumble, along with a huge force surging out, two huge and incomparable gates were slowly pushed open, and almost everyone revealed unprecedented excitement at this moment. Obviously, the crowd was too excited about what existed in such a huge mausoleum. This, coupled with Jiang Ming's previous statement about the Divine Sun's mausoleum, caused the crowd's inner excitement to increase even more. Many ancient books have recorded many things about the gods, but about the gods is too ethereal and illusory, which makes most people still do not believe in it at all. However, since the heaven and earth had changed, coupled with Jiang Ming's rising reputation in the land of the 9 regions, it had also caused many people to feel a wave of unspeakable shock. They realized that, as it turned out, the gods they had been ignoring might actually exist. It is highly likely that those gods have also existed in this earth, and even, there is such an era that perhaps belongs to those gods. All of this might need to be discovered by Jiang Ming leading the crowd. As the door slowly opened, endless pitch-black passages sprang up. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming led the crowd into it one after another, surveying the 4 directions with the help of a strong flashlight. But the 4 lower is really too wide, which makes, even at this moment, the crowd is very cautious in the road ahead. How did they follow? At this time, Zhuge Wu also noticed the foreign exploration team members following far behind him. At this moment, most of the exploration team members looked horrified and full of fear. More than 20 people gathered in one piece, one more than one timid. If you don't follow, you're going to die. There are quite a lot of monsters in that place, so since you're following, just follow. Zhang Xiaoshan waved his hand indifferently, and Jiang Ming didn't say anything as he led the crowd towards the depths and kept moving forward. Here the passage is wide and incomparable. Even if the crowd forward for a long time, there is still no discovery, as if all around here is an empty piece of general. It's not quite right. Little brother, they've been gone for half an hour. No matter what, this definitely shouldn't be like this by any stretch of the imagination. What the hell is going on here? Why do they feel like they're getting farther and farther away? Little brother, as per normal, the passage here isn't even that long either. What's going on with little brother and the others? The online comments section pop-ups rolled, and netizens were overwhelmed with hesitation as they watched the bizarre scene in front of them. Obviously, no matter how you look at it, it's all a bit too much. Can't it be that there are also many Xianmen layouts here? Big brother, what's going on here? In theory, we should have come to the first room by now. It feels so weird here. Many netizens were hesitant, no matter how they looked at it. Everything here looked so odd, and even, in everyone's perception, it was just too outrageous. But what everyone didn't expect was that Jiang Ming was looking calm. No wrong way. Responding flatly, Jiang Ming led the crowd to continue to move forward. Both sides were endless darkness. A glance did not see above. Strong flashlight at this moment, but also can only for the crowd will be the road ahead illuminated. It was as if the crowd was in complete darkness at the moment, with only the bright light in their hands comforting them. But when the crowd continued to move forward, the temperature began to gradually lower in the four directions. Zhuge Wu and the Green Wolf's face, obviously a bit gloomy, the breath of origami, and some unusual grievances? The two of them mumbled almost simultaneously, and the transmission of these words caused Qi Jin to be puzzled. Resentment? Well, the resentment is faint, but it's not unexpected that it's only going to get stronger. Zhang Xiaoshan's face was solemn, and it was obvious that the outcome he had predicted was confirmed exactly as he had expected. As the crowd moved further and further forward, an oppressive and incomparable blood aura began to fill the air underneath, and Zhang Xiaoshan's forehead was vaguely oozing sweat, so it could be seen that, at this moment, for Zhang Xiaoshan, this place was undoubtedly bringing him great pressure. Zhang Xiaoshan looked at Jiang Ming from time to time, and although he was under a lot of pressure inwardly, he was always a bit hesitant. No matter how you look at it, Jiang Ming doesn't seem to be worried at all. But such a horrible resentment. But it makes Zhang Xiaoshan also cannot help but stare. Is it possible that Jiang Ming again solution? Just as Zhang Xiaoshan was pondering inwardly, Jiang Ming, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Anything? Why did little brother suddenly stop? Could there be something here that they are looking for? Many netizens looked at each other, and Jiang Ming's voice was flat. Arrived. This is, here? Zhang Xiaoshan was a bit surprised. Obviously, the fact that there was no danger along the way was something that made him very surprised. Many netizens also sigh, but as Jiang Ming slowly lifted the strong flashlight and shone it away, a terrifying and incomparable scene of purgatory appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 128, Snake God Stone Bridge. Strange stone balls. Looking around, what appeared in everyone's line of sight was an immense and incomparable gully. Black and red liquids mingled in the gully, and countless soaked and swollen wrecks and broken bodies piled up on top of the river of blood. It was not floating, but rather like a pile-up over thousands of years. Countless corpses piled up, and the black and red liquid emitted an unspeakable stench, accompanied by a rush of grievances, echoing out in all directions. Even, in everyone's perception, there were quite a few short and weird blood shadows that seemed to be flashing and swimming in the midst of that horrifying corpse gully. Squeak! It seemed that the light of the strong flashlight made those corpses feel frightened in general. Under the gaze of all the people, they have revealed an unprecedented panic, and fled in all directions. This place is full of human corpses. What the hell is going on here? Who in the world built the tomb of the Son of God? And why? Is there such a tragic river of blood? Such a sea of corpses? What happened at that time? And who was so brutal? Countless viewers looked at what surfaced on the screen and felt an unprecedented numbness in their scalps. Even their bodies began to tremble at this time. It was hard to imagine who in the end would be so vicious as to make such a layout. This made the crowd tremble inwardly, and the crowd at the scene was even more under the unbearable stench that came over their faces. The blood chi in their bodies turned over, and the fund nauseated. Looking around, what was said to be a gully in front of him was actually still somewhat small. Rather, it was more like an incomparably wide abyssal canyon. The distance between the two sides of the abyss is extremely far, and even standing here, with the light of a strong flashlight alone, it is somewhat difficult to see the other side. But it was such a deep, wide gully filled with uncountable limbs and broken arms. The black and red flow of bizarre blood, accompanied by the devouring blood shadows that flashed through that bizarre place from time to time, made countless people feel their scalps tingle. This is hard not to be built by the first emperor. Zhuge Wu was obviously aware of some of the records in the imperial tomb, and seeing the scene in front of him at this moment, coupled with the series of analyses that Jiang Ming had done when he stepped into this place, caused Zhuge Wu to look unsightly. Zhang Xiaoshan and Qing Wang also followed the silence. Obviously, although they do not know why the six-country layout exists within the archery country, but since it is related to the six countries, then, it seems that it is not difficult to accept that the first emperor is involved. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. He just swept across the floor with the help of a strong flashlight and began to look for a way to get through the gully. And soon, the group saw a stone bridge not far away. The stone bridge wasn't exactly wide, and the whole thing was sort of in the form of a giant snake. It should have been just a stone bridge seemingly built in accordance with the shape of a snake, but the moment they saw the snake's face, it suddenly made everyone's face change greatly. Snake God. It's the snake god of Cloud Dream Mountain. Why is this? Why is this snake in a place like this? How is this possible? Countless pop-ups erupted. Countless Kyushu netizens felt unspeakably shocked. The bottom of their hearts in waves of shock roared over the occasion. Jiang Ming's pupils in his eyes were even more shrunken. Can't say like. This place stone bridge built imitation of the shape of the serpent. Surprisingly in Cloud Dream Mountain that snake god. Almost exactly the same. Could this place really be the layout of the first emperor? This snake god, can it be that he is really the Ghost Valley of the Warring States period? Unbelievable. What hidden secrets are hidden here? The netizens felt their scalps tingle, and the crowd in the four corners of the room was shaken. Jiang Ming did not speak, leading the crowd to quickly walk towards the front. Stepping into the stone bridge, accompanied by a cool force sweeping through, the faint red light around the stone bridge surfaced one after another, as if it was illuminating for the crowd, more like verifying. Soon after, an ancient jade pendant suddenly flew out of Jiang Ming's arms, and soon after, it fell into the center of the bridge's giant snake's brow. It was only at this time that the crowd realized that a groove actually existed in the center of the giant snake's brow. The shape of the groove seemed to be just right for this jade pendant. The elite faint light above the jade pendant surfaced, accompanied by the blood-colored light above the stone bridge gradually turned into a light blue, and soon, the entire bridge was dispersing a faint fragrance at this time. Countless branches and vines emerged from nowhere, quickly crawling all over the bridge, and a flower bud bloomed, accompanied by a crystal-clear light blue light surrounding it. Jiang Ming's heart vaguely enlightened. Walking up, he picked a light blue flower and plucked it, placing it in his mouth. The crowd saw this and followed suit. Jiang Ming didn't say anything and led the crowd to step across the stone bridge one after another, and soon, they appeared on the opposite side of the bridge. Unlike the previous emptiness, the pattern on the opposite side of this place was clearly much more observable than before. This place everywhere can be seen exquisite incomparable porcelain and jade ancient artifacts, some dusty shelves, placed in front of all people. The crowd one after another walked through. The four guarded. Soon, it will be along the stone bridge after that passage, appeared in a huge incomparable palace. This place was filled with unspeakably eerie ghostly light in all directions, and the most striking thing among them was still a huge sculpture placed in the middle of this great hall. The sculpture was a man, but the man clearly grew bizarre 6 ears. The appearance cannot be said to be ferocious, but it is also by no means kind. Only from this sculpture above the feeling of a shivering indifference. Bypassing the statue, the group moved cautiously through the great hall. Here seems to be unkept for many years, everywhere under the dust, but all the porcelain and jade antiques are emitting a ghostly light, as if it has been carefully wiped for many years. The crowd searched the hall for a long time without finding anything to observe, but just then, Shi Jin's eyes in the cold light flashed, suddenly turned back to look not far away. The crowd alert look, where even do not know when, appeared in a wide robe wearing a bizarre figure, but the light of several strong flashlights reflected away, but it is still empty. While the crowd dispersed the glare, the black shadow reappeared. This change immediately caused everyone's faces to become grave. This doesn't feel like a good thing. Guys, I'm getting a bit of a head rush. What the hell is this? It feels evil. This thing can't be some kind of dangerous monster? The netizens were scornful, and the people at the scene all had ugly faces, and in the back, the crowd of foreign exploration teams following from afar were terrified, stopping where they were and not daring to approach. For a moment, the entire dark hall plunged into a bizarre piece of, but just then, wow, a stone ball suddenly rolled down from the distance, causing the people here to stare while the ball slowly rolled down to Jiang Ming. Chapter 129, The God in the Pool. Little Mingo, Big Brother. The minority. The faces of the people of the 9 states exploration team were unsightly, and they were on guard in a rather scornful manner, but comparatively speaking, Jiang Ming's face was much calmer. For some reason, he suddenly had the feeling that he was deep in the imperial tomb at the moment. Wow. Seems to notice Jiang Ming's thoughts, that stone ball in front of Jiang Ming turned around, and finally slowly rolled, under the gaze of all the people, even so bizarre toward a dark place. Keep up. Jiang Ming's voice was flat as he led the crowd to follow the stone ball and kept moving forward towards the distance. Soon, the crowd arrived in front of an immensely dark door. The gate to this place was not closed, but was open with a small gap, but it was big enough for one person to pass through. Jiang Ming followed, and the crowd behind him did the same. Behind the door is a bizarre passageway paved with dark stone tiles, although it looks sinister, but no matter from which angle, the sinister aura scattered on top of those stone tiles makes people feel incomparably grave. The small stone ball rolled on top of the black road in this way, and the crowd followed the black road continuously, and in a short while, there was a mural, which appeared in everyone's line of sight. The mural existed on one side of the wall, and the person who carved it was a monarch wearing a black dragon robe, with 6 cranes hovering in a cage in front of him. Endless clouds rolled in above the sky, accompanied by wind and rain descending. Thunder and lightning. Mural can reveal things are extremely limited. Well, with the appearance of this second mural, the eyes of the crowd are also more than a little pondering. It was still the same monarch, but before it was a rippling map. The map was labeled with this ancient and complicated text, which everyone couldn't understand. But Jiang Ming was able to tell at a glance that the place labeled on the map was called the Great Wasteland. The Great Wasteland map is huge. If you look closely, its center place, surprisingly with the scope of the Qin state at that time, some similarity. However, many places on this map were marked with a cross by the king's pen. Moreover, the layout of the map's plates was also different from the global layout at this moment in time, combining all sorts of weirdness to see. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. The map recorded in front of this king was surprisingly similar to the Shanhaijing that he had read in his previous life. This caused Jiang Ming's heart to gradually become grave. The crowd continued on and the next mural was soon revealed. It was still that monarch, whose gaze seemed to be able to pass through nothingness, and where he looked, it was an unspeakably huge corpse pit. A man with a cold face stood beside the corpse pit. An uncountable sea of corpses were buried by this man. The scene shifted again, and when it reappeared, that monarch had disappeared, and what appeared was an even younger monarch. That monarch stood at the front of the dark hall, looking into the distance. In front of them, in a cage, 6 cranes are on the verge of dying. Behind this person, there is a huge and incomparable red giant snake. Seeing this, it wasn't just Jiang Ming's pupils that shrank. Even countless viewers were inwardly flooded at this time. It's the snake god of Cloud Dream Mountain again. I didn't realize he was actually related to Qin. Who was that monarch? The first emperor? Countless netizens have been speculating, and it's clear that this discovery has been tremendous for the crowd today. They could not imagine what hidden secrets lay behind all this mystery up to this point. The crowd continued to walk forward, and in the mural, a cold land in the northern border appeared, and on top of the cold land, uncountable foreigners were in the land of corpses and blood, attempting to control a demonic sword with red stripes on a black background. Look further down. This young monarch looked at a weird and ancient map. His pen dyed with thick ink, and scratched the northern borderland fiercely. The many locations on top of this map were crossed out by this monarch. It was as if the map was completely different from what that previous monarch had seen. This mural revealed quite a lot of information. Just as the crowd's inner speculation continued, another mural appeared in everyone's sight. It was a dark cloud of unspeakable horror. It's like a whirlwind of dark clouds converging. In the sky, pitch black thunder flashed, and below, it was the pitch black hall where the monarch and the king were located, and between the howling winds in all directions, millions of armored soldiers killed and attacked the sky. At the same time, above the entire Great Wasteland map, not only the land of the 6 kingdoms, but also many places erupted with amazing fluctuations. It seemed to be fighting against the presence descending from the dark clouds. This one mural is also the one with the most information tabulated so far, combined with the information he had previously read elsewhere. This place painting represented the most, without a doubt. Vishnu. Jiang Ming looked at the mural in front of him, the deep light in his eyes flickering continuously, and finally muttered out 2 words. The appearance of these 2 words caused the crowd in the 4 corners of the room to fall silent. Inside, a sense of absurdity was born at the same time. It seems that the cognition of that unknown era. There are also many fuzzy. This caused many people to look hesitant, and Jiang Ming looked at everything in front of him, eventually revealing some thought. Continue to move forward after the blob. It's still the same dark stone brick paved road, still the same weird and gloomy environment in all directions. As the crowd continued to move forward, under the gazes of all the people, many of them eventually arrived in an empty hall. It was a very different environment from what the crowd had seen before. No longer is the appearance of dilapidated. On the contrary, looks to be placed extremely contains the Tao, and even, in many people viewed under, found that this huge incomparable hall, there is a clear pool of water. A crystal clear light blue light emanated from above the pool water, and as the crowd came to the front, they looked down. What was seen, surprisingly enough, was the view of the overall complex of buildings in the outside world that had been seen before coming in. This scene caused Jiang Ming's eyes to narrow slightly, and many netizens hesitated. I always feel like little brother has traveled a much different path than they have. It can't be. There's nothing good here either. Do you guys think this could be another place? It feels a bit sinister. Could this be the location where the mausoleum was once monitored? The netizens kept guessing, and the little ball jumped twice at this place, seemingly signaling Jiang Ming to look at it seriously. Jiang Ming briefly silent, in the pool water side of the platoon sat down, eyes looking at the bottom of the clear pool water in front of them, accompanied by more and more immersed. When Jiang Ming's mind moved, that pool water in the scene even began to produce changes, as Jiang Ming wanted to look at the place, under the continuous enlargement. Finally, it was as if he had penetrated the huge building wall. Eventually, the depths of the complex were seen. a place strewn with countless chains. Between the flickering of the weird and complicated runic marks on top of the chains, the locked figure also appeared in everyone's line of sight. God? Chapter 130. Time to go back. The densely packed chains were like a spider's web, sealing off the layers. Strange and hot blood-colored runes flickered faintly on the chains as if they were densely packed spells. Along with the sound of chains clattering and surging came the sound of Jiang Ming's gaze following the chains as he kept looking. In that place of endless chain suppression, there was a huge head that emitted a dense black mist that appeared in everyone's line of sight. The head was born with 2 horns, but they were broken and uneven, and the 5 features were mutilated and broken, revealing rotten flesh and decayed bones. In the dark and deep huge pupils, black blood flowed in purple, and a rune containing gold color flickered in the center of the eyebrow, radiating a terrifying power of suppression. It caused a low roar to come out of the monster's mouth from time to time. Even when Jiang Ming moved his gaze away to look, the body beneath that head was actually broken beyond recognition. It was surprisingly several times more tattered than the snake god that he had seen in Cloud Dream Mountain. Huge, bizarre entrails were scattered all over the place. The decaying black compote was oozing with unearthliness, and above nearly every bone, a horrifying chain was attached to it in a death grip. Between the flashes of the blood-colored spell, it seemed as if it was constantly drawing power from the monster's body. When the low roar of pain came out from the monster's mouth, there was even a strong sense of resentment that burst out from it. Suddenly, Cobalt, I don't know whether the monster really noticed, or unintentionally, the mouth of a strange horse, thick and incomparably bizarre syllables came. Company. The hoarse and horrible voice came with difficulty, and in the deep and horrible eye holes, under the large amount of purple and black blood flowing, the monster's expression showed madness and resentment, accompanied by a bizarre sound, as if hissing. This scene immediately made everyone's scalp feel numb. Numb? What the hell is this monster doing? What the hell is this? Nope. This wave is straight up making my head spin. The pop-up screen rolled, and countless netizens felt gripped. They couldn't imagine what this monster had gone through, and why it had been suppressed here. The faces of the people in the 4 corners of the room were hesitant. Many people looked toward Jiang Ming, who had slightly narrowed his eyes in the distance. Brother Ming, this. Han Xiaoye wanted to ask a question, but Jiang Ming's gaze was deep and his voice was flat. He's shouting, Xian Wei Zi. The words immediately caused the faces of the Kyushu players in the 4 corners of the room to become grave. Many netizens have even changed their faces after noticing it. This, Xian Wei Zi, isn't it Ghost Valley Zi? Could it be that this guy was suppressed here by Xian Wei Zi? It's been thousands of years, and it's still not dead. This, unbelievable. What's going on here? The netizens' horrified pop-ups came. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. Looking at the incomparably terrifying huge monster in front of him, Jiang Ming began to explore all the places of this building with the help of the pool water. After sweeping through them one after another, except for a piece of ancient and complicated textual records, there was no more great discovery. Jiang Ming also stopped probing. It's time to go back. Jiang Ming took a deep look at the water of the pool here and didn't stay too long as he took a step towards the outside. This immediately made the recently arrived foreign exploration team hesitate. Mr. Jiang, what are you? We have not yet explored the cause of the mutation. Which you? What's really going on? Many people hesitated. Jiang Ming ignored them and walked towards the door on his own. Seeing this, the members of the 9 states exploration team followed. Seeing this, the surviving explorers from the rest of the kingdom followed suit. Soon, the crowd followed the path that had originally come out and walked out one after another, while Jiang Ming looked at everything not far behind him, the light in his eyes brightening and flickering, and after a brief moment of silence, he led the crowd towards the outside. There was no solution to the curse here, and the only thing that would be useful was what was written in that ancient text alone. The thing suppressed in this place might be an existence equal to Xian Wei Zi, but as for the individual causes and effects of this, it was not something that Jiang Ming could know. Fortunately, in that wall article, there was a record of an extremely powerful Xianmen secret, and even though he didn't know its name, after Jiang Ming learned it through his strong qualifications, he still quickly grasped the way to leave. The crowd followed in its wake and left this chaotic world. What took many days to travel on the way and also took a mere half a day on the way out. Before leaving, Jiang Ming looked deeply behind him, at the tumbling black mist in the extreme distance, and finally turned around and took a step, leaving this strange place. When it reappeared, the satellite positioning, about Jiang Ming and other people's location information, also quickly revealed in the Archery Country's satellite positioning dial. The Archery Country's rescuers, according to the satellite positioning, quickly locked Jiang Ming and others, to bring them back in droves. At Jiang Ming's authorization, the old Dao and the others quickly picked up Jiang Ming and escorted him back to Kyushu. The rest of the kingdoms were gathered together, and had obtained as much information as possible from the survivors of their respective exploration teams, but it was very limited, and if they wanted to obtain more, they only feared that they would still have to contact Jiang Ming of the Kyushu. This was incredibly difficult for the representatives of the countries, but in the end they had to accept the sad truth. After returning to Kyushu, Jiang Ming recorded all the things he had seen in the huge mausoleum on paper according to his memory. One copy was given to the archaeological team, and the other was sent to the second Grandmaster, the Heavenly Master's mansion. Not bad for my good grandnephew. I didn't expect him to have obtained such a strange Xian clan secret art. This is simply a blessing for my heavenly master. The second oldest looked excited, even a little agitated. However, when he put away the Xianmen secret technique and looked at Zhang Xiaoshan, who was sitting at the side calmly drinking tea, he raised his eyebrows. Adversary, the old Taoist threw out a backhanded palm thunderbolt, accompanied by a rumbling and bursting sound, which immediately caused Zhang Xiaoshan's entire body to be covered in white smoke, and the entire person's hair to blow up all of a sudden. Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes were wide open, filled with stupefaction as he looked at the furious senior master on the side, feeling his brain buzzing. What's gotten into you again? Zhang Xiaoshan numb. As a rare genius of the Taoist sect, this period of time the encounter let its inner quite hit not to mention. Coupled with the master of the division in the past few months is obviously more and more on their own attitudes changed greatly, so that Zhang Xiaoshan's scalp numb at the same time. The whole person is more than ever to feel aggrieved. Damn it! I have been working hard for many years for the Heavenly Master's house, not for wealth, not for profit, conscientious and peaceful, blah blah blah, crooked then. Is that what you did to me? Zhang Xiaoshan had difficulty accepting it and looked at the old Taoist full of hatred. Who knew that the old Taoist blew out his beard and backhanded another palm thunderbolt down? Quite unhappy. Your senior brother treats you so profoundly. How dare you not go to help your senior brother organize this trip's receipts at this moment, but instead drink tea here? Why didn't I realize earlier that the Heavenly Master's mansion had produced a rebellious disciple like you? Chapter 131, This Strange Change. It can't be caused by you guys, right? It's not even a matter of your senior brother helping you many times. This time he even sent a piece of the Xian sect's secret art. And this rebellious disciple of yours even didn't have a trace of gratitude from the beginning to the end, and is still immersed in enjoying his life. All young men in their 20s. How did the Heavenly Master's house get a lazy ass like you? Damn it, you instantly go down the mountain to help your senior brother. The old Taoist scolded loudly. Zhang Xiaoshan was aggrieved and wanted to say something, only to see the old Taoist backhanding and rolling up a fierce wind, directly throwing Zhang Xiaoshan down the mountain. This caused Zhang Xiaoshan's inner grief and anger, worrying that there was nothing he could do but call out his grief. Jiang Ming, this guy hasn't even been initiated yet. He's able to bully himself so much. If he really let him enter the door of the Heavenly Master's house, would he still have a way to live? What's more, this master teacher of his own had been as crazy ever since he met Jiang Ming. Whatever I do, it's my fault. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoshan hated it inwardly, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he had no choice but to walk towards the bottom of the mountain. And at the same time, Jiang Ming returned home after the archaeological team had recorded all the harvest from the trip. Han Xiaoye made some meals, and Qi Jin also came along. The three of them ate with gusto. Zhuge Wu returned to the Zhuge family, while Qin Wu once again returned to the pig farm. Everything gradually regained its stability. Not long after, the knock on the door sounded. Zhang Xiaoshan rushed from the Heavenly Master's house with a big bag, and under the arrangement of Jiang Ming, Zhang Xiaoshan stayed in a certain room of the villa where Qi Jin lived. It was a peaceful time and the days passed very quietly, but during this same period of time, the environment within the Great Summer surprisingly once again produced a strange change. This makes countless netizens feel surprised at the same time. The official is to send the major Qi Men masters, have gone to detect, but the root cause of all this mutation could never be probed. Jiang Ming naturally joined in. At this moment, in the North County mountain range, Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiaoshan and the others had just killed a lot of foreign beasts and were ready to pack up and start the second round of exploration. But the cell phone ringtone suddenly came. What's wrong? Picked up the phone, the anxious voice on the other end came quickly, so that Jiang Ming pupils shrinking at the same time. The four people have been a big change in color. Brother Ming, what happened? Instructor, you, big brother, you this. Those disciples of the Qi Men family who had been brought out by Jiang Ming to follow him on his mission were hesitant to open their mouths, and Jiang Ming was silent for a moment, hanging up the phone and sending out a grave voice. The enchanting land has changed, and it is suspected that the gods have awakened. I'll leave this place to you guys. Xiao Ye, Xiaoshan, you guys come with me. Good. After quickly ordering down and arranging for the others to continue the mission, Jiang Ming quickly left with Zhang Xiaoshan and Han Xiaoye. Soon, there were military helicopters arriving, accompanied by the sound of spirals rumbling and turning. Under the silence of the three, the helicopters flew towards the land of enchanting frontier quickly. The further south one traveled, the more one could feel a slightly eerie aura permeating the heavens and earth. Such a fury, has it spread so widely? Zhang Xiaoshan was undoubtedly very shaken inside as he looked at the gloomy sky in all directions and stared dead into the distance. Han Xiaoye was a little worried. Jiang Ming did not say anything, only the deep gaze always stared at the direction of the enchanting frontier. The closer it was there, the depressing atmosphere contained in the heavens and the earth, the more dense it was. How much longer? A flat voice rang out, and the driver's side thought briefly and gave an exact reply. There are at most 2 hours left before we reach the edge of the enchanting land. Faster, Jiang Ming commanded, and the pilot said yes, quickly piloting the helicopter and speeding towards the enchanting ground. Time passed slowly, and none of the 3 men in the helicopter spoke, just feeling that weird feeling in the 4 directions of heaven and earth. The crowd's hearts followed suit and became more and more depressing. On the phone, Jiang Ming learned that the suddenness of the change in the enchanting land, if it wasn't for the fact that most of the many compote masters in the enchanting border were staying at home at the moment, and had received the instructions from the old ancestor through the Tongxin compote at the first time of the change, I'm afraid that countless ordinary people within the scope of the moment would have been in distress. The good thing is that the parasites acted quickly, plus many ordinary people in the enchanting frontier know the existence of parasites, which makes many people in the parasites to calm down quickly under the pacification of the parasites. The followers of the companions quickly fled towards the outside world with the help of the compulsion technique. At this moment, the evacuation is being carried out in an orderly manner, but the information transmitted by Qi Yuan said that at this moment, the entire enchanting frontier 10,000 Poisons Valley near the mountain range has all been swept by the black fog, and the range is still expanding rapidly. The 13 sequences had already made their moves, and all the companions were cooperating with the old ancestor in arranging for the evacuation of the people. The military and many of the great powers of the Qi Men realm had also stepped in to stop the black mist from spreading on the one hand, while on the other hand, they wanted to further investigate the cause. This was the first time that such a huge change had occurred in the entire land of Kyushu, and the media from all sides were scrambling to report on it again, and at the same time, the people in dozens of nearby cities were also informed that there was no need to panic, and that the officials would not give up on any of them if they had to. Just like that, in the midst of all sorts of complicated thoughts, Jiang Ming and the others finally reached the edge of the enchanting frontier. Right here, land, Jiang Ming commanded. The pilot quickly landed. With the earth vibration compulsion technique exerted, at once countless snakes, insects, rats and ants appeared. Jiang Ming and the others directly borrowed the power to escape from the ground and flew forward towards the distance. This was all said very quickly, but it lasted for nearly 3 hours, and when Jiang Ming and the others broke out of the ground again, they had already arrived at an official temporary relief base. At this moment, Chiwaki was sweating profusely and commanding everything. Soon, Chiwaki noticed Jiang Ming gaze, a flash of surprise in his complexion, and quickly stepped forward. Holy Sun, follow me. Qi Yuan pulled Jiang Ming quickly to one of the tents, and after pouring 2 cups of water, several people were seated one after another. The rescue operation is pretty much underway. There's still the last of the populace. We just need to wait for the brigade to bring them out, and basically we'll be fine. Regarding the enchanting land mutation, this matter is better to wait for the old ancestor to come back before telling you. This matter concerns the hidden secrets of the 10,000 Poison Cave. As for more, only the old ancestors can know. Qi Yuan sighed repeatedly, seeming to be very sorry for this mutation, but in Jiang Ming's opinion, this guy seemed to be lamenting the fact that he had lost something important. This mutation, it couldn't have been you guys, could it? Jiang Ming looked at Qi Yuan in front of him, his eyes slowly narrowing. This immediately made Qi Yuan's face change greatly, waving his hands and constantly denying it. Not me, don't be ridiculous, absolutely not. Sacred Sun, you know me, the entire enchanting frontier earth, it is only I Chiwaki do my best, bow and spare no effort. Chapter 132, Lin Yi, Dangerous Ground. Qi Yuan kept opening his mouth, and Jiang Ming shook his head repeatedly as he watched. Obviously, there is absolutely no semblance of truth coming out of this one's mouth. However, the change in heaven and earth was already something that had been established many years ago, and it had to be said that the occurrence of this change might not be as simple as one thought. Alright, no more bull asterisk with you, let's just talk about what we should do nowadays. Jiang Ming sighed and then informed him of everything he had guessed. Chiwaki listened and pondered for a long time. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Saint's son, do you mean that within the enchanting frontier prohibited area, there are other people entering besides us? Jiang Ming nodded. Along the way, in addition to these sightings, Jiang Ming had actually detected quite a few distinctive scents. Chiwaki frowned. Then why don't you just fix those things? Jiang Ming let out a bitter laugh and said, I tried some methods, but they were simply useless. Those breaths are disorganized, not to mention, many of them seem to be puppets under control in my perception. Qi Yuan sniffed and fell into silence, then spoke, let's put it this way, since I don't have much to offer, I think I can help you find a helper. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Jiang Ming's face revealed a trace of contemplation. Then he nodded. Qi Yuan continued, Holy Son, no matter what, you need to be careful in everything. Looking in front of Qi Yuan, Jiang Ming felt very strange. In accordance with Qi Yuan's temperament, according to reason, Press simply will not say such words to himself. It's hard not to. Jiang Ming revealed his thoughts. Recalling the first time he saw Qi Yuan, he detected some changes within his body and revealed his thoughts. It's weird to have Qi Waki in front of you. Go. Qi Yuan slowly got up and led Jiang Ming towards the outside. You guys wait here and don't follow. Jiang Ming instructed the two behind him, followed by Qi Yuan with the help of compulsion, and soon appeared in an ancient pavilion place. This place was completely at odds with the style of the enchanting borderlands, which made Jiang Ming very surprised. After all, the customs of the enchanting frontier for thousands of years were also adapted to the local conditions, and it was reasonably impossible for a Central Plains-style family to appear in the enchanting frontier in human realm. But at this moment, such a family just appeared in front of him, causing Jiang Ming to be very puzzled inside. Not far away, a figure standing at the entrance of that family courtyard seemed to notice that someone had arrived, and after seeing the person's appearance, he immediately revealed a joyful color and hurriedly walked quickly. This person looked to be around 30 years old, with a sturdy body and dark skin, wearing an ancient long shirt, looking quite smart and capable. Brother Lin, Brother Qi. The two of them clasped each other's fists, and soon after being introduced by Qi Yuan, Jiang Ming realized this person was called Lin Yi, the Lin family patriarch's own son, and one of the Lin family's future patriarch successors. As for the Lin family, it seems to be one of the few cultivation families in the land of enchanting frontier. The art of cultivation even Qi Yuan also praised a lot, but as for what kind of technique, Qi Yuan didn't say, and Lin Yi didn't mention it either. Jiang Ming was rather speechless. Qi brother, really long time no see, miss Lin Yi smiled and opened his mouth. His voice was gently sighing. Qi Yuan similarly clasped his fist slightly at Lin Yi and opened his mouth to smile. Brother Lin, long time no see. With that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, obviously very close, and Jiang Ming also noticed the old man standing beside Lin Yi, who opened his mouth and introduced him with a smile. Young clan Jiang Ming, this is my father and the Lin family's family head. Jiang Ming sniffed and hurriedly arched his hand at Lin Yi. Hello, Uncle Lin. The old man waved his hand, signaling that Jiang Ming didn't need to be polite, and after greeting him, the old man chose to leave. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, talked briefly with Lin Yi and the two of them, and after understanding the situation, Lin Yi shook his head and laughed, and then opened his mouth. Qi brother, you and I, back in the day, were also considered to have a great deal of interaction. Since you have difficulties, and how will not help? Qi Yuan nodded and opened his mouth to smile. Thank you, Brother Lin. You're welcome. Let's not be polite between you and I. Young clan Jiang, I don't know what your plans are regarding the matter of the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ming shook his head and then said, Senior, I also have a half understanding of what's going on within this enchanting frontier Forbidden Zone right now, even though most of them are parasites within my enchanting frontier. But if I want to resolve it, it will still take a long time before I can do so. Lin Yi nodded and then spoke. Well, then we'll wait. There's a dangerous area where we're going now. I've already explored it clearly, and as long as we can reach this dangerous area, we'll be able to find a solution to the crisis in this forbidden area. However, Jiangshao clan, this dangerous situation is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid we have to pay a certain price to break through this matter. Have you considered it clearly? Jiang Ming shook his head and then spoke. Senior, I've considered this very clearly. This time, the mutation happened suddenly, and no matter what is within this forbidden area, I will have to walk through it myself. After Lin Yi heard these words from Jiang Ming, he could only nod his head in agreement. Alright, then get ready and I'll lead you to the danger zone right away. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Qi Yuan explained some more things, and then turned to leave, leaving the two standing in place. Lin Yi opened his mouth and asked, Jiang Ming, have you figured out how to solve this crisis? Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and spoke. I'm not really sure, but I want to try. Jiang Ming and Lin Yi sat down and chatted for a while. Brother Jiang Ming, from what you've said, those forbidden zones in the enchanting frontier's forbidden zones are all manipulated by people with special powers. Is this ability that you're talking about really true? Lin Yi opened his mouth and asked. Jiang Ming spoke. Of course there is, and it still existed a long time ago. As for this special ability, I can't guarantee if it's true. Lin Yi frowned, pondered for a long time, and spoke. If that's the case, then it really isn't simple within this enchanting frontier prohibited area. I remember Brother Qi Yuan said that those controlled puppets are many times stronger than those foreign beasts in the military mission. Jiang Ming nodded. Brother Jiang Ming, are you sure you can break those puppets? After Jiang Ming paused, he spoke. In fact, this time, my purpose is not just to solve the problem of the enchanting frontier prohibited area. Oh, Lin Yi sniffed, a hint of doubt on his face. Jiang Ming then gave Lin Yi a detailed recount of the reason for entering this forbidden zone this time, as well as the curse. After listening to Jiang Ming, Lin Yi fell into deep thought, but ultimately decided to support Jiang Ming's decision. Lin Yi proceeded to chat with Jiang Ming about some things about the Lin family, giving Jiang Ming a deeper level of knowledge about this inhuman realm. There are many mysterious forces hidden in this world. What the Lin family had mastered was an extremely subtle foreign art. Jiang Ming asked, but Lin Yi still had a mysterious face and didn't inform. It left Jiang Ming speechless. Brother Jiang Ming, which forbidden zone are you thinking of going to? Although this enchanting frontier forbidden zone looks peaceful, in reality, the interior is filled with a great deal of danger. If we rush in, I'm afraid we'll have no return. Moreover, the enchanting land is rich and vast, and the forbidden zones formed by this mutation are not few. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Ming and spoke. Jiang Ming nodded. Senior, don't worry. Since I dared to come to this enchanting frontier forbidden zone, I have the certainty that I can safely get out from within the forbidden zone. However, what I would like to know is whether or not you can have a specific location of the forbidden zone that you're familiar with. And if you know it, then I'll go into that perilous situation first to take a look at it, and from there, I might be able to increase my certainty by quite a bit as well. Lin Yi nodded and opened his mouth to smile. In that case, then I'll also take you directly to a dangerous realm near my Lin family. You only need to follow my side. That dangerous realm was also born with this mutation. Moreover, that perilous realm is not far from the 10,000 Poisons Valley in the enchanting frontier, nor is it close. Jiang Ming nodded when he heard Lin Yi's words. Thanks a lot, Senpai. But that forbidden area, is there anything strange about it? Lin Yi nodded and spoke. I'm not too sure about this, but I think that everything in that forbidden area must have a certain pattern, and there won't be an exception. After all, within a forbidden area, if there wasn't a pattern of Xiansek secrets, I'm afraid that it would have long been in disarray. However, I think that forbidden area will certainly hide a great secret. We can also take advantage of this opportunity to dig a little. Brother Qi and I have been close friends for many years, and since he delivered you to me, then I will certainly also shelter you to the end. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Jiang Ming was greatly touched and rightly regarded him as farting. Lin family in the end is a what the existence of their own still do not understand, coupled with Qi Yuan's so bizarre performance, as well as this looks warm and gentle as jade, actually do not know if there is no bad water Lin Yi, so that Jiang Ming is very insecure. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. In fact, my Lin family in many years ago, on the foreboding that there are many places, there is the possibility of mutation, so a long time ago the pattern of the map planning, this mutation, in fact, is not what we expected. As for any further reasons for it, I can't reveal too much to you. Jiang Ming looked at Lin Yi and spoke. Then let's set off now. After saying that, Jiang Ming nodded his head, and without any further delay, the two of them quickly left with the help of Jiang Ming's compulsion, quickly arriving at an open space. Lin Yi spoke. This is the place. I once heard Qi mention this place, but never came here, because I also learned from Qi's mouth that this place is a dangerous place with many crises. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he led the way towards that dangerous place, while Jiang Ming followed behind. This dangerous place was described in considerable detail in the Lin family's genealogy, and the extent of the forbidden area was also marked. Jiang Ming and the two of them arrived at the side of a cliff. This cliff was surrounded by some giant trees that looked quite a bit taller than the clouds. This cliff, on the other hand, was filled with all sorts of poisonous grasses and flowers, as well as all sorts of insects, snakes, fierce beasts, and spirit beasts. Lin Yi pointed at those cliffs and said, Brother Jiang Ming, this is the entrance to the forbidden danger zone. What we need to do now is to climb along that cliff and then traverse those cliff faces, and we will enter the forbidden area. Jiang Ming nodded. The cliff was steep, but with his strength, it was no problem. Brother Jiang, the dangers here, not only these. I heard Qi mentioned, there is a forbidden land within a very strong forbidden art. Even Qi, have some fear. If not for the injuries Qi received this time, he wouldn't have come here to heal his injuries. He was trying to wait for his injuries to heal before entering that forbidden land. Lin Yi continued to speak, telling Jiang Ming information about that forbidden place. Jiang Ming nodded and didn't ask anything more. The cliffs here were not that steep, and with his current speed, there was no difficulty in trying to climb them. His figure, which instantly disappeared in place, directly rushed up towards the top of the cliff. Ha! Brother Zhang's strength, unexpectedly so powerful. His speed just now. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Ming, who had disappeared at the edge of the cliff, and was surprised in his heart. He had thought that Jiang Ming was nothing more than a regional junior alien, but he hadn't expected that he would possess such speed. Thinking about it, the strength should be extraordinary. Lin Yi laughed and hurriedly took a quick step forward and followed him. This place, how come there's a marvelous power enveloping it? This power, I didn't even notice it before? This place, though, is a bit odd, so I'd better find another way out first. Lin Yi had just arrived at the edge of the cliff when he felt a strange power envelop him. This strange power seemed to come from somewhere in this dangerous place. Jiang Ming's line of sight, looking towards the surroundings, he saw some stone pillars around him, and on top of these pillars, they were covered with densely packed runes, as if they were a small formation. This is Fateful Soul Formation? Jiang Ming looked at this stone pillar and secretly marveled in his heart. The power of this soul-severing formation is extremely terrifying. Even if I cast out my wind and thunder wings now, I can't easily dodge it. The defense and aggressiveness of this soul-severing formation is extremely astonishing. Once I'm trapped within, I'm afraid that it's very difficult to escape. As Jiang Ming thought of this, his figure quickly flashed and shot towards the bottom of the cliff. However, at this time, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from within those stone pillars, and a huge chain erupted from within those pillars, instantly entangling Jiang Ming and then pulling towards the stone pillars within. Jiang Ming's feet, firmly bound, could not move. Lin Yi's face changed when he saw Jiang Ming being bound by that huge chain. What's going on? Lin Yi didn't dare to be slow, and drew out a long, pitch-black sword from somewhere, and chopped up towards that chain. Ding! The long knife in Lin Yi's hand chopped on top of a thick iron chain, and surprisingly, a crunching sound of metal colliding came out. What? How could you resist my long sword? Nope, it's not the quality of the long knife that's wrong, but the material of the chain itself is very special. For a while, Lin Yi's face gradually became ugly. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, felt the sealing power radiating from above the chains, and a flash of scarlet light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 133, Suya. Within Jiang Ming's right eye, a blood-colored vertical pupil emerged, and within that vertical pupil, a faint red light flickered. Lin Yi sensed that there was something wrong with Jiang Ming's state, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. No matter what, we must save Jiang Ming first. Lin Yi made a decision in his heart, regardless of what was in his mind. That's what he said anyway. He raised his long knife and slashed it hard towards the chain. Clank! At this moment, it was as if those chains possessed life, and they even made a crisp collision sound. At this scene, Lin Yi's eyes almost fell out as he watched. The quality of these chains is a little too strong. Brother Lin, stop wasting your efforts. At this time, Jiang Ming's voice suddenly rang out. This chain contains a kind of prohibition above it, capable of isolating the airflow and hindering the operation of true essence. You won't be able to break free with all your strength, let alone break the prohibition. Forbidden? Lin Yi was shocked in his heart when he heard this. This prohibition, could it be heavenly ranked prohibition? Lin Yi's words caused Jiang Ming to frown slightly. He didn't retort though, just nodded. Earlier in the Enchanting Frontier Codex, Jiang Ming had learned that some of the extremely secretive lineages in this world actually had different kinds of forbidden systems passed down. Heavenly ranked prohibitions, even for those lineages, were rare, but this place actually had so many heavenly ranked prohibitions, coupled with the fact that Lin Yi could recognize it at a glance. It couldn't help but make Jiang Ming ponder a little more within himself. Sure enough, it's a celestial ranked prohibition. Lin Yi's expression became somewhat grave. On top of these chains, they actually contained heavenly ranked prohibitions? How is this possible? This kind of prohibition should only be found in ancient sects. Could it be that here, the rest of the forbidden zone is still hidden? Lin Yi guessed in his heart, and he didn't ask Jiang Ming. After all, he and Jiang Ming had only met for the first time. Brother Lin, do you see that the surrounding stone walls have quite a few grooves? Above the grooves, a lot of writing is carved. Just as Lin Yi was thinking, Jiang Ming's voice suddenly rang out. Notches? Hearing Jiang Ming's voice, Lin Yi followed his finger and looked over, realizing that where Jiang Ming was pointing, there were indeed many grooves. What is the writing above these grooves? Lin Yi was puzzled. Those words, I can't understand them either, as I can't read them at all, and I haven't learned any skills in refining, but I guess that it should be something similar to a formation pattern. Jiang Ming explained. Formations? Lin Yi sniffed, revealing a dawning color, then looked toward the stone wall, and really saw the text above those grooves. So it is a formation pattern. No wonder I cannot read it. No wonder this kind of prohibition is afraid that only people in the sect can break it. Lin Yi finished reading those words, then looked at Jiang Ming and said, I see it, but these words, I don't really understand them. Do you understand them? Jiang Ming shook his head. Not really. Well, In that case, I'll just have to think of another way. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. He then left the place and searched in all directions for the rest of the stone pillars. Lin Yi searched the neighborhood for a long time before he finally saw a stone cave. The entrance to the cave, there are two hideous and horrible stone statues guarding. These two stone statues, the height of more than 10 meters, covered with bronze-colored scales, holding sharp spears, ugly and hideous face, eyes filled with violent and ferocious killing intent. These two stone statues were the statues of those demons. This stone cave was the lair of those demons. Lin Yi didn't dare to rush in. He could only stand outside the stone cave and observe. Just then, in the middle of the stone cave, there was a sudden movement, and then a cloud of black mist emerged out of thin air. Immediately afterward, a black-robed man walked out. This black-robed man, wearing a wide black robe that covered his entire body, could only be seen wearing a black robe. "Who are you?" When Lin Yi saw this person come out, he was immediately on guard. The black-robed man ignored Lin Yi and instead stared straight at Jiang Ming. "Jiang Ming, you're not dead?" The black-robed man stared at Jiang Ming and asked in a gloomy tone. "You?" Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. Good. I'm surprised you're not dead. A scowl appeared on the black-robed man's face. Jiang Ming frowned when he saw the black-robed man's appearance. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know." The black-robed man let out a cold snort, then waved the long spear in his hand and stabbed towards Jiang Ming. Lin Yi knew at the black-robed man's movements that the person the black-robed man was going to deal with should be Jiang Ming. He immediately took his long sword and attacked towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man stabbed with a lance in his hand, and Lin Yi had to block with his long sword. Call. Fail. A student. The long sword in Lin Yi's hand collided with the long spear in the black-robed man's hand, emitting a loud metallic trill. The two men each took a few steps back and looked at each other at the same time. "You're strong, but you're still no match for me. Suffer death." The black-robed man sneered and struck again. This time, his speed was unbelievably fast, and in just an instant, he rushed to Jiang Ming's front, and with a shake of the spear in his hand, the tip of the spear transformed into a piece of silver spear shadow, stabbing at Jiang Ming. Lin Yi's face changed dramatically when he saw this. He hastily activated his spirit internal force and blocked the long sword in front of his body. Bang! Lin Yi's long sword was stabbed through a hole, and the tip of the gun went through Lin Yi's chest, penetrating it. Put! Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly paled. This guy's strength is much more powerful than I expected. Lin Yi's legs dragged on the ground for several feet before he stabilized himself. With the shot just now, if Lin Yi had been slightly half a beat slower, he was afraid that he would have been pierced through the heart by that shot and would have died without a burial place. "Ha ha ha, Lin Yi, admit it, you're no match for me." The black-robed man laughed loudly and arrogantly when he saw Lin Yi injured. Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. With a flip of his wrist, a pitch-black colored longsword appeared in his palm. Lin Yi held his longsword and stabbed towards the black-robed man. This long sword, named Soul-Thirsty Slash, was one of Lin Yi's favorite treasures. Although the Soul-Thirsty Chop was a top-grade treasure weapon, it was obtained by Lin Yi under a chance opportunity, and Lin Yi had not refined it. The power of this longsword was only the power of an ordinary top-grade spirit weapon, which was nothing for Lin Yi's current strength. "You brat, you do have some guts. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you." The black-robed man laughed loudly. The black lance in his hand kept dancing. The lance was dense, like raindrops, and it landed on Lin Yi's long sword. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp metallic clanks came. The gunshots that were as dense as rain were shattered bit by bit by the Soul-Thirsty Chop. But it's just this amount of strength, and you dare to come and provoke me. You really don't know how to die. Today, I'll let you try the power of my black dragon gun. Death! Give me death! Ah! The black-robed man roared, and the long spear in his hand violently stabbed towards Jiang Ming. Not good. Looking at the oncoming spear, Jiang Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk. Lin Yi's strength was above him, and the black dragon gun was a mid-grade treasure weapon and an attacking mid-grade weapon that was extremely powerful. Moreover, this move was extremely powerful, and Lin Yi absolutely couldn't resist it. "Jiang Ming, be careful." Lin Yi's face changed drastically and he shouted, preparing to save Jiang Ming. However, he was simply too late to make a move, and the black dragon gun had already stabbed in front of Jiang Ming's eyes. This scene made Lin Yi feel very shocked and disbelieving. He really couldn't accept that this black dragon gun would be so powerful that it had stabbed Jiang Ming's heel so swiftly. "Brother Jiang Ming, hurry up and take cover." Just in the nick of time, a dainty voice rang out, followed by a beautiful silhouette that appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Lin Yi exclaimed in shock at the sight of the figure that had suddenly appeared. The silhouette was none other than Suya. Suya held an ancient longbow and shot out an arrow, directly hitting the tip of the black dragon gun, followed by a huge force that surged towards the black-robed man along the shaft of the gun. The black-robed man was shocked to see this. He hastily retracted his lance, and then ran his spiritual energy to dislodge the force around his body. Rumble! However, even so, the black-robed man's body was still smashed fiercely hundreds of meters away by this tremendous force. Cough, cough, cough. The black-robed man lay on the ground, coughing loudly, his eyes showing shock. What kind of person is this person? Surprisingly, he was able to send a medium-grade treasure weapon flying hundreds of meters with his bare hands. So how strong must this strength be? The black-robed man's heart was shaken as his gaze looked in the direction of the figure. Only the figure slowly walked towards the black-robed man. You, who the hell are you? Why did you save this brat? The black-robed man looked at Suya with a puzzled look in his eyes. From Suya, he sensed an aura of danger. Suya looked at the black-robed man, her eyes filled with killing intent, and said coldly, "You don't deserve to know my name." As she spoke, the aura on Suya's body surged steeply. The ancient longbow in her hand was drawn, and the arrow traced an arc in the air, shooting directly at the black-robed man's heart position. Put! A muffled sound rang out. The black-robed man's heart was penetrated by this arrow from Suya. Bright red blood flowed down the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man lowered his head, looked at the longbow that was stabbed into the heart position, revealed a look of horror, and muttered, What is this thing?" He didn't understand how there could be something that could penetrate the defense of a medium-grade spirit weapon. And this thing, it can hurt him? Suya didn't even look at the black-robed man as she turned toward Jiang Ming, a look of worry appearing on her face. Lin Yi looked at Suya's back and asked somewhat incredulously, could this be the secret technique you just performed? Suya ignored Lin Yi and instead walked quickly to Jiang Ming. She squatted down and reached out to press her hand at Jiang Ming's shoulder, using her internal energy to help him heal his injuries. Her fingers rested on Jiang Ming's shoulders, and an incomparably cool power immediately entered Jiang Ming's body. Hiss! Jiang Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he felt the warmth coming from his shoulders. He realized that his wounds were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the original wounds had scabbed over, and there was a pleasantly cool sensation coming from the shoulders. What kind of kung fu is this? Lin Ye's eyes widened. Although he had heard of this miraculous means of healing, he had never seen it with his own eyes, but this time he had truly seen it. What a strong recovery! And, it's warm. Lin Yi looked towards Suya, but Jiang Ming on the side was in thought. Obviously, the appearance of these two, whether it was their style of engagement or the means they used, was beyond what they had once understood. In the records of the enchanting frontier canon, it seems that only those families with very ancient inheritances will have them. Moreover, whether it's the black-robed man or Lin Yi, the blades they're using are not as good as the demon sword, but they don't seem to be much worse. The biggest difference lies in the fact that in their weapons, there is no spirit. What exactly are they? The Lin family, and what kind of existence are they? Jiang Ming pondered inwardly and didn't speak. What's this guy? Lin Yi looked at Suya, his eyes filled with scorn. In his eyes, Suya was like an abyss, leaving him somewhat out of reach. He could feel the kind of temperament emanating from Suya, as if she was the controller of this heaven and earth. Whoever could not escape its control in general. This is rather strange. This man is the sequence of the enchanting frontier? But Jiang Ming didn't have this kind of aura on him. But his age, it's also too young, isn't it? Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head as he thought about it. Lin Yi, you can leave first. Suya turned around and said to Lin Yi, but he's too weak. His injuries are very serious. If he's not treated soon, something will easily happen. Don't worry, he can't die. Suya said faintly. Good. Seeing that Suya was so sure, Lin Yi stopped talking and nodded, then turned to leave. Phew! After Lin Yi left, Suya finally breathed a sigh of relief, her face slightly white. Miss Su, thank you for saving my life. I, Jiang, will remember today's favor. Jiang Ming looked at Suya and said with an arch. Regardless, the man had appeared strangely, but he had longed himself after all. The proper etiquette is still in place. Just, why would he or she be in Suya? Feel a familiar air, like your own mother. The feeling was strange, and Jiang Ming was certain that this person had absolutely no relationship with his mother. Moreover, ever since Suya had appeared, Jiang Ming had always had an indescribable feeling of absurdity within him. What's really going on? Jiang Ming couldn't figure it out. Although his old man was a border enchanting compassionist, his mother was just an ordinary person, and she didn't have any relationship with these foreigners at all. Coupled with this person's previous address, it looked as if she had recognized herself long ago. It's just a bit of an odd appearance nowadays. Jiang Ming, your injuries are serious. After Suya stood up, she looked at Jiang Ming and frowned. After Suya finished saying these words, Jiang Ming suddenly sensed that in the distance, a massive force was rapidly arriving. Chapter 134, The Golden Silkworm. Move! Suya grabbed Jiang Ming and quickly disappeared towards the distance. Boo! A huge piece of wood suddenly struck, and Suya's body instantly flew backwards while Jiang Ming fell to the ground. Suya fell to the ground and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ahem. Sua. Are you okay? Jiang Ming hurriedly climbed up and walked over to Suya's side to help her up. It's okay, let's just hurry and get out of here. Suya wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, shook her head, and said. Jiang Ming nodded, picked up Suya, and continued to run towards the distance. Boom! At this time, the top of a distant mountain peak suddenly burst open, and a gigantic figure rose up into the sky, transforming into a behemoth of thousands of feet as it rushed towards Jiang Ming and the two of them. Roar! The moment this figure appeared, it caused the entire wilderness forest to resonate, and countless ferocious beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Roar! The figure's eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Jiang Ming and Suya, its mouth roaring as a powerful sense of oppression emanated from it. Suya's body trembled slightly, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why is it so powerful? Suya's face wore a shocked look. Jiang Ming's face was also grave. The figure posed a great threat to him. Ouch! The figure let out a deafening sound as it swooped down, directly rushing into the range of Jiang Ming and Suya. Whoosh! Suya's speed was also extremely fast. A light flashed up on her body and her body suddenly accelerated, instantly dodging the figure's attack. However, she did not stop, but continued to rush towards the outskirts of the forest. Ouch! Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was locked by the figure's aura and lost his concentration for a moment. What to do? Jiang Ming looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer, his heart anxious, but almost at the same time. Jiang Ming seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked grave. It's not right. My strength. When did I get so weak? Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed as he looked at everything that had suddenly appeared underneath him in all directions, and recalling Lin Yi and Suya's strange appearances, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel very ridiculous inside. It doesn't make sense. It all seems very unreasonable. Roar! At this time, the figure roared again and slapped a claw towards Suya. Suya's face was pale, holding a long sword and resisting in front of herself. Bang! A muffled sound came, and the long sword in Suya's hand instantly broke into two. Suya was sent flying out by the figure's claw and fell hard to the ground. This blow directly interrupted Jiang Ming's thoughts. Suya! Jiang Ming was shocked. He rushed to Suya's side. Hiss! What a terrible blow! Suya fell to the ground, as if her bones were shattered, and spat out a bloody arrow from her mouth. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at the figure, horror and fear filling the depths of her eyes. Ha ha! You're all my tasty treats. The figure let out a maniacal laugh, then swooped down, opening its bloody mouth and biting down towards Suya. Just in the nick of time, Jiang Ming made a flash and appeared in front of Suya. Put! A muffled sound came out, and Suya was hardened by Jiang Ming as he blocked the blow. Jiang Ming, thank you. Suya looked at Jiang Ming gratefully. This figure was too strong. If it wasn't for Jiang Ming's protection, she would have died a long time ago. You first recuperate your injuries, Jiang Ming said to Suya before turning around. Roar! The figure let out a roar, then took one step and came directly in front of Jiang Ming, launching another attack, this time even more terrifying. Roar! Put! Jiang Ming was sent flying backwards by the slap, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. Stimulated by the intense pain, Jiang Ming's face looked a little ugly. Although his fleshly body was powerful, it was ultimately flesh and blood. Roar! The figure roared and continued to pounce towards Jiang Ming. Damn it! Jiang Ming cursed in his heart. He knew that today was going to be a bad day, but he would never sit around and wait for it to happen. Jiang Ming's body shifted and swept towards the distance. The figure's speed was much faster than his, and he couldn't shake off the other party at all. Ouch! The figure chased after Jiang Ming, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards his head. Brother Jiang, be careful! Just then, a man's shout suddenly came out from the forest in the distance, and a golden-colored figure rushed towards Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming frowned and turned his head. Then he saw a figure rushing in his direction. The figure was a man, wearing golden-colored clothes and a bucket hat, looking very mysterious. This man's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Ming. With just the appearance of this person, the monster unexpectedly revealed fear and quickly left. Are you? Jiang Ming looked at the man who had suddenly appeared, and his entire body was rather puzzled. This man, who should have run out from some forest, was strangely fast, and he actually didn't notice the man's approach at all just now. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who you are. Why are you here? This man took off the bucket hat on top of his head, revealing a handsome face as he looked at Jiang Ming and asked indifferently. Me? I came here to practice. I didn't expect to encounter a demonic beast. We fled all the way here, Jiang Ming said. Nice? The man laughed softly, only the voice sounded more or less shady and cut and odd. It's impressive that you can actually survive in these conditions. It was just a fluke. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed, feeling outrageous inside. My name is Jin Yang. You should not have appeared here. This man looked toward Jiang Ming, his voice still eerie and inscrutable. Jiang Ming sniffed and frowned. He heard the hostility in the other party's words, and he also felt a hint of a dangerous aura from this Jin Yang's body. I will leave, but not now. Jiang Ming gazed inwardly and spoke flatly. If you don't leave, you won't be able to, Jin Yang said indifferently. The corner of his mouth curved up in a bizarre arc. It immediately caused Jiang Ming's face to change, and he quickly pulled away as a strong uneasiness climbed within him. Sua, how are you? Jiang Ming glanced at Suya on the side, and as he asked in a low voice, he was also on guard against the man in gold. It's okay. Suya wiped a handful of blood from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale and she looked very wretched. Jiang Ming, what should we do? Asked Suya. Don't worry, leave it to me. Jiang Ming didn't turn around, staring at Jin Yang with a deadpan expression. Just the bottom of his heart inexplicably some anxiety. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. Even the various discomforts that have gradually surfaced in one's body since the man's appearance seemed to be telling one that this place does not belong here. This senior, between me and my friend, we just happened to pass by here occasionally, so we came here by mistake, and we didn't mean to offend. Oh, I'd like to see how you don't mean to be offensive. Jin Yang looked at Jiang Ming with interest, and between cold smiles, he unexpectedly struck out without any warning. With that, Jin Yang took a step out and arrived in front of Jiang Ming. Jin Yang's speed was simply too fast, so fast that Jiang Ming couldn't even react, and in just the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's face changed slightly as he looked at Jin Yang in front of him, because this Jin Yang was just too strong. Jiang Ming only felt a stuffy surge in his chest, and with a sweetness in his throat, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Ahem! Jiang Ming coughed violently, and his face grew paler and paler. Your strength. No! Jin Yang glanced at Jiang Ming and shook his head. His strength, it seemed, was much stronger than Jiang Ming's, and he didn't give a damn about Jiang Ming's strength. Jiang Ming. Suya hurriedly supported Jiang Ming, her face filled with anxiety. She knew that although Jiang Ming's strength wasn't weak, he was powerless against Jin Yang. You don't need to worry about me. Find a place to hide first. Jiang Ming waved his hand, signaling Suya to leave first. Seeing this, Suya nodded and assisted Jiang Ming to leave the place. Want to run? No way. Jin Yang let out a cold snort and directly chased towards the two. Swish swish swish. Jin Yang's body moved and instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared beside Jiang Ming and Suya. His arms stretched out, and a fist blasted out towards Jiang Ming. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Jiang Ming's body flew directly backwards, smashing into the ground. Ahem! Jiang Ming covered his chest and burst into a violent coughing fit. Jiang Ming. Seeing that Jiang Ming was injured, a look of anxiety appeared on Suya's face, and she immediately ran to Jiang Ming's side and helped him up. My injuries are fine. You should leave here first and find a safe place to rest, Jiang Ming said to Suya. You asshole! Seeing this, Suya directly shouted angrily at Jin Yang. Snap! Jin Yang slapped him across the face, slapping Suya's head straight to the side. Don't be too indiscreet, little girl. Jin Yang looked at Suya with a gloomy face and sneered coldly. However, on the basis that you're quite innocent looking, I can spare your life. With that, Jin Yang waved his hand and a gust of wind blew away the dust on Suya's face. Suya's eyes widened with an angry expression. If you obediently follow me, I can spare you and that friend of yours. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Jin Yang said with an expression of eating Suya. You dream, Sua roared. Good, since you're refusing to drink until you're forced to do so, then I won't blame you for my ruthlessness, Jin Yang said, directly waving his hand. A long whip appeared in his hand. Snap! Jin Yang directly threw the long whip on the ground, making a crisp ringing sound while shocking Suya's soul. What kind of weapon is this? Suya was startled and hastily took a few steps back. Hey, aren't you going to protect this kid? Then why don't you try and block a few lashes from me? Jin Yang sneered and struck towards Suya with one whip after another. In an instant, Suya was already bruised all over, her body dripping with blood. Ah! Suya let out a mournful cry and kept backing up. Ha ha ha. Just like you dare to protect this guy. It's just a fool's errand. By now, you should know the horror of me, right? Jin Yang had a smug look on his face as he kept whipping Suya and mocking her at the same time. Suya's face turned white as she looked at Jiang Ming with a resigned expression. You saved me. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. After receiving 2 consecutive punches from Jin Yang, and with the blood cheese surging in his body, Jiang Ming felt a very familiar fury. That fury, not belonging to himself, but as if he was constantly trying to integrate into his flesh and blood. The tingling pain that came along with it caused Jiang Ming's divine soul to become more and more clear, and his heart became calmer and calmer. Something's not right. Something must be wrong somewhere. Jiang Ming's face was unsightly as he coldly watched the scene of hitting and being hit in front of him, as well as Suya's pathetic pleading eyes. Soja, a woman who inexplicably appeared. Jin Yang, a pervert who somehow appeared. And Lin Yi, the Lin family, and the Lin family's forbidden land. This is all happening a little too childishly. Although Qi Yuan is a great danger to the heart of the enchanting frontier, but definitely will not take their lives seriously. At this moment, should follow the arrival of the right. But Qi Waki was throwing himself down and leaving in a hurry. Qi Quan will not defect. But, the move was just too weird. Plus, the Lin family is a family with a long history of inheritance in the enchanting frontier. And this matter, he saw from which canon. Not impressed at all. It's hard not to. How much longer are you going to act? Jiang Ming stared coldly at the two of them, and a murderous intent also came out in his voice. A wry smile curled up at the corner of Jin Yang's mouth, and a flash of essence flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he quickly resumed his excited and perverted appearance, constantly waving his small leather whip. Regardless of how Jin Yang fought, Suya looked more and more miserable, and Jiang Ming remained unmoved, still watching quietly. After about 2 or 3 hours, Jiang Ming found out, even though Suya's arms were broken from the beating, the sound of that miserable scream was surprisingly still echoing. It's really not right. Jiang Ming no longer focused on the immediate, but got up and looked around. He could now be sure that he had forgotten something, or rather, forgetting a lot of instincts. Feeling the weakness of his body at this moment, a flash of depth flashed through the depths of Jiang Ming's eyes, and in the midst of Jin Yang and Suya's strange gazes, he turned around and walked towards the distance. What Jiang Ming didn't know was that as he left, Jin Yang gradually stopped his hand movements and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile if anything, and its feet Suya, is the eyes gradually stagnant, as if puppets. Jiang Ming kept moving away, thoughts racing through his mind, and bursts of tingling pain came from time to time from his flesh and blood, as if he was constantly reminding Jiang Ming that this place was completely different from the world he had known. Even the self at this moment is not the original self. At some point, a thick fog gradually rose in all directions, making it impossible to see anything. Jiang Ming's gaze was deep, and he continued to walk forward. As time passed, Jiang Ming realized that his actions seemed to have pulled the changes in the pattern of heaven and earth in the 4 directions, and the fog was getting thicker and thicker. The stabbing pain in his flesh and blood became more and more intense, causing Jiang Ming's eyes to gradually become streaked with blood, while those forgotten instincts seemed to gradually recover. This fury, it's a power within me, but it's not just me. It's because of Jin Yang's appearance that I realized quite a few things. This person's outburst is also not a killing move. What exactly is the origin? This place, and what is it? What the hell is Qi Waki trying to do? Feeling the intense pain coming from his flesh and blood, Jiang Ming's brows furrowed, and as his inner thoughts turned, some black mist unexpectedly seeped out from around his body in an extremely bizarre manner. Have I really ever seen Qi Waki? Quite a few memories were still present in his mind. Jiang Ming recalled all the things he had seen before with Qi Yuan, and inexplicably felt bizarre. As a golden worm gradually coalesced from Jiang Ming's palm through the black mist, the shackles of memory in Jiang Ming's mind seemed to open up again, and a familiar murmur came out of his mouth. Gold. Silkworms? Chapter 135 Wind Divination. True, 2 ribs to a knife. The appearance of the golden silkworm was like a spark that could start a prairie fire, causing the memories in Jiang Ming's mind to quickly recover, and that instinct that belonged to him to quickly return at the same time. A flash of brilliance flashed deep within Jiang Ming's eyes, as a strange fluctuation around his body rapidly climbed. The breath in his body also became stronger and stronger. Just in front of the eyes of the mist is still dense, and even the degree of density is still climbing. Vaguely, Jiang Ming perceived that there is a fog that can suppress the ability of their own thinking, which makes Jiang Ming's eyes gradually not good. Qi Waki, had enough fun? An ice-cold voice came out of Jiang Ming's mouth, and a terrifying aura exploded around him, and a sharp hiss suddenly came out from the golden silkworm in Jiang Ming's hand. Immediately after, a black fog from Jiang Ming's body boomed under the outbreak. Meteorite life compass, spring and autumn cicada, blood parasites, and many other parasites emerged one after another from Jiang Ming's body. A ferocious black snake, obviously much larger in size, drilled out of the ground beside Jiang Ming, hissing, accompanied by the confrontation between the black mist and the white mist, and under the sweep, a mournful buzzing sound suddenly came out. In join, the buzzing sound of the sword seemed to contain a monstrous resentment, accompanied by a bloodthirsty and ferocious violent killing intent that swept down, and the pupils of Jiang Ming's eyes quickly turned scarlet. A terrifying aura emerged from Jiang Ming's body, sweeping towards the 8 directions. Jiang Ming clearly did not make any movements to draw his sword, but in his hand there was even an extra strange blade with red stripes on a black background. A blood shadow emerged from around Jiang Ming, as if it had grabbed the long blade along with him. When the bone-piercing coldness above the long knife swept through the 8 directions, a coldness that seemed to be able to seal off everything exploded from the voice of the demonic knife. Redemption successful. Congratulations on acquiring the art of wind divination. Wind divination, everything follows the wind, and there is a heavenly destiny for cause and effect. The art of wind divination can give you the ability to see through mysterious changes. A mechanized voice came from his mind, and as Jiang Ming felt the changes in the world around him, a scarlet-red blood aura appeared in the depths of his eyes, and along with the terrifying power of flesh and blood that continued to climb, it seemed as if every cell in Jiang Ming's body was emitting a monstrous roar. The terrifying aura immediately washed away the thick fog in this place. The bizarre black mist spread out in all directions, and as it continued to sweep, the world in front of Jiang Ming unexpectedly began to break apart inch by inch. This scene caused the coldness in Jiang Ming's eyes to become even colder, and the killing intent around his body grew stronger. What Jiang Ming didn't expect was that as the fog here completely dissipated, the world in front of him shattered into blackness, and when another picture appeared, it caused Jiang Ming's brows to furrow. I won. Ha ha, pay up. I told you that it would take 3 hours at most. Would my saint son not be able to break your mere illusion? It's clearly been over 3 hours plus 0.75. Your family's holy son is nothing more than that. Damn it, old thing. You're trying to renege on your debt, aren't you? Not far away, in front of the Lin family, Qi Yuan is carrying an old man's collar. The two blowing their beards and eyes seem to be betting on something. That old man Jiang Ming recognized, at the very beginning, the one who seemed to say he was Lin Ye's father. It only appeared for a single glance and then left in a hurry, looking around to see, not only Qi Yuan and old man here, even further away, many wearing yellow long-shirted Lin family disciples, are also surrounded by a huge betting disc there. Some people rejoice, some people grieve. Heaven and earth is not benevolent. No Lin Yi, no Suya, not even Jin Yang. It is as if, from beginning to end, it is a gambling game between Qi Yuan and the old man of the Lin family. For a moment, it left Jiang Ming, who was bursting with killing intent and carrying a long sword, somewhat at a loss for words. There is a saying that he knows that Qi Yuan is a dog, but he did not expect that it is a dog to this extent. Yo, Saint's son, you're finally back. You've missed the old slave to death. Qi Yuan, since Jiang Ming woke up, immediately revealed a look of loyalty to protect the master. A handful of snot and a handful of tears to Jiang Ming clothes to wipe, suddenly let Jiang Ming forehead veins bulging. What's going on with the enchanting border? Jiang Ming lifted his leg and kicked a horrifying flesh power outbreak. Immediately let Qi Yuan fly backwards more than 20 meters. Almost the same time Qi Yuan landed on the ground, Jiang Ming figure has already appeared. A foot hard he in Qi Waki's chest. Although the enchanting border compassionist and their own contact is not much, and even few familiar people, but the enchanting border mutation, Qi Yuan even brought himself here to bet. Nothing to say, but also a waste of 3 hours of time. This made Jiang Ming angry. You don't even know how to share half of the money you make. Like the Qi Yuan, this kind of wolf ambition enchanting sycophant. Or before it's too late to eradicate the good. Jiang Ming moved to kill. Immediately let Qi Yuan sucked in cold air. Inner sadness of the holy son of unkindness to the patriarch as a ruminant, and called out abominable and pathetic in filial piety. Sacred son, the enchanting frontier has long been unharmed, and the old ancestor is here as well. Trust me. You trust me. If I have half a word of falsehood, I don't need the saint's son to do anything. I naturally won't hand over this head of mine to the saint's son. Saint's son, you stepped on my boobs. Can you give the old man a chance to tell the truth? Qi Yuan quickly opened his mouth. His voice swore. Let Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Let go of Qi Waki's small reasoning. Qi Waki took a deep breath, sweating profusely, and at the moment, he also got up and cupped his fists to pay his respects. Lead the way. Indifferent voice resounded. Qi Yuan even shook his head inside. Internal slander constantly hated the holy son. Hateful is enchanting great danger. At the same time also had to obediently bring Jiang Ming came to the Lin family inside an attic. Soon a bizarre picture emerged. Old Lin too. I told you that my grandson is bound to come out within 3 hours. How can your Lin family's district trail be able to restrain my grandson? Joke, that's what my son, who is a poor learner, denies, and will give your grandson a chance to break out of his trap? Alright, no more nonsense. The promised $1 billion bet. Pay me immediately. Damn it, didn't we say we agreed on $300 million before? What? You're not going to pay back the $2 billion you owe me, are you? Bang! Jiang Ming took a deep breath. walked forward and kicked open the door of the room. Looking at the two white-haired old men in front of him who were strangling each other's necks and fighting with red faces and ears, Jiang Ming felt that his thoughts were very chaotic in his mind. The color of his face followed the seriousness. How could he have never imagined that his third granduncle, who looked like a thick-browed man, would be so bad? It looked like there was a real possibility that Pops had instructed him to steal the body. Damn it! Jiang Ming's inner grief. The thought of his old dad not eating or sleeping well in jail and his strong filial piety made Jiang Ming quite sad. I want $1 billion, or this isn't over. Jiang Ming took a step forward, and a pained look surfaced in his expression, causing third granduncle to widen his eyes. You, how much do you want? Third granduncle could not believe it and looked at Jiang Ming with a dumbfounded face. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and the pain in his expression became even more intense. Grandpa, my father has been in jail for so long. Don't you feel any guilt at all? My father has worked hard for you, even going so far as to get caught stealing corpses. Can you bear to see my father suffer in jail? And just how much more are you hiding from me? Jiang Ming's crimson eyes looked as if he had experienced countless blows. At the same time that the third maternal uncle was inexplicably a bit alarmed, he also hurriedly reached into the other old man's shirt, and almost instantly fished out a bank card and threw it to Jiang Ming. This bank card password, only this old man knows. Don't ask me. This has nothing to do with me. Grandmaster, I love you so much. How could I possibly have anything to hide from you? Third granduncle shook his head repeatedly, completely unaware of the matter of instructing Zhang Erdog to steal the corpse, not even mentioning it. The old man Lin on the side was also staring with wide eyes at this moment, looking at the enchanting frontier ancestor in front of him who took his bank card and gave it away. His brain was buzzing and full of horror. Damn it, you, old man Lin, you've been at it for half a day, but you haven't made a name for yourself. Instead, third granduncle's body radiated a fierce wind around him, instantly sweeping Jiang Ming and Qi Yuan, rolling the two of them out beyond the Lin family. Holy sun, let's go back. Qi Yuan laughed bitterly behind Jiang Ming, the bank card in his hand at some point, transformed into a greenish-blue square ancient jade. This caused Jiang Ming's eyes to slowly narrow. Behind him, Qi Yuan let out a bitter laugh. The old ancestor did come out, and did not come out. The sons and daughters of the enchanting frontier. Likewise, the only one who came out was me, because I wasn't at the enchanting frontier when the mutation happened. I didn't go deep enough to talk about going in. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Ming frowned, and behind him, Qi Yuan sighed and smiled bitterly, leading the way in front while also explaining. This place, the Lin family, is actually one of the clans that was slaughtered by the old ancestor himself 30 years ago. The change in the enchanting frontier has caused the Lin family to revive and appear once again, and this change has caught the attention of the old ancestor. Thus, I was ordered to guide you here. The enchanting frontier's unusual change came suddenly, and it seems to be related to the layout of several families decades ago, which contains the Lin family's illusions, and likewise, there are many families raising bizarre compulsion beasts. The entire enchanting frontier's inner clan, which has long since been turned into a purgatory. The holy sun. Qi Yuan did not turn around. A low voice came out, and the whole person's circumference also inexplicably became much more illusory. You are already in the game. This enchanting frontier forbidden zone has transformed quite a bit. There are spirits within it that the old ancestor is trying to suppress. There is no way for me to provide you with more help. The matter of the Lin family is not absolute. You must beware of all. When the old ancestor slaughtered a few families, never a simple generation. Lin family illusions, but also the old ancestor's power influence to make a difference. It's up to you to decide what's true and what's false here. Qi Yuan's voice was slow, and each sentence seemed like true words from the bottom of his heart, which, combined with his previous judgment, caused Jiang Ming to be moved inwardly and greatly moved. Qi Waki, are you willing to stick your neck out for me? Jiang Ming looked at Qi Yuan's back in front of him and inexplicably felt that this guy was much taller. Qi Waki was a little confused, but rolled his eyes. The cave of 10,000 poisons, 10,000 immortals. As a compounder and patriarch, it's only right for me to shelter the holy sun. It's only right for me to be able to go down on the mountain of daggers and the sea of flames, not to mention the two ribs of the district. Pust. The sound of blood and flesh tearing came from behind him, and Jiang Ming nodded seriously. That's a good point, and you don't have to say it next time. Jiang Ming's voice came out, the demonic knife directly stabbed horizontally over the two ribs of Qi Waki. True, two ribs, so that Qi Waki stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Ming in front of him, and immediately felt that his brain was buzzing. You, pointed at Jiang Ming. Qi Waki, you half a day. Are not you out of a name? Jiang Ming coldly drew out the long knife, looking at the knife body above not stained with the slightest blood. The heart does not waver. Qi Yuan is my enchanting frontier sycophant. Heart and soul will never say words like yours. My third great uncle has always loved me dearly, and never has there been such a ridiculous sight. A mere illusion. Do you want to fool me a second time? Jiang Ming's gaze was icy cold. His hand rose up and chopped off Qi Yuan's head, and unsurprisingly, no blood flowed. Jiang Ming looked around, feeling the changes between heaven and earth. The dense fog that suppressed his perception in the previous illusion did not come, as if the scene at this moment was not the illusion he thought it was. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and quickly moved forward towards the front. Soon, it was back in the temporary base that Qi Yuan had originally brought himself to. At this moment, the base was empty and there were no human figures at all. The wounded, the guards, the medical nurses. There was not a single person in the otherwise crowded temporary base. Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. It looked like he hadn't entered the illusion realm here. It is highly likely that the moment you step into the enchanting frontier with the help of a helicopter, you will be enveloped in a horrific illusion. Can you detect the basilisk's scent? Jiang Ming stroked the ground, and a large-headed spider that seemed to be integrated with the environment of this place surfaced, and after making an effort to look around for a while, it returned to Jiang Ming shaking its head repeatedly. Jiang Ming put the spider away and looked at the ancient jade that Grandmaster had thrown to him in the illusion. A hot burning sensation emanated from above the ancient jade. Jiang Ming didn't know what this was about, and simply placed the ancient jade into his arms, letting it burn his skin. The spirit of the demon blade seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber after breaking through the first layer of the illusion, and Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity in his heart as he surveyed the world in all directions. The land of the enchanting frontier is so wide. What kind of mutation is it that can turn the whole enchanting frontier into so? In just a few hours? Jiang Ming couldn't understand it, couldn't say whose layout was involved in this, but this heaven and earth change must have alarmed the military a long time ago. Perhaps a few of your own 200 or so Moncler outlet store people have entered this place. Yin Qi was rampant in all directions, and according to Zhang Xiaoshan's physique, it was bound to attract evil spirits to get close to him. And at this moment, perhaps if Zhang Xiaoshan was found first, he would be able to break the situation. Or maybe, the breeze between heaven and earth was light. Jiang Ming felt the strange feeling coming from the wind, a feeling as if he could observe all things in heaven and earth through the breeze surfaced. Jiang Ming's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a faint crisis of life and death. This made Jiang Ming inwardly gloomy, and continued to perceive, and soon, it was discovered that to the west, there seemed to be some fluctuations coming from the gas of the gung-ho. Jiang Ming didn't delay. A deep light flashed in his eyes, and the ghost shadow steps were launched with a bang, accompanied by the emergence of the remnants of the shadows, and he fiercely and quickly rushed towards the west. Chapter 136, As expected of my good big brother, truly a great filial son. That Gangjin aura was incomparably violent in Jiang Ming's perception, not to mention the rich killing intent coming from that place to the west. This breath alone made Jiang Ming feel incomparably grave. As Jiang Ming quickly approached, soon, an old man who was fully clothed in pitch-black clothes, as if he existed in an illusory and real picture, appeared in Jiang Ming's line of sight. Third master? Looking at the old man who was sitting motionless on the ground, Jiang Ming tried to walk forward, but found that the third master, who usually had the sharpest perception, was even at this time, as if he could not notice his appearance at all, causing Jiang Ming to look serious. After several attempts, Jiang Ming then realized that this place was merely the shadow of the three great masters, not the real person. The illusion here, it's very advanced. Surveying the flowers and grasses transforming in the four directions, this place is not at all like the Lin family's clumsy illusions in general, which can conceal one's perception and even subconsciously forget instincts. This place is more like a more subtle formation. Once a person goes deep into it, he or she can probe at will, and will not even close any perception, only to never be able to deduce anything useful. Enchanting land, is everyone within the area of the mutation? Jiang Ming's deep gaze swept over the four, and while he kept surveying, his heart was also filled with many more thoughts. Blade spirit. Jiang Ming stepped forward, a light call. The demon sword trembled, a blood shadow dazzle emerged, and finally appeared in Jiang Ming's back, as if the hands of the general feeling of viscous, gradually fell on Jiang Ming above the eyes. Along with the enchantment of the spirit of the demon blade, the world Jiang Ming was looking at suddenly turned blood red as well. The place where the three Grand Masters were sitting earlier was just like a very weird irregular piece of iron, with gusts of Gangjin gas emanating out. Jiang Ming didn't move presumptuously, and with the help of the blade spirit's line of sight he looked towards the distance, and in the extreme distance, three blood-colored humanoid figures appeared in Jiang Ming's line of sight. Feeling the aura radiating from those three people, Jiang Ming's eyes slowly narrowed. The breath of the compass. These three people, not the enchanting border companions, thought, should be the people of the enchanting border Earth survival. Jiang Ming didn't approach hastily, but after observing briefly from a distance, he continued to grope his way towards another mountain range. The world as seen by the demon blade sword spirit is not exactly the same as what regular people see. It didn't take long for Jiang Ming to arrive next to a river. The scenery of this place was real, although the mountains were still mountains and the river was still a river. But under the sword spirit's enchantment, Jiang Ming would feel a sense of sticky obstruction no matter what he touched, as if those things are really tainted with endless sticky blood. It was even as if this place was really a bizarre blood realm, making him hesitate inwardly. Is this the world that the spirit of the sword has seen for thousands of years in his eyes? Jiang Ming couldn't experience what the spirit of the demon blade was going through, but after the spirit of the blade obscured his eyes from sight, he vaguely sensed the endless loneliness and resentment within the spirit of the blade. It was as if the entire world was full of malice for the blade spirit. As Jiang Ming saw the world at the moment, blood red, as if purgatory, moving forward along the river. Unintentionally, Jiang Ming saw a reflection in the river, which caused him to raise an eyebrow with some suspicion. The river itself, the whole person looks blood red, whether it is the cheeks or the whole body, flesh and blood, all seem to be broken and unbearable general, surrounded by a strong and incomparable resentment breath diffusion, even invisibly scattered and the spirit of the demonic sword contrary to, but the same source of the resentment. This caused Jiang Ming's eyes to slowly narrow. The reflection in this river was, undoubtedly, what he looked like when the spirit of the demon blade looked at him on weekdays. This is what's going on. Jiang Ming knew that the sword spirit saw the world differently, but did not know where the difference lay, not to mention the fact that everything in the outside world had completely changed from what he knew. But only the very different self in the eyes of the sword spirit made Jiang Ming feel inexplicably uneasy. Cobalt. At this moment, a hoarse murmur came from Jiang Ming's ears. The ancient syllables in that voice seemed to echo in the language of some barbaric era in the ancient past, and even though it was hoarse and slow, it exuded an ancient aura of fierceness and decadence. Listening to the moral coming from the syllables caused Jiang Ming's forward steps to stall, and his voice became much lower as the deep light in his eyes flickered. Prophecy. Death. The blade spirit behind him nodded slightly as if in response, and Jiang Ming shook his head. He doesn't believe in prophecies. There is nothing more outrageous in this world than asserting what will happen in the future in the present. This point, proficient in the secret essence of the mysterious gate of the second Moncler outlet store cannot do, and even, as a thousand ancient emperor of the first emperor, did not give a prophecy. The spirit of the demon blade, surprisingly, said that everything he saw today was a prophecy of what would surely come in the future. Jiang Ming was disbelieving inwardly. And what is to be done to avoid this prophecy? Jiang Ming gruffly opened his mouth, and the spirit of the demon blade hummed intermittently for half a day, not letting Jiang Ming hear a word. It reinforced Jiang Ming's disbelief, following the river continuously upwards. Soon, in this river, quite a number of rotten bones, skin and flesh gradually appeared, and they just floated on the surface of the river like that, following the river towards the downstream continuously flowing. Jiang Ming lifted up the one eye that the spirit of the demon blade had obscured to look at it, but his pupils shrunk violently. He saw that the rotting flesh and blood that he had seen in the blood-colored world were actually corpses wearing enchanting frontier costumes. One person was even the same old man who had to kowtow one to himself because of his status as a holy son when he was slipping around in the enchanting frontier. That old man at the moment, in addition to the face, almost the rest of the body, skin and flesh all separated, sinews and veins just like that into the river of blood. It looks weird not to mention that, and even, not far away there are many corpses. The same floats here. The scene was beyond brutal and bizarre. It caused a wave of anger to grow within Jiang Ming. In his mind, he recalled the several families that had been slaughtered by third uncle Grandpa and Chiwaki earlier, and the light in his eyes was bright and uncertain. Obviously, the source of all this mutation may go back decades. What, exactly, happened in the flesh and blood world that Jiang Ming was looking at, in combination with the real world that he was looking at in front of him? It was as if the two worlds were overlapping, and those who had died, their flesh and blood all merged into the river, and eerily dissipated. The prophecy of the Scarlet World seems to be descending little by little into reality. This caused Jiang Ming to be somewhat unable to accept it inwardly, but just then, knock, boom, in the distance, accompanied by a loud rumbling muffled sound, as a mournful scream echoed in all directions, a wretched figure wearing a dark blue Taoist robe violently appeared, quickly fleeing towards Jiang Ming's location. Seemingly sensing Jiang Ming's presence, Zhang Xiaoshan instantly revealed ecstasy and opened his mouth to call out to his big brother. Big brother, save me, help me. Zhang Xiaoshan was very excited, even exuberant. He ran for his life. All he wanted was to live. I don't know what's going on in this place, but there's nothing like being able to see a good big brother. Damn, old thing. Aren't you quite a bully? Dare you try it with my big brother? Zhang Xiaoshan was filled with arrogance and directly called out, and behind him, a white-haired monster wearing worn and corrupted ancient black clothes unexpectedly stared at the whites of his two extremely large eyes as he rushed straight at Jiang Ming with an extremely terrifying speed. This caused Zhang Xiaoshan to be instantly confused and freeze in place. So, is just ing teasing me? Looking at the monster that instantly surpassed him, Zhang Xiaoshan gasped and sat down on the ground, and unsurprisingly, along with the buzzing sound of the sword, the old man was directly chopped in half by the demonic sword in the next second. The body is separated. Big brother, it's worthy of you. It's awesome. Zhang Xiaoshan was full of sighs, but what he never expected was that the next second, a black light flashed, accompanied by a scarlet baneful aura lingering around. The demonic blade with red stripes on a black background that cut through the monster fiercely fell towards Zhang Xiaoshan. Are you crazy? Zhang Xiaoshan instantly jumped up in fear, his face full of panic and ready to run for his life. But the next second, only a gust of wind was felt as Jiang Ming's figure violently appeared in front of Zhang Xiaoshan. A white palm, at the same time, also landed on Zhang Xiaoshan's shoulder. Bang! With the sound of breaking bones came the poof. The sound of blood and flesh tearing resounded, and between the buzzing of Zhang Xiaoshan's brain, he immediately suffered pain in his abdomen, and the fire of life of the whole person rapidly dimmed. But just at this moment, the moment Zhang Xiaoshan's entire world went black, a soft eek suddenly came from in front of him. You're actually a real person? The person in front of him was surprised, even a little surprised. Zhang Xiaoshan's face was pale. His mouth could not spit out 300 liters of blood. His voice trembled in pain. Then otherwise. What am I? You are really not a human being. Seeing Zhang Xiaoshan dying, Jiang Ming did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly exchanged a number of pills in the system mola brain stuffed into Zhang Xiaoshan's mouth, and incidentally took out the golden silkworm to help renew his life. After tossing and turning for 2 hours, Zhang Xiaoshan's external injuries were almost healed, and his internal injuries were being rapidly repaired by the golden silkworm. Zhang Xiaoshan also woke up with it, looking at the figure sitting on a plate not far away, wiping the blood on top of the demon sword. Zhang Xiaoshan's gaze was blank and his heart was in pain. He didn't expect that the good big brother that his heart was yearning for would meet with a knife. Damn it, you can't blame me for this. After all, the things here are so evil that even I can't fully distinguish them. A flat voice came from Jiang Ming's mouth, and in Zhang Xiaoshan's opinion, this dispensable explanation was obviously to say again, that's what I'm doing on purpose, but you'll have to put up with it. Besides, I saved you. You have to be grateful, or I'll cut you. Zhang Xiaoshan was inwardly grieving, but he still spoke with difficulty through his instincts. Worthy of my good big brother, you're still good at being a dog. Thank you, Zhang Xiaoshan. Zhang Xiaoshan's appearance was undoubtedly a surprise to Jiang Ming. It was more or less a minor problem, although it took a stabbing for being unidentified. As for the crushed shoulder, with the golden silkworms around and the healing holy medicine for repairing bones, it was actually quite simple to recover. At most, the recovery is irregular. Bone spurs grow. One shoulder is high, one shoulder is low, and at the very least it's recognizable as a humanoid. Not a big problem. Zhang Xiaoshan was saddened inwardly and had long since seen this. The two of them also realized after a short exchange that this place was indeed an illusionary realm as Jiang Ming had judged at the very beginning. Only, in the illusionary realm, the more powerful the air in the body, the deeper the person would fall into it. As Jiang Ming had done at the very beginning, he was completely unaware of the situation, and was pitted by that treacherous person from the enchanting frontier. As for what the old man gave, it seems that it may not be good either. The ancient jade was placed close to his body, initially feeling very hot, but after getting used to it at the moment, it actually made Jiang Ming feel a ray of coolness. Jiang Ming could not understand the changes in this. Zhang Xiaoshan similarly sized up the ancient jade, and after realizing that there was nothing special about it, he stopped paying attention to it. It seems that this ancient jade will only change if it is placed in Jiang Ming's hands. The two conferred and quickly came to an agreement. Zhang Xiaoshan proposed to run away first and move for help. Then he would come back to figure out how to save these people from enchanting frontier. And then he was carried on Jiang Ming's shoulders towards the depths. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoshan's internal injuries recovered extremely fast under the system-produced elixir, which made it possible for Zhang Xiaoshan to walk and keep up without walking for a long time. Although the duo traveled slowly, soon, under Zhang Xiaoshan's guidance, they still arrived at the place where Zhang Xiaoshan encountered that monster. This is a huge, immense mound, or, more like a creepy $1,000,000 tomb. This grave contained many bizarre things, especially the tribute table in front of it, on which the heads of Jiang Ming, Zhang Xiaoshan, and one other person, Zhang Xiaoshan didn't recognize, and neither did Jiang Ming. The appearance of the three heads caused Zhang Xiaoshan's entire body to tremble with incomparable horror. Jiang Ming pinched his backhand and countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants surfaced, directly plowing through the mound. Eventually a shivering, dead bone was dug up. It was the skeleton of a fox, and although it had dispersed its entire body of flesh and blood, it was as if it was alive, giving people an indescribably bizarre feeling. This fox appeared first showing its teeth to Zhang Xiaoshan, and then seemingly sensing something, it came to Jiang Ming's feet in a very intimate manner and rubbed against them. So Jiang Ming brought it with him. Apart from the strange sound of clicking bones coming from time to time from the whole body when this fox was walking, and the fact that Zhang Xiaoshan behind him was always unwilling to get close, the two of them and the fox's forward movement looked to be quite smooth. Only, not long after traveling forward, the trio once again encountered a grave. It was still the same huge, incomparable dirtbag, still the same grave throwing technique, and this time what appeared was no longer a fox, but a figure that looked exactly like Jiang Ming's father. You plowed your dad out? Zhang Xiaoshan stared with wide eyes, pinching the knuckles. This two people actually really exist between the cause and effect. This scared Zhang Xiaoshan. It was frightening to realize that the land of the enchanting frontier had suddenly become so bizarre. What made Zhang Xiaoshan even more horrified was that this old man, who looked inseparable in the causal trigrams, was just like that, directly hacked into a human stick by Jiang Ming's hand. This made Zhang Xiaoshan inwardly horrified while also calling out to his filial son. There was a clearer perception of Jiang Ming's heartlessness. I had thought that Jiang Ming was still a human being at the very least, and that he would be more or less intolerant when he cut down this monster. However, he never expected that Jiang Ming would not frown from start to finish, and was even a bit excited when he chopped. For a while, Zhang Xiaoshan also shivered somewhat inexplicably. Chapter 137 Upgrade of Pop-Up Display Function. Moralistic Qi Yuan. The enchanting frontier mutation happened in a really weird way. Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiaoshan, the two of them, kept moving forward in this weird place. But just then, formation fluctuation detected. Live broadcast on. Number of viewers, 3W. The mechanized voice in his mind came out of nowhere, causing Jiang Ming to be filled with surprise. In the meantime, emptied out, years of accumulated reserves, really emptied out, not a drop left. Really, you guys don't have any more to ask me for. I'll tell you one thing, if you open your mouth, I can't give it to you. What's the point of beating me up before you open your mouth? An old man in rags sat on the ground with a pained look on his face. In front of it, more than 100 old ancestors of various sects and factions were gathered in one piece, their faces gloomy and uncertain. Not far ahead of the crowd was the land of enchanting frontier, the Jiayin sect's oldest ancestor who had set out to explore first. Jiang Ming's third great-grandfather hadn't replied to the letter until now. After the research of the old Taoist in the Tianqifu found that this place is filled with all kinds of weird power, seems to have a big terror is about to come. Thus, the major families that came one after another, all of them took out their own reserves, and the small 200 people gathered and joined hands to unfold a huge ban on the enchanting frontier. On the one hand, it prevented the weird aura from spreading, and on the other hand, it was to probe the many changes within the enchanting land. Just a moment ago, they had detected Jiang Ming's aura. Immediately after that, it was through the other heart passages of the various sects, the view of karma, and many other techniques, which made the monk Shan Yuan of the Golden Mountain Temple perceive the picture of where the people were with the help of the big formation, and the military was even at the same time. Through one of the many instruments researched over the years in cooperation with the Qi Min family, the picture in the mind of the monk of good fortune was extracted on top of the screen through brainwaves. At this moment, whether it was the bigwigs from all sides of the Qi Men world or the important figures from the military, they had all gathered through various means. Looking at the scene in the screen between Jiang Ming and Zhang Xiaoshan's duo, their faces gloomy and uncertain. Obviously, this change came too suddenly. No one could imagine, as the Qimen world in the bottom of the most behind the enchanting frontier, but at this time there was such a shocking change. The old ancestor of the enchanting frontier was lost, and the old ancestor of the Jading sect who had gone to look for him had no news and could not be contacted. None of the thousands of compatriots in the enchanting frontier were spared. Even the hundreds of thousands of people surviving in the enchanting land, life and death are unknown. All these changes have caused the pressure of all parties to climb, and at this moment, things have come to a head. Most damning of all, the scene more than 200 Moncler outlet, in addition to the old Tao of Tianqifu, the good edge of the monks' Jinshan temple, as well as a number of top inheritance family. It seems that the rest of the people simply cannot do anything about it. The Yinling sect's Junkie was also on the scene, just looking at the elders in front of him who were worried, and Junkie could not help but fall silent. The bizarre power of this place coincides with the art practiced by the Yin Spirit sect, so if they want to send someone deeper, the Yin Spirit sect will naturally be the first to do so. With Jun Qi's understanding of the old ancestor, at this moment, the old ancestor was bound to be thinking of how to shrug off the matter. For a while, Junkie was also a bit unwilling inside, although he himself had an old grudge against Jiang Ming, but this matter has long been resolved. At this moment, Junkie has already taken Jiang Ming as a reliable partner. Hesitation for a long time, Junkie made a decision to go against his ancestors. The Yin spirit sex techniques have a similar aura to this place. I'm willing to go in and try to find the instructor. Junkie stepped forward, and as her voice came out, it caused Jiang Ming's second eldest to secretly nod in admiration. Jiang Ming's other grandfathers, too, nodded their heads and inwardly lamented the reliability of their grandnephew's friend. Only the old ancestor of the Yin spirit sect had his eyelids fluttering madly as he looked at Junqi in front of him, inwardly calling out to the rebel. In my opinion, it's better to draw some manpower from the major Qi-men families and join forces to explore. After a burst of brainstorming from the old ancestor of the Yin spirit sect, Yin Che-Che's voice came out. The second master nodded after a little thought. Feasible. After a period of deliberation among the people, the matter was decided, and at the same time, the news of the Enchanting Frontiers mutation was also spread to the ears of many kingdoms by the scouts from various countries who were paying attention to Jiang Ming. At once, the clouds of the 8 directions moved, and those kingdoms that had entangled themselves with Jiang Ming sent in applications, hoping that they could explore the cause of the Enchanting Frontiers mutation together with the 9 states. The Kyushu side naturally knew what kind of virtue that group of people had, but didn't stop them. After all, a few more trips were still good. Thus, in less than half a day's time, there were more than 100 foreigners, arriving one after another from various countries. Their breath was thick and powerful, and they didn't look like normal people. Each one of them was an elite amongst the elites, and amongst them there was also a white-haired lowly whose breath was so thick that it was actually no better than even the old Taoist of the Heavenly Master's house. This surprised the old Taoist. It was only after careful observation that he realized that this person was actually the oldest ancestor of one of the many vampire families in Pretty Country. In order to plot against Jiang Ming, he had dressed up like this. It makes the old ways straight up insiders. However, they did not point it out, but turned a blind eye and closed it, and just watched as they stepped into the land of enchanting boundary wearing all kinds of instruments. Almost at the same time, a live broadcast of the Enchanting Frontiers mutation roared across the globe, except for Kyushu, with many people relaying the news. The news also reached the side of Kyushu's netizens. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Enchanting border changes? This. Didn't hear the news. When was this? Live streaming again? Is little brother there? Netizens have been amazed that those countries with their own agenda made this move, which undoubtedly made it impossible for the Kyushu side to cover up the matter. And there was a dilemma for a while. It was just for the Heavenly Pride disciples of the Qi-men family who were preparing to go in, to put on their protective gears, as well as the many recording devices, and step into them. Camera images of the disciples of the Qi-men family were not released on any platform and were limited to military channel reconnaissance records. However, when the figures of those disciples of the Qi-men family appeared in the cameras of the team members from various countries, all the people from the military of the Kyushu state also looked a bit ugly, but still ignored any questions. The rescue that is due will surely come, and the reason for not answering is to avoid causing panic. But those foreign players obviously didn't think so, and there were even a few of them who ran to the back of the Kyushu Qi-men team, following closely with the help of the chest camera constantly broadcasting live. This made the Kyushu players' scalps numb, and many Kyushu netizens who figured out the crux of the problem also sighed. To watch a live broadcast you have to watch a foreign country. These foreigners really have no boundaries. There's one that's too doggy. The impact caused by this storm was not large, and was obviously still within control, until the crowd heard these people mention Jiang Ming in their mouths. But it was a sudden change in the picture. The countless barflies at the Tomb Raider Little Brother bar couldn't sit still. Huge groups of traffic have rushed into the live broadcast, causing those foreign viewers in various countries who were ready to watch the show to drop out frequently. Even many hackers had posted the link addresses of those foreign video viewings online, causing Jiang Ming's more than 100 million fans in Kyushu to completely blow up. Little Brother has actually entered the enchanting frontier first. I didn't realize it had gotten this bad. I don't know how Little Brother is doing now. It feels like what happened this time is definitely not small. On the live broadcast apps of various countries, countless text from Kyushu surfaced, making the netizens of various countries feel unprecedentedly absurd as their brains buzzed. Is this software being bought by Kyushu entrepreneurs? Why is it that all of the software as a Pretty Country are Kyushu country viewers? Oh shit, what the hell are these damn Kyushu people doing? The foreign audience called it outrageous, and the heads of the countries all looked puzzled. They wanted to use the live broadcast, Lightspeed, to hit Jiang Ming in the face of the Kyushu, but never thought that the Kyushu, a country with a huge base, this group of people, as if the refugees rushed into the live broadcast room on the pop-up ceaselessly. Is this still an app for our country? Damn. But soon they realized something even more outrageous. Boss, Twitter's servers are crashing. Our country's users are being squeezed out. Damn it, why are this group of people from Kyushu doing this? Could it be that dastardly Jiang Ming has such a terrifying appeal in Kyushu? Thick gift crab, kick them out immediately. JoJo netizens are like hundreds of millions of small strong, although frequently kicked off the line, but a different number can still log in. And so it was that after a half-hour struggle, Pretty Country broke defense first. Abominable. It's an abomination. Oliver looked at the backstage data with an incredibly grim expression. He never expected that what he thought was a live broadcast that disgraced Kyushu and Jiang Ming would all be surrounded by Kyushu viewers in the front row. Damn it, but it doesn't matter. The old ancestor of our Wit family has already entered the enchanting border. Let you all watch Jiang Ming die with your own eyes. Wit Oliver gritted his teeth and stopped obsessing about what he couldn't do anything about. The rest of the kingdoms that were hostile to Kyushu had accepted this fact reluctantly. They wouldn't recognize it as the Kyushu state audience crowding out theirs, and only felt that things were still under control for the likes of themselves, neglecting the viewers from various countries who were still in constant cheddar. At this moment, both the militaries of various countries and the netizens of Kyushu watched attentively. On the screen, Jiang Ming and Zhang Shashan stayed at the foot of a hill, probing around with their senses. On the other hand, the teams formed by the foreigners from various countries and the foreigners from the Kyushu were spreading out, carefully feeling their way towards the depths. The good thing is that the communication signal is working so far. Only after you go deeper do you disconnect. When the time came, there was no panic, and there was still the good fortune monk, a mobile display adapter. Anyway, it looks like Jiang Ming doesn't know what's going on here or that any of the team members have traveled to explore. We can completely give a difference in information to make Jiang Ming enter our trap, and then the Wit clan's old ancestor can completely use the opportunity to finish him off. I think that would work, General Oliver. Several people from Pretty Country spoke one after another, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl up into a sinister, cutting smile. In any case, Jiang Ming could have easily finished him off completely without knowing all about it. As for Jiang Ming at this moment, he had a serious expression on his face. The opening of this live broadcast was obviously extremely unusual, and in order to obtain more useful information, Jiang Ming directly spent 100,000 points to upgrade the pop-up display function. After all, it was the system, the millionaire's existence, whether it was the pop-ups posted by others in the app or the words directly from their mouths. Surprisingly, they were directly translated in the form of language. Even the system prompted that spending another 10 million points would also open the screen of the person who popped up, and in the face of this starkly unjust invitation, Jiang Ming directly refused. The upgraded pop-up display panel is very different from the previous hodgepodge, which was clearly divided into groups. For example, the Kyushu group pop-ups, the Pretty Country pop-ups, and so on. Even within these groups, there are surprisingly columns for military pop-ups, sandy netizen pop-ups, and so on. Jiang Ming was looking at the Pretty Country's military pop-up at this moment, his face full of seriousness. Apparently, he was also very interested in the ploy of these old dogs of the Pretty Country. Just watching those few people gabble and crook than half a day, with no useful and constructive ideas at all, made Jiang Ming shake his head repeatedly, quite disappointed with their intelligence. With a thought, Jiang Ming directly entered the Kyushu pop-up group. Lightning ball. Watch for movement to your left. Okamoto off to the left. You stay put. Stay close to blitzball. Yeah, that's the formation. Okamoto in the center. Be on guard. Be careful. Your lives are incredibly important. Strange codenames flew across the room, and it was clear that this group of people from the military were undoubtedly taking this mutation seriously, despite the strange orientation of the pop-ups. However, when Jiang Ming scanned through some of the pop-ups spilling out of the old man of Chi-Men's column, he was somewhat confused. It's still a little cold in this damn weather. What's for dinner tonight? Man, shabu shabu. I think my good grandnephew will last a couple of weeks. There's no rush for now. A few weeks? My holy son can last at least 3 years. In my opinion, it's better to eat barbecue tonight. No good. How cozy is a bowl of ramen? Jiang Ming, looking at Chi-Men Laozu column inside, an ID called Chi Wakigai repeatedly horizontal jump, constantly urged the crowd to eat barbecue. Jiang Ming is greatly distressed. No shame in you. It's still the same flavor. Moralistic scumbag, the heart of the enchanting borderland inner clan. It's still really original. Said what for the holy sun at all costs, are false. Don't look at Chi Yuan shouting slogans when said blood boiling. In fact, this person is completely a sinister and cunning hypocritical people. There are also those high-ranking parasites in the enchanting frontier. When they met, they all shouted slogans loudly, but in the end, they were all group performers invited by the third uncle's grandpa. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt so many strong fluctuations in his breath when he copied the house at that time, I'm afraid that Jiang Ming would have been heartbroken to think that there were only 2 compass masters in the enchanting frontier, namely, him and his third granduncle. At first he didn't understand why those parasites were hiding so deeply. He kind of got it in the back. To put it bluntly, Back then, abetted by Qi Yuan, copied too much, the composters are not too brave to stay in the inner tribe. It is afraid that one day, Shiwaki is not open-minded to mess with the son of any destiny, and then by the people to raise the power of the clan to kill. The collective massacre. Chapter 138. The world knows that I'm the only one who can support the enchanting frontier. That is, the third uncle grandpa as enchanting frontier ancestor. Strength is strong. Raw pull under a month. Only enough to get more than 1,000 people over to fill the scene. But where Chiwaki dared to step in for a moment, I'm afraid that the entire inner clan can't even come up with 5 people. It can be seen that the enchanting frontier is declining. Chiwaki cannot be ignored. What 10,000 poisonous caves? What for the holy sun? What body beliefs? In addition to Chi Jin Brainmelon is not enough to be Chi Yuan fooled around. The rest of the compulsion did not have a stupid generation. It's all about to be finished with Chi Wakiuing and awing. There is that what is called the 13 sequence. From the beginning to now, Zhang Ming simply have not seen any of them. Weekdays are living in deep simplicity, hiding in the enchanting frontier mountains and forests earth. The root of the face do not dare to show a bit. Zhang Ming before and after inquiring for a long time, it is said that those 13 people, but also had a very good relationship with Qi Yuan, but each are with less than half a month, will be full of panic from the field to escape back to the enchanting frontier. From then on outside and never saw Qi Yuan one side. It can be seen that Chiwaki two-sided victimization of friends and relatives. In vain, Zhang Ming took a deep breath. The vocabulary used to describe Qi Yuan in this world was too much, and it was simply impossible to say it all in a moment. When he gets out, he'll be sure to look into the accounts that this guy has greedily laid down over the years. Big brother, how long do we have to wait? A hesitant voice came from Zhang Shashan on the side as he looked at Zhang Ming, who had been squatting on that rock for a long time. The little fox immediately showed its teeth as if it was very dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoshan's urging. After Zhang Ming swept through the pop-up screen in front of him, and there was nothing worth paying attention to, he slowly stood up as well. The breeze was light. Zhang Ming's eyes flickered with the light of deduction, and the art of wind divination was quickly constructed in his mind. And between the speculations, Zhang Ming vaguely sensed dozens of lucky and unlucky directions in the far distance below him. One of them seemed to be slightly related to himself. Follow me. Zhang Ming stepped forward, and Zhang Shashan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed. The two and the fox moved along, soon entering a thorny land. Here are all over the place are strange purple flowers, growing in the thorns on top of the ground. The appearance looks quite bizarre, not to mention. Look around. A lot of weird thorns. Also will be 2 people in front of the road blocking. Zhang Ming glanced at Zhang Shashan behind him, which instantly caused Zhang Shashan to have a jolt. As a strong uneasiness climbed inside, he hurriedly opened his mouth. I'll clear the way. I'll do it. Zhang Xiaoshan was afraid that Zhang Ming would throw himself over as a human cushion, and hurriedly took 2 steps forward, lifting his hand between the knuckle seals to pinch out. A ruddy fire rune in the void quickly converged. Almost instantly, a sea of fire rumbled towards the 8 directions to spread out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Taoist priest is awesome. Worthy of being Taoist Master Zhang. Apart from the thunder technique, he even knows the inflammation technique. Good guy. There's one thing to be said for that, and it's a bit outrageous. Many netizens were shocked as they watched the scene in front of them. Under the inner turmoil, the scorching heat for Zhang Ming was also all the more intense. Even someone as powerful as Taoist Master Zhang was willing to be a junior to Little Brother. Little Brother's strength must far exceed that of Taoist Master Zhang. For a while, many netizens rejoiced, leaving the military of pretty and other countries, with ugly faces. Obviously, they hadn't expected that in addition to thunder technique. Even so, this Taoist priest was also proficient in fire technique. This kind of fire spell is deadly to vampires. It's no good, General. We can't contact Elder Wit. Almost instantly, all signals were completely cut off. They should have gone deeper into the forbidden zone. Damn it, why is God playing such a trick on us at such a critical time? Several people, including Oliver, had ugly faces. If you can't get a message to the Wit family's oldest ancestor, they really can't dare to imagine the scene of Wit's old ancestor full of excitement rushing over with a brain and being cremated at the speed of light. At that time, even with Oliver around, the Wit family would definitely do whatever it took to come after them for a statement. This is entirely a result of their poor messaging. The Wits would definitely think so. No one knows the Wit family's bullying better than Oliver. As one of the big, famous families in the vampire community, their strength was not to be underestimated at all. One can only hope that Elder Wit can be a little more sensible. Oliver prayed inwardly, though it seemed outrageous. Why is everyone fainting? But instead those pretty countrymen in black are still walking? This is hard to believe that everyone's fainting is the result of the pretty country's poisoning. The audience speculated and were disgruntled inwardly, and the Kyushu military was obviously very grave as well, and hurriedly sent people to find the ancestors of the Chi-Men world, wanting to ask for an answer. It's normal for corpses that are already weak in soul power to be ignored by the weird power of the enchanting frontier's forbidden zone. Pair of 3. Don't worry, Those vampires are not enough for my holy son to beat with one hand. Bomb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm on 3 you bomb? The staff looked at the Chi-men ancestors who were immersed in the landlord's fight and wiped the sweat from their foreheads, feeling a bit anxious, but they also rushed back to resume their orders, until this person left for a long time, the old crone of the Yin spirit sect, only to look at Qi Yuan. Yin cut open. It's not that I'm saying, your family's old ancestor and the holy son can both be inside, so you're not worried at all? Qi Yuan is relatively much calmer, waving his hand and laughing lightly. The entire Chi-men world has been laying out for this matter for decades, and if it still cannot be resolved, everyone here can go to their deaths in peace. However, at this time, my enchanting frontier sacrifices a great deal, alone, the old ancestor and the holy son, despite the danger, to go deep into it, for you and others as bait. This matter, said here, Qi Yuan face much more serious, eyes slowly narrowed. A word, gotta add money, $30 billion, one share won't be less for you. The old woman coldly opened her mouth, and Qi Yuan coldly grunted. As promised in the beginning, 30 billion is only an admission ticket for you to enter my enchanting inner clan and share the broken god. This time I, the enchanting frontier old ancestor and the holy son can both go deep into danger, for the sake of your cultivation bottleneck at the expense of your life, but also to fulfill you and others. The result is that you and others do not even say a word of thanks. It is really detestable. On the saint son side you may not give, but on the old ancestor's side, you must come up with $30 billion. Shiwaki stood up with an indignant look on his face. The world knows that the saint is my enchanting frontier heart and soul. Enchanting frontier all rely on my Qi Yuan one-person support. The old ancestor is old and mediocre to set up the saint also, even if, at this time, Qi and natural will not be taken into account, but you and so on are informed not to report, not the slightest notification of my family's saint, the matter of, how do you say? Moreover, although my holy son is two-faced and not like a human son, at the very least, when you and others were helping to copy the family earlier, you also went out of your way to spend a huge amount of money to send you gold bars, such as my family's holy son to you and so on. This kind of sincerity, you and so on, even no one to open the mouth to remind. Is it, this matter you also should not give some compensation? Chapter 139 5 Poison Sect Ghost Shadow Steps, Intermediate, Demon Sword Resonance. You should know that the saint's son is a member of my enchanting frontier. Qi Yuan threw his weight around and took a firm stance, biting down on the fact that Jiang Ming was a person from the enchanting frontier, which caused the many Qi sect ancestors under the four to be completely dumbfounded. The logic does seem a little messed up. This guy, doesn't he even need to think about what he's saying? Gentlemen, the holy son has treated you well, and look at the old Tao of the heavenly master's house, all knowing how to be grateful, even though they don't have an inch of gold. They sent their own disciple Zhang Shashan to shelter the holy son around. Old Tao's great benevolence is as bright as the sun and the moon, heaven knows. And look at you guys, how you're doing. Qi Yuan, a mouthful of spittle, a pit, cold humming, voice firm. Don't forget that earlier when we were helping with the exploration in the archery kingdom, if it wasn't for my saint son's use of ploys, would you and the others have been able to make money following the saint's son? One thought in the archery country, anger loss of 30 billion. Qi Yuan is angry. This holy son of 1,000 calculations, but only ignored their own family members, definitely on purpose. At first Shiwaki was not sure, until the back of the thought for a long time. Shiwaki will be able to figure this out. The holy son looks like he has a righteous face, but he is dark and vile, two-faced, but in reality, he is a moralistic man with a black heart. Definitely he guessed that he had taken the lion's share when the family was copied and deliberately knocked it down. Qi Yuan's face surfaced with anger, looking at the crowd of 4 people sucked in cold air. They did not expect Qi Yuan, although the mouth said that the holy son is not, but the moment they saw the holy son of this kind of payment are not rewarded, that the ancient wave is not shocked face unexpectedly showed anger. Nice guy. I didn't expect Jiang Ming to have such a good relationship with this treacherous and despicable Qi Yuan. For a while, all the Qi sect ancestors, while lamenting that their grandnephew had met a wrong person, also nodded their heads secretly. They were undoubtedly very trusting of Jiang Ming, but they were only moved by the fact that Qi Yuan, who had always been unlike a human son, had defended his own grandnephew so well, not to mention the fact that the holy son is so affectionate towards you and the others, but just the fact that in earlier years, my Yaojiang old ancestor had helped you and the others from time to time when you were in distress. Could it be that this is not enough to make you guys raise your money? Shiwaki opened his mouth in indignation. Just as well, I, the heavenly master's mansion, will offer another 200 million. The old Taoist moved inwardly, sighed, and directly took out most of his inventory. I'll give you 300 million. I'll give you 500 million. Seeing this, the many Qi sect ancestors in the 4 places also sighed and opened their mouths. Chiwaki, this person cannot be dealt with. This time, the collective action of the crowd. Chiwaki would be good if there were some accidents. It's best to lose all your internal cultivation and dissipate all your compulsion. Died from the backlash of an insta-poison. But according to past practices, this guy was clearly a 5th turn compassion master. But he was a wimp. Each time, he waited for the crowd to lay down their thunder before he followed. For a while, many Qi sect ancestors sighed in succession. And in the meantime, deep within the enchanting land, in a valley, please hold on a little longer. We must believe in Colonel Jiang. He will definitely come to save us. A weak voice came out from a man with 2 black eyes and skinny skin and bones. Behind the man were more than 100 figures with tattered clothes, as if they were dry corpses, their faces pale, and their flames of life dimmed and annihilated at any moment. Palm sect. We have been holding out for 2 months now. Yes, the military should have realized a long time ago that we, the 5 poison sect, have disappeared en masse. No rescue information has been received yet, and Colonel Jiang has not shown up. Yunmeng Mountain. Exactly. How far? There is. The entire 128 members of the 5 poison sect, almost all of them were weakly lying on the ground at the moment, struggling to follow the sect leader, slowly climbing towards the front. At first, the crowd was able to eat some compressed cookies to fill their stomachs. Until the time when the food is cut off, it is good to know that there are still leaves and bark to gnaw on. Then later on, I was lucky enough to encounter some earthworms. Ants. Of course, there will be times when your ancestors' graves will smoke and you will encounter a long worm. That was a month ago. The hungry crowd, with red eyes and 1 mouthful each, directly divided the long worm that appeared. And now, if it is not said to eat the same door, great probability will be triggered by lesions. I am afraid that the 5 poison door between the disciples. You have long started to nibble on my fingers. I nibble your toes. Fewer parts can't hurt. The important thing is to be alive. Of course, the reason for not doing so was still because the 5 poison sect leader was generous and benevolent, and could not bear the idea of fellow disciples killing each other, and strictly forbade it. Plus every now and then you do manage to dig up some earthworms. It also makes it so that such a thing did not happen. Otherwise, just looking at that big senior brother who had gotten a mouthful of foot fungus made the crowd feel numb. It was a week ago, and the entire 5 Venoms sect was lying on the ground resting. I don't know whose shoe broke, leaking out a toe. The big brother was hungry and anxious. A bite on it. This time, so that the eldest brother vomited to the darkness of heaven and earth. The 5 poison sect disciples in the 4 no longer dared to walk with the eldest brother. Alas, the 5 poison sect master was also full of sorrow at this moment. His waxen and weak face was written with haggardness. Looking at the benthic spider in his hand that was broken with only 1 leg, his heart grieved. 1 leg a day for a few more days. Palm dare not imagine. At this rate, absolutely to be dead. Colonel Jiang won't forget us. He's bound to be going through a life or death crisis right now. Please, believe in this sect master. Believe in Li Jianshan, and believe in the organization. The sect master's voice was weak, as if it was a candle in the wind. But inside, there was still a trace of longing. Aren't we forgetting something? Darkness, wilderness land. Around the campfire, Zhang Xiaoshan looked at the star sign and ate the roasted snake meat with some doubts. No, Jiang Ming jerked the fox and ate the roasted snake, looking much calmer. There didn't seem to be much else, except that the era seemed to have forgotten itself within the archery nation chimera. For a moment, the two stopped thinking about what exactly they had forgotten, eating snake meat with relish. But just then, but I've found you guys. At the top of the mountain in the extreme distance, a tender lowly voice came from the top of the mountain, accompanied by the sound of air braking, and under everyone's gazes, a sexy white-haired lowly wearing a black leather jacket and pants and white underwear instantly rushed in front of the duo in less than 10 short seconds. You guys? Who's Jiang Ming? White-haired lowly eyes in the red mango flashes. Seems to be extremely hard to show a bloodthirsty and cruel look, but after all, in the way of appearance head, also makes. This white-haired lowly appeared at the moment. Let a lot of netizens obviously froze. Those are tiger teeth showing, right? Is that a vampire? It looks really kawaii. Come on little brother, this is a rare breed. Sand sculpture netizens stood in a row. Jiang Ming's brain was still buzzing at the moment, and he subconsciously pointed to Zhang Xiaoshan beside him. He is. What? Zhang Xiaoshan stared wide-eyed, seemingly a bit unbelievable. Such a youthful and beautifully hydrated white-haired lowly, just so cheap to himself? I'm not sleepy if you say so. Zhang Xiaoshan could naturally feel the gloomy aura of the white-haired lowly's entire body, but it didn't matter. The Taoist master is covered in righteousness, and all evils are invincible. There was no panic at all. That's right, it's me. Zhang Xiaoshan was very excited and subconsciously straightened his chest. Bang! Almost instantly, a pink fist directly slammed into Zhang Xiaoshan's face, accompanied by a huge burst of force, as Zhang Xiaoshan's entire body flew backwards towards the back with a roar. Under the acceleration of gravity that followed the pink fist, Zhang Xiaoshan was directly embedded within one side of the mountain in the next second. This scene immediately made many netizens suck in cold air. No wonder little brother doesn't recognize. So this white-haired loli is so strong? Genuinely awesome. That's all I'm good for. Ha 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 ha. I'd love to see little brother subdue the demons. That's not quite the right kind of demon subduing you're doing upstairs, is it? The sand sculpture netizens stood in a row, and Jiang Ming looked at the white-haired loli that pinched Zhang Xiaoshan with a dopey and cruel smile, and he couldn't help but suck in cold air. Strong. A body of blood hammered impeccably. Definitely 1 in a million strong. It's almost close to catching up with itself. Ding. Copy difficulty stats completed. Purgatory. Warning, the difficulty of this copy is beyond the host's ability to cope. Emotional value collection function on. Mandate renewed and completed. Mission objective, ask the host to complete the defective godhead. The difficulty of this quest is reduced, and the quest rewards are measured in terms of the host's replenished godhead. New task generation. Mission objective, find the undead. Quest hint, the king sacrificed, the gods reigned supreme, and in the change of dynasties, there was a being who intended to revive the gods. Mission reward, unknown. Note, this mission copy involves too much. Please consider whether to accept it at the host's discretion. Accepted. Please be careful. Jiang Ming kinda just doesn't ask for his opinion at all. That's good. From the very beginning of the Imperial Tomb Longevity Pill quest, Jiang Ming discovered a problem. This system actually did not remind himself in the slightest how difficult the Imperial Tomb was. It wasn't until the snake god of Cloud Dream Mountain appeared later on, plus the remnants of the one from the Archery Kingdom who had been suppressed by countless arcane runes, and then combined with the system quests, Jiang Ming realized that this guy was a dog. Every time a task is given, it doesn't matter if you can accomplish it or not, it's a net pie in the sky day after day. What Jiang Ming hadn't expected even more was that even though he had grown a heart and mind to let the system test the difficulty of this place, the result was surprisingly still the unexpected purgatory level. This thing called the divine spirit fate was indeed rare, but the crippled corpse of the Archery Kingdom could not be killed by its own strength alone, let alone absorb it with the help of the 9 Dawn sorcerer's blood. It was for this reason that Jiang Ming turned around and left without saying a word, here to enchant the frontier, but also completely under the inner anxiety, with a little neglect, did not expect, in the end, or by the system swing a line. Jiang Ming flipped through the stats of the previous few copies and instantly had some toothache. The difficulty of the Imperial Tomb is unknown. The difficulty of Yunmeng Mountain is medium, and the difficulty of the Archery Kingdom is difficult. Enchanting bordered difficulty purgatory. Even under Jiang Ming's coercion, the dog system finally managed to get the hidden copies that hadn't let themselves be known to surface as panels. At a glance, the clear is of unknown difficulty, hoping that Cloudmount is only worthy of an introductory difficulty. Then there's Archery Nation. Bolt Q. Jiang Ming's scalp went a little numb, not to mention that the illusions here were difficult to deal with. This impeccable astral image alone made Jiang Ming a little anxious. It's all Chi Waki's fault. If he hadn't put the inner clan in this hellhole, there wouldn't have been so much to say. Jiang Ming was inwardly indignant and put the blame on Qi Yuan, and in the distance, Zhang Xiaoshan, who was being chased and hammered, had a complete breakdown of his mind at this moment. Big brother, don't you freeze, come and save me instead. Zhang Xiaoshan's mournful screams came, and Jiang Ming looked up, only to see that the white-haired loli was extremely fast, as if she was a ghost, and she chased after him almost instantly. Bang! Knock! Boom! The collision between the flesh and the mountain, the extreme enjoyment of the soul, caused Zhang Xiaoshan to continuously cry out in pain. An unprecedented life and death crisis surfaced within, and Zhang Xiaoshan felt a wave of unprecedented fear. Many netizens are also feeling outrageous when they see this. Daoist Zhang is simply not a match. This white-haired girl is awesome. 666,666. Countless netizens sucked in cold air and looked at Zhang Xiaoshan, who was being chased and hammered into a dead dog, with a shocked heart. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, looked at the emotion value collection panel that had appeared, the value that had slowly grown to 30,000 and was still slowly growing, revealing a thoughtfulness. This function is also easy to understand, which is nothing more than collecting the audience's emotional value and converting it into points. Right now, according to the system, there are about 300 million online viewers. If utilized properly, perhaps, a wave of riches could be made. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming didn't have any delays, his amazing qualifications working on their own, and almost all of his inventory points were smashed into the ghost shadow steps. Soon, Ghostly shadow steps, intermediate resembles a demon but not a demon, resembles a ghost but not a ghost, has reached the minimum foundation of resonating with the demon sword. A mechanized voice came from his mind, and Jiang Ming didn't hesitate. One drew the long knife behind him. Enjoin. The buzzing sound of the long knife coming out of its sheath came, and a terrifying and incomparable aura surfaced along with a ferocious fury under a roaring outburst above the bizarre blade with red stripes on a black background. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming's pupils were quickly taken over by scarlet red, along with the appearance of an enchanting and evil blood shadow. Countless horrifying blood chi merged into the blade, as if it was truly possessed, making the red lines on the blade more and more horrifying. Jiang Ming moved, only one step was seen, and the entire person instantly transformed into a residual shadow. The moment she disappeared in place, the white-haired loli who was laughing and preparing to break Zhang Xiaoshan's neck suddenly changed her color. Pust! The sound of blood and flesh tearing suddenly rang out, and even though the white-haired loli tried her best to dodge, she was chopped off an arm in this instant. You're the Jiang Ming? A sharp, frightened voice came from the white-haired loli's face, her body constantly trembling under the influence of the terrifying baleful aura around Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming didn't say anything, just took a slow step. With each step, countless terrifying blood mists were scattered above the demonic blade, and between the thick scarlet blood mists tumbling and converging, an enchanting and evil epileptic blood shadow was actually formed behind Jiang Ming. Obviously, there was no sound, but as the ferocious blood shadow surfaced, countless blood-colored hair danced wildly, and a terrifying aura exploded. A hysterical, frenzied whine came from almost all three hearts and minds present. That voice was filled with a rich resentment that seemed to turn into substance, causing every cell in Zhang Xiaoshan's entire body to tremble. The white-haired loli was even more so the moment she saw that huge blood shadow emerge behind Jiang Ming. An intense life and death crisis that she had never seen before in these 200 years arose within her heart.